Itis note ha, lean, thigh ear off, the hidden leaf village. Just the second year since Thessanine tales. Devastating attack Imitoan end. Minami Uchiha Sora. Ever since he was a child. He have live in this world of Naruto. And he have already been a student at the Ninja Academy for almost a month. When I first arrive in this new life. I used to daydream every day. I imagine that in day would be strongest superhero. Strong enough to defeat Uchiha Obito, perhaps even to overcome Uchiha Madara himself, reaching the pinnacle of what life has to offer. Reality, however, brought me swiftly back down to earth. When he was 3, my parents died tragically on a mission. Since then, I have been an orphan. I always assumed that, as someone born into another world, I'd be exceptionally smart. A natural prodigy would soar in the practice of ninjutsu. But I'll intend intelligence are not so close linked after all. Now 6 years old, and despite more than a month off classes at the Theakami. We only just managed to extract chakra from within me body with an alias. When he compare myself to me classmate and clanmate, Uchiha, the difference is striking. Itachi has long since mastered the basic transformation technique and already wields Uchiha. Signature for release. His gradai serial way at the top. He, Stekendov killed other parents boast about, although we both belong to the Uchiha. Our talents are world sapart. Because of this, they become a the subject of quiet jokes and gossip among me classmates. Still, none of that bothers me much. At this very moment, I sit in the classroom. My thoughts have already flown to distant places, tangled up in how we will choose me path in life. After all, it won. Tiba many more years before disaster descends upon the Uchiha, and he have no intention of becoming Goni of Itachi. Dat. Targets, if things get spread. You may have an a cois but a leave village be hindondai di away in Samirmate corner. Just to keep surviving. Already braced for the worst possibilities, while he was lost in the Sewell thoughts. Suddenly, a voice second eat in mind. Ding! Automatic cultivation system. Activated. The abruptness of it nearly made me shout out loud. Fortunately, I managed to steady myself quickly, suppressing me excitement and responding silently. System, you finally showed up. Tell me, what sort of amazing abilities do you have? Let's not waste any time. The system responded in a voice sweat it ways almost unbelievable. Dear host, my functions are both powerful and enduring. Sure to leave, y'all fully satisfied. I couldn't lie reply with exasperation. System, can you be serious for a moment? Just explain exactly what you can do. With that, the system became straightforward. Very well. The system allows you to activate in automatic cultivation mode. Once you set your training goals, you can enter automatic training right away. I immediately ask, how to set up the training programs? The system replied. Training programs are established based on your current abilities. Either runs you are already practicing or those for which you vemeth the prerequisites. At present, the programs you unlock either physical conditioning, chakra refinement, and bloodline limit development. Hearing that, my s lit up. So, does this one need a struggleth raw training on my own anymore? That it can all happen automatically. The system responded, yes. However, the effectiveness of automated training will be influenced by our environment and your physical state. You'll have to explore the specific results for yourself. He nodded, marveling at how convenient the system was. Just then, the teacher in the classroom was explaining principles of genjutsu. Detailing illusionary techniques cast throughout the eyes. The most prominent example, of course, was the sharingan. The teacher said. The sharingan is Sone, Jutsutsu Uchiha, one of their bloodline limit abilities. Genjutsu cast through the sharingan can be overwhelmingly powerful. Now, let's talk about jutsu in general. As soon as the teacher finished, a kaima suddenly sounded in me mind. Ding. Your bloodline limit, sharingan, has been awakened at a single tomo sharingan. Inspired and triggered by your ninja education. Warmth surged in my eyes, and me vision sharpened to a clarity de never known while. At the same time, I could feel a significant boost in me chakra. Stunned, I was nearly speechless. What? I awakened the single tomo sharingan already. Hastily, It took a tasmal mirror and was greeted with the sight of my youthful face. No reflected with a pair of blue jade. Ichirism's mark be a single black tomoe. There was no doubt about it, this was the single tomoe sharingan. Delight bubble dupin sid meme. This automated training system was practically a cheat code. Its effects were astonishing. Before a codeful celebrate, the system shimedagan. Ding. The stimulation from awakening your sharingan has accelerated your chakra refinement. Ding. Your physical conditioning has also improved, making your training more rigorous. I reached inward toe since that the changes and. Sure enough, me chakra refinement adds up tremendously. And me body felt noticeably stronger than before. Chakra refinement is fundamental to a ninja. Stability, affecting the flow, recovery, and overall volume, use chakra they can wield. Typically, ninjas must repeatedly exhaust their chakra and train body and mind to slowly increase their limit. A process that usually takes a great deal of time. As for physical conditioning, this is a complex endeavor. It requires not only continued training but also social genetics, diet, and the body. Natural development. Ninjas with unique constitutions, for instance, those born with the legendary sage body, possess physical capabilities that for ordinary shinobi. But no, I don't. Thavata spend any time at training at all. This skill set practice improve automatically, saving me a lot of trouble. Event thou me natural talentus pretty average. Me sharingan works diligently. My chakra works tirelessly. And me physical fitness improve as well. The feeling just really wonderful. Still, ignoakin. Plethas make Pim complacent. Nor can he afford attack risks. Have a toe, keep a low profile. Allowing me. Skills. The time of they to grow stronger on. Quickly, I deactivate me sharingan. Put in my innocent face. And return me attention to the lesson as if nothing had happened. After school, I head back to the house me parents left me. Retrieve me old notes from the ninja instructor. Sklassin the 3 basic jutsu. And begin to study them thoroughly. In the past, since Seikoden, textract chakra, most of the ninja techniques were just theory, things I coldly jot down in me notebook. Never actually practice. Now, things are different. When I commit a varied tail enhancing no 3 jutsu to memory, I hearth the system, skillful promptagen and dagen. Ding. Transformation, jutsu has begun a training. Ding. Clone jutsu has begun a training. Ding. Substitution jutsu has begun a training. These system notifications pop up after another. Bursting forth with the lively energy of a Recursona festival day? Not long after. Another message arrives. Ding. You're sharing infant's transformation, clone, and substitution jutsu to Basakanda first to boost their training speed. Ding. Transformation jutsu completed, with the help of the sharingan. Ding. Clone jutsu completed with the help of the sharingan. Ding. Substitution jutsu completed with the help of the sharingan. In an instant, the execution methods for all 3 basic jutsu come crystal clear in me mind. This system, it's practically invincible. The next day, Uchiha Sora heads off to ninja school as usual. Today, by chance, the schedule includes Satai Jutsu class. Uchiha Sora is in TB at a taijutsu. Since she, Solway shot a habit of physical training. Although he, still young, compared to their children Hisage, he, already quite a bit stronger and more agile. Still, he, never formal learned any of the taijutsu techniques, specific movements. This class is designed to test every own taijutsu skills. The teacher divides the students into pairs, and the face-off in practical sparring, where the teacher can observe their abilities and offer guidance. First group Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Nagano. At the teacher, Skull, Uchihachi and another boys depend at the middle of the field. Each is striking a distance and preparing for the match. Amament ladder. That wing, Gajanarapid. Intense bout. Uchiha Tistan disputed prodigy of their grade. Excellent Genevaria Farabatherist of the students. Shimura Nagano manages to defend himself for just a few moves before it effortlessly subdues him from the sidelines. Akarasov keers from the girl's second toss the field. Uchiha's performance was nearly flawless, captivating the hearts of many while watched. After completing their conciliation gesture, Itachi strode off the field with this signature cool manner, immediately surrounded by a group of admiring girls. In the past, Sorachi Hama Thafel Tat Win Joff and via this site, but now things He had acquired the system and awakened his sharingan. With that advantage, even if they were to truly spar, his jutsu skills, bolstered by the sharingan, might not lose. D.E. Next match Orochimaru vs Izumi Uchiha. Teacher called out loudly at that moment. This time, his opponent was Izumi Uchiha, a girl with long flowing hair and a distinct beauty marked with the corner of fire. Sora remembered that in the original story, this Ami girl wouldn't become Itachi, beloved. Butyrite. There were nothing more than ordinary classmates and fellow clan members. Hello, Sora Shiha. Izumi greeted us that woe stepped into the center of the arena, offering a polite gesture of opposition with a gentle smile. Hello, Izumi Uchiha. Sora replied, meeting her smile and mirroring the symbolic hand sign. With the formalities complete, Sora wasted no time. He launched straight into the attack. Izumi, jutsu skills were impressive. Second in light to Itachi and Theckless and earning her reputation as a young prodigy. Yet, as soon as the match began, Sora quickly found himself on the defensive. His physical condition was decent, but his movements lacked polish and control. Without the sharingan, he was clearly no match for Izumi. Refined technique, just then. A familiar mechanical Kameka din Sora. Smind. System notification taijutsu domain detected. Auto-training mode has been activated. No sooner had the voice faded than on of the prompt Shimiden. Alert, you are being suppressed in taijutsu. Auto-training will accelerate a catch-up. Anthen. Almost instantly. Izumi. Cease within din surprise Asura. His movements began to shift. His actions grew sharp and fluid. His response is swift and unpredictable. Before long, Izumi realized with shock that she was suddenly being pushed back. Their arms clashed in a sounding collision, each rebounding off the other. Force. Izumi frowned, staring at Sora in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sora, in high spirits, thrilled off his rapid progress. He hadn't expected the auto training feature to make such a dramatic difference in actual combat. With this, he never have a to painstakingly study the intricacies of taijutsu again. Henadin like kept challenging strong opponents. Let's go again, Sora exclaimed, still brimming with energy, while the notification sound in his mind continue echo. Alert taijutsu further battle. Training speed increase. Accelerating. Having a choice, Izumi readied herself for another round. And on Samaret, they clashed in fierce combat. Their taijutsu duel grew more heated, both the pace and duration intensifying with every exchange. Even the students, who had paid little attention at first now found themselves drawn in by the escalating contest. Even Uchiha attached a turn at his gazetort the with them. Their taijutsu is quite impressive. Uchiha's alent lie assessed. Nearby, the ninja instructors exchanged their opinions. Uchiha Izumi Hazelways being good at taijutsu. Butidin. Texpect Uchiha Sora cold holdy sonaganster for this long. It looks like we should pay more attention to his taijutsu training in the future. Suddenly, a heavy thudeka attack across the training ground as Uchiha Izumi was struck with great force and flying, landing hard on the ground. She clutched her injured shoulder, eyes brimming with tears from the pain. Jitachi hurried over on to help her up, his expression turning serious. Izumi. You re-hurt. Her bare shoulder was visibly swollen and red, suggesting her bone might have been injured. Inside, Uchiha cursed himself. He had been too absorbed in the match, pushing himself to improve, and lost control, accidentally injuring Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Sora. How could you Besarov? The teacher scolded sharply. Din. Tire parents teach you to treat your comrades and clan mates with care. Sorak knew, Wua sought fault. Buthering theater. Reproach, especially the mention of his late parents. He couldn't. Thel Bofaro Hesbrow and respond. In battle between ninjas, injuries are inevitable. Sensei. You, Ria Ninja too. You should understand the harsh reality of our world. My parents died in a mission. Their greatest lesson to me was to survive ain't this difficult world. Not to get thungapaman or setbacks in simulated combat. Sora. Swords left the students momentarily at a loss for how to act. They were still young men, yothed them couldn't fully comprehend what Sora had just said. Theknine instructor. Who had just scolded Sora. Fell to deep and gat the sea's words. Realizing he had spoken out of turn and should not have mentioned Sora. Sparrants. He looked awkward and a faint blush crept across his cheeks. At least. He just sighed. Forget it. I won. Targue with you. Only then did Sora walk over to Izumi, holding out his hand in a gesture of reconciliation. His smile sincere. Sorry. It didn't. Tantra miss strength every, well-intended do hurting you. I apologize and hope you can forgive me. Izumi stared at Sora, still echoing his words to the teacher in her mind. Suddenly, she felt that Sora was somehow different from everyone else. Exactly how. Shuriken. TSA. She just watched his gentle smile. Her own fascinated with a reluctant blush as she stammered. It's okay. I don't blame you. Said it. With a hint of shiness. Uchiha Sora. Your taijutsu is really impressive. Your taijutsu skills, Sorin. TB. Either. Wish you'll train together when we have some free time. Uchiha Sora said with a warm laugh. Sure. Uchiha Izumi replied without a moment. Hesitation. Watching that two men fence so quickly and even strike you pa friendship. The ninja chunker standing nearby felt a pang of envy. Heckled and fell but which the corner of his mouth. With a subtle smile, in the days that followed, Uchiha Sora often sparred with Uchiha Izumi, engage in chin taijutsu. Although his skills steadily improving so his automatic training and practice with Izumi could hardly bring substantial breakthroughs anymore, has still continued their friendly matches. For Uchiha Sora, these sparring sessions brought back the long-lost joys of childhood. Asuma knew how was always contemplating the future and the bigger picture. His time with Izumi provided a rare sense of peace for his heart. Ever since Sora demonstrated his impressive talent in taijutsu, his classmates had stopped mocking him as Uchiha dead last. In fact, a few of the girls began to watch him in secret, quietly comparing him to Uchiha Itachi amongst themselves. In theory, yes. Sora was even more likable than Itachi, with a bright and cheerful disposition, quite unlike Itachi, who was always quiet and withdrawn. Meanwhile, in Uchiha leader, Shome, after finishing dinner, Mikoto strolled through the garden carrying Goni-year-old Sasuke in her arms. Fugaku sat in the living room, conversing across from Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, are you getting used to all of the Ninja Academy? Have you learned anything new, or made any friends? Fugaku asked with concern. Itachi replied with perfect propriety. Father, I am certain learning at the Academy Andy. We already grasp most of it. As for friends, there aren't. Team on yet. Fugaku nodded and said, your talent makes Seathard for your peers still keep up, and you, Renatona Todake, the initiative aim making friends. Still, if you get the chance, try to connect with a few more people. He paused briefly beforeing. We heard the Uchiha in your classes performing quite well lately. Father. Itachi looked at a Fugaku, alla puzzled. He hadn't expected his usual Eastern father. Never owned for trivial matters. Tobering, Gupsara. Snemi and Hyson. Fugaku gave a gentle smiley and said, we only heard. They've been making rapid progress lately. His taijutsu was almost in par with yours. Itachi, your talent should make you confident, button. Always go your own way. If you have some time, you could exchange a taijutsu pointers with him. Yes, father. Itachi nodded in agreement. Good. That, all for Tode. Then, with that, Fugaku stood up and left the room. In his eyes, Itachi haxled in every aspect. Save for his reserved nature and lack offerings. Suchata's position, he believed, wouldn't Itachi. Future prospects and perhaps even become an obstacle when the time came for him to assume the clan leadership. If only Itachi could build loyal confidence from an early age, then combined with his exceptional talent. Uchiha clan under Itachi, guidance would no doubt achieve new weights of glory. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Sora, Uchiha Fugaku had already started to see him as only of Itachi. Future, trusted allies. At this very moment, Sora was practicing the clan's renowned fire style in ninjutsu. The fire still a great fireball technique. This ninjutsu was considered an essential skill for every Uchiha household. Every family kept its scroll stowed safely away. He unearthed at the scroll sat home, careful memorizing the hand signs and the steps involved in casting the technique, as expected. A prompt from the system swiftly appeared. Your fire still a great fireball technique has an array to cultivation mode. In other words, Sora no longer need to manually invest this time and effort. He merely had to wait until the automatic cultivation was complete. But as the day slipped, the progress was agonizingly slow. One day, then two, still, there was no signal of success. Impatient, Sora decided to try practicing on his own. He followed the scroll to the letter, weaving the required hand signs, gathering chakra deep in his chest, ready to unleash shader, off flame. But just as the chakra stirred within, the fire quickly fizzled out. Only feeble sparks escaped his lips, enough to blister the corner of his mouth. He had failed again. Sora couldn't. Thelba feel disheartened. After all, Itachi had conjured a full-sized fireball on his first tree, and even Sasuke's initial attempt to drizzle Ted in an impressive flame. Compared to them, his own efforts seemed laughable, his fear weak, and his lips smarting from the burn. Though Lord Alif, them deeply frustrated, a cheerful tone sounded in his mending. Your great fireball technique is some of be your pitiful talent. If that's decided to speedy your training. Ding. Your great fireball technique has no surpassity or natural abilities. Training is complete. Suddenly, the familiar system voice echoed in his head. In a rush, insight and experience about the great fireball technique flooded his mind. Clear and unmistakable. He once again from at the hand seal sand unleashed the jutsu. With the mighty roar, an enormous fireball erupted forward, surging with raw power. It scorched up a throth grass, exposing a long, ragged strip of earth. The fireball struck at a stand tree, set in jitablaz in an instant. The entire tree crumpled and crashed to the ground with a sounding thud. Ace expected. The system never lets me down, Sora muttered to himself, with helpless resignation. Uchiha glanced Dupatheski, noticing the dusk was about to fall. He was in a good mood. Tonight, he, be visiting Uchiha Izumi, Shumizaguest. Without further hesitation, headed himself Ipan set out for her house. This was the first time Izumi had invited him over for dinner, and he didn't. Twanto Kiefer waiting. Before long, Sora arrived at the entrance to Izumi, Shom. Izumi was already waiting for him outside. When she saw Sora arrive, she greeted him with a bright smiley and handed him a Kalian pair of slippers. You, here. Sora, my mom, cooking dinner. El Berity soon. Let me make you acupofty while you wait. Thank you. Sora replied as she swapped his shoes for the slippers and stepped inside. Taking gassy tint the living room, Izumi soon brewed some tea and brought it to him. There was a gentle warmth in the way Izumi cared for others. Her attentiveness filling their room. Her family lived simply a year ago. Her father had passed away during the Ninetales rampage. Afterward, she and her mother, Uchiha Hazuki, moved back to the Uchiha compound, relying Gonieka for support. Before long, Hazuki emerged from the kitchen with a freshly prepared dishes and sat next to Izumi. Turning to Sora with a soft smile, Sora, we heard that Izumi has been making remarkable progress in taijutsu lately. She always solid off that to your guidance, Hazuki said, smiling graciously. Ireladon. T deserve credit. Izumi and he have been working hard together. Sora replied modestly. Hazuki brushed a stray lock of hair as and smiled. Udon. Thavatoba so modest. Just treat this house as you run from no one. Izumi is going to need your support in the future. Sora nodded seriously. Izumi's outstanding gone hero. Beautiful boy. Of course, I'll look out for her. Hazuki nodded at him with warmth and serious. You seem like Tsuchimachiran's reliable child. Sora, hearing you say, that puts Mimandata taste. Beside them, Izumi. Skeeks flushed with embarrassment she didn't. TDR me theories. Ever since the dinner at Izumi, Shom. Sora clearly felt Aspasio, kindness from her mother. Afterward, Hazuki would often have Izumi bring him an extra lunchbox when he attended ninja school. At first, Sora felt a bit awkward about this no attention. Butastum passed. He gradually grew to the days off being cared for in this way. Day by day, Sora's abilities grew rapidly through diligent training. Even with the tiny extraordinary opportunities, his rate of progress far surpassed that of his peers within just 3 months. His chakra reserves multiplied several times over, and his body became menacingly stronger. Despite his young age, toned muscles began to show a balance of strength and poise. His prowess in taijutsu advanced as well be no. If Epit Fourth is full of fort, even ordinary lower-ranked ninja would struggle to fishi Zadax. After school that day, Orochimaru was practicing his throwing weapon Sinano Penfield near his house. Although he possessed the ability tackle teltavatically, he still preferred to experiment with new training routines in high zone. He hoped to trigger his system, saw cultivation function. This time, he had picked the Shuriken throwing technique, a type of ninja tool skill. But for some reason, the system had never created not a project for it. So, Sora decided to practice in high zone. He had even gone out of his way to borrow away from Izumi Uchiha's mother, since she had namoni tobui hison. And there went a spare ninja tool Sathome, standing in the center of the field. Sora gripped a kunai tightly, set the sight, sent the target, and hurled the weapon forward with all his strength. Clang! The kunai flew, why the no power. But his aim was off. The blade struck the trunk of an earbit tree. Then tumble, to the ground. Sorla to Tazai. Why is my talent so lacking? Just then, a message from the system suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Your talent is too low. The shuriken throwing technique has reached the level the system can. Bear to watch. Activating automatic cultivation mode. Fine. You take over. System. With that, the project for shuriken throwing technique was successfully established in auto cultivation mode. Sora promptly flopped down on the aggressy field, fully embracing his role as someone who leaves everything to the system, lying theory on his back. He began to consider whether he should try swordsmanship training in the future, just to see if he could activate the auto cultivation feature for that task. Well, at that moment, a voice called out from the faraway. Sorachia, are you practicing shuriken throwing? Sora saw the pan looked over, surprised to find Itachi Uchiha standing there. He called out, Itachi Uchiha. What are you doing here? I just happened at a passing by. Itachi replied shortly, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his expression. Actually, Sora, I'm also planning to practice my shuriken throwing. Would you lead a train together? Of it. San honor train with a prodigy like you, Sora answered, grinning. This was the perfection set to further stimulate the auto cultivation function he just unlocked. Even on his spears. Itachi Haskell with the shuriken was unmatched. Though he was only 6 years old, he held the top spot in his entire grade. Come on, Itachi. Give me a demonstration of your shuriken throwing. Let me see what true skill looks like. Sora sighed Ash, clapping gafferly hand on Itachi's shoulder with genuine enthusiasm. It was clear that Itachi was enthused as to displays of friendliness. When Sora patted his shoulder, he visibly tensed up. But seeing the anticipation in Sora's, Itachi's, in outer fuse, he quickly composed himself, then began to demonstrate the signature shuriken throwing technique. Uchiha Zora stood aside, observing Uchiha demonstrated his shuriken skills, with remarkable finesse. Although Itachi had yet to master thick evident ability to make his shuriken curve in flight, both his accuracy and his technique were already far beyond those of ordinary people, surpassing even Manyavar ninjas. Just then, a notification echoed in Sora's mending. By watching an outstanding demonstration, your shuriken throwing technique has become filled with admiration and deep insight. Your auto cultivation progresses increased greatly. In that instant, a surge of knowledge and technique related to shuriken throwing flooded into his man like an unstoppable tide. Sora immediate license Thethys grasp off, throwing weapon shot advanced by leaps and bounds, elevating his skill to a whole new level. Let me jivitatri, he exclaimed, pulling a kunai from his pachan sending jet flying toward the target. The kunai sliced through the air, striking exactly where Itachi's previous kunai had landed. Sora, your shuriken skills are incredible. Itachi exclaimed, and in surprise and admiration Ash witnessed the feat. Silently. He thought to himself, father was right. Training with Sora always presents a worthy challenge and brings real growth. Sora offered a faint smile, quietly acknowledging his heart it was all thanks to the inspiration you gave him. In the days that followed, Sora not only practiced taijutsu with Izumi, but also regularly trained with Itachi, sharpening their shuriken throwing skills side by side. Times Lippy. And in the blink Kofani. More than half a year had passed. Sora had now turned 70 years old. One day, Sora and Dee decided together that they would join the older students in taking the graduation exam, aiming to graduate ahead of schedule. For Itachi. He had long since completed every course at the Ninja Academy. There was nothing left there for him to learn. So graduating early washes and lekois. There was nothing left there for him to learn. So graduating early washes and lekois. As for Sora, with advantage of his cultivation system and months of diligent training, all his ability shad grown to an astonishing extent. Even Itachi, who trained with him regularly, could not grasp the true extent of Sora's strength. More importantly, Sora realized the bottleneck. Within the confines of the academy, the pacifist automatic training had slowed. He needed to step into wider world, to seek new challenges saying greater room for growth. Within the confines of the academy, the pacifist automatic training had slowed. He needed to step into wider world, to seek new challenges saying greater room for growth. He needed to step into a wider world, to seek new challenges saying greater room for growth. On the day of the exam, before entering the assessment room, Izumi approached Sora, offering him a warm smile and her heartfelt wish. Sora, I wish you success in your exam and a smooth graduation. Offering him a warm smile and her heartfelt wish. Sora, I wish you success in your exam and a smooth graduation. Confident in his abilities, Sora grinned, affectionately ruffling Izumi's air before returning to walk into the exam room. Izumi watched Sora treating figure and Medea quiet vowed to herself he will work hard to catch up. One day, I want to stand proudly by his side. One day, I want to stand proudly by his side. Half an hour later, Sora emerged from the classroom. Calm, mon. A forehead protector signifying his Tadasa-san and jaw was already tied across his brow. The graduation exam had been remarkably easy. Aside from the obligatory written test, the ninjutsu practical online required mastery of the most basic body substitution techniques. With hardly any effort, Sorochi Hasel through hand took his first step into the new chapter of his ninja life. A forehead protector signifying his Tadasa-san and jaw was already tied across his brow. The graduation exam had been remarkably easy, aside from the obligatory written test. The ninjutsu practical only required mastery of the most basic body substitution techniques, with hardline effort. Sorochi Hasel through hand took his first step into the new chapter of his ninja life. Sora, this is amazing, congratulations on becoming a genin. Izumi Uchiha had been waiting outside the classroom when she saw Sora emerge, sharing up to him. Her excitement bubbling over as she called other heartfelt congratulations. When she saw Sora emerge, sharing up to him. Her excitement bubbling over as she called other heartfelt congratulations. Haha. To celebrate my graduation, I'm treating everyone to a meal after class today. Let's invite your aunt as well. Sora was in high spirits. He took Izumi by the hand, leading her confident style left. Sora was in high spirits. He took Izumi by the hand, leading her confident style left. Okay. Izumi's hand waves and closed in his, as light blush coloring her cheeks ashened softly. The next day was the group assignment day, because Sora and Itachi Uchiha graduated alongside older students. That two of them were naturally the own just genin of their year. However, they weren't placidonthesamidium. Few instead assigned to separate squads. However, they weren't placidonthesamiteam. Butte instead assigned to separate squads. Itachino Hadi-san teammates. While Sora found himself with a new set of companions, group assignments after graduation often hinged on an own's background and family connections. Although Sora was from Uchiha clan, the early loss of his parents meant delicate a strong support network, a Sarasalt. Neither his stamets nor his Jonin instructor came from particularly powerful backgrounds, a Sarasalt. Neither his stamets nor his instructor came from particularly powerful backgrounds. His instructor Snamasaki Kaminaka, his teammates, one boy and one girl, were Hikaru Hirei and Yuga Uzuki. Both teammates were already 12 years old, making them 5 years older than Sora. Both teammates were already 12 years old, making them 5 years older than Sora. Sora wasn't familiar with either Masaka Kaminaka or Hira Hirai. Beauty had a distinct impression of Yuga Uzuki. In the future, Yuga would become an elite member of the Imbu, renowned for her swordsmanship. Although fate would let her deal a tragedy, claiming the life of her beloved. In the future, Yuga would become any of the elite members of the Imbu, renowned for her swordsmanship. Although fate would later deal her a tragic hand, claiming the life of her beloved, being Theon just stand a member of Uchiha. Sora was an intriguing mystery to Bethis and their instructor. Instead of that traditional bell-grabbing test, their group session ended on a different note. Masaki Kaminaka to call 3 out for a hearty meal, giving every Oni an opportunity to talk no one and other before embarking on their official missions. Masaki Kaminaka to call 3 out for a hearty meal, giving every Oni an opportunity to get no one and other before embarking on their official missions. Giving every Oni an opportunity to get no one and other before embarking on their official missions. Masaki Kaminaka was Aziz and Jonin in his forties, steady and well-rounded in all skills. Though Helak Danny particular stand outland. Hikaru Hirai Exa. What are Lisa techniques and also had a basic knowledge of medical ninjutsu. Yu-Ga Ozuki was a specialist in kinjutsu, part of swordsmanship. Sora didn't showcase any particular specialty. But when introducing himself, he mentioned his proficiency in taijutsu on fire release. After brief introductions, Theffer of them set out the following day, beginning, their release new genin. They'd ask Sasign, Tajanin, where mostly simple. Helping to Finlaspets, assisting villagers with moving homes, or escorting cargo to nearby towns. They were almost always dranker crank missions, with little danger and a decidedly easy pace. Helping to Finlaspets, assisting villagers with moving homes, or escorting cargo to nearby towns. They were almost always dranker crank missions, with little danger and a decidedly easy pace. Uchiha Sora wasn't the least bit anxious about this. After completing several missions and saving his first sum of earnings, he went to the weapon shop and bought Taffin a steel short sword, planning to begin his swordsmanship training. When Sora arrived at the rendezvous point with that sword slung across his back, his two teammates immediately noticed. Curiously, Uzuki Yugao asked, Sora, are you planning to learn swordsmanship too? Both of you ever practiced with a sword before? Curiously, Uzuki Yugao asked, Sora, are ya planning to learn swordsmanship too? Both of you ever practiced with a sword before? Sora shook his head and replied with a warm smile, no. Beautisant, that perfect. You can teach me, can't you? I'll be early in your guidance from no on. Uzuki Yugao was taken aback for a moment. Then, rolled Harry Satham with exasperation. Aren't you afraid that an ordinary genin like me may hold back a genius from Uchiha? Aren't you afraid that an ordinary genin like me may hold back a genius from Uchiha? Sora responded, earnestly, genius or not. In my eyes, your theory all talent weenet comesto's wordsmanship. With Sora's genuine praise, the corners of Yugao's lips galdenthal but curl upward. Clearly, receiving such affirmation from Atamatepolis there quite a bit. Still, Shetruto maintained her composure, adjusted her expression, and nodded seriously. Since you decided to practice swordsmanship, as your teammate, I'll make sure to train with you in Everkin, off t'other side. Hirai Koki watched Sora over his crush with just a word sans excretly gava him a mental thumbs up. In Koki's view, Sora, who had no foundation in swordsmanship, suddenly buying Ga short sword Dan wanting to train, was mostly because of Yugao. After all, among girls theirage, Yugao was undeniably pretty. Everyone agreed she was the group. Little beauty, and just like that, the plan to start swordsmanship training was set in motion without a hitch. Of course, Sora wasn't motivated solely by Yugao. Hesimply felt that mastering Thesword would give him a stronger presence and, besides, swordsmanship weighs deadlier than basic taijutsu. Now, with Hisada training mode unlocked, Sora sees that the Kinseto spar with the Yugao and set swordsmanship as his new goal. Activating his automated practice, during his first bout with the Yugao, his sword skills leaped forward with remarkable speed. Thanks to this, Sora quickly picked up the fundamental soft swordsmanship and continued to progress steadily. Meanwhile, their Jonin instructor, Nakama Masaki, would teach them various basic ninja skills during regular training, things like tree climbing and water walking. One day during a group session, Nakama Masaki conducted chakra tests for all three of them. Their salts game, back Koki, chakra nature was water. Yugao, swas earth, and Sora, swas fire. Seeing their salts, Kokasim Adialit, disappointed Dan said. Soyor Chakranacharasanly fire. Ha. I was sure you. Dad least, Bijual nature genius. Generally speaking, Themarena Churla gifted Ananjais. Themarecha Kranachara stay possess? In this regard. Uchiha Sora. Sol attributes seem editods with this outstanding performance. Of course. Uchiha's Irakli Wexakli Waiha currently had only the theory attribute. It was Bekashuazan. Ta prodigy in the traditional sense. His progress depended entirely on the system. Saw automatic training assistance, just then. A notification from the system, Chibe Indinding. Because Simone has questioned your natural talent. You feel indignant and avathusa awaken need a new chakranature wind. Hearing this prompt. Sorakanen. Thelpu fila glimmer of delight. The system surely lived up to its name. Its powers alive in Heisenab potential all to awake nautically, perhaps. In the future. There might even be Chin seed awaken new bloodline abilities, he's critically calculated in his mind. If an opportunity arises, I must make Tamato spar with the Yamato. Maybe if it can trigger a sense of envy over physical abilities. It might awaken would release. Time slip be. Die after day. Sorabusi himself with Genemission Sanane hand. And Don Theother. Has part in swordsmanship with Yu Gaozuki, whenever he had a free evening. He. D-drop Uchiha Izumi. Shamato Sharia hearty dinner. His days were abundant and warm. Had it not been for the looming crisis of the future. Sora thoughts a peace food. Bemarethanuno. Ivanifer managen in his whole life. Heckled still eat a happy own, before he realized it. Near liar had passance, Esara Bekamia Genin. Over this year. He had completed a large number of Genin class missions, and had grown noticeably stronger in Alarius. Thanks to the system. Saw automatic physica training. He, Devencaught Tupenhate with his teammates. Both of whom were 5 years senior. Because Sora had never truly displayed his full strength, his teammates in league knew he massed the strong jest among the three. But the extent of his abilities are manifestory, that every day. A piece of news got Sora, sat, henshin. Itachi has awakened is sharingan. Apparently, while carrying out a Genin mission, he encountered Ananami and his team at Twaskild. Hiramitsuka said nervously at the team meeting. I think we should be extra careful on our missions too. All right, accidents can happen during missions. None need to be overly anxious. With me, A. Jonin. Here, I. LH. Real safe. Their leader Nakajima reassured them. Yeah. At that. Hiramitsuka finally relaxed, but Sarasilently grew more vigilant, here called that, in the original story. Itachi. Steamathati duato thesek manipulation of Fuchiha Bato. Itachi. So awakening off the sharingan was likely orchestrated by Obito himself. As for why Obito would help Itachi awaken his power. Perhaps Shine tended to groom Himasapon for future plans. Uchiha Sora. 2. Was a member of Uchiha clan, who had graduated early. A Sayong genius of similar age. Hem idol so attract Obito. Satinshin. Secretly. Here Salvadinia's heart. It seems must find a way to speed dummy growth. If you want to defend against Obito. Uchiha's Arak knew that only by becoming strong Janako he make his opponent think twice before acting. During his subsequent missions. Uchiha Sora became exceptionally cautious. Notably, he also decided to personally research and develop Therasinganta technique. By no. Sora, chakra reserve, shall become quite formidable. By his own estimation. He had already reached the level of a typical Jonin. For the past 2 years. He had continuously refined his chakra-rousing special techniques, steadily cultivating a solid foundation. Moreover, his sharingan could Noba maintain stably at the three-tomoe stage. All in all, he fully possessed the capacity to develop a jutsu. Theon Lyrisan hadn't. TB4 was, they focused entire lion reinforcing his fundamentals, never dabbling in more complex techniques. With his foundation oscillita stone. If that become especially important to study and master Samunaketrum card jutsu, the process of developing Therasingan went extremely smoothly. Following the detailed instructions from the original storyline, Sora had just completed the very first step when the system instantly chimed in with a prompt. Ding. Raising Ganjutsu project successfully initiated, entering automatic training mode. Roughly half an hour later, the system sound didagan. Ding. With the detailed tutorial, your Rasengan training speed has greatly increased. Training complete. Thema meant the voice for that away. Sora Kodinen, Thelbu break and smile. Now Thitha had successfully mastered their Rasengan. He wasted no time moving on to wind releaser sin Shuriken. But soon, the system is you add another notice your chakra is insufficient. Automatic training, off wind releaser sin Shuriken failed. Immediately laughter. The systematic your chakra refinement technique has been stimulated. Automatic cultivation speed has greatly increased. Instantly, Sora felt the chakra reserves. Bijin to expanded to an astonishing grade. At the space, his total chakra would likely double in less than a month. Though he hadn't mastered Theris and Shuriken right away, the newfound speed in chakra refinement was certainly worth celebrating. Just then, the system provided another prompting. Your body senses that chakra refinement may become a burden, striving to break its limits. If that successfully evolved into the standard sage body. Reading this message, Sora was overjoyed hadn't expected such a monumental change in his own constitution. With the power of these age bodies supporting him, he would never again have to worry about running short in chakra, as she's own strength grew. The essence of crisis that weighed in Uchiha Zora's heart finally began to ease. A month later, after completing a crank mission, Kamajumasaki said at 3 of them. Next month is the registration period for X9 exams. If hinkall 3 of, you have performed excellently and Ariel really qualify to the cake part. If you're willing, I can help you sign up. Uzuki Yugao and Hira Mitsudara's faces lit up with excitement. That two of them turned eagerly to Uchiha Sora. What do you think? Sora should wedge at the exams tree. Uchiha Sora frowned slightly. To be honest, he wasn't in a hurry to take the X9 exams, nor did he want to move up the ranks so quickly. Heck knew all too well that standing out wouldn't lie bring unnecessary trouble. During his time at the Ninja Academy, it was still reasonable to show occasional brilliance, and to graduate early. Beautiful to advance from Janintaknin within a year. His remarkable talent would inevitably draw attention from every quarter. What's more, his Uchiha lineage alone weighs and auto-provoke suspicion and wariness from Konoha's leadership. For the reasons, Sora had no intention of climbing the ranks at breakneck speed. Had he been content to remain Ajinin forever after, then become a target because advanced too quickly, still, Ashimethia Jarias of his teammates. Sora considered briefly by for not in agreement. After all, Theknin exams required team registration. Only in their case of Fatamate's death in a mission could someone participate alone. Besides, Sora could always use to keep a low profile during the exams, or even withdraw midway, as long as accompanied his team at Sangava the Amakansa to advance. That ways, he himself could easily fit into the background. That's great. As long as the 3 of you shall agree, we can sign up for protection and exams together. Hiremitsu Teru exclaimed happily. Thema Mensuraga Hi's reply. Excellent. Since every Yonsen board, you'll complete your registration in the next couple of days. Kamijumasaki said, with a smile, should the 3 pass Theknin exams. Kamijumasaki, as their sensei, would receive praise from the Hokage as well. From his perspective, of course he hoped they would get promoted smoothly. The next day, Kamijumasaki brought them news that their registration was successful, and even announced that a long vacation for them. From now until the start of the exams, the 3 would have yearly a full month to focus on their own improvement, taking advantage of this free time. The 3 sought out Kamijumasaki for advice in various ninjutsu, hoping to pick up half few more powerful techniques. Unfortunately, Kamijumasaki himself didn't have many unique jutsu to teach them. In themed, has employed some string sand managed a few ninjutsu scrolls from a close friend, handing going out to each of his students. Thank you, Master Masaki. The 3 of them accepted the scrolls and expressed their gratitude to their teacher. Afterwards, they chin-rolled their scrolls to see what was inside. On Hiramitsuki's scroll was the technique for a brank water-style jutsu, Water Dragon Bullet. Uzuki Yugao's scroll documented the Shadow Clan technique. As for Uchiha Sora, his scroll contained the secrets to a brank fire-style jutsu, the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. All 3 of these jutsu are classified as brank, usually abilities reserved for seasoned jonin. If the 3 could master the techniques, it would no doubt give them an enormous gene the upcoming Chunin exams. A clear notification echoed in his minding. Through relentless effort, your mastery of fire-style Fiery Dragon Flame ability is now complete. A month later, the Chunin exams were held in schedule in the village of Konoha. Uchiha Sora and Hisquadar arrived punctually to participate. They breezed through the first written exam, in the second round. A survival challenge. Uchiha Sora took on a supperative role, within the team, giving his teammates a chance to shine. During the subsequent knockout stage, Sora intentionally left himself open, allowing his opponent to thus be eliminated from the competition. When Fennels arrived, he sat among the crowd, cheering from the stands for Uzuki Yugao, the Lione from their team to advance. In the end, Uzuki Yugao's brilliant swordsmanship secured her a victory in the finals, earning her the title of Chunin. Meanwhile, Hiramitsuki and Uchiha Sora and Genin. The next day, newly promoted Chun and Uzuki Yuga took her two teammates and the original teacher Masaki out to restaurant to celebrate. From then on, Asa Chunin. Uzuki Yugao will take in higher level missions and continue to hone her skills. Hiramitsuki called in Theisenvi. After the meal, as everyone went their separate ways, Hiramitsuki gave Uchiha Sora a gentle pat on the shoulder, his tone tinged with melancholy. Hey, Sora, now that Master Masaki's moving on to higher missions, it'll just be a swagana left. I guess we probably want Thaveman can't to work together anymore. Will we? Uchiha Sora flashed a calm smile. As long as we keep working hard, our chance for promotion will come. There's no need to rush. Yeah. To be honest, I don't really think him cut out for those dangerous missions. Once a be Kamichunin, I plan to apply for a Ching position at the Ninja Akane. Hiramitsuka said earnestly. Being a teacher sounds wonderful. You have me full support. Sora replied with a smile. Really? You don't think Kitsuwasti for me to head in the direction? Sora shook, cold softly. Everyone has their own dreams. Besides, becoming Gattakrath in Ninja Academy isn't exactly easy. Whether or not Algier wishes to loop in the air. Sora. The way Yappidatin Lee makes Memora determined. Hiramitsu Terra laughed heartily. I hope that when we next meet, I'll have you be me teacher. That we parted ways, each heading home along their own path. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Sora's lips. Now, that Bethesda Machadem Barkadanu chapter Cynthia lives. It was time for him to share in the next stage of his own. There were many things she still needed to improve ain't the days to come. Ever since Sharingan had evolved, there had been no sign of their advancement. Perhaps with a needed no some special turning point. His progress with chakra had been swift bino. The total amount of chakra he possessed was at least equal to the Tofanavara Jonin. Thanks to possessing the body of passage, his physical abilities enjoyed an extra boost. Both his taijutsu and swordsmanship continue to improve steadily under automatic training. As for ninjutsu, besides the basic body flicker technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, a few fire stili techniques, and the shadow clone jutsu learned from Uzuki Yugao, the only high-level jutsu had mastered was the Rinkrzingan. When it came into genjutsu, his knowledge was even scarcer. Although his overall strength was far from weak, Uchiha Sora still felt unsatisfied with his current state, especially because she lacked a truly crucial means of protecting his own life. Uchiha Sora mercilessly about jetting the Scroll of Seals. The Scroll of Seals contained a description of many forbidden and strength jutsu. Uchiha Sora thought about the safety with the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Sora decided to figure out a way to obtain the training method for the Flying Thunder God. The Scroll of Seals was kept in the third Hokage's residence under Watch. Uchiha Sora realized cold and stealth scroll with his current abilities. Uchiha Sora knew a cold and access the scroll as an Uchiha member through normal channels. Uchiha Sora called the Kamogakure negotiation incident. The Kamogakure negotiation incident was a moment of humiliation for Konoha. Kamogakure tried to kidnap the Yuga main family heiress during the negotiation. Hayashi Yuga foiled the kidnapping gang killed the Kamogakure ninja. Kamogakure accused Konoha and threatened to run Shiyasha's body wash handed over. Konoha chose to sacrifice Neji's father to maintain peace. Uchiha Sora knew the incident was about to happen. Uchiha Sora Membedanata Hyuga's birthday was related to the treaty signing. Uchiha Sora realized there were only about 3 months left. Uchiha Sora thought about the opportunitas as the Scroll of Seals. During the chaos, Uchiha Sora planned to seize the Scroll of Seals during the chaos. Uchiha Sora decided to start preparations for stealing the Scroll of Seals. Uchiha Sora thought there wasn't much to prepare. Uchiha Sora's belly Evis had advantage of timing and location. Uchiha Sora thought could secure the Scroll of Seals. Uchiha Sora decided Hana his genjutsu on sharingan power. Uchiha Sora knew the power of sharingan bolstered genjutsu. Uchiha Sora thought genjutsu would be an asset for future plans. Uchiha Sora thought of Uchiha Shisui while thinking about genjutsu. Uchiha Shiwasa acknowledged das a strong gestin Uchiha clan and servanthian. Uchiha Sora belignu Shisui and had little interaction with him. Uchiha Sora planned to meet Shisui through Itachi. Uchiha Sora arranged a meeting with Itachi. Uchiha Sora and Itachi met in a small grove. Uchiha Sora and Itachi had little time to communicate since graduation. It had been nearly half a year since Uchiha Sora and Itachi last saw each other. Itachi's demeanor seemed to have grown quieter and more reserved. Uchiha Sora asked Itachi to show his sharingan. Itachi showed his double tomo sharingan. Uchiha Sora praised Itachi's double tomo sharingan. Itachi didn't know Uchiha Sora had awakened to his sharingan years earlier. Itachi talked about the curse of sharingan. Itachi said sharingan took something away from him. Uchiha Sora asked Itachi for help to meet Shisui. Itachi asked Uchiha Sora wanted to meet. Uchiha Sora said he wanted to meet Uchiha Shisui. Itachi looked surprised when Uchiha Sora mentioned Shisui. Uchiha Sora explained he wanted to learn genjutsu from Shisui. Uchiha Sora asked Itachi to help him meet Shisui. Itachi agreed to help Uchiha Sora meet Shisui. Itachi brought back news about meeting Shisui in 3 days. Uchiha greeted Uchiha Sora and mentioned Itachi told him about Sora. Uchiha and Itachi are at the grove to meet Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora was waiting for Uchiha Shisui and Itachi in the grove. Uchiha greeted Uchiha Sora with a warm smile. Uchiha was known as the greatest master of illusion and Shisui of the body flicker. Uchiha was a living legend in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha was just a few years older than Uchiha Sora and Itachi. Uchiha so likely hadn't awakened the Mangekyo sharingan yet. Uchiha Sora thought Shisui's death was an narrative sacrifice. Uchiha Sora replied to Shisui modestly. Uchiha Shisui's Uchiha Sora was stronger than Itachi. Itachi was stunned by Shisui's praise for Uchiha Sora. Itachi never expected Shisui to praise Uchiha Sora. Itachi had always thought left Uchiha Sora far behind. Uchiha Sora sighed at Shisui's perception. Uchiha Sora knew Shisui's extraordinary sensory abilities. Uchiha Sora knew Shisui could detect this true chakra strength. Uchiha asked if he decided Sora wanted to learn genjutsu from him. Uchiha Sora nodded to Shisui's question. Uchiha Shisui gave advice in genjutsu training. Uchiha Shisui talked about genjutsu after sharing an evolved three-tomoe. Uchiha advised Uchiha Sora to perfect this unique strengths. Uchiha Sora thanked Shisui and still wanted to learn Jinju. Uchiha Sora earnestly made a request to Shisui. Uchiha Shizi nodded and let Saragun with the Iser quest. Uchiha Sora asked Shisui to sharingan based ninjutsu on him. Uchiha's rebellion of it would unlock insights. Uchiha Shizi looked Uchiha Sora with approval. Uchiha understood Uchiha Sora's training course. Uchiha and Itachi arrived at the grove to meet Uchiha Sora again. Uchiha Sora was waiting for Shisui and Itachi in the grove. Uchiha Shisui greeted Uchiha Sora warmly. Uchiha was renowned as the greatest genjutsu user and Shisui of the body flicker. Uchiha was a legend in Uchiha clan. Uchiha was not much older than Uchiha Sora and Itachi. Uchiha so likely hadn't awakened the Mangekyo sharingan yet. Uchiha Sora thought Shisui's death was a narrative and necessity. Uchiha Sora said had much to him, prove compared to it in Shisui. Shisui shook his head with effortless smile. I can send your chakra, even stronger than Itachi's. He replied. At the swords. Itachi's wouldn't in surprise. He clearly hadn't expected Shisui to react so highly until now. He had believed, already far surpassed, I suppose nothing escapes your notice. Shisui senpai. K.S.'d softly. For Samanike Shisui. A master of genjutsu. His sensory abilities far exceeded what Itachi possessed at this stage. It came as no surprise she called detect the overwhelming power of Sakura. With a wave off, ish hand. Shisui smiled and said, Itachi told me you wish to learn genjutsu from. Nodded in response. Shisui's brow furrowed slightly. For Uchiha clan members, if you don't show a particular talent for genjutsu early on, the rest really need to focus on it so deliberately. Once the sharingan evolves to three-tomoe, genjutsu techniques come at us naturally. I'd suggest you focus on your strengths instead. Thank you for your guidance, Shisui senpai. Still, I'd lay some groundwork for genjutsu in advance, replied with a polite smile. I have your quest. And I hope you'll indulge me. It seems your mind is made up. Go ahead. Tell me. Shisui paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Please. Use your sharingan genjutsu on me. I want to experience, firsthand, the power of the strongest genjutsu aser. I believe it will help immensely. Kernus Lyre quested. Satha Sashao, you practice. Indeed. Experiencing the strength of a true master can offer insight into deeper mysteries, Shisui said. Looking back with renewed appreciation before nodding his assent. With that, the world around suddenly began to shift and transform with dizzy intensity. In an instant, Shisui and Itachi vanished. The lit grove that surrounded them had also disappeared, replaced by a landscape scorched in into living hell. A wasteland beneath an unfathomably black sky. High above, a colossal pupil materialized, round as the full moon. Within that eye, three-tomoe spun slowly, Shisui's sharingan. At that moment, Uchiha Sora felt his body sized by an invisible force couldn't move a single muscle. Countless black crows rose from every direction, swirling and gathering until they coalesced into the form of Shisui himself. Shisui regarded Sora with a gentle smile and said, "This is an illusionary woven by my own hand. You're now trapped in Sita Genjutsu called the Binding of Gold. To help you more deeply perceive the effects of Genjutsu, I'm going to launch a few attacks against you." Shisui continued, drawing his ninja blade as he spoke. Head advanced, thrusting the blade toward Sora. The steel pierced Sora's abdomen, intense pain searing through him. His brows knit in agony, and Thurjato cry out was overwhelming. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to make a sound. A look of approval flickered across Shisui's face. Impressive. Your willpower is still strong, the tear assures me. You'll continue to feel this illusion. What you can comprehend from it, they gain their years alone acclaim. Sora gave a nod, marveling inward lieth the sheer power of Shisui's genjutsu. Even the three-tomoe sharingan alone could unleash illusions revealing the effects of Itachi's Tsukuyomi. He couldn't imagine, should Shisui ever awaken the Mangekyo sharingan, how unimaginable the might of Fisco Ta Matsukami would be. No wonder Shisui's genjutsu was allowed this that strong jest it was no exaggeration. But Shisui didn't pause. He kept attacking. His blade relentlessly stabbed into Sora's body. When hindered the fifth stab, a message suddenly echoed Rasmond. Ding. Your sharingan has evolved under the impact of the three-tomoe illusion. It has awakened at a three-tomoe and gained a Thedal and genjutsu immunity. In that instant, Sora's eyes turned a brilliant crimson. A powerfully developed three-tomoe sharingan gleam in Shisui's view. What? Sharingan? And already three-tomoe. Shisui, poised for another strike, was visibly stunned. Still, he refused to believe that Sora's three-tomoe sharingan could break free of his meticulously crafted illusion. But just as his blade tossed a key gain, Theta Frozimidare, immovable, cracks spread like lightning across the genjutsu world. And the thunderous crash. The entire space collapsed. Both of them tumbled back into reality, Shisui grunted, staggering back a step. A sharp pain stabbing through his own sharingan. At the same time, Sora dropped knee, utterly drained, gasping desperately for breath. Shisui. Sora. What happened at your yes? The battle in the world of illusions lasted only an instant. From Itachi's viewpoint, right after their brief conversation, one of them suddenly stumbled back with a stifled groan, while the other dropped to his knees, gasping for breath. Clearly, that Wages clashed with Genjutsu. Yet, what baffled Uchiha was Shisui, renowned as the clan's strongest in illusions, would be hurt. Even more astonishing was the Uchiha Sora, in that every moment, awakened, sharing, and with three-tomoe. What on earth had just happened? Itachi felt complete lost, unable to grasp what had unfolded before his eyes. Could it be that Sora managed to successfully counterattack Shisui's genjutsu? How was that even possible? Hezenplai couldn't believe it. In Thuchi Haklin. No. In Aleph Khan no Hagakure. Who could possibly force that master of illusions? Shisui. Into Shukata's advantage. Even the Hokage might struggle Todozo. Be trite, no. Shisui's even more shocked than Itachi. Nunek ni, we saw in prowess and illusions, better than hitted. In fact, he was confident that an opponent upon the level for Cal Q deisily fall to his shinjutsu gina single lapse. Yet Sora Sharingan had evolved a three-tomoe form within his illusion and against Alids. He had managed to break free. This was implying conceivable. Note another clan members with the three-tomoe sharingan had resisted his solutions like this. But Sora had. Becoming the exception. Could it be that Sora's talent for genjutsu surpassed his own? That was the only explanation Shisui could accept. Thank you for your guidance. Shisui is in pie. At that moment, Uchiha stood. Smiling Ash expressed his thanks to Shisui. It was just Ash had hoped under the intense pressure of Shisui's genjutsu. His sharingan had evolved. And he had gained immunity to illusions. Such an ability was undeniably remarkable. It meant Thief would never gain Havito fear being caught in no through illusion. Sora. To think you awakened the sharingan. Three-tomoe. No less. It's truly astonishing. Itachi. Unable to heed his surprise, spoke up from the side. Even summoning his reserved as she was. Could not but show his amazement no. Well then. Sora's awakening Jisa caused for celebration among us clansmen. Shisui collected his linger, in astonishment and smiled warmly. Yes, Sora. Congratulations. Itachi nodded at as well. Offering his heartfelt congratulations to Sora, Shisui burst out laughing. As your senior. Idly to give you a little something to celebrate your awakening. My personal insights into genjutsu. With that, he took out a scroll and handed it to Uchiha Sora. Sora accepted it with obvious delight. Thank you. Shisui's in pie. These were Shisui's own genjutsu secrets. A priceless treasure tone and ninja seeking mastery over illusions. I don't have any special gifts for you right now, so let me tear it you to a meal instead. Itachi Sadasha spoke up. Sounds great. Sorachia replied, with a warm smile. The three of them enjoyed a meal together. During the meal, Sora made a request to Itachi and Shisui, asking them to keep his possession of the Mangekyo sharingan a secret. Both of them nodded seriously, promising to keep a secret safe. In the days that followed, Sorachi had devoted himself to studying the genjutsu techniques that Shisui had shared with him. The scroll contained Tailson and Lee two types of genjutsu. The first was called Genjutsu Shiranui, a visual illusion technique cast through the sharingan. It created a vivid sensation, making the target feel as thought, hey, we're being burned by searing flames. That's Conwest Genjutsu binding chains. A technique that trapped the enemy, leaving them feeling utterly immobilized. Unable to move east thou bound by invisible ropes. With the automatic training effect, Sora quickly mastered both techniques. Aided by the powers of his sharingan. Beyond the specific mechanics, the scroll offered Shisui's unique insights into heart of genjutsu. Understandings that went far beyond anything found in textbooks. These were the kind selfless and sinly a true mentor would be willing to impart, in a time. The end of, they arrived. To celebrate the Ein Ingo for peace security. The Hidden Leaf Village planned a grand ceremony. At list. Sorachi Hazmuka anticipated opportunity was at hand. Compared to 3 months earlier, his strength had soared. Whether ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu, Hano had no glaring weaknesses. Emerging as a well-rounded ninja. And yet, he was still not even 9 years old. Just past his 8th birthday. On this day, the entire village was draped in twinkling lights. The atmosphere festive and bright. Wherever on looked, villagers are shinobi alike. Smiles blossomed in everyone's faces. The PC treated I'm in an ento thestrabat tween the leaf and the hidden cloud. For the first time, the village tasted true peace. This day also happened to be the birthday of Hinata Yuga, eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga household was particularly lively, filled with joy and celebration. That afternoon, Izumi Uchiha and her daughter invited Sora out for a stroll throughout village's streets. Boot in truth, Sora Hadzek, lesson Tashada clone. Instruct in Jetta scout the village's security arrangements. By that afternoon, the Shadow Cloner returned with its findings. Most of the village's security forces were concentrated around the Hokage's mansion, with the remainder patrolling various checkpoints. Meanwhile, Uchiha police force had been tasked with protecting the village's outer perimeter. In the heart of Konoha village, Hokage's personal Ambu member San Shinobu from their organization stood vigilant guard. Uchiha Saranada's theory or at least an Enbu paratives shouldn't and patrolling near the 3rd Hokage's residence. These were the 3rd Hokage's most trusted subordinates. But he went off the village's stoplight. The true powerhouses were always right but the 3rd side. For example, Kakashi would, at the shore, be attending to the Hokage without fail. As night fell, Uchiha Sora deliberately dispatched several shadow clones stockyatless stake out the grounds near the Hyuga family manor. Waiting for the right moment, he was watching for a particular opportunity. When Hinata would be kidnapped, Padan Yuga would be about to intervene. If Shuken incident broke out, it would surely alert the heist authorities of Konoha, plunging the village in a chaos. And that, Uchiha knew, would be the perfect moment to stealth a scroll of seals. Time passed by in increments. Uchiha Sora had been with the Izumi and her mother was, in fact, already Ashida clone. Sora's body had long since taken up position around the third Hokage's residence. Meanwhile, inside the Hyuga state, 3-year-old Hinata waited in the courtyard for her birthday party to begin, dressed in an exquisite gown. Her innocent smile fell upon troubled joy. Suddenly, a figure darted behind her in a flicker. With a swift streak to her neck, Hinata slipped into unconsciousness. The lance scooped her up and vanished over the manor wall. Hayashi Yuga, preoccupied with welcoming guests, remained unaware of anything amiss. But outside the Hyuga estate, one of Uchiha's shadow clones happened to witness the absconding with Hinata. Why isn't the Ashi coming after them? The clone thought anxiously watched the fleeing figure. Moments later, he made Ufisman Dangaveches, following the trail. It didn't tack along Toriach the Jifthi village. When it became clear the Ashi was still not in pursuit, the shadow clone stepped out and blocked the Cloud Ninja's path. Put the girl down, he commanded, his voice ringing out with authority. The Cloud Shinobi let out a cold chuckle. So, you found me. But do you really think you alone can stomp? Without hesitation, the shadow clone began forming hand seals. Fire-style grand fireball jutsu. A giant fireball erupted from his mouth, driving forward with blazing heat toward the Cloud Ninja. This is the heart of Konoha. Even if it can stop you, there's no way you'll escape. As the fire roared forth, waves of heat washed over the clearing. But the Cloud Ninja slipped heat away with nimble agility. Narrowly dodging the attack, Uchiha Sora merely responded. Subtle smile. The Cloud Ninja's face darkened. Muttered under his breath, spinning around to flee even faster. The last thing he wanted was to get an old Upan Mishishin seat escape. As long as could break free of Konoha, their Stofa's carefully crafted plans would fall seamlessly into place. Trying to run, it won't be that easy. Uchiha's shadow clone surged forward on some more, giving chase. Event the Geet was in Laya shadow clone. Both its chakra and spetard lyseem diminished. The Cloud Ninja, whose strength was the best Jonah level, had no idea where his confidence came from. How could have dared to Nikan a lone entry to kidnap Hinata? Uchiha's clone close at him, right behind the fleeing ninja. In his right palm, as whirling blue orb of chakra formed rapidly, Therasingan. The intense chakra surging from Therasingan instantly sent a wave off throughout the escaping Cloud Ninja. Beads of sweat slipping down his forehead. If thee fits me, I'm finished, he thought. Forced to Halthus escape and whirl around to Costa defensive jutsu. Here lies that the longer Hetria Torun. The greater Theraskov. Getting caught. Heckled into Fortabestruck. Earth release earth wall technique. His hands formed the seals in a blur. And a massive wall of solid earth erupted between him and the charging Uchiha. Therasingan slammed into the wall with the thunderous crash, blasting a gaping hole straight through, causing the entire structure to crumble. Without hesitation, Sora shadow clone burst through the debris, close in, and on the Cloud Ninja, launching a relentless flurry of taijutsu strikes. Damn it. How is it this powerful? The Cloud Ninja was stunned. The earth release couldn't hold up, especially with Hinata still in his grasp. Leaving him unable to focus on both defense and escape, the situation quickly spiraled out of his control. He could no longer break free. At that moment, several powerful presences were drawing rapidly closer to the battlefield. Realizing that all hope of escape was gone, the Cloud Ninja's frustration boiled over entourage. He went in the offensive, throwing everything he had at the Shadow Clone, while the Shadow Clone had been able to keep up while he was running. Now that the Cloud Ninja was fighting at full force, it quickly began to falter. Die, bellowed the Cloud Ninja, swinging his blade down in a vicious arc and decapitating the Shadow Clone. A savage grin twisting across his features. Butin the blink of Fanny, his face froze. These Everett had dissolved into a poof of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. He had never imagined that the onondagging his steps along dad be nothing more than a clone. In Regito the point off spitting blood. Hestiger. And Justin. The powerful presence Esh Hadson's drew right up to Thessine. Figures flashed around him, hemming him in from all sides. Only noted that the cloud ninja realized she'd been encircled by a group of Fugaku and shinobi. At their heads stood the Ashiyuga, his expression grim and forbidding. At the same time, Uchiha Zora's true body, how was near their third Hokage's residence, received the memory and information from his shadow clone and the immediate liar lies that Amitakomek Hismov had come. If everything went smoothly, Hyuga Hiyashi would eliminate Thethakamo ninja, then rush toward a third Hokage. Once the Cloud Envoy found out, they would undoubtedly turn things around in an instant. Demand that Konoha hand over Hayashi's corpse. This chain of events would plunge the upper ranks off Konoha into utter passivity and chaos. Uchiha Sora allowed himself a sacred smile, then said about quietly clear ink the sentries posted near third Hokage's shome. Thean Budask, with guard duty weren't especially powerful. Most wary and liat the Chunin. With his current strength, Uchiha Sora could not only handle Chunin Wythius, but he also felt confident the could defeat in Jonin. With a few well-placed genjutsu, the guard sank to the ground, one after another, losing consciousness in rapid succession. Afterward, Uchiha Sora strode openly into third Hokage's house, heading straight to the study, where he began to search carefully. It didn't take long for him to discover the tightly sealed forbidden scroll. He unfurled the scroll, and as Shiji's passed over description so from formidable forbidden technique after another. A surge of excitement well do consider him. I have a tokapi down as many forbidden jutsu as possible right now. If I just take this scroll, the third will mobilize the entire village at a search for it. And that would be far too risky. He continued weighing his options. Venisha pulled out the blank scroll sand ink while he'd prepared in advance, then began copying Godspeed. The jutsu documented in Forbidden Scroll were extremely complex. It was virtually impossible to copy them all within the limited time had. Uchiha Sora Kolden Lyre court the most crucial loans. The first jutsu echoes at a transcribe as the Flying Thunder God technique. This based him in ninjutsu Ashizme Ingol for this dangerous venture. With it in his arsenal. Had a via card to play, and against Uchiha Buto. Besides that, Heck knew how to write down Thedo Tensei. Their animation technique. Their were weather forbidden jutsu, such as the spirit transformation technique and the demon consuming seal. But their content was too complicated and he doubted had not Hafala record them. In the end, he selected the mutual law multiplying explosive addicts technique Hakapi as well. These three forbidden jutsu were all the creations of the second Hokage. By the time of finished transcribing Golly's targets, several horse had passed. Just then, the shadow clone monitoring theory near the Hokage out itself, bringing him news that the third Hokage Hadel Red Eye left the building. Without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Sora carefully returned the forbidden scroll to its original place, and quickly slipped out of the third Hokage's. It was until this moment that the Imbu operatives, who had fallen unconscious under Uchiha Sora's genjutsu, began to wake up beneath their honor, quickly reaching out to Akuther. They were startled to realize that everyone had blacked out without seeing and noticing. A discovery that sent a chill down the air spines. Without delay, one of the Mishra Stoff torport a third Hokage. At the Tavri time, the third Hokage was stepping out of the Hokage's office building. His fashivi with worry. He walked alongside Hiyashi Yuga, escorting him in the direction of the Yuga clan compound, while offering words of comfort and persuasion. They had barely walked a short distance when the third Hokage received urgent news. There had been an incident at his own residence. He realized at once that Samanima stave broken into his study. After all, that was where he kept all his most important sacred documents and forbidden jutsu scrolls. Whether the intruder was after confidential files or forbidden techniques, either possibility would spell serious trouble for Konoha. Taking into account the recent troubles with the Hyuga family, the third Hokage's mandraced. And he concluded grimly, the tal of this might be part of a long glatch gameth the hidden cloud village. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora had already made his way back home. If to correct him, Deetha's actions would make the hidden cloud village the perfect scapegoat. Eagerly, he took out the freshly copied ninjutsu documents and began to pore over them with focused attention. Among the three techniques, only the multiple explosive edit technique, was ranked that class. Theo Thirtwao were both classified as class exceptionally difficult. Given Uchiha Sora's natural aptitude, these weren't just difficult to master, even comprehending them would be monumental task. However, he had sought a training system Torlion. With the system support, even the most daunting techniques became a manageable challenge for him. After several careful readings, the familiar key of the system finally sounded. Through repeated study, your multiple explosive jutsu hazen to read a training mode. Through repeated study, your reanimation jutsu hazen to read auto training mode. Through repeated study, your flying thunder gajutsu hazen to read a training mode.
The following day, the celebrations in Konoha continued as usual, yet those with keen senses had already detected that something was amiss. The peace treaty, which should have been signed swiftly, was inexplicably delayed, and soon after, rumors began to spread throughout the village. Some said that the motives behind Fugaku's visit to sign the treaty were far from pure, and that perhaps something untoward would arise between Tsukumoe and Konoha. However, these whispers were soon silenced. That very evening, Konoha and Fugaku publicly signed the peace treaty. The villagers of Konoha rejoiced with great fervor, and every household was filled with happiness and relief. But within the Hyuga clan, the mood was oppressively heavy. Hayashi Hyuga bowed deeply before a woman who was weeping uncontrollably, his face a mask of guilt and remorse. That woman was Niji's mother, as well as Hayashi's sister-in-law. Just before the treaty was signed, Hayashi's brother had sacrificed himself to protect the main family's Byakugan, giving up his life in Hayashi's stead. I, Hyuga Hayashi, will have my revenge on Fugaku for this grievance, Hayashi declared, straightening himself and turning away resolutely. Upon returning, Hayashi summoned his clansmen and began issuing one order after another. Among these commands were not only precautions directed at Fugaku, but also measures aimed at the higher-ups in Konoha. This time, the third Hokage had agreed to Tsukumoe's demands, which, in effect, meant abandoning the Hyuga clan. From that moment on, the Hyuga would no longer support the third Hokage and would maintain neutrality within Konoha. In fact, to express his displeasure, Hayashi even instructed several Hyuga who had joined the third Hokage's loyal ANBU to resign from their posts. Feeling remorse for Hayashi's disappointment, the third Hokage refrained from reproach. As a result, the protective forces around the third Hokage were significantly weakened. After all, the Hyuga were second only to the Uchiha among Konoha's prominent clans, and their Byakugan was counted among the three great ocular jutsu for its peerless insight. With the loss of the Byakugan's protection, the third Hokage's security would henceforth be anything but assured. Once the festivities subsided, within the Uchiha clan, the clan head Fugaku was sitting and conversing idly with his wife, Mikoto. Fugaku Uchiha spoke in a low, grave tone. The third's decisions have been nothing short of disappointing. He's far too weak when it comes to dealing with the outside world. This time, just to mollify Fugaku, he chose to abandon the Hyuga, his staunchest supporters. To me, he's truly unfit to be Hokage. Listening to her husband's complaints, Mikoto Uchiha let out a faint sigh. After what happened with the Nine Tails and the sacrifice of the fourth and his wife, the new Jinchuriki is still too young to fight. Not so long ago, even one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, defected. Konoha is no longer the formidable village it once was. Upon hearing his wife's words, Fugaku let out a sigh. Although the Leaf Village has suffered heavy losses, as long as the Uchiha clan stands firmly behind it, no other force would dare start a war lightly. At the root of it, it all comes down to the mistrust and suspicion the village's leadership harbors towards our Uchiha clan. If the third Hokage is willing to forsake even the Hyuga clan this time, then what future could await us Uchiha, who have never been trusted to begin with? Given that, perhaps it's better if we... Makoto's eyes widened in surprise. Fugaku, do you mean? This is not a decision to make in haste. Let's first observe the leadership's attitude. We also need time to strengthen ourselves. Fugaku nodded gently. Shisui still needs a year or two to hone his skills. By then, he will surely surpass even me. And then there's Itachi. No matter what happens, Fugaku, I will always stand by you, Mikoto said with a sigh. But please, don't let our children suffer. I know you expect a lot from Itachi, but I hope you can let Sasuke have a happy childhood. Fugaku nodded silently and with understanding. Meanwhile, the third Hokage stood in his study, his brows tightly furrowed as he gazed at the book of seals before him. He spoke to an ANBU agent beside him, the man masked and silent. Kakashi, have your ninja hound come out for a moment. Someone's been through the book of seals. I need you to help me find out who tampered with it. Kakashi, serving as an ANBU, gave a wordless nod. He bit his finger and performed the summoning technique. With a puff, the pug Pakin appeared before them. Hey Kakashi, Pakin greeted, then turned to the third Hokage. Oh, third Hokage, didn't expect to see you here, too. I'm counting on you to sniff out who's been meddling with the Book of Seals. The third Hokage gave him a kindly smile. No problem. Leave it to me. Pakken replied confidently, then buried his nose into the book, sniffing it carefully. He sniffed for quite a while before looking up, a touch embarrassed. Sorry, third Hokage. Whoever did this had a strong sense of counter-surveillance. The smell's been masked. I can't tell who it was. Ah, I see. Thank you for your trouble. The third Hokage gave a disappointed sigh. After sending Pakken back, Kakashi spoke. Lord Hokage, I think the intruder was after a specific jutsu in the Book of Seals. Still, even if someone obtained the details of a forbidden technique, there's no way they could master it in such a short time. And since they came for a technique, sooner or later they'll expose themselves. When that happens, we'll naturally be able to track them down, Kakashi said, attempting to reassure him. I understand, but if a forbidden technique were to spread, it would pose a tremendous threat to the Hidden Leaf right now. What's more, if the most suspicious suspect, Cloud Village, were to get their hands on it, they might very well try to develop it, and once they succeed, that could mean war for us. Deep worry filled the third Hokage's face, and somehow he seemed to age all at once, his figure slumping with the weight of it. Kakashi paused thoughtfully. Lord Hokage, I don't think the situation is that simple. The person coveting the Scroll of Seals may not necessarily be from Cloud Village. Oh, the third Hokage was caught off guard. What's your theory, Kakashi? The timing of this move coincides exactly with Konoha signing a peace treaty with the Cloud. Not only that, but it happened right after Hinata Hyuga was kidnapped, so your household security was stretched thin. After the guards in the area were taken down, there was a window of 2, maybe 3 whole hours when no one noticed anything. If I were from the Cloud, I would have taken the scroll and slipped out of the village without delay. But the culprit didn't do that, which lead me to believe it probably isn't Cloud Village after all. Kakashi laid out his reasoning. Now the third Hokage, too, sensed the crucial detail hidden in all this. Suddenly, he recalled Orochimaru's recent betrayal. A guess formed in his mind. You're suggesting that someone from our own village is after those forbidden techniques, someone who, needing to remain in the leaf, doesn't want to provoke a full-scale search? Just as Orochimaru once spied on forbidden jutsu. Exactly. After all, the moment the Scroll of Seals went missing, you would have ordered the whole village searched inside and out. But now, even if you want to investigate, there's no place to start. Kakashi, your inside-out strips even mine. One might wonder if you weren't the better Hokage. The third Hokage could not withhold his praise. You flatter me, Lord Hokage. Kakashi shook his head. On the contrary, it's the mind of this traitor that we should truly be wary of. At that moment, Uchiha Sora had no idea that under Kakashi's analysis, the third Hokage had already narrowed the list of suspects down to traitors within their own ranks. Still, as long as he refrained from using forbidden jutsu in front of others, there was no risk of being exposed. Besides, mastering forbidden techniques doesn't happen overnight. Even with the help of an automated training system, he didn't need to slog through the research himself. But these were forbidden arts, and even for him, learning them took far longer than ordinary ninjutsu. Techniques like the Flying Thunder God and Reanimation Jutsu were particularly complex. One involved mastering space, the other the mysteries of the soul. Even for a Kage-level ninja, these were monumental challenges. Nevertheless, now that his system had enabled auto-training for these 2 jutsu, Uchiha Sora could sense from its feedback what was most essential to progress. It all came down to perception, perceiving the flow of space, perceiving the nuances of souls. No matter the skill, iron, discipline, and force of will were the sine qua non. Uchiha Sora's spirit was strong enough, to be sure, but he could hardly claim it surpassed all others. To strengthen one's mental resolve, on one hand, one can rely on the evolution of the sharingan, which passively taps into one's own spiritual power. However, this method has its drawbacks. Gains made passively in mental strength are especially vulnerable to being swayed by negative emotions. This is precisely why the Uchiha clan is prone to dramatic changes in personality after awakening their eyes. In truth, a more reliable approach is to sharpen one's spirit through ceaseless combat and rigorous self-discipline, gradually building up spiritual fortitude. Take a powerful ninja like Shisui, for example. He always placed great emphasis on tempering his willpower, which kept him from being overtaken by radical thoughts. For Uchiha Sora, that meant it was time to find ways to toughen his own resolve. If, one day, his spirit could hone itself automatically, he'd truly have nothing left to worry about. Yet, achieving an autonomous strengthening of something as intangible as one's will seems far from easy. Perhaps I should undergo some challenges myself, Sora thought, making up his mind. All along, he had taken a cautious and conservative path to growth, focusing on quietly becoming stronger in the shadows. But this approach had caused him to overlook the importance of strengthening his mind. Though this method was certainly safe, in a long run, it might not be truly beneficial for his growth. After all, true strength comes not only from power, but also from an extraordinary state of mind. Once the new year concluded, Sora finally turned 9. Yet, in terms of appearance, he looked nothing like an ordinary 9-year-old. Thanks to his body's automatic conditioning, he was already approaching 1.6 meters in height, about where a 13 or 14-year-old ought to be. Wow, Sora, I have no idea how you're growing, but you're almost as tall as I am. In a rare gathering at a barbecue restaurant, Hirai Mitsuki called out in exaggerated surprise. Beside him, Yuzuki Yugao smiled and chimed in, "It must be in Sora's genes. Someday, Sora will surely grow into a young man who can make girls feel safe." Being tall doesn't guarantee a sense of security. Mitsuki sniffed, waving the comment off. What truly matters is strength. Sora's strength is impressive too. Yugao shot back. As his teammate, she knew better than anyone that Sora's power was by no means less than theirs. At least in swordsmanship, Yugao firmly believed Sora could match her. All right, I'll give you that, Mitsuki conceded, then turned with curiosity to Sora. By the way, Sora, are you planning to take the Chunin exams this spring? Sora thought for a moment, then simply shook his head. Not this year. I'll wait another year. His reasons were uncomplicated. Even if he wished to temper himself, there was no need to rush. The last thing he wanted was to stand out too soon and attract unwelcome attention from the higher-ups. He would have to wait at least until he turned 10 next year and advance to Chunin together with Itachi. At the very least, by doing so, Itachi could help deflect some of the upper echelon's attention away from him. Besides, he planned to devote the coming year or so to letting the system's automatic training run its course, hoping to see if he could at least gain some initial mastery over the Flying Thunder God technique. He wanted to temper himself, but that didn't mean he intended to seek death. He definitely needed a trump card for survival. During this time, he resolved to develop a few new jutsu as well. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Uchiha Sora was now 10 years old. Over the course of this year, with continuous automatic cultivation of his physical abilities and chakra, he had reached the prerequisites for learning the S-rank Wind Release, Raisen Shuriken. Not long ago, the Wind Release, Raisen Shuriken project was successfully established, and he managed to complete the initial stages of its training. The result was that he could now infuse wind nature transformation into the Rasengan, turning the previously non-elemental blue sphere into a wind-infused white Rasengan. This white wind release Rasengan was actually an intermediate stage, a stepping stone between the original Rasengan and the full-fledged Raisen Shuriken. Its power was 1 or 2 times greater than the standard Rasengan, though still far from matching the might of the Raisen Shuriken. Aside from this wind release Rasengan, which now served as his trump card, Sora also used this period to discreetly observe other ninjas in the village as they trained, utilizing his three-tomoe sharingan. Through repeated observations with the three-tomoe sharingan, he successfully copied a handful of basic wind and fire release techniques. Of course, even if Sora's sharingan could copy another's jutsu, reproducing them perfectly still relied heavily on the system's automatic training. After all, he didn't possess the innate genius of someone like Kakashi. Sigh, I wonder when the Flying Thunder God technique will finally be mastered. Who would have thought more than a year would go by without so much as a peep from the system? Sora silently furrowed his brows. In another month, it will be time to register for the Chunin exams. He had already agreed to take the exam together with Itachi, using the event as a chance to test themselves against one another. Fortunately, just 3 days before the Chunin exams commenced, a sound echoed in Sora's mind, a notification from a system. Ding! Thanks to your relentless efforts, the Flying Thunder God technique has finally reached initial mastery of its first stage. In that instant, a vast amount of knowledge about the use of the Flying Thunder God flooded into Sora's mind. At that very moment, he had flawlessly mastered the first stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. The first stage of Flying Thunder God is, essentially, transmitting oneself and any object in direct contact, instantly to a pre-designated, stationary location. The key here lies in the fixed coordinates. If the coordinate is not stationary, if it's in motion during the transfer, the jutsu will fail, risking being swept into a spatial rift. Sitting at home, Uchiha Sora took out a specially crafted kunai that he had prepared in advance. In appearance, this kunai was no different from the ordinary kind, intentionally so, in order not to draw attention. The key difference lay in its handle, which was wrapped in a unique material. This special material could allow the sealing formula to remain intact for a long time without wearing off. Sora had made a total of 5 of these kunai, and he had also covered the hilt of his own short sword, the one he used habitually, with this exact material. Next, Uchiha Sora inscribed his Flying Thunder God formula onto the kunai. He named it the Sword of Traversal. Dear readers, would you please give the author a little encouragement? A 5-star review would mean a lot. Before mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Sora had always thought its teleportation distance was limitless. It was only after he truly learned it that he realized the technique had its own restrictions. To activate the Flying Thunder God, certain preconditions must be met. As the user, he must be able to sense the location of his own formula. Only by sensing it can he instantly move to that place. After sensing the formula, the user must then channel the technique, a process that relies heavily on precise chakra control. Only with enough control can the user ignite the power to move through space and complete the teleportation. Additionally, the speed of teleportation is also tied to the user's reaction speed. All these factors together make the Flying Thunder God a technique with a very high learning threshold. Out of all the Hokage, only the second, who created the technique, and the fourth, his successor, were able to master it. With the self-training, Uchiha Sora managed to barely grasp the first stage. But for now, his chakra reserves were still not strong enough, and his sensing abilities fell short of the second and fourth Hokage, so the range of his Flying Thunder God's first stage was still far from matching theirs. With his current strength and his sharingan at three-tomoe, he could sense the formula within a radius of about 200 kilometers. This range was actually quite substantial. After all, the entire Hidden Leaf Village spanned just 30 to 40 kilometers in radius. So Sora's teleportation range was more than enough to cover the whole of the Hidden Leaf Village and beyond. In most situations, this was completely sufficient. Moreover, there was no need to scatter Flying Thunder God formulas too widely. While the user could theoretically leave coordinates on as many objects as he wished, having too many fixed coordinates would interfere with the user's ability to accurately sense their positions. If one's strength was lacking, it could even lead to sensing errors and mistakes in teleportation. Given Sora's current abilities, having 5 Flying Thunder God kunai, along with his own short sword, meant he had a total of 6 formula coordinates. This was just right. Not too many, not too few. After preparing the technique coordinates, Uchiha Sora hung the first special kunai with the jutsu formula in his own room. Then, he traveled to a desolate place 100 kilometers east and west outside the Hidden Leaf Village, where he buried the second and third kunai, each sealed in a box, out in the vast wilderness. In this way, he now had 3 locations for instantaneous teleportation, with each of these points at least 100 kilometers apart from one another. As for the remaining 2 specially crafted kunai, he simply carried them on his person along with his short blade. This would make them easy to use in battle. Of course, unless he had no other choice, he would never resort to them. Having finished everything, Uchiha Sora finally let out a long sigh, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He finally had a real trump card for survival. Soon enough, the day of the Chunin exams arrived. Itachi, just like you, I'm entering the Chunin exams alone this time. No teammates. But I'm sure we'll both make it to the finals. See you there, Sora said with a smile to Itachi at the entrance of the first written exam room. See you in the finals, Itachi replied with a slight nod. Both of them exuded such intense confidence that the other aspiring Chunin candidates nearby could feel their powerful presence. Good luck, big brother. The not yet 5-year-old Uchiha Sasuke followed beside his mother Mikoto, cheering his brother on at the entrance to the exam hall. At that, Uchiha Itachi turned back to glance at Sasuke, a rare, gentle smile appearing on his face. Witnessing this, Sora couldn't help but look back at Uchiha Izumi, who had come to root for him as well, offering her a small, reassuring smile. The two of them then entered the exam hall. The first written test passed quickly. Both Uchiha Sora and Itachi answered the questions with ease and advanced to the next stage. The second round was held in the Forest of Death, a competition for survival. Much like in the original manga, the objective was to gather both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the central tower of the Forest of Death to pass. Being the youngest, and with neither of them having teammates, Sora and Itachi split up and went their separate ways after entering the forest. This reckless move immediately drew the attention of other teams. However, reality had an unpleasant surprise in store for them. The members of these teams were, at best, barely at Chunin level. Forget about Sora's current strength. Even 2 years ago, defeating them would not have required any effort. He didn't even need to use ninjutsu. Just drawing a short blade and unleashing a few forms of swordsmanship, every would-be thief coveting his scrolls was soon brought to their knees, begging for mercy. Once Sora had collected all the scrolls, he headed straight for the central tower. Any team lying in ambush along his path was easily taken down by him. The entire process took just a little over an hour. When he arrived at the tower, the examiners waiting there were all taken aback. This guy's the first one here, and he made it so fast. What's more, he has no teammates. He got here all by himself. Uchiha Sora, is it? He's only 10 years old this year. One of the main examiners pulled up Uchiha Sora's information, astonished. Uchiha Sora paid no mind to the examiner's whispers and curious looks. Instead, he simply found himself a spot, sat down, and began to rest. This time, his aim was not just to successfully advance to Chunin, but to set his sights even higher. He wanted to join the ANBU. To temper his resolve, joining the ANBU was without doubt the best way. So, since Uchiha Sora had already decided to stand out, he naturally had to put on a show, making sure he'd be noticed for the ANBU selection later on. About an hour later, another figure arrived at the tower. "It's Uchiha Itachi," exclaimed one of the main examiners, immediately recognizing the newcomer. Uchiha Itachi, the clan leader's son, entered the academy at 6, graduated at 7, awakened his sharingan at 8, and now, at only 10 years old, he was taking the Chunin exams. Such an extraordinary record was so renowned that no one with any experience could fail to have heard of it. Yet, in this exam, Uchiha Itachi had been narrowly beaten. One examiner shot a glance toward Uchiha Sora and intentionally said to Itachi, "Uchiha Itachi, congratulations on reaching the tower so quickly, but your result is only second place. You weren't the first to arrive." Itachi had already noticed Sora, and the examiner's words didn't seem to faze him in the least. He simply replied in a calm, steady voice, "I'm not surprised Uchiha Sora arrived before me." With that, he leapt over to sit beside Sora. "Sora, you really are faster than me." Sora, who had been resting with his eyes closed, smiled at the comment. "To hear those words from you, it truly is a surprise." Itachi shook his head slightly and let out a quiet sigh. "Everyone calls me a genius, but I know, the one who's already awakened the three-tomoe sharingan. You're the true prodigy here." Since the two of them had arrived well ahead of the others, after exchanging a few words, Sora and Itachi each sought out a place to rest. The second stage of the exam would last until tomorrow. Sora, deciding not to waste the time, simply fell asleep. The night slipped by, and he was roused by a wave of commotion. It was already the dawn of the next day. By now, teams of ninja who'd entered the second stage were arriving at the tower one after another. Compared to the pristine, spotless Uchiha Sora, these late arrivals looked far more ragged. Their clothes were tattered and torn. Some were missing limbs. Some teams had lost members entirely. The toll had been heavy. Yawning, Uchiha Sora made his way toward the crowd. By now, all the chief examiners in various groups had gathered on the viewing platform of the high tower, waiting for the verdict of the second round of exams. The chief examiner for the second round stepped into the arena and announced, "There will be one more one-on-one elimination match in this round. The results of this elimination will determine who advances to the final round." The examiner's words instantly sparked an outcry among the genin present. "Why is there still an elimination round? We're already injured. How are we supposed to compete like this? Yeah, we haven't even had proper rest all night. Even if we made it to the elimination round, there's no way we could show our true skills." The examiner gave a cold chuckle. "A true ninja must be able to deal with sudden changes at any time. If you're injured, you may withdraw. Anyone unwilling to take part in the elimination is free to leave the exam right now." "All right, I'm withdrawing." "I'm out too." Voices withdrawing from the competition rose up, one after another. Within a few minutes, only 20 competitors remained willing to take part in the elimination round. The names of these 20 were recorded, and the examiner began drawing lots. Before long, the first match was chosen, and Uchiha Sora wasn't picked. With nothing else to do, Uchiha Sora returned to the stands alone, leaning lazily against the railing, watching the battles in the arena. To him, these matches were dreadfully dull. Just as he was growing bored, the second match began. Entering the field this time was Uchiha Itachi, his opponent a puppet master from the Hidden Sand Village. Now, Sora finally perked up with interest. At his current level, Uchiha Itachi was well above the average Chunin. Thanks to his sharingan, he had absolutely reached elite Chunin status. Facing the puppet master, Itachi wasted no time. Hurling kunai in a dazzling display of Shuriken jutsu, his movements as fluid as water. Caught off guard, the puppet master watched as all his puppets were struck in their weak spots by Itachi's expertly thrown blades, their mechanisms jammed, rendered helpless. Left defenseless without his puppets, the puppet master was quickly knocked out of bounds by a smooth series of taijutsu strikes from Itachi. This match was nothing short of a one-sided rout. The winner of the second match, Uchiha Itachi, the chief examiner proclaimed. Itachi glanced up at Sora in the stands before making his way back. Sora smiled and nodded in return. Now that Itachi had entered the finals, Sora knew he couldn't let him down. Almost as if it had been orchestrated, Sora's name was called for the third match immediately after. He leapt into the arena, dressed in white. With his refined features and short sword at his waist, he caught quite a few of the kunoichi's eyes. And, as fate would have it, his opponent happened to be a kunoichi herself. "Are you Uchiha Sora?" she asked, looking a bit starstruck. Uchiha Sora smiled and nodded. How about this? If you call me big sister just once, I'll admit defeat," the female ninja said cheerfully, her eyes dancing with mischief. Uchiha Sora shook his head in silent exasperation. The proctor by the side couldn't watch any longer. He cleared his throat sternly. "Maintain order in the examination room." Only then did the female ninja relent, dropping her teasing and taking up a combat stance. "Begin." The proctor blew his whistle sharply. Suddenly, there was a thud. The female ninja collapsed, utterly incapacitated. Uchiha Sora glanced over at the proctor. The proctor was stunned, frozen for a moment, unable to process what had just happened. But up in the stands, the veteran jonin all wore shocked expressions. He used genjutsu. That was so seamless. None of us saw it happen. Unbelievable. What kind of genjutsu mastery is this? I didn't even notice him forming seals. No, his genjutsu definitely wasn't triggered by seals. I get it now. It's a visual type illusion. The sharingan. The sharingan? Has this child awakened his eyes already? But his eyes look completely normal just now. Fool. The sharingan can be opened and closed at will. He must have activated them for just an instant to cast his genjutsu, then closed them the moment it was done. Is that so? Come to think of it, I did catch a flash of red in his eyes just now. In the stands, Uchiha Itachi watched Sora intently, his expression grave as he murmured to himself, as expected of the three-tomoe sharingan illusion. It seems Sora has already fully grasped the insights that Shisui shared with him. Amidst the shocked murmurs throughout the arena, the proctor finally regained his composure and made the announcement. Winner of the third match, Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora offered a gentle smile to the medical ninja team arriving with a stretcher. She's only suffered a bit of mental shock. She'll be just fine once she wakes up. Yes, right away. The medical ninja looked at him with a newfound respect and hurried to attend to the downed competitor. Only then did Sora quietly slip back to the stands. He had little interest in the matches that followed and watched half-heartedly until the final rounds concluded. In the end, 10 participants advanced to the final showdown. The finals were scheduled to take place a month later. By then, even the Hokage himself would attend, as well as the leaders of Konoha's allied nations and nobles from afar. This month-long interval would give the finalists plenty of time to prepare themselves. With the matches over, everyone went their separate ways, and Uchiha Sora made his way back home. Meanwhile, detailed reports on the Chunin exam, chronicling every step of the proceedings, were delivered to the desk of the third Hokage. The third Hokage reviewed one particular report in silence, deep in thought. It contained meticulous intelligence. Uchiha Sora, age 10, entered school at 6, graduated at 7 to become a genin. Instructor, Kamizaka Masaki. Genin teammates, Hirai Mitsuru, Yuzuki Yuga. Participated in the Chunin exams at age 8, eliminated during the second round. Reason for elimination. Opponent seized a moment of weakness and knocked him out of the arena. Mission record. D rank, 65 times, C rank, 135 times, B rank, 7 times, A rank, 0, S rank 0. At first glance, this intelligence report seems perfectly ordinary. Yet, Uchiha Sora's performance this time far surpassed the average genin. So much so that even most Chunin would find it impossible to achieve. The Uchiha clan truly produces geniuses without end. The third Hokage suddenly sighed, unable to hide his amazement. The author would like to thank everyone for their support and gifts. Starting today, as long as someone sends a gift, the author will list the gift givers' names here. Here are the friends who have given gifts these past 2 days. The Sky Blasting Gang. Qingshu Mo Ling, who loves to eat gold stuffed sausages. Su Mao Run of the Sky Blasting Gang. Username 24713082697239767. If anyone's name wasn't mentioned, it might not have shown up in the back end. I'll make up for it and update the list tomorrow. Again, a heartfelt thank you for all your support. It wasn't just the third Hokage who had his eyes on Uchiha Sora. Danzo, too, had secretly obtained the intelligence and immediately ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch. Naturally, Uchiha Sora was well aware of the attention from Konoha's higher-ups. However, he had always expected this and didn't mind it at all. After all, he was about to demonstrate his talents. This attention would only make it smoother for him to enter the ANBU and train further. For 1 whole month, Uchiha Sora quietly dedicated himself to his training. At last, the day of the finals arrived. Konoha village was livelier than ever, with visitors flooding in from every street and alley. The exam was to be held in a massive arena, spacious enough for intense ninja battles and surrounded by grandstands able to seat tens of thousands. Before the finals began, Uchiha Izumi and her daughter had already claimed front-row seats. Hirai Mitsuru, fortunately free from other duties, also came to cheer him on. Yuzuki Yuga, on the other hand, was away on a mission and couldn't attend. As the event was about to begin, all 10 genin who made it to the finals, including Uchiha Sora, stepped into the arena amid the crowd's anticipation, awaiting the chief examiner's instructions. Up in the stands, the third Hokage silently watched over the entire exam. For most of these Chunin prospects, they had never experienced the intensity of being watched by thousands, let alone by the Hokage himself. Aside from Uchiha Sora, all were visibly nervous. Even Itachi was no exception. The examiner announced the rules, and immediately the first match of the finals began. Everyone who had made it this far was already immensely capable. One could even say each of them was at least at Chunin level. To the ordinary spectators seated in the stands, the battle was still quite thrilling, earning enthusiastic cheers from the crowd every now and then. However, Uchiha Sora watched with little interest. In contrast, Izumi, who sat beside him, was chattering excitedly with barely contained energy. As a student still in the ninja academy, watching these real, intense clashes between shinobi filled her with both a hint of fear and a deep sense of longing. Time slipped by little. The first match came and went. Then the second, then the third. Still, neither Uchiha Sora nor Uchiha Itachi had been called to the stage. Even when the fourth match ended, their turn had yet to come. It was at that moment that both Sora and Itachi realized. In the fifth match, there would be the main event, the climax everyone was waiting for. At last, the fourth match concluded. The fifth match was about to begin. Under the gaze of the entire crowd, the display suddenly lit up with the words, Uchiha Sora versus Uchiha Itachi. Sora, go for it. Even though Itachi's your opponent, I know you can win. Izumi cheered him on with all her heart. Sora nodded in response, then glanced across the seats at his rival, Itachi, sitting with his parents just a short distance away. Itachi acknowledged him with a curt nod before stepping onto the stage ahead of him. Sora prepared to enter as well, but just then, Uchiha Fugaku, sitting not far away, suddenly turned to him and spoke, Sora, as a member of the Uchiha clan, there are words I wish to share with you. A hint of puzzlement crossed Sora's face. The very next moment, a surge of ocular power surged forth. Fugaku's eyes transformed instantly into the crimson sharingan. All at once, the world around Sora shifted. The arena was emptied of everyone else. Only he and Fugaku remained in that space. A Jinjutsu. Sora, immune to Jinjutsu, furrowed his brow. He was about to disrupt the illusion and leave when Fugaku said, Sora, there are things better left unsaid in front of others, so I've pulled you into this Jinjutsu realm. Please, don't take offense. Hearing this, Sora refrained from acting rashly. Fugaku continued, for this match, I hope you'll let Itachi win. Sora frowned at that. Clan leader, I'll need a reason. Fugaku fell silent for a moment before replying, I need Itachi's path of genius to remain uninterrupted. This is of great strategic importance to the Uchiha clan. Sora, you understand, don't you? Most of our clan members, after becoming shinobi, end up in the Konoha police force. Though the police force looks impressive, it actually holds little status in the village. It's really a marginalized department. But to strengthen the Uchiha clan's influence, we need to assign our people to higher departments within Konoha, like the Umbu. I've long pinned my hopes on Itachi joining the Umbu. If he loses this duel, it could create all sorts of complications in that regard. After hearing Fuyue speak at such length, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Itachi Uchiha's childhood had been meticulously planned by his father, Fuyue. Yet, Fuyue never realized that as Itachi grew stronger, he would ultimately choose a path that went against both his parents and the clan. When faced with the choice between family and the Leaf Village, Itachi would, in the end, side with the Leaf. From Uchiha Sora's perspective, Fuyue hadn't done anything wrong. The upper ranks of Konoha really had fallen into decay. It was just a pity that Fuyue overestimated his son's loyalty to the clan and underestimated Danzo's treachery. However, this time, with Uchiha Sora, a traveler well-versed in how the story played out, he would never let the Uchiha walk down the tragic path of annihilation again. With that in mind, Uchiha Sora shook his head gently, a smile tugging at his lips. Clan head, I understand what you intend to do, but I must apologize. My goal is also to join the Umbu. Uchiha Sora, you want to join the Umbu? Fuyue was caught completely off guard. Almost immediately, his brow furrowed in disapproval. His tone deepened as he said, Sora, there's only one spot left for a Uchiha to enter the Umbu in the near term. I've always saved that spot for Itachi. I cannot agree to let you join. In that case, there's nothing more to say. If you won't consent, I'll leave it up to the third Hokage to decide. Sora's tone was calm, almost indifferent. He knew exactly what Fuyue was thinking. Itachi was his son, someone he could keep under his thumb. But Sora was just another clan member. Once Sora's abilities matured, stepping into the Umbu would make it almost impossible for Fuyue to control him. Just like Shisui now, Fuyue, as clan head, could no longer dictate anything to Shisui. Fuyue's face grew dark. Sora, do you mean to defy my authority as the clan head as well? Clan head, you have your will, and I have mine, Sora said, his voice mild but resolute. No matter what happens, I will always remember that I am Uchiha. With these words, Sora snapped his fingers. Before Fuyue's disbelieving eyes, the illusionary realm he had constructed shattered with a resounding crash. The sounds of the busy world rushed back. Sora turned on his heel and entered the hall, his steps light as air. Fuyue could only sit there in a daze, his mind awash with turmoil. Uchiha Sora had hidden his strength so deeply. Even he, the clan head, hadn't realized Sora's abilities had reached such a level, that Sora could dismantle his illusion so easily. Such skill in illusion arts, surely even Shisui might not be able to match it? Fuyue was shaken to his core, but his mind was also crowded with questions. Just what is Uchiha Sora planning? What is his real goal? A child of only 10 years old, and yet he can display such extraordinary composure. What kind of willpower does he possess? In the arena, Uchiha Sora stood in front of Itachi, smiling as he looked at him. They had been friends for 4 years now, and as a friend, Sora felt it was time to do something for him. Itachi, show me your full strength. Don't hold anything back, or you'll be defeated in an instant. Sora spoke. As soon as he finished, a deep crimson light flickered in Sora's eyes. The sharingan, with three-tomoe, activated. Hearing such bold words, the nearest proctor was caught off guard. But when he saw the three-tomoe sharingan in Sora's gaze, he couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in Sora's claim. Up on the grandstand, the audience wore expressions of shock and disbelief. The sharingan. He actually has the sharingan. My goodness, and it's already the three-tomoe form. He's only 10, and yet he's mastered the sharingan to this extent? I don't recall hearing his name before. The visiting spectators exclaimed in awe. That's Uchiha Sora, a prodigy who graduated in the same year as Itachi. Of course, he's no ordinary child. He's just been keeping a low profile all these years, one of the Konoha villagers said with pride. To unlock three-tomoe at 10. Even for a genius like Uchiha Itachi, this might be a challenge. Who would have thought another hidden talent like this was residing in the Uchiha clan? Truly worthy of the Uchiha name. The Hidden Leaf Village really is powerful. Just the Uchiha clan alone is full of surprises. The crowd buzzed with excitement and conversation. On the high platform, the third Hokage kept his steady gaze fixed on Uchiha Sora, an unmistakable interest showing on his face. In the arena, Uchiha Itachi instantly activated his own two-tomoe sharingan and locked eyes with Sora. Though they were friends, they had never crossed blades in earnest. Until now, Itachi had only heard from Shisui about Sora's strength. Now that he faced Sora head-on, he could truly feel the immense pressure. Sora, I'll get my all, Itachi called, leaping high and drawing a kunai as he launched his attack. A blade flashed, swift and sharp, Sora's short sword drawn in a blur. Metal clashed, the kunai and short sword meeting with a burst of sparks. Using the force of the impact, Itachi quickly retreated, his hands flying through a series of hand seals. Without hesitation, a surge of fire erupted from his mouth. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. But almost at the same moment, Sora completed his own hand seals and unleashed the same jutsu. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Two enormous fireballs collided in midair with a thunderous crash, and the heat waves stirred up by the searing flames reached even those seated far away in the spectators' area. Both contestants continued fueling their fireballs, pitting their chakra reserves against each other in a fierce contest of strength. Suddenly, Itachi Uchiha's expression shifted ever so slightly. He hastily dispelled his fireball, rolled to the side, and dodged away just in time. With its opposition suddenly gone, Sora Uchiha's fireball surged forward unabated, crashing down where Itachi had just stood and leaving a scorched pit in the earth. Sora Uchiha thought to himself, as expected of a prodigy. Compared to Itachi, his own chakra was far more powerful. A direct contest with a grand fireball would only waste his energy, so the moment Itachi sensed the difference, he immediately dispersed his fireball and chose to evade. That is the sharp thinking of a genius. No sooner had Itachi eluded the attack than he raised his hand and launched several kunai towards Sora. These kunai came at difficult, precise angles, cutting off any path Sora might take to advance. Left with no choice but to dodge, Sora got ready to move, when suddenly, more kunai came whistling in from behind. These new projectiles followed an intricate attack route, created by the kunai Itachi had just thrown, colliding with each other in midair and redirecting. This was Itachi's signature Shuriken technique. Thanks to the system's automatic practice, Sora was already well acquainted with this skill. Recognizing the move, he chose not to continue dodging. Instead, he gripped his short sword with both hands, focusing an intense stream of wind-natured chakra along its blade. Over the years, his short sword had been reforged with special metals so it could channel chakra attributes. A swirling wind gathered atop the blade. In one fluid motion, Sora spun around, sweeping his sword in a full circle around himself. Instantly, the wind chakra erupted. A whirlwind tore upward like a small tornado. Sword technique, whirlwind slash. This was a style Sora had developed himself, tailored to breaking through envelopment-type shuriken attacks. The sound of metal being deflected rang out in rapid succession as Itachi's kunai were sent flying by the tempest, clattering harmlessly to the ground. In the spectators' stands, the head of the Hyuga clan, Heishi Hyuga, activated his Byakugan to quietly observe. He couldn't help but marvel, combining wind chakra with swordsmanship to create an effect similar to rotation. What ingenuity! And this fellow's chakra feels oddly familiar. Suddenly, his mind returned to that night when his daughter Hinata had been abducted by shinobi from the hidden cloud. He remembered someone intervening. Back then, he'd activated his Byakugan to observe and saw it was just a clone, which had struck him as curious. Yet the impression of that chakra feeling remained vivid in his memory, even now. The chakra in this Uchiha Sora feels exactly the same as the chakra from that shadow clone back then. Could have been him who acted at that time, thought Heishi Hyuga to himself. On the field, after knocking away Itachi's throwing weapons, Uchiha Sora immediately formed hand seals with both hands. Itachi's sharingan observed Sora's hand seals, and his expression turned tense. After launching a series of attacks to no avail, Itachi clearly understood that he had lost any advantage. Now, it was Sora's turn to strike. Sora's hands moved with lightning speed as he formed seals, so fast that it dazzled the eye. In an instant, he finished his jutsu. Once again, it was a fire-style technique. 3 raging fire dragons erupted from his mouth, weaving through the air and splitting into 3 directions as they sped toward where Itachi stood. It was the B-rank fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A B-rank fire style jutsu? This guy's fire jutsu is incredible. In the stands, ordinary spectators were dazzled by what they saw. Even the experienced jonin watching quietly were surprised by Sora's ninjutsu prowess. Confronted by 3 ferocious fire dragons, Uchiha Itachi had no other option but to counter with ninjutsu. His hands flashed through seals at equal speed. Already on guard, he responded without hesitation with a water-style jutsu. Water-style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. From Itachi's mouth, a massive stream of water surged forth, transforming into a giant, coiling water dragon that charged headlong at the 3 fire dragons. A thunderous clash erupted as water and fire collided, filling the entire arena with billowing steam. Nearby, the chief examiner hurried out of the way, not daring to linger on the field. A fire dragon, a water dragon, both were B-rank jutsu. This kind of clash had already far surpassed the abilities of typical genin. Even among Chunin, such violent exchanges were rare. The dense mist obscured the audience's view, but within the haze, Uchiha Sora and Uchiha Itachi continued to collide. Taking advantage of the cover, the two fought fiercely, exchanging blows in close-quarter taijutsu. Gradually, the mist began to dissipate. Suddenly, thud, a figure was sent flying and crashed to the ground. It was Uchiha Itachi. Hot on his heels, Sora appeared in pursuit, launching an attack at the fallen Itachi. Itachi scrambled to his feet, hurriedly fending off Sora's relentless assault. Sweat beaded on his brow and streamed down his face. The overwhelming force coming through his arms made his movements slower and slower. At that moment, Itachi deeply realized the gap between himself and Uchiha Sora. He couldn't gain any ground with ninjutsu, and in taijutsu, he was completely outclassed. None of his strategic plans had succeeded. Illusion technique? Itachi hadn't even entertained the idea of competing with Sora in Jinjutsu. While Itachi was struggling, Uchiha Sora looked relaxed from beginning to end. His three-tomoe sharingan could clearly perceive all of Itachi's ninjutsu and taijutsu techniques. With the boost from his sage body and years of automatic cultivation, the amount of chakra he possesses has long since surpassed that of ordinary jonin. His taijutsu and swordsmanship have also reached a professional level, no less impressive than those ninja who specialize in these arts. Right now, Itachi Uchiha is only 10 years old. At best, his chakra is on par with an average Chunin. Moreover, his earlier use of a B-rank water-style technique had already drained a considerable portion of his chakra. When it comes to ninjutsu, taijutsu, and a sharingan, Itachi is simply no match for Sora, let alone in Jinjutsu. If Sora Uchiha were to use Jinjutsu, Itachi would likely be defeated even faster. Thanks to the system's automatic cultivation, Sora's fundamental abilities in every aspect have far outstripped Itachi's. I can see, at last, after being sent flying by one of Sora's kicks, Itachi struggled to his feet, raising his hand toward the examiner. He wasn't foolish. This was just a Chunin exam, after all. Once he sensed the vast difference between himself and his opponent, even fighting to the bitter end wouldn't change the outcome. Rather than drag it out, he chose to admit defeat directly. After all, he and Sora were still friends. Sora Uchiha wins. At the moment of Itachi's concession, the chief examiner stepped forward to announce the result. And so, the final match of the tournament drew to a close. From the stands, waves of cheers erupted. Though the confrontation ended quickly, the intensity of their clash was a visceral experience for everyone, especially the dramatic collision of two powerful B-rank techniques, a showcase of the Uchiha genius's true strength. Sora, you won. Uchiha Izumi, hearing the cheers all around her, felt tears of joy well in her eyes as she gazed at Sora's figure, her vision misty with emotion. Izumi, keep working hard. Sora's a boy worth chasing after. Her mother, Uchiha Hazuki, said gently, patting Izumi on the head with warmth in her voice. Okay. Izumi nodded determinedly. The finals had come to an end. The list of new Chunin would be officially announced in the coming days. Gradually, the audience began to disperse. Sora left the venue with Izumi and her mother, and together with Akira Hirai, they went to a barbecue restaurant to celebrate. Inside, Akira laughed heartily. Sora, I always knew you were extraordinary. Whenever we're on missions, you never seem to get hurt. I suspected long ago that you weren't as simple as you seemed. Looks like I really do have a sharp eye. And during the Chunin exams 2 years ago, I could tell you were hiding your real strength and let yourself be eliminated on purpose. It's a pity Yugao isn't in the village right now, where she'd be just as happy as the rest of us. Listening to Akira's endless chatter, Sora couldn't help but feel a gentle warmth bloom quietly in his heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fugaku Uchiha had returned home. Itachi sat before his father, head bowed. Beside him, Mikoto Uchiha watched them with worry glinting in her eyes. Fugaku, you really can't blame Itachi for his failure this time. He's already done more than enough. Mikoto spoke, sensing the heaviness that lingered in the air. Fugaku shook his head and turned to Itachi. Itachi, I do not blame you for failing. Surprised, Itachi looked up at his father, who had always demanded so much from him. Fugaku explained, it was my hope that you'd join the Umbu and help gain advantages for our Uchiha clan. But after this, the higher-ups in Konoha will probably have their eyes on someone else for the position. Father, do you mean Sora? Does he wish to join the Umbu as well? Itachi asked, unable to hide his astonishment. Fugaku nodded. Uchiha Sora is resolute. He has his own convictions. Once he joins the Umbu, he certainly won't take orders from me, not even as the clan head. That's why, Itachi, I've found a different path for you. You'll go into the Foundation and work under Danzo. That way, you can still serve the interests of our Uchiha clan. However, Danzo is ruthlessly ambitious and his methods are harsh. If you enter the Foundation now, you won't have the strength to protect yourself. You need at least 2 more years of honing before you take up your post there. Fugaku's words were slow and deliberate, each one carefully chosen. Mikoto, however, grew even more anxious. Fugaku, isn't that too risky? After all, Danzo is hardly easy to get along with, and he's always been opposed to our Uchiha clan. It will be difficult for Itachi to win his approval, let alone gain entrance. Fugaku shook his head. No, if Uchiha Sora manages to join the Umbu, then Danzo will surely allow Itachi to enter the Foundation as well. While Fugaku was busy plotting Itachi's entry into the Foundation, Danzo was already making his move. As soon as the 3rd Hokage returned to the Hokage office, Danzo came to call on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo, all the lords and nobility from the various nations are preparing for their return. Shouldn't you, as leader of the Foundation, be attending to their security? What are you doing here? Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage, frowned in annoyance. Hiruzen, I'm here for one reason only. Uchiha Sora. Danzo went straight to the point. Surely you saw the finals today? Uchiha Sora's strength is now unprecedented, and yet we haven't made any real contact with him. I'd say that's a failure on your part as Hokage. A thin smile crossed Hiruzen's lips. I know the situation well enough. You needn't concern yourself. When I've finished tidying up the aftermath of this Chunin exam, I'll speak with him personally. Danzo gave a low chuckle. If you're so busy, then leave it to me. I'll handle this matter myself. The author sincerely thanks everyone for their generous gifts. Here are the people who sent gifts yesterday. Wuchen, Jiayin Clan, Chisha, user 115192344, Jiayin Clan. Sumao, Maling, user 42744938. Unexpected, you're a little cold, don't panic. The buyer of poop, Master Qian from Lanyuan. Several friends among them are regular supporters, and the author remembers each of you with gratitude. Thank you so much. If any names were missed, I'll be sure to thank you all tomorrow. With your support, I can write even better stories. Once again, thank you to everyone who supports me, whether you sent gifts or not. Even just reading, leaving a review, or adding my work to your shelf means the world to me. Danzo, are you still competing with me? Hearing this, the third Hokage's voice grew cold. Danzo's expression flickered at these words. It seems coming to consult you was a mistake. With that, Danzo turned and left. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, the third Hokage's brows knit into a deep frown. He tapped the desk and summoned his secretary, instructing, "Have Kakashi come see me." The secretary took the order and departed. Before long, Kakashi, clad in his umbu uniform, appeared before the third Hokage. "Hokage-sama, how can I help?" The third Hokage replied in a low, grave voice, "Keep an eye on Danzo for me. Don't let him go too far." "Danzo? Hokage-sama, do you mean?" Kakashi was puzzled. "It's about Uchiha Sora. I intend to bring him into the umbu to prevent Danzo from intervening. For the next few days, I need you to stay close to Uchiha Sora. Once I have the time, I'll speak to him in person." The third Hokage explained his plan. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Kakashi replied promptly. After the finals, Uchiha Sora discovered that his reputation in the Hidden Leaf Village had soared to incredible heights. As he walked down the street, people would often point and whisper about him. "Look, that's the genius from the Uchiha clan who completely crushed Uchiha Itachi, isn't it? I heard he's only 10 years old. He sure doesn't look like a kid that age." "I know, right? And he's so handsome. I wish I could be his girlfriend." Uchiha Sora filtered out these comments automatically. Spreading his senses, he keenly noticed the attention from many unusual gazes surrounding him. No doubt, some of these eyes belonged to spies from other countries, while others were the forces of Konoha's higher-ups. It was truly a mix of all sorts. From this moment on, he was destined to live his life under the watchful eyes of the masses. "I've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, so I'm already in an invincible position. Still, Danzo won't sit still. I'd better stay on my guard around him," Uchiha Kong thought to himself as he walked down the bustling street. Truth be told, he wasn't afraid of Danzo targeting him directly. What truly worried him was the possibility that Danzo might set his sights on the people around him. Closest to him now were Uchiha Izumi and her mother, both of whom deserved his protection. With that thought, Uchiha Kong stepped into a jewelry store and bought 2 necklaces. He embedded special materials into the pendants, subtly engraving Flying Thunder God markers into the design. Just like that, he had created 2 new teleportation coordinates. His command over the Flying Thunder God was growing steadily more proficient. Setting up these extra markers was hardly a burden. Once everything was ready, Uchiha Kong waited until evening, then went to Uchiha Izumi's home for dinner. After the meal, just as Uchiha Hazuki was about to gather the dishes, Kong called out to her and took out the 2 necklaces. "Auntie, thank you for looking after me all this time. While I was out today, I picked up these for you and Izumi. Just a small token of my gratitude. I hope you like them." "Oh, you don't have to do that. Really, dear, you shouldn't be so formal with me," Hazuki replied, clearly flustered. "I haven't worn necklaces in ages. You shouldn't have gone out of your way for this." "It's just a little something from me," Kong replied earnestly. "Please, I hope you'll accept this." "Well, all right then." Hazuki hesitated, but seeing the sincerity in Kong's eyes, she nodded and accepted the necklace. "And this one's for you, Izumi," Kong said, slipping the second necklace around Izumi's neck and grinning. "Thank you, Kong. You're always so good to me," Izumi exclaimed delightedly, cradling the necklace as if she couldn't bear to be parted from it. "Kong, why don't you help me put mine on too?" Hazuki suggested. "Of course," Kong nodded, coming around behind her as she knelt by the table. He gently fastened the clasp around her neck. Hazuki tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and gave him a bright smile. "Thank you, Kong." "You're welcome," Auntie, Kong replied, returning to his seat with a small smile. Well, you two go play for a bit. I'll take care of these dishes, Hazuki said, getting up to tidy, her steps seeming lighter than before. Thank you, Kong, Izumi said suddenly. What's this? Why thank me again? She giggled. Well, I have to thank you on behalf of my mom. She hasn't received a present in a long time. And I almost forgot, today's my mother's birthday. Is that so? Kong shook his head and chuckled. It looked like, without even knowing it, he'd managed to find just the right moment to give his gift. After leaving Izumi's home, it was already late. Strolling under the cover of night, Coup Uchiha felt an inexplicable calm settle over his heart. With his steadily growing strength, he was slowly starting to feel a sense of belonging and security in this world. 3 days later, Coup Uchiha received a summons from the third Hokage. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage personally presented him with the certificate of a Chunin. Smiling, he said, Coup Uchiha, congratulations on becoming a Chunin of the Hidden Leaf Village. I hope you'll keep working hard and strive to become a Jonin as soon as possible. Thank you for your encouragement, Lord Hokage, Coup replied. The third Hokage chuckled. Given that you managed to defeat Itachi Uchiha, in my eyes, it's only a matter of time before you become a Jonin. To be honest, having someone like you remain just a Chunin seems a bit of a waste. If you're interested, how would you feel about gaining some experience in the ANBU? The ANBU, huh? Coup pretended to hesitate upon hearing this. I've heard the ANBU are all elite veterans. With my limited experience, would I really be up to the task? I believe in you, and that means you can do it. If you show the determination you had in the finals, you're more than qualified to join the ANBU. The third Hokage encouraged him. You flatter me, Lord Hokage. Let me give it some thought, Coup said after a moment's consideration. Truthfully, he didn't want to join the ANBU, but faced with the third Hokage's invitation, he wouldn't agree too eagerly. This was a game of psychological maneuvering. He couldn't let the old fox see right through his intentions so easily. Well, that's only reasonable. Once you've made up your mind, come see me again, the third Hokage sighed. It's exactly because of leaves like you, flourishing and strong, that Konoha remains ever vibrant. Coup Uchiha took his leave. A figure appeared at the third Hokage's side, the masked ANBU operative, Kakashi. Kakashi, do you think he'll accept? The third Hokage asked quietly, moving to stand by the window and gazing out at the bustling village below. Lord Hokage, whether he accepts or not, I believe he'll always remain true to his identity as a leaf ninja, Kakashi responded. Kakashi, you may not realize just how much commotion the Uchiha clan has been creating these past 2 years. The third Hokage shook his head. The rift between the Uchiha and myself as Hokage has reached a breaking point. Lord Hokage, then your intention in inviting Coup Uchiha into the ANBU is, Kakashi couldn't hide his surprise. The third Hokage gave a helpless smile. No matter what, I don't want things to deteriorate that far. As long as there's any chance, I'll try to seize it. Coup Uchiha is an excellent opportunity. If he joins the ANBU, I fear I'll have to trouble you to look after him. As a bridge between the village and his clan, Lord Hokage, you're giving me quite the difficult assignment. Kakashi let out a sigh. Kakashi, the copy ninja, when a true genius stands before you, the term hardly means the same. I have absolute confidence in your abilities, the third Hokage said, patting Kakashi reassuringly on the shoulder. Kakashi instantly felt the weight of responsibility settle even heavier on his shoulders. The next day, Uchiha Sora arrived at the Hokage's office and accepted the third Hokage's offer to join the ANBU. The third Hokage handed Sora an ANBU mask and official proof of his new status, smiling as he spoke. Uchiha Sora, I knew you would accept. The ANBU is the place where a talent like you belongs, where true metal is forged. Sora took the items and, guided by the secretary, made his way to the ANBU headquarters. The base itself was actually located within the Hokage's main building and was divided into 2 distinct areas, the underground facility and the departments above ground. The underground ANBU base was the heart of the organization. The above-ground departments mainly served for relaying the Hokage's commands and as a center where the ANBU members received and reported their missions. After completing all the necessary procedures, Sora was led deep into the base, down a long subterranean corridor, until he reached a dimly lit hall. In the hall, a man stood waiting, his face concealed behind an ANBU mask. As Sora entered, the man removed his mask and said calmly, Uchiha Sora, I will be the one to guide you on your ANBU missions from now on. He had striking silver hair, a mask covering the lower half of his face, and a deep scar running down his left eye, revealing a vivid crimson sharingan. It was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Dressed in his full ANBU uniform, Kakashi exuded an unyielding aura. His three-tomoe sharingan fixed directly on Sora, radiating an intimidating presence. It was clear Kakashi was testing him. Yet, faced with this powerful display, Sora merely smiled, and, in response, his own eyes turned the same deep scarlet. The three-tomoe sharingan stared back at Kakashi, blazing with silent challenge. A forceful aura erupted from Sora, instantly filling the hall. "Senior Kakashi, the famous copy ninja, it's an honor to work with you," Sora said with a warm smile. "Well, I'm surprised you know who I am," Kakashi replied, a hint of caution flickering in his heart as he felt the force of Sora's presence. He immediately eased the pressure, chuckling and covering his sharingan eye with his forehead protector. Seeing this, Sora deactivated his sharingan as well and said lightly, "Your reputation precedes you, Kakashi. Everyone in the village knows your name. I look forward to your guidance." Kakashi gave a slight nod. "Let's look out for each other from now on. Anyway, let me introduce you to your other two teammates. One of them, I think you already know quite well." The author is feeling rather frustrated. Though there are quite a few readers, the revenue from reading is so low it can't even buy a single Steam bun. After talking to other writers, the author learned that it's actually the number of ad views that brings him more income. Still, the author understands that clicking on ads while reading can really disrupt the experience, so the last thing the author wants is to ruin your enjoyment of the story. With sincerity, the author asks for your help. If you could spare just a moment of your precious time to click Send Gift and watch the video for the free gift, you could send a little something to the author without spending any money at all. For every time someone watches the video, the author earns a tiny bit, just 1 cent. But when those small amounts add up, it makes a big difference. If you don't see the free gift option, it might be because your app is outdated or your account hasn't met the reading time requirement. In that case, you can still support the author by clicking Urgent Update and watching the ad that pops up. Under Kakashi's lead, Uchiha Sora was introduced to his two teammates in the Umbu. One of them turned out to be someone quite familiar. With long violet hair, delicate features, and a figure already showing the grace of womanhood, it was none other than Yugao Yuzuki. "Sora, it's really you." Yugao's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight as she caught sight of him. "Yugao, looks like we're teammates again." Uchiha Sora greeted her with a cheerful smile. "Yes, I should have guessed. When Captain Kakashi mentioned a teammate who was a genius from the Uchiha clan, it had to be you," Yugao replied, her happiness evident. She then turned her gaze to a male Umbu standing beside her. This male Umbu, not yet 20, seemed similar in age to Kakashi. His looks were unremarkable, and he carried himself quietly, almost reserved. Upon meeting his new teammate, he simply gave Uchiha Sora a slight nod. "My name is Taka. I am Uchiha Sora. Pleased to be working with you," Sora replied with a friendly smile. After the introductions, Kakashi gave his instructions. "There's a mission for the three of you. The difficulty isn't high. Take this as an opportunity to get used to working together. I'll be joining you on this mission as well." "Yes, Captain," all three responded in unison. The Umbu operated under strict hierarchy, and since Kakashi was their squad leader, all mission assignments had to come through him. As it turned out, this mission was closely related to the recent Chunin exam. A squad of ninja from their ally, the Sand Village of the Wind Country, had been ambushed by another faction on their way home. Now, trapped on the border of the Land of Fire, they were waiting for reinforcements from Konoha. The three answered the call, put on their masks, and set out toward the mission site with Kakashi. According to the mission briefing, this Sand Village group comprised 10 people this time. Aside from the Jonin leading the team, there were 3 Chunin, and the remaining 6 were all Genin. Among those who attacked them, at least 2 possessed the strength of elite Jonin, while several others were of Chunin level. "When the time comes, I'll support the Sunagakure Jonin. The 3 of you, assess the situation and take out the others first." Kakashi explained the strategy as they hurried along the road. Traveling at full speed, the 4 of them soon reached the border of the Land of Fire, close to their mission's location. Quietly, Uchiha Sora left behind a flying thunder god Kunai nearby, a precaution, his escape route in case things went wrong. After all, the coordinates for his other flying thunder god markers back in the vicinity of Konoha were far too distant. Should an emergency arise, he wouldn't be able to sense them. "There's movement up ahead." Kakashi suddenly signaled to the team, halting their advance. "We'll split up. Once we're on the battlefield, coordinate as needed." With that, Kakashi dashed off first. Uchiha Sora, Yugugo Yuzuki, and Taka also broke off, circling toward the battlefield from different directions. Sora chose the northern route. There, 2 enemy ninja were besieging a Sunagakure Chunin. Despite being outnumbered, the Sand Chunin, a skilled puppeteer, was still holding out, though he was being slowly overwhelmed with each passing second. His defeat seemed inevitable, just a matter of time. The pair of attackers wore no headbands, making it impossible to tell where they were from, but their techniques were all Earth-style jutsu. Sora observed from the sidelines for a moment before making his move, vaulting onto the field without hesitation. Drawing the short sword from his back, he channeled wind nature chakra into the blade and swung it swiftly toward one enemy's back. Gale Slash. A razor-sharp arc of wind chakra traced the sword's path, launching forward in an instant toward the Earth-style ninja. Sensing the sudden danger behind him, the enemy spun around in shock, reacting just in time as his arm transformed into solid stone to shield himself. The wind blade sliced into the stone arm, carving a deep gash, blood quickly welling from the wound. Though injured, the Earth-style ninja managed to block Sora's attack. A moment later, however, a massive fireball roared through the air, engulfing him without mercy. Fire-style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A scream rang out as the Earth-style ninja, unable to dodge, was struck head-on. Flames consumed him, and he hit the ground rolling, soon falling eerily silent. Having taken down one foe, Sora's gaze locked onto the second enemy as he charged forward. Seeing his comrade eliminated by a surprise attack, the remaining enemy panicked, hastily tossing a smoke bomb and attempting to escape under its cover. Shadow Clone Jutsu. At once, Sora summoned dozens of clones, sending them all surging into the smoke, their blades cutting through in a furious assault. Before long, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The ninja hadn't expected Uchiha Sora to use the overwhelming power of sheer numbers. Without time to escape, he was quickly overwhelmed by a chaotic flurry of attacks, losing an arm in the melee. Over here, as soon as the shadow clones heard the shout, they immediately surged toward the source of the sound. A chorus of muffled impacts followed. Dozens of shadow clones lunged, their short swords thrusting toward the target all at once. The enemy ninja was quickly reduced to a pincushion under the relentless assault. As the smoke cleared and the shadow clones vanished, Uchiha Sora shook his head in mild disappointment. Too weak. Enemies like these offered little opportunity to hone his skills. It seemed that only a renowned jonin, someone on the level of Kakashi, would be enough to put real pressure on him at this point. Setting these thoughts aside, Sora swiftly headed in a different direction. There, Yugugo Yuzuki and a Sand Ninja Chunin were fighting side by side against three attackers. The Sand Ninja was clearly badly injured, barely able to stand, leaving Yugugo to fend them off almost single-handedly, a daunting task. Fortunately, Yugugo's swordplay was impressive and her reflexes sharp. Even in a tangled 3-on-1 skirmish, she managed to hold her own, falling only slightly behind. As soon as Sora arrived, Yugugo unleashed a signature move, leaf-style sword art, Crescent Moon Dance. Yugugo and her two shadow clones drew their blades and struck from three directions at once, a graceful and dazzling formation targeting all three enemy ninjas simultaneously. Watching this, Sora smiled faintly. In a flash, he appeared behind one of the ninjas, just as the enemy was focused on defending against Yugugo's assault. With a single swift motion, Sora's blade, charged with cutting wind, pierced cleanly through the ninja's body. The enemy collapsed to the ground. Sora and Yugugo exchanged a look and shared a knowing smile. A sharp double crack resonated. The two Yugugo clones have encountered and disappeared in clouds of white smoke. Suddenly, the fight balanced out, 2 against 2. Leave them to me. Sora's eyes took on an eerie crimson hue. The three-tomoe sharingan swirled into view, catching the attention of the two remaining enemy ninjas. What? That's the sharingan. This is bad. He's one of the Uchiha elite. Fear struck them both. At the sight of Sora's three-tomoe sharingan, panic twisted across their faces and they desperately tried to flee. But they were far too slow. The instant they met Sora's gaze, they were ensnared in the web of his genjutsu. Golden Binding. Both ninjas froze in place, bodies rigid as statues, terror etched on every feature. Genjutsu Shiranui. In an instant, flames spontaneously crept upwards from their feet, consuming their bodies like sheets of burning paper. When the illusion finally lifted and the phantom fire faded, both collapsed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Sora stepped forward, and with a swift stroke of his blade, ended their suffering, one after the other. As expected of you, just a single illusion technique was enough to take them down. Ian couldn't help but praise. Let's go support our other teammate, Uchiha Sora said with a smile, heading off in another direction. Yet, by the time they reached where Hawk was, he had already taken care of all three enemies. Clearly, Hawk's abilities were not to be underestimated. The three regrouped and set off toward the area where Kakashi was fighting. From afar, they could already sense a torrent of wild, crackling lightning in the air. Chidori. When they found Kakashi, his hand was just pulling back from an enemy's chest. Tiny streaks of lightning still danced along his palm. With his three-tomoe sharingan, Uchiha Sora fixed his gaze on the flow of chakra in Kakashi's hand, trying to decipher the principle behind the technique. Regrettably, he didn't possess the lightning nature among his chakra attributes. Lightning release was unfamiliar territory for him, and even with the clarity of the sharingan, he couldn't hope to master Kakashi's technique on the spot. Lying at Kakashi's feet were two bodies. These two were the Chunin among the attackers. We need to bring these bodies back to the leaf for processing. As the three arrived, Kakashi spoke up. You're all new to the Umbu, so I'll show you how we deal with corpses in the field. Thanks to Kakashi's hands-on teaching, Uchiha Sora and the others quickly learned the Umbu's procedures for handling bodies. Pulling out sealing scrolls, they sealed the corpses away for safekeeping. At that moment, villagers from Mangekyo who had been rescued came over to express their gratitude. After a round of polite words, the Sand villagers took their leave. With only Uchiha Sora's team remaining, they too prepared to head back to the leaf and report on their mission. Alright, you all did exceptionally well this time. Every task assigned to you was carried out flawlessly, which proves you're capable of handling Umbu missions. I hope you continue to keep up the good work in the future. Kakashi wrapped up the mission with his assessment. Suddenly, footsteps approached from the side. A cold, raspy laugh cut through the stillness. Not bad, Kakashi. You're starting to sound like a real leader these days. Who's there? The four of them started, Kakashi's face turning tense as he turned toward the sound. The newcomer's clothes were loose and flowing, a mane of jet black hair cascading down to frame a pale, yet strikingly handsome face. His eyes, slit like a serpent's, exuded a menacing aura. Just meeting his gaze sent a chill crawling over your skin. Orochimaru. Yin couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to show yourself so soon after your defection. Aren't you afraid we'll drag you back? Kakashi said coldly. A derisive chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips. Kakashi. That's a line better left to the other two Sannin. When it comes from you, you're still a bit too green. At this moment, it was obvious that Kakashi was of no real concern to Orochimaru. Kakashi gritted his teeth in secret. In truth, he was well aware of this fact. His previous words had merely been an attempt to bluff and project confidence. If he were alone, he wouldn't fear Orochimaru. Even if he couldn't win, escaping would still be within reach. But now, he was accompanied by three rookie members of the Umbu. With them in tow, a retreat wouldn't be so easy. A quick word of thanks to the generous readers who sent gifts yesterday. Taoist Ancestor Ming of the Jatian Gang, user 427449992, Su from the Jatian Gang, and the Humble Furball, the Unexpected, Brave and Righteous Jun Kaisen, Lu from the Jatian Gang, and Hongwang Patriarch of the Jatian Gang. Our Jatian Gang truly is mighty. In just a few exchanges, Kakashi's aura was completely overwhelmed by Orochimaru. Yugugo Yuzuki and Taka both stood as if facing a mortal enemy. Perhaps the only one under little pressure was Sora Uchiha. Having long since set up the Flying Thunder God seal as his trump card, Orochimaru's arrival posed no real threat to his life. Yet someone as cunning as Orochimaru never acted without purpose. His appearance here was likely no coincidence. At this point in time, Orochimaru had only defected from Konoha a year or two ago. According to the original story, he should still be in the phase of gathering subordinates, and he hadn't joined the Akatsuki yet. As Sora Uchiha's thoughts raced, Orochimaru's gaze suddenly fell upon him. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Sora Uchiha, yes? Orochimaru's voice slithered in, cold and sinister. Sora felt at once as though he was being watched by a poisonous serpent, making his skin crawl. Well done, Orochimaru-senpai. Even with my mask on, you could recognize me. What's your business with me? Sora gathered his chakra, silently preparing himself, his voice calm and measured. Though Orochimaru's presence was overwhelming, Sora had no intention of backing down. He opened his sharingan, the three-tomoe spinning into life. At that moment, his powerful ocular force and chakra surged forth together. The air itself seemed to stir, whirling into a gust of wind. His overwhelming presence drew startled glances from Kakashi and the others beside him. What a massive amount of chakra! Sora Uchiha's chakra reserves seem far greater than mine, Kakashi thought to himself in alarm. Impressive, impressive. Sora Uchiha, you truly are the genius who defeated Itachi. Seeing you today has made this trip worthwhile. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed, his tongue flicking across his lips, savoring the sight of his prey. Noticing the implication in Orochimaru's words, Kakashi's face darkened. Orochimaru, what do you intend to do? He demanded. Orochimaru chuckled, his voice silky smooth. Don't be so tense, Kakashi. I merely wish to play a little with Konoha's new generation. Orochimaru, don't do anything rash. Kakashi immediately stepped in front of Uchiha Sora, forming hand seals with both hands as the sound of lightning crackled in his palm. It was none other than Kakashi's signature move, his S-rank lightning style. Lightning Cutter. Holding the glowing Raikiri aloft, Kakashi's sharingan, marked by its three-tomoe, was already revealed, locked intently on Orochimaru. If you want to lay a hand on Sora, you'll have to get through me first. I'll stand with you. Yugao Yuzuki leaped forward as well, unsheathing her long sword and pointing it at Orochimaru from a distance. Though her grip trembled slightly, her voice was resolute and unwavering. Even Eagle moved forward silently, joining them. How troublesome, Orochimaru said with a resigned shake of his head. He raised his right hand, bit into his finger, and began weaving signs. Summoning jutsu. With a resounding bang, a massive cloud of white smoke billowed into the air. As the smoke cleared, 3 earth-brown serpents, each at least 20 meters long, slowly emerged from a mist. Hold off those 3 for me. Don't let them interfere, Orochimaru commanded from atop one of the giant snake's heads. Receiving their orders, the 3 serpents lunged at Kakashi and the others in an instant. Facing the onslaught of such enormous summoned beasts, everyone was forced to scatter in different directions. Just as Uchiha Sora leapt into the air, he saw Orochimaru's neck suddenly stretch out with lightning speed, shooting straight towards him. That sense for perfect timing, far beyond what ordinary shinobi could hope to achieve. Caught midair, Uchiha Sora couldn't dodge. He could only rely on his sword, slashing fiercely several times to unleash roaring blades of wind. Yet Orochimaru's neck was astonishingly agile, twisting through the air with unnatural ease and slipping past Sora's attacks effortlessly. Suddenly, Orochimaru gave him a wicked smile and lunged, jaws wide, fangs flashing as he struck at Sora's throat. Just as those venomous fangs were about to pierce him, Sora caught a flash of blue chakra out of the corner of his eye. Orochimaru's expression changed abruptly. At that very moment, Sora's left hand, hidden behind his back, shot forward, unleashing a violently spinning Rasengan, driving it straight at Orochimaru's face from point-blank range. But just as Sora thought his counterattack would land, Orochimaru's tongue whipped from his mouth, wrapping around Sora's arm. With a sudden, powerful pull, he yanked Sora's hand, and the Rasengan, off course. The Rasengan missed its mark. Orochimaru swiftly retracted his neck, his head snapping back to his body, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. He knows the Rasengan too? Does that mean he's connected to Jiraiya? Sora used the momentum to land on the far side, putting some distance between them. So that's the legendary Orochimaru. Even after all my carefully planned counterattacks, not a single hit landed. This is what it means to be one of the legendary Sannin. Their battle instincts and adaptability are on an entirely different level. Sora thought, his heart pounding. When it comes to battle experience, he knew he was nowhere near the level of formidable warriors like Orochimaru, who had weathered both the second and third Great Ninja Wars. Yet, it was only by facing Kage-level opponents like Orochimaru that he could truly sense that overwhelming pressure. Only through such high-stakes battles could he hope to be tempered and grow stronger rapidly. Feeling the crushing pressure emanating from Orochimaru, Uchiha Sora actually found a flicker of excitement kindling within his heart. A sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Under Orochimaru's immense pressure, your spiritual energy has successfully entered automatic cultivation mode. Pressure is the source of power. Your will is surging with vigor. Spiritual energy cultivation is accelerating. Spiritual energy instantly increases by 100%. Hearing the system's prompt, Sora couldn't help but feel elated. He hadn't expected that challenging his own will would trigger the automatic cultivation of spiritual energy. After all, spiritual energy was one of the 2 fundamental components that made up chakra, yet it was usually elusive. There was never any clear-cut way to directly improve it. For most shinobi, increasing chakra reserves meant not only practicing chakra refinement techniques, but also finding ways to enhance both their physical and spiritual energies. Otherwise, focusing solely on refining chakra would inevitably lead to a bottleneck. The essence of boosting chakra was, ultimately, to raise these 2 sources, physical and spiritual energy. But strengthening either one was no easy feat. Physical energy could be gradually augmented through relentless training, but relied heavily on bloodline. Those born with the physique of a sage, for instance, possessed far more physical energy than ordinary people from the start. As for spiritual energy, unless you belong to the clan of those with sage eyes, who could stimulate their power and elevate their eye techniques through repeated shocks, others could only hone their spiritual energy by repeatedly tempering their will, and even then, the improvement for average individuals was quite limited. This was exactly why most shinobi never rose above the level of Chunin. Lacking any bloodline advantage, the typical shinobi had no swift, effective method for rapidly boosting their physical or spiritual energy. Their upper limits were fixed, and only true prodigies had a chance to break through these natural ceilings. Uchiha Sora, however, had previously set his own physical training into automatic cultivation mode, which meant his body's energy was continuously being refined, even leading him to awaken the physique of a sage. And now, with his spiritual energy also entering automatic cultivation mode, it meant Sora no longer needed to worry about improving the upper limits of either type of energy in the future. If nothing unexpected happened, his chakra reserves would continue to grow, without end. It might sound complicated, but after a sudden 100% surge in spiritual energy, Uchiha Sora didn't just feel his mind growing fuller. His body, now actively refining chakra, was also seeing a dramatic and rapid increase in total chakra reserves. At the same time, thanks to the boost in his spiritual power, the visual prowess of his triple-tomoe sharingan eyes was heightened considerably on its own. Although he wasn't quite at the level of awakening the Mangekyo sharingan, his ocular power had already surpassed that of an ordinary triple-tomoe sharingan by a large margin. Just then, the system spoke up again. Ding! Due to the growth of your spiritual energy, your sharingan feels invigorated and jubilant. During its automatic cultivation, it's currently nurturing a new innate talent. Hearing this notification, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but be taken aback. Amazing! My sharingan, I never knew you had this kind of potential. Previously, under Shisui's Jinjutsu, he had already awakened the talent for Jinjutsu immunity. And now, was his sharingan truly on the verge of manifesting yet another unique talent? Incredible! My dear sharingan, I, your master, can't wait to see what surprises you have in store. Of course, for the sharingan to develop a new talent wouldn't be an overnight process. Suppressing his surging emotions, Uchiha Sora turned to look at Orochimaru, and a smile of genuine joy appeared on his face. Orochimaru-senpai, I'm truly grateful to you. After all, if not for Orochimaru's intervention, his spiritual energy wouldn't have entered this state of automatic cultivation, doubling in strength. And as a bonus, his chakra reserves had also nearly doubled. Orochimaru paused, baffled by the sudden gratitude. To show my thanks, why don't I let you experience firsthand the power of a sharingan you've always coveted? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. In his scarlet eyes, the force of his sight exploded like a sudden tide. An invisible surge of ocular energy swept toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression instantly changed. This isn't good. Just as he was about to retreat, he realized he had already been drawn into a Jinjutsu. The world before his eyes twisted in an instant. The three-tomoe sharingan in Uchiha Sora's eyes grew ever larger, filling Orochimaru's field of vision entirely. As one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was not only an experienced combatant, but also extremely refined in the art of Jinjutsu. Swiftly, he formed seals with his hands, attempting to counter Uchiha Sora's illusion with one of his own. In Orochimaru's mind, even if Uchiha Sora possessed the sharingan, there was no way his Jinjutsu skills could surpass his own. Yet, to Orochimaru's utter astonishment, he found his body completely paralyzed. He'd been ensnared by the binding illusion. How is this possible? I'm actually being controlled by Jinjutsu like this. Orochimaru was filled with disbelief. This situation was beyond anything he'd anticipated. At this moment, Uchiha Kong's calm, unhurried voice rang out. Orochimaru, it seems you still haven't realized it. I've already seen right through you with these eyes of mine. What do you mean? Beads of cold sweat broke out on Orochimaru's forehead. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had never experienced being trapped and manipulated by a single illusory technique before. Seeing Orochimaru's perplexed and uneasy expression, Uchiha Kong appeared before him, fixing him with a steady gaze as he spoke slowly. My sharingan can see it all. Right now, you're just tough on the outside but hollow within. That immense chakra of yours doesn't seem to harmonize very well with this body, does it? What? How did you? Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. You must have performed some forbidden technique, transferring your original chakra and soul into another person's body, right? And between your own chakra and soul and the ones that originally belonged to this body, there's a natural rejection, isn't there? Uchiha Kong continued, his voice unwavering. What he said was partly because he knew the original story and Orochimaru's secrets, and partly because his sharingan really had revealed subtleties others might miss. Orochimaru's notorious living corpse reincarnation technique involved transferring his soul and chakra into a new host, gradually consuming and overriding the host's own soul and chakra. In theory, by repeatedly reincarnating, Orochimaru's chakra and soul shouldn't diminish, but instead grow even stronger. However, as the number of reincarnations increased, unless his devouring methods evolved, his soul and chakra would only become increasingly fragmented and chaotic. In fact, multiple wills could be mingled within his chakra. This might go unnoticed in ordinary times, but in a critical moment, that chaos could well turn against him. Furthermore, Orochimaru wasn't plagued only by this single issue. He also sought immortality through the use of the cursed seal. In his endless experimentation, he kept splitting his own will and chakra again and again. With his powers and ninjutsu at their peak, yet problems festering in these two vital aspects, Orochimaru's strength was greatly diminished. Ordinary ninjutsu might not trouble him at all, but Uchiha Kong's illusions, unleashed through the three-tomoe sharingan, especially with his recent surge in eye power, were on a wholly different level. They might utterly formidable. Even someone as experienced and brimming with chakra as Orochimaru found himself unable to break free from this illusion. Now, as he listened to Uchiha Kong's words, Orochimaru's face turned unsightly pale. He had never expected that the secret behind his reincarnation would be exposed so swiftly by this 10-year-old child standing before him. And, worse yet, that his vulnerabilities would be laid bare. This revelation struck at his very core, shaking the confidence he once carried as one of the great Sannin. Yet Orochimaru was a battle-hardened warrior. Even trapped within the illusion, he quickly regained his composure. With a sly smile, he said, "Uchiha Sora, your ninjutsu is impressive. I'll give you that. But what of it? Do you truly believe your illusions can hold me?" You hesitated instead of striking immediately. Now your chance is gone. Suddenly, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and a hand reached out from within. Almost instantly, another Orochimaru crawled out of his own jaws. It was the Orochimaru-style substitution technique. This body replacement jutsu could evade nearly all attacks, be they ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu. Within the illusion, Orochimaru decisively used his unique substitution technique, instantly breaking free from Uchiha Sora's binding of golden chains. In the real world, a new Orochimaru emerged from his former body and quickly retreated to a safe distance. Uchiha Sora frowned inwardly. He had to admit, Orochimaru's methods were as bizarre as they were formidable. To think that substitution technique could even shatter illusions, it truly caught him by surprise. However, this was not without fault of his own jinjutsu. The binding of golden chains, though it immobilized Orochimaru's body, still allowed him to channel chakra and even speak. And that, in turn, gave Orochimaru the opening to escape with his jutsu. Fortunately, Uchiha Sora had never intended to fight Orochimaru to the death. Letting him escape the illusion posed no disappointment. At that moment, Kakashi finished off a giant snake and swiftly landed beside Uchiha Sora. Casting his gaze at the distant Orochimaru, Uchiha Sora asked calmly, "Orochimaru, do you still wish to continue this fight?" Realizing Kakashi had appeared, Orochimaru knew there was nothing more to gain here. Reluctantly, he shook his head. "Uchiha Sora, it seems I miscalculated this time. I hadn't expected your strength to grow so much. Next time we meet, you may well surpass me." "You flatter me, Orochimaru-senpai," Sora replied with easy composure. A meaningful smile flickered at the corner of Orochimaru's lips. Slowly, his form sank into the earth. Before disappearing, he fixed Uchiha Sora with a lingering look inside. "Konoha is already rotten to the core. A talent like you deserves a broader sky. As a member of the Uchiha clan, staying in Konoha is like a bird forever trapped in a cage. It will never have the chance to truly soar." Uchiha Sora answered only with a non-committal smile, letting Orochimaru leave unhindered. In truth, had he wished to settle things once and for all, he could have used his S-ranked wind release or unleashed the flying thunder god, his ultimate trump cards. But he'd allowed this long-winded exchange and let Orochimaru break free, all to avoid exposing the true depths of his power and to keep his deadliest techniques hidden from prying eyes. After this fruitless encounter, Orochimaru would most likely keep his distance and treat him with caution from now on. As for the words Orochimaru said before leaving, Uchiha Sora certainly paid them no mind. However, Kakashi, upon hearing those words, grew extremely vigilant and couldn't help but warn him, "Sora, don't let yourself be swayed by the words of a rogue ninja like Orochimaru." Uchiha Sora gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, Captain Kakashi. Good, that's a relief. You're not hurt, are you?" Kakashi finally breathed easier, concern showing in his eyes. Earlier, he had been held back by the giant snake. its massive body blocking his line of sight, so he hadn't seen the duel between Uchiha Sora and Orochimaru. I'm not hurt. Orochimaru tried to place a curse mark on me, but I managed to evade him. He didn't succeed, Uchiha Sora replied. A curse mark, huh? I heard his disciple Anko Mitarashi also bears a kind of power. Kakashi grew even more worried. It seems his curse mark is something serious. We need to report this to Lord Hokage right away. At this moment, Yugugo Yuzuki and Taka finally broke free from the serpent's entanglement and rejoined the group. Both of them only had a few scrapes, nothing serious. Sora, you have me worried sick? To be targeted by someone as terrifying as Orochimaru. Are you really alright? Yugugo came quickly to his side, her face etched with anxiety. Uchiha Sora shook his head, indicating he was unhurt. Yugugo finally let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Taka suddenly asked, Sora, how did you manage to fend off Orochimaru? Well, the legendary Sannin? With his power, it shouldn't have been possible for you to come away unscathed. Taka, what's that supposed to mean? Do you want to see Sora get hurt? Yugugo's brow furrowed at once. That's not what I meant. I'm just curious, that's all. Realizing he had sounded too eager, Taka quickly waved his hands in denial. Uchiha Sora replied with a mild smile. It's simple, really. Orochimaru is strong, but I'm no pushover myself. Is that so? Taka gave a sheepish laugh and fell silent. All right. Let's save a discussion for later. Our first priority is to get back to the Leaf Village as quickly as possible. Kakashi stepped in to break up the conversation. Without delay, the group set off, racing toward Konoha. However, thanks to Taka's earlier remarks, a strange tension lingered among them. Yugugo fell in step with Uchiha Sora, while Taka was left somewhat out in the cold. Trailing behind, Kakashi observed his three subordinates and found himself lost in thought. From every perspective, Yugugo Yuzuki met the requirements for the ANBU, but whenever it came to matters involving Uchiha Sora, she couldn't help but show strong personal feelings. Previously, when they encountered Orochimaru, she had stepped forward without hesitation, and later, she even fell in a conflict with her teammate, Hawk, in order to stand by him. These actions made it clear that her feelings for Uchiha Sora went far beyond the surface level of mere comradeship. As for Hawk, his uncharacteristically inquisitive behavior and questions toward Uchiha Sora also aroused suspicions about his intentions. When it came to Uchiha Sora himself, Kakashi could not help but give him extraordinary weight in his mind. Just as Hawk had voiced his doubts, Kakashi too was plagued by questions. What was the true extent of Uchiha Sora's strength? How had he managed to come out unscathed after crossing paths with Orochimaru, to hold out until backup arrived, and even to earn such an unexpected remark from Orochimaru upon the latter's retreat? None of these details could be ignored. By dusk that day, the group had already returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. The three of them parted ways, each headed in their own direction. Uchiha Sora and Yugao decided to celebrate the successful completion of their mission with a grand feast at a barbecue house. Meanwhile, Kakashi made his way to the Hokage's office to deliver a detailed report on the mission to the third Hokage. After listening to Kakashi's account, the third Hokage furrowed his brows deeply and said, Orochimaru, even after leaving the leaf, he still can't help but stir up trouble. Letting him go in the first place was a mistake, one I regret to this day. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, the fact that Uchiha Sora could earn such recognition from Orochimaru. Kakashi, this is no ordinary child. The Uchiha clan walks a dangerous line. Sora is only 10 years old. As a superior, you must never let him follow in Orochimaru's footsteps. I understand, Kakashi answered with firm resolve. While the third Hokage was giving Kakashi these instructions, elsewhere, in the shadowy depths of an underground base, the leader of Root, Danzo, was giving orders of his own to a subordinate. Hawk, tighten your watch. If Uchiha Sora shows even the slightest sign of dangerous intent, eliminate him on the spot. Danzo commanded coldly. Yes, Lord Danzo, Hawk replied with unwavering respect. Had Kakashi been present, he would have surely recognized this man called Hawk, the very same subordinate who walked alongside him. From the very beginning, Hawk's true loyalty had been to Danzo. He had been planted at Uchiha Sora's side as a pawn, tasked with surveillance and gathering intelligence. Not even the third Hokage suspected any of this. A bonus chapter today. There's another update coming this afternoon. I'm truly moved. Because of the word limit, I couldn't list everyone who sent gifts, so I'll continue adding names in this afternoon's chapter. To all those who supported me, Chiyu, The Contrarian, User 10108680, User 101120993, The Emperor of the Abyss, The Blazing Heavens Guild, Chisha, Sure AI 303, I Want It Too, The Ordinary Fluffy Ball, Ziwin who loves eating panko burgers, Shaming, The Blazing Heavens Guild's Glorious War God, Nan Shengli, Zhilu from Kongtong Mountain, the Blood Demon Emperor who loves braised vermicelli, Twin Wolves Guild, Guildmaster, Bing Yin, Evil Me, Yin Fu who loves ding and rice dumplings, Song Lini, Yuki Asuna, Sister Su who loves hot pot, Lord Frisia Wukahua, 1 vs 7, Wang Ihan let me like it, Munki D, Luffy, the Blazing Heavens Guild Undead Overlord, Uchiha Itachi, Ichio who loves chili oil, the Blazing Heavens Guild Grand Elder Ming, the Great Chu Lord who loves sweet buns, Kazami Yuka, Brave, and just Jun Kaisen, Zhao Wangqian from Misty Town, Qing Lin from Moon Lake, Shadow Wei from the Podala Palace. My heartfelt thanks to you all. After enjoying barbecue with Shien, Uchiha Sora returned to his own home. His encounter with Orochimaru this time had brought him tremendous gains. When it came to chakra, he had already possessed reserves many times greater than a typical jonin. After another leap in growth, he had likely reached the threshold of Kage-level chakra. Furthermore, with both his body and mind engaged in automatic training, his growth in chakra would no longer have any ceiling. At the current pace of his self-training, it might take less than 3 years before his chakra reserves rival those of a tailed beast. And in terms of experience, he can now say he'd stood face-to-face with a Kage-level opponent. Such an opportunity is one that most shinobi would never have in their entire lives. However, despite these gains, Uchiha Sora remained deeply wary of those lurking eyes watching him from the shadows. Orochimaru had made his move this time, but who would come next? Danzo? Or perhaps Uchiha Obito? Thus, when it came to developing new jutsu, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. His chakra pool was vast, and he already had his trump cards. Yet all these techniques were meant to be held in reserve, to be revealed only at critical moments. For everyday ninjutsu, aside from a few fire and wind techniques, he was still lacking jutsu of other elements. Earth style provided sturdy defense, water style offered endless versatility, and lightning style brought overwhelming, explosive force. The 5 basic chakra natures, apart from innate affinity, can also be learned. Uchiha Sora mused to himself. Kakashi's extraordinary talent allowed him to master all 5 chakra types. Along with his sharingan, he even learned the Yin chakra transformation. I not only possess the sharingan, but also the body of sage. In theory, that means I'm capable of mastering all elemental transformations. Uchiha Sora murmured in a low voice. Starting tomorrow, I should look into some techniques related to elemental change. In the days that followed, Uchiha Sora continued to carry out covert Umbu missions, while also seeking out Kakashi for guidance in the study of chakra nature transformation. However, Sora's innate talent was somewhat limited. Even with Kakashi's clear and patient explanations, he still couldn't quickly master chakra natures that he didn't naturally possess. Fortunately, just when he was at a loss, his automatic training system stepped in to help. After several days of consulting Kakashi about the lightning nature, Sora's mind was suddenly filled with the sound of a system notification. Ding! Through your persistent effort and relentless learning, your physical potential has been moved by your determination. A new chakra nature has awakened. Lightning. With this newfound affinity, Sora quickly learned to manipulate the properties of lightning-style chakra. He then pulled Kakashi aside again, persuading him to thoroughly explain the secrets of earth and water nature transformations. About half a month later, Sora's body awakened the talents for earth and water as well. And so it was that Sora finally attained a body endowed with yin, yang, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, all the elemental natures. With these innate abilities in hand, his further cultivation became much simpler. Some of the lower-level jutsu could be copied directly just by observing them with the sharingan. As for the more complex B-rank and A-rank jutsu, as long as he grasped their essentials with the sharingan and remembered the hand seals, he could take them home to practice at his own pace. Even though Sora's innate talent and cultivation was nothing extraordinary, and his progress could be slow, the occasional interventions from the system allowed his arsenal of ninjutsu to expand at an impressive rate. Time flew by, and before long, the year was drawing to a close. A light snow began to fall over the Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Sora was now 11 years old. Through his recent Umbu assignments, he had completed numerous high-difficulty missions, including several A-ranked ones and even the occasional S-ranked task. The trials of Umbu life had not only honed his combat skills, but also toughened his spirit and resolve. His strength slowly came to show itself. With skilled ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and kenjutsu, he handled every mission with confident ease. Occasionally, even opponents whom Kakashi found challenging would be deftly taken down by Sora. At the home of Izumi Uchiha, Sora sat with Izumi and her mother, the 3 of them enjoying a sumptuous feast together. Half a year ago, Izumi Uchiha graduated from the Ninja Academy and became a genin. Lately, she's been busily carrying out genin missions. As Izumi recounted amusing stories from her missions, Sora Uchiha found his spirits lifted. After dinner, Sora took Izumi out for a stroll through the town, and together they visited the theater to enjoy the New Year celebration performance unique to the world of shinobi. When the show ended, Sora and Izumi wandered through the snowy streets, their hands tightly clasped, savoring each other's warmth. Izumi reached out with her free hand, gently catching a falling snowflake. Her cheeks flushed with pink, she turned to Sora and asked, "Hey, Sora, when we grow up, will we still be able to walk together like this and watch the snow?" Her words were a confession in disguise, and though she spoke softly, her eyes brimmed with nervous anticipation. Sora raised his hand and gently patted her head. Of course. Just that single word, sincere and plain, was worth more than the most eloquent speech. It filled Izumi's heart with quiet peace. Abruptly, the sound of someone sobbing drifted from ahead in the snow, interwoven with shouting and jeers from children. Sora's brow furrowed, but Izumi was already striding quickly toward the commotion. It turned out that not far away, several kids were pelting a little girl with snowballs, showing no concern for her distress or tears. "Hey, you all, stop it right now." Izumi dashed forward, her voice sharp and clear as she put an end to the bullying. "Hey, why are you meddling in our business? Yeah, who even are you? Do we know you? Why should we listen to you?" The children's voices rang out, full of defiant bravado. Izumi's face flushed red with anger. She nearly lost her temper and thought about teaching them a lesson right then and there. But she didn't want to bully kids who hadn't even entered ninja school yet. She hesitated, unsure what to do next. Out of nowhere, a cold, intimidating voice sounded from behind the group. "Brats, if you don't do as you're told, bad things can happen. You know that, right?" It was Sora Uchiha, advancing slowly, a fearsome aura radiating from him. That sight froze the children in place. Each face paled in fright, on the verge of tears. "So brave when you're picking on someone smaller, but not so tough now, huh? Don't you think it's time to apologize?" Sora snorted, then dialed back his pressure, satisfied as the kids snapped to attention. Without another word, the children rushed to apologize to the little girl they'd bullied. As soon as the apologies were out, they took off, vanishing in a flash. Izumi helped the little girl up from the snow and spoke gently. "Don't be scared now. Those bullies have all been chased away by my friend." The little girl finally stopped crying. She lifted her face, revealing a pair of pure, shining eyes on her delicate and adorable features, and gazed at Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Sora, standing before her. "Oh, are you from the Hyuga clan?" Izumi suddenly noticed with some surprise that the little girl was actually from a noble family, just like the Uchiha. "The Hyuga clan. What's your name?" "Thank you, big sister." "Thank you, big brother." My name is Hinata Hyuga," the little girl replied in a shy, soft voice, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "What? You're Hinata Hyuga?" Izumi's face showed obvious astonishment. She couldn't help but glance over at Uchiha Sora. This was none other than the cherished daughter of the Hyuga clan leader, someone of remarkable status. For her to be here, bullied by others, if anything happened or if there were any misunderstandings, it could easily turn into a serious affair. "It's all right. We'll just take her home safely," Sora spoke up calmly. By now, he too had recognized Hinata's identity. Since they had already decided to help, they might as well see it through and escort her back to her family. After all, such meetings might be fate. Izumi nodded and took Hinata's tiny hand. "Come on, let me walk you home." Hinata nodded gently, holding Izumi's hand as she stood up. Then she pointed quietly in the direction of her house and began to walk forward. Along the way, Izumi asked Hinata why the other children had been picking on her. She soon learned that it was because Hinata was timid by nature, so she offered some words of encouragement. "Girls need to be strong, you know? As long as we find our own strength, boys won't be able to push us around." Hinata nodded lightly, the kindness and warmth in Izumi's voice making her slowly break into a smile. Soon, the three arrived at the Grand Hyuga estate. Just at the entrance, a branch family guard immediately recognized young Miss Hinata and hurried off to inform the clan leader. Before long, Hayashi Hyuga himself came out to receive his daughter. To thank Uchiha Sora and Izumi for their kindness, Hayashi personally invited them both into the main hall, offering fine tea as a gesture of gratitude. Faced with the clan leader's cordial hospitality, Izumi felt a bit nervous and restrained. After all, Hayashi was a man of significant status, while she herself was still just a junior ninja, not quite used to interacting with someone so important. Sora, however, remained composed and at ease. "You don't need to stand on ceremony, clan leader Hayashi. It was nothing but a small favor," he responded calmly. Hayashi smiled warmly, his manner exceedingly polite. Uchiha Sora, my daughter seems to have troubled you. It's only right that I thank you personally. After exchanging some pleasantries, Sora and Izumi took their leave. Once Uchiha Sora and Izumi had departed, Hayashi's smile faded. He turned to Hinata beside him and said, Hinata, remember this. No matter where you are, if you ever run into Uchiha Sora, you must be extra careful. Always treat him with the utmost respect. Do you understand? Oh, Hinata dared not go against her father's wishes and nodded her head. Yet in her heart, confusion and doubt still lingered. That older brother clearly seemed to be a good person, so why must she be so careful around him? Naturally, Hayashi would not explain anything to his daughter. All he needed was for her to remember this well. For under the scrutiny of his Byakugan, what he observed shocked him. Uchiha Sora, only 11 years old, harbored a vast amount of chakra within him, far greater than anything Hayashi thought possible for even the Uchiha clan. His true strength, one could only imagine, was certainly nowhere as simple as he let on. A figure such as this would, without doubt, someday outshine every other member of the Uchiha, maybe even become the brightest presence in all of Konoha. When that day arrived, the entire Hyuga clan might prove insignificant in his eyes. Thanks to the parents sending gifts. Ali from Shishan Wuzhou Mansion, Supreme God of Jujian and the Jiayin Gang. Ali from Shishan Wuzhou Mansion again. Quinn who loves rock tea. User 9521894563845. User 782465527. User 782465527. Twice. Warm Spring. User 635882220. User 34433138. Tong 9I from Tiandu region. Chidwa the most handsome. Founder of the Jiayin Gang. Ri Tianshi, gun swordsman from Daya Country. Wang Director Pai from Kauai Island. Xiao Mingwei who loves old palm plants. User 120466710. Supreme Patriarch of Jiayin Gang. Li Chi who loves eating greens and mushrooms. Sinew. Not seen. Xiao Jiangwo who loves tofu egg custard. Long and who loves crispy roasted pork. Dr. Lin who loves Huizhou cuisine. I'm a man. Old ginger is still spicier. User 941466909. Gon, Shin Fujisuk from Jiangwei. Zuate Bushio. Remit's son. Your friend Lon. Shisha. Wuda Hihi. After the turn of the year, Uchiha Sora clearly noticed that the Uchiha clan had grown much more vigilant toward outsiders. Once, when Yugugo came looking for Sora to practice swordsmanship, she was driven away before even getting close to the Uchiha compound. This made Sora realize that Fugaku had likely grown impatient, ready to set the coup into motion. If events proceeded as in the original storyline, then Shursue's death was no doubt drawing near. All this while, Sora kept silently tracking the timing of these events. The true annihilation of the clan was expected to occur 2 years later, led by the now-maturing Uchiha Itachi. At present, Itachi had only just been recommended by Fugaku to join Root, placed as a hidden agent at Konoha's highest level, working from the shadows. As for Uchiha Shisui, his reputation had already reached its peak. He now served as captain of the Konoha Umbu and had the full trust of the third Hokage. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that Uchiha Fugaku would consider initiating a coup. Should the coup succeed and Shisui be raised as Hokage, everything would fall logically into place. As for himself, becoming Hokage was never on his mind. Whether in terms of strength or reputation, even as clan head, he could not compare to Uchiha Shisui. That's why Fugaku had always been grooming Itachi, hoping that Itachi would one day take over Shursue's position and become the next Hokage. Of course, there was someone else he couldn't overlook, Uchiha Sora. Ever since that time he was rebuffed by Sora's Jinjutsu, Fugaku's opinion of him had steadily declined. Especially after Sora joined the Umbu, his actions grew even more unconventional. He seemed to care about nothing but his missions, entirely disregarding the words of the clan head. There were even several clan gatherings in the past where Sora did not attend due to his missions. This left Fugaku more and more disappointed in Sora, to the point where he began to see him as a potential traitor to the clan. On this day, Fugaku once again called for a clan assembly and notified all members to attend. Naturally, only those of at least Chunin rank were eligible to join these meetings. Upon hearing news of this gathering, Sora frowned slightly. He had skipped the last few meetings, choosing not to attend because he was busy with missions. And frankly, he found the meetings tedious. He knew that all they amounted to were speeches inciting clan emotions, fostering closer clan ties, and deepening resentment toward Konoha's leadership. Little more than cult-like propaganda sessions. But this time, he was free and decided to show up out of curiosity. He slipped on his usual white robe, fastened the long sword at his waist, and, now almost 1.70 meters tall, Uchiha Sora passed through the clan district and headed to the family shrine where the assembly was held. Quite a crowd had already gathered by the time he arrived. People watched him with open curiosity as he stepped in. Ever since the Chunin exams, Sora's reputation as a genius had spread widely by word of mouth. But because he had rarely attended clan meetings before, most people didn't know him well. Sora, you're here too? As Sora entered the shrine, Shisui and Itachi, who had arrived early, greeted him together. Among all the Uchiha, probably only Shisui and Itachi felt truly familiar with Sora. Shisui, after all, was Sora's direct superior in the Umbu. They saw each other frequently. Itachi, since joining Root, was seldom seen, but remained close with Shisui, and the two often trained together. After returning their greeting, Sora's gaze landed on the clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, who sat in the center of the shrine, eyes closed in apparent meditation. Sensing Sora's presence, Fugaku slowly opened his eyes. The triple-tomoe pattern of his sharingan appeared, swirling deliberately. He spoke coldly. Uchiha Sora, your name isn't on the list for this clan assembly. Why are you here? Uchiha was taken aback by these words. In past gatherings, Fugaku had always notified him, and even though he hadn't received a message this time, he'd come anyway once he heard about it. He hadn't expected Fugaku to meet him with such undisguised hostility. But after a brief moment of thought, Uchiha Sora understood what was going on. He gave a faint smile and said, Clan leader, it seems you're upset that I missed the past few meetings, aren't you? Oomph. As if I'd dare. Uchiha Sora, you'll likely become a squad leader in the Umbu before long. How can my modest Uchiha clan possibly be worthy of your time? Fugaku replied, voice laced with sarcasm. Ridiculous, Sora replied, his expression turning cold. The rest of the clan perked up at this, eager to see the drama unfold. Clearly, the clan leader harbored serious resentment toward the clan's genius, Uchiha Sora. Sensing the charged atmosphere between the two, Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances. It was Itachi who spoke up. Father, Sora missed the previous meetings because he was out on missions. But before Itachi could finish his explanation, Fugaku waved him off, cutting him short. Itachi, you don't need to make excuses for him. Clan gatherings are of utmost importance. Missions matter, yes, but missing these meetings repeatedly is a direct violation of our clan's traditions. I suspect he no longer holds the clan close to his heart. At that, Itachi could only fall silent. Shisui frowned slightly. Fugaku's words were harsh, but there was some truth. Sora's repeated absences did make it seem like he didn't care much for clan affairs. That said, unless someone wanted to create trouble, this issue wasn't really worth making such a fuss over. But today, it was obvious Fugaku intended to make an example out of Sora. He probably wanted to use this as an opportunity to remind those clan members whose loyalties might be wavering. So the clan leader wants to impress upon us all that the clan must come before everything, Shisui thought to himself with resignation. Meanwhile, Sora had also caught on to Fugaku's intentions. He spoke up, Clan leader, what is it you want me to do? Fugaku's response was cool. If you truly wish for the clan's approval, then resign from the Umbu and come serve in the Konoha police force. He himself was captain of the police force. For someone like Sora, who clearly wasn't under his command, having him work directly under his watch was the only way he could feel at ease. And if I refuse? Sora asked quietly. Then leave. You're not welcome at this meeting. Fugaku replied icily. Very well, in that case, I won't be attending this meeting after all. Sora shook his head, turned, and left. The others watched Sora's departure in stunned silence, all exchanging uncertain glances. All right, is everyone here? Let's begin the meeting. Fugaku stood up and addressed the crowd. The night was late. The world outside was completely silent. At last, the gathering came to an end. The clansmen departed one after another, leaving only Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui in the quiet shrine. Fugaku turned to Shisui, his tone earnest and grave. Shisui, your reputation has already reached its peak. If you want to go further, you'll have to become Hokage. Do you want to become Hokage? At these words, Shisui gave a wry smile. Clan leader, it's not that simple to become Hokage. Besides strength and renown, you also need the approval of Konoha's leaders. To become Hokage, this was the dream of almost every ninja in the Hidden Leaf. You've already earned the trust of the third Hokage. I believe your chances of becoming the next Hokage are very good. And as long as you continue to stand with our clan, the entire family will support you with all our strength. Fugaku declared, if you become Hokage, the clan's standing within the village will immediately change. That would be a tremendous benefit to us. Uchiha Fugaku continued, but there are a few problems we have to face. For one, the upper echelons of Konoha still don't trust the Uchiha. There are many historical reasons for this, things we can't change. Only through your efforts can we shift their perception. And there's one more problem, the unity within the clan itself. Uchiha coup is arrogant, full of pride and contempt, disregarding the welfare of our family. If people like him aren't properly disciplined, they're sure to bring disaster on us all. Shisui, I hope you can keep a close watch on him. If he ever harbors intentions that threaten the clan, I want you to use your Mangekyo abilities if you must. Hearing Fugaku's words, Shisui nodded heavily, the weight of responsibility pressing on him. Understand, clan leader. The future of the Uchiha rests on your shoulders. Uchiha Fugaku said, giving him a firm slap on the shoulder. With a respectful farewell, Shisui took his leave. Watching Shisui's retreating figure, Fugaku sank once again into thoughtful silence. There was no doubt about Shisui's abilities. He was dutiful to the village and had a deep sense of belonging to the clan. Putting him forward for Hokage formed the heart of this coup d'etat. So long as Shisui's resolve could be kept steady, nothing would threaten the plan. As Shisui walked away, he glanced back at the solitary figure in the shrine and let out a long, heavy sigh in his heart. You want me to become Hokage, to change the fate of the Uchiha. But how could it be so easy? Unless you've truly resolved to stage a coup. But I won't let you do that. Never. Shisui vowed silently to himself. From his position now, Shisui's gaze was no longer confined to his clan alone, but extended to the entire village, and even to the whole nation. Shisui understood all too well that the current Hidden Leaf village, despite its imposing exterior, was already hollow inside, barely able to withstand any more turmoil. When it came to Uchiha Sora, Shisui couldn't help but shake his head. Compared to the machinations of the clan leader or the hidden agendas of Konoha's elders, the heart of Uchiha Sora was even harder for him to fathom. It seems I ought to go and speak with him, Shisui murmured to himself, and in a flash, he vanished from where he stood. At that moment, Uchiha Sora was standing quietly within a small grove, waiting patiently. A moment later, Shisui's figure appeared behind him. Captain Shisui, I knew you'd come looking for me, Uchiha Sora suddenly said, having sensed the arrival. The clan leader instructed me to keep an eye on your activities, Shisui replied bluntly. If you ever harbor intentions that threaten the clan, I'll have no choice but to use Kotoe Mitsukami on you. Uchiha Sora nodded and gave a wry chuckle. Well, it seems the clan leader is showing me some mercy. I had half expected him to send you here to kill me. The author humbly asks everyone to rate and review. Kill you? You had a falling out with the clan leader today. If you died now, the clan would only become more unstable. Shisui replied with a shake of his head. That's true, Sora said, smiling faintly. A silence settled between the two. After a while, Shisui finally spoke. Sora, just pretend I was never here tonight. Farewell. Wait, Sora suddenly called out to him. What is it? Shisui asked, puzzled. Beware of Danzo's Izumi, Sora warned. In truth, his main reason for waiting here was to share this crucial intelligence about Danzo with Shisui. What? Danzo's Izumi? Shisui was startled, his voice dropping to a hushed whisper. Izumi is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha. Only those with the sharingan can use it. How could Danzo possibly? What if I told you Danzo's ambitions are vast, and he has long coveted the eyes of the Uchiha? Would you believe me? Sora said, his voice low and deliberate. Shisui frowned slightly, falling deep into thought. As the commander most trusted by the third Hokage, Shisui was well versed in the natures and motives of the Konoha upper echelon. Danzo, in particular, had always struck him as a dangerous man. His lingering desire for the sharingan was likely more than mere hearsay. Sora, it seems you know far more than I ever imagined, Shisui said, taking a slow, deep breath as he regarded Uchiha Sora anew. The feeling grew that this man before him was shrouded in mystery. Captain Shisui, I believe you've already reached your own conclusions, Sora replied with a slight smile. Yes, I have, Shisui answered, nodding. Just then, Sora glanced toward the left side of the grove and said in a calm voice, However, it seems our conversation has already been overheard. Shisui's gaze followed, and he nodded gently. Yeah, I see you've noticed as well. That's right. I'm very familiar with my teammate's presence, Uchiha Sora replied, raising his hand and flicking a kunai. The kunai landed with a thud, burying itself in the trunk of a tree. From behind the tree, the shadowy figure slowly stepped into view. Isn't that right, Hawk? Uchiha Sora looked calmly at the figure. As Danzo's subordinate, you had to masquerade as my teammate and keep an eye on me all this time. That couldn't have been easy, but unfortunately for you, none of your actions could slip past my eyes. At this moment, Hawk, now exposed, broke into a cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He hadn't expected Uchiha Sora to have suspected him all along. This guy's perception is unreal. I have to report this to Lord Danzo immediately, or he will be in serious trouble. Despite his panic, Hawk forced himself to put on a calm facade and tried to explain, Sora, what are you talking about? I'm your teammate. I don't know anyone named Danzo. I just happened to overhear your conversation. That's all. I won't tell anyone. And, Captain Shisui, I only came here to report on our mission. Don't misunderstand. He forced a smile, but no matter how he tried, it looked hopelessly fake. Sora, I'll leave this to you, Shisui said blandly, ignoring Hawk's words. By now, he could tell from Hawk's behavior that he was clearly from the Foundation. Only those thoroughly brainwashed by Danzo gave off that kind of vibe. Captain Shisui, how would you classify this mission? Uchiha Sora asked with a relaxed smile. Let's call it S rank. My own special assignment to you, Shisui replied with a faint grin. In that case, I'd better put on a good show. Uchiha Sora let out a hearty laugh. Throughout the exchange, the two never once regarded Hawk as a real threat. Hawk finally realized that no matter how he tried to worm his way out of this, he wasn't leaving alive today. You'll both die here, he roared, tearing open his shirt as he charged at them. Every inch of his torso was plastered with explosive tags. The tags ignited, and with a thunderous blast, the world erupted in fire and smoke. Uchiha Sora and Shisui dodged quickly to the side. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora sprinted off in a different direction. There, it was Hawk, desperately fleeing for his life. It turned out the one who just tried to self-destruct was nothing but a clone. But Uchiha Sora's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. With Hawk's meager abilities, there was no way he could slip away. After a handful of body flickers, Uchiha Sora closed the distance, appearing just 10 meters behind his prey. The two were already very close. Eagle's heart was filled with terror. He never imagined Sora could move so fast. There was simply no way he could escape from him. Suddenly, Eagle's whole body trembled violently, and he froze in place. He stared blankly at his own chest. A blinding streak of white lightning burst through the area around his heart. With great difficulty, he turned his head and saw that the other end of that lightning beam originated from a single finger of Uchiha Sora. As the lightning faded, Eagle's body thudded heavily to the ground and gradually lay still, the life draining from him. Shisui caught up just then. He glanced at Sora and said, Impressive lightning style. That technique is a modified form of Kakashi's Chidori, isn't it? Uchiha Sora nodded. During the days spent on missions with Kakashi, he had already learned the original Chidori. With the help of the system's automatic training, he quickly mastered it. Still, Sora was not satisfied. He devoted large amounts of time to studying even more advanced shape transformations, eventually triggering the system's autopilot again and perfecting this technique. It was similar to the Chidori Sharp Spear, a variant of the original technique. Only, Sora's version was based on Raikiri. He condensed the power of Raikiri into a focused beam and unleashed it all at once. In battle, it resembled a laser, short-lived, but with devastating force in a wide area of attack. In essence, this jutsu was more like a lightning release adaptation of the Sage Art, Storm Release, Lightning Fangblade. Its power, of course, couldn't match the original Storm Release technique, but compared to normal Raikiri, it was much more formidable. Sora named it Lightning Release, Light Fangblade. Looks like you've already surpassed Kakashi, Shisui remarked with emotion after witnessing the jutsu. Kakashi was a well-known elite jonin, second only to Shisui in the Umbu. Shisui's words made it clear. He now viewed Uchiha Sora as the second strongest in the Umbu after himself. Sora gave a faint smile, then quickly wove signs to unleash a fire jutsu, burning Eagle's corpse to ashes. Only then did he say, Danzo will discover Eagle's death soon and make his move. You must be cautious. Shisui nodded. You be careful, too. All right. With that, the two parted ways. Back home, Uchiha Sora finally allowed himself to relax. He'd especially warned Shisui this time out of fear that Shisui would walk the old tragic path. In the original storyline, Shisui chose suicide because he was ambushed by Danzo. He lost one eye, his strength was greatly diminished, and, poisoned, he knew he couldn't protect his remaining eye. With Danzo's ruthlessness, even returning to the Uchiha clan couldn't guarantee safety from pursuit. Worse yet, it could drag the whole clan into disaster, pushing them into open rebellion. If that happened, the Hidden Leaf would face enormous upheaval. This time, if Shisui preserves his own strength, not only will the higher-ups of Konoha refrain from acting rashly, but even if Fugaku Uchiha tries to stage a coup, it may not go as he hopes. Though with my current strength, I can already sway the course of events. The issues within Konoha are far less pressing than the hidden threats lurking outside. Uchiha Sora quietly mused to himself. Internal opponents from Konoha, at worst, would only be figures like the third Hokage or Danzo, people he didn't concern himself with. But when it came to Black Zetsu and Uchiha Bido from the outside, he knew he must remain constantly vigilant. There were even greater threats looming in the future from the Akatsuki clan. I just need a bit more time. As long as Shisui survives, the current situation will remain stable, Sora planned silently. As long as he himself grew even stronger, all problems could be resolved in due time. The next day, Danzo received word that Hawk was dead. Kakashi, who served as a team leader in the Umbu, was also puzzled by Hawk's disappearance. After reporting to the Hokage, the third Hokage immediately instructed him to begin a search. However, Uchiha Sora had acted with exceptional caution, leaving Kakashi with no leads to suspect him, no matter how diligently he searched. After days of fruitless investigation, the third Hokage was already considering calling off the search. After all, the Umbu were a busy force. There was no way they could devote unlimited resources to tracking down a single missing person. However, just as the third Hokage was about to give up, Danzo suddenly sought him out. Hiruzen, Hawk's disappearance is connected to Uchiha Sora, Danzo declared the moment they met. Danzo, what do you know? The third Hokage's brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening. In fact, Hawk was sent by me. His mission was to infiltrate and monitor Uchiha Sora, Danzo revealed. The third Hokage's fury erupted at once. Danzo, you gone too far. You actually planted your own agent within my Umbu. Hiruzen, you can hold me accountable for that later. What matters now is that there's a high chance Uchiha Sora killed Hawk. Danzo interjected urgently. The night Hawk disappeared happened to be the day of the Uchiha clan assembly. I specifically had Hawk go to observe Uchiha Sora. As a result, he never returned the next day. Clearly, he died at the hands of the Uchiha clan, Danzo continued. Hawk must have discovered something he shouldn't have and was silenced. Otherwise, Uchiha Sora would have had no reason to kill him. What makes you so certain it was Uchiha Sora who did it? The third Hokage asked, his tone grave. Danzo said, I have great faith in Hawk's abilities. In the Uchiha clan, there may be quite a few who could defeat him, but as for those who could actually kill him, I doubt there are more than 5. And among those who could not only kill him, but make sure not a single trace leaks out, I suspect there are only 3. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Sora. If any of these 3 ended Hawk's life, their intentions will be far from simple, Danzo concluded. The third Hokage's gaze grew sharp. He drew in a long, steady breath. It seems the Uchiha clan truly harbors dangerous ambitions after all. Hawk's death cast an invisible shadow, deepening the rift between the Uchiha and the rest of Konoha. Uchiha Sora, for his part, realized that most of the Umbu missions assigned to him lately were trivial and inconsequential, clear proof that the third Hokage's distrust in him had grown considerable. Looks like I need to make preparations sooner rather than later, Sora reflected. Even though I've been careful to keep clear of any sensitive matters, perhaps the course of events is already escaping my expectations. That very day, after much thought, Uchiha Sora went straight to the home of Uchiha Izumi. The next day, Uchiha Izumi and her mother had vanished from the Uchiha clan. Although their disappearance aroused a measure of curiosity, both Izumi and her mother had always kept a low profile, so the matter quietly faded from everyone's attention. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's xenophobic tendencies were growing ever more pronounced. Outwardly, however, he continued to maintain the appearance of good relations with the elders of Konoha, and even Uchiha Itachi, now serving in Danzo's root division, distinguished himself with extraordinary performance. The situation had grown more delicate than ever. On the surface, everyone played their appointed roles and got along without incident. But below, the currents churned restlessly and intrigue swirled in the shadows. Ding! Your Sharingan has finally cultivated a new talent. Awakened. 100% damage amplification. On this day, Uchiha Sora finally received the talent nurtured by his Sharingan. It's been over half a year. At last, my Sharingan has developed a new ability. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but sigh in relief. Damage amplification at 100%. Just as the name suggests, when he activates his Sharingan, any technique he uses will have its power doubled. If this talent were used with ordinary elemental jutsu, it probably wouldn't make much of a difference. Just stronger ninjutsu compared to others, nothing too extraordinary. But if used with genjutsu, or with some deadly ocular techniques, the effect would be truly lethal. Take the previous encounter with Orochimaru, for example. Even under Sora's illusion, Orochimaru could still open his mouth and speak, meaning the genjutsu hadn't reached its full potential. But if he unleashed the binding illusion now, Orochimaru wouldn't even be able to blink, let alone speak. And this is just with the three-tomoe Sharingan. If he ever awakened the Mangekyo, at that point, his Mangekyo abilities would be vastly more powerful than those of an ordinary Mangekyo user. Even putting that aside, with the damage amplification talent, using the same amount of chakra for a Rasengan would now make it twice as powerful as before. With this new talent, especially given the current situation, it's like giving wings to a tiger. Sora thought to himself with satisfaction. Ding! Through your relentless efforts, your Flying Thunder God technique has finally completed the second stage of training. At that moment, another system notification sounded in his mind. Fantastic! Good things really do come in pairs. Uchiha Sora exclaimed with joy. Completing the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique meant his mastery had finally reached a mature level. Moreover, he could now sense markers from a distance of up to 2,000 kilometers. A range of 2,000 kilometers, enough to cross the entire land of fire and reach the land of wind. Now, the only thing left is for the Edo Tensei to begin self-training automatically, but its progress has always been slow. Maybe I should pay Orochimaru a visit and discuss it. Sora's thoughts drifted to the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei once again. Still, he needed to focus his efforts on the affairs of the Uchiha clan for now. Although he had already warned Shisui, and with Shisui's strength, as long as he remained alert, Danzo couldn't possibly harm him. Yet, Sora couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. This feeling only grew stronger when he heard that Shisui had been sent alone on an S-class mission. Therefore, he sought out Kakashi to gather more information. Captain Kakashi, do you know where Captain Shisui has been sent for his latest assignment? Kakashi shook his head. They say it's an S-rank mission. If that's the case, it's classified, right? Other than Lord Hokage, even I wouldn't know any inside details. All right, Uchiha Sora nodded. Unable to dig up any news about Shisui, Sora found himself at a temporary loss for what else he could do. He could only hope he was worrying over nothing. Walking down the bustling street, Sora tried to suppress the unease clouding his heart. Suddenly, a flock of crows swept across the sky in the distance. One of them broke away from the group and plummeted straight towards Sora. His gaze sharpened. In a flash, he leapt upward and caught the falling Chromadaire. As he looked more closely, Sora's heart sank. It was Shisui's summoning crow, one entirely black as ink. And this particular crow was even more unusual. He could spot it at a glance. Right then, the crow turned its head, revealing a single, distinctive eye on its other side. That eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan of Shisui. Sora nearly cried out in shock. Without hesitation, he performed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the crowded street in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already back in his own home. Tell me, what's happened to Shisui? Sora fixed a keen gaze on the crow and questioned it. This summoning crow seemed perfectly able to understand human speech. Although it couldn't speak, a surge of ocular power poured out from the four-pointed windmill Mangekyo in Shisui's eye. Sora and the crow locked eyes, and he was instantly drawn into an illusionary world. Within this Jinjutsu, Shisui stood before him with eyes tightly shut, two sunken hollows where his eyes had been, clearly gouged out. Is that you, Sora? Shisui's voice echoed in this unreal space. It's me, Sora replied. He understood that the Shisui here was merely a program set up in advance, a trap woven from illusion. Sorry, I'm sorry. This was my carelessness. Shisui shook his head with a weary sigh. I still underestimated Danzo's resolve. I guarded against his Izanagi, but I never expected he'd have other accomplices. One of my eyes. Danzo has taken it. Sora, you must be careful. The one who helped Danzo and dealt me such a grave injury. He, too, possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and he wields would release. His Mangekyo hosts a strange, terrifying power over space itself. But even though the fight was brief, I've deciphered the nature of his abilities for you. If you face him in the future, you must be wary. He can phase parts of his body between reality and a separate dimension at will. When he's in that other space, you can see him, but you can't touch him. Only in the instant he attacks does he become fully tangible. So, if you ever go up against him, you'll need an instantaneous movement even faster than mine if you hope to defeat him. This is all the intel I have on that person. Aside from that, among those who ambushed me this time, besides Danzo and him, I also sensed the presence of the third Hokage from a distance. Although he didn't make a move, the fact that he was nearby made his actions irrelevant. His very presence spoke loudly enough. Shisui gave a wry smile. I never thought the day would come when I, Uchiha Shisui, would be betrayed by my own superiors. He paused for a moment, then continued. Coup, you must promise me what I'm about to ask of you. I'm afraid there's no way I'll make it out alive this time. Fortunately, I was able to protect one of my Mangekyo eyes. Just as Danzo and that man said, The power in these Mangekyo eyes shouldn't even exist in this world. And now, I entrust this last eye to you. I don't want you to avenge me, nor do I wish you to rebel against Konoha on my account. My only wish is for you to use this eye to defend the peace in your heart. And there's one more thing. I've written my last testament. After you've memorized it, copy it in my handwriting and deliver it to the clan leader. Within the illusion, Shisui manifested a will and presented it before coup. Uchiha Coup committed every word to memory. The testament was simple. It stated that Shisui had grown weary of the endless intrigue and the painful struggle of being caught between his clan and the village leadership. For him, taking his own life had become a form of release. At the end of the testament, Shisui bid a final farewell to Uchiha Itachi. That's enough, coup. The time for this illusion is almost up. This is our final farewell. Now, let me teach you how to seal and summon the Black Crow. In those last moments, Shisui entrusted his farewell to Coup, imparting to him the method for sealing the eye within the Black Crow. When the illusion faded, Uchiha Coup took a deep, steadying breath. Despite being up against the combined forces of Obito and Danzo, and even with the third Hokage quietly lurking in the shadows, Shisui still managed to entrust his remaining Mangekyo to another, and even deduced Obito's abilities. This was true strength. Shinobi prowess worthy of the Uchiha's strongest. Sadly, Shisui lacked a space-time jutsu. Escape was all but impossible. Coup was almost certain Shisui must have already died by now. He fell silent for a while. Then his fingers deftly formed a series of seals as he pressed his palm to the summoning crow before him. The crow dissolved into a surge of chakra, which coursed its way to Ku's left wrist, forming a jet-black mark in the shape of a crow's head. Within the crows, I resided the mark of a four-pointed pinwheel. As long as the seal was broken, the summoning crow would return once more, bearing Shisui's Mangekyo. After accomplishing all this, Uchiha Ku's expression was eerily calm, but within his three-tomoe sharingan, a formidable power seemed to smolder. Suddenly, ding! Your friend has suffered a misfortune, and the host is in a terrible mood. To offer comfort, your sharingan has evolved into the Mangekyo sharingan. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Within Uchiha Sora's eyes, the three black tomoe of his sharingan began to spin rapidly, merging together until they formed a unique pattern. The new symbol was sharp and angular, the unmistakable shape of a six-pointed star array. I never expected my Mangekyo sharingan to awaken so soon. Uchiha Sora murmured softly to himself. He couldn't quite tell whether the awakening was triggered by the shock of hearing about Shisui, or if the system had lent a helping hand. Either way, his spirits hardly improved from gaining the Mangekyo. Uchiha Obito, Danzo, Ruzan Tsurutobi, Sora recited the names, one by one, under his breath. He would not let a single one of them off the hook. Grandmaster Madara Uchiha, each member of the Heaven-Shattering Gang, Sumao, 2233, all belong to me. Dragon and the lover of roasted pork belly, confession to Xiao Yuan. User 26912283, user 197875008. Joel and Kujo from Qingla Village, the Grand Ancestor Ming from the Heaven Shattering. Gang, my name is Pear Sauce. User 101200427. The Idol Knower. May the next life be even better. The Fallen Divinity, Victoria's Hephaestus. User NB and 666 again. On the forehead, smooth, sweet, and sour pork. Wang Jian, who loves dried tangerine. Anrin. User 110434777. The Splendor of Time. Sora sincerely thanked all these patrons for their support. Shisui's death seemed almost inevitable. The only silver lining for Uchiha Sora was that Shisui entrusted him with the last of his eyes. This eye's ability could only be used once at most and needed an extremely long time to recharge, making it of little practical use to him. But with this eye in his possession, he could use Edo Tensei to bring Shisui back to life. What concerned Sora the most now was the certain response from the Konoha leadership in the wake of Shisui's demise. I'm very curious to see what else you people plan to do, Uchiha Sora muttered. He was ready to leave. All it took was a single thought. But he would never just walk away from Konoha so easily. At the very least, he would reclaim some interest for Shisui's death, even if it meant going against Shisui's wishes and throwing Konoha into utter chaos. However, just as he finished preparing his will and arrived at Fugaku's house, he saw a figure emerge slowly from within. It was none other than Shisui Uchiha. The aura radiating from the figure was exactly like Shisui's. But in a heartbeat, Sora saw through the imitation. There was no mistaking it. This Shisui was a complete imposter. It seems that Shisui's body has fallen into the hands of Uchiha Obito. Otherwise, how could this imposter before me be able to mimic Shisui's presence so perfectly? Uchiha Sora slipped away without betraying any emotion, careful not to alert his adversary. There was no doubt about this person's identity. It was definitely White Zetsu, who, after obtaining Shisui's corpse, used the lingering chakra left on the body to transform and imitate him. Now, there was no way to deliver the suicide note. Obviously, White Zetsu, disguised as Shisui, had already gone to meet Uchiha Fugaku. If Sora were to produce the letter now, who would Fugaku believe? Even if he presented Shisui's own Kodo Amatsukami eye, it probably wouldn't hold much weight anymore. Besides, Fugaku had always viewed him with suspicion. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. How amusing! So now they want to play games of intrigue with me, Sora thought, abandoning his plan to meet Fugaku. That very night, Fugaku issued a notice. The clan would gather for another emergency meeting. Sora waited at home. The person sent to inform him was none other than White Zetsu, still masquerading as Uchiha Shisui. Gazing at the imitation, Sora's face remained calm and unreadable. The two of them set off toward the clan shrine, one behind the other. Halfway there, Sora came to a sudden stop. "What is it, Sora?" Shisui turned to ask. Sora replied coolly, "I'm very curious. Who gave you the confidence to appear before me like this?" "What do you mean by that?" Shisui's expression shifted, suspicion clouding his face. Sora raised his hand and pointed at Shisui. Shisui's face changed again, his tone turning sharp with anger. "Uchiha Sora, what's gotten into you now? Are you coming to the meeting or not?" But in the next instant, a blade of white lightning shot from Sora's fingertip, piercing right through Shisui's body. It was lightning release, light fang blade. The fake Shisui's face was marked by total disbelief. Even in his final moments, he kept up the act. "Uchiha Sora? Why? If you were Shisui, you would never have failed to dodge that attack," Sora said quietly. Shisui's features relaxed into calm acceptance. With a sigh, he said, "As expected of Uchiha Sora. It seems the message Shisui left before dying truly found its way to you. So it stands to reason that Shisui's other eye. There's a good chance it's with you, isn't it?" Shisui spoke slowly, his body already morphing back into the form of White Zetsu. "Lord Madara, it's your turn now." White Zetsu cackled, an eerie sound echoing as he collapsed. In the next moment, a masked figure strode quietly out from behind Sora. A chilling voice drifted from behind the mask. "Uchiha Sora, I've had my eye on you for quite some time." Sora turned to face the masked man, his own expression as calm as ever. "Simi doesn't seem to surprise you at all." The masked man let out a soft chuckle. "Facing the ancestor of your entire clan, aren't you going to offer a greeting?" Uchiha Kong remained silent. The masked man spoke again. "Do you want to know the whereabouts of Uchiha Shisui?" Uchiha Kong simply continued to stare at him coolly. "What insufferable junior you are." The masked man's patience finally wore thin in the face of Kong's long silence. At that moment, Kong finally opened his mouth, his voice cold and laced with mockery. "I'm just watching a pitiful fool put on a show for himself." "You're calling me a pitiful fool?" The masked man's tone turned icy. "Do you even know who I am?" Without waiting for Kong's reply, the masked man pressed on. "My name is Uchiha Madara." "Oh, and what of it?" "You're not surprised?" "Now why should I be?" The real Uchiha Madara would never skulk around hiding his face, too afraid to show himself. Kong's words were delivered with a calm, dismissive air. "So, it seems no one ever taught you respect." The masked man's voice chilled further. "In that case, I'll show you firsthand what the power of Uchiha Madara is." The moment the masked man finished speaking, he charged straight at Kong. Kong didn't budge, standing his ground. Just as the masked man closed in, Kong raised his hand and flicked a kunai straight at the masked man's forehead. But the blade passed right through him, without encountering the slightest resistance. By now, the masked man had already reached out, his hand grasping for Kong's body. His palm brushed Kong's clothing, and a flicker of triumph crossed his heart. But at that critical instant, the figure before him blurred and vanished in a heartbeat. "Damn it!" The masked man's eyes went wide in alarm. He caught the rush of air behind him. Kong had somehow teleported right behind him. In that same instant, a blue ball of chakra flared in Kong's hand and slammed full force into the masked man's back. The Flying Thunder God technique, second step. How familiar this feeling was. The masked man reeled in shock, instantly shifting himself back into his intangible state. Boom! A tremendous crash rocked the ground, sending a powerful shockwave outward. The masked man's body was hurled forward, while Kong stood in the center of a massive crater over 10 meters wide, gripping a kunai in his hand. That was close. A cold sweat broke out on the masked man's brow. "Feels familiar, doesn't it?" Kong called out, his tone playful and taunting. You can use both Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique." What's your relationship with the fourth Hokage? The masked man's words grew heavy with concern. What just happened was exactly like that night 5 years ago. If he hadn't learned his lesson that night, and if not for the years spent mastering Kimui, he would have been struck again in that very instant. Aren't you Uchiha Madara? What's wrong? Just a measly flying thunder god and Rasengan, and you're already losing your composure? Uchiha Sora continued to taunt him. He wasn't surprised that his earlier combo move failed to land a hit on Obito. For one, he had only just mastered the second stage of the Flying Thunder God and hadn't fully integrated it into his combat techniques. The speed still couldn't rival that of Minato Namikaze. For another, the Obito before him was no longer the boy from 5 years ago. His strength had grown steadily ever since. Especially that seamless transition between the corporeal and the intangible. Obito had perfected that art. At this point, perhaps only a powerful illusion could restrain him. It was no longer so simple to win by relying on speed alone. Even so, this chain of attacks was enough to plunge Uchiha Obito back into the shadows of his past trauma. Unfortunately, the Flying Thunder God marker on Obito had been placed by the fourth Hokage. He himself couldn't use that marker for instant teleportation. Otherwise, Obito wouldn't be worth a second thought. Uchiha Sora, who on earth are you? At that moment, a storm was raging in the heart of the masked man. He couldn't understand how the boy in front of him, only 11 years old, could know both the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, nor how this kid, upon meeting the legendary Uchiha Madara, could remain utterly unfazed. From the moment you joined hands with Danzo and the others to kill Shisui, your name's been on my kill list. Unforgivable. Uchiha Sora ignored his question, his voice calm as he continued. You think you're toying with this world, but in truth, you're nothing but a pitiful pawn in someone else's game. The word struck the masked man like a thunderclap, and he let out a furious roar. Who are you really? Compared to Uchiha Sora's baffling mastery of the Flying Thunder God, it was these words that unsettled him the most. They all seemed to carry some hidden meaning. Could it be his true identity had been exposed? How could that be possible? Uncertainty and suspicion roiled in his mind. Weren't you so confident just now? Calling yourself Uchiha Madara, manipulating the Akatsuki organization, deluding yourself into thinking you could gather the tailed beasts and create that fake world. Uchiha Obito, I suggest you face reality. Uchiha Sora spoke, enunciating each word. You can't change a thing. In the end, you're just a lost sinner wandering the road of life. What? How do you know who I am? The masked man, Uchiha Obito, could no longer keep up the facade. His shock broke through at last, and he cried out in disbelief. I not only know your true identity, but I also know every detail of your plans. Uchiha Sora continued, his voice unwavering. The Eye of the Moon plan, correct? Reviving the Ten Tails, yes? Becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, isn't that your goal? Seeking to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. Every word spoken by Uchiha Sora landed heavily in Obito's heart, each syllable like a hammer blow, relentlessly battering his confidence. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Inside, Uchiha Obito screamed in silent turmoil. With all his secrets laid bare before him, his composure was on the verge of collapse. I'll make it very clear for you. None of these plans of yours will ever succeed. Not as long as I'm here. You simply won't get the chance, Sora replied coolly. But you don't need to worry, I'll go and expose your intentions. He paused, then suddenly smiled, his tone shifting. This shinobi world game, we can enjoy it together at your pace until you decide to quit on your own. After speaking, Uchiha Sora's figure flashed, and he vanished completely from sight. Obito could only stand there, left in a heavy, unbroken silence. Author's note: I've been thinking about this for a long time, and finally decided to let the protagonist make a high-profile move. Some of you might think revealing Obito's secrets this early is rash, but with our main character's current strength, he no longer has to fear Obito. From here on, our protagonist will start building his own power. Let's look forward to what happens next. And please, leave your ratings and tiny gifts if you enjoyed the chapter. It was a long time before Uchiha Obito recovered. His voice low, the plan to corner Uchiha Sora has failed. From now on, we'll need to adapt our strategy when dealing with him. A figure, half black, half white, and shaped like a pitcher plant, gradually emerged from ground. It was Zetsu. The black side, worry etched in his tone, said, This Uchiha Sora is no ordinary person. For him to know our plans, it means we'll have to move more cautiously from now on. Obito nodded grimly. What worries me now is what he'll do next. I can't read him. He's completely beyond my control. Obito, admit it. You're afraid, aren't you? Black Zetsu's voice grew grave. Don't forget, we have Madara's plan to fulfill. No matter what, that comes first. Uchiha Sora may be troublesome, but after all, he's only one man. He cannot overpower us. We can only hope so, Obito sighed. But then, the image of that girl surfaced in his mind, and his will steeled once more. He murmured, no matter what hardships I face ahead, I will achieve that dream. After Sora's disappearance, he reappeared far from the Hidden Leaf village. He now found himself on a small island, solitary and distant from the mainland. The vistas breathtaking, like a paradise untouched by the outside world. The island teemed with vibrant plant and animal life, its resources abundant and rich. At this moment, in front of a wooden cabin on the island, two beautiful figures, one tall and one small, were sparring with each other. Kirin, Aunt Hazuki, Uchiha Sora's figure suddenly appeared near the two, greeting them. These two were none other than Uchiha Izumi and her mother, who had vanished from the Uchiha clan. Previously, when Uchiha Sora sensed a growing unease, he had moved them ahead of time to this secluded, idyllic island that seemed untouched by the outside world. He had stumbled upon this island during a mission in the past 2 years. Far removed from civilization, it made for a remarkably safe retreat. Sora, has anything happened back at the clan? When can we return? Seeing Sora, the two hurried over and Uchiha Hazuki asked anxiously. Because Sora had told them that something major might befall the Uchiha clan and suggested they come here to lay low. Both were now deeply concerned about the family situation. Sora recounted the major events to them, Shursue's death and the subsequent appearance of the masked man, among other things. Both Izumi and Hazuki grew increasingly worried as they listened. Sora, I can't believe things have turned so dangerous. Even someone as powerful as Shisui has been killed, and Uchiha Obito. He's truly despicable. If I remember right, he was once a hero who sacrificed himself for the leaf. Izumi's voice trembled with both worry and outrage. That's right, Sora. I fear your situation in the village is even more precarious than Shursue's ever was. The clan leader distrusts you. The higher-ups in the leaf have their own schemes. And then there's that mysterious Uchiha Obito. Hazuki sighed heavily, then hesitated before continuing. Why don't you just stay here on the island with us? The three of us can live together, far away from the endless strife of the ninja world. Seeing the concern in their eyes, Sora replied with a gentle smile, Don't worry. The situation isn't as troublesome as you imagine. While I may be their target, aren't they also mine? A powerful confidence radiated from him. In the next instant, his eyes snapped open, the three-tomoe of Sharingan whirling rapidly, then seamlessly transforming into a six-pointed star. Sora, your eyes! Both Izumi and Hazuki exclaimed in astonishment, staring at him in disbelief. That star-shaped pattern seemed to possess a magnetic allure, drawing their eyes and trapping them in its depths. Sora smiled mildly. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, a power that surpasses the ordinary Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan? Although both Izumi and Hazuki came from the Uchiha clan, their understanding of the Sharingan was quite limited, stopping at the three-tomoe stage. In their minds, that was already the pinnacle. How could there possibly be something called the Mangekyo Sharingan? I'll tell you more about the Mangekyo Sharingan later. For now, there's something I must do first. Transform this island. Uchiha Sora said with a smile. Transform it. Uchiha Izumi and her mother exchanged bewildered glances, clearly at a loss. At that moment, Uchiha Sora activated the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. A surge of energy erupted in his eyes. A tremendous aura radiated from him, swelling outward. The intensity of his ocular power whipped up powerful gales, sending the mother and daughter staggering about, struggling to keep their balance. Incredible. Such overwhelming chakra and ocular might. Izumi gasped, shock written all over her young face. She had already awakened her own Sharingan. Yet when faced with Sora's immense power, she felt as feeble as an ant by comparison. Heavenly divine realm. Mirror space. Uchiha Sora called out in a low voice, his eyes blazing as his power surged to a peak. Suddenly, the entire island began to tremble, the ground rocking beneath their feet. The earth shaking continued for about a minute, before finally coming to a stop. At last, Izumi and her mother looked around, noticing that something about the island seemed oddly changed. What's going on? Everything's gotten so quiet all of a sudden. Izumi said, glancing around, bewildered. Uchiha Sora slowly deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan, exhaled deeply, and explained, I've used the space within a 10-kilometer radius around this island as a foundation to create a mirror world. One that's an exact replica of reality. This mirror space shares the same natural elements as the real world. Everything here is just like reality, except nobody can enter without my permission. Only through the technique of my Mangekyo Sharingan can anyone access this space. However, The barrier of this mirror space is perfectly integrated with reality, so things like air, water, and all the natural elements flow freely between here and the outside world. As Uchiha Sora explained, Izumi and her mother listened as though he were reciting an ancient riddle. None of it made any sense to them. Seeing their confusion, Sora sighed and said, "In short, the important thing is that as long as you stay here, you'll be safe. No one else can get in, so there's no need to worry." "I see." The two women finally began to understand. "So, Sora, you made this space to protect us, didn't you?" Izumi said, moved. Uchiha Sora nodded, then shook his head. "That's partly true, but this mirror space isn't just for your protection. For me, it can also serve as a hidden base during battle. Because this mirror world exists independently from the real one, ordinary space-time jutsu can't reach it. For example, the commonly used summoning technique won't work inside this space at all. The summoned creatures of the summoning jutsu all exist in the real world. They just occupy different locations within the same dimension. And the most crucial function of this mirrored space is to block Obito's Kimui ability. Obito's Kimui has its own separate dimension. Strictly speaking, Kimui allows him to traverse different spaces. From the original storyline, we see that with both Mangekyo eyes, Obito could even open the dimensions created by Kaguya Otsutsuki. But with only one eye, Obito absolutely does not possess such power. Therefore, the existence of this mirrored space effectively shields against the tracking power of Obito's Kimui. If anything unexpected happens, as long as Uchiha Sora escapes into his own mirrored space, even Obito Uchiha will be completely helpless. Of course, using this space as an isolated battlefield to face formidable enemies is also an excellent tactic. Moreover, since this mirrored space was created by Uchiha Sora himself, he only needs to set a flying thunder god marker here. Even without using his Mangekyo's ability, he can travel to and from this space at will. This is the power of Uchiha Sora's Mangekyo. He named it the Divine Realm of Heaven. Essentially, it's a space-type ocular jutsu, though it also carries a hint of barrier techniques. Besides the ability to create the mirrored space, these eyes also grant a secondary, slightly weaker skill, the space barrier technique. This allows him to conjure one or several invisible space barriers right on the spot. These barriers can block sensory detection and defend against enemy attacks. Sora has named this lesser ability, Severing Void. Yes, the name is the same as a certain incantation from Bleach, but at its core, it still belongs to the category of ocular space jutsu. With everything arranged, Uchiha Sora returned once more to the Hidden Leaf Village. He currently lacks the powerful regenerative ability of Hashirama's cells. Though the Mangekyo grants immense power, it cannot be abused. Overuse leads to blindness, unless he can allow his eyes to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo, or even the Rinnegan. When that day comes, his mirrored space ability might become even more formidable. Perhaps he could create a mirrored space that encapsulates the entire Hidden Leaf world. Now it's time to settle some accounts. With all worries dispelled, Uchiha Sora prepared to confront Danzo and the third Hokage to reclaim what was owed. However, after a night's rest, just as he was about to go directly to them the next day, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly arrived, leading a group of police force members in search of him. "Uchiha Sora, we need to question you about something," one stern-faced officer declared. Uchiha Sora frowned slightly. "What is it?" "You'd better come with us to the police station first," the man answered, his tone forceful, tinged with confrontation. Uchiha Sora instantly realized something was amiss and said coldly, "And what if I refuse? Then we'll have no choice but to use force." With a sharp motion, one of them drew the ninja sword from his back. The others also pulled out their weapons, surrounding Uchiha Sora with blades poised for attack. But Sora paid these underlings no mind. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the silent Uchiha Fugaku and spoke calmly. "Clan leader, what do you mean by this?" Fugaku snorted, his tone frosty. "Shisui is dead. His body was found near your house. Last night, he came to you at my request to invite you to the clan gathering, but you never showed up." Author's note. Special thanks to all the generous supporters. Lone Wanderer, Pengu Corpse Disposal, Blood Domain Demon Fox, The Explosive Heavens Gang, Chisha, User 44768508, Madara, Ahwagio, Explosive Heavens Gang's Patriarch Ming, User 101088680, The Rampaging Undead Dragon of Sword City, Minato Namikaze, Zhurue, User 442843006, Explosive Heavens Gang, Daddy, Long and the Lover of Roast Pork Belly, Lin Fu who loves stir-fried pork with green peppers, User 666. Zue Meng, User 44152553, Tang Dynasty's Li Shimin, Sha, Sage of Leisure, Rain Listening Sheep, by Luo Black and White Impermanence, Weary in Heart and Body, by Wu Ying Yu Wu Shuang, laughing at life in the clouds. Akatsuki, G, user 2007542, Explosive Heavens Gang, Mr. Sue, various roasters, big white pair. The author records every single supporter here, and even free gifts are warmly appreciated. Hearing Fugaku's accusation, Sora's gaze grew sharp. Yesterday, it was White Zetsu disguised as Shisui who went to meet Fugaku. Clearly, the real intention was to sow discord between him and the clan leader. Using Shisui's corpse, tampering with evidence on the body. Once that happens, he'd never be able to defend himself, no matter what. So this is the trump card Obito had prepared against me, Sora realized. Sora, Uchiha, do you have anything to say for yourself, traitor? Fugaku demanded coldly. Why should I explain anything to you? Sora replied, his voice calm. Rather than questioning me, perhaps you should first consider whether you have the strength to challenge me. Oomph. What arrogance! Seize him! With a sweep of his hand, Fugaku issued the order. The surrounding members of the Uchiha police force, anger burning in their eyes, closed in from all sides. Sora's brow furrowed slightly. He drew the long sword from his waist, channeling a surge of lightning chakra into the blade. With a subtle sweep, arcs of crackling lightning danced outwards, illuminating the area. Caught off guard, those who charged forward were struck down by the sudden burst of electricity. One after another, they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. In the next moment, Uchiha Sora's figure flickered. He dashed forward, knocking the entire group to the ground with just a few swift punches and kicks. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned ashen with rage. So you still dare to resist? Very well. You truly are a traitor, he bellowed, unsheathing his kunai and activating his sharingan as he charged towards Sora himself. Uchiha Fugaku's strength was nothing to scoff at. As clan leader, his abilities, while not as legendary as Shisui's, had all reached the pinnacle of Jonin. He was the elite among elites, stronger even than Kakashi. Even compared with the Hokage, the gap was not all that wide. He thought a single move from him would be enough to subdue Uchiha Sora. But unexpectedly, Uchiha Sora's prowess surpassed all expectations. Whether it was hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, or his reactions, he left Fugaku hard-pressed to find a single flaw. The two of them exchanged dozens of rapid close combat blows before finally parting. Forming seals with both hands, Uchiha Fugaku exhaled a massive fireball from his mouth. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Sora responded in kind, forming his own hand seals and releasing a grand fireball of his own. The two gigantic fireballs collided, unleashing a searing wave of heat that swept out in all directions. The police force members watching nearby scrambled to take cover from the inferno. With both techniques infused with tremendous chakra, the clash of these grand fireballs went far beyond the power of an ordinary C-rank jutsu. Yet soon, Fugaku noticed his own fireball was starting to falter. His expression shifted, his heart filled with shock and confusion. After all, he was in his prime. His chakra reserves rivaled even the third Hokages at his current age. Sora, by contrast, was only 11, the same age as his own son. So how could his chakra be so immense? And the most bewildering part, as the clan leader, wielding his signature fire jutsu, he was actually being overwhelmed. Just then, bang! While Fugaku was still reeling from his doubts, Uchiha Sora poured even more chakra into his technique, simultaneously activating the three-tomoe sharingan. Empowered by his unique talent, Sora's grand fireball instantly doubled in might. In a heartbeat, his fireball swallowed Fugaku's, surging toward him with unstoppable force. Seeing this, Fugaku hurriedly retreated at full speed, only narrowly evading the fiery assault. But even so, the scorching blast left him disheveled and covered in soot. Uchiha Fugaku, so this is all you're capable of? Sora shook his head in disappointment. He knew Fugaku was likely still hiding the power of the Mangekyo, but Sora himself also possessed Mangekyo, and on top of that, he had plenty of trump cards left unplayed. If it really came down to it, he was confident he could kill Fugaku. Still, Sora couldn't be bothered to entangle himself with Fugaku any further. The ones he truly wanted to deal with now were the third Hokage and Danzo. Uchiha Sora, with your abilities, why do you still act as a lapdog for Konoha's upper echelons? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed angrily. If you stood with the clan, and with Shisui still alive, what difficulty would there be in overthrowing Konoha? I have no desire to waste more words with you. Figure out for yourself, Sora replied with a shake of his head. With that, Sora vanished in a flash. A letter, Shisui's final words, fluttered to the ground, left behind in Sora's wake. After all, he was about to make his move against Konoha's leadership. He was sure that Fugaku would soon understand everything. The next moment, Sora appeared outside the root base. Root's headquarters wasn't in the heart of Konoha village, but buried beneath a forest on its outskirts. For the past 2 years, Sora had quietly inscribed the Flying Thunder God's marks at every key location throughout Konoha. Naturally, he'd set a marker near Root's entrance as well. He was here now, ready to cause trouble for Danzo. But this was Danzo's stronghold. Taking his life on his own turf would not be so easy. Still, if all he aimed for was sabotage and stealing some key jutsu intel, that was well within his capabilities. He had long decided to leave Konoha, but before he went, he had no intention of letting Hiruzen and Danzo off easily. He created a shadow clone, sending it to the entrance of Root's base to launch an assault, drawing the sentry's attention. It didn't take long for chaos to erupt. Intruder alert. We're under attack. The Root operatives immediately sounded the alarm. Figures burst forth from the base, swiftly surrounding Sora's shadow clone. Even though the clone had only half his chakra, compared to these Root members, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Despite being a lesser version of himself, the clone's jutsu and skills lost none of their edge. Fire style, lightning style, wind style, earth style, water style. Every technique he'd learned so far was unleashed on the Root members, without reserve. Though his enemies had strength in numbers against Sora's never-ending onslaught of jutsu, all they could do was defend desperately. Seizing the chaos, Sora himself slipped quietly into Root's underground base. Once inside, he created more shadow clones, sending them to search the facility. Whenever Root operatives tried to stop him along the way, he took them out with Genjutsu, leaving them helpless. In a matter of minutes, Sora and his clones reached the heart of the base, the entrance to the underground hall. Looking down the corridor, he saw a wide underground chamber where many Root operatives were gathering. It didn't take long for his entry with the clones to be noticed by the people inside. Enemy spotted. Stop it now, someone shouted. In an instant, at least 100 Root members surged forward, charging straight at Uchiha Sora and his shadow clones. Uchiha Sora glanced at one of the shadow clones. The clone gave a slight nod and rushed headlong into the fray. The group of Root members had already prepared all sorts of ninja tools and jutsu, launching a barrage of attacks at the approaching clone. Some attacks even sought to bypass the clone, targeting Sora's true self behind it. But just then, the shadow clone suddenly pulled out a handful of explosive tags and scattered them in all directions. Without hesitation, the clone formed a hand seal and detonated the tags instantly. A deafening series of blasts thundered through the air. In the blink of an eye, explosions erupted everywhere, their echoes filling the vast space. Sora's shadow clone was completely engulfed by the explosions. Those Root members who had closed in to attack the clone were caught off guard, swept into the heart of the blasts. But these were elite shinobi after all. Mere explosive tags weren't enough to defeat them. In that critical moment, each displayed their signature defensive jutsu. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water formation wall. And a myriad of other secret defensive arts sprang into action. Watching this unfold, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but smile. These are no ordinary explosive tags. He had acquired them from the Book of Seals. They were tandem explosive tags created by the second Hokage himself. The shadow clone had scattered dozens of these tags, each one bearing the power for endless chain explosions. By summoning explosive tags with other explosive tags, as long as enough tags were prepared, no defense could withstand such a barrage, no matter how strong. For the past 2 years, Uchiha Sora had spent nearly all his money buying explosive tags. This time, he had brought over 10,000 tags. With so many explosive tags detonating in precise succession, the Root ninjas' defenses didn't stand a chance. Perhaps they could hold off 10 or 20 tags, but against a relentless bombardment of thousands, resistance was futile. The ground shook violently with the roaring explosions, fierce flames flickering and casting chaotic shadows across the underground hall. The air grew thick with the acrid tang of fire and smoke. Under this relentless assault, those Root members who had dared rush at Sora's true self were forced to cower, pressing themselves flat against the ground, not even daring to lift their heads. Those who had been too close had long since been reduced to ashes by the blasts. Seeing this, Uchiha Sora left several shadow clones behind to keep these enemies at bay, while he and another clone set off to search the rest of the underground complex, combing every corner. His true goal this time was Danzo's personal collection. From the original storyline, he knew that Danzo had a scroll on wood-style secret arts. Moreover, Danzo had always operated in the shadows. Who knows what hidden crimes he'd committed or how many secrets he'd gathered over the years. His collection surely rivaled, if not surpassed, even the third Hokage's trove. This was already the heart of the Root headquarters. While a number of shadow clones kept many Root members occupied, the remaining clones began to search the various hidden chambers. Suddenly, a sharp piercing sound split the air in the underground hall. It came alongside a cold, old voice. Wind-style, vacuum serial waves. Blades of razor-sharp wind, swift as sickles, swept through the hall, slashing through the empty shadow clones. Crack, crack, crack. Caught off guard, half of the shadow clones were instantly hit, vanishing in clouds of white smoke. Uchiha Sora, searching one of the secret rooms, tensed at the sudden turn. Danzo had finally shown himself. Knowing his clones would never hold Danzo off, Sora slipped away from the chambers and appeared in the main underground hall. Now Danzo, surrounded by his loyal subordinates, strode forward, his face dark with anger. Uchiha Sora, you got nerve. How dare you attack my stronghold? Thank you to all the supporters for your gifts. Lord Yen of Holmathan Island, the explosion master from Jiayin Gang. I only drink milkshakes. Yaut, Jean, single fan of Kagura Nanana, like cherry tomatoes. The Idol Sage, Fei Chung, 10 Springs How How, and so many more. Applause. Danzo, are you ready to meet your end? Sora replied coldly. Danzo, furious, could only laugh. I've never seen such arrogance. Uchiha Sora, even Shisui Uchiha wouldn't dare act so recklessly in my lair. Sora's hand erupted in crackling lightning. And you still dare mention Shisui? Without another word, he lunged straight at Danzo. Lightning style, Raikiri. Danzo hadn't expected Sora to attack so suddenly. As he reacted, he hastily drew a sword hidden within his cane, thrusting it towards Sora's torso. Sora twisted nimbly aside, dodging the blade, his lightning-charged hand striking straight for Danzo's heart. A sickening thud, Raikiri pierced through Danzo in an instant. But the next moment, Danzo's body burst into a puff of white smoke and vanished. A shadow clone. Attack! Danzo ordered sharply, as his true self and his root operatives unleashed a flurry of jutsu, converging on Sora. Sora moved quickly, weaving signs in a blur. His palms struck the ground. Earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. With a rumble, thick earth walls rose up on all sides, sealing Sora securely within their protection. The onslaught crashed against the earth barrier, thunderous explosions ringing out as the walls shook violently, edging on collapse. Wind-style, great vacuum sphere. Danzo's voice cut through the chaos. An immense wind pressure smashed against one section of the wall. Already weakened, it collapsed in an instant, shattered by a forceful air blast which now hurtled directly towards Sora. Danzo stood not far away, a trace of mockery flickering across his face, as if sneering at Uchiha Sora's overestimation of his own abilities. At that moment, Uchiha Sora pulled a flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool's pouch and, raising his arm, hurled it toward the ceiling above. In the next instant, Uchiha Sora vanished. The blast of compressed air thundered past, yet it didn't even graze the hem of Uchiha Sora's clothing. He's gone. The root members around widened their eyes in disbelief. Trapped from all sides, who could possibly evade in a situation like this? He's up there. Suddenly, someone pointed to the ceiling of the underground hall and cried out in alarm. Uchiha Sora was hanging upside down from the ceiling, the flying Thunder God kunai held firmly in his grasp. His sharingan eyes, blood-red with three-tomoe spinning, stared coldly down at everyone below. Danzo's aged, shadowy face couldn't help but reveal a flicker of shock and uncertainty. Was that the flying Thunder God technique just now? He had keenly spotted the marked kunai held in Uchiha Sora's hand. A kunai like this, how could he, a disciple of the second Hokage, not recognize it? That legendary jutsu, which had forged the legends of two heroes in the shinobi world, the flying Thunder God technique, the fastest technique in all the ninja world, the yellow flash. Yet now, right before his eyes, Uchiha Sora had also mastered this technique, a jutsu feared by countless shinobi. Danzo, are you regretting it now? Uchiha Sora gazed at Danzo, his voice icy. I never wish to bother with rats that lurk in the sewers like you, but you killed Shisui, and you've enraged me. A faint tremor of fear did indeed stir within Danzo's heart, but backed by the safety of his own stronghold, he was far from willing to admit defeat. Hearing Uchiha Sora's brazen words, his anger exploded. Uchiha Sora, don't think that just because you've learned the Flying Thunder God, you can do whatever you want. You think I don't know the requirements to perform that jutsu? Don't forget, I was the second Hokage's pupil. Is that so? Danzo, then let me tell you this. Just now, I've already placed Flying Thunder God markers all around your root headquarters. Do you really think you can ever feel safe here again? Uchiha Sora suddenly smiled. Danzo's expression changed. Uchiha Sora, stop bluffing. Danzo replied coldly. Do you really think I don't have means to deal with you? With that, Danzo abruptly tore off the bandages covering the other half of his face. A blood-red sharingan was revealed. "This is Shursui's eye. Come on, then. Do you dare approach me?" Danzo shouted. His right eye was shaped like a four-pointed shuriken. Shursui's Mangekyo sharingan. Illusion techniques have their limits of range. Even Kodoame Tsukumi, that fearsome jinjutsu, cannot be cast from a great distance. From where Uchiha Sora now stood, he was still just out of Kodoame Tsukumi's range. But at this moment, Danzo's right eye was already prepared with the power of Kodoame Tsukumi, ready to unleash its illusion at any second. As long as Uchiha Sora dared to approach, there was no need for direct eye contact. The jinjutsu would activate instantly. Such was the terrifying nature of Kodoame Tsukumi. Uchiha Sora narrowed his eyes. The sight of Shursui's eye stirred anger in his heart. In the next instant, Sora sprang down from the ceiling, charging straight at Danzo. Danzo's face lit up with delight. "You arrogant fool! To underestimate the old man's Kodoame Tsukumi so boldly." A low, vibrating pulse reverberated in the air. An invisible surge of ocular power erupted from Danzo's right eye. Kodoame Tsukumi was silently unleashed. Its illusory force fell upon Uchiha Sora. Yet, there was not the slightest pause in Sora's descent. Instead, dazzling lightning burst forth in his palm. Suddenly, the lightning gathered with fierce intensity at his fingertips, coalescing into a razor-sharp beam of light, like a bolt of lightning forged into a deadly ray. He thrust it straight at Danzo's heart. No! Danzo's expression changed drastically, his aged face consumed by terror. Kodoame Tsukumi's illusion had failed. How could this be possible? But in that critical moment, Danzo had no time to dwell on it. The bolt of lightning raced toward him with blinding speed. There was no longer any way to dodge. Just then, a root operative suddenly lunged from the side, slamming into Danzo and knocking him aside, taking the blast himself and letting the lightning pierce straight through his body. Uchiha Sora's brow furrowed as he landed lightly on the ground. Disappointment flickered in his heart. Even catching Danzo off guard, he had failed to finish the job. It seemed there truly was no opportunity to eliminate him in his own stronghold. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Sora's gaze. He ignored the operative who had shielded Danzo, and instead looked to another, a root member with striking orange hair. The Yamanaka clan's secret art. Mind-body switch jutsu, is it? Sora murmured to himself. That operative had indeed used the mind-body switch, taking control of the root member who stood closest to Danzo, sacrificing a pawn to save the leader from a fatal blow. It was the only way to save Danzo. No ordinary operative would willingly give his life for him. "Well done, Kaze." Danzo, having narrowly escaped death, praised his subordinate. Though still young, Yamanaka Kaze had already displayed such calm and mastery of formidable mental techniques that he drew the eyes of all present. Uchiha Sora frowned slightly, grateful that Aburame Torian had yet to come into his own. Were that not the case, he wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. The bugs of the Aburame clan were acknowledged across the shinobi world as some of the most troublesome opponents one could face. "Uchiha Sora, I never expected you could be immune to Kodoame Tsukumi's illusion." Danzo now said, his tone icy. "It seems Shursui's other eye is in your possession, isn't it? Only another wielding the Kodoame Tsukumi can stand against its power." Uchiha Sora just offered a cold, dismissive smile in response, giving no further explanation. He was immune to Kodoame Tsukumi, not because he possessed Shursui's other eye, but thanks to his own innate resistance to illusions. With such a gift, he dared to wreak havoc in Danzo's root base without restraint. Otherwise, Danzo was, after all, a Kage-level figure, endlessly resourceful, now boasting Shursui's eye and backed by numerous loyal subordinates. Even the Flying Thunder God technique would be of little help against him. Watching Uchiha Sora's silence, Danzo tacitly accepted the fact that he had gained Shursui's other eye, a hint of wariness flickering across his face. The Flying Thunder God technique, combined with Shursui's Mangekyo, such a man was indeed a terrifying existence. For both himself and Konoha, Uchiha Sora was simply too great a threat. Someone like him could never be allowed to live. Yet now, to kill Uchiha Sora, master of the Flying Thunder God, was practically impossible. After a long moment of indecision, Danzo suddenly drew back his aura and spoke. "Uchiha Sora, with your strength, why oppose me? Why not join forces with me? Let us rule the land of fire together. I will nominate you as Hokage and serve as your ally in the shadows. Together, we could unify the shinobi world. Wouldn't that be better?" "Oh, so now that force didn't work? You're trying persuasion?" Uchiha Sora scoffed. "Unify the shinobi world? Such grand ambition. Too bad your strength falls far short of your dreams. Receiving intel from his shadow clones, Uchiha Sora shook his head. Well, time's up. We'll end things here today. I'll spare your miserable life for now. Next time, I'll come for it myself. As soon as he finished, with a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God, vanishing from Danzo's sight in an instant. Seeing Uchiha Sora leave after throwing down his challenge, passing between worlds as he pleased, Danzo was overcome with raging jealousy and hatred. When Uchiha Sora returned home, he found his house now filled with numerous scrolls of forbidden jutsu. These scrolls were the fruits of his earlier plan. While he confronted Danzo, his shadow clones had scoured the base for every secret they could find. Once they had gathered enough, the clones had used Flying Thunder God to teleport home, bringing the treasures with them. After dismissing the clones, the knowledge flowed seamlessly into his mind. Without a hint, in the blink of an eye, a mountain of Danzo's most deeply hidden secrets had been stolen away. Even if Danzo realized it, he would be powerless, forced to watch his treasures slip away, unable to track them at all. Such was the true might of the Flying Thunder God. If it had been anyone else, obtaining these forbidden scrolls might be easy, but escaping from the enemy's very stronghold with them? That was all but impossible. At present, in the entire ninja world, aside from Uchiha Sora, perhaps only Uchiha Obito's Kimui and Zetsu's abilities could accomplish such a feat. Looking at the mountain of documents before him, Uchiha Sora allowed himself a smile of deep satisfaction. These documents didn't just contain a wealth of advanced ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu techniques, but also included sealing arts, curse marks, unique clan secrets, and more. But what truly captivated Uchiha Sora was the training method for the secret would-release technique. His current body was that of a sage, not yet infused with the blood of Hashirama himself, but with further refinement, perhaps he could one day possess the same would-release sage physique. Even if he fell short, as long as he transplanted Hashirama cells, his own constitution would allow him to quickly adapt, mastering the would-release bloodline limit with ease. At that point, the secrets of the would-release would become invaluable to him. P.S. How about some 5-star reviews, dear readers? The author is on his knees, begging for your kindness. Thanks to Namake's Minato, and the dragon who loves crispy pork, memories of bygone days, Black Soul Shinzong who favors Thailand, ancestor Uchiha of Jiayin clan, a lone wind on a journey, Jiayin clan supreme ancestor Ming, Jiayin clan Suzuki general, the fox with wings, laughing above the clouds, Jian Bahuang Shenming, black and white impermanence, confused face, Fong Faming Xiang, Yang Jioluya, the medicine seller, tempered, true meaning, demigods and semi-devils. And to all the parents above for their generous gifts. With these documents in hand, Uchiha Sora once again activated the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking them away to his mirroring space. Only in his mirror space could he ensure these materials would never be lost. While Uchiha Sora disappeared into the mirror space. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Danzo strode into the third Hokage's office with a dark expression. Saratobi, this time, we're in trouble. Danzo spoke up before the Hokage could even ask. What is it? Hiruzen Saratobi looked at Danzo, taken aback. What's happened? He had never seen Danzo so rattled before. Clearly, the situation was dire this time. Our activities have been exposed. Before Shisui died, he managed to send a message back. He tipped off Uchiha Sora. Danzo began, voice tense. And this Uchiha Sora, he just stormed my root division. He took away a trove of jutsu secrets. He's turning everything upside down. What? The third Hokage was so shocked that the pipe in his mouth fell to the floor with a dull clatter. Never mind how Shisui's cover was blown. How on earth does Uchiha Sora have this kind of power? How could he infiltrate Root and get back out unscathed? The third Hokage demanded, anxiety written all over his face. Danzo let out a long, heavy sigh. We've all underestimated this kid. Who could have imagined someone so young, only 11, could be this powerful? With each word, Danzo pressed his point. Hiruzen, Uchiha Sora has now mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. For him, the whole of Konoha is wide open. There's no defense left against him. Flying Thunder God technique? The third Hokage, startled, couldn't hide his shock. Impossible. How could he have learned it? Don't tell me. A memory flashed through his mind. More than 2 years ago, when a hidden cloud village stirred up trouble, someone had broken into the secret study in his home. After investigating, they had determined the odds favored an insider. Yet, through all the intervening years, there hadn't been a single clue. Only the hope that the culprit would eventually reveal themselves. Now the truth dawned. It must have been Uchiha Sora who accessed the Scroll of Seals back then. Still, the third Hokage found it hard to accept. At that time, Sora had been little more than an 8-year-old child. Not even 9 yet. Hiruzen, we have to act and fast. If not, all of Konoha could be facing disaster. Danzo's urgent voice cut through his thoughts. The third Hokage fell into a long silence. He knew Danzo was right. How could he not? Yet, the thought of facing someone armed with such a formidable technique, the Flying Thunder God, made the task seem almost impossible. Hiruzen, everyone has their weakness. I've already sent agents to the Uchiha clan, Danzo reported coldly. He's close to that mother and daughter from the clan. If we capture them and use them as leverage, I'm sure we'll get results. The third Hokage frowned, showing clear disapproval of Danzo's methods. But in this moment, no better options were at hand. He could only nod his head. Don't go too far. Keep it restrained. Understood. Wait for my signal. When the time comes, I'll need you to join forces with me. Danzo's voice was low but confident. With the Hokage's support, Danzo was sure he could launch a powerful counterattack this time. Uchiha Sora, you're just a child in the end. When it comes to cunning, you're no match for me, Danzo muttered to himself. Yet, barely half an hour later, Danzo hurried back into the Hokage's office. His face was dark with frustration. My operatives couldn't find a mother and daughter in the Uchiha compound. It seems they disappeared several days ago. The third Hokage's expression also changed. How is that possible? There isn't a single record here of them leaving the village. Danzo's voice grew colder. It must be Uchiha Sora. He must have moved them ahead of time. What a master of deception. He's been wary of us all along. The two men exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes a profound and growing sense of worry. At this very moment, Uchiha Sora's image in their minds was shrouded in mystery, even tinged with a sense of dread. It was almost unimaginable. A mere 11-year-old child hiding so much beneath the surface, secretly perusing the Book of Seals over 2 years ago, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, only now revealing these talents. He had even anticipated Danzo's tricks and relocated his most important people ahead of time. Such cunning. How could an 11-year-old possess such a mind? Damn it, what do we do now? For once, Danzo was truly at a loss, frustration clear in his voice. The third Hokage fell into deep thought, gazing out the window at the village of Konoha. After a long silence, he spoke at last. Perhaps we can use other means, catch him off guard. Uchiha Sora is anything but simple. What sort of tactic could catch him unawares? Danzo pressed, frowning. With a calm demeanor, the third Hokage replied, the Uchiha clan's ambitions have always run deep. Perhaps it's time to bring them to light. Go and summon Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, Danzo's eyes sparked with sudden interest. Hiruzen, as expected of you. Uchiha Itachi, the prodigy under constant scrutiny, eldest son of the clan chief, held in high regard by every member of Konoha's leadership. The village elders were deeply invested in shaping his will of fire. Once Itachi joined the foundation, Danzo not only granted him freedom, but also tirelessly instilled the idea of protecting the village above all else. Moreover, the third Hokage often summoned Itachi for private talks, subtly guiding his ideals. As a result, Itachi had long come to view Konoha as his true home, holding the village in higher esteem than even his own clan. And, most importantly, Itachi and Uchiha Sora were close friends. If Itachi became a piece in this game, the effect of catching Sora off guard would be absolute. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was on leave at home, where he had just finished reading the farewell letter Shisui left for Fugaku at Sora's urging. Tears, despite himself, welled up and spilled from his eyes. Brother Shisui, standing in the courtyard, Itachi's heart was heavy with grief. Of everyone in the Uchiha clan, if there was someone he could truly trust, it was Shisui. There were words he could never say to his family, but he could always confide in Shisui. There were burdens he couldn't trouble his relatives with, but he could always turn to Shisui for help. When his life's path seemed shrouded in fog, who illuminated the road ahead? It was Brother Shisui, a mentor and a friend, not blood brothers, yet even closer than kin. With his eyes tightly shut, Itachi's tears traced down his cheeks, falling soundlessly to the ground. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, now a blaze of crimson. Three-tomoe spun at impossible speed, merging into one, transforming at last into the shape of a three-pointed pinwheel. Even the shape of this kaleidoscope reminds me so much of Shisui's eyes. Itachi, dinner's ready. Your eyes. His mother, Mikoto Uchiha, called him from the yard, only to be struck speechless when she saw his tear-streaked face and the strikingly conspicuous Mangekyo sharingan in his eyes. Her mouth fell open, her expression one of utter shock. Itachi wiped away his tears, slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had returned to their normal state. He responded calmly, "Understood, mother." During dinner, it was inevitable that Itachi unlocking the Mangekyo would reach Fugaku's ears. Upon hearing the news, Fugaku Uchiha felt a surge of both astonishment and joy. As expected of my son, Itachi, Fugaku praised. But what he failed to notice was the trace of disappointment flickering in his son's eyes. Besides praising his achievement, was there no comfort to offer? Father, what am I to you, really? He finished his meal in silence. When his younger brother Sasuke came to ask if he would teach him Shuriken jutsu, Itachi declined, left the house alone, and walked away. Watching her son's figure recede, Mikoto, who, as a mother, was more sensitive than her husband, shook her head and said to Fugaku, "You shouldn't have just praised him for unlocking his eyes earlier. You know as well as I do what Shisui means to Itachi." Fugaku was taken aback for a moment, but ultimately paid it no mind. He believed that a son as talented as his from such a young age would never concern himself with such details. To be strong, one must have a strong heart from the start. Only the weak need comfort. Itachi arrived at the little grove where he and Shisui used to train together. Standing among those familiar trees, Itachi pulled out his ninja tools and threw himself into an intense frenzy of practice. Shuriken techniques, fire release, body flicker, taijutsu. Only after pouring out every last bit of energy, gasping for breath and utterly spent, did Itachi finally collapse on the ground, gazing up at the sky above as if lost in memories of the past. No one knows how long he lay there, but by the time he came to, night had already fallen. Just as he was about to get up and return home, a voice called out from nearby, "Itachi, the third Hokage wants to see you." Itachi turned to look and saw Danzo slowly stepping out from behind a large tree. "Lord Danzo." Itachi frowned slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. "It's a top-secret mission. The Hokage will explain it to you himself when we get there," Danzo said simply, his voice low, then led Itachi away. They arrived at the Hokage's office, light still shining from within. Following Danzo inside, Itachi found the third Hokage at his desk, busy with paperwork. The third's face was grave, completely devoid of his usual kind smile. The moment he saw Itachi, the Hokage's face remained stony as he tossed him a stack of documents. Uchiha Itachi took the documents, and his face changed dramatically at the sight of them. What is this?" In his hands were reports, every single one containing information about the Uchiha clan's planned coup. He was aware of these plans himself, but he had yet to pass any of this news to Konoha's higher-ups, and yet they already knew everything. What did this mean? Even though the uprising had not officially started, Konoha's leaders were already in possession of the details. It was clear that if the coup were to truly happen, there would be little chance of victory. The only likely outcome would be needless sacrifice and bloodshed. "Itachi, I have long known, in secret, about the ambitions of the Uchiha clan," the third Hokage sighed deeply. "But as the third Hokage, I do not wish to see the day when the coup actually occurs. That's why I called you here today, to give you a chance." "A chance?" Itachi raised his head, his voice rough with emotion. Danzo, standing nearby, spoke coldly. "You are to assassinate Uchiha Sora." Audiobook note. Author's note. Dear listeners, your reviews and support are much appreciated. Thank you for the gifts and encouragement. "What?" Itachi's face changed yet again. He looked up in disbelief. Danzo continued icily. "Earlier today, Uchiha Sora attacked my Ru organization. He's already been listed as a rogue ninja." "How can that be?" Itachi still couldn't believe it. In his heart, Sora was one of the kindest people, second only to his brother Shisui. Cheerful, easygoing, and friendly. How could he suddenly do something like this? "Danzo speaks the truth," the third Hokage confirmed. "That's why this time, we need you to carry out the assassination." "Why me?" Itachi asked, voice thick with tension. "Because you and your close friends. You are the one most likely to approach and succeed," the third Hokage said with a heavy sigh. "Honestly, his strength has grown formidable, so much so that even I, as Hokage, am no longer confident I could defeat him. This is our last resort." Itachi was stunned. Had Sora really become that powerful? When did this happen? "Itachi, you're a wise child. You know what you must do," said the third Hokage. "I understand, Lord Hokage." After a long, heavy silence, Itachi finally nodded and rose to leave. Watching Uchiha Itachi's retreating figure, Danzo couldn't help but say, "Hiruzen, with Itachi's abilities, I doubt an assassination will go that smoothly." The third Hokage nodded gently. "True, but regardless of whether he succeeds or not, as long as we can stir up turmoil within the Uchiha clan, we'll have achieved our goal." "In my opinion," Danzo shook his head, "the Uchiha clan is a lesser concern. Only by eliminating Uchiha Sora can the village be free of future threats for good. Only the Sharingan can stand against the Sharingan. Even you have failed. This time, We can only rely on the Uchiha clan itself. The third Hokage sighed deeply. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. When had the village declined to such a state? The next day, after spending the night in the mirror dimension, Uchiha Sora returned once more to the Hidden Leaf village. He planned to visit the Uchiha clan and speak with Fugaku again. Despite the rift between them, and despite having crossed blades before, Uchiha Sora still didn't wish to see the clan tread down that old, tragic path again. If there was the slightest chance, he still hoped to save his family. At Fugaku's house, Sora found him waiting. Although Fugaku had already read the letter left behind, suspicion still clouded his heart over Shisui's death. Sora's arrival was met with a cold, unwelcoming expression. Were it not for Sora's strength, which was enough to make anyone wary, Fugaku most likely would have had him arrested on the spot. Upon seeing Fugaku, Sora got straight to the point. Yesterday, I struck out at Danzo's rude organization. Before Fugaku could even register his shock, Sora continued. Before his death, Shisui left me information. Beyond just that farewell letter, there were other things as well. His death was orchestrated by Konoha's higher-ups. Danzo took one of his eyes, and the other is with me. The barrage of revelations left Fugaku stunned and speechless for a moment. Yet, as the head of the Uchiha, he quickly regained his composure, his voice deep and heavy. And why, Sora, should I believe anything you say? Sora gave a faint smile. Whether you believe me or not is your concern. I'm here to let you know. The path of a coup will only end in tragedy. But I can offer our clan a new way forward. Fugaku's whole body tensed. What way? Take your people and leave the village with me. Sora articulated every word clearly and resolutely. Leave with you? You mean the entire clan, fleeing Konoha? Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. I have a way for us all to leave in secret, without anyone noticing, without fear of being hunted down, Sora declared. At this point, everything had been made quite clear, and Uchiha Fugaku could no longer fail to understand. He realized now that he had misjudged him in the past. If Uchiha Sora truly was a puppet of Konoha's leadership, there would have been no need for such a conversation. He could have simply taken advantage of Fugaku's unpreparedness and conspired with the village elders to wipe out their entire clan. Sora, it seems you had everything planned from the very start. Fugaku exclaimed with a sigh of admiration. Yet, even as he sighed, Fugaku slowly shook his head. Sora, even if you think little of this coup, I have no road left to turn back. Our clan has no path of retreat. As you said, the clan could leave the village. But even if we manage to escape Konoha safely, then what? Take the Uzumaki clan, for example. How powerful they once were. They founded Uzushio village and their own nation, the land of whirlpools. And yet, what became of them in the end? Surrounded and attacked on all sides, their people now scattered, the few survivors turned into outcasts, mere tools for the great powers. No matter how strong a clan may be, once they lose the shelter of a great tree, in the end they become prey for the wolves beyond. For us, Konoha itself is that great tree. I cannot let the Uchiha go down the same road as the Uzumaki. If the coup succeeds, our Uchiha clan will become masters of the great tree. We will stand unshakable at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. And if the coup fails, even if we are wiped out, at least we will not have sullied the name of Uchiha. Uchiha Sora frowned slightly, fixing Fugaku with a steady gaze. So, you've made your choice. That's right. I'll stay, and my warriors will stay as well, Fugaku responded. But I hope you can take some of the civilians with you. They may not be fighters, but they are of pure Uchiha blood. Let them leave this place of conflict. At least this way, our clan will have another line of hope. All right, I'll give you one day to make the arrangements. I'll come for you at this time tomorrow, Sora replied with a nod. He made no effort to interfere with Fugaku's decision. He understood that if he took these strong-willed, rebellious members with him outside, their resentment would gnaw at them. To their minds, Konoha was their very roots. They wanted to claim mastery over Konoha, not run away and live the life of fugitives. The next day, at the same hour, Uchiha Sora returned to Fugaku. Fugaku had already gathered a group of ordinary men and women, as well as several children, a total of around 100 people. That's all. Sora looked out at them. At that moment, these ordinary clan members all appeared somewhat lost and bewildered, having just been informed by the clan leader that they would soon be sent somewhere far away to start new lives. Though the clan leader's arrangements left these ordinary people with some doubts, none of them dared to defy his orders. Besides, each one had been carefully chosen. They were all remarkably adaptable individuals. As Uchiha Sora appeared, quite a few among the group immediately recognized him. Sora Uchiha, you're Sora Uchiha. Sora, Are you the one taking us out of the village? Where are you leading us? Sora, is something about to happen to the clan? Did the clan leader task you with helping us escape? Although these people were ordinary, they certainly weren't foolish. It didn't take long for someone to guess the clan leader's true intention. With a gentle smile, Sora said, "Everyone, please don't worry. For now, join hands and form a line. I'll explain everything to you in a moment." Hearing this, the group obediently reached out to link hands. Once everyone was connected, Sora lifted his hand, placed it on someone's shoulder, and channeled his chakra, establishing a link that ran through each person. He nodded to Fugaku, and in the very next instant, with a sharp whoosh, the Flying Thunder God technique was unleashed. Sora and the 100 or so people beside him vanished together, all at once. A heartbeat later, he reappeared with the group on a small island within his own mirrored dimension. Uchiha Izumi and her mother, who had already been informed of the situation, were waiting there. When they saw Sora arrive with everyone, the two women hurried over to greet them. "Sora, is this all the clan members you brought?" Uchiha Hazuki asked, a trace of puzzlement in her voice. "That's right. Fugaku probably thought it wouldn't be wise to bring too many at once." Sora nodded. "I'll have to trouble you and Izumi to explain things to everyone." "It's no trouble at all. The two of us have been feeling rather lonely on the island. To be honest, having more company will make things livelier." Hazuki's smile was warm and genuine. She had already recognized a few familiar faces among the newcomers. And within the group, several people also recognized Izumi and Hazuki and immediately began greeting the two women. Watching this scene, Sora finally felt at ease for now. After all, these were just ordinary clan members. Most were engaged in business or farming work, and letting them settle here on the island would only bring more life and energy to this place. In fact, when time allowed, he would need to bring in some animals as well. Only then would this truly feel like a world of its own. "Well, I'll take my leave then. I'll leave the rest in your capable hands," Sora said to the mother and daughter, giving them a nod before disappearing once more with the Flying Thunder God technique. He wasn't worried about their safety on the island. Izumi herself was already a genin, her sharingan awakened, and her strength was on par with most Chunin. Even Hazuki, in her younger days, had been an accomplished kunoichi with a fully awakened three-tomoe sharingan. It was only in the recent years that she had retired. When he emerged again, Sora found himself standing before Fugaku once more. "So it's space-time ninjutsu, is it? So that's the source of your confidence?" Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed as he saw Uchiha Sora appear before him once more. "It's done. What are you planning next?" Uchiha Sora asked. "If you're set on a coup, sooner is better than later." Fugaku shook his head. "Let's wait a bit longer. There's still no word from Itachi, and to be honest, losing Shisui was a huge blow. Right now, Itachi is the only one I can really count on. But if you were willing to help, things might go more smoothly for me." Uchiha Sora shook his head back. "I won't join your coup. Even with my strength, it's impossible to take on the entire Hidden Leaf myself. I know you can control the Nine Tails, but that power is not as easy to harness as it seems. Besides, I have no interest in ruling the village. However, I could help by keeping the third Hokage busy," Sora added after a pause. In fact, he intended to cause some trouble for the third Hokage anyway. If the Uchiha really did move forward with the coup, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to act, both to confront the third Hokage and, more importantly, to steal the Scroll of Seals. This time, he wasn't satisfied with just peeking at a few forbidden jutsu. He intended to claim the entire Scroll of Seals for himself. Fugaku was well aware of Sora's intentions, but the true goal of this coup was not to utterly destroy Konoha or slaughter all its leaders. Fugaku's aim was simple: to kill the third Hokage, control the other village elders, and install himself as the next Hokage. Once the third was dead and his loyal followers purged, the remaining clans and power brokers of Konoha would be forced to think twice, leaving the path open for the Uchiha to ascend to leadership. With you keeping the third Hokage occupied, that's enough. Itachi and I together can quickly eliminate Danzo. After that, the remaining top fighters won't pose any real threat, Fugaku said, his confidence swelling. As Sora watched Fugaku, full of plans and high spirits, his thoughts inevitably turned to Itachi. This time, what choice would Itachi make? P.S. After much consideration, I've ultimately decided to follow the Uchiha clan downfall route. The author's reasons are quite clear, and for anyone who's studied the Uchiha massacre, I think you'll understand. In this telling, Fugaku is a committed coup leader, someone who's plotted for years and wouldn't just abandon his plans on a whim. In the original story, he let himself be killed by his own son partly out of love, unwilling to see father and son destroy each other, and partly because Itachi's betrayal crushed his spirit. Still, Fugaku was fundamentally confident in the coup. Otherwise, he wouldn't have schemed for so long. I'm not sure if my interpretation lines up with yours, but feel free to share your own thoughts. By Wu Ying and Yu Wu Shuang, Lu Biao who loves small plate chicken, I drink only milkshakes. Curl cat ears, Lei Bao who adores one who sauce duck, the wisdom of those at leisure, the silver robe quasi-emperor of northern Sangzhou, black and white Wu Chang, Long and who relishes roasted pork belly, the subtle chill of zither strings recalling days gone by, refined truth, IOW, user 589266994, O is given upon being human, user 368956003, Yi Hao Tian who delights in pan-fried yellow cakes, Gong Sun Kong from Ha Province, user 11054633, and the moonlit 24 bridges at night. Thank you all, dear supporters, for your generous gifts. In the small grove, Uchiha Sora stood quietly on a patch of open ground. In a swift motion, a figure appeared before him. Itachi, you're here. Sora greeted him with a warm smile. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Not long after returning from Fugaku's, Sora had received Itachi's invitation to meet. Yes, I'm here. Itachi nodded lightly, his eyes fixed intently on Sora. What is it? Sora, I want to meet with you today to discuss something important regarding Shisui, Itachi said quietly. Sora's gaze sharpened. Itachi, what is it you want to know? How did Shirsu-senpai really die? Itachi asked, pronouncing every word with care. Sora frowned. You must have seen his final letter. Just accept that he ended his own life. No, I want you to tell me the truth. Itachi's tone grew heavy. I refuse to believe Shisui would give up so easily. There must be something else behind his death. Sora sighed and shook his head, resignation in his voice. Very well. You deserve the truth. He then recounted how Shisui had been killed by Danzo's treachery. When Itachi heard this, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning a deep crimson. So it's true, Shisui didn't end his own life. It was all their doing, every bit of it crafted behind the scenes. Sora let out another sigh. Itachi, for those in power at Konoha, our Uchiha clan has long been a thorn in their side. Frankly, I can hardly blame your father for considering a coup. Yes, when will the bitterness between our clan and Konoha ever truly end? Itachi responded, his own sigh echoing Sora's. He looked up at the sky and slowly continued. Before coming to see you, the third Hokage summoned me. He told me that you attacked Danzo's rude organization and stole a host of their secret jutsu scrolls. The third has already labeled you a rogue ninja and has sent me to eliminate you. At these words, Sora's eyes widened in surprise. You've been sent to kill me? Itachi, if that's the case, why are you telling me this now? Uchiha Itachi spoke softly. To the top brass of Konoha, I am nothing more than a pawn. But what they've overlooked is that manipulating a pawn always comes with its own risks. I can't stop them from making their decisions, and I can't persuade father to give up on his. But I can choose to leave a glimmer of hope for the clan, and you are that hope. Coup, I know you must have prepared yourself for leaving for quite some time. My only wish is, after you leave Konoha, don't do anything to harm the village. If you do, I promise I will stop you. Itachi's voice suddenly turned cold, and his eyes burned with a vivid crimson. The three-tomoe of his sharingan spun swiftly, morphing into a tri-bladed pinwheel. Mangekyo sharingan. I will stay. Itachi's Mangekyo sharingan stared at Coup with unwavering resolve. For the village and for our clan, I will fight for one last chance. Coup, this is the path I have chosen. Uchiha, Coup held his gaze for a long moment before letting out a sigh. All right then. In that case, let's part ways here. With those words, he turned and walked away. As he watched Coup's departing figure, Itachi murmured to himself, Coup, the road you're about to walk is, in a way, the other choice I could have made. After leaving, Uchiha, Coup couldn't help but shake his head as he recalled Itachi's decision. In the end, Itachi would still be forced to walk down the path of destroying his own clan with his own hands. In Coup's view, this whole predicament boiled down to two stubborn men, both unwilling to compromise on their principles, letting things reach the point of no return. Itachi's heart was set on Konoha. He wanted nothing more than to prevent a war, and to the last, refused to step back. Fugaku was determined to stage a coup, to change the fate of the Uchiha, and he too would not yield. Both father and son were men of unbending will, nearly impossible for anyone else to sway. It was just as Itachi himself would one day say, after being brought back with Edo Tensei. Both father and son were people who believed only in achieving their goals with their own hands. Strictly speaking, Coup realized he was that kind of person too. Only, he wasn't quite as obsessed, mainly because he'd never truly considered Konoha his home. His sense of belonging to the village was faint at best. But for Itachi and for Fugaku, both of them carried the mark of Konoha shinobi deep within their hearts. Perhaps part of this came from the Uchiha clan itself, their very nature as a people. The Uchiha are a clan of love. Once that love is lost, all that's left is obsession and, at times, terror. What a headache this all is. Coup sighed as he returned to the small island within the mirror world, recounting all that had happened to Izumi and Hazuki. The two had little advice to offer, knowing their own power was limited. All they could do was reassure him, Coup, no matter what you decide, we'll always stand by your side. The clan leader has his own choices, Itachi has his, and you, Coup, your choice is our choice. Mother and daughter clasped Uchiha Cou's hands, gazing into his eyes with deep affection. Uchiha Coup no Tenkentri. With such wholehearted support from the two, he felt a surge of warmth and reassurance within. Coup, what will you do next? The three of them sat together on the little island's sandy beach as Uchiha Izumi asked her question. For what comes next? I think I'll start by building my own faction. Uchiha Coup pondered for a moment before speaking. Form a faction? That sounds really tough. Izumi murmured, a hint of discouragement in her voice. What's wrong? Uchiha Coup reached out and stroked her head gently. Their mother, Hazuki, chuckled softly and said, Coup, Izumi has always wanted to help you. But just now, she realized that if you're building a faction, she doesn't have the strength to be much help at all. Izumi, you're still young, and there's so much room for you to grow. If you want to help me, then train hard, all right? I believe you can do it. Uchiha Coup reassured her with a smile. Encouraged by the one she admired, Uchiha Izumi nodded eagerly, her spirits lifting. Uchiha Coup smiled as well, though in his heart he was already turning over the details of how to establish his own organization. The truth was, he didn't want to build up a power base just for the sake of becoming stronger himself. What he really needed were some reliable people to help him gather information and handle important tasks. Moreover, he already made up his mind to play a long, careful game with Uchiha Obito. There was no joking around between them. Obito had his Akatsuki, so naturally, Coup would want a group of his own too. It was an exciting prospect, his organization directly contending with Akatsuki's. Just imagining the confrontation was thrilling. Yet, before assembling his own followers, there was one more thing Uchiha Coup needed to take care of. The following day, Uchiha Coup teleported back to Konoha. He sensed his surroundings, and his brow furrowed with concern. Overnight, he had discovered many of the flying thunder god kunai markers he had set across the village had been removed. Seems like the third Hokage and Danzo aren't fools. They've combed through the entire village to clear away my jutsu markers. Uchiha Coup thought to himself. At this rate, in just a few days, all of his flying thunder god kunai markers in Konoha might vanish. The only people capable of such a diligent search were likely the Hyuga clan. Konoha was, after all, one of the great ninja villages. Even in a weakened state, the village could not easily be underestimated. For now, although he couldn't confront the entire village head-on, causing a bit of chaos was still an easy task for Uchiha Coup. This trip back served one purpose: to lay his hands on the Hokage's collection of secret ninjutsu scrolls. It was midday, and the third Hokage was occupied with official duties, nowhere near his home. So, without hesitation, Uchiha Coup strolled openly down the main streets of Konoha, heading straight for the third Hokage's residence. Although he had already been declared a rogue ninja, it was clear that most people in the Hidden Leaf Village had yet to hear the news. Even the third Hokage himself might not have made any official announcement. So, just like any other day, Uchiha Sora walked down the bustling streets, completely undisturbed by anyone. He made his way straight to the third Hokage's residence, slipping seamlessly into the courtyard as if he belonged there. Who's there? This is the Hokage's residence. Unauthorized visitors are not allowed. No sooner had he set foot in the courtyard than an Umbu operative leapt out, blocking his path. Oh, don't you recognize me? Uchiha Sora looked at the Umbu with a faint, almost sly smile. You're Uchiha Sora. The Umbu froze for a brief moment, but his tone quickly shifted as he shouted to his comrades. This is bad. Someone, alert the Hokage. Before he could finish his words, Uchiha Sora landed a sharp elbow strike, knocking him out cold on the ground. These days, with his body under constant, automatic training, Uchiha Sora's physical strength and endurance had already surpassed that of most fully grown shinobi. In fact, he was quickly approaching the realm of superhuman might. Such was the endless advantage of his perpetual training state. As time continued to accumulate, every aspect of Uchiha Sora's abilities would eventually reach an inhuman level. The rest of the Umbu, shaken by what just happened, quickly closed in to surround him. Illusion art, binding spell of gold, activating his sharingan, Uchiha Sora swept his gaze across them. Instantly, all the charging Umbu came to a standstill, frozen in place and unable to move. He strolled past them nonchalantly, as if enjoying a peaceful walk, and made his way into the secret study of the third Hokage, where he began rifling through its contents. Inside the Hokage's secret study, countless ninjutsu scrolls, forbidden jutsu tomes, and a trove of unusual knowledge were hidden away. But unlike last time, when he'd been cautious and only dared to glance at a few scrolls and copy a handful of techniques, Uchiha Sora acted boldly. He unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique, grabbing armfuls of scrolls and classified documents, sending them directly to his own mirror dimension without so much as a glance. Dozens of transports later, he had emptied the entire chamber, an operation that didn't take more than a few minutes. It was only then that the third Hokage arrived at last, belated and breathless. With a deep, muffled crash, the door to the study was thrown open. The third Hokage's wrinkled face appeared in the entrance, seething with rage. Uchiha Sora. He looked around, scanning the once crowded bookshelves, now completely bare. Shock and fury mingled his eyes as he stared at Uchiha Sora, his voice trembling with anger. You've gone too far. What on earth do you think you're doing? Uchiha Sora laughed heartily, but then his expression turned icy cold. Third Hokage, do you really have the right to accuse me of going too far? Don't pretend to be the innocent one here. Just seeing that face of yours fills me with disgust. P.S. Dear supporters, let's have a wave of free gifts. Thanks go to Long Tongue, who loves honey-glazed chicken wings. Lu Biao, who's a fan of spicy chicken. The mystical writer of the Record of Imperial Extremes. By Kai, who always has witty remarks. Our outstanding leader of the Jiayin Gang, Liang Pei, who swears. By Herbal Kidney Tonic, Ink Sans, Minister Hidan from the Jiayin Gang's Enforcement Department. Sui Weijiawa, Idol Scholar, Elder Song of the Jiayin Gang. Wang Ligan, who enjoys wild mugwort. And, the picture is too beautiful. I can't bear to look for all. As well as Wua. My heartfelt thanks to all these wonderful supporters for their gifts. The third Hokage's face darkened considerably. As the Hokage, never before had he been so brazenly insulted, not even by his enemies, who would always address him with respect as the third. Within the village, he was held in high esteem. Yet now, a junior had rebuked him without mercy. Shock and anger swirled within him. The third Hokage barked in a low voice. Uchiha Sora, have you lost your mind? The village has nurtured you, and this is how you repay it. Listening to these hollow words from the Hokage, Uchiha Sora showed no emotion as he replied. You talk too much nonsense. Get to the point. What are you going to do? Kill me? Do you really think you're strong enough? The third Hokage fell silent. He knew he truly had no confidence in detaining Uchiha Sora, who possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Enough. Stop wasting time. I'm going to take those documents of yours. If you want them back, bring me something worth trading next time. Uchiha Sora waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to be polite. With that, he activated his Flying Thunder God technique and vanished right before the Hokage's eyes. The third was left standing there, his expression dark as ever. He never imagined Uchiha Sora could be so audacious. Not only had he stirred up chaos in the Foundation and stolen volumes of top-secret files, but he'd even ransacked the Hokage's own study, taking with him most of the jutsu scrolls, including the legendary Scroll of Seals. Those documents contained a wealth of knowledge. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, forbidden techniques, sealing arts, barrier spells, everything under the sun. This collection was the crystallization of wisdom from generations of Konoha's finest ninja. Though not exhaustive, it was still enough to form the very foundation of a major force. Issue a wanted notice. Uchiha Sora is now a wanted criminal. The bounty is 100 million ryo. Back in his office, the third Hokage wasted no time in delivering the order. Previously, Uchiha Sora's defection was only known among the upper ranks, but with this order, the entire village was immediately thrown into an uproar. Uchiha Sora's stellar performance in the Chunin exams had already made him a household name among Konoha's residents. The news that he had stolen classified secrets and deserted the village left everyone in absolute shock. After the wanted posters were put up, overnight, Uchiha Sora became the hot topic of every conversation among the villagers of Konoha, discussed over meals and tea. Whenever people spoke of Uchiha Sora, their words were inevitably filled with curses and resentment. That ungrateful traitor. Konoha raised him for so many years, and yet he's committed such an unforgivable act. He must be caught and killed. If you ask me, there's not a single good person in the whole Uchiha clan, always betraying those who trust them. I never believed they had good intentions. The hostility even spread to the entire Uchiha clan, drawing yet more suspicion and scorn from the villagers. So, Uchiha Sora really defected from the village? And with 100 million Ryo bounty on his head. In the Hyuga estate, Hayashi Hyuga sat at home, gazing at the wanted poster in his hand, shaking his head with a sigh. Such a high bounty, it won't be easily claimed by anyone. It seems something significant must have happened between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups, he thought to himself. Beside him, young Hinata peered curiously at the poster in her father's hand. When she saw Uchiha Sora's photograph, she couldn't help but ask, "Father, is that the kind big brother who helped me? Why is he wanted?" Hayashi smiled, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. "These things are not old enough to understand yet. When you're stronger, you'll have to seek the answers yourself." "Oh," Hinata nodded, half understanding, but in her heart, she secretly made up her mind. One day, she would find her big brother and learn the truth for herself. At the Ninja Academy, Hikari Hirai, now a Chunin instructor, also heard the news. As he listened to his colleagues discuss Uchiha Sora, as though he were a notorious criminal, his heart was heavy with sadness. He didn't know why Uchiha Sora had defected. Having once been teammates, Hikari had always gotten along well with him and never believed he would betray the village. Unfortunately, Hikari also knew his own abilities were limited, and he feared he might never have the chance to ask Sora for the truth. Meanwhile, in the third Hokage's office, a figure with violet hair knelt on one knee before the third Hokage, pleading, "Lord Hokage, please let me leave the village to search for Uchiha Sora's whereabouts." The third Hokage let out a weary sigh. "Yugao, the wanted notice is out, but I don't want our own Konoha shinobi chasing after him. He's too dangerous. Even if you were his teammate, do you understand?" "I don't understand, Lord Hokage," came Yugao's resolute reply. "All I know is that I must find him and demand an explanation." Facing her stubborn determination, the third Hokage couldn't help but feel a pounding headache. At this moment, Yugao Yuzuki spoke up again. "If Lord Hokage refuses to agree to this, then I will resign from both the ANBU and my position as a Leaf Ninja. I believe, as a citizen of the Hidden Leaf Village, I should be allowed to leave the village, shouldn't I?" "Do? All right." The third Hokage could only sigh helplessly and nod his agreement. He knew full well that even if he refused, Yugao Yuzuki would probably sneak out on her own anyway. Meanwhile, back on the small island in the mirror dimension, Sora Uchiha left a shadow clone behind to sort through and study all those ninjutsu scrolls, while he himself departed the island, taking Izumi Uchiha along. He planned to travel across the ninja world, searching for a few promising talents. At this point in time, the Akatsuki was still in its early days, busy recruiting new members. Since he intended to build his own force to challenge the Akatsuki, he needed to start making preparations ahead of time. This was also the perfect opportunity to broaden his horizons. Perhaps seeing more of the world might even spark some breakthroughs in his training. Bringing Izumi along was, of course, to let her experience the wider world as well. After leaving the small island in the mirror dimension, their first destination was the Land of Water. The reason for choosing the Land of Water was simple. It was currently the stronghold of Uchiha Bido, torn by chaos and civil war. Moreover, Haku of the Yuki clan, Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan, and Sujetsu were all outstanding talents from the Land of Water. As Sora and Izumi traveled through the Land of Water, they encountered countless dilapidated villages, some reduced to near ruins, some plagued by missing nin who ravaged and plundered with abandon. When they came across rogue ninja who had clearly thrown away all morals and restraint, Sora encouraged Izumi to face them in combat, training her in real-life battle situations. Under Sora's watchful protection, Izumi swiftly improved, both in her practical fighting experience and her overall skill. During these fierce battles, her sharingan even awoke its third tomoe. It was safe to say that, in terms of talent with the sharingan, she was hardly inferior to prodigies like Itachi. This brought Sora a deep sense of satisfaction. A month passed in what felt like the blink of an eye, as they traveled with intermittent stops, until they finally arrived outside the gates of Kirigakure. Because of the infamous blood mist policies, the village not only enforced strict control within, but was extremely hostile to outsiders as well. As soon as the two of them approached the gates, they were stopped by Yinbiyu and asked to show a pass. Naturally, Sora had no such pass, so, after being refused entry, he chose not to force his way in but to leave for the time being. His main objective in coming to Kirigakure was to use internal intel to track down the whereabouts of Haku, Kimimaro, and Suijetsu, and, if possible, give Abido a few headaches along the way. Since he couldn't enter Kirigakure for now, Sora didn't act rashly. Instead, he decided to gather information about the internal situation first. After all, Kirigakure was one of the great ninja villages. Charging in blindly without understanding the circumstances would have been downright foolish. Through the tireless exploration of his shadow clones, Uchiha Sora gradually gained an understanding of the situation in Kirigakure. To put it bluntly, things were in dire straits. First of all, the fourth Mizukage was now highly likely to have fallen under Uchiha Obito's control. The implementation of the blood mist policies was becoming ever more severe, and discontent was brewing among the village's shinobi. Secondly, manipulated by public opinion, the status of the major Kekii Genkai clans in the Land of Water had become precarious. Some clans suffered from blatant discrimination, like the Ice Release clan, and a few had even openly rebelled, such as the Kagaya clan. Finally, in the wake of the Third Great Ninja War, the loyal 7 ninja swordsmen of the village had suffered devastating losses. Those who survived defected one after another, stripping the leadership of its suppressive power. As a result, internal factions began vying for control, throwing the village into deeper chaos. I wonder how Obito managed to control the fourth Mizukage. Uchiha Sora mused silently. By right, as a perfect Jinchuriki, the fourth Mizukage shouldn't be susceptible to such manipulation. After all, Jinchuriki were typically immune to all forms of illusion, and Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't even illusion-based. Unless he possessed Shursui's Kotoeme Tsukumi, the only Jinjutsu subtle enough to control a Jinchuriki without their knowledge. It seems I need to find an opportunity to meet the fourth Mizukage face-to-face, Uchiha Sora thought to himself. Having gotten a rough handle on Kirigakure's situation, Uchiha Sora began to move into action. He first sent Uchiha Izumi back into the mirror dimension, then personally infiltrated Kirigakure. For 3 days, he waited patiently in a small tavern within the village, until at last, the person he'd been seeking finally appeared. The man had short, jet black hair, wore his forehead protector slightly askew to the left, and the lower half of his face and neck were wrapped in bandages. His teeth were sharp and fierce. It was none other than Momochi Zabuza. Uchiha Sora waited until Zabuza had finished his drink and left the tavern before quietly following him. The two walked one behind the other along Kirigakure's main street, the flow of passers-by unaware that anything unusual was happening. Not until they reached a deserted riverside did Zabuza come to a halt. He turned, fixing Uchiha Sora with a piercing gaze, and spoke, his voice icy. "You've been following me for quite a while now. What exactly do you want?" Uchiha Sora replied with a faint smile. "Demon Momochi Zabuza, the pride of the Kirigakure assassination squad, a master of silent killing. Am I right?" "Oh, so you want to experience my silent killing techniques for yourself?" Zabuza responded with a wide, chilling grin. Uchiha Sora simply smiled and remained silent. "Very well." Hiding in mist technique. A glint of lethal intent flashed in Zabuza's eyes as he swiftly formed hand signs, activating the hiding in mist technique. In an instant, thick mist billowed outward, engulfing the surroundings. Visibility plummeted, reducing the world to a cold, suffocating haze. "Kid, I don't care which faction sent you, but since you've come after me, you'd better be prepared to die." Zabuza's voice drifted through the thick mist, its source impossible to pin down. No wonder they call it the silent killing technique. Uchiha Sora thought to himself with a quiet admiration. Just as he spoke, a chilling murderous intent appeared behind him. The next second, a kunai stabbed through Uchiha Sora's back. Zabuza's figure gradually came into view. Looking at what he thought was his successful kill, he sneered, "Someone as green as you dares to tail me? In your next life." But before he could finish, the wounded Uchiha Sora vanished in a puff of white smoke. It was a shadow clone. Zabuza was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a long sword pierced fiercely into his body. Uchiha Sora had appeared behind him, yet Zabuza only chuckled. His body dissolved in a sudden splash, scattering onto the ground. It was the signature technique of the Hidden Mist Village, the Water Clone Jutsu. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. At that moment, Zabuza's voice echoed from the river nearby. The next instant, a ferocious water dragon burst from the veil of mist, plunging toward Uchiha Sora with blinding speed. With a thunderous roar, the water dragon crashed down toward where Uchiha Sora stood. Facing this familiar technique, Uchiha Sora only smiled calmly. He gripped his long sword with both hands, infusing it with wind chakra, then slashed powerfully at the oncoming water dragon. Gale slash. Lying drunk among the clouds, laughing at the world below, there's Jishio who loves stir-fried lettuce, Jiang Jinyan who craves spicy stir-fried kidneys, Elder Mo who loves little pickled snacks, Baikai whose comments are always witty, the noble Lord Yin, Tangan with a taste for honey-glazed ribs, Xiao Bao who enjoys pizza on toast, Shao Organizations G. Aha who always says goodnight late, Tangen again, an idle degree. Yao's biggest fan. Hey Bai Wu Chang the judge between light and dark. Professional. Critic Lian Chi Shi, Pashao, the light sawman of the Jiayin gang who loves a good quarrel, Star Platinum Requiem. User 395-43738, Wang Jian with a fondness for orange cakes. Mukin Xinyan, the diligent seeker on the mountain of books, the reader abandoned by time itself, the silver-robed quasi-emperor of North Sangzhou, Gao. User 133666094. Feng, the wanderer. Yu Mian who enjoys corn and pork bone soup. Jin Xiaowang with a craving for stir-fried razor clams. Wu Changkong of Jadeite City. Fox. Princess. Tan Crane, reminiscing over old times and Qi-Dong. With the force of a wild gale, the slash crashed down upon the water dragon with unstoppable momentum. Boom! In that moment, the full might of Uchiha Sora's self-created swordsmanship was on display. A powerful B-rank ninjutsu, shattered by a single slash. With a sudden burst of speed, Uchiha Sora closed in on Zabuza, who stood atop the river. In the blink of an eye, he launched a relentless, storm-like sword attack. Zabuza was stunned, hastily drawing the ninja blade from his back to fend off Sora's strikes. At this point, he had yet to acquire the executioner's blade, and his swordsmanship couldn't match Uchiha Sora's. In just a short exchange, he realized he was outmatched and quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and his opponent. What incredible swordsmanship! Who are you, really? Zabuza no longer underestimated his foe. After the previous series of battles, he realized this man's strength was at least equal to his own, yet he had never even heard of him before. Uchiha Sora offered a faint, knowing smile. Zabuza, I've already experienced your silent killing technique and your water style. Don't you think it's time for you to taste one of my jutsu? As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Sora activated his sharingan, all three-tomoe spinning vividly. His hands formed seals, and an intense flash of lightning burst forth in his right palm. He lunged at Zabuza with explosive speed. It was Chidori. At the same time, his left hand whipped out a kunai, hurtling it towards Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes were fixed on the dazzling sharingan and the blazing lightning in Sora's hand. His expression grew tense. He's gathered his lightning chakra to this level. That jutsu is dangerous. If I'm hit, it's over. And those eyes, is that the legendary sharingan? Yet the incoming kunai was almost an afterthought to him. With the barest tilt of his head, he dodged it with ease. Chakra gathered at Zabuza's feet as he prepared to leap back and widen the gap. But in a split second, Uchiha Sora vanished from his sight. A surge of electric energy crackled through the air behind him, rapidly closing in. Disaster. The realization slammed into Zabuza. A cold sweat broke over his pale, stricken face. A sharp sense of danger prickled at every nerve. The chill of death seemed to whisper in his mind. But at the very last instant, instead of finishing the attack, Uchiha Sora dispersed the Chidori in his hand and gently rested his palm against Zabuza's side. Zabuza froze, sweat dripping down into the river beneath his feet. With a tremor in his voice, equal parts fear and relief, he asked slowly, "Who are you?" Uchiha Sora gave a slight smile. He simply patted Zabuza's back and strolled toward the riverbank. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Sora of the Uchiha clan, currently a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village." Uchiha Sora? A rogue from the Leaf Village? No wonder you have the sharingan. Zabuza let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was obvious now. Sora wasn't here to kill him. If he were, Zabuza would already be dead. "Zabuza, you've been dissatisfied with the current state of the Hidden Mist Village for a long time, haven't you?" Uchiha Sora continued. Zabuza followed him back to the shore, and at those words, his body tensed ever so slightly. "Uchiha Sora, are you saying? I can help you realize your ideals. But on one condition, you must work for me and carry out my orders," said Uchiha Sora. Zabuza hesitated for a moment. His instincts told him this was an opportunity. "I'll give you 3 days to consider it. During that time, I'll be waiting for you at the usual tavern. You can come find me anytime." Sora noticed Zabuza standing there in silence and knew the offer had already piqued his interest. With that, he turned and walked away. Zabuza watched Sora's departing figure, deep in thought. Uchiha Sora, huh? That lightning technique just now was at least an A-rank jutsu, maybe even S-rank, and then that instant movement, he muttered to himself as he too turned to leave. The next day, Uchiha Sora ran into Zabuza again at the small tavern. "I accept your offer," Zabuza said quietly, sitting down across from Sora. A faint smile appeared on Sora's lips. "Welcome to my organization. Now, I have your first assignment. I need you to gather information on a few individuals from the archives in the Hidden Mist Village. Here are their names, descriptions, and clans. Sora gave Zabuza the details of Suigetsu Hozuki, Kimimaro Kagaya, and Haku, instructing him to track down their whereabouts. Understood. Zabuza nodded, asking no further questions. He stood up and left without a word. A glimmer of approval flashed in Uchiha Sora's eyes. As expected of an elite from the Hidden Mists Black Ops, Zabuza was exceptionally competent when it came to carrying out missions, never prying beyond his orders. Of course, Sora had no fears about Zabuza betraying him or leaking secrets. During their earlier fight, when he had patted Zabuza's back, he had already marked him with the Flying Thunder God seal. Now, all that remained was to wait for the information to come in. Compared to himself, a complete outsider in the Mist Village, Zabuza clearly knew the lay of the land far better. In less than 3 days, Zabuza had found the information on Suigetsu and the others, prepared a report, and handed it directly to Uchiha Sora. As Sora read through the dossiers, he frowned ever so slightly. According to the reports, except for Haku, who was currently wandering in a village blanketed by eternal snow, the other two had seemingly already fallen into Orochimaru's hands. The report indicated that Kimamaro's clan, the Kagaya, had recently staged a rebellion, which the Hidden Mist Village had crushed with overwhelming force, nearly wiping out the clan. The surviving Kimimaro was taken away by an unknown individual. As for Hozuki Suigetsu and Ghost Lantern, they had already disappeared from home a year ago. Uchiha Sora, who was deeply familiar with the story, was almost certain that these two had already been taken away by Orochimaru. Given that, Sora decided to give up, at least for now, on the idea of snatching anyone else from Orochimaru's grasp. After all, his interest in cultivating young talents had only been a passing fancy, a matter of convenience. Now that the opportunity had passed, there was no need to force it. There was only Haku left, but Sora didn't feel any urgency to go looking for him either. He intended to resolve the matters at hand before turning his attention elsewhere. Zabuza, for the time being, I want you to track the 4th Mizukage's movements. As soon as a suitable opportunity arises, let me know immediately. And another thing, see if you can approach Terumi Mei. Sound her out for me. If she holds any resentment against the 4th Mizukage, pass along a message from me. Tell her I wish to meet her. With those instructions, Sora addressed Zabuza. Terumi Mei, you mean the one famed as the genius Kunoichi of the Hidden Mist? Zabuza perked up instinctively. Sora nodded gently. Go ahead. If it proves too difficult, don't force it. Got it, Zabuza replied crisply. After delegating his orders, Sora settled into patient waiting. This time, he intended to expose Uchiha Obito's scheme directly, to break the Jinjutsu ensnaring the 4th Mizukage. He committed to playing a game of opposition with Obito, and he'd stand his ground, no compromises. Zabuza wasted no time. By the very next day, Sora had already received a message from him. Terumi Mei had agreed to the meeting. The rendezvous was set for a small grove outside the Hidden Mist Village to take place that very night. Sora set out as evening fell, Zabuza trailing discreetly at his side. A crescent moon hung high in the night sky. Bathed in moonlight, Sora arrived at their appointed grove. From a distance, he immediately sensed a unique fluctuation of ocular power, a clear sign that someone was watching him. He understood at once. That could only be Ao, the one renowned for his Byakugan, observing him from the shadows. A chill sparked in Sora's eyes. In an instant, his gaze turned a vivid crimson, the three-tomoe of the sharingan blazing to life. Tracking that flicker of ocular energy, he activated a Jinjutsu through his sharingan and sent it directly toward his unseen watcher. The Byakugan easily surpassed the sharingan in perception, but its ability to project outward was far inferior. The instant Sora's Jinjutsu struck, the source of that keen-eyed scrutiny vanished completely. Meanwhile, within the grove's shade, 2 figures were perched upon the branch of an old tree. One was a young woman in her prime, clad in a blue dress. Her eyes shimmered a striking shade of green. Red-brown locks of wavy hair crossed at her shoulders, one eye hidden behind her hair. With soft pink lips, a graceful figure, and porcelain-like skin, she was the very image of Terumi Mei. The other was a middle-aged man, his face half covered by a black eye patch, its edges marked with pulsing veins. None other than Ao. Suddenly, a muffled grunt escaped Ao as he dropped to one knee, his balance lost unexpectedly. Terumi Mei, standing nearby, asked in astonishment, "What's wrong?" "He actually used my own dojutsu to cast a Sharingan illusion on me. This kind of Jinjutsu and eye power reminds me of one person." Beads of cold sweat trickled down Ao's forehead. "Who is it?" "Mai Prest. Uchiha Shisui." At the mention of the name, Terumi Mei's demeanor sharpened. Could it be that the one Zabuza talked about, the one who's supposed to help us, is Uchiha Shisui? Ao shook his head slowly. It's not Shisui. I remember Shisui's eye color perfectly. And this person's is different. It's not him. Not Shisui. Then who could it be? Curiosity rose in Mei's eyes. Just then, Uchiha Sora and Zabuza finally arrived. Ao and Terumi Mei leapt down from the branches to land before them, their eyes carefully appraising Sora. Well, look at that. A handsome and charming young man. Tell me, little brother, are you even old enough to be called an adult? Mei couldn't resist teasing Sora the moment she saw his good looks. But almost immediately she realized she might have overstepped. With a self-conscious, reserved smile, she added, "Sorry, it's just that you don't look like you've come of age yet." Uchiha Sora gave her a light, calm smile. "Lady Terumi Mei, I'm not here for a matchmaking meetup, am I? Does it really matter how old I am? As long as I have the strength we need, isn't that enough?" Mei's smile faltered just a bit. She forced a small, awkward grin, inwardly a little annoyed. This boy may be young, but his confidence was something else. And he wasn't giving a lady an inch, either. What a waste of that handsome face. Seeing the tension, Ao quickly interjected, "Our guest is right. Let's focus on the matter of the fourth Mizukage." Sora nodded, then turned to Mei. "Before we get to that, I should make my position clear. I am a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf. Since leaving Konoha, I've been operating alone and don't represent any other faction. Here and now, I stand for myself alone. As for Zabuza, he's with me. Once we resolve this issue, he'll be leaving with me. Rest assured, I have no intention of meddling in the internal affairs of the Hidden Mist." Terumi Mei listened, her brows relaxing as a gentle smile appeared. "Good. That's exactly what I wanted to know." Sora nodded and continued. "In that case, I'll get straight to the point about the fourth Mizukage." At once, Mei and Ao grew serious and attentive. "I'm sure you've both had questions for some time now. During the rule of the fourth Mizukage, he issued many policies that no rational person could accept. The situation the Hidden Mist is in today is deeply connected to many of his decisions. I uncovered some information during my investigation that is extremely important to all of you." As he spoke, Uchiha Sora deliberately paused, keeping them in suspense. "What is it?" Terumi Mei and Ao pressed him eagerly. In truth, the fourth Mizukage isn't acting alone. Every decision the fourth Mizukage makes is actually under someone else's control. Uchiha Sora enunciated every word. "What?" Terumi Mei and Ao exchanged glances, their expressions utterly transformed, disbelief written all over their faces. P.S. Please keep sharing your thoughts and rating the story. Your feedback means a lot, and I read every comment carefully. Huge thanks to all the supporters who watch ads and send gifts. Your kindness keeps this story alive. My sincerest thanks to you all. A special shout out to all the wonderful readers, tall and strapping to buy, the ethereal Jianyang, Lu Biao who loves small plate chicken, Sheng Luo who enjoys plain tofu, Jin Xiaowang with a taste for saucy clams, Thor, Pro Gamer Pengha Bido, Dianji Bao, Qingyuan Nishang, Unwell UXR, Wang Jingchong from Shuntian Pavilion, Wu Yong who favors Patangrong, Luhan who likes mud whisker salad, User 114311418, Prison Luo who adores Spiced Duck Neck, Akatsuki, G, User 3597294, The Bold One, The Lover of Divine Faith, The Boy Who's Just a Kid, The Intricately Tangled Death Beast, Rain Trace, Rain, Linpian, User 34036882, Shi Zhongguiyun with his fishball noodle soup, Chun Xiaohu from the Pacific, The All-Black Veteran, Natsun the Clown, Yuwu of Jinji Mountain, User 431855151, The All-Black Veteran, Wei Mingshu who loves grilled fish chunks. Keep quiet. I'm the brother-in-law, Zilongjing 957, Lao Lianameng, Will of Konoha, the warm and gentle Atlas. Uchiha Sora's words stunned the two completely, and even Zabuza standing nearby was deeply shocked. The fourth Mizukage wasn't just a Kaga-level powerhouse. He was also the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. How could someone like that possibly be manipulated? Who in the ninja world could ever control a perfect Jinchuriki? At that moment, Uchiha Sora added, "Now that you're aware of this, the next step is simple. When we meet the fourth Mizukage, we'll have Ao use his Byakugan for a close inspection. That way, we should be able to spot anything out of the ordinary." Terumi Mei and Ao exchanged looks once more. Ao nodded, replying quietly, "My Byakugan comes from the Hyuga main branch, and I've trained its perception to the very limit. If the fourth Mizukage really is under control, I'll be able to sense it. All right, look for an opportunity to investigate, and if you discover any evidence, we'll decide what to do next," Terumi Mei said. After a brief pause, she turned to Uchiha Sora and added, "You wouldn't share something this important without wanting something in return, would you?" Uchiha Sora gave a faint smile, but shook his head. "No, I have no conditions. The reason I'm telling you this is simply because I want us to work together against the fourth Mizukage and the one manipulating him from the shadows. To break the Jinjutsu controlling the fourth Mizukage, it will be nearly impossible unless we defeat him first. What's more, the puppet master behind him possesses formidable strength. If I act alone and we rush into this blindly, it would be tough for me to accomplish our goal. You both are natives of the Hidden Mist Village. With your cooperation, I believe this task will become much easier. Hearing Uchiha Sora's words, Mei Terumi and her companion exchanged secret nods. This was indeed true. If they wanted to stand against the fourth Mizukage and his hidden controller, any reckless move without a thorough plan might backfire terribly, leading to even greater chaos within the village. Furthermore, the issue of the fourth Mizukage being manipulated was not something they could afford to reveal openly. Once such a rumor was confirmed, it would deliver a devastating blow to the Hidden Mist clan. How would the Hidden Mist, or even the Land of Water, hold their heads high among the shinobi world if this got out? Therefore, the best option was to act in silence, settle the matter swiftly, and keep everything under wraps. All right, in that case, let's wish for a smooth alliance, Mei Terumi said, a gentle smile blooming on her face. She extended a delicate, fair hand toward him. To a smooth alliance, Uchiha Sora replied with a slight smile, taking her hand in his for a firm shake. Thus, their partnership was established. 3 days later, Ao soon found the opportunity to investigate and uncover the abnormality in the fourth Mizukage's condition, confirming he was indeed being controlled. Although everything seems normal when you look at the fourth chakra from the outside, I noticed a subtle irregularity in the chakra around his brain. If it weren't for this eye of mine, the Hyuga Clansby Kugan, and my innate sharp perception, I doubt anyone else would have spotted it. In the small tavern where they had arranged to meet, Ao spoke to Uchiha Sora, his expression grim. Truth be told, I've only ever witnessed this level of Jinjutsu control with Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Sora's expression grew tense as he listened. Leaving aside whether Uchiha Bido possessed such mastery of illusion, if he really did have abilities on par with Shisui, then it was entirely possible for him to control the fourth Mizukage. He spoke up. In any case, our priority is to find an opening to restrain the fourth Mizukage. Once I break the Jinjutsu, everything else will become much more straightforward. Ao nodded in agreement. Yes, leave the preparations to us. When the time comes, we'll be counting on you. After that, the two sides discussed their tactical plan moving forward, then went their separate ways. Finding a chance to confront the fourth Mizukage would not be easy. As the Mizukage, each time he traveled, he was always accompanied by elite guards, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to get close enough to strike. However, when the threat comes from within, things become significantly easier. Mei Terumi and Ao held high positions within the Hidden Mist Village. Through a series of careful arrangements, they managed to replace the Mizukage's guards and set up a journey outside the village, heading to the mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Water. Throughout this entire trip, the fourth Mizukage's only companions and protectors were Mei Terumi and Ao. On this day, the fourth Mizukage Yagura, alongside Mei Terumi and Ao, set out from the Hidden Mist Village, traveling along the road toward the daimyo's estate. Though the daimyo's mansion was not far from the village, it was still at least 100 kilometers away. Halfway through their journey, Mei Terumi and Ao suddenly came to a halt. Yagura looked at the two with suspicion. Is something wrong, Ao? My apologies, Lord Mizukage. Water style, water colliding wave. Ao abruptly declared. His hands formed signs with lightning speed, and in an instant, a violent torrent surged from his lips, crashing straight toward the fourth Mizukage. Caught off guard, Yagura was swept up and sent flying by the raging water. But such an attack wasn't enough to injure him. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, just about to demand an explanation, when Mei Terumi suddenly flashed behind him. Water style, water prison technique, she shouted. Using the torrent generated by Ao's jutsu, she shaped a spherical prison of water, instantly trapping the fourth Mizukage inside. We did it. Mei Terumi and Ao couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. But it wasn't long before they sensed a wild and overwhelming surge of chakra erupting from the fourth Mizukage's body. The water prison began to shudder violently, the powerful and scalding torrent of chakra causing the water to boil and roil as if it were ablaze. With a thunderous burst, the prison shattered beneath the Mizukage's overwhelming chakra. The backlash sent Mei Terumi flying, nearly knocking her off her feet. It failed. Mei Terumi forced a wry smile as she watched the red-tailed beast chakra spill out from Yagura's body. The power of a tailed beast chakra was simply too overwhelming, a force beyond her current ability to suppress. You're still not going to step in? Ao shouted desperately at that moment. Wind style, Rasengan. Before Ao's words had even faded, a figure appeared above Yagura. It was Uchiha Sora. Descending from above, he brandished a gleaming white Rasengan, its fierce whirring sounding like a blade slicing through the air, and slammed it down with tremendous force onto the fourth Mizukage. With an earth-shaking explosion, the battle erupted. A surge of immense energy burst forth, mingled with a touch of wind-natured chakra. Though it hadn't reached the level of the Rasen Shuriken, its power was still far greater than an ordinary Rasengan. Instantly, the fourth Mizukage's body was engulfed by this formidable force, and he let out a roar of agony. All at once, Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, bellowed with rage. The tailed beast chakra around him materialized into a tangible form, enveloping his entire body in a crimson shroud. It was as if a monstrous beast emerged, resembling the Three Tails. Three Tails swayed menacingly behind him. The furious release of chakra sent shockwaves rolling across the ground at his feet, splintering it with deep cracks beneath the crushing force. Meanwhile, the power of Uchiha Sora's wind release. Rasengan had long since been flung away by this tailed beast chakra, dispersing harmlessly into the air. What a shame. The wind release. Rasen Shuriken is too conspicuous for a sneak attack. Otherwise, that blow might have finished him. Uchiha Sora watched this unfold, secretly lamenting his missed opportunity. Right now, his most devastating technique was the wind release, Rasen Shuriken. As for Chidori, while it surpassed the regular Rasengan in force, its might was roughly on par with the wind release, Rasengan. A monstrous roar thundered out. Furious after that unexpected beating, the fourth Mizukage unleashed his wrath, growling, "Traitors, all of you, you deserve to die." Despite his partial transformation into a tailed beast, the fourth Mizukage retained his senses. His figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before Mei Terumi, as if he had teleported. Zolfust. Mei's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She hastily retreated, hands flying through rapid signs, and spat out a jet of water. The torrent transformed into a water dragon that crashed toward the fourth Mizukage. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. With a sweep of his arm, the Mizukage, now empowered by the tailed beast chakra, smashed the water dragon with brutal force, shattering it into a spray. Without pausing, he pressed his advantage, lashing out with another strike aimed directly at Mei. Mei barely had time to block him with a kunai, but the force hurled her through the air once again. She crashed hard onto the ground. Scrambling to her feet, she looked utterly disheveled. Her sleeve was shredded from her defensive arm, revealing pale skin, now raw and burnt from the impact. What terrifying chakra! Mei drew a sharp breath. If she hadn't managed to slow his attack with the water dragon, she might not have survived the blow at all. Suddenly, her expression changed. She saw, with growing alarm, hard coral sprouting across her arm, locking it in place and making it impossible to move. No, Coral Palm. Mei instantly realized this was one of the fourth Mizukage's signature techniques as a Jinchuriki. Although it all seemed intricate and complex, the entire exchange had unfolded in the span of a heartbeat. As Mei Terumi became aware that her arm and even half her body were being enveloped by coral, the fourth Mizukage let out another furious roar and lunged at her, radiating an aura that promised destruction to all and sent shivers down the spine. Lightning release. Light Fong sword. Suddenly, a beam of lightning as sharp as a laser shot out with a crackle, striking the charging fourth Mizukage. A sickening sound echoed as the lightning beam instantly struck the Mizukage. But that tremendous piercing force failed to bore right through his body. Instead, his powerful, tangible chakra blocked it solidly. It only managed to pierce halfway through his shoulder before his body was sent hurtling backward. The fourth Mizukage grimaced in pain, blood streaming from the small hole in his shoulder. However, thanks to the immense regenerative power of the tailed beast chakra, the wound quickly closed again. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Sora flashed to Mei Terumi's side, forcefully breaking off all the coral encrusting her, and restored her mobility. "Thank you," Mei exclaimed gratefully. Uchiha Sora nodded. "You feign an attack. Give me an opening." Alone, he knew he couldn't take down a perfect Jinchuriki in short order. On the other side, Ao and the distant Zabuza, who hadn't acted yet, were only capable of holding the line for now. Their main task was to watch out for Uchiha Obito's possible appearance. For the moment, Mei Terumi was the only ally he could truly count on. Judging from how she had just handled the fourth Mizukage's assault, her strength was formidable. She wasn't quite on Kage level yet, but she was getting close. "Got it," Mei answered at once, weaving signs with both hands. Boil release, acid monster technique. At last, she unleashed the power of her Kekiai Genkai, spewing a viscous, highly corrosive stream of acid from her mouth, spreading a curtain of corrosive mist toward the fourth Mizukage. He immediately sensed how dangerous it was and dared not meet it head-on, dodging aside in a burst of speed. At that moment, Uchiha Sora hurled several kunai toward the Mizukage. Simultaneously, he gripped his longsword, channeling a surge of lightning chakra into the blade. The fourth Mizukage, preoccupied with dodging Mei's boiling acid, didn't even bother to avoid Sora's kunai, letting them clink harmlessly off his chakra armor with a steely ring. But in that very instant, as the kunai bounced away, Uchiha Sora triggered the Flying Thunder God technique. He vanished, reappearing instantly in front of his foe, with his long sword crackling with lightning. He drove it hard toward the fourth Mizukage's heart. Startled, the Mizukage hastily raised his hand to block. There was a gruesome sound as the sword pierced through his palm and then plunged straight into his body. Fortunately, at the very last moment, the fourth Mizukage managed to raise his hand to deflect the blow, nudging the long sword aside just enough that it missed his heart. Instead, it pierced through his lung. Had it struck true, even with the powerful regenerative ability granted by the tailed beast chakra, he would have been at death's door, if not dead already. P.S. It seems Tomato doesn't allow building clothing lords. No idea if there's a way to sneak that in. Hirasho, typical middle school boy, Illusion X, 7 Generations, Uchiha Gaia, invisible characters, Tenmon who loves clam meat, don't make a sound. I'm the brother-in-law. Wise move who love the second helping, RLYS, name eaten by officials, tempered true meaning dawn, user 7221-1430, melancholia, missing person Kisame who loves prickly pear porridge, Taoist wanderer of the Exploding Heavens clan, Lu Biao who loves small pan chicken, little bookworm, Y Fengzi who loves salty radish, half lake of clear water, Zhang's Hilyu. Chun mysterious dragon of Han's kingdom, Jiochin bamboo, user 266926887, heck of Tiv, black and white impermanence, user 447680101, VB Pecan, user 35004622, exclusive dash heartsuit, master headpat Taoist of the Exploding Heavens clan, Cho Weiyang of Tongting Mountain, user 291555412, memories of bygone days, Amadeus Zhao of Hongdu, Qingling who loves Bray Shueichan, Chunji. After landing that hit, while the fourth Mizukage was still reeling from being run through, Uchiha Sora's other hand suddenly flashed with his swirling Rasengan. There was no time to infuse it with wind nature transformation. He simply drove it straight towards the fourth Mizukage's face. Every strike was lethal, but Uchiha Sora showed no hesitation. After all, facing an opponent in tailed beast form, with immense defense and regeneration, attacking anywhere else was no different than scratching an itch. Yet, just as the Rasengan was about to slam into the fourth Mizukage's face, he reacted, blocking it with a raised hand at the last second. The spiraling force of the Rasengan collided explosively with the Mizukage's palm, which was still suffused with tailed beast chakra. The Rasengan whirled fiercely, radiating dazzling light and an aura that threatened to tear everything apart. Gradually, under that relentless spinning force, the Mizukage's hand began to buckle, forced back by the Rasengan. His palm was already injured and twisted by its power. With a sudden, guttural roar, the fourth Mizukage threw back his head, unleashing a surge of even more savage chakra. Under this overwhelming wave of tailed beast chakra, Uchiha Sora's Rasengan was forcibly pushed back. The chakra's might was so intense, it even threatened to crawl along Sora's arm and invade his own body. At the same time, with the hand that had been skewered by the blade, the fourth Mizukage suddenly clenched tightly onto Sora's sword. He flashed a wide grin, opening his mouth wide as a black-tailed beast ball swiftly coalesced within. Uchiha Sora was taken aback for a moment. He hurriedly released the long sword in his hand. With a single thought, his figure vanished from before the fourth Mizukage in an instant. A split second later, he reappeared in the very spot where he'd been standing earlier, a flying thunder god kunai stuck upright in the ground at his feet. Momentarily stunned by the sudden disappearance of his target, the fourth Mizukage gave up on pulling out the long sword embedded in his body and scanned his surroundings. He quickly locked onto Uchiha Sora's location once again. The black-tailed beast ball in his mouth was fired immediately, aimed straight at Uchiha Sora. As the terrifying tailed beast ball hurtled toward Uchiha Sora, Mei Terumi, who had been feigning an attack on the side, cried out anxiously, "Get out of the way!" Yet Sora merely curled his lips into a mysterious, meaningful smile. In the very next instant, he grasped the kunai in both hands, spread his fingers forward, and an invisible barrier spread out across the air like a vast fishing net. The black-tailed beast ball, nearly the size of a basketball and pulsating with immense chakra, landed on this barrier. At that moment, it was as if a heavy object had been caught in a great net. Countless runic symbols glimmered, dragging the ball into the very fabric of space. At this moment, Uchiha Sora shouted to Meiterumi and the others, "Fall back now." Everyone was still reeling from what they'd just witnessed, but his words snapped them back to reality. No one hesitated. All of them beat a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, the tailed beast ball vanished entirely from before Uchiha Sora's eyes. But in the next heart-stopping moment, the disappeared tailed beast ball suddenly reappeared right in front of the fourth Mizukage. This was the Flying Thunder God, guided lightning. In fact, ever since he'd first mastered the Flying Thunder God, he had already grasped this technique. The principle was simple. By expanding the Flying Thunder God formula into a massive net-shaped barrier, he could capture and then teleport any object caught within. The very reason the tailed beast ball was transported back before the fourth Mizukage was because the longsword still stuck in his body bore the Flying Thunder God's sealing mark. Caught completely off guard, the fourth Mizukage never expected that the tailed beast ball he'd just launched would return to him in the blink of an eye. There was no chance to defend. In that split second, he was left open and exposed. The power of the tailed beast ball then surged past its limit and erupted with a tremendous, thunderous explosion. Blinding light surged outward, flooding the entire battlefield in an instant. The violent shockwave tore the earth asunder, sending rocks and soil flying, while the towering trees nearby snapped and shattered like so many sticks of kindling. At the exact instant the energy detonated, Uchiha Sora activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished, reappearing safely next to Zabuza far from the blast zone. Watching the column of light and flame erupt in the distance, even Zabuza and the others broke out in a cold sweat. Uchiha Sora's sudden appearance drew everyone's gaze to him at once. Ao, who had been observing with his Byakugan wide open, spoke in astonishment. "Did you just use the legendary space-time ninjutsu? That technique, that elusive movement, is it the fabled Flying Thunder God Jutsu?" Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Terumi, Mei, and Zabuza weren't well acquainted with the jutsu, but they vaguely remembered hearing about it in various dossiers. Even so, they were deeply shaken at this revelation. Who would have thought that Uchiha Sora had already mastered such a mysterious and unpredictable space-time technique? Sora nodded in response. For a veteran ninja like Ao, who had taken part in the Third Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze's signature skill needed no introduction. With Sora's confirmation, a look of reverence flickered across Ao's face. Back in the war, the Yellow Flash was a force that could send entire squads fleeing in terror. His fame even surpassed that of Shisui the Body Flicker in later years. And now, Sora had mastered the Flying Thunder God as well. Coupled with his coveted sharingan in such a youthful age, Ao could hardly imagine just how far Uchiha Sora might rise in the future. The shockwave from the explosion lasted for a good 10 seconds before finally fading away. "Ao, how is the Mizukage doing?" Terumi Mei asked, turning to him. Using his Byakugan to peer into the distance at the fourth Mizukage, Ao smiled. "The fourth is still alive. Looks like he's just unconscious." Wait. Before he could finish, his smile froze, and he gasped, "No, the Mizukage isn't out of danger. He's beginning a full-tailed beast transformation." Ao had barely finished speaking when a far more intense surge of chakra erupted in the distance. The chakra wave overwhelmed the surroundings, whipping up a fierce wind that forced even Sora and the rest, who had already retreated, to brace themselves and take a step back. Then, looming into view, was the massive form of a tailed beast. It stood like a small mountain, a gigantic turtle, its shell impressively thick and sturdy, with three tails swaying behind it, impossible to miss. The three tails, Isabu. The fourth Mizukage had fully transformed, releasing the complete power of the tailed beast. Feeling the monstrous chakra radiating from the beast, Terumi Mei, Ao, and Zabuza were gripped by a heavy sense of pressure, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Sora's expression remained unchanged, calm, and unshaken. Though in his fully transformed state, the Mizukage retained his sanity and still controlled Isabu's power, making him even more formidable than a wild-tailed beast. His vast new form had become an enormous target in its own right. He created a shadow clone to remain at his original spot, leaving behind a Flying Thunder God Kanai at his feet. Meanwhile, his true self darted straight toward the massive three tails. "Meiterumi, let's go," Uchiha Sora called out. "All right." Sensing the determination and confidence in Uchiha Sora, Meiterumi put aside her hesitation. Watching his back, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Mei hurried after Uchiha Sora, rushing straight toward the three tails. Her hands formed rapid signs as she unleashed another of her Kekkei Genkai abilities. A surge of scalding acidic mist erupted from her lips, swiftly rolling out in waves until it enveloped the entire body of the Three Tails like a sea of vapor. The colossal beast couldn't evade the onslaught and was quickly shrouded by the corrosive fog. The powerful corrosion, so intense that even the Three Tails' formidable defenses faltered, forced it to howl in pain. Seizing the moment, Uchiha Sora darted around to the beast's rear. As Mei's boil release faded, he leaped atop the Three Tails and scaled its back, landing right on its head. Only then did the Three Tails realize Uchiha Sora was so close, right above. Startled, it could no longer focus on the pain of its dissolving hide. With all its might, it began to thrash and struggle, lashing out fearsomely. Its three massive tails swept upward, each one aiming to smack Uchiha Sora off its head. Uchiha Sora hurled a flying Thunder God Kunai, driving it deep into the Three Tails' skull. Dodging one of the incoming tails, he raised his hands and formed a Rasengan in each, one for each of the remaining tails. A thunderous blast erupted as the two Rasengans collided with the attacking tails, driving them forcefully back. At the same time, far away, his shadow clone was conjuring a Rasengan the size of a basketball. But that wasn't all. A torrent of powerful wind chakra surged into the sphere, intensifying it further. A deep, low hum resonated in the air as more and more wind nature chakra infused into the sphere. The Rasengan turned dazzling white, and a spinning shuriken-shaped energy formed around it. This was the wind release, giant Rasen Shuriken. It was far more powerful than an ordinary Rasen Shuriken, condensing nearly all of the shadow clone chakra into a single devastating attack. What incredible wind nature chakra! That power, it's terrifying. Ao's Byakugan locked onto the shadow clone's hand, eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed. If that hits, even a dozen lives wouldn't be enough. Even Zabuza couldn't help but blurt out. In that moment, he suddenly felt that following such a powerful leader might grant his life an even more brilliant future. While the two of them were still reeling in awe, the shadow clone, cradling the giant wind release Rasen Shuriken, disappeared before their eyes. Flying Thunder God technique. In the very next instant, the shadow clone appeared right above the Three Tails at the exact spot where the flying Thunder God Kunai was lodged. With no hesitation whatsoever, the shadow clone slammed a massive Rasen Shuriken down toward the Three Tails' face. A thunderous roar erupted. Amidst the overwhelming explosion, the shadow clone was torn to pieces by the force of the gigantic Rasen Shuriken. The Three Tails, too, was enveloped in an immense surge of energy. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora teleported back, using the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Zabuza and Ao. Phew, that Rasen Shuriken took almost half my chakra to create. I really hope this works. If it doesn't, the entire mission will end in failure, he murmured with a drawn-out sigh, speaking quietly to himself. The battle had come to this. Everything that could be done had been done. Now, it all depended on the might of that colossal Rasen Shuriken. He still needed to conserve some chakra in case Uchiha Obito made an appearance. Thankfully, there was no sign of Uchiha Obito nearby. Even now, he hadn't shown himself. Had he intervened, things would have gotten much messier. The destructive force of the Rasen Shuriken lasted even longer than the tailed beast bomb's explosion. A full minute passed before that overwhelming power finally faded away. Looking over the battlefield, one could see that, inside the crater left by the tailed beast bomb, an even deeper pit had appeared. The massive Three Tails now lay prostrate at the bottom of this new crater, apparently unconscious, its presence rapidly ebbing away. As the Three Tails' strength faded, the completely transformed beastly form receded, revealing the body of the fourth Mizukage once more. Thanks to the tailed beast protection, the fourth Mizukage body had not suffered any serious harm. However, with the Three Tails under such a brutal assault, he had endured a tremendous mental strain, and with the beast's defeat, his own will finally collapsed. He fell unconscious as well. Uchiha Sora darted over to stand before the fourth Mizukage, and, seeing his opponent had fallen unconscious, finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. Madarumi, Ao, and Zabuza quickly approached as well. Catching sight of the scene, they too felt their worries put to rest. Wonderful. There's no time to lose. Let's lift the Jinjutsu from the fourth Mizukage right away, said Madarumi. All right, Sora nodded, preparing to activate his three-tomoe sharingan to dispel the illusion from the fourth Mizukage. But at that very moment, he suddenly heard the unmistakable chime of the system in his mind. 11. The point of no return. Dark Trace, Consort Mei who loves tofu pudding, the Divine Lord who adores coriander meatballs, Lian Qishur, Chiyusu who is fond of fragrant rice, the Swordsman, Refinement, True Intent, Camelot Shadow, Fate, Windward Traveler, a Peculiar Cat, Come On, Still the Clown, If Chan, Moron Yu who loves steamed eggs with minced meat. Keep going. User 747285553. User 404582218. Invincible. User 61177128. When Lianggong Jian who loves jujube cakes. The Handsome Bookworm. User 694488792. And user 747285553. The sudden voice from the system caught Uchiha Sora off guard. Come to think of it, it had been a while since he'd last heard its voice. Why did it choose to appear at a moment like this? He hadn't been especially agitated, as far as he could tell. But the system quickly gave him an answer. Ding! Due to your intense battle with the tailed beast and being overwhelmed by its vast chakra, your own chakra has sensed its own smallness and resolved to work twice as hard in training. Your chakra refinement technique now trains at double speed automatically. Ding! With your chakra refinement technique leading the way, your body refuses to lag behind, and its training speed has automatically doubled. Ding! With your chakra refinement technique pressing on, your mental energy doesn't dare slack off either, and its training speed has doubled too. Upon hearing this rapid series of notifications, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but beam with joy. Wonderful! My chakra sure knows how to motivate itself. He'd been thinking just now that, compared to a tailed beast, his chakra reserves were still a bit small, and he'd been worrying about conserving it in future battles. He didn't expect the system to be so thoughtful, offering such timely assistance. With accelerated chakra cultivation, enhanced physical training, and rapid spiritual growth, all three meant not only faster chakra recovery, but also a much higher upper limit. With his previous training speed, it might have taken 2 or 3 years to reach a tailed beast level of chakra, but now with this boost, it would take just about a year. This feeling of accelerated cultivation was so vivid that he could truly sense it. The improvement in his mind, body, and even the swift replenishment of chakra was almost visible to the naked eye. Although he had just spent more than half of his chakra, he now felt completely re-energized, without the slightest trace of fatigue. Silently cheering in his heart, Uchiha Sora didn't forget the task at hand. He crouched down, lifted the eyelid of the fourth Mizukage, and, with his three-tomoe sharingan, locked eyes with him. Channeling the power of his gaze, he instantly dove into the depths of the Mizukage's mind. For those unfamiliar with illusions, breaking the fourth Mizukage's Jinjutsu would be nearly impossible. But Uchiha Sora possessed the sharingan, and had learned much about Jinjutsu from Shisui. More than that, he was completely immune to illusions himself. When it came to mastering Jinjutsu, he had nothing to worry about. If no one had noticed that the fourth Mizukage was being manipulated, it would have been one thing. But now that the cause of his puppetry was exposed, unraveling the control became a trivial task for Uchiha Sora. At this moment, inside the world of illusion, Uchiha Sora penetrated deep into the fourth Mizukage's mind. He could clearly see a subtle, obscure ripple of ocular power lingering within the Mizukage's brain, just barely altering the functions of his nervous system. This level of manipulation was so subtle, even the one being controlled would never sense it. Manipulation that slips past even one's own perception. This is every bit as formidable as Shursui's Kodoeme Tsukumi. Uchiha Sora murmured to himself. He tried using the power of his three-tomoe sharingan to dispel the foreign force, but found it slow and taxing. It would certainly take a long time to break. Looks like it's time for the Mangekyo might, he thought, frowning. Then he activated his six-pointed star Mangekyo sharingan. With the Mangekyo strength augmenting his own mastery, the power unleashed was on another scale. The special ocular force within the fourth Mizukage's brain was utterly swept away, crushed as if it were nothing. The control was broken. Uchiha Sora let out a faint, relieved sigh, then closed the Mangekyo. This pair of Mangekyo eyes was precious beyond measure. After all, they weren't eternal Mangekyo, which meant the more he used them, the closer he came to blindness. So every use had to be weighed with the utmost caution. That was also why he hadn't unleashed them when dealing with the Three Tails. And, of course, there was another reason, to be ready to counter any move from Uchiha Bido. After all, his Mangekyo possessed a space-time ability that was the perfect foil to Abido's powers. He had to make sure the eyes remained at their peak. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Rain Village, Uchiha Bido, who was meeting with Nagato and Konin, suddenly sensed the Jinjutsu he'd placed on the fourth Mizukage being undone. His face clouded instantly. Raising a hand, he touched his left eye beneath the mask, the unique Sharingan Madara Uchiha had gifted him before his death. Who could it be? Who managed to shatter the power of Uchiha Kageme's ocular jutsu? Dark thoughts churned in Obito's mind. That's all for today. There's something I must attend to, he said curtly to Nagato and Konan, then activated the space-warping power of his right eye, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Within the world of illusion, once Uchiha Sora released that powerful ocular force, the fourth Mizukage's consciousness also returned. Appearing before Sora, he spoke slowly. I never would have imagined that, despite being a perfect Jinchuriki, I could be manipulated all this time without even realizing it. And just now, I even fought with you so fiercely. I must have caused you quite a bit of trouble. Although the fourth Mizukage had previously battled Uchiha Sora while fully conscious, after Sora dispelled the Jinjutsu's control, everything became clear to him at once. This was my own oversight as well. I failed to notice you were already under someone's control. As the fourth Mizukage appeared, Isabu, the Three Tails, materialized within the illusion as well, its voice rumbling with a sullen tone. We're lucky this human helped us. Though, I must say, getting beat up hurt a bit. Observing Isabu's disgruntled look, the fourth Mizukage couldn't help but shake his head and chide. You're just too slow-witted. You really need to work on your intelligence. The truth is, we tailed beasts aren't exactly known for our brilliance, Isabu replied with a resigned air. Even so, for someone to evade both our perception and cast a Jinjutsu on me, this must have been no ordinary illusion. The fourth Mizukage mused with newfound caution. Uchiha Sora nodded. The enemy is also from the Uchiha clan. It was likely some particularly rare Mangekyo technique. You'll need to be wary from now on. Thank you for the warning, the fourth Mizukage said, his gratitude evident. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora frowned, his expression tightening. It seems someone is coming. In an instant, he exited the illusion, returning swiftly to the real world. The fourth Mizukage's eyes opened at almost the same time, but his body was still weak. Struggling with effort, he forced himself to stand, not even pausing to greet Meitorumi and the others, his gaze instead fixed on the space not far ahead. At that moment, a swirling vortex of space spiraled into existence. An amassed figure materialized before everyone. It was none other than Uchiha Obito, who had rushed over the moment he sensed his Jinjutsu had been shattered. It's you. The fourth Mizukage recognized him at once. While under control, he'd had considerable contact with Obito, so his memory was clear, even if he didn't know the man's true identity. Uchiha Obito, however, paid no heed to the fourth Mizukage. His gaze flashed as he locked eyes with Uchiha Sora, turmoil evident behind the mask. Uchiha Sora, this is your handiwork, he spat through gritted teeth, each word as cold and heavy as falling ice. In response, Uchiha Sora's eyes glimmered, his Mangekyo sharingan fully open. He met Obito's glare with a calm, mocking smile. I told you, this is only the beginning. I hope you won't lose your composure too soon. Fine. Very well. Uchiha Sora, I'll see to it that you regret standing against me. Obito growled, summoning the power of Kamui. In the next instant, his entire form vanished without a trace. That guy vanished again. There's not a trace of his chakra left anywhere. Ao looked around nervously, his voice tense. He's gone. Uchiha Sora said calmly. At this moment, there was nothing Uchiha Obito could conceal from Sora, so he dared not make any reckless moves. Who on earth is that man? His mask can actually block my Byakugan. I can't see his face at all behind it. Ao's expression grew grave. Uchiha Sora shook his head and chuckled softly. Just another member of the Uchiha clan, trapped by his own obsessions, that's all. He paused, then beckoned to Zabuza. All right, it's time for us to leave as well. Gentlemen, farewell. Zabuza nodded, flashing a toothy grin at Yagura and the others. Well then, friend from the village, we'll meet again someday. The two of them turned and walked away. From behind them, the fourth Mizukage called out, Sir, on behalf of Kirigakure, I thank you. If ever you need our help, Kirigakure will always be at your service. 2 days later, in a snowbound village, Uchiha Sora found Haku standing at the edge of a bridge. Haku looked terribly frail, no more than 6 or 7 years old, dressed in thin, ragged clothes, shivering in the heavy snow. Anyone else might have perished from the cold long ago, and yet he had stubbornly survived. Uchiha Sora walked up, stopping before him, silently gazing down. Sensing someone approach, Haku glanced up and, upon seeing a handsome young man before him, was momentarily stunned. But almost at once, he lowered his head in shame, not daring to meet his eyes. Lift your head, Uchiha Sora said gently. Haku froze, hardly daring to believe his ears. Was his big brother really speaking to him? Hesitantly, he raised his head and met the young man's gaze once more. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to see himself reflected in those eyes. Big brother, your eyes, they're a lot like mine. The words slipped from Haku's lips before he could stop himself. Uchiha Sora started, then offered a warm smile. How are they alike? Your eyes look just as lonely as mine, Haku replied quietly. Lonely? Uchiha Sora was taken aback, then let out an involuntary laugh. Maybe that was true. As someone from another world, alone in the world of shinobi, that was loneliness in itself. But Sora had never really felt alone. He had his own ambitions and people close to him. Reaching out, he gently ruffled Haku's hair and smiled. If we're the same kind, then from now on, come with me. But why? Bewilderment filled Haku's eyes. In this world riddled with danger, a little beggar like him probably isn't even worth killing. Who would ever need someone like that? Because I need you. Shui Wuyuebai trembled, tears welling up in his eyes. User 607333229. Qin Yuma who loves amaryllis. Yuxiang with a fondness for pickled lettuce. Lian Qi Shi. Xiaoyin from the western regions of Shuizhou. Ha. ABA. Mo. Xianshan. Uchiha asterisk Abito dash. Lu Biao who loves little chicken platters. Thunder God. Sirius. User 111211960. Jingfa. Wondering what nickname to choose. Emperor Karl Rafa. User 248000913. Quiet. I'm brother-in-law. Detainment. God of Undead Seals. Emperor Siefixin. TSK. Qin Shi who adores salted egg yolk pork. By Shan who loves opium poppies. Shi. User 104800749. User 201833389. Black and White Impermanence. Years of Splendor. Just having a taste. Su family who loves pine nuts. Jiayin. Why by Babu my Sakurajima. User 270888209. User 311343116. User 386552221. User 35708145. Because Uchiha Sora's longsword had been shattered by a tailed beast bomb in the previous battle, he was sorely in need of a new, trusty weapon. After asking Zabuza, he learned there was a ninja tool shop in a small town on the coast of the Land of Water, and so he brought his newly recruited companion by along and headed straight there. The longsword had to be forged from metal capable of conducting chakra. Since there were no ready-made swords in the shop, he had to place a custom order, which would take about a week to complete. Thus, Uchiha Sora and his two companions decided to stay in the small town for a while. Bai was still covered in grime, and since the mission in the Land of Water had gone rather smoothly, Uchiha Sora decided this was a good time to find a place to rest and recover. In the end, the three agreed to visit a hot spring. At the hot spring inn, the trio changed into bathrobes, and Uchiha Sora took Bai's small hand, leading him towards a men's bath. Lord Sora, I think I'd better go to the women's bath, Bai stammered, a blush spreading across his face. Uchiha Sora paused in surprise. Women's bath? Bai, are you a girl? Yes. Bai's wide, innocent eyes gazed up at Uchiha Sora, blinking in confusion, as if wondering why on earth he'd asked such a thing. Did she really not look like a girl? All right then. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but smack his own forehead in exasperation. Fooled by the plot again. In the original story, Bai insisted time and again that she was a boy. So naturally, Uchiha Sora never doubted her gender. Who could have known Bai was actually a girl? No one could say for certain whether it was his arrival that triggered the butterfly effect in this world, or if Haku had always been a girl, with the original work simply covering it up with a lie. Well, none of that really matters now. All right then, you head over to the women's hot spring, Uchiha Sora said, letting go of her small hand and gently ruffling her hair. Okay. Haku nodded oppositely. Uchiha Sora and Zabuza turned and entered the men's hot spring, ready to enjoy a soak in the warmth of the bath. Boss, what's our next move? Zabuza asked in a hushed voice as he settled into the hot water. With the matter of the fourth Mizukage finally resolved, the Land of Water would gradually recover, free from manipulation. For Zabuza, his greatest wish was already fulfilled. So from now on, he planned to follow Uchiha Sora without reservation, wherever that path might lead. Hearing Zabuza's question, Uchiha Sora realized that, surrounded by enemies on all sides, he had to speed up the process of building his own power. After a moment's thought, he spoke. First, we need to find a base of operations. I've chosen the Land of Grass for our headquarters. When we leave here, that's where we'll strike next. Conquer the Land of Grass. Zabuza was taken aback, pondering, the Land of Grass maintains pretty good relations with the other countries. If we attack outright, we might provoke a backlash from the major hidden villages. Uchiha Sora shook his head. The Land of Grass is just a political chameleon. The only reason the other nations allow it to exist is because it sits between them, a perfect buffer, a zone of balance. In truth, they don't care who's in charge there. What's more, when the time comes, they'll have to think long and hard before crossing me. There was powerful confidence in Uchiha Sora's voice. At this point, he had become one of the top elites in the Kage class. Unless the hidden village's leaders were fools, none of them would dare to make a move lightly. Unless, of course, they could unite. But, unless absolutely necessary, when did the great nations, each with their own agendas, ever come together so easily? That was, in fact, the very reason why the Akatsuki's base in the Hidden Rain had been able to thrive and develop for so long. The land of grass bordered the land of rain, a location that offered the perfect vantage point to monitor Akatsuki's movements. What about manpower, boss? Zabuza asked again after hearing Uchiha Sora's plan. Uchiha Sora smiled slightly. Isn't just the two of us enough? Zabuza's expression froze for a moment. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. During that week, Uchiha Sora spent most of his time teaching Haku. Haku was a prodigy by any measure. With the right training, she would surely become a force to be reckoned with. Through his interactions with Haku, Uchiha Sora also hoped the system might be triggered, allowing him to automatically cultivate the ice release Kekkei Genkai for himself. Unfortunately, Haku's powers were still unstable, and no matter how close their contact, the system showed no response. After obtaining his custom-made longsword, Uchiha Sora inscribed the Flying Thunder God formula onto it once again, then fastened it at his waist. With Zabuza and Haku, he departed the land of water. The three of them crossed the sea by boat, spending several days before finally arriving in the land of fire. Before launching his assault in the land of grass, Uchiha Sora returned for a brief visit to the small island within his mirror space. The various documents and materials he had taken from Konoha had almost all been sorted by now. Uchiha Sora selected the ninjutsu scrolls most useful to him and began his studies. First came the forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. He had no intention of learning certain sealing techniques, such as the dead demon consuming seal, but for formidable physical arts like the Eight Gates, he certainly would not pass up the chance. Spirit transformation technique was also a must-learn. Besides that, there was no way he would overlook the multi-shadow clone jutsu either. Sadly, there was one technique he had long yearned to learn, yet it was nowhere to be found. That technique was none other than the Yin Seal. Uchiha Sora scoured the other ninjutsu scrolls as well, but still found nothing related. It seemed clear that this technique was no simple feat. The Yin Seal had been passed down through the Uzumaki clan, and at present, it appeared only Tsunade had truly mastered it. If he wanted to learn this particular jutsu, his only choice in the future would be to find an opportunity with Tsunade. After diligently and repeatedly researching all the techniques he could learn, a familiar chime from the system suddenly rang out. Ding! Your multi-shadow clone technique has entered automatic cultivation. Since you have already mastered Shadow Clone, multi-shadow clone is considered too elementary and has been immediately mastered. Ding! Your 8 Gates technique has entered automatic cultivation. Due to your solid physical foundation, automatic training progress has reached the 3rd gate. Ding! Your spirit transformation technique has entered automatic cultivation, but progress is slow. Techniques like the spirit transformation, which involve the soul, always progressed at a turtle's pace when left to automatic cultivation. Yet right at this moment, another system prompt appeared. Ding! Due to your ongoing automatic cultivation of the spirit transformation technique, your Edo Tensei technique suddenly experienced a breakthrough through analogy, and automatic cultivation is now complete. A jutsu that had always made painfully slow progress, Edo Tensei, was now astonishingly fully mastered. Uchiha Sora could not help but beam with delight. This is fantastic. The Edo Tensei forbidden technique is practically a bug in the system. With this at my disposal, I'll never have to worry about lacking manpower again. Looks like the trip to the land of grass will have to be postponed. The most urgent task now is to gather the DNA of several powerful individuals. That way, even if it comes down to launching an assault in the land of grass, I won't need to get my own hands dirty. Uchiha Sora murmured to himself. Having mastered the reanimation jutsu, Uchiha Sora was naturally eager to experience the thrill of bringing the dead back to life. As for any moral qualms, haven't you heard of the dream fulfiller? And who's to say those who've died wouldn't want to be revived, even if it's by reanimation? However, for now, he had no plans to resurrect Shisui. For one, Shisui had entrusted his Kodoa Mitsukami to Sora, and he was reluctant to use it up just to summon Shisui. On the other hand, this version of the reanimation jutsu that he'd learned from the Forbidden Technique Scroll was still imperfect. The strength of the sacrifice had a significant impact on the resurrected individual's power. If the sacrifice was weak, then the person brought back would only be able to exert limited strength. So, the more formidable the deceased, the more heavily they would be restricted by the sacrifice's limitations. For someone like Shisui, his abilities would likely be heavily suppressed by the strength of the offering. Even if he used white zetsu as a sacrifice, it wouldn't fix this flaw. To truly address the shortcomings of the reanimation jutsu, he'd have to invest time into further research. Maybe he could even trigger the system's auto-cultivation function and perfect it with some help. Unfortunately, at present, Uchiha Sora simply had neither the time nor the leisure to spare. Having mastered these forbidden techniques, Uchiha Sora exited the mirror dimension. What followed was Uchiha Sora and Zabuza embarking on a grave-digging spree across the entire shinobi world. As a former ANBU of the Hidden Mist, Zabuza was very clear on the whereabouts of the corpses of the previous 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha Sora, meanwhile, secretly slipped back into the Hidden Leaf Village to ransack the village cemetery. His goal was to find the remains of the previous Hokage, but sadly, he found none, not even the corpse of the renowned White Fang of the Leaf. All he came across were the remains of some ordinary ninja. From this, Uchiha Sora could more or less guess. Orochimaru had probably scavenged Konoha's graves long ago. With no other option, he could only widen his search to the burial sites of other powerful shinobi from elsewhere in the ninja world. After 3 months of painstaking effort, his determination paid off. He managed to locate the remains of 3 powerful ninjas from other villages. For example, Pakura, the Scorch Release user from the Hidden Sand Village. Then there was Toroi, the Magnetic Release ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. And finally, Gari, the Explosion Release user of the Hidden Stone Village. These 3 were all on par with elite jonin, formidable, but not earth-shattering, so gathering information about them wasn't too difficult. As for the true titans of each village, the Kaga-level powerhouses, the previous generation of shadows, at present, Uchiha Sora simply had no way of getting his hands on them. After all, that would require truly exceptional espionage skills and a track record of deep infiltration within every major faction to even stand chance. This sort of intelligence can only be gathered through years of painstaking espionage. Even someone as formidable as Orochimaru is limited to resurrecting the dead from the Hidden Leaf Village. For now, he simply doesn't have the resources to dig up information on powerful figures from other villages. Only someone like Kabuto Yakushi, who served as a spy among the major factions since childhood in the original storyline, could possess such extraordinary grave-robbing abilities. Still, though Uchiha Sora managed to find information on only 3 formidable individuals, Zabuza on his side had already uncovered the data on 3 former members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The wielder of the blunt blade, Jinpachi Munashi. The wielder of the long sword, Kuriarare Kushimaru. The wielder of the explosive blade, Fugaku Suikazan. Alright, next we need to find some sacrifices. With these records in hand, Uchiha Sora spoke to Zabuza. Yes, leader. Zabuza nodded, his face alight with anticipation. He already knew their leader intended to resurrect these fallen warriors. For such a feat, Zabuza's heart beat with anticipation as well. To all those who support with gifts, Kuyuin Kyo, Mo Wuxia who loves hawthorn and red wine, the combined force of was red black white, Lu Biao who craves little plates of chicken, the supreme member of the bombing sect, Heavenly Show, by Xiao Xiao who loves a phoenix's reincarnation, Zhao Chun enthralled by spicy ribs, Zhong Yu fond of Lianghe's cucurbit flute, Linger who admires Xiao Yitan, Xi Mieku, and many more. Our deepest gratitude for your generosity and blessing. Seeking out a white Zetsu clone is actually no easy task, for white Zetsu loves nothing more than burrowing underground, often sticking close to black Zetsu. The 2 of them are as elusive as I am when I use the Flying Thunder God technique. To find them, one would likely have to locate the demonic statue of the Outer Path itself. But clearly, that's no simple undertaking. Nevertheless, Uchiha Sora wasn't out of options. He knew that by this time, Orochimaru had likely already joined the Akatsuki. If he could just find Orochimaru and negotiate a partnership, there was a chance to procure a white Zetsu or 2. Of course, he could use ordinary ninja bodies as offerings, but those would hardly compare to the power afforded by white Zetsu, who carried the cells of the first Hokage. So, he'd rather go through extra trouble to secure white Zetsu. Half a month passed. At long last, Uchiha Sora found Orochimaru. This man now wore the black cloak adorned with red clouds of the Akatsuki, strolling through a small town in the Land of Fire with his partner, Shisui of the Red Sand. It looked as though they were in the middle of an assignment. Uchiha Sora didn't approach them openly. Instead, he walked up as an ordinary bystander together with Zabuza, passing right by Orochimaru on the street. As they brushed shoulders, his eyes flashed into the three-tomoe sharingan, unleashing a jutsu with a single glance. Orochimaru sensed the sudden surge of chakra, and his face changed color instantly. Sasori, caught unawares, paused in surprise beside him. But just as quickly, Orochimaru's composure returned to normal. "What's the matter, Orochimaru?" Sasori of the Red Sand looked at Orochimaru with puzzlement, then turned his gaze to the two who had just passed by them, Uchiha Sora and Zabuza. "Those two. That man appears to be Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist, doesn't he? That surge of chakra, just now. Was it coming from the person next to Zabuza?" Sasori's voice rasped with suspicion. Orochimaru chuckled softly and shook his head. "It's nothing. Don't go looking for trouble. We're here to complete a mission, aren't we?" Sasori sneered. "Heh. Orochimaru, I think you've been scared witless by the boss. Since when did you, one of the legendary Sannin, become so timid? As I see it, those two would make exceptional samples for new puppets." Orochimaru ignored the sarcasm and mockery of his companion, replying only with a low, unsettling laugh. Having made his jab, but receiving little reaction, Sasori fell silent. After all, even though he was inwardly defiant, he held a deep wariness toward Orochimaru. He thought back to the fierce battle they had when he'd first tried to recruit Orochimaru. Not once, during the whole fight, had Orochimaru shown even a hint of his true power. In the end, it was the boss who intervened. Clearly, in their leader's eyes, Orochimaru's strength exceeded even his own. That was precisely what made Sasori most dissatisfied. When night fell, Orochimaru sent out a shadow clone, which quietly slipped away to a forest on the outskirts of the town. By now, Uchiha Sora had been waiting there for quite some time. Zabuza was nowhere to be seen. "Uchiha Sora, it's been a long time. Just as I predicted, Konoha ended up turning its back on you." Orochimaru's gravelly laughter echoed through the darkness, sounding genuinely pleased. For in Sora, Orochimaru saw a reflection of his former self. Wasn't it just the same for him back then? Cast out, exiled? All he'd done was conduct a few experiments for the sake of great research. Those sacrifices were a small price to pay. But Konoha would not tolerate him. How laughable. How foolishly stubborn. Earlier that day, when Sora and Orochimaru passed each other, the brief illusion Sora cast had served as a covert way to pass along information. A time and place for this rendezvous. "Yes, it has been some time, Orochimaru." Sora smiled in return. "I've heard all about your exploits," Orochimaru said with mock delight. "Konoha has posted a bounty of 100 million Ryo on your head. Just for you, Uchiha Sora. I must say, I'm dying to know, what could you have possibly done to earn such attention from Konoha?" Sora waved a hand dismissively. "Those aren't important. I'm here today because I need your help with something else." "Oh, my, what an honor, Uchiha Sora." Orochimaru chuckled, filled with dangerous amusement. "Aren't you aware? I have always been very interested in your body. And now, here you are, coming to ask for my help? Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Orochimaru, there's no need to probe my real intentions, and I won't waste time with roundabout talk," Uchiha Sora said with a slight, calm smile. He spoke bluntly. "I need you to capture some living white Zetsu clones from the Akatsuki for me. The more, the better. In return, I'll give you an intel that you greatly desire." Orochimaru was taken aback. Uchiha Sora's directness made him frown, his playful demeanor fading as he replied, "Uchiha Sora, getting my hands on white Zetsu clones is no simple task." "I know you can do it," Sora replied coolly. "Don't you want to know the secret behind the Rinnegan that Pain possesses?" "You actually know the secret of Pain's Rinnegan?" Orochimaru's face changed in shock. "Just how much do you know, Uchiha Sora?" "I'll tell you everything you want to know once you bring me enough white Zetsu clones," Sora said. Without waiting for a reply, he left behind a coded message marking their next meeting spot and vanished in a flicker. As he watched Uchiha Sora leave, Orochimaru couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation and a sly smile. "Uchiha Sora, you never cease to amaze me. So young, and yet you seem to hold secrets beyond my imagining." 10 days later, Uchiha Sora met with Orochimaru once again. This time, Orochimaru came in person. Their meeting took place within a deep canyon. Without any pleasantries, Orochimaru summoned a massive, earth-colored serpent. The snake opened its mouth wide and spat out 10 white Zetsu clones. Each of these clones was tightly bound with powerful sealing marks, rendering them powerless and immobile. Only their mouths could still speak. "Orochimaru, how dare you betray the organization? When the leader finds out, your end will be gruesome. Orochimaru, you snake. Traitor." The white Zetsu clones hurled curses, their voices filled with rage. Though these clones were nothing more than crude products of the ghetto statue, each still possessed emotions of their own. Orochimaru ignored their howls and addressed Uchiha Sora. "Here are the goods you wanted. Now, how about giving me the information that will satisfy me?" Uchiha Sora smiled faintly and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll tell you what you wish to know. But before that, in order to prevent these white Zetsu from escaping, Do you mind if I take a moment to settle them somewhere safe? Go ahead, Orochimaru said casually, nodding with magnanimity. Uchiha Sora moved forward, grabbed each white zetsu in turn, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport them away to the mirror dimension. Once inside that space, even if the seals were somehow broken, there would be no escaping. Besides, Uchiha Izumi and her daughter were keeping watch there. Though they weren't particularly strong yet, they were more than enough to handle these inferior clones. Gao Xiaoqiang, who loves Cantonese dim sum and tea. Bai, who loves the yellow flower rice of Artita. Magic Shang, the carefree wanderer of heaven and earth. Bai Wuying and Yu Shuang. Lu Jinchuan of Yasan Island. User 110-17844. Lu Biao, who loves Xinjiang chicken. Ababa, 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 Ababa. Sualong, who loves crispy spring pancakes. Uchiha Gaia. User 15213742. What matters is not the name, black and white impermanence. Line Herod. Fong Yuan, who grumbles in jest. User 37115521. Heart as still water T0. Utian, who loves wild ginseng. Wind Whirl. The blue sky belongs to you. Chao Shan, who loves Northeast-style twist pastries. The Dean of the Academy of Systems across all worlds. User 879214112. Six Paths of Beto. God of Thunder. Natsa McClown. And by Annie, who loves spring camellia fried eggs. Thank you all, my generous patrons, for your gifts. Your humble author is on his knees in gratitude. Soon, all 10 white zetsus have been sent back to the mirror world, and Uchiha Sora returned once more to stand before Orochimaru. Orochimaru watched Uchiha Sora's actions with interest, exclaiming, "So, this is the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique? I see now. No wonder Konoha put 100 million Ryo bounty on your head." Although the Flying Thunder God technique wasn't a direct attack, its formidable supporting abilities and power of instant movement made it a nightmare for all shinobi. Whoever mastered such a wondrous space-time jutsu would instantly become someone whom others greatly feared. Uchiha Sora waved his hand and said, "Orochimaru, let me tell you the secret of Pain's Rinnegan now." "I'm all ears," Orochimaru replied, his expression growing serious. Uchiha Sora began to explain slowly. When it comes to the Rinnegan, the first thing you need to know is the true identity of the Akatsuki's Pain, the Deva Path. I suppose you already have your suspicions, since you saw that face back in Mangekyo, didn't you? You're quite right, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips. That face of pain seems to belong to one of those 3 children that Jiraiya once took in, and now, among the Akatsuki, the woman called Angel seems to be another of those 3. But one is missing, the red-haired child. Thinking about it, that must have been the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Sora nodded. Yes, the red-haired child from back then really was the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. He is the true owner of the Rinnegan. The current Deva Path Pain is indeed that very child, but he has already died. What's moving now is nothing more than a corpse. The one manipulating everything from behind the scenes is Nagato, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. The Rinnegan possesses the 6 Paths technique, granting the power to control life and death. Pain's Deva Path wields gravity and repulsion, while 5 other corpses each inherit a unique ability. In other words, if you can't find the original body, killing the Deva Path Pain is meaningless. Even if you extract the Rinnegan from the corpse, it instantly reverts to an ordinary eye. So if you're hoping to seize the Rinnegan, it's close to impossible. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face at last showed a look of realization. So that's the leader of Akatsuki's secret. But tell me, why would someone from the Uzumaki clan possess the Rinnegan? A sly smile appeared on Uchiha Sora's lips. Because that pair of Rinnegan were never his to begin with. They were transplanted from someone else. Orochimaru was startled. Transplanted? By whom? Uchiha Sora replied coolly. That's a question I can't answer for now. Orochimaru paused, then shook his head in resignation, yet the corners of his mouth twisted into a dark smile. Uchiha Sora, you never cease to surprise me. Who would have thought the real truth would lie with you? Oh, are you eager to learn more of this world's hidden truths? Noticing Orochimaru's obvious excitement, Uchiha Sora let out a mischievous laugh. Follow me, and I'll show you even deeper secrets. Uchiha Sora, your ambition knows no bounds. Orochimaru shook his head. For now, I won't leave the Akatsuki, but sooner or later, our paths will cross again. Very well then, until next time. Uchiha Sora let his smile fade as he turned away. Seek me out whenever you wish. You'll always be welcome. A second later, his figure vanished before Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru stared at the empty space for a long while where Uchiha Sora had disappeared. Boss, are we starting the resurrection ritual here? At night, just outside the grass ninja village, Zabuza followed beside Uchiha Sora, his voice charged with excitement as he addressed him. Haku had already been sent back to the mirror dimension, for the time being to study and practice basic chakra and ninjutsu under Uchiha Izumi's guidance. Uchiha Sora nodded. In front of him knelt a row of white jutsus, 6 in total. He brought out the files of the deceased, along with 6 bones, each representing a formidable warrior. After that, he unrolled a scroll already inscribed with the symbols for the reanimation jutsu. The surface was crowded with complex runes, save for a blank space in the center, where Uchiha Sora placed a bone and began forming hand seals, one after another. His movements were meticulous and unhurried. After all, this was his first time casting the impure world reincarnation. Uchiha Sora wanted to fully comprehend the secrets within this art. When the hand seals were completed, Uchiha Sora pressed both palms firmly to the ground. In an instant, countless intricate runes crawled across the ground ahead, weaving toward one of the white zetsu, and within seconds, they climbed all the way onto his body. At the same time, it felt as though something had broken through a barrier in the fabric of space, descending into the physical world and looming over white zetsu. White zetsu let out a guttural, agonized scream as layers of filthy soil rose from the ground and clung to his body, engulfing him completely within moments. Amidst those tormented cries, a strange, unfamiliar face gradually emerged, followed by the shape of a body. When the transformation was complete, standing right before them was a striking young woman, the epitome of grace and strength. She wore a sand village forehead protector, a black strapless dress, and ice blue sleeves over her slender arms, offering both sun protection and elegance. Her bare shoulders hinted at both allure and composure. A white sash cinched her slim waist, while knee-length shorts revealed legs that combined athleticism with beauty, her whole figure radiating charm and power. Scorch release Kunoichi Yakura. Uchiha Sora murmured her title under his breath. Resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, Yakura's consciousness cleared. She glanced around at her surroundings, then examined herself before finally settling her gaze on Uchiha Sora. Her delicate brows gathered in a frown. "So, I've been brought back? Was this your doing?" Uchiha Sora nodded with a gentle smile. "That's right. Though, it's not true resurrection. This technique is called the impure world reincarnation." As she listened, Yakura's gaze flickered over to Zabuza, who wore the hidden mist village forehead protector. A flash of memory, her own death, sparked fury in her eyes. "Damn the land of water. Damn the hidden mist. How dare you assassinate me? And the sand village, too." Chakra surged wildly around her, crackling with intensity. She looked ready to strike at Zabuza at any moment. Uchiha Sora formed a sealing sign with his hands, restraining Yakura's growing rage. "Yakura, calm down and hear me out." Only then did Yakura regain her composure, turning once more to Sora with furrowed brows. "Since you've revived me, surely you expect me to be your pawn, your tool? What are you after?" Uchiha Sora replied calmly. "My intentions will become clear in due time. For now, I can offer you 2 choices." "Choices?" Yakura let out a cold laugh, her voice edged with frost. "For someone who can toy with the dead as you do you really need to offer me a choice?" Author's note. The humble author is on his knees. Please, everyone, if you enjoyed this, leave a 5-star review for me. Right or wrong, Xiao Yi, user 320711010, The Missing Yao Yongfu, user 681-34643, Shuin0722, user 4129-3851, Brother Chung who loves chestnut mutton stew, Orange Juice Yaya, your father's grandfather, Shoreless on the other side, user 226464001, Bomb Squad In, The Book Hungry Handsome Guy, Gong Sun Kong from Harbin Province, Good Kid Eating Candy, Gaia who loves Shue Shue, Sierra is only 14, Qian Yuhan from Shouting Village, no. Your wives belong to me, user 2007542, Karasuma Chitos from the Horizon, Hanabi Hyuga's older sister, user 161371144, The Glowing Gravekeeper, Fandle who loves steamed yellow millet, She Took Away Gentleness, creator of the Myriad World System, All Goes With Fate, creator of the Myriad World System, user 50023079, New Taoist who loves spicy braised fish, I'm an expert at slacking, user 50023079, Lushan listening to rain. Uchiha Sora ignored Yitsong's sarcasm and spoke on his own. There's no need for useless chatter. From now on, everything about you belongs to me. Your ninjutsu, your kekiai jinkai, your body, and even your soul. Yijang beat Uchiha Sora continued. You have 2 choices. 1. Devote yourself wholeheartedly to serving me, and I will grant you your own consciousness. 2. Defy my will, and I will erase your awareness altogether. Faced with these two options, Yi Tsang did not hesitate. She nodded and declared, I choose the first. I'll do my best to serve you. A satisfied smile appeared on Uchiha Sora's face. Smart woman. Everything I once believed in has crumbled. I have no other choice now. Since you brought me back to life, I'll obey your orders. Yi Tsang replied with a helpless laugh. Uchiha Sora nodded in approval, and with just a few words, Yi Tsang yielded. Next, Uchiha Sora continued performing the impure world reincarnation technique, reviving one after another. There was Karui, the explosion-release ninja from Mangekyo, Troy, the magnet-release ninja from Kumogakure, and 3 members of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Once summoned, under the terms Uchiha Sora presented, all 5 chose to serve him as well. Still, Uchiha Sora knew that although these people agreed outwardly, deep down they might not truly submit. All right, all of you are now bodies made of reanimation soil. But if you serve wholeheartedly, perhaps one day, I will bring you all back to life for real, Uchiha Sora said at last. At the mention of true revival, a spark lit up in the eyes of all 6. Now begin the attack on the Grass Ninja Village. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly as he waved toward the distant Grass Ninja Village and issued his order. Our goal is to capture the leader of the village. Do your best not to harm the innocent. The 6 figures gave a slight shudder, nodded in acknowledgement, and darted out in all directions. Zabuza remained at Uchiha Sora's side and said, Leader, the 7 ninja swordsmen no longer have their blades. I doubt their fighting strength is better than Yakura and the others. With just these 6, can they really take the Grass Ninja Village? Uchiha Sora shook his head. These bodies, reanimated by the impure world reincarnation, possess limitless chakra. Even if destroyed, they will recover, essentially making them immortal and granting them inexhaustible energy. Although none of the 6 have regained the power they had in life, taking down a small place like the Grass Ninja Village should pose no problem. A team of 6 elite jounin, each bearing a title, was formidable enough to stand their ground even against a Kage-level opponent. Perhaps even were a Kage down through endurance alone. For Grass Ninja Village, the only way to break this deadlock would be to use sealing techniques to imprison them. Zabuza, you should go too. Stay with them, but hold your hand for now. Only act if the Grass Ninja Village deploys a sealing squad. Stop them at that moment, Uchiha Sora instructed. Yes, leader, Zabuza replied and vanished swiftly. By now, night had fallen and a round moon hung high in the sky. Clad in white, with a long sword at his waist, Uchiha Sora entered the Grass Ninja Village at a measured pace, his figure bathed in silver moonlight. Within the village, the attack by 6 reanimated elites had thrown all the ninjas into chaos. The village chief scrambled out of bed in the middle of the night, cursing beneath his breath as he hurriedly donned his armor and went out to face the intruders. The 6 reanimated ninja hailed from different villages, each unleashing a dazzling array of jutsu. When their barrage struck the Grass Ninjas, it left them completely stunned and bewildered. That's Bakura from the Sand Village, the Scorch-style user. In the heat of battle, someone among the Grass Ninjas finally recognized their attackers. Pointing at Bakura, he shouted, I used to be a fan of hers, but didn't she perish in some political deal in her village? How could she possibly appear here? And that one, he's Troy from the Cloud Village, the magnet-style specialist. He's another terrifying foe. And look over there, aren't those a few of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village? The reanimated 6 had all been famous names across the ninja world, especially during the Third Great Ninja War. The ninjas of Grass Village recognized them immediately. All these people are supposed to be dead. How can they suddenly appear here like this? At that moment, the village chief reached the scene, his face dark as thunder. I'm not sure, but something's seriously wrong with them. Their bodies aren't acting like living folks. I suspect someone truly frightening is the one pulling their strings, an experienced jonin speculated anxiously. The village chief's brow furrowed. Whoever is behind this, and whatever trickery they're playing, our current priority is to defeat these 6 right now. Yes, everyone responded hastily. Although the Land of Grass was merely a small nation and the Grass Ninja Village only a minor shinobi village, the actual strength of the ninja force within the village was far from insignificant. Their number of ninjas, at the very least, reached 1,000. While this couldn't compare to the major powers of the 5 great ninja villages, each with tens of thousands of shinobi at their disposal, for most people, it was an impressive force. Aside from the 5 great ninja villages, no other group or faction dared attack Grass Ninja Village lightly. However, because the attack was so sudden, only 300 to 400 ninjas capable of fighting were currently within the village. The rest were mostly regular genin, or have been sent on missions and were not present. In the midst of the battle, the 6 elite, reanimated shinobi inflicted grievous casualties upon them. Yet as formidable as they were, these 6 did not possess the full strength they had in life. Soon enough, one of them was struck by a grass ninja's jutsu. Half his body vanished in an instant. But, to the astonishment of everyone present, the missing portion began regenerating right before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, he was whole again. Damn it, these guys can't be killed. The grass ninja who made this crucial discovery immediately cried out, rushing to inform their leader. The head of Grass Ninja Village changed color at once. A forbidden jutsu, whispered about from Konoha, flashed through his mind. The reanimation jutsu. It's the reanimation jutsu. The leader exclaimed in shock. Everyone, be careful. Do not confront them directly. Use sealing techniques. Find a way to seal them with few ninjutsu. As expected of the village leader, his quick thinking shone through. Having identified the enemy's technique, he wasted no time in devising a new strategy. Unfortunately, the Grass Ninja Village lacked the resources of the 5 great villages. Very few in the village knew few ninjutsu, barely more than a handful. When one of these precious sealing jutsu users found an opening to bind one of the reanimated elites, Zabuza suddenly emerged from the shadows and, silent as a shadow, drove his blade straight through the ninja's heart. The sealing attempt failed. The grass ninjas cried out in alarm. Damn it, they have an accomplice. The death of this invaluable sealing ninja was a severe blow, and Zabuza's sudden appearance weighed heavily in everyone's hearts. Who exactly were they up against? Could there be yet more formidable enemies lurking in the dark? No one could say. It was precisely this uncertainty and mystery that stirred a creeping sense of dread within every grass ninja present. I am your father. User 444607171. Under the moonlit night with you, sorry, my pants fell down. User 136742225. Emperor Dialuca of the Skyblasting Gang, the compassionate Minato, and his dutiful son Naruto. User 329467799. No trouble, no death, a gentle breeze, skyblasting. Gangs Yi Ching, the cat loves the fish, I love you, the divine white tiger hide, the cycle of sun and moon, dragon's breath, demon blackfire, the middle palace. User 31628522. Oh, the spirited Zhang Wuka. User 10991370. The young genius away. User 11078125. Mr. Song who loves goat beans. User 861614445. Miss Chow who loves sesame chicken wings. Yi Hong Shuang who loves Ely King. Xiao Hao beneath the forgotten river. Don't make a sound. I'm your brother-in-law. China, a falling snow. Chief of the Battle Humor Bureau. Long Tianjun who loves stinky pork. Aang. Keep it up. Skyblasting Gang's nuclear weapon. User 99304-272. Carefree Youth. The respected and esteemed Run Hungji. Luo Li likes Yixingchen. Fight and fall back. Send someone to Konoha for reinforcements. Now, bellowed the leader of the Grass Ninja Village. And bring that woman here. We'll use her to heal our wounded. Yes, sir. His men responded swiftly, turning to rush out. On the outskirts of the Grass Ninja Village stood a small, lonely wooden cabin. Inside, a red-haired mother and daughter huddled together, sleeping on the same bed. The mother's brow was tightly furrowed, her dreams disturbed and uneasy. Suddenly, there was a frantic pounding at the door. A man's anxious voice shouted, Uzumaki Kane. Come out now. The chief has work for you. Kane bolted awake, her face draining of color as she heard the voice at the door. She had already been forced to work nonstop throughout the day and had just barely managed to get some sleep. To be summoned again at night. Wasn't this torture? Did the chief truly wish to work her to death? Kane glanced at her slumbering daughter, Karen, and after a moment's hesitation and steeling herself, she got up quietly to get dressed. But before she could move further, the man outside kicked the door open with a crash and stormed in. Uzumaki Kane. Move it! He barked, his tone urgent and hostile. Swallowing her despair, Kane pleaded. What happened? Please keep your voice down. I'll come with you, just don't wake up Karen. No sooner had she spoken than the man's eyes fell upon Karen. Spurred by sudden inspiration, he reached out and yanked the sleeping girl up by her hair. With a jolt of pain at her scalp, Karen was torn from her dreams and thrown into a state of panic. She found herself being dragged from her bed by her hair. Struggling in shock, Karen tried to break free, but the grip was unyielding. You, what do you think you're doing? Stop. Don't touch Xianglin. Vortex Kanako cried out in shock, rushing forward in an attempt to stop him. The male ninja shoved her aside and threw Xianglin to the ground. The village is in serious trouble. There are too many wounded. Today, we need both you and your daughter, he announced coldly. What? Xianglin is still just a child. Didn't you say you'd wait until she became a ninja? to do something like this? Why are you breaking your promise now? Kanako pleaded anxiously. Enough with the pointless talk. If the village falls, neither of you will survive. The ninja spat back, his voice charged with anger. Were this any other day, he might not have resorted to such force. But now, with everything at stake, he had no patience left for explanations. Without hesitation, he dragged Kanako and grabbed Xianglin, heading straight for the leader's quarters. Kanako wept and begged all along the way, but her cries fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, a figure dressed in white appeared ahead of them, blocking their path. Who are you? The ninja's eyes narrowed. Though the newcomer wasn't wearing a village headband, there was a long sword at his waist, which put the ninja on high alert as he halted and barked his question. The one in white was, of course, Uchiha Sora. He had already sent the 6 reanimated shinobi and Zabuza to capture the grass village's leader. As for himself, he had chosen to wander the village at his leisure, intent on searching for Xianglin and her mother. What a coincidence that he had run into them here. Judging from his situation, you're planning to use the mother and daughter as medical tools, aren't you? Uchiha Sora murmured to himself, his gaze falling on Kanako, whose eyes were brimming with tears, and the terrified Xianglin. Hey, I asked who you are. Why are you in my way? I've got an important mission. Don't make trouble for me. The ninja, now desperate and angry, let out a furious shout. He raised his hand and hurled 2 kunai straight at Sora. So eager to die, are you? With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Sora tilted his head, smoothly dodging the flying blades. In an instant, with a simple teleportation technique, he appeared right before the ninja. His hand shot out. The ninja tried to deflect him, but Sora landed a swift kick to his abdomen, forcing him to double over, spitting out saliva as the pain racked his body. Before the ninja could even collect himself, Sora's hand gripped his neck, hoisting him into the air and leaving him dangling helplessly. Ugh! Ah! The grass ninja let out a strangled cry, his legs kicking in futile desperation, struggling to pry Sora's hand from his throat, but it was useless. Who are you exactly? As his consciousness began to fade, the ninja gasped out his words with great difficulty. Off to the side, Kanako and Xianglin stared in stunned silence, staring at Uchiha Sora, who looked like a god descended from the heavens, handsome and overwhelming. Their minds went blank. For a moment, they didn't know whether to run or what to do at all. All sense of direction had deserted them. You're not worthy of having anyone from the Uzumaki clan, Uchiha Sora said coldly. With a sudden squeeze of his hand, he snapped the enemy's neck and tossed the lifeless body aside. Then, he turned his gaze upon Uzumaki Kanako and Karen. What do you want? Seeing Uchiha Sora take a life with such merciless ease, Uzumaki Kanako immediately drew Karen into her arms to shield her daughter. Her voice still trembled, but despite her fear, she stood her ground. Seeing the 2 women bracing themselves in fear, Uchiha Sora let a gentle smile appear on his face, his tone softening. There's no need to be afraid. I'm here to save you. Save us. Uzumaki Kanako blinked, stunned. Uchiha Sora nodded. From today onwards, my presence will change this village hidden in the grass. You'll no longer be forced to serve as healers for shinobi. Here, you can finally live in peace. He paused, noticing the bewilderment that still lingered in their expressions, and continued. Come with me. I'll take you to meet this village's leader. With that, he walked away at a measured pace. Gritting her teeth, Uzumaki Kanako gathered her resolve and followed him. The 3 of them made their way toward the battlefield. By now, the grass ninja were retreating in disarray, and even their leader had suffered injuries. Villagers all around were scattering in panic, desperate to escape. As chaotic scenes of conflict played out before them, a flicker of fear flashed in Kanako and Karen's eyes, as if they were reliving memories of those harsh, wandering days. With a mere swipe of his hand, Uchiha Sora cleaved apart a falling boulder, clearing the way for a fleeing civilian. He frowned slightly, then promptly issued orders to the 6 reanimated fighters to pull back and be careful not to harm the villagers unless absolutely necessary. Of course, in the turmoil, some accidental casualties were inevitable. Let's end this battle quickly, Uchiha Sora muttered, frowning as he surveyed the chaos he had himself set in motion. After all, he intended to take charge of the hidden grass village. He couldn't afford to destroy too much here or to break the villager's spirit. He formed a rapid series of hand seals and unleashed the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Hundreds of shadow clones appeared, scattering across the battlefield to rescue trapped villagers. Meanwhile, his original self strode toward the wounded leader of the grass village. P.S. Tonight, your poor author has a blind date, but I promise more updates tomorrow. Everyone, please click to urge for more chapters and check out the videos. The author makes just a dime with every view. Have pity and watch some videos to help me afford a meal, or I won't even have money to treat my date. Half an hour later, the leader of the grass village lay at Uchiha Sora's feet, barely clinging to life. He lifted his head and glared at Uchiha Sora's young, yet emotionless face, letting out a cry of utter despair. "You bastard! You'll never die a good death." Uchiha Sora, his expression unchanged, spoke with what sounded almost like a sigh. "To the victor go the spoils, to the defeated, scorn. You've lost. Stop wasting your breath on pointless curses. You may have beaten me, but you'll never conquer the Grass Ninja Village. The Leaf Village won't let you get away with this. We've already sent word asking them for help. You can forget about holding on to this place." The Grass Ninja Village chief's eyes were bloodshot as he continued to roar in rage. "Are those your final words?" Uchiha Sora raised his long sword, then, with a swift motion, steel sliding into flesh, plunged it straight into the chief's heart. The chief of the Grass Ninja Village was dead. "Clean up the battlefield, and then announce our presence to everyone here," Uchiha Sora instructed Zabuza, who was standing beside him. "At once, leader." Zabuza responded quickly. He looked down at the fallen chief of Grass Ninja Village and remarked, "This guy was pretty skilled. Do you want to consider bringing him back to life?" Uchiha Sora cast a glance at Zabuza and said calmly, "He was one who held out for his village till the very end. But since it was by my hand he fell, there's no need to resurrect him." "Yes, understood." Zabuza said nothing more, bowed his head, and set about cleaning up the aftermath. Uchiha Sora then turned to Uzumaki Kanako and Karen by his side. "Grass Ninja Village has a new master now. From this moment on, I am your leader." Kanako and Karen, having witnessed with their own eyes how easily Uchiha Sora defeated and killed the village chief, now heard his words and couldn't help but feel a chill of fear in their hearts. Yet they both nodded. Kanako spoke up. "We only wish to live our lives peacefully and without fear of mistreatment. Please, leader, grant us such kindness for mother and daughter." Uchiha Sora gave a slight nod. "Don't worry. It's late. Go home and get some rest now." "Yes, leader. We'll take our leave." Kanako bowed slightly, then departed with Karen. The 6 reanimated warriors now stood around Uchiha Sora. Several of them, wholly pleased with their current state, exclaimed excitedly, "Leader, this body might be a little dirty, but nobody can kill us. It's incredible." Evidently, inhabiting a reanimated body was an addictive experience. Itsang, looking at those battle-thirsty maniacs, retorted coldly, "No matter how good a reanimated body is, it's nothing compared to the feeling of living flesh. Being caked in dirt all over, nothing pleasant about it." "TCH, what the hell would a woman like you know?" one of them scoffed. "Only with an immortal body can you truly taste the thrill of battle." Itsang let out a soft hum, ignoring them. As a woman, she naturally wished for her body to remain pure and unblemished, rather than being coated layer upon layer in the filth of the earth. Uchiha Sora waved his hand. The group immediately fell silent. He spoke, "From now on, as you live in this world with these impure, resurrected bodies, you must restrain yourselves. Otherwise, I will revoke your freedom." "Yes." The crowd stiffened, hurrying to reply. Though Uchiha Sora was young, the fact that he dared to conquer a small nation, to claim the village of the grass for himself, showed a decisiveness and confidence that kept them all in line. After all, throughout all these years of shinobi world history, who else had ever dared to capture the village of the grass? It wasn't simply a matter of defeating the leader of the village or breaking through their defenses. One also had to be prepared for all the troubles that would inevitably follow. The other major powers would never sit idly by and watch as control of the village of the grass changed hands. They would seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. If handled poorly, it could even spark a major war across the shinobi world. Because Uchiha Sora's assault on the village of the grass was so swift and overwhelming, and took little time, most of the ordinary villagers hadn't had a chance to evacuate. Those close to the battlefield, apart from a few who were caught in the crossfire, had already managed to flee. The remaining civilians hid in their homes, too afraid to step outside, watching quietly as events unfolded. As for the grass shinobi who chose to resist, some had been killed, but more had been captured. All the prisoners were gathered together and dumped into an open clearing. Uchiha Sora, leading his men, strode over. At the appearance of Uchiha Sora, the cause of all their woes, the grass shinobi erupted into furious shouts. "You demon! You killed our leader! You'll die for this! You're finished! Our reinforcements will come to our rescue! The 5 great shinobi villages will make you pay for this!" Amid these enraged cries, there were also those with heads bowed, spirits broken and sunk in despair. Taking in the scene, Uchiha Sora's voice was calm as he addressed them. "From this moment on, I am the new master of the Village of the Grass. I haven't come here to listen to your curses. I'm only here to offer you a choice. As you can see, I have only a handful of men, aside from this one here, Zabuza. The rest are all dead I've brought back to life. Therefore, if you're willing to stay, I won't strip you of your previous rank or privileges. I'm in desperate need of people. But you must swear loyalty to me, or at the very least, obey my commands. If you refuse to stay, I won't make things difficult. You're free to go. Seek out revenge if you wish. Find any allies you like. I'll be here, ready for whatever comes. But next time, know this. You will not leave here alive. Uchiha Sora's words struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. The shinobi who were only trying to make a living felt a stirring after hearing him. But there were a handful, utterly loyal to the leader of the Grass Ninja Village, who remained unmoved. All right, Zabuza, I'll leave things here in your hands, Sora said casually, not waiting for them to choose. The next moment, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished, returning to the mirror dimension. The cleanup in the Grass Ninja Village was really just a minor matter. What Sora needed to do next was far more important. He planned to use the Grass Ninja Village as a spatial node to connect the isolated, overseas mirror dimension to this new anchor point. He would then install a gate to the mirror dimension, allowing its residents to move freely between worlds, essentially creating a portal right in the heart of the Grass Ninja Village. From now on, the Grass Ninja Village would serve as Sora's public front, while the mirror dimension would become the secret headquarters of his organization. To achieve this, the powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan would need to evolve further and be used with even greater versatility. But as things stood, Sora's Mangekyo was still a bit stiff in its abilities. Unless he could awaken the eternal Mangekyo, only then might truly flexible and sophisticated spatial skills emerge. P.S. Another failed blind date. Is there any rich lady out there to rescue the author? I'm crying. Send comfort, please. If you'd like to hear about my blind date experiences, comment one below. Shout out to Mickey Mouse, Divine Demon Rahu, the one and only handsome guy, Flowerbud who loves egg white toast, as Supreme Emperor of the Bombastic Clan, user 222504141. No name set, Princessia of Yayu County. Godan, is that you, Godan? Crane Disturber, user 164444631. Vice Chief Chun who loves Deechin cattle. If there's a good book, please kick me. Southern Sea Tree Flower and Northern Ocean Fish. Landscapes. Wandering Wangjiang. Yishio who loves matcha cakes. Evil Shimmering Light, Bombastic Clan. Leisure Cloud. Wilderness. Vice Chief Chun who loves Deechin cattle. Lone Pomelo. The Vagabond. The Yellow Lightning. Akatsuki Organization. GY.M.Q. The Undying God at Fairy Peak. White Tea Joyfully. Wanshin Era. The next day, before dawn, a squad of grass ninja hurried overnight to the Hidden Leaf Village to ask for help. The third Hokage, draped in his Kage robe, received them in his office. From their account, the third Hokage learned that the Grass Ninja Village of the Land of Grass, long an ally of the Land of Fire, was under attack by a powerful enemy. After clarifying some details, the third Hokage spoke in a deep, assured tone. You've done well. Rest assured, Hidden Leaf will never turn its back on you. Yes, thank you so much, Lord Hokage. The leaf is our truest ally. This time, we're counting on you, said the Grass Ninja, deeply moved. With that, they were ushered away to rest and recover. After the Grass Ninja had left, the third Hokage summoned the two advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Utatane. Once he had explained the situation to both of them, their expressions turned grim. Kohor Utatane spoke first. Hiruzen, there's no doubt about it. That person can only be Uchiha Sora. Who would have imagined that at such a young age, he'd dare to attack the Grass Ninja Village, and has even mastered the forbidden technique of reanimation jutsu. I say we must find a way to deal with this menace as soon as possible. Hamura Mitokado sighed quietly and said, I don't think it's that simple. Why would Uchiha Sora attack the Grass Ninja Village to begin with? We need to understand his motive first, and only then can we decide on a course of action. This brat is using our Konoha's forbidden techniques to cause mayhem all across the ninja world. He's simply despicable. Koharu couldn't help but curse. The third Hokage fell into deep thought. Uchiha Sora's strength is formidable. Even if I were to fight him myself, I can't say for sure I'd be able to kill him. Even if we brought Jiraiya back, I fear it wouldn't be enough to strike a decisive blow. That Flying Thunder God technique is just too difficult to handle. That's right. So what should we do? We can't just ignore the Grass Ninja Village's plea for help, can we? Koharu said with concern. If this matter isn't handled properly, it might damage Konoha's reputation and status in the ninja world. Hamura mused. For now, we should send someone to the Grass Ninja Village. not to offer support, but to investigate Uchiha Sora's true intentions. Once we understand what he's after, we'll make our final decision. What do you think, third? The third Hokage nodded. You're right. Uchiha Sora is no longer a simple child. We must act cautiously. What about those people from the Grass Ninja Village? Koharu asked. No worries. I'll explain things to them myself. The third Hokage replied. Koharu nodded in agreement. Very well. In that case, I suggest we send Kakashi. After all, he was once Sora's team leader. The third Hokage considered this for a moment, then nodded. Good idea. It's a challenging mission. Perhaps only Kakashi is truly suited for it. After their discussion, the three settled on a basic plan for the time being. When dawn broke, they summoned Kakashi and explained the mission to him in detail. Ever since Shisui's death, Kakashi had been promoted to captain of the ANBU. Upon hearing that the mission was related to Uchiha Sora, his demeanor turned instantly serious. As someone who had once led Uchiha Sora, Kakashi couldn't claim to truly understand him, but he was well aware of the boy's character and disposition. Learning that Sora had committed such a brutal act, attacking the Grass Ninja Village, filled Kakashi with a deep sense of sorrow. Without hesitation, he accepted this difficult mission. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. I will definitely complete the mission, Kakashi promised. At the same time, a silent vow stirred within him. Coup, no matter what you're planning, I cannot let you stray any further. Meanwhile, Uchiha Coup was busy managing affairs in the Grass Ninja Village. Having just taken control of the village, there were naturally countless matters that needed attending to. Most of the prisoners from last night had chosen to stay, coming to terms with reality and deciding to remain Grass Ninja, though now, their leader was Uchiha Coup. A small number, however, left the village carrying hatred in their hearts. But their whereabouts did not concern Uchiha Coup in the slightest, nor was there any need for him to care. With the strength he possessed now, anyone hoping to assassinate him would need the power of a Kage. Those people simply didn't have what it took to make any real waves. The villagers of Grass Ninja Village had also learned that the village had a new leader. Most were gripped by fear and anxiety, terrified that this new head might inflict cruelty upon them. It was then that Uzumaki Kanako and Karen stepped forward, personally sharing their stories with the common folk. In their retelling, the former leader was painted as a true villain, while the new leader appeared as a tolerant and kind-hearted man. After hearing the two women's accounts, although suspicion lingered, a measure of their dread quietly faded. Many who had intended to flee the village and seek refuge elsewhere decided, for the time being, to stay and watch how things would unfold. So, the turmoil within Grass Ninja Village quickly began to settle. Yet Uchiha Coup knew well. This was but the calm before the coming storm. At the same moment, word of the attack on Grass Ninja Village, and its abrupt change of leadership overnight, quickly reached other powers. Beyond Konoha, who had learned the news early, and the hidden Mist Village, now mired in internal affairs, the senior leaders of the Sand, Stone, and Cloud villages were all greatly unsettled. The third Tsuchikage, the fourth Reikage, and the fourth Kazekage each issued orders for their subordinates to track all information related to the Grass Ninja Village. Meanwhile, in the neighboring Land of Rain, atop a tall building within the hidden Rain Village, White Zetsu appeared before Uchiha Bito with news in hand, and said, The Grass Ninja Village has changed hands. The new master is Uchiha Coup. Madara, what do you make of it? Obito narrowed his eyes and replied coolly. Our opponent has made his move. It seems we can't just sit and wait for what's to come. What do you plan to do? White Zetsu asked. Obito let out a cold chuckle. If he thinks he can thwart my plans, he's got more than just me as an enemy. Don't forget, he's a rogue ninja from Konoha now, and neither the Land of Wind nor the Land of Earth, which border Grass, will simply stand by and watch. What do you mean by that? White Zetsu asked, a trace of confusion flickering across his face. Obito gave an order, his tone commanding. Konoha has already sent people to the village hidden in the grass. There's been no movement from Sunagakure or Iwagakure yet, but it's only a matter of time. From now on, keep a close watch on any intelligence from Sunagakure and Iwagakure. The instant anyone sets out for the Grass Village, notify me immediately. White Zetsu paused for a moment, then nodded with a sly grin. Looks like you're stirring up trouble again. Uchiha Bito's voice grew low and grave. Uchiha Sora is my greatest adversary. How could I possibly let things go smoothly for him? He's managed to take down the insignificant Grass Village, but will he be able to stand against Sunagakure and Iwagakure as well? A mischievous chuckle sounded. Heh, Obito, no, Madara, you've grown more cunning than ever. P.S. Although my matchmaking attempt failed, there will still be updates later. My dear readers, could you please click on those reminder ads to spur me on? SCP-343 God, I'm pestered by KNX, Lu Zhu of Qingzhou Island, a gentle breeze along the river. User 40633927. Simply, Zhang Xiaoyin the Bean Noodle Lover, Hanabi's Big Sister, Night Rain, Ian at Pain's 6 Paths Deva Path, 3 Days in Water, Wind 1 Dr. Lin the Huizhou Cuisine Enthusiast, Zhang Yuni the Eggplant Rice Bowl Lover, Lifetime Drunken Dream. The Ways 3000 Gather in Me. Qian Shu the Coconut Chicken Stew Lover, Hongwang Emperor who loves chilled vegetable hearts, Dream Eyes, User 295510009, Wang Dachwaya the Bombastic Assassins, Universal Demon Emperor of the Bombastic Clan, Seven-Faced Jik, Zhuge De Li. How's my profile pic look? Oh, my 10097826. Deaf on a rainy day, blind on a foggy day? North Cat, Song Mingyao the Bean Sprout Lover, Shueshang the Korean Grilled Squid Fan, Zhang Lao, Sen the Crumble Cake Devotee, Gluttonous Carnival, User 10375667, Jiang Lingxiao of Kuching, Slacker, Xiangqin the Salted Kumquat Eater, WJ. That day, Kakashi appeared outside the gates of the Grass Village. Dressed in his signature Umbu attire and wearing the characteristic Umbu mask, he stood silently at the village entrance. It was not long before a figure shot down in a blur, landing before Kakashi. It was none other than the Scorch-Release ninja, Yetsong. A Konoha ninja. State your business. Yetsong drew a kunai, her voice icy cold. A dangerous intent radiated from her, sharp and overpowering. Kakashi ignored this murderous aura, calmly lifting his mask from his face. Narrowing his eyes at Yetsong, he spoke in a deep, steady tone. The reanimation jutsu. Is it? If I'm not mistaken, you must be Yetsong, Sunagakure's hero and master of Scorch Release. I can't believe you've become his puppet. And who might you be? Picking up on Kakashi's unspoken strength, Yetsong replied coolly. I am Kakashi Hatake, Kakashi answered, and I am here to see Uchiha Sora. Kakashi Hatake? And what is your relation to Tsukumo Hatake? Yetsong inquired. He's my father, Kakashi replied. So that's how it is. The son of Konoha's White Fang. Yetsong nodded, then shook her head and said, but our leader isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. In that case, allow me to test your strength. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his sharingan, complete with its three-tomoe. D. Scorch Release, Vaporizing Kill. Yetsong immediately unleashed her Kekiai Genkai. An orb of blazing fire, as bright and intense as the sun, rushed straight toward Kakashi. Earth-style wall. Kakashi instantly performed a hand sign and slammed both hands onto the ground. A stone wall adorned with dog carvings rose up from the earth, blocking the fireball's path. A thunderous crash resounded as the fireball smashed into the wall, instantly etching it with spreading, charred cracks. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly leapt aside, just as the fireball burst through the weakened barrier and detonated where he had just stood. Another thunderous blast. The ground burst open, leaving a pitch-black, smoldering crater in its wake. At the same time, Yetsong raised her hand, summoning more dazzling fireballs to swirl around her. Several of them spun like satellites, circling a blazing sun, orbiting Yetsong in a mesmerizing dance. The intense heat radiating from them made sweat bead on Kakashi's brow, even though he stood at a distance. What a dangerous Kekiai Genkai. If even one of those landed on me, I'd be finished, Kakashi analyzed silently. At that moment, Yetsong let out a cold laugh. With a sweeping motion of her arms, all the fireballs shot straight toward Kakashi. Kakashi formed a quick chain of hand signs, water-style, water dragon bullet technique. He opened his mouth wide, expelling a powerful stream of water that took the form of a roaring dragon, surging straight at the attacking fireballs. The two forces collided with deafening intensity, but the water did nothing to quench the flames. The fireballs blasted into the water dragon, vaporizing immense quantities of water. In a flash, the mighty dragon was completely steam-scorched and vanished in a mist. The air was instantly filled with a heavy pall of swirling fog. Suddenly, a flash of lightning pierced through the mist. Yetsong's expression changed. She realized Kakashi had somehow slipped behind her. With a surge of blue lightning, his Chidori struck fiercely into Yetsong's back. The body of the reanimation jutsu. No matter what, it can never match the reflexes of the living. Yetsong's body stiffened, a gaping, smoldering wound left by Chidori. She sighed, although, even in life, I may never have defeated an opponent like you. You flatter me, senior, Kakashi replied, withdrawing his hand. While Yetsong's body was still recovering, he quickly produced a sealing scroll, intent on sealing her away directly. Just as the scroll unfurled and was about to wrap Yetsong up, a cold flash split the air. In an instant, the scroll was slashed into tatters. A figure appeared at Yetsong's side. Captain Kakashi, Did you think you could seal Yeet's song without asking me first? It was Uchiha Sora who fixed Kakashi with a cool, calm stare. Empty. Kakashi couldn't help but cry out. He put away the sealing scroll, his voice weighed down with gravity, and asked why. Uchiha Sora glanced at him curiously, feigning ignorance with a smile. What do you mean, why? Why did you betray Konoha? Why did you betray everyone? Uchiha Sora chuckled, his tone light and easy. Are you so certain I'm the one who betrayed Konoha? Can you be sure it wasn't the fault of the village's leaders? The fault of Konoha's leaders? Kakashi was astonished. Uchiha Sora looked at Kakashi intently and spoke slowly. You remember the White Fang, don't you? He was condemned by the entire village for failing one mission, and in the end, he was driven to depression and took his own life. Tell me, whose fault was that? Kakashi's body jolted. It was as if something deep within him had been shaken to its core. Indeed, his father's suicide, when he thought about it, was truly Konoha's fault. The fault of the village's leaders for turning a blind eye, which allowed the villagers' accusations to rain down on his father. If only those in power had stepped forward, if only they had spoken up for his father and given him just a little recognition, then maybe he wouldn't have been driven to such despair. Maybe he would not have taken his own life so easily. Uchiha Sora's words seemed to throw open the door to Kakashi's deepest resentments. Just as he felt himself wavering, at the mercy of Sora's words, teetering on the edge of resenting the leadership of Konoha, images of his own sensei, Minato, as well as Obito and Rin, flashed through Kakashi's mind, unbidden. Then, finally, the memory of that familiar bowl cut and a gleaming, toothy grin appeared, like a shaft of sunlight, piercing the darkness, illuminating his heart. Kakashi quickly regained his composure, his tone now solemn and resolute. Sora, maybe you really did suffer some injustice in Konoha. Maybe you even have good reasons for leaving. But the village, no matter what, remains the home that raised us, the place where your clan and your teammates still live. My father may have taken his own life, but his life's belief was always to protect Konoha, to uphold the will of fire handed down from the first Hokage. And you, Uchiha Sora, you've turned your back on that will. You've thrown away the bonds of your friends and comrades. Kakashi's voice grew colder with each word. The person standing before me now is no longer the Uchiha Sora I once knew. Uchiha Sora could only shake his head at that. Kakashi, it looks like your mind is set. You're determined to side with Konoha? Kakashi replied. It's you who insists on standing against the village. So be it. And what then? What will you do? Uchiha Sora shrugged, looking nonchalant as he regarded Kakashi. Surely you didn't come all this way just for a pointless debate with me? Kakashi fell silent, reminded once more that his real mission here was to investigate why Uchiha Sora had taken control of the grass village. All right, Captain Kakashi. In honor of the time you once faced Orochimaru and did your best to protect me, I won't do anything to you. But this will also be the last time I call you Captain. Tell me, are you here at the orders of Konoha's higher-ups, sent to sound me out? Curious about why I've taken control of the Grass Ninja Village, aren't you? Seeing Kakashi fall silent, Uchiha Sora waved his hand and spoke. Hearing Sora's words, Kakashi could only respond with a wry smile. Now I finally understand why Lord Third Hokage puts so much importance on you. There's nothing that escapes your attention. P.S. The author is shocked. The girl from yesterday's blind date just messaged me on her own. I honestly don't understand what's going on. Want to follow how things turn out? Tap for updates and watch some ads. The author will live stream the whole journey, synchronously. Shout-outs to the Eternal Legends. Zhejian Gang, Luo, Chinese Dragon, Wuxing Asterisk needs money, Lu Biao who loves spicy chicken, Third Young Master, Eternal Ancient Physique, Yi Chun, Demon of the Central Palace, Wen Song who loves vegetarian delicacies, Gu Ha, Evil Lord who loves green sheen, User 406333827, Dan Sky of Jade City, Star Dusk, Jean Unk, Diligent Sisyphus, Lee the Messenger, Cold-Faced Liquor, King Age 3, Black Soul Sect who loves Tylon, Gods and Demons, Abba Baba, Wuxiang Dao Sect, Godly Me, Yang Tianhui of Little Putawa Island, Bin Min, Wang Dalong who loves fish-flavored chicken, TNT, User 406333827, Yang Xianwan who likes man-eaters, Zhejian Gang Flame Emperor, M, Want to forget her, UEFGTFC Goo Goo Goo, User 317502232, Mountain Cat of Changle. Mountain Cat of Changle, by Houchin, who loves Little Jew the Mountain Cat. Ning Shun who loves specialty cuisine. Were Konoha's high counselors so worried about? Uchiha Sora actually knows all too well. The Sharingan, Edo Tensei, Flying Thunder God. Each of these would make anyone wary, and yet all this power has converged in a single person, who, moreover, is still so young, almost a child. If he truly grows into his potential, What kind of revolution will he bring to the ninja world in the future? The higher-ups of Konoha have surely considered this. What's more, Uchiha Sora holds far too much sensitive information about Konoha. The village leaders have no choice but to treat him with the utmost caution. Watching Kakashi before him, Uchiha Sora spoke slowly. When you return, tell the third Hokage, Grass Ninja Village is now mine. This place is my territory. All those unequal pacts Grass Ninja, once held with Konoha, are now null and void. In the future, if the Hidden Leaf Village wants to work with me, they'll need to offer conditions impressive enough to move me. Otherwise, don't even bother to negotiate, Uchiha Sora declared. And another thing, tell the third Hokage, if he wants to retrieve those secret ninja arts and techniques from me, including the Book of Seals, he'd better prepare worthy terms for discussion. Hearing these words from Uchiha Sora, Kakashi finally understood. Sora was utterly determined to build his own power, to rule his own domain. He was finished with the Hidden Leaf's inner circle. Very well. I'll relay everything you said to the third Hokage. Kakashi nodded, then left with a complicated look on his face. After Kakashi had gone, Uchiha Sora turned to Yakura, who now stood recovered by his side. Send word to the daimyo of the Land of Grass. Tell him I want to see him, Sora instructed. Yes, Yakura replied with a short nod. That very evening, the daimyo of the Land of Grass hurried to the Grass Ninja Village and granted audience to Uchiha Sora. The relationship between the Land of Grass and the Grass Ninja Village was much like that between the Land of Fire and the Hidden Leaf Village. The daimyo wielded economic authority, while the village held military and administrative power. The village relied on the daimyo's resources to survive, and the daimyo depended on the village's strength for protection. Each had its own role, and a balance of peaceful coexistence was maintained. However, among the smaller nations, a daimyo's powers were actually quite limited. Unlike, say, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who even commanded the elite 12 guardian ninja as personal protectors, the daimyo of the Land of Grass was lucky to have a handful of jonin bodyguards at best. Such strength was no match at all for Uchiha Sora. So, after the upheaval that swept through his village, the daimyo of the Land of Grass had been deeply uneasy, and when meeting Sora, the new leader, he was careful to be gracious and understanding. He pledged his continued support for Sora as the new head of the Grass Ninja Village. And for Uchiha Sora, all that was required from him in return was a gesture of symbolic support for the daimyo's position. With that, the internal issues of the Land of Grass were largely resolved. At the heart of the Grass Ninja Village, inside the leader's residence, Uchiha Sora seated himself at the head of the chamber, with Zabuza standing behind him. Before them, the elite high command of the Grass Ninja Village had assembled. The 6 other reanimated elites were arrayed on either side. This was the very first full assembly called by Uchiha Sora since he had taken command of the Grass Ninja Village. One by one, he issued orders to those gathered before him. Aside from instructing them to maintain the smooth operation of each department within the village, Uchiha Sora had also handpicked a selection of effective ninja arts from the various techniques and secret scrolls taken from the Hidden Leaf, teaching these to a chosen group among them. To the ninja of a small village like Grass, these advanced techniques from the leaf were lofty secrets beyond their wildest dreams. Those who received the ninjutsu rewards were all overjoyed, and they immediately pledged their loyalty, a display that left the other Grass ninjas looking on with a mix of envy and jealousy. Uchiha Sora announced that from now on, anyone who performed well would have a chance to learn those advanced ninjutsu techniques. With this reassurance, the old members of Grass Ninja Village finally found their hearts at ease. After winning over the Grass Ninjas with this reward system, Uchiha Sora decided to establish a vast intelligence network. This, in fact, was his true purpose for taking control of Grass Ninja Village. What he valued was not the strength of these villagers, but their numbers. By harnessing this population, he could form an intelligence and espionage organization to gather information from all corners of the ninja world. Although Uchiha Sora was a transmigrator who knew the storyline inside out, the ninja world was vast and full of unexpected twists. Relying solely on his knowledge of the plot and acting recklessly would surely bring him endless trouble. Thus, setting up an intelligent structure became his immediate priority. Only with accurate intel could he truly seize control of the unfolding situation. Obito Uchiha managed to manipulate the world of shinobi largely thanks to White Zetsu's unparalleled skill in information gathering. The development of an intelligence organization is now the village's top priority. For now, Zabuza will be in charge, Uchiha Sora said. In a while, I'll bring in a professional spy to take over. He recalled Konoha's master spy, the so-called walking shrine maiden, Nono Yakushi. She should still be alive, and it might be possible to recruit her to head his intelligence division. As for everything else, Uchiha Sora kept his words brief, only offering a few broad remarks to encourage the group. With that, the meeting was adjourned and everyone dispersed. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Kakashi had returned to the village and was reporting on the mission to the third Hokage, relaying Uchiha Sora's message as well. Present in the office, in addition to the third Hokage and his two advisors, was Danzo. After hearing Kakashi's report, Danzo slammed his hand on the desk in anger. Uchiha Sora is intolerable. How dare he threaten us with Konoha's secrets? I say we dispatch our best and level his grass ninja village. Drive him out so he has nowhere left to go. Silence, Danzo! The third Hokage fixed him with a glare at this outburst. For the head of Root, you speak with no sense at all. If Uchiha Sora were so easy to deal with, would you and I still be sitting here discussing what to do? Sir Toby, though Danzo's words may have been extreme, his plan isn't without merit. The advisor Kavuyudatane spoke up from beside him. Uchiha Sora has taken over the grass ninja village. He clearly wants to build a power of his own. As long as we don't let his ambition succeed, then at best, he's just an S-class rogue ninja acting alone. Could he really dare to challenge all of Konoha village by himself? But if we give him the chance to establish his own faction, things could become troublesome indeed. Do you think I don't understand these things? The third Hokage let out a sigh at these words. But you also know that, even if we could destroy the grass ninja village he's founded, there's no way we could actually kill him. If we go that far, there would be no turning back. Our relationship with him would be ruined for good, and all the secrets of Konoha village might be sold off to other nations in no time. But now, since he has proposed negotiating terms, it means this matter doesn't need to be settled by force. At last, the third Hokage concluded Uchiha Sora is no longer the same as the Uchiha Sora of Konoha village. We must look at him squarely and treat him as an equal. If not, if we insist on making an enemy of him, we'll only create opportunities for other nations and villages to invade Konoha. P.S. Oh no, I messaged her a little after 9 this morning, and she still hasn't replied. What's going on? She starts work at 10. There's no way she hasn't seen my message by now. Land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, had just received news that the grass country had changed hands. As soon as he heard, he immediately sent an envoy to the grass country. Likewise, the fourth Kazekage, Raza of the Hidden Sand Village in the Land of Wind, sent an envoy to investigate. However, not long after these envoys from both sides entered into the grass country, they abruptly vanished without a trace. The next day, sensing that something was amiss, the third Tsuchikage and fourth Kazekage sent their teams into the Land of Grass once more. This time, they brought with them formidable warriors, each handpicked for their strength. However, they were ambushed by ninja from the Land of Grass. A fierce battle erupted, and in the end, the ninja from the lands of Earth and Wind were forced to retreat, returning to their villages with injuries. Outrageous! What is the Land of Grass playing at? How dare they act so brazenly? Have they thrown all caution to the wind? The fourth Kazekage, Raza, thundered in his office. I've heard that the ninja from the Land of Earth were attacked too, reported the ninja, standing before him. Oh, Raza's brows knitted in concern. This is unusual. Since when does the Land of Grass have the audacity to strike at both of our great villages at once? Exactly. Even if they control Grass Village now, there's no way their strength rivals the 5 great ninja villages. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped at seizing Grass Village alone, the advisor at his side analyzed calmly. To my mind, they must have some scheme in play. We should hold back for now and simply observe how things develop. Continue monitoring information from the Land of Grass. Let's watch and see. Raza nodded in agreement. After all, a whole country, the Land of Rain, lay between the lands of Wind and Grass. The Wind country, relatively speaking, didn't have much to worry about for the moment. Meanwhile, the third Tsuchikage had come to a similar conclusion. But the Land of Earth was not positioned the same way. It shared a direct border with the Land of Grass, and right beyond that lay the Land of Fire. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Land of Earth had suffered defeat at the hands of Konoha, and the third Tsuchikage still bore that bitterness in his heart. Then, news reached him that the Yellow Flash, the fourth Hokage, had perished in the chaos with the 9 tails, and that Konoha had suffered heavy blows. Since then, he'd long been searching for a chance to stir up trouble. Now, the incident in the Land of Grass presented itself as an excellent opportunity for the Land of Earth. Thus, Anoki gave the order to deploy a large force, setting them to secretly infiltrate the Land of Grass with the intention of launching a surprise attack directly on Grass Village headquarters. In his eyes, the Land of Grass was just a small nation. How strong could their ninja really be? This, after all, was merely a battlefield for the great nations. To Anoki, the land of grass was nothing more than a stepping stone. His true objective lay elsewhere. He hoped to use this as a pretext to provoke Konoha. He knew very well that the hidden leaf in the land of fire, just on the other side of grass, would never stand by and let him seize the land of grass. If the land of grass fell to the land of earth, the borders of the land of fire would be exposed to direct threat, a scenario no great power would ever accept. So, from Anoki's perspective, Konoha would have no choice but to respond. Should a conflict then break out between the two sides, Anoki would have the perfect justification to send his forces against Konoha directly. The shifting winds and movements among great nations rarely escape the notice of those who pay close attention. Within the village hidden in the rain, Uchiha Obito listened with a subtle smile as White Zetsu delivered his report, murmuring to himself, "Uchiha Sora, I wonder how you'll deal with this new trouble." "Madara, your plan really has worked," said White Zetsu. "It's just a shame the Land of Wind isn't involved. Otherwise, the entire shinobi world would already be in chaos." "That's only a matter of time," Obito replied. "But we need to start our arrangements ahead of schedule. Let's seize this opportunity to begin gathering the tailed beasts." "What? You want to start the plan now?" White Zetsu was taken aback. "But we still haven't assembled all our core members, and I don't even have complete information on the tailed beasts yet." "That's no longer necessary. With every day Uchiha Sora remains active, he poses a greater threat to my plan. We have to strike at the tailed beast while his attention is divided. And besides, this is the perfect chance to force him to confront us directly." Obito continued, his tone steady and deliberate. "Very well, I'll go and notify Nagato at once." White Zetsu nodded before taking his leave. While Obito busied himself with laying out his designs and pushing forward the tailed beast plan ahead of schedule, word reached the Hidden Leaf as well. The news that Anoki was preparing a covert attack on the Grass Ninja Village. Yet through all of this, Uchiha Sora remained completely unaware. Such was the far-reaching power of intelligence in the great ninja villages. When the third Hokage learned of the Land of Earth's actions, he couldn't help but burst out laughing in his office. "Anoki, this time your scheme is doomed to fail." The third Hokage chuckled quietly to himself. Then he ordered, "Postpone the trip to Grass Ninja Village for negotiations. Send someone to deliver the intel directly to Uchiha Sora." Pausing for a moment, the third called for his secretary. "By the way, has Yugao Yuzuki returned yet?" The secretary nodded. "She got back just 2 days ago. It seems she already knows what's happening at Grass Ninja Village, and she's been quite downcast." "I see. Then have her deliver the intelligence." The third Hokage decided after a moment's thought. "Tell her that after she completes the task, she doesn't need to hurry back for a report." "Yes, Lord Hokage," the secretary answered, then left to carry out the order. The next morning, Yugao Yuzuki arrived in the country of grass, at the Grass Ninja Village. Uchiha Sora was immersed in studying jutsu, but he came out to receive her personally. "Yugao, what brings you here?" Uchiha Sora greeted her with the easy warmth of an old friend, inviting her to sit, dismissing his attendance with a wave, and pouring her a cup of tea. Yugao's expression was somber. Seeing the familiar smile on Sora's face sent a pang through her heart. She tried to mask her feelings, to seem unaffected, but when she opened her mouth, her voice turned cold and accusatory. "Sora, why?" Uchiha Sora's hand paused ever so slightly. Then he smiled and passed the teacup to Yuzuki Yugao. But Yugao didn't take it. Her beautiful eyes, now tinged with red, fixed themselves on him. Uchiha Sora let out a quiet sigh. "Kakashi asked me the same question. The answer I gave him was that it was because of the pressure from the upper echelons. But now, I'm going to tell you the real reason. The stage of Konoha is simply too small. The present-day Hidden Leaf Village has long been corrupted by its narrow-minded leadership. In this decaying village, constraints are everywhere. What I seek is true freedom and genuine strength. Only by leaving Konoha behind can I finally act without the weight on my mind and pursue the things I truly desire. To explore the mysteries of chakra, to walk the path of true power, to become someone unrestrained by anyone. What could possibly be more irresistible than accomplishing those things? P.S. She messaged me back this afternoon. I tried asking her out for grilled skewers tonight, but she turned me down. Sigh. A child who only ever drank beast's milk? Sheer is only 14 years old. Take a look at my profile picture, just my own impressions. Fang Xiaoqi who loves spicy prawns, Li Gang who's crazy about fatty pork intestines, Lord Yin from Holmogen Island, flowers bloom without worries, whisper from the passing wind, user 435366633, Zhang Zian from the Imperial City, user 408979905, Yakui who loves spicy stir-fried chicken, tempered true meaning, In Suchi who's a fan of Eoraptors, SCP-343 God. User 3569702438. Phoenix from Orange Island. Empress GI from the Inner Palace. Clear Breeze. Zhejian Gang. Diaojian. Little Lord from Fontian. Zhejian Gang. Dragon Kinga. Mr. Fox. Wolf of War who loves charcoal grilled beef. Lu Zhu from Qingzhou Island. Lu Weilin. Lu Ji. You'd have to kill me to get me out of bed. Transcendent Swan. South Dipper grants life. North Dipper deals death. Flame-headed. Shafalin Ultraman. 5238. Zhou Mingming who loves honey pastries. Zhejian Gang. Heavenly Emperor Xian. Zhejian Gang's head driver. Sage Zhang from Ava Island. And Lady Go Swordswoman. Yuzuki Yugao listened to Uchiha Sora's words and couldn't help but feel that the person before her was growing ever more distant and unfamiliar. Sora, you're already strong. Strong enough to conquer a small nation, and even the Hokage himself has to tread carefully around you. Why are you still obsessed with pursuing even more power? Yugao truly didn't understand. Seeking strength was natural. Everyone admired strength, but to leave the village and their friends behind for the sake of it, that was something about Sora she simply couldn't accept. Uchiha Sora sighed softly again. Looking into Yugao's reddened, beautiful eyes, he lifted his hand gently, letting it brush across her jade-like cheek. His voice dropped to a gentle murmur. Yugao, it seems you really can't understand me, can you? Yugao's eyes wavered, caught in a struggle. As she looked at Sora's face, so close to hers, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with color. In her heart, it felt as if a voice was calling out to her. Say yes. Say yes. Then the two of you can be together. Forget about the Hidden Leaf Village. Don't go back. Just follow him. Stay by his side forever. But Yugao Yuzuki quickly shook her head, forcing herself to snap back to reality. No, I absolutely cannot let Coup continue down this path. Pursuing power like this will only make him enemies at every turn. I must stop him. I have to bring him back to the leaf. Yet as she gazed at Uchiha Cou's youthful, handsome face, with that unwavering look in his eyes, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. How could she possibly make him change his mind? At that moment, Uchiha Coup drew his hand back, a faint trace of regret on his face. He spoke. Yugao, why don't you get to the point? You're here on a mission from the leaf, aren't you? With a sigh, Yugao Yuzuki took an encrypted scroll from within her clothes and handed it to Uchiha Coup. This is the intelligence scroll the third Hokage asked me to deliver. It contains urgent information you need right now. Hearing this, Uchiha Cou's brow furrowed slightly as he focused his mind, immediately summoning the reincarnated Yakura. It wasn't long before Yakura, having received the message, appeared before Uchiha Coup. Lord Coup, Yakura bowed respectfully to him. Open this scroll and read it for me, Uchiha Coup instructed. Yes, sir, Yakura replied. She took the scroll, then, her curiosity piqued, glanced briefly at Yugao, whose eyes looked slightly reddened. As a woman herself, Yakura immediately sensed there was something special between this purple-haired Konoha Umbu and their leader. However, the leader's private matters were none of her business. Her curiosity lasted only a moment before she diligently carried out Uchiha Cou's order. Yugao Yuzuki glanced at the arriving Yakura. Despite being a reanimated corpse, Yakura's figure was remarkably perfect, which made Yugao knit her brows ever so slightly. Even his resurrected subordinates are such beauties? Coup, what exactly are you thinking? Yugao simmered with discontent, even feeling that Uchiha Cou's sense of propriety had started to slip. It was one thing to toy with the dead, but to go so far as to play around with such stunning deceased women? If Uchiha Coup knew what Yugao was imagining at that moment, he'd probably cough up blood in exasperation and give her a hard flick to the forehead. As her mind wandered, Yakura had already opened the encrypted scroll and finished reading its contents. Her expression turned grave as she addressed Uchiha Coup. Lord Coup, the scroll checks out. It does contain intelligence. According to the report, a military unit from the Land of Earth has crossed the border into Grass Country. It appears they are preparing a surprise assault on our Grass Shinobi village. Uchiha Sora's brows knit slightly as he listened. Because the intelligence agency had yet to be properly established, Grass Ninja Village's original intelligence department was running sluggishly, leaving him almost entirely in the dark about the actions of other factions. That the Land of Earth was plotting a surprise attack against him came as no shock. What truly concerned him was the urgent need to accelerate the establishment of his own intelligence division. Otherwise, he would be at a severe disadvantage whenever trouble arose. This time, Konoha had tipped him off, but what about the next time? While even without this piece of intel, there was no way the Land of Earth could capture Grass Ninja Village. So long as he personally defended it, it would certainly have caused him considerable trouble. Turning these matters over in his mind, Uchiha Sora said to Yuzuki Yugao, The third Hokage intended for me to receive this intelligence in advance. I can roughly grasp his meaning. Go back and tell him that passing along this information this time can count as a bargaining chip for future negotiations. Yugao was momentarily surprised. Negotiations? It seems you're still unaware. There will be a negotiation between Konoha and myself, Sora explained. But nothing is set in stone yet, so it's not surprising you haven't heard. Oh, all right. Still preoccupied with how to bring Sora back to Konoha, Yugao nodded absent-mindedly, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. But almost immediately, she snapped back to attention and shook her head decisively. Sora, I can't go back right now. HM, what's the matter? Don't you need to return and report? Sora asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Yugao replied, if you want me to relay a message, I can send it back with a messenger hawk. But I have to stay here. Little girl, do you really not realize how dangerous it is to remain in Grass Ninja Village right now? At that moment, Yakura, who had been standing nearby, let out a soft, mocking chuckle. Someone as young as you, a newbie from Konoha Zumbu, I'd wager you haven't experienced an S-rank mission yet, right? Staying here, there's every chance you could die at any moment. Is that so? Well, it's precisely because it's dangerous that I choose to stay. Meeting Yakura's gaze, Yugao declared, pronouncing each word clearly. From the very beginning, your leader and I have been comrades. Now that danger's here, I have no reason to abandon my teammate and run away. How admirable, your courage! Yakura shot Yugao a look of amused appreciation, lingering with a knowing glance at Sora, the corners of his mouth curving into a delighted smile. He couldn't help but tease, Leader, I always thought you only had loyal followers like Zabuza. Who knew you'd end up with a little Umbu from Konoha as well? Yakura, that's enough talk, Sora reprimanded her with a glare. My apologies, Leader. I'll get back to the arrangements right away. Yakura replied with a grin, turning on her heel and leaving. Yet even so, due to the effects of the reanimation jutsu binding them, Sora could still sense Yakura's gossipy curiosity lingering in the air. Watching Itsong sway her hips as she left, Yugao turned to Uchiha Sora and said, Sora, forbidden techniques come with serious risks. When you use Edo Tensei, have you considered what might happen if those you resurrect lose control? What would you do then? Besides, how can you truly understand what's in the minds of the dead? Some of them might even turn around and manipulate you, leading you down the wrong path. Hearing this, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but shake his head and laugh softly. He reached out and flicked Yugao gently on the forehead. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yes, every technique has its risks, but those risks are manageable. Even if the resurrected manage to break free from my control, I have ways to seal each and every one of them away again. Anyway, if you decided to stay, then stay. I'll have someone arrange a place for you to stay tonight. P.S. Last night, after some relentless persuasion, the author finally convinced her to let him deliver breakfast this morning. He got up early, bought her breakfast, but she wouldn't even open the door, told him to just leave it outside, no stepping inside. At least she thanked him. Sigh. Nothing more to say. Dear readers, please tap the Urge for More Chapters button, send some free little gifts. Today's an extra chapter day. The author's only comfort is in writing. For all the little bookworms, Bombastic Clan, Boss, User 255047444, UU, Bombastic Clan, Jotaro, Genie, Wander in the World with a Sword, Nickname, Asterisk, Nudva, Wa Bombastic Clan, Deputy Chief Duan Jyoda, SCP-343, God, Janwa, Yun who loves Jamaican coffee, User 10195819, Jiang Shangqing Fengyin, Delua, Continent's Heavenly Way, Moyen, Summer Heat Gently Cools, Throwing Flowers for the Ending, Wan Dugiqi, That Kind Susur, Hui Chan, Old Tang who loves candied ginkgo worried. Joy Grandma who loves garlic chili. Have you experienced it? Maybe. User 284955545. User 10941642. Dao Dragon King who loves rock sugar herbal tea. Ninu Dongcheng Xiaoho. User 321897888. Linghu who loves wasabi banana shrimp. Wulei, Sugwa who likes wildflowers. The gods apologize. Excellent. Luo Jundao who likes blackberries. That night, Yuzuki Yugao took up residence in the Grass Ninja Village. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora set his subordinates to organizing defenses in preparation for a surprise attack from the forces of the Land of Earth. He handed out his flying thunder god, Kanai, to the group, instructing them to bury them at key locations outside the village. Next, he summoned the Grass Ninja Village's elite and gave them their orders. They were tasked with setting up barriers, organizing patrols, evacuating the villagers, and similar preparations. Now all that was left was to quietly await the arrival of the enemy forces from the Land of Earth. His plan was to keep the battlefield outside of the grass ninja village's perimeter, ensuring no foe could break through. To this end, he positioned 6 resurrected shinobi, 4 assigned to the cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north, while the remaining 2 served as mobile reinforcements, patrolling and responding wherever they were needed. Because Uchiha Sora was the caster of the impure world reincarnation, as long as he wished, he could sense at any time what was happening around those resurrected by his technique through the bond between them. Once all the preparations were complete, Uchiha Sora turned in for some rest to conserve his strength. After all, a defensive battle was about to unfold, and it was sure to demand a great deal of energy. This, for him, was both a test and an opportunity for growth. By the time dawn approached, the village alarm finally erupted, piercing the night with its urgent clamor. Sora swung his legs off the bed, sat up, and draped himself in his custom white divine guardian robe. He made sure to secure enough flying thunder god kunai, then stepped outside his door. At that moment, Yugao Yuzuki had also been roused by the alarm. She hurried over and quickly found Sora. "What brings you here?" Sora asked, frowning slightly as he noticed her fitted combat attire that accentuated her graceful figure. Yugao replied, "I'm here to help you. What else would I stay behind for?" Sora couldn't help but give a wry smile. "You really want to fight alongside me? This isn't a game. You'd better stay in the village. Are you looking down on me?" Yugao shot back instantly, her brows furrowed in indignation. "Don't be reckless. The enemy is a unit from a Wagakure, and they're far from weak. Joining the battle will be dangerous for you," Sora cautioned. "Don't forget, I'm a Konoha special jonin." Yugao insisted stubbornly. "Are you saying I'm not even qualified to fight? I know you're not weak. It's just, I worry you'll get hurt," Sora said with a shake of his head. Yugao's body trembled ever so slightly. Sora's words struck directly at her heart's tender core. Her misty eyes lingered on the handsome lines of his profile, and a complex mix of emotions welled up inside her. If only they were still in Konoha, how wonderful that would be. Seeing that Yugao stood her ground, refusing to leave, Sora had no choice but to say, "All right, if you insist on fighting, then stay by my side for now. Let my impure world subordinates go first." Finally, Yugao was satisfied. Outside Kusagakure, in the forest, the entire Wagakure assault force numbered around 1,000 men. They split into 2 groups. One launched a direct assault on the village's main gate, while the other circled to mount a rear attack. Even earlier, the Land of Earth had already mapped out a detailed invasion route, thanks to spies embedded in Kusagakure. According to their plan, they would first make a feint at the main gate to draw Uchiha Sora's attention. Once he was focused on the front, the troops from the rear would slip into the village undetected. Their objective, on one hand, was to seize certain resources and secret techniques within the Grass Ninja Village. But more importantly, their main goal was to use a pincer attack to force Uchiha Sora to submit, or ideally to kill him then and there. Doing so would not only net them the 100 million bounty on his head, but they'd also gain the secrets of the sharingan from him. The third Tsuchikage knew all about Uchiha Sora's identity. He was aware that Sora hailed from the Uchiha clan of the Hidden Leaf, and though he didn't know Sora's exact abilities, the fact remained that Sora was still quite young. In the eyes of the third Tsuchikage, Uchiha Sora certainly possessed some skill, but there was no way he could be outrageously powerful. Leading their team in this operation was none other than the most skilled ninja in a Wagakure after the Tsuchikage himself, the Tsuchikage's own son, Kuratsuchi. A tall, imposing man with a rugged face, Kuratsuchi was famed for his mastery of Earth Release, second only to his father in all of the ninja world, and serving as the very face of Hidden Stone after the Tsuchikage. Now, he was the linchpin of this feint against the Grass Ninja Village. "Everyone, something feels off." Kuratsuchi, accompanied by half of his subordinates, came to a halt in the wooded outskirts of the Grass Village. His brows furrowed deeply as he gazed toward the village and spoke up. "What's wrong, Captain?" Someone beside him asked, confused. "The Grass Village is awfully quiet, too quiet. No matter how stealthy our moves have been, by now their sentries would certainly have noticed us," Kuratsuchi analyzed. His elite comrades quickly realized the situation, their faces lighting with alarm. Could it be the Grass Village planned this on purpose? "This is bad. We could be walking into an ambush," someone suddenly shouted. The words had barely left his lips when explosions erupted all around their forces, shattering the silence. From every direction, Grass Village ninjas who'd been lying in wait suddenly sprang from their hiding places, encircling Kuratsuchi's team in a tightening ring. "Damn it, we've been ambushed after all. Who would have thought these guys would dare lay a trap for us?" An Wagakure ninja cursed furiously. "Stay calm," Kuratsuchi barked. "These riffraff from the Grass Village are not the ones we should truly fear. Even encircled, they're no match for us. What truly concerns me is that our information seems to have been leaked long ago, and the only ones capable of intelligence work like this are the 5 great ninja villages. Let's not forget our other mission here. Kuratsuchi reminded his men. Wait, you think the hidden leaf is behind this? The realization made those around him break out in a cold sweat. Exactly. If the hidden leaf is involved, there's no way they'd sit back and let us attack the grass village. For all we know, those waiting in ambush out here may include many leaf ninja. Damn it, the third Hokage of the leaf really is cunning. Looks like our mission this time just got a lot more complicated. Huang Tu waved his hand dismissively. No matter what, we must complete the mission. Although we've lost the initiative this time, the ninja of Iwagakure are not to be underestimated. Give it everything you've got. With that, Huang Tu was the first to unleash his ninjutsu. He slammed his palm against the ground, and suddenly, a colossal stone golem rose from the earth. Controlled by Huang Tu, this giant, standing as tall as a 3- or 4-story building, let out a thunderous roar and charged straight at the grass ninja. Seeing this, the rest of the Iwagakure ninja quickly launched their own Earth-style techniques. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth-style, Fisher Turning Palm. Earth-style, Rising Earth Spears. Earth-style, Pillar Stone. And on it went. A barrage of Earth-style techniques erupted across the battlefield, relentlessly assaulting the grass ninja. Iwagakure's Earth-style ninjutsu was incredibly formidable. With so many ninja casting their powerful earth techniques in unison, the battlefield was instantly thrown into chaos, as if struck by a sudden earthquake. Dust billowed up, and the fierce sounds of combat soon enveloped the area. P.S. There will be a bonus chapter tonight. The person I'm set up with told me she's off for Children's Day and wants to make plans to go out, but I have to write. What should I do? To the Emperor of the Underworld who loves golden silk shrimp, Yuhy, the outer god Yog-Sothoth, well, never mind. Nameless member of the Sky Blasting Gang, Granny Sue who loves pickled mustard buns, Zhao Jinlong who loves marinated shellfish, Jian Shin of Star Thunder City, user 82270-457, John Rambo from Kangaroo Country, Zhang Yuani who loves eggplant rice bowl, Tian Xiaozi, Bei Yuan Ku, user 583-414-1592, Lianzi who loves mute drums, Zhao Jinlong who loves marinated shellfish, laid-back homebody, tick-tock. Another uncomfortable day, the dashing modern Henin, Bingling who loves hidden horn deer, user 76034546, silly member of the Sky Blasting Gang, never forget national humiliation, long live China, ancient sacred body, Yichun, the tail-devouring snake excitement, the eternal sister headpat, Wu Chongkong of Jade City, be careful and charge. User 4305310, why is it so hard to find a good book? Chrysanthemum Pig, user 108831004. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. At that moment, 3 voices rang out simultaneously. Within the ranks of the reanimated elites, 3 of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen from Kirigakure appeared on the battlefield, and together they performed a mighty waterfall jutsu. Chakra surged forth in torrents. A gigantic waterfall, as if conjured from the void itself, crashed down upon the battlefield, transforming into a tsunami-sized wave that roared forward, sweeping the entire field. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was flooded by the overwhelming rush of water. All those still fighting leapt into the air, desperately evading the raging current beneath their feet. Some, however, weren't quick enough. Swept away by the flood, they disappeared into the chaos, carried off to parts unknown. The entire process lasted for about a minute before the combined Great Waterfall Jutsu of the 3 finally came to a halt. The chakra aura of the trio of reanimated elite ninjas clearly weakened somewhat. Even though the Edo Tensei grants unlimited chakra, it still takes time for that power to recover. However, the time needed is extremely short. In the blink of an eye, their energy surged back to its peak. The Great Waterfall Jutsu that they unleashed had virtually transformed the entire surrounding area into a vast lake. With so much water still covering the battlefield, earth release techniques of the Iwagakure ninjas would be severely restricted, at least for a while. Damn it! Who are those people? How can they cast such a large-scale water release? Some of the Iwagakure ninjas began to panic. Who cares? Kill them! Someone shouted, for retreat was no longer an easy option. The torrent from the Great Waterfall had completely disrupted everyone's formations. Now, friend and foe alike were scattered across the water surface, forced into close combat. Anyone who tried to flee would pay a heavy price. Kitsuchi found himself without any better solutions for the moment. He could only rely on his own formidable strength to try and salvage the situation. Meanwhile, deep in the forest behind Kusagakure village, another unit of Iwagakure ninjas anxiously awaited a signal from their decoy force. But no matter how long they waited, no signal reached them. The elite jonin leading the group frowned and said, "Something must have gone wrong with the decoy team. Sensory ninja, can you detect what's happening over there?" A sensory ninja closed his eyes, focused his chakra, and tried to sense the situation. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open in shock, and he cried out, "The decoy force is in dire straits. They seem to have been ambushed, and just now, I sense an exceptionally powerful chakra signature appear near us." "How powerful, exactly?" the elite jonin demanded. With fear written all over his face, the sensory ninja replied, "That chakra is just as strong, if not stronger, than our own Tsukikage." "What?" The squad leader was visibly alarmed. At that moment, a young man in a white ceremonial robe began to approach them at a deliberate pace. By his side, a man and a woman walked alongside him. An overwhelming aura of chakra radiated from this young man. "Who are you?" The assembled ninjas tensed, and the squad leader barked out a challenge. The newcomer was, of course, Uchiha Sora. He was accompanied solely by Yugogo Yuzuki and Zabuza. As for the other elite reanimations, he had already dispatched them to defend various other locations. For this strike force, his own presence alone would suffice. Although Zabuza and Yugogo Yuzuki had come with him, Uchiha Sora intended for them to play only a supporting role. Hearing the question from the jonin leading the Iwagakure team before him, Uchiha Sora spoke calmly and unhurriedly. "You sent people to attack my territory, and now you ask who I am? Didn't the third Tsukikage brief you on my intel?" "It's you, Uchiha Sora, the one who conquered the village of grass." The leading jonin finally recognized him, his tone now heavy with caution. "You truly have an overwhelming presence." Uchiha Sora gave a faint smile. "Are you ready to face death?" "Oomph, aren't you getting a bit ahead of yourself?" The jonin scoffed, his tone sharp and confrontational. He was accompanied by a force of 300 to 400 men. Among them were at least 30 jonin, with the rest no lower than Chunin. Most were elite, battle-hardened Chunin, many of whom had seen action in the Third Great Ninja War and carried the scars of experience. "So, it seems Iwagakure still doesn't have enough information on me." Uchiha Sora sighed lightly. "I never intended to kill too many people, but since you insist on delivering yourselves to me, I'll simply accept what you offer, your lives." A cold laugh broke from the jonin, one born of both anger and disbelief. With an authoritative wave of his hand, he gave the order for everyone to charge at Uchiha Sora. "You two step back," Uchiha Sora said to Zabuza and Yugao Yuzuki. Zabuza nodded, retreating without hesitation. Yugao wanted to rush forward to help, but Zabuza quickly cautioned her. "I'd advise you not to get in the leader's way. His power is far beyond what you can imagine. Just watch from the sidelines." Yugao was no fool. She knew enough to realize that storming ahead would only be throwing her life away. She still wished to help Uchiha Sora, but now understood this wasn't the time. She sighed, worry coloring her voice. "I really don't understand why he didn't bring more people. This is the main army of Iwagakure. Even if Sora is strong, taking on so many alone is just too much." Zabuza just grinned, saying nothing more, his gaze fixed expectantly on the young, striking figure standing before them. At this moment, faced with the oncoming enemy forces surging like a tidal wave, Uchiha Sora's eyes suddenly turned into the three-tomoe sharingan. He drew the long sword from his waist and charged straight into the mass of enemies. With a single sweep of his blade, a surge of wind chakra burst forth, unleashing a ferocious gale in front of him. The Iwagakure shinobi in his path were sent flying by the force of his cutting wind. Without missing a beat, Sora's silhouette flickered, reappearing instantly before another foe. In a single fluid motion, he landed a hard punch and a kick, sending the enemy sprawling. His sword struck quickly behind him, catching an attacker who tried to sneak up from the rear. With the heightened perceptiveness of his three-tomoe sharingan, Sora truly came alive amidst the chaos. To those watching, he was a blazing presence weaving through the crowd, while enemy ninjas crumpled with hardly a struggle. The battlefield resounded with the echoes of bodies hitting the ground, one after another. In an instant, within 3 feet of Uchiha Sora, not a single enemy dared face him. Suddenly, the jonin leading the enemy squad burst forward, charging straight at Uchiha Sora. Shielded by his teammates, he unleashed a jutsu, transforming one arm into a massive fist of stone, then swung it down with force towards Sora's position. Sora spun around, raising his hand to meet the rock fist. In his palm, a brilliant blue sphere of chakra formed. Rasengan! With a thunderous crash, the stone fist and the Rasengan collided, detonating in a tremendous explosion. Rubble and shards of earth flew in all directions as Sora used the recoil to leap back out of harm's way. Quickly, he formed hand seals, targeting the enemy ninjas ahead. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A torrent of chakra erupted forth, conjuring 3 enormous flaming dragons that surged toward the group from 3 directions. The squad leader's pupils shrank in alarm. He shouted, "Quick, use Earth-style wall." Without wasting a moment, he clapped his hands together, slamming his palms onto the ground. A solid earthen wall roared up from the earth, rising just in time to shield them from one of the flaming dragons. Author's note: I've decided to ignore her for now. The writing comes first. There'll be extra updates tomorrow. Nothing else needs to be said. Devoted work is the only way to repay all my wonderful supporters. Shout out to all beloved readers. User 41205952, Zadishan agree. The Vanished One, Luo Bin, Lu, Shark from Guyong City, Xiao Wu, Old Ancestor Diga Alfu from the Jiayin Gang, wishing Grandpa Yuan Longping a peaceful passing. Xiao Zishuan from Dominica, Use Sora, is gone. User 2823183, Marie Antoinette, Carp Spirit from Tianshaman, Tian Xiaoyao, Memories of Old Friends, Always Happy, Prosperous China, User 3333515919136, Mabihu who loves mixed bean cakes. User 17324609, Lin Banzi of Sunshine Avenue, Chu Gongzi who loves pecker burgers, Old Demon who favors the Lily of the Valley, Yi Sheng, don't make a sound. I'm the brother-in-law. The Earth-style wall rose before the Fire Dragon, but Sora's fire jutsu was far from ordinary. He possessed the triple-tomoe sharingan. Its innate power multiplier was a game-changer. The wall barely withstood the attack for 2 seconds before shattering in a tremendous burst. The Fire Dragon roared on, continuing its blazing rampage. Earth-style, Earth Wall. Earth-style, Earth Wall. Panicked, the surrounding stone ninjas quickly unleashed their own earth walls to block the oncoming flames. It took more than a dozen earth walls conjured in succession to finally subdue and dissipate Sora's 3 roaring fire dragons. Sweat beaded on everyone's foreheads. Far off on the sidelines, Yuzuki Yugao was equally astounded. She'd always known Uchiha Sora was strong, but she had never seen him go all out. Just witnessing the might of this single fire jutsu left her completely speechless. The power of this fire-style jutsu was simply beyond her wildest imagination. What an incredibly strong fire-style jutsu. The Jonin leading the squad couldn't help but murmur when he saw this scene. Taijutsu, Kenjutsu, and Ninjutsu. He's mastered each to perfection, and with the Sharingan, his Jinjutsu must be formidable as well. This is truly troublesome. At this moment, he had yet to realize that Uchiha Sora's earlier barrage of attacks was nothing more than a warm-up. After unleashing the fire style, Uchiha Sora created 4 shadow clones. With the real Sora and his 4 clones weaving hand signs all at once, 5 different elemental jutsu burst forth together. Wind style, earth style, water style, fire style, lightning style. 5 elements, grand barrage. 5 torrents of different chakra natures surged forward in unison. This was a jutsu Uchiha Sora had quickly mastered on his own after gaining access to Konoha's ninjutsu archives, thanks to his rare ability to wield all elemental chakra natures. Damn it. No, everyone, get out of the way. The Jonin leader's face changed drastically as he shouted in alarm. The combined might of all 5 elemental jutsu was far from a simple matter of adding them together. The resulting devastation was exponentially greater. The Iwagakure shinobi present understood this all too well. Seeing the incoming attack, they scrambled desperately to dodge. But the jutsu's range was immense, washing across half the battlefield. Many Iwagakure ninja simply couldn't escape in time, swept up and crushed mercilessly by the elemental onslaught. Some, realizing there was no way to evade, hastily tried to defend themselves with personal jutsu. Yet against the 5 elements grand barrage, those defenses fell apart instantly, their lives obliterated in a matter of moments. When the storm of ninjutsu subsided, Uchiha Sora's 4 clones remained intact. They scattered in all directions, each charging straight into the panicked enemy ranks. Only now did the battered Iwagakure shinobi begin to process what had happened. Seeing the gruesome fate of their comrades, their eyes blazed red with fury as they glared at Uchiha Sora. Spotting Sora's clones, they launched lethal attacks at them in a frenzy. But just as they rushed forward, ready to destroy the shadow clones, the 4 Sora clones suddenly flung a rain of exploding tags all around. Exploding tags. Everyone, be careful, someone shouted, and they hurriedly retreated once more. However, these are no ordinary exploding tags. Thinking themselves well acquainted with the explosive force of such tags, many a Wagakure shinobi dodged only slightly, confident that the distance was more than enough. After all, Earth-style ninja, known for their solid defense, had little to worry about from a mere blast. Yet the instant the tags detonated, every face on the battlefield twisted in shock and horror. Standing far away, Uchiha Sora formed a single-handed seal and gently uttered one word: detonate. Forbidden jutsu, multiplying explosive tags. Those tags, considered limited in power by the Iwagakure shinobi, each erupted, and just as the dust cleared, erupted again in a second, terrifying wave. Immediately after, a cascade of explosive tags continued to detonate, one after another. Explosions following explosions, relentless and unyielding. The immense force from these blasts converged in a single direction, unleashing a devastating shockwave that surged forward like an unending tidal wave. Those Iwagakure shinobi who were too close scrambled to put up their defenses, but under the onslaught of successive explosions, their barriers were shattered in an instant by the overwhelming power and concussive force. Cries of agony rang out from the ninja caught in the blast, and those nearby didn't dare rush in to help, not even for a moment. No one was brave enough to approach the epicenter of that relentless barrage. What a perilous technique, using explosive tags to summon more and more, creating a ceaseless chain reaction. One misstep, and he could get caught up in it himself. No wonder it's a forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage. He's even using shadow clones to coordinate it. That's incredible, Yugao exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. She had always thought she understood Uchiha Sora, but at this moment, she couldn't help but question whether she truly knew him at all. Standing beside her, Zabuza murmured thoughtfully, "That's just a fraction of the forbidden techniques our leader has mastered." As the two marveled at the devastation, the roar of explosions began to fade. The relentless barrage of elemental blasts and compounded explosive tags had instantly reduced the force of 300 to 400 Iwagakure ninja by half. Though the 100 to 200 left were all battle-hardened elites, every single one of them was now filled with dread. Many were already thinking of fleeing the battlefield. But Uchiha Sora had no intention of letting them escape unscathed. He spread his arms wide, gripping a handful of flying Thunder God kunai in each hand. With a powerful motion, he hurled the kunai, scattering them across every corner of the battlefield. What's he doing? Why is his aim with those kunai so wild? The Iwagakure ninja, watching his movements, were baffled. None of the kunai struck any of them. It was as if they'd been thrown at random, their metal gleam littering the battlefield in chaos. All at once, a seasoned elite who'd fought in the Third Shinobi World War caught sight of the strange markings etched into one of the kunai at his feet. Oh no! A chill ran down his spine as a dreadful realization dawned on him. Could it be? In a heartbeat, a white blur flashed past, and the words the elite meant to shout stuck in his throat. Uchiha Sora appeared before him in utter silence. His long sword swept across the man's neck, cutting him down in an instant. It was the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, countless white figures flickered across the battlefield, as if he'd unleashed a storm of shadow clones, each flash stealing away another life. "It's the Flying Thunder God technique," cried the Jonin, leading the enemy, terror in his voice. "Everyone, get away from those kunai now." But his warnings still came too late. For even as he spoke, Uchiha Sora had already flickered through the battlefield over 100 times, cutting down all those who failed to react in time under his sword. Only when the remaining shinobi realized what was happening and hastily leapt away from the Flying Thunder God kunai, distancing themselves from the danger, did Uchiha Sora finally halt his relentless hunt. At that moment, the ground was littered with corpses and rivers of blood ran through the field. The surviving Iwagakure ninja stared at the bodies of their fallen comrades strewn across the dirt, then looked up in dread at the distant figure in white, standing there like a harbinger of death. Terror welled up within them, threatening to swallow their minds like a bottomless abyss. "I am your stinky treasure, Dark Flash, Chinyu Dreams of Sorrow, Wanwan Sheen, MS Mobile Team, SCP. 343 God, Sky Shattering Gang, Bayuz, I am named Roronoa Zoro, Innocent Scar, Meow, Tawa who likes tall bamboo. User 289892994, User 2154641, creating something out of nothing. User 140256660, User 875588484. Iwon Joe, I only have 50 yuan. Hao Xian who loves cold lotus root. Jun Bujian, descended from the heavens, all is well. Wu Dan, who likes crested ibises, Zhuang Qiji, who likes four-season oranges, blue space, Xian Jiwan, who loves fried almond balls, user 365442252, Sky Shattering Gang, Sister by 2, Scar Trace, Tang Rin, who loves braised broad beans, Drunken and Restless Encounter, user 101995110, Andu and Shimura, will never get up if beaten, Heartborn with 7 faces, Silence, September Snow. Gazing at the scene now transformed into a living hell, many among the few dozen remaining elite Iwagakure shinobi could no longer resist. The weak-willed dropped to their knees, their will to resist utterly crushed. This must be a joke. Why? Why is this happening? The Jonin leading the squad was gripped by a profound sense of helplessness. They had all come here to attack Grass Village. So how had the tide of battle turned into this nightmare in an instant? You demon! Someone, voice trembling with fear, cried out in terror towards Uchiha Sora. In the blink of an eye, a force of 300 or 400 had been whittled down to just a few dozen. Such odds! This was nothing short of wholesale slaughter. It was as if, in his hands, life itself was as fragile as an ant, snuffed out with reckless ease. A flicker of pity passed through Uchiha Sora's eyes as he spoke to the survivors, his tone calm. Slaughter was never my intention. Before you launch your attack, you should have been prepared to die. If you seek blame, lay it upon your own weakness. No sooner had the words left his lips than he dove back into the terrified huddle. As for the remaining Iwagakure ninja, though they were the elite of the elite, fear of Uchiha Sora gnawed at their hearts, leaving their resistance feeble and sporadic. Mere minutes later, not a single one remained alive beneath Uchiha Sora's blade. Even the elite Jonin leading the team was no exception. Once every single Iwagakure ninja at the scene had been slain, Uchiha Sora gave a casual shake to his blood-stained longsword and turned his gaze towards Zabuza and Yugao Yuzuki. "Leader," Zabuza called out, his voice trembling with excitement. Sora, in Yugao Yuzuki's eyes, shock mingled with worry that could not be hidden. As an Umbu, she had inevitably borne witness to much bloodshed, yet never before had she seen a lone person wipe out 300 or 400 lives single-handedly. At this moment, what would be going through Sora's mind? Would he lose himself amidst such slaughter? Let's head to the next battlefield. Uchiha Sora spoke at last. To him, slaughtering these Iwagakure ninjas was merely a calculated step, another detail within his plan. Perhaps there was room in his heart for pity, but regret was simply not possible. Because this was war. As someone who had crossed worlds to reach this one, he had long since cast aside any innocent illusions. With a faint whoosh, Sora vanished on the spot, activating his body flicker technique. Zabuza and Yugao hurried to follow in his wake. Meanwhile, at the main gates of Kusagakure, the floodwaters were receding. Both the Kusagakure shinobi and the Iwagakure forces had suffered casualties on either side. Now, the count of Edo Tensei elite had risen to 6, and all 6 were converging on Captain Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi, true to her heritage as the 3rd Tsuchikage's daughter and in the prime of her strength, proved to be far more formidable than the 6 Edo Tensei had anticipated. This guy's a real handful. Even with the 6 of us, we still can't bring him down. Unless we join forces with the leader, I doubt we'll ever manage to kill him, grumbled the explosion release user Carry, whose body was still piecing itself together after being blasted apart with a single punch. Well, he is Kuratsuchi of Iwagakure, after all. Come to think of it, he's from my generation, too, sighed Yukura, the scorch release user, in a rare moment of admiration. Now that the water had drained away, one after another, the earth release techniques in Kuratsuchi's hands turned the mundane into the miraculous, leaving the 6 Edo Tensei hopelessly on the defense. Damn it, if my power as an Edo Tensei weren't incomplete, there's no way I wouldn't be able to kill him, complained one of the Edo Tensei 7 ninja swordsmen. Ah, if you weren't Edo Tensei, you'd be dead several times over by now, quipped another among the 7 swordsmen. Yet as the 6 Edo Tensei grumbled over the impasse, their adversary Kuratsuchi wore a troubled frown as well. For up to this point, they had not managed to breach the main gates of Kusagakure, continually bogged down here, unable to execute a proper feint attack. Consequently, the units poised to strike Kusagakure from the rear would never dare launch their offensive lightly. The entire plan to invade Kusagakure had failed. Now, all that remained was to consider how to extract themselves from this mission with as little loss as possible. As the captain of the entire unit, although Huang too appeared tall and burly, with the look of someone who relied more on strength than wits, his mind was in fact extremely meticulous. Whenever a situation proved untenable, he was always quick to consider ways to retreat. The group of grass ninjas before him was of little concern. As for the 6 reanimated warriors, though troublesome, they weren't entirely insurmountable foes. yet a lingering sense of unease gnawed at Huang Tu. Up to this point, the person capable of overtaking Grass Ninja Village and controlling the reanimation jutsu had yet to reveal themselves. All he knew about this mysterious figure was what had reached him before arriving. It was Uchiha Sora, infamous enough to warrant 100 million Ryo bounty from the Hidden Leaf Village. Beyond that, intelligence was scarce. He had assumed that the main complications in this mission would come from covert interference by Konoha. But to his surprise, from the beginning to the present, the principal opposition consisted solely of those defending Grass Ninja Village. It seemed Konoha hadn't taken part, or perhaps they had, but certainly not as the main force. What was the Hidden Leaf Village really planning? Were they truly unafraid that the Land of Earth might seize the Land of Grass territory? Deep in thought, Huang Tu was pondering these questions when, at last, Uchiha Sora arrived on the battlefield. A flying thunder god, Kunai, whistled down from above, landing on the ground between the 6 reanimated warriors and Huang Tu. In a flash, Uchiha Sora appeared, draped in a white ceremonial robe, as if stepping from the shadows. Chief! Upon seeing Uchiha Sora join the fight, the 6 reanimated warriors halted their advance at once, calling out urgently. Huang Tu ceased weaving his jutsu and signaled for his men to hold their attacks. The two sides reformed their ranks, standing off against each other once more. Zabuza and Yugugo Yuzuki appeared swiftly at Uchiha Sora's side. When Huang Tu noticed the forehead protector of Konoha on Yugugo Yuzuki, his eyes narrowed. Inwardly, he thought, so it's as I suspected. Konoha has already intervened. Perhaps the intelligence behind our ambush had reached them first, and they passed it on to Grass Ninja Village. But then his gaze fell upon Uchiha Sora, who looked astonishingly young. Huang Tu's heart gave a start as he sensed the deadly aura and the scent of blood radiating from Uchiha Sora. You certainly took your time. I've already finished up over there, you know, Uchiha Sora said lightly to the 6 reanimated warriors behind him. Ashamed, yet amazed at their leader's speed, the 6 reanimated warriors lowered their heads, truly worthy of being called their chief. Yet, as Huang Tu processed Uchiha Sora's words, he caught a deeper meaning and his expression changed. Uchiha Sora, what do you mean by that? What's already resolved? He was further taken aback by Uchiha Sora's youth. Though Huang Tu had seen photographs, they hadn't prepared him for the immediate, visceral impact of facing this young man in person. Oh, Mr. Yellow Earth from the Hidden Stone Village, I mean the other assault team you sent. All of them have been wiped out by me already. At that moment, a faintly meaningful smile appeared on Uchiha Sora's lips as he spoke. What did you just say? Yellow Earth thought he'd misheard, so he asked again. Uchiha Sora responded with a calm smile. If you don't want to be wiped out as well, I suggest you retreat while you still can. This time, Yellow Earth caught the implication in Sora's words. His pupils shrank abruptly as he shouted, Are you kidding me? Don't try to bluff. If you think I'm bluffing, you can have your sensory ninja check for themselves. Uchiha Sora didn't even need to remind him. One of the sensory-type ninjas beside Yellow Earth was already scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he reported, Captain, I can't sense Master Thick Earth's chakra anymore. I can't sense anyone else from the unit, either. The Master Thick Earth he referred to was, of course, the elite Jonin who led that 300 to 400 man force. When Yellow Earth heard this, he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Uchiha Sora. You bastard! You really killed so many of my comrades and subordinates. What's the matter? Did you think this was just a ninja game, Mr. Yellow Earth? Since you came to attack my territory, you should have been prepared to die. Uchiha Sora replied coldly. Yellow Earth gave a furious snort. He realized his composure had slipped. He had actually allowed the words of a mere child to provoke him. Regaining his composure, Yellow Earth raised his voice and declared, Uchiha Sora, the Hidden Stone Village will make you pay for this. With that, Yellow Earth formed hand seals and then slammed his palms forcefully onto the ground. Earth-style, mountain soil technique. A tremendous rumble shook the ground as Yellow Earth's chakra surged forth, rushing across the earth in all directions. In the next instant, 2 massive, semicircular mountains erupted around Uchiha Sora and the others. These 2 enormous, semicircular mountains encircled most of those present, snapping shut like a pair of jaws to crush everything in between. The range of this mountain soil technique was enormous. The earth all around was split open, trees were uprooted, and many of the grass ninjas stared in shock and panic at the looming shadows of the mountains, unsure of what to do. Even Zabuza and the 6 reanimated ninja could not hide their astonishment. This jutsu, its range is too wide. There's no way to dodge it. A chill of dread swept over everyone present as the danger became clear in an instant. It was clear this was a technique meant to finish them all in one blow. standing beside Sora. Yugogo Yuzuki's face turned pale with terror. Sora. As the two mountains rumbled together, ready to crush everything in their path, Yugogo Yuzuki's face was anxious as she called out to Uchiha Sora. At this moment, she was not overwhelmed by despair, even though she herself was in grave danger. Instead, her heart brimmed with worry for Uchiha Sora. This ninjutsu, as expected of a technique powerful enough to stand against the Ten Tails. As the massive jutsu surged toward him and his subordinates, seemingly threatening to engulf everyone present, Uchiha Sora murmured softly to himself, his words lost to the wind. In the next instant, the tomoe patterns in his eyes whirled and abruptly transformed, forming a six-pointed star array. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Divine realm of heaven. Empty severance barrier. A deep, resonant hum rose and fell in the air. A torrent of formidable ocular power erupted from him. In a heartbeat, shimmering, invisible barriers materialized to the left, to the right, and above the gathered group. The two colossal earthen mountains thundered towards them, smashing into the transparent shield. In an instant, it was as if the force of nature was halted by invisible crystal. Unyielding rock and earth compressed and warped against the barrier. But the shield itself did not so much as quiver. Under the crushing weight of those titanic mountains, a power so overwhelming even a tailed beast could not withstand it, this spatial wall held, undisturbed and absolute. The mountains tried to close in further, and the ground was filled with a relentless cacophony of cracking stone, echoing like the anguished roars of a primordial beast gnawing on a chunk of unbreakable bone. Shockwaves of immense force rolled outwards, making the entire earth tremble. Inoki's son, Kitsuchi, wielded power with awe-inspiring mastery in this moment. With a sudden, explosive crash, he raised both arms and furrowed his brow in consternation. The twin mountain halves shattered apart, collapsing like a ferocious beast who had fractured its own fangs, slumping away into an avalanche of rubble. Emerging from the debris, Uchiha Sora's figure appeared. Alongside him, Zabuza, Yugao Yuzuki, the 6 Edo Tensei, and every Kusagakure ninja under the protection of the barrier, stood safe and sound, revealed before the astonished Iwagakure shinobi. With Mangekyo eyes glinting, Uchiha Sora turned to Kitsuchi and spoke calmly, as expected from a son of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Your chakra is formidable indeed. In fact, after witnessing the might of Kitsuchi's earth style, mountain jutsu, Uchiha Sora felt a rush of gratitude for his Mangekyo-esque spatial defense power. No matter how intense the assault, as long as space remained unbroken, no attack could reach them. If not for this ability, he would have barely managed to save a few companions nearby with Flying Thunder God. But those Kusagakure subordinates at a distance would have stood no chance of survival. Uchiha Sora, seeing him, and all those under his protection, unharmed, Kitsuchi's face contorted in disbelief. You not only blocked my ninjutsu, but protected everyone as well? Just what kind of technique is that? He gazed into Uchiha Sora's eyes, seeing that intricate, six-pointed Mangekyo pattern within them, and a suspicion emerged in his mind. Was this the power of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo? Truly troublesome. At that moment, Uchiha Sora seized the opportunity and charged toward Huang Tu, his longsword aglow with a bolt of lightning. Lightning style overpowers earth style. With the stimulation of lightning chakra, Uchiha Sora's speed increased to an astonishing level. Lightweight boulder jutsu. Realizing the danger, Huang Tu hastily cast a technique on himself, reducing his own weight and greatly boosting his agility. As the lightning blade sliced toward him, Huang Tu deftly dodged, his movements agile and light as a feather. Rock fist. Without missing a beat, Huang Tu's arm transformed into a massive stone column. Fist clenched tight as he swung it in a heavy arc toward Uchiha Sora. In the blink of an eye, just as the stone fist was about to strike, Uchiha Sora's body vanished from beneath it in a heartbeat. The next instant, he reappeared exactly at the spot he had marked with his kunai previously. The Flying Thunder God technique. Missing his target, Huang Tu suddenly realized the figure before him had disappeared. Looking up again, he saw Uchiha Sora already standing dozens of meters away. That kind of body flicker technique? Huang Tu's sharp eyes caught the special kunai stabbed into the ground at Sora's feet, and his face turned dramatically serious. Recalling how Uchiha Sora had appeared as if out of thin air at the start of this battle, Huang Tu was struck by an ominous realization. The Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage. Having once fought in the 3rd Great Ninja War, Huang Tu instantly thought of the man whose golden flash had decimated the Iwagakure forces. P.S. I ignored her for a whole day, and she just messaged me. Women, always so much trouble. Zai bye bye bye. core disciple of Bombing Sky sect. Jiang, if embarrassed, loves spicy shredded chicken, reminiscing old times. Xuanya Chinquan, Lord by who enjoys seaweed and meat buns. Level 99 laidback Ye Sakura, Joseph Delasane. User 101-11799, Bombing Sky sect, self-destruct. User 38083309, SCP-343 God. User 81327895, Woofing who loves Shinching dried plums. User 38083309, Jiujia. Woofing who loves Shinching dried plums. User 70885991, Fan Chong who enjoys Songyang tea. Heartbreak after confession. Bombing Sky sect. Zhushang Qian. User 105458786, Chusher Yuan who loves glutinous rice cakes. Sora who loves saucy pork trotters, Mr. Dong. User 2299781, Yu. Xiong is gone. User 366755759. A flood of memories washed over Huang Tu. He could not help but remember the terror that gripped Iwagakure's forces during the Third Great Ninja War, when they were dominated by that yellow flash. And now, standing before him, Uchiha Sora had also mastered that terrifying teleportation technique. But that was not all. Uchiha Sora not only possessed the legendary abilities of the Yellow Flash, but he also wielded the fearsome Mangekyo sharingan, eyes as dreadful as those spoken by his father, the very eyes that belonged to Uchiha Madara from the first Hokage's era. With these revelations, an urge to retreat began to well up in Kuratsuchi's heart. He discreetly signaled his subordinates, instructing them to prepare for withdrawal. Meanwhile, he continued to unleash jutsu after jutsu, launching fierce attacks at Uchiha Sora. He was determined to cover his comrades and subordinates as they made their escape. Uchiha Sora saw through Kuratsuchi's intention, a cold, subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips. He sent mental commands to the six reanimated, ordering them to hunt down the Iwagakure forces attempting to withdraw, and then instructed the Kusagakure ninjas under his command to coordinate with the six reanimated's pursuit. Under the relentless onslaught of the six reanimated, the Iwagakure ninjas who tried to flee suffered devastating casualties. Damn it, Uchiha Sora has pinned me down. I can't spare a moment to restrain any of those six reanimated monsters. Hang in there, everyone. Kuratsuchi's heart raced with anxiety as he witnessed the carnage. Yet, as time stretched on, his anxiety twisted into dread. For he realized that though he tried to tie down Uchiha Sora, his foe kept vanishing and reappearing in bursts of blinding speed. Each time, Sora would materialize beside one of Kuratsuchi's reanimated subordinates, instantly cutting down his elite ninja one after another. All hope of holding back the six reanimated, of allowing at least some to escape, was dashed to pieces. Kuratsuchi watched, eyes wide with helpless rage, but there was nothing he could do. Every time he tried to free himself to aid his men, Uchiha Sora would flicker back, pressing the attack relentlessly. The Flying Thunder God technique was simply overwhelming. That impossible, instant speed granted Sora a terrifying control over the battlefield, forcing Kuratsuchi to truly understand what it meant to be dominated by fear. In no time at all, the 600 or 700 men he commanded were whittled down to barely 100 under the massacre of the six reanimated. Then, as Sora appeared and disappeared like a phantom, their numbers dwindled even further. At last, only a mere handful, just over a dozen, remained, gasping for breath as they huddled around Kuratsuchi once more. Despair and agony etched themselves across their faces. Lord Kuratsuchi, there's no escape. We can't get away. I don't even want to run anymore, one Jonin-ranked Iwagakure ninja said with utter defeat. They're all dead, every last one of us. He's not a man, he's a demon. No, he's death itself. He's the Grim Reaper. Another stammered, terror fraying the last threads of his sanity. Yes, Lord Kuratsuchi, you have to go. If anyone can make it back to the village, it's you. Let's stay behind. We'll cover your retreat this time. Yes, Lord Yellow Earth, you are the hope of the village. For the sake of the third Tsuchikage, you must survive no matter what. Listening to the words of his subordinates, Yellow Earth, who had endured the crucible of the Third Great Ninja War and earned his stripes on countless battlefields, could not help but feel a wave of bitterness welling inside him. Yet at this critical moment, he could not afford further sentimentality. With measured resolve, he uttered several words, "Cover me. We retreat." As Yellow Earth spoke these words, it was as if the act cost him every last ounce of his strength. He knew all too well that by giving this order, he was effectively signing the death warrant for the handful of men at his side. For to halt Uchiha Sora's relentless pursuit, there was no other way but to use his comrades' lives as a barricade. And so, Yellow Earth immediately shifted tactics. No longer launching fierce assaults, he fell back under the desperate cover of his loyal, remaining elite. Uchiha Sora, of course, saw right through Yellow Earth's strategy. Calm and unwavering, he casually countered every jutsu, all the while instructing his squad of Edo Tensei undead to finish off Yellow Earth's shielding comrades. It didn't take long. Under the assault of the 6 revived elites, those brave souls covering Yellow Earth fell one after another. By then, Yellow Earth had already fled for dozens of kilometers, with only Uchiha Sora in relentless, solitary pursuit. Suddenly, the air split, and Uchiha Sora's figure materialized right beside Yellow Earth. Startled, Yellow Earth reacted instinctively, swinging a fist at his enemy before he could even summon a jutsu. Uchiha Sora easily caught Yellow Earth's punch. While Yellow Earth was gasping for breath, Uchiha Sora remained collected, his expression as calm as still water. "Mr. Yellow Earth, I mark you with my Flying Thunder God seal long ago," Uchiha Sora said quietly, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. "What? When did that happen?" Yellow Earth exclaimed, shocked. He hadn't sensed a thing. If that was true, Sora could have teleported to him at any moment for a decisive strike. Yet Sora had chosen to chase him at a steady pace, allowing his final, devoted comrades to lay down their lives for a man who needed no protection at all. "In the course of our battle, I had countless opportunities to place the seal upon you. You never had a chance of victory," Uchiha Sora replied, coldly. "So that's how it is? It seems I underestimated the Flying Thunder God technique," Yellow Earth said, his face drained of all hope. He understood. He might still have some fight left in him, but as long as he was marked, his death was only a matter of time. He might survive one sneak attack, perhaps even fend off 2, but could anyone defend against 10 or 100? At that moment, Uchiha Sora spoke in a calm voice. "Mr. Akatsuki, this time I will spare your life. Go back and deliver a message to your father for me. All the Iwagakure ninja who died here consider their deaths the price for provoking me. And if he doesn't want to lose his son in the future, he's welcome to bring more people and try again himself." With those words, Uchiha Sora withdrew his hand, making no further move to attack Akatsuki. Akatsuki stood there, stunned, a flood of complex emotions welling up inside him. He had never imagined that he would suffer such a total defeat at the hands of someone so young, a junior by every measure. In the end, it was the other party who actively chose to spare his life. As for those subordinates who had sacrificed themselves to cover his retreat, their lives now seemed to have lost all meaning. "So, you never intended to kill me to begin with? Was everything you did merely to slaughter my subordinates?" Akatsuki asked bitterly. He had once believed his own strength was more than enough to roam free across the world of ninja, unfazed even in the face of any village's Kage. Yet Uchiha Sora had taught him a profound lesson. When had his own life become something the other regarded as a possession, to be taken at any moment? Looking at the extraordinarily young figure before him, a chill crept into Akatsuki's heart. He drew in a deep breath, then turned and sprinted toward the land of Earth. Uchiha Sora remained where he was, watching Akatsuki's battered form flee into the distance, his expression as calm as ever. This time, Uchiha Sora had spared Akatsuki for 2 reasons. First, he had already marked Akatsuki with the Flying Thunder God seal. Akatsuki's life could be taken at any time. Second, he meant to send a warning and a threat to Inoki, Akatsuki's father, forcing him to weigh his moves carefully. If he had killed Akatsuki outright, the third Tsuchikage Inoki, Akatsuki's father, would surely lose all sense and attack the grass shinobi village without restraint. Sora knew Inoki's strength well. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique giving him an escape route, the village itself might not survive. Because if a great nation decided to wage total war, there was no way a small country could stand against it. So, sparing Akatsuki was a way to hold onto a final line of defense. After all, his true enemies were not the great ninja villages. There was no need to fight to the death with them. Just then, the 6 reanimated chased after him. "Chief, why aren't we pursuing him? With your strength, even if you couldn't kill Akatsuki, you could certainly teach him an unforgettable lesson, right?" One of the elite reanimated, appearing with the others around Sora and watching the distant figure of Akatsuki, voiced the question on everyone's mind. A moment ago, Sora had been as merciless as the god of death. Now, it seemed as if he had intentionally let his prey escape. Uchiha Sora glanced at those around him and said calmly, "The opponent is the son of Inoki, the third Tsuchikage. While I'm not afraid of Inoki himself, I have become the leader of the Grass Ninja Village now. If I were to kill or destroy his son, I fear that the land of Earth would launch endless reprisals against us." "You're absolutely right, Chief. We're still in a phase of growth. Recklessness would only bring disaster. Zabuza agreed as he and Yugugo Yuzuki approached Sora's side. The 6 revived shinobi were not foolish. Having once been the elite of their respective villages, they immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, by taking this approach, Chief not only intimidates the great nations, but also avoids provoking them to the point of irrational retaliation. Yujito ni nodded in agreement. As everyone looked at Uchiha Sora, their expressions subtly changed. If, up until now, they had submitted to Sora purely out of respect for his overwhelming strength and potential, then at this moment, it was his intellect and prudence that truly earned their deep admiration. All right, head to the back of the mountain and take care of those bodies, Sora commanded, waving a hand. Yes, the group acknowledged the order and left to carry out his instructions. Yugugo, you don't need to go, Sora said, noticing that Yugugo was about to unquestioningly follow his command. He reached out and gently stopped her. Oh, Yugugo's cheeks flushed as Sora held her hand, her heart skipping a beat in that brief instant. Walk with me for a while, Sora said. He soon released her hand, then leaped down from the tree, landing lightly on the ground and heading toward the grass ninja village at an unhurried pace. It was already the early hours before dawn. In the east, the sky showed the faintest wash of pale light, while scattered stars still glimmered overhead. Uchiha Sora, having just endured a hard-fought battle, certainly felt the exertion, yet thanks to his sage body, he was far from exhausted. As he walked, he raised his gaze to the deep night sky, a faint look of contentment appearing on his face. After a battle like that, to be able simply to walk beneath the stars in freedom and peace, perhaps that was the true reason why he had always longed for strength. Peace and war. These were the eternal themes of this world. Only overwhelming power could ever grant him the freedom to live as he desired, whenever and wherever he pleased. Walking quietly at his side, Yugugo Yuzuki looked at Sora, her mind replaying all she had witnessed that night. She had seen with her own eyes both Sora's ruthless might and, now, his quiet serenity. It left her deeply bewildered, which was the real him. The two of them wandered silently under the starry sky, neither saying a word. We're home. As the sun finally rose, casting the first rays of dawn, the pair arrived at the gates of the village. Sora spoke softly, almost with a touch of wonder. Yes, we're finally back. Yugao, who had been silent the whole way, looked at the warm sunlight streaming from the east, and a radiant smile appeared on her face. This was a scene she often experienced with Uchiha Sora, whenever the two of them returned to the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village after completing a mission, a moment of heartfelt relief. At that very instant, all the doubts she'd harbored about Uchiha Sora seemed to melt away in the sunlight. Yes, no matter what, the bond between her and Uchiha Sora had not faded, even though they now stood on opposing sides. And that alone was enough. Sora, I'll probably have to leave the village for a while. You should head back to Konoha soon as well. At this moment, Uchiha Sora spoke up. Huh, aren't you waiting for the Hokage to come and negotiate? Yugao asked, a little puzzled. Don't forget, I have the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if I'm away, I can return at any moment. Sora smiled. But if you stay here, I won't be able to keep you company like before. All right, I guess it's better if I head back early then. After a moment's thought, Yugao agreed. She had come to persuade Uchiha Sora to return, but after everything that happened last night, she abandoned her original intention. Because she now understood, Sora had his own reasons, his own will for not returning to Konoha. He was no longer that little brother who, when they were first assigned to a team, was even younger than her and needed her care. Now, he was the leader of a whole village, a strong soul forging ahead by the strength of his own convictions. All she really needed was to stay by his side and watch over him. Yes, just to watch over him. When they returned home, Sora packed his things, shared a meal with Yugao, and personally escorted her out of the Hidden Grass Village. Before they parted ways, Sora handed her a special kunai used for the Flying Thunder God technique, a parting gift. Yugao accepted the kunai as if it were a precious treasure, knowing that it carried Sora's spatial mark, a powerful talisman for her safety. Then, standing on tiptoe, she pressed a gentle kiss to Sora's cheek, blushing as she turned to leave. Uchiha Sora reached up to touch his cheek, right where she'd kissed him, feeling a warm current flow through his heart. Suddenly, Yugao turned around and shouted, Hey, Sora, don't get any funny ideas. That was just a goodbye kiss between siblings. Sora couldn't help but laugh, waving goodbye as she departed. But was it really just a sibling's farewell kiss? Watching Yugao disappear into the distance, Sora pulled his thoughts back and began to plan his next steps. After last night's battle, he realized there were still many aspects of his strength that were lacking. Though his physique, spirit, and chakra had been growing rapidly, he was still too young, still far from reaching a level that could rival the Kage. In terms of ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique gave him an invincible edge. On top of that, his Mangekyo sharingan granted him spatial defense abilities. Nowadays, in the shinobi world, there were few left who could pose any real threat to him. Not to mention, he still had the trump card, Susanoo, which he'd never once used. However, in truth, there were still many limits to what he could do at present. For instance, he faced challenges regarding medical recovery, the risk of going blind from overusing the Mangekyo sharingan, and the complexities of utilizing natural energy through sage techniques. All of these were areas he would need to develop in the days ahead. As for the Mangekyo issue, as long as I use it sparingly, there shouldn't be a problem in the short term, he thought to himself. Right now, my priority is to resolve my issues with healing and sage techniques. Uchiha made his decision silently. Looks like it's time to have a good talk with Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. He was determined to obtain Tsunade's strength of 100 seal no matter what. Besides that, as one of the 3 great sacred lands, Shikatsu Forest was guaranteed to hold the teachings of sage techniques as well. There was an excellent chance that even Hashirama Senju's own sage techniques had originated from Shikatsu Forest. If possible, he'd find a way through Tsunade to enter the forest and study the sage arts. Just as Uchiha was making plans to seek out Tsunade and master medical ninjutsu and sage arts, Kuratsuchi retreated in disarray back to the land of Earth, returning alone to his village. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, the moment he sensed his son's presence, immediately flew to his side. Kuratsuchi, why did you come back alone? Where are the others? Inoki's expression changed as he questioned him. Kuratsuchi fell to his knees with a heavy thud, this burly man unable to hold back his grief, breaking down in tears. It wasn't long before the third Tsuchikage convened the elite and senior officials of the village for a high-level meeting. There, Kuratsuchi forced himself to calm down and gave a detailed account of all the information he had gathered. After briefly mentioning the casualty reports, he moved on to recount the most valuable intelligence he'd obtained regarding Uchiha of Grass Village. Uchiha's strength is formidable. After fighting him myself, I found his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and swordsmanship all exceptionally refined. His fundamentals are even stronger than those of most adult elite jonin. Furthermore, during our battle, Uchiha demonstrated mastery over all 5 basic chakra natures. He's a true all-attribute shinobi. His lightning release alone could shatter my earth flow wall with ease. It's reached S-rank power. Everyone present at the meeting was stunned. Mastery of all 5 chakra natures? How is that even possible? According to intelligence from spies in Konoha, Uchiha wasn't even 12 years old yet, was he? Even if a ninja started training in the womb, it was unheard of to master all 5 chakra natures at such a young age, let alone being able to skillfully wield all 5 elemental ninjutsu. As if he thought everyone was not shocked enough, Huang Tu continued to speak. Besides that, there's even more crucial information. Uchiha Sora has mastered the signature technique of the yellow flash of a leaf. The Flying Thunder God technique. What? The Flying Thunder God technique? The crowd erupted in dismay. Even the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, showed a darkened expression. They couldn't help but recall the third Great Ninja War, when a yellow flash single-handedly turned the tide of battle, shattering the elite Iwagakure forces and leaving only chaos in his wake. Thinking back on it now, a chill seemed to rise in everyone's heart. The yellow flash's terrifying power came precisely from that elusive and unpredictable Flying Thunder God technique. That S-rank space-time jutsu, created by the second Hokage. Everyone knew how terrifying this technique was, but no one had ever found a way to counter it. Once marked, it was as if death itself had claimed you. That was the most frightening part about this jutsu. What they didn't know was that Huang Tu already bore that very mark. In a trembling voice, someone murmured, "The Flying Thunder God is truly fearsome. Now that he possesses this jutsu, it's practically impossible for us to kill him again." That's right. It said that the yellow flash could travel 1,000 miles in a split second, appearing on any battlefield at will. No one could pin him down. He slaughtered his enemies at a whim, but no one could stop him from leaving. Others nodded in agreement. Looking at the lingering fear across the faces of the Iwagakure elite, Huang Tu sighed and continued. And that's not all. Uchiha Sora commands another S-rank jutsu, a forbidden art created by the second Hokage, the reanimation jutsu. At these words, everyone's expression changed again. Reanimation? What kind of ninjutsu is that? Someone asked, bewildered. Inoki answered heavily. The reanimation jutsu is an S-rank forbidden technique. The caster uses a living person as a vessel to resurrect the dead. What's more, the resurrected retain all their techniques and memories. They say only sealing jutsu can deal with it. What? He can bring the dead back, and they keep all their abilities and memories. Those unfamiliar with the technique couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. This jutsu was practically a cheat code. If the strongest Kage-level figures were brought back, wouldn't they be able to overpower every other village? This is insane. Uchiha Sora is a monster. So young, yet he's already mastered all 5 elemental releases, knows the Flying Thunder God, and now even commands a powerful and profound forbidden technique like reanimation. How did he learn all this? The crowd was almost overwhelmed, feeling as if their own years of hard-earned experience had just gone completely to waste. Seeing the utter disbelief on their faces, even Huang, too, couldn't help but sigh at the extraordinary circumstances. With a heavy heart, Huang, too, divulged the final piece of information about Uchiha Sora. Don't forget, he still carries the identity of a member of the Uchiha clan. During the battle, I used my Mountain Earth technique. The power of that move is well known to all here. At the time, I was certain the enemy would suffer tremendous losses. Unexpectedly, my ultimate technique was actually blocked by Uchiha Sora. It was 3 transparent barriers, much like invisible walls, that shielded him from my attack. From what I could tell, it must have been some variety of space-time technique. Space-time ninjutsu again? The crowd gasped in surprise. Yes, but I believe it was not ninjutsu in the usual sense, but his ocular jutsu, the Mangekyo sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Huang too spoke gravely, and as he did, he sketched out the pattern of Sora's Mangekyo on a piece of paper and passed it around for all to see. When the group looked at it, they saw a mysterious hexagram etched on the page. Mangekyo sharingan? Inoki gazed at his son's drawing, and, unbidden, an image of a terrifying figure, a fear that lingered in his heart to this day, rose in his mind. Do not make love sound so simple. Demon Slayer Zenitsu Agatsuma, the White Tiger God, Drinking the Stars, the Celestial Wolf, Su Kajuan who loves sweet plum wine, the Laughter of Strength, Duan Lang who loves pepper salt duck bones. In the end, he failed her. User 505-39467, Misty Shinmo, Gluttonous Revelry, Absolute Kirin, Wu Dan who adores crested ibises, Embroidered Clouds beneath the heavens, Migrant Worker, Across the Sea, Dark Sect, Leader Enyi, SCP, 343 God, User 424-81331, Daju's Blade Without Self, Daju's Blade Without Self, Eastern Thunder, Tempered True Intent, Autumn Wind Draws Down the Leaves, User 1108-3527, Half a Day and Still Lost for Words, Minato Namikaze, Reanimation, Enlightenment Wall Who Likes Peanut Cake, Encounter, Where to Go From Here, Eternisis's Head Pad of Love, Misaka Mate Wan, Personal Art, Jean Tian who loves watermelon rind porridge, Uchiha Madara, that mighty figure, who alongside the first Hokage founded the village of Konoha and brought peace to a warring world. Back then, even someone like me was but a child before Uchiha Madara. And now, seeing the power and abilities Uchiha Sora has displayed, Inoki realized that in time, Sora might very well reach the heights of Madara himself. The meeting eventually came to an end. Inoki watched the weary Huang Tu and said, "You've worked hard this time. The failure of the mission is not your fault. The loss of 1,000 men. This is a burden for me, as Tsuchikage to bear most. If only I had gathered more information about Uchiha Sora in advance. If only my arrogance and blindness in recent years hadn't led me to make such a rash decision to launch a surprise strike on Grass Ninja Village. Dad, what should we do next? We've lost so much. How are we supposed to get any of it back?" Looking at Inoki, who was racked with guilt, Huang Tu couldn't help but speak up. "I'm the only one who made it back this time. I don't see how I could possibly explain all this to the people in the village." "That's right. How can we possibly settle this debt?" Inoki gave a sigh so weary, each word heavy with age. "But if Uchiha Sora wants you to deliver a message, I can guess what he's getting at. It seems he intends to put down roots in Grass Ninja Village. If we continue taking action against them, we'll only end up provoking him even further. And now that you carry his Flying Thunder God mark, that too is his way of warning me. A threat he's left behind for us. He's young in years, but far from inexperienced. His mind and tactics are as sharp as any veteran's. This time, even I had no choice but to play by his rules." Inoki sighed again. "After all, you're my son." With Uchiha Sora having Huang Tu's life in his grasp, Inoki wouldn't dare risk anything until he found a way to remove the Flying Thunder God seal from his son. He could not make any rash moves. As for explaining all this to the village, I'll take responsibility. I'll speak to everyone myself. But as for you, I want you to leave the village as soon as you can. Head to the Eastern Sea Fortress and prepare for any threats from the Land of Lightning." Inoki added, "Yes, I understand, Dad. I'll leave the village as quickly as I can." Huangtu replied with a heavy sigh. He knew all too well. As long as the Flying Thunder God mark remained on him, staying in the village would be the same as offering up their location, a beacon enemies could use to invade at any time. Staying far away from the village was the only way to guard against Uchiha Sora. Don't worry, Huangtu. I'll negotiate with Konoha, see if there's a way to get rid of the Flying Thunder God mark. And if worst comes to worst, I'll have our research department look for a solution. Inoki tried to reassure his son. I know, but it does mean Kuratsuchi might hardly ever see her father in the future. Huangtu sighed again. This battle had clearly dealt a deep, lasting blow to this once confident and powerful man, leaving him looking more drained than ever. Inoki saw his son's condition, and, though his heart ached, he forced himself to maintain the composure expected of Kage. But lately, it seemed that misfortune had taken special aim at the Hidden Stone Village. The father and son hadn't been finished speaking for long before a ninja from the intelligence department came dashing through the doors of the Tsuchikage's office, breathless and alarmed. Lord Tsuchikage, there's been a disaster. We've just lost contact with Lord Rashi. What? Rashi? Inoki was stunned. Tell me everything now. The intelligence ninja reported. Based on information from the spies we've had secretly trailing Lord Rashi, he encountered a mysterious, masked man. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Our agents couldn't get close because the fighting was too intense. All they could confirm was that, when it was over, both the masked man and Lord Rashi disappeared without a trace. Investigate. Leave no stone unturned. Inoki nearly lost his breath after hearing this, a dull pain beginning to nag at his lower back. He was already in a state of utter turmoil over the incident with Uchiha Sora, and now, before the dust had even settled, another masked man had emerged and made his move on the Jinchuriki, Rashi. Even though Rashi often clashed with him, he was still Iwagakure's Jinchuriki. He rarely stayed in the village, but whenever Iwagakure faced an attack or any major crisis, Rashi always returned without fail. If anything happened to Rashi now, it would be a devastating blow to Iwagakure. This could be even more troublesome than if his own son, Kitsuchi, were to face danger. While Iwagakure found itself in utter chaos, word of these events also reached the Hidden Leaf. Though they hadn't experienced the events firsthand as those in Iwagakure had, the third Hokage learned from intelligence reports that Uchiha Sora had all but obliterated the Iwagakure squad. This Uchiha Sora is indeed a formidable adversary. The third Hokage and his two advisors sat with furrowed brows, deep concern showing in their expressions. Truth be told, they were plagued by a faint sense of regret at this moment. If the village leadership hadn't treated Shisui so harshly, perhaps Uchiha Sora would never have turned traitor to the Leaf. True, his actions had been out of line, spying on the Scroll of Seals, but it wasn't an unforgivable offense. Given the proper guidance, perhaps Uchiha Sora might have become the torchbearer of the Will of Fire, leading the Uchiha clan away from radical ideas of revolt. Hokage-sama, what are your plans for the upcoming negotiations? Hamiru Mitokado asked then. The third Hokage considered for a moment before answering gravely. This time, the land of Earth had set its sights on us, the land of fire. But they underestimated our strength and paid dearly for it. I doubt Inoki will act so carelessly again anytime soon. As for the land of wind, after the last great ninja war, we forged an alliance. This time, they remain neutral. Raza certainly knows how to bide his time. The Hokage continued. The land of water won't stretch its reach this far, but the land of lightning, their ambition always knows no bounds. The land of lightning, then? Hokage-sama, do you plan to observe how they move before acting? Koharu Yutane responded. If it's the land of lightning in question, waiting and watching might indeed be our best option for now. The third Hokage nodded. Judging from Uchiha Sora's conduct lately, I don't imagine negotiations between him and me will go smoothly. If the people of the land of lightning can rein in his arrogance before we sit down together, it'll be to our advantage. Exactly. It's one thing to become a formidable ninja in your own right, but leading a faction is a different challenge altogether, Koharu Yutane agreed. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha, in the Root Organization's hidden base, Danzo was giving orders to one of his subordinates. Sell all the detailed intelligence we have on Uchiha Sora to the Raikage of the Land of Lightning. I want them involved in this game. Yes, Lord Danzo, the subordinate replied and vanished on the spot. From the shadows, Danzo's voice rumbled with grim intent. Uchiha Sora, you want to build your own power? I will never let you succeed. Chapter 53 has been revised. The Yellow Earth Division was wiped out, and Yellow Earth escaped back to his village alone. Please check the details for yourself. In Grass Ninja Village. By this time, Uchiha Sora had already sent his intelligence network to seek any trace of Tsunade. He himself was occupied sorting through battlefield reports and examining the corpses gathered after the conflict. unearthing valuable records of Iwagakire's jutsu. He preserved the bodies of several elite IWA ninjas with impressive abilities, preparing them as potential candidates for Edo Tensei in the future. When all was ready, Sora summoned Xianglin and her mother. These days, the two of them no longer endured the torments of their past lives. Kanako's spirits had visibly improved, and there was now a genuine smile blooming on Karen's face. Both mother and daughter felt a wellspring of gratitude towards Sora for all these changes. Still, when they stood before him, respect mingled with awe. They were reserved and careful in his presence. "Leader, is there something you need from us?" Uzumaki Kanako asked softly. Sora nodded. "Indeed, there's a task I'd like to entrust to you both." Kanako was momentarily taken aback. Sora continued. "You two are, after all, descendants of the Uzumaki clan. As far as I know, even among your people, abilities like yours are exceptionally rare. The former leader of Grass Ninja Village had no idea how to cultivate your gifts. But I will. Soon, I'll find someone to guide you in developing your unique talents. Before that, you'll need to study systematically, learn how to train and harness your chakra." His words filled both mother and daughter with excitement and hope. Before she drifted into Grass Ninja Village, Kanako was just an ordinary woman, albeit carrying the precious bloodline of the Uzumaki. Burdened with tremendous latent power she had never learned to wield, she had lived her life used passively, no more than a living medical tool. Xianglin was in the same situation. At only 6 years old, she had yet to learn how to refine or use chakra, so she was incapable of tapping into the power within her own body. The former leader of the Grass Ninja Village had never taught them how to truly grow stronger, either. He, too, feared that the two girls might lose control over their abilities. Uchiha Sora, however, had no such worries. He sincerely hoped to help them unlock the hidden strength slumbering inside them. Especially Xianglin. In the original story, she was taken away by Orochimaru, who was drawn not just to her formidable sensory abilities, but hardly bothered to nurture her natural gifts for medical ninjutsu. This time, Uchiha Sora considered seeking out Tsunade. As the most skilled medical ninja in the shinobi world, Tsunade would surely find it easy to help Xianglin tap into her healing talents. What's more, Xianglin's Uzumaki heritage was another card Uchiha Sora could play to win Tsunade over. After all, Tsunade's own grandmother was Uzumaki Mido. So if Sora could find Tsunade's whereabouts and bring Xianglin along, their discussions would likely go a lot more smoothly. Because Uchiha Sora's own identity was somewhat sensitive, approaching Tsunade wouldn't be easy, even if she bore no grudges or prejudices against him. Over the next few days, Uchiha Sora personally guided the two girls, teaching them, step by step, how to use and control their chakra. Meanwhile, the intelligence network of the Grass Ninja Village was busy searching for Tsunade's trails. The only problem was that their information network was still relatively weak, making it a huge challenge to find someone like Tsunade in the vast ninja world. Fortunately, Uchiha Sora possessed enough patience to await news. What bothered him more was that there was still no word from the negotiations at the Hidden Leaf Village. That old fox, the third Hokage, was probably engineering some scheme of his own, Sora mused inwardly. On this particular day, despite no progress in the search for Tsunade, an unexpected visitor arrived outside the Grass Ninja Village. Upon seeing the newcomer, the gate guard's eyes widened in disbelief. He fixed his gaze on her figure, barely able to contain his amazement, almost drooling at the sight. The visitor was a young woman, not yet 20, with fair skin, delicate features, straight golden hair that fell neatly to her shoulders, and an air of icy elegance, an archetypal beauty, as cold as a mountain peak. Her attire and figure were captivating in their own right. She wore a mesh top with a low neckline, a black miniskirt, and a white women's belt accentuating her slender waist. Most arresting of all was her chest, strikingly prominent, not in the least inferior to Tsunade's famous figure. "Who are you?" the gate guard stammered, feeling nervous under a frosty, unapproachable demeanor. "I am Samui, envoy of the Hidden Cloud Village," the golden-haired beauty replied coolly, producing her credentials and handing them to the Grass Ninja Guard for inspection. "From the Hidden Cloud Village?" The gatekeeper ninja's expression turned serious as he hurriedly took the document to inspect it. Once he was sure it was genuine, he asked, "What brings you to our Grass Ninja Village?" "I'm here to pay a visit to your leader," Samui replied. "To visit our leader, is it? Very well. You, just wait here for a moment. I'll send word to the leader." The gatekeeper ninja gestured to a companion nearby and sent him off to notify their leader. Samui nodded and quietly stood off to the side. Those passing by the village gate cast curious glances at her, but she seemed quite accustomed to such looks. It was nothing new. It wasn't long before the messenger ninja returned, motioning for Samui to enter the village. Following the grass ninja's guidance, Samui made her way to a grand residence. Within the courtyard, Uchiha Sora was instructing Karen on how to gather chakra. "Leader, our guest has arrived." The grass ninja addressed Uchiha Sora with respect. "All right, you may go," Sora said with a wave of his hand, dismissing his subordinate before finally turning his attention to Samui. Samui from the Hidden Cloud Village, known for your calm and composed ways, trusted deeply by the Raikage. Sora regarded her and spoke in an even tone. "The Raikage sent you here. What is your purpose?" Samui was taken aback for a brief moment, clearly surprised that Sora knew who she was. She narrowed her striking aquamarine eyes, her voice cool as she replied, "Lord Sora, leader of the Grass Ninja Village, I come on behalf of Lord Raikage. My purpose is to learn about your policies and ideas after you claim this village." Pausing, Samui gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and continued, "Moreover, I hope you'll permit me to stay in the village for some time, so I may better communicate with you on behalf of the Raikage and experience the changes here firsthand." Samui's request made Uchiha Sora's brows furrow slightly. Meanwhile, Karen looked at Samui with wide, admiring eyes. This big sister, she's so beautiful and so grown up. If I could be like that one day, will my shoulders get sore? Suddenly, these odd thoughts popped into Karen's young mind. Just then, Uchiha Sora turned back to Samui and shook his head. "The Raikage is overstepping his bounds. Whatever you wish to ask, now is the time. I'll give you 10 minutes, and I'll answer your questions as best I can. But when your time is up, you must leave." Samui was visibly surprised. Things would not be easy with this man. "Yes, it's Children's Day, and the author has agreed to meet up with a girl this afternoon. That's why I stayed up late to finish writing, posting 2 chapters this morning. I'm feeling a bit tired, and I'm not sure if I'll be at my best for this date. Fingers crossed, I don't screw it up. Refinement, true intent. How long will you remember me this time? User 11008833. User 343455258. Well, what a crowd. Happy and Carefree Lin, Exploding Heaven's Sect. The most extraordinary, Chun, user 15917192. King Du who loves stewing caterpillar fungus with bird's nest. The nightmare of millions of young girls. Guangu who loves fried dough cakes. Jiao Linen who loves to wear earth dragons. Exploding Heaven Sect Inner Disciple Little Bai. Demon Blade Princess Duck. Saint Kiapolito. Exploding Heaven Sect Observer. Xiao Wangsheng. What name should I choose? Chun Xuanshou who loves Hookfine. Duan Bei to the Exploding Heaven Sect. Immortal Supreme Astra's Proud World. When the Dream Ends. See the Mist. Young Master Jean who loves Shaorin Steak. Worldly and Vulgar. User 533555440. Zhao Tianquan who loves Wu Zhou Beef. Rin Ogata from Sama Bay 1 just browsing haha. Yuan Ming, Unmarked Cumulative, and Aimless Fool. User 109244056. However, the fact that Samui, despite her youth, had gained the Raikage trust made it clear she was not someone easily dealt with. Her voice was cold as she declared, "Lord Uchiha Sora, is this truly how your Grass Ninja Village treats the 5 great nations? As an envoy, I speak now on behalf of our Lord Raikage." Within her tone was a barely veiled arrogance, one that belonged to a shinobi of the great nations. Uchiha Sora's brow furrowed slightly. Then, without warning, he raised his hand and hurled a kunai at her. Samui was taken aback. The kunai grazed the delicate skin of her face and embedded itself with a thud into the courtyard wall behind her. A thin crimson line trailed down her pale cheek. Uchiha Sora's voice, icier than her own, cut through the tension. "Miss Samui, remember this. You stand now in the Grass Ninja Village. I respect you as the envoy of the Hidden Cloud, and that's the only reason I offer you this courtesy. But that does not give you the right to threaten me with your title." A powerful killing intent radiated from Uchiha Sora, pressing down on Samui with suffocating force. Feeling this overwhelming aura, a single bead of cold sweat traced down Samui's porcelain forehead. Her beautiful eyes narrowed ever so slightly, and she muttered in a low voice, "Isn't your attitude a little too domineering?" But inside, she was deeply shaken. The oppressive force radiating from Uchiha Sora was no less intense than that of the Raikage himself. Could it be, as the intelligence report said, that Uchiha Sora's strength already rivals that of the 5 Kage? As Samui stood frozen in place, trying valiantly to maintain her composure, Uchiha Sora kept his intimidating presence trained on her, stating each word deliberately. "If your Raikage wishes to know something, then ask." For once, the usually unflappable Samui found herself at a loss for words. She opened her mouth, let out a faint scoff, and said, "There's no need to ask. Your attitude has said everything. I think our Lord Raikage will know exactly what to make of it. After finishing her words, Samui drew a letter from her waist and said, "This is an invitation from our Lord Raikage. It's also the real reason I have come to the Grass Ninja Village this time." Uchiha Sora gave a subtle signal, and instantly, the reanimated Yakura who had been standing guard nearby appeared in the courtyard. She took the letter from Samui and checked its contents. Since Uchiha Sora shared a mental link with Yakura, there was no need for any report. He simply waved her away and turned to Samui. "So the Raikage is inviting our Grass Ninja to participate in the Chunin exams at Kimobikure? Now, that is interesting. I accept. Can you really communicate directly with people resurrected by the reanimation jutsu?" Witnessing this, Samui felt a chill run down her spine. "Very well. Since you agree, I will take my leave." Samui nodded politely and prepared to depart. She had originally planned to extend her stay in the Grass Ninja Village and see if she could dig up some important intelligence. But Uchiha Sora had shown no sign of being swayed by her efforts, leaving her with no avenue to pursue, so she had no choice but to return. "Take care, I won't see you off," Uchiha Sora said calmly. He then signaled for a Grass Ninja to escort her away. Watching Samui's departing figure, Uchiha Sora's gaze narrowed in thought. Then, with a mental command, he communicated silently to Yakura. "Follow her. Don't let her out of your sight until she crosses the border of the Land of Grass." Now, the Land of Lightning from up north was getting involved too. Sure enough, establishing one's own power in the ninja world is never a simple feat. He summoned Zabuza and instructed, "Prioritize the search for Tsunade. Focus especially on the gambling halls in Tanzaka town." "Yes, leader." Zabuza accepted the order and swiftly departed. It had only been a short while since Uchiha Sora had taken charge of the Grass Ninja Village, and already both the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning had come knocking, one after another. He simply didn't have the time or energy to spar with all the 5 great nations. He had to accelerate his quest to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Samui had already left the Grass Ninja Village, moving swiftly along the road. She had come this time with 2 tasks: deliver the Chunin exam invitation and gather intelligence within the Grass Ninja Village. But she had only managed to accomplish one. The latter was, by all counts, a failure. Fortunately, Lord Raikage had not insisted she remain behind to finish the intelligence-gathering assignment, so she wasn't likely to be punished on her return. Still, this Uchiha Sora was incredibly dangerous. She'd have to make sure Lord Raikage understood that upon her return. Lost in these thoughts, Samui had already traveled dozens of kilometers without realizing it. Before long, she'd be at the border of the Land of Grass. Suddenly, a kunai whistled from the dense woods beside her. An ambush. Startled, Samui reacted immediately, flickering out of harm's way just in time to dodge the sneak attack. Drawing the short blade at her waist, she scanned her surroundings, mind racing to assess the threat. A barrage of Shuriken sliced through the air. At that moment, she felt the ground beneath her feet start to tremble. In the next instant, several figures burst up from the earth, launching themselves at her. Cloud flow, circular slash. In that dangerous instant, white lightning sparked from the short blade in Samui's hand. Channeling lightning chakra into the knife, she swung it fiercely in a wide arc around her. Bolts of lightning scattered like a spray of beans, forming a glowing circle that spread outward, engulfing her attackers. Those assailants were struck at once, their skin scorched and torn, bodies seized by paralysis from the lightning surge. Seizing this opportunity, Samui leapt into the air, landing atop a tree branch and escaping the encirclement. Mind-body switch technique. A shout rang out from not far away. Just as she landed on the branch, Samui felt a sudden jolt. Her body went rigid, and she slumped down, limp and uncontrolled. Mission accomplished. Come over here and tie me up. Sitting on the ground, Samui appeared to regain consciousness and spoke out loud. Immediately, several figures appeared by her side and set about binding her tightly. Once they finished, Samui shuddered as her true self snapped back in control. From the shadows, an orange-haired, masked ANBU operative stepped forward. Samui didn't struggle. She shot the figure a cold glare and said, "So, this is a secret technique of the Yamanaka clan? Are you people from the Leaf?" All her ambushers wore masks, and from their attire, it was clear they belonged to the ANBU of Konoha. But none of them responded to her question. One of them simply raised a hand in a knife-like chop and aimed it right at Samui's delicate neck, clearly intending to knock her out and take her away. A flicker of panic crossed Samui's face, her usually calm expression finally betraying her fear. Bound as she was, she had no chance at escape. As a kunoichi, she knew all too well what fate might await if she fell into enemy hands. You Leaf shinobi are truly reckless. Aren't you afraid our Raikage will wage war against Konoha once he finds out? Samui's voice rang out, sharp and furious. Yet the AMBU before her acted as if they hadn't heard a word. Without hesitation, the raised hand chopped straight for Samui's pale neck. Crash! But just as the strike was about to hit, a sudden attack slammed into the AMBU, sending his body crashing backward through the air. P.S. Yesterday I went out for some fun, but it left me feeling really uncomfortable. During the meal, the other person was glued to her phone, barely engaging. Whenever I tried to start a conversation, she'd shut it down with just a few words. I wanted to ask her a bit more about herself, but she wasn't interested in sharing, just giving me half-hearted responses. After we finished eating, I suggested a little drive, but she said it was too late and needed to head home, even though it was only 7 o'clock. Honestly, I felt like I was just being used as a free meal. Yet later that night, she messaged me, suddenly acting enthusiastic. I couldn't stop thinking about it all night, and ended up not sleeping at all. It's such a tough feeling. There are even more details. If you're curious, help nudge me for updates. Maybe send some free gifts or something. I'll spill all the details in the chapter comments. To user 935979194.story. Leelana the Weyong Starfield, Mizukage and Naruto, the harmoniously filial pair, Carefree Bloom, the hungry arc who loves spicy sautéed chicken strips, the one who loves Teemo, Samui who enjoys milk, Supreme Patriarch Rahu of the Bombastic Clan, founder of the Yin-Yang Pavilion, the serene and clear-minded TK, compete every time for the childhood friend. User 182482237_. Ichun, Drinking in the Wind, House of Long Style. Empress Jingda in Lush Splendor, Invincible and Lonely of the Bombastic Clan. User 10111424. User 261202995. Su Bei of Tianyuan City. User 426136323. Her confession didn't include me. User 2928780. Memories of Pastimes. Blade Maiden Duck, Cold Moon Boat, who loves sour noodles. Big Cauldron, who loves a house full of children. Not Yang Yong, who loves stir-fried eggplant with lotus root. User 54771108. And for you who called. Samui's beautiful eyes flew wide open, gazing at the figure that had suddenly appeared in front of her. White ceremonial robes, short and sleek black hair, and a strikingly handsome profile. It was none other than Uchiha Sora, whom she had just seen not long ago in the Grass Ninja Village. At that very moment, fiery orbs erupted behind the mask-wearing Umbu operatives, surging toward them in a blazing assault. Agonized screams pierced the air, sharp and sudden. Several Umbu, unable to dodge in time, had their bodies shrivel up in an instant, reduced to ashes by the flames. A graceful silhouette emerged in the crowd. It was the scorch-release Kunoichi Yeet song. Not good. It's Uchiha Sora. A few masked ninja who had managed to evade the attack couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Yet even as they spoke, Uchiha Sora had already raised his hand, hurling a clutch of kunai straight at them. Dodge! One of the masked ninja shouted a warning. But it was too late. Just as they tried to leap aside, Uchiha Sora's form flashed beside the kunai, his long sword bursting with electrifying blue radiance. Kenjutsu, Lightning Sever. A surge of powerful, lightning-infused chakra carved a razor-sharp arc through the air, striking his targets with dazzling force. Splat! The masked ninja didn't even have time to react before their body was cleaved in two by the lightning slash. At the same moment, Uchiha Sora's figure flashed again, and the lightning slash reappeared. There was hardly any pause between attacks. It was almost as if he had used a clone technique, appearing beside the others at virtually the same time. Blade after blade of lightning cut through the air in quick succession. Every one of those masked ninjas struck down in a single blow. All of them were instantly killed. The only one still alive was the masked ninja who had used the Yamanaka clan's secret mind technique. Uchiha Sora turned his gaze toward him and said with a calm demeanor, "If I'm not mistaken, your name should be Yamanaka Kaze, right? If you don't want to die, just stand right there and don't move." Yamanaka Kaze, whose identity had been exposed, felt cold sweat forming beneath his mask. Staring at Uchiha Sora before him, he dared not entertain a single stray thought and obediently stood still, just as instructed. Samui, witnessing all of this unfold before her, was left in utter disbelief. It was her first time seeing Uchiha Sora in action with her own eyes. The speed he had displayed just moments ago was, astonishingly, even faster than the Raikage. Not to mention that his control over lightning-style chakra and swordsmanship was even more refined than her own. At this point, Uchiha Sora raised his sword and, with a swift motion, severed the ropes binding Samui. He spoke coolly. "Go back and tell the Raikage. The people who attacked you were from the Hidden Leaf Village." Samui snapped back to her senses, regaining her composure. Upon hearing Uchiha Sora's words, she immediately realized that this was no simple matter. She frowned and said, "If Leaf Village ninjas try to capture me, then it's probably because they want to frame you, isn't it?" "As long as you understand," Uchiha Sora replied calmly. "Next, I'll have Yitsong escort you out of the Land of Grass. Once you're past its borders, it won't be any of my concern." From the very start, when Uchiha Sora first saw Samui, he had been cautious. That's why he specifically asked Yitsong to secretly follow Samui, ensuring her safe departure from the Land of Grass. And, as it turned out, before she'd even left the country, she was attacked by these masked ninjas from Leaf, whose mastermind, without a doubt, was Danzo. If something were to happen to Samui within the Land of Grass, the Raikage would undoubtedly hold the Grass Ninja Village accountable. Given the Cloud Village's current aggressive and ambitious attitude, this incident would surely escalate. At best, they'd send troops to attack the Land of Grass and stir up trouble. At worst, it could be the very spark that ignites another great ninja war. It was precisely for this reason that Uchiha Sora had dispatched Yitsong in secret and even intervened personally. Samui was an intelligent woman. After a brief moment of thought, she accepted Uchiha Sora's offer without protest, nodding slightly. "Very well, then I'll trouble you with this matter." Uchiha Sora nodded and offered one last reminder. "Once you cross the border of the Land of Grass, what happens after that is no longer my concern. Just make sure you don't end up dead. Don't worry, even if I were to die after that, Lord Raikage would have no reason to make trouble for the Land of Grass," Samui replied coolly. "Good," Uchiha Sora said. With that, he reached out to grab Yamanaka Kaze, and at a mere thought, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. "Let's be on our way, Miss Samui. From here on, I'll accompany you to the border and see you safely there," Yitsong said. Samui nodded. "Then I'll be counting on you, Senior Yitsong of Sunagakure." "I'm no longer with Sunagakure," Yitsong replied with a calm detachment. "Now, I belong to our leader." "Understood." Samui nodded again, suppressing the swirl of emotions within her, and started forward. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora had already brought Yamanaka Kaze back to the Grass Ninja Village. At this point, Yamanaka Kaze's mask had been removed, revealing a youth that looked to be 16 or 17 years old. In a flash, Yamanaka Kaze realized he was already inside the Grass Ninja Village. While he marveled inwardly at the mysterious power of the Flying Thunder God technique, he was also keenly aware that there was now no hope of escaping his fate. He spoke with composure. "Uchiha Sora, what do you intend to do with me?" "Your abilities are quite impressive," Uchiha Sora replied. "It's a waste of talent to serve someone like Danzo, that old scoundrel. You want to make me switch allegiances?" "Don't bother," Yamanaka Kaze said flatly. "Danzo placed a sealing jutsu on me long ago. There's no way you can succeed. The moment I break free from his control, I die. So, you might as well kill me now and leave it at that, instead of wasting your efforts on something futile." Yamanaka Kaze's tone was indifferent, as if even the prospect of death failed to stir any emotion within him. Uchiha Sora gave a faint smile and shook his head. "That's where you're mistaken. I don't think I could take someone alive from under Danzo's nose, not someone like you." "What do you mean?" Yamanaka Kaze frowned warily. "It's simple. The living won't do, but the dead. That's another story," Uchiha Sora replied. The implication dawned on Yamanaka Kaze, and his eyes widened in shock. "Don't tell me you mean—" "Exactly," Uchiha Sora interrupted. "So, I'll have to ask you to take a brief trip to the other side first." Uchiha Sora formed a hand seal, a thread of lightning gathering at his fingertip. A sharp crack rang out. In the next instant, lightning shot from his finger, striking Yamanaka Kaze directly in the heart. Yamanaka Kaze's body convulsed. Then he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, the light fading from his eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Sora used the Flying Thunder God technique to retrieve a zetsu he'd sealed and restrained in the mirror dimension. When he'd made that deal with Orochimaru, he'd received 10 white zetsus. He'd already used 6, so 4 remained. Uchiha Sora had been waiting to find the perfect candidate for Edo Tensei. Yamanaka Kaze's spiritual jutsu and sensory abilities made him an ideal choice for corpse-based intelligence analysis. After Uchiha Sora brought white zetsu over, he immediately began to perform the reanimation jutsu using the fresh blood flowing from Yamanaka Kaze's corpse. P.S. Thank you all for your comforting words. Your author will pull himself together. Special thanks to Shanshuawuan, user 37230010028, Yiba, Shishin Zinya, Taijin Baobei Bangjiao, Hodao who loves scorpion grass, Raijin, Jinshin Fingfin, user 1024237, Piao Miao Hong, user 347400674, Yenue Shiha, Xingho Liao Yuan, Gusong who loves Paolon, Uchiha Jiu, Shaoan Ju, Shangwan Bei, and all the generous parents of food and clothing for your gifts. Uchiha Sora formed the hand seals for the reanimation jutsu, and lines of incantations began to slither across the ground, quickly climbing up onto White Zetsu's body. As White Zetsu screamed in agony, a soul that had just departed the world moments ago descended from above. It attached itself to White Zetsu, who was then cloaked, layer by layer, in the ash-colored earth of the reanimation technique. Within seconds, White Zetsu's form had completely transformed into Yamanaka Kaze's appearance. At that moment, Yamanaka Kaze glanced at his own body lying on the ground beside him, his expression caught between bewilderment and irony. Though he was a root member trained to suppress all emotions, the strange sensation of dying and then instantly returning gave rise to deep changes within his heart. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This sensation is truly unbelievable. Yamanaka Kaze, now you're no longer under Danzo's control. You answer only to me." Having finished the reanimation jutsu, Uchiha Sora sealed Kaze's corpse away with a scroll, speaking with quiet authority. Yamanaka Kaze nodded, lowering his gaze to examine his new reanimated body. Oddly, it didn't feel too unnatural. Turning to Uchiha Sora, he said, "From now on, I suppose it's my duty to serve you? From here on, just call me Chief." Uchiha Sora replied with a casual wave of his hand. "Yes, Chief," Yamanaka Kaze answered respectfully. Those who have survived Danzo's training have long since ceased to fear death. In their hearts, only the fate of the shinobi remains, and that is to complete the mission. Whoever gives the orders matters little. What matters most is to carry out the chief's command with unwavering focus. And now, Uchiha Sora was Yamanaka Kaze's chief. Thus, although Uchiha Sora had only just slain Kaze, there was not the faintest hint of resentment or hatred in Kaze's heart. Inwardly, he had already accepted his new fate. Seeing Kaze's obedience, Uchiha Sora felt a surge of satisfaction as well. Behind the attack on Samui from Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning, there was no doubt that Danzo had set a plot in motion. Still, Danzo's scheme had, inadvertently, done Sora a favor, delivering a loyal subordinate from the Yamanaka clan right to his door. Hours later, after Uchiha Sora learned from Yitsong that Samui had safely reached the border, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring her directly back. It was just then that the intelligence division reported some truly excellent news. Tsunade's whereabouts had finally been discovered. To his surprise, she was right in Tanzaka town. Uchiha Sora, without delay, took Karen with him, packed a few belongings, and after sensing which Flying Thunder God marker was closest to Tanzaka town, he invoked the jutsu. In an instant, both of them vanished from the residence. The very next moment, they appeared within a dense forest somewhere in the Land of Fire. From here, Tanzaka town was less than 50 kilometers away. "How amazing you are, Lord Sora." Karen, still tingling from the exhilarating sensation of crossing great distances in an instant, couldn't help but marvel at Uchiha Sora's prowess. Uchiha Sora offered a gentle smile and affectionately ruffled her hair. With his current strength, the distances he could sense for his markers had become staggeringly vast. Almost half the shinobi world lay within his reach. As his mental energy continued to cultivate automatically and his chakra steadily grew, he could place more and more markers. For the sake of responding swiftly to emergencies, Uchiha Sora had scattered his Flying Thunder God seals across every major territory in the 5 great nations. Once they arrived, Sora eagerly tugged Karen along in the direction of Tanzaka town. According to the information he'd received, Tsunade was now completely absorbed in gambling, losing herself on the district's famous Gambler's Row. He and Karen entered Tanzaka town, which was actually the most bustling entertainment hub of the Land of Fire. Beyond casinos, it boasted taverns, inns, and a variety of amusements. Thanks to this economic vibrancy, Konoha Village had always stationed some of its ninja in the area to carry out missions and protect Tanzaka town from attack. Additionally, the mansion of the city's lord was guarded by a number of samurai and ninja forces. As a result, security was excellent. The streets teemed with people, humming with energy and liveliness that even surpassed Konoha itself. The moment Karen arrived in Tanzaka town, she was utterly dazzled by the sights, her gaze darting everywhere, brimming with awe and curiosity. Uchiha Sora led her into one of the casinos along the avenue. Inside the spacious casino hall, his eyes immediately fell on a striking figure, draped in a tea-green cloak, flowing pale blonde hair cascading down her back. It was none other than the legendary Sannin, granddaughter of the first Hokage, known throughout Konoha as Princess Tsunade. Just now, Tsunade was fully absorbed, her eyes locked on the gambling table, while her assistant Shizen, standing at her side, wore a look of utter exasperation. Around them, the other gamblers buzzed with excitement as they placed their bets alongside Tsunade, occasionally sneaking sidelong glances at her ample assets. For them, encountering such a fabled big fish at the tables was a stroke of unbelievable good fortune. Of course, most of them knew Tsunade's true identity, so no one would dare cross the line. For all their daring at the tables, in private, none would risk offending the legendary princess of Konoha. Uchiha Sora and Karen slipped in quietly, standing to the side, watching the high-stakes action play out. They made no move to interrupt Tsunade, choosing instead to observe for now. Under his watchful gaze, Tsunade's luck was truly abysmal. She lost over and over again, barely winning a single round. Shizune, who managed their wallet, had long since emptied out every last coin they owned. Even so, Tsunade simply refused to leave the gambling table. You, lend me 100,000 Ryo. And you, let me borrow 200,000 Ryo. And you over there, after all the money I've lost to you, lending me 300,000 Ryo isn't too much to ask, is it? She pointed at each person who'd won a fortune off her, her smile bright and charming. Of course, no one dared refuse her. But no sooner had Tsunade borrowed more money than she lost it all again in the blink of an eye. One by one, her fellow gamblers found excuses and slipped away from the table. Before long, Tsunade sighed, set down the dice cup, and prepared to leave. Just then, a hand landed atop her own pale, slender one, just as she was about to lower the dice cup. Tsunade paused, a spark of surprise in her striking eyes as she narrowed them in suspicion. Beside her, Shizune's expression shifted as well, glancing warily at the person bold enough to lay a hand on Lady Tsunade. Oh, he's actually quite handsome. Shizune looked up and saw that the striking face belonged to none other than Uchiha Sora. Kid, you've got guts, touching my hand like that. Tsunade's voice turned icy as her eyes bored into Uchiha Sora, every inch exuding an air of danger. Oh, who is this kid? He actually dared to offend the legendary sucker, Princess Tsunade. He must have no idea what danger he's courting. This is bad. They say Princess Tsunade's over 40 now. Women going through menopause have terrible tempers. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. What was it you just said? Tsunade's gaze snapped right through the crowd, landing directly on the man who'd mentioned her age. That man immediately realized his blunder, breaking out in a cold sweat from head to toe. No wonder she's won the Sannin. That presence. She truly lives up to her reputation as a formidable woman. At that moment, Uchiha Sora smiled and paid Tsunade a sincere compliment. Care to try your luck against me? P.S. Sometimes, after trekking through the woods, you find a sunlit clearing. The author's friend was talking about a blind date, and a colleague overheard and showed interest in the author. They've added each other on social media, but this time, the author's determined to focus on writing and not get distracted by dating. Word comes first. Haha. User 439-33035. Silent Superscript 2, Bombshell Gang. Invincible yet so lonely. User 109-25658. Smiling, but bound by fate. Bombshell Gangwu Zetian. Milk-loving Samui. When all the splendors fade. User 3988672. Aromatic Terea Nut Lover Luo Man. Fate's Flow. Andreas Su Wuji. Reminiscing days gone by. Just playing a boy who only wants to revive Lin. Zhejiang Cuisine Enthusiast Yi Jingxian. Hayao Miyazaki himself. Black and White Invoice. User 31485979. Rainin. Watching Square. Wispy Clouds. Longing for the wind to blow me away. User 38083309. Ihan Meng. Nine Corners. Teacher's Waning Years. Bombshell Gang. The Smirking War God. Prism. Ink-stained Snow of Tragedy. Hijia. Who likes Jie Pei Mei Bao Wen? Who likes Silver Serpent? You, Count of the Western Hall. Preserved Egg Fan Jing Chi. Vegetarian Mixed Veggies. Fan Yen Nuanyuan. Not in her confession. Date Lover Ku Yunchi. Exile the Mortal. Chaozhou Chive. Dumpling Fan Old Mo. Secret Skewer Shrimp Lover Old Ding. Tsunade narrowed her beautiful eyes, watching Uchiha Sora in front of her. Then, her gaze shifted to the red-haired little girl standing beside Sora, clutching at the hem of his robe. State your name and background, she demanded suddenly. Uchiha Sora smiled and replied, I am Uchiha Sora, from Konoha Village, a rogue ninja. I currently make my living in the land of grass. Rogue ninja? The people around drew in sharp breaths, jolted by his words. The civilians and wealthy onlookers stumbled back in fear, while Shizune glared at Sora as though facing down a mortal enemy. Konoha's rogue ninja? From the Uchiha clan? And the land of grass, too. Tsunade murmured quietly, then gave a long, deliberate sigh. I left Konoha long ago. Whether you're from the Uchiha, a rogue, or have ties to the land of grass, None of it interests me anymore. She paused, her gaze settling on Sora. So, what are you betting? A faint smile played on Sora's lips. What's on the table here doesn't really excite me. But the legendary might of one of the Sannin, I've always admired it. Why don't we settle this with a duel? If you lose, Tsunade, I ask that you grant me one request. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat at his boldness, though her face remained calm and impassive. Young Uchiha, are you challenging me? She asked coldly. Sora gave a carefree laugh. Not at all. Originally, I just wanted to ask for your help, but I guess you wouldn't help a rogue from the Uchiha clan. So, I had no choice but to resort to this. So you're seeking my assistance after all? Tsunade looked him over with renewed interest, then flashed a sudden, dazzling smile. All right, I accept your wager. But if you lose, you'll leave yourself at my mercy. All right, it's a deal. Uchiha Sora released his hand from Tsunade's. Lady Tsunade, Shizune, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but call out in worry. Tsunade raised her hand slightly, motioning for Shizune to stay quiet. Then she looked toward Uchiha Sora and said, You kid from the Uchiha clan, pick a time and a place. Lady Tsunade, aren't you curious to hear what terms I might propose? Uchiha Sora asked with a smile. There's no need. I might lose when it comes to gambling, but when it comes to a fight, how could I possibly lose to a brat like you? Tsunade replied with a dismissive snort. A wave of overwhelming aura radiated from Tsunade. The chakra emanating from her was on par with, if not greater than, any Kage. In Uchiha Sora's eyes, Tsunade's chakra reserves easily surpassed those of the aging third Hokage. After all, she was a descendant of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. This was the confidence and pride unique to one of the legendary Sannin. Shizune, too, was swept up by Tsunade's forceful presence, her expression losing some of its worry. Impressive, as expected from you, Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Sora offered, full of admiration. Judging from the way she was portrayed in the early part of the Shippuden story, Tsunade's raw fighting ability wasn't shown as much as her extraordinary healing skills. But during the Fourth Great Ninja War, once she unleashed her strength of 100 seal, it was as though she'd tapped into sage-like powers. She could shatter Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with her bare hands. With her immense offensive power and astonishing recovery, Tsunade was practically a human tank. No one dared meet her head-on. Uchiha Sora said, since Lady Tsunade has already agreed, let's head to the forest outside the city now. Very well, Tsunade nodded, then turned to Shizune and said, prepare my ninja tools. Half an hour later, a group of 4 reached a clearing deep in the forest outside the city. Shizune and Karen stood a distance away, watching as Tsunade and Uchiha Sora faced off in the center of the clearing. Lord Sora, you got this, Karen called out, her eyes full of anticipation, cheering him on. Shizune, standing beside her, asked, Little one, what's your name? Me? I am Kawin. Realizing that the black-haired woman before her wasn't a bad person, Karen answered with a bright smile. Do you have a family name? Shizune pressed gently. I don't think so, but my mom's surname is Uzumaki. I see. Shizune smiled and nodded at her, inwardly confirming her suspicions. This child truly was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Strictly speaking, that actually made her kin with Lady Tsunade. Still, Shizune wondered to herself, how did the descendant of the Uzumaki end up following someone from the Uchiha clan? Her mind swirled with questions as she gazed at Uchiha Sora's back. For this young man to have the courage to challenge Lady Tsunade, he must have real skills. She just hoped Lady Tsunade wouldn't underestimate him. Having spent years at Tsunade's side, Shizune knew her temperament and strength inside and out. An ordinary ninja would never stand a chance against Lady Tsunade. The only thing that worried her was Tsunade's intense fear of blood. What if, in the midst of battle, Tsunade's hemophobia flared up after seeing blood? As Shizune quietly fretted, the 2 opponents in the arena had already entered a state of combat readiness. Uchiha Sora drew the long sword from his waist, while Tsunade shrugged off her overcoat, revealing her simpler attire beneath. The sight of her imposing figure, especially that legendary physique, became even more striking for all to see. Tsunade-senpai, I'm most skilled in swordsmanship, so I have no choice but to use my blade. You'd better be careful, Uchiha Sora warned. Oomph, Uchiha brat, aren't you the perfect gentleman? Tsunade scoffed, retorting, my fists are my weapons, so you'd better watch out too. As soon as she finished speaking, Tsunade stomped down with force, sending cracks splintering through the ground at her feet as she shot toward Uchiha Sora in a blur of speed. Tsunade, known as one of the legendary Sannin, was no fool. She had long sensed the potent chakra radiating from Uchiha Sora, far beyond the reach of a typical ninja. Without hesitation, she launched the first assault. Deep down, she thought, this kid dared to return here and challenge me. a renegade from a leaf. He acts as if the Sannin mean nothing, as if the leaf means nothing. I'll make sure he learns some respect. After defeating him, I'll drag him back to the leaf to face justice. Though Tsunade always claimed to be indifferent to matters of the leaf, in truth, that was little more than bravado. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora watched as Tsunade charged directly at him, a faint smile playing at his lips. He poured wind nature chakra into his blade. Without delay, his sword danced through the air, unleashing razor-thin blades of wind that sped toward Tsunade in a whirling gale. Sword style, whirlwind slash. A sword technique with wind chakra, Tsunade muttered, recognizing Sora's method mid-charge. With a flash, she raised her pale fist and struck the ground beneath her. In an instant, an explosion of raw strength shook the earth. From the point where Tsunade's fist landed, countless cracks burst outward, splintering the ground. A massive boulder erupted from the earth, landing squarely in front of Tsunade, forming a shield in the nick of time. P.S. Someone seemed quite curious about the author writing fiction and asked a few questions, but the chat didn't go beyond that. Oddly enough, the author feels pretty zen about it. Maybe because the last blind date was so draining. This time, there's no urge to force a conversation. It's better to just go with the flow. Time to focus on writing. The whirlwind sword strike crashed down upon the giant boulder, only to be stopped in its tracks. Tsunade leapt high into the air, cleared the obstacle, and continued her assault on Uchiha Sora. Her taijutsu was formidable, her speed swift, barely a blink, and she was already upon him. A powerful punch shot out, and Sora hurriedly raised his long sword to block it. A deep, thunderous impact rang out as her fist crashed into the blade. A surge of brute force jolted through, making Sora's sword tremble violently in his grip. His fingers tingled with numbness. Unable to withstand the force, Sora was forced to retreat rapidly, his feet dragging a long furrow through the earth. When he finally steadied himself and looked at his sword, crafted of many rare materials, a faint, hairline crack had appeared on the blade. No wonder she's famed for monstrous strength, Sora thought to himself. Even with my current power, I can't take that punch head-on. He got a good measure of Tsunade's normal punch. Clearly, he must avoid being struck again at all costs. Withdrawing his sword, Sora quickly began weaving hand seals. Noticing this, Tsunade's elegant brow arched. So you're preparing ninjutsu? But ordinary jutsu won't affect me in the slightest. She followed up with another punch, silent and direct, neither elaborate nor wasteful. Although she hadn't faced combat in some time, as one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade was a veteran of countless battles. A brief warm-up was all she needed to fall back into fighting form. Earth style, earth flow wall. Faced with her charging fist, Sora finished his hand seals, then slapped his palms to the ground with force. A heavy rumble followed. In the next instant, a thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking Tsunade's advance. Earth style. Shizun, watching from afar, gasped softly. Just moments ago he'd used a wind-based sword strike, and now earth style. Surely, he must possess both wind and earth natures. But she quickly shook her head and muttered to herself, no, the Uchiha clan is also naturally attuned to fire. It looks like he has mastered at least 3 nature transformations. Lady Tsunade, watch out. Shizun, realizing this, hurriedly called out to warn Tsunade, who was engaged in the battle. At that moment, Tsunade had already shattered the earth-style wall with a single punch. Bursting through the flying rubble like a wild bull, she charged straight for Uchiha Sora. Yet just as Tsunade broke through the stone barricade, a blazing fireball hurtled toward her. Fire style, great fireball technique. Such incredible hand seal speed. Switching from earth style to fire style without missing a beat. Impressive. Tsunade's expression darkened. It was already too late to try blocking the fireball with sheer brute force. With no other choice, she stomped hard on the ground, letting the recoil launch her desperately to the side. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade narrowly dodged the fireball, the flames licking dangerously close as she passed. But her right forearm was inevitably scorched, leaving a painful burn upon her fair skin. Regaining her footing, Tsunade fixed her gaze on Uchiha Sora, her elegant brows furrowing in frustration. Light from medical ninjutsu played across her left hand as she pressed it to the burn on her right arm, treating her own injury. Silently, she cursed her own carelessness. To think that a youngster could actually wound her, it was nothing short of humiliating. Though such a wound was hardly worth mentioning for her, Tsunade still felt she had disgraced the legendary Sannin name. So she called out, kid, I'll admit, your ninjutsu is impressive. You've mastered 3 nature transformations, after all. But that's where it ends. Now, I'm going to get serious. No sooner had she spoken than the wound on her arm closed beneath her healing jutsu. Meanwhile, both her palms began to glow with chakra. Chakra scalpel, Shizun announced at the sidelines. It looks like the fight is about to end. Karen asked, confused, "Why is that? Is Chakra's scalpel so powerful?" Shizun explained with a gentle smile, "Yes, little one. The chakra scalpel is our medical ninja's weapon. Not only can it heal and save lives, it can also kill. If someone's chakra network is cut by it, even the strongest ninja will lose the ability to fight." "It's that strong," Karen gasped, suddenly anxious for Uchiha Sora. On the battlefield, as Tsunade's chakra scalpel lit up, Uchiha Sora drew a flying thunder god kunai. At the same time, the crimson three-tomoe sharingan gleamed in his eyes. All his moves so far had just been a warm-up. He hadn't revealed much of his true strength. After all, Tsunade hadn't fought seriously in ages. She needed time to regain her edge. If he defeated her instantly with his full power, she might not be truly convinced by his victory. Now that Tsunade was getting serious, he naturally had to step up as well. After all, she was one of the legendary Sannin, a bona fide Kaga-level powerhouse. What's more, if he were to be struck by the chakra scalpel, it'd be far more troublesome than simply taking a punch from her. With Tsunade fully focused, she once again charged at Uchiha Sora. This time, her speed was clearly even faster than before. Not only that, but her movements were no longer just straightforward and direct. They now incorporated all sorts of taijutsu techniques. The chakra scalpel in her hand swept toward Uchiha Sora's vital points again and again, sharp as a kunai's blade. Yet, to Tsunade's silent dissatisfaction, no matter how fierce her onslaught, Uchiha Sora continued to dodge with effortless poise. It was as if he were a slippery eel, impossible to catch. The Sharingan truly is a nuisance, Tsunade thought to herself as she pressed her attack. For several minutes, their battle raged back and forth, strike for strike. Eventually, Tsunade was forced to pause. The continuous flurry of attacks had drained a significant amount of her stamina, and she breathed heavily, her generous assets heaving with each gasp. In contrast, Uchiha Sora, who had been on the defensive, hadn't worn himself out nearly as quickly as Tsunade had. He remained standing there with a relaxed, almost casual expression, which made Tsunade grit her teeth inwardly. Was this kid deliberately trying to wear her down? "Tsunade-senpai, I've already experienced your strength. Now it's my turn to attack." At this point, Uchiha Sora smiled as he spoke. Tsunade's expression immediately sharpened. She watched as Uchiha Sora raised his hand and flung a kunai, forming a rapid string of hand signs as he charged straight at her. Lightning style, Chidori. In his right hand, a burst of blinding lightning erupted, the sizzling crackle of electricity ripping through the air. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise. He could even use lightning style? The kunai was already right before her. Without even glancing at it, she simply tilted her head to dodge. But at that exact moment, Uchiha Sora suddenly vanished from her field of vision. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger erupted from just behind her. "What?" Tsunade exclaimed in alarm. Even Shizun, watching from a distance, was beyond shocked. Such a fast body flicker. How could anyone move that quickly? Could it be? Her gaze locked onto the kunai now gripped in Uchiha Sora's hand. Yin Yushi-He, the great fiend, neither holy demon nor holy not, for such a being cannot exist. This account is at risk. Mujichi from the Night Emperor Mausoleum, Zizun, the lingering sunset over still waters, the cool brother who loves wide-mouthed rhinos. Teemo Lover, the eunuch darling strapped with dynamite, the boy who only wishes to revive Lin. User 16313113, Xiao Zhao's Murmur, even lonelier at season's end. Chungmei, user 577-17056, the Invincible. How lonely in the bombing clan. Lin Wanan who loves fried chicken, the north wind of the ground blasting gang. Fu Qianminye from Dragon City, the mad dog. Yaoi of the Star, Long Jintian who loves stinky tofu casserole. Gangzang Kaihua, ethereal grandeur, refined, true meaning. Elder by who loves blue peacocks. Mai from Thomas's Arena. Lin Hongyu, Blue Bat from Fudu Temple. User 10242347. User 242-29242. Recollections of Days Past. Bombing Clans Kakashi, and Fu, Jiang Xen, and the most handsome in the world. Lin Jie who loves scallion dumplings and Banjo Yuga. Shizun, with silent acuity, noticed that there seemed to be a peculiar mark carved onto that kunai. "That's the Flying Thunder God technique," she gasped in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could someone from the Uchiha clan have mastered the Flying Thunder God? Yet now was hardly the time for Shizun to ponder. For Tsunade was already in danger. In a flash, The crackling light in Uchiha Sora's hand swept cleanly across Tsunade's back. She sensed something amiss and had already tensed to evade, her years of experience making her dart forward in an instant. But the flying thunder god was simply too fast. Even with her reflexes, Tsunade's shoulder was grazed by the Chidori. Uchiha Sora's Chidori was razor-sharp. Direct contact could pierce metal or stone with ease. Even being brushed by it gouged open a bloody wound in Tsunade's mortal flesh. Sliding forward, Tsunade clutched her injured shoulder. The pain drew a faint crease between her brows. The wound wasn't too severe, but as she loosened her hand and lifted it before her eyes, staring at that deep, crimson stain and catching the sharp scent of blood, 1,000 memories surged unbidden through her mind. "Blood," Tsunade whispered, her voice trembling with terror, knees folding beneath her with a dull thud as she collapsed to the ground, curling in on herself and shaking uncontrollably. "Oh no, Lady Tsunade's hemophobia has been triggered," Shizun cried, aghast at the sudden scene, and leapt into the fray, rushing to Tsunade's side. Observing this, Uchiha Sora's brow rose subtly. So, Tsunade's fear of blood has finally taken hold. Raising the crackling Chidori in his hand, he strode toward Tsunade, step by measured step. The dazzling lightning cast cold shadows across his face. "Uchiha Sora, stop right there." Shizun spread her arms wide, holding her ground before him, fiercely shielding Tsunade, who still cowered and shook with fear behind her. "What's this? Lady Tsunade, are you admitting defeat?" Uchiha Sora chuckled, his voice carrying a playful edge as he asked. But at that moment, it was obvious that Tsunade, caught in the grip of her hemophobia, had completely lost the ability to think clearly. All she could do was sit there, trembling uncontrollably. How could she possibly respond? Lady Tsunade's old illness has returned. "The match ends here," Shizun called out anxiously. "No way." Uchiha Sora shook his head. "She hasn't admitted defeat yet. This fight isn't over, unless you want to take her place." Shizun bit her lip, glaring at Uchiha Sora with anger burning in her eyes. "You're taking advantage of her weakness." "Taking advantage of her? Since you put it that way, let's see how you do." In a flash, Uchiha Sora vanished from his spot and reappeared right in front of Shizun, thrusting his Chidori straight towards her. Shizun barely managed to duck low, dodging the deadly strike. But before she could recover, Uchiha Sora's foot slammed in her chest, sending her flying through the air. With a harsh thud, Shizun crashed to the ground. Pain shot through her chest, snapping her back to reality. The man who kept calling Tsunade senpai so politely. He was a rogue ninja from a leaf. How could she have overlooked how dangerous he truly was? And she'd actually try to reason with him? Meanwhile, Tsunade, who saw Shizun hurled aside, was still seated on the ground, shivering, completely motionless. Watching this, Uchiha Sora's brows knit into a faint frown. In the next instant, he darted towards Shizun again, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. He didn't use any flashy jutsu this time, just pure hand-to-hand combat. But every blow he landed was more than Shizun could handle. With a dull impact, Shizun was knocked backward once more, blood trickling from her mouth. Still, she forced herself to stand and moved to shield Tsunade, locking eyes with Uchiha Sora. "I won't let you hurt Lady Tsunade, no matter what." Tsunade's body quivered ever so slightly. Her gaze found Shizun, and a hint of clarity slowly returned to her eyes. She tried to speak, her voice weak. "Sure, Shizun, go, just go." "No, Lady Tsunade, I'll never leave you. He'll have to kill me first." Shizun's innocent face was set with determination. Forming hand signs with both hands, she unleashed a cloud of toxic mist directly at Uchiha Sora. The poison enveloped Uchiha Sora in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Shizun rolled up her sleeve, revealing the hidden weapons on her arm. With a flick of her wrist, a hail of poison needles shot through the cloud, aimed straight at her opponent. Did it work? As the poisonous mist began to dissipate, Shizun glimpsed a swaying silhouette. Hope flickered across her face. But suddenly, with a faint burst, the wavering shape dissolved into a puff of white smoke. Uchiha Sora's real form was suddenly at Shizun's side, so quietly and swiftly she hadn't noticed. A cold sweat broke out on her forehead the moment she realized something was terribly wrong. The moment she turned her head, her eyes locked with a pair of blood-red pupils staring straight at her. 3 spinning tomo reflected in those eyes. The sharingan. Damn it! Shizun's heart filled with dread, but before she could react, she was already trapped within an illusionary world. Though Uchiha Sora's Mangekyo wasn't an illusion-focused eye, he had, since mastering his three-tomoe sharingan, absorbed many jinjutsu techniques passed down from Shisui. In terms of illusionary prowess, few ordinary shinobi could withstand him. Shizun, herself only at the rank of special jonin, excelled at medical ninjutsu and poisons, but was only passable when it came to combat. Her resistance to jinjutsu was nothing exceptional. In just an instant, Shizun was plunged into a world of torment within Sora's illusion, her mind racked in excruciating agony. By the time she regained consciousness, her body collapsed to the ground. She gasped desperately for breath, her chest rising and falling. Seeing this, Tsunade's eyes contracted and her lips trembled. She pleaded hoarsely with Uchiha Sora. "Please, don't hurt her." Sora responded only with a cold, dismissive laugh. "Tsunade, do you really think I'd listen to you? Stop. Please, just stop. Right now." "You can do nothing," Sora sneered. "You want to stop me? Fine then, get up and do it." But Tsunade remained on the ground, her body shaking, eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Sora's brow furrowed. He reached down with one hand, hauling the weakened Shizun off her knees, while his other hand drew the long sword from his waist. The chilling blade pressed against Shizun's chest, right above her heart. "If you don't get up and stop me," Sora warned, his lips curling into a merciless smile, "then your darling assistant dies right before your eyes. After I kill her, I'll use my sharingan to take what I want from your own mind. What a surprise you've given me, Tsunade. If I can slay one of the legendary Sannin, perhaps my name will soon echo throughout the ninja world." Tsunade's body trembled, her eyes flickering with struggle and fear. "Lady Tsunade, please run." Shizun's voice, trembling with terror, cracked through the tension. Summoning the last of her strength, she reached up to grip Sora's wrist in a desperate hold. "As long as I draw breath, I'll never let you touch Lady Tsunade." "Oh, then you can die first," Sora replied coolly, and with that, the blade in his hand drove mercilessly towards Shizun's heart. User 1491339, reminiscing about past times. Feiyu under clear skies, Shura the war god from the land of the dead. User 39534942, radiant years, 134017 for 927. User 351445355. User 23129-633, the Arc who loves spicy stir-fried chicken strips. Gang Shankai Hua. Chris Wu's Fujin Division fan. Easel win by the E River. What nonsense are you imagining? User 424-81665, Hichidwa who loves fried dough stick soup. Li Chongliang who likes saltbush. Help me up, I can still keep grinding. User 10463912, the Carp Spirit of Tianchue Gate by Yaya who likes black mushrooms. The Bomb Squad. Blank, I know you mouth my avatar's name. Overflowing emotion. The Bomb Squad, Boss Chow. Don't say anything when it gets dark. Snake Wen Jing who likes leopard meat. The Bomb Squad. Ritoi, Heaven and Earth Primordial Yellow. Fusu who loves Indian curry chicken. A guttural gasp. A long sword plunged through flesh. But did not pierce Shizun's heart. Instead, it was Tsunade's body that intercepted the fatal blow. She had stepped before Shizun, shielding her with her own body against Sora's strike. The blade slid between her grand, proud chest and stabbed through her lung. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword onto the floor. As Tsunade's lips overflowed with crimson, she slowly raised her arm and grasped the blade with a hand as flawless as jade, allowing blood to stream from her palm. But at this moment, Tsunade seemed utterly unfazed. Her body ceased to tremble. Her eyes, once gentle, now blazed with unwavering resolve and fierce intensity. "You little brat from the Uchiha clan, I won't let you harm Shizun," she declared, her icy tone deliberate and cutting. On her smooth forehead, the diamond-shaped seal began to spread with mysterious black markings, slowly crawling across her face. "In seal, release." Tsunade lifted her other fist and hurled it fiercely toward Uchiha Sora. With her sword caught in Tsunade's grip, Uchiha Sora knew better than to take the punch head-on. Without hesitation, he released the sword, abandoning Shizun, and flashed backward, quickly evading the blow. With a forceful yank, Tsunade pulled the sword from her body and cast it aside. "Ninga art, Krishun rebus." Tsunade called out with a low growl. Wounds that bored through her chest, and those on her right shoulder and palm, all began to heal with astonishing speed, visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, her body was completely restored. The once gaping injuries faded back into skin as smooth and spotless as polished jade. "Lady Tsunade, your hemophobia." Shizun, sitting on the ground, gazed at Tsunade with jubilant disbelief. Tsunade looked back at Shizun and smiled, gentle yet firm. "Don't worry, I won't let regret haunt us again." Seeing that smile on Tsunade's face, Shizun felt her heart surge with overwhelming emotion. Tsunade, having unleashed her chakra, now radiated a powerful and newly regained confidence, allowing her true Sannin spirit to shine through at last. "Step aside, Shizun." Let me have a proper exchange with this little Uchiha brat. With her confidence restored, Tsunade clenched her fists so tightly they creaked, her eyes fixed on Uchiha Sora, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. Shizun hurriedly got to her feet and backed away. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora began to applaud slowly, his face bright with a smile. Congratulations, Lady Tsunade, for overcoming your hemophobia and reclaiming the legendary might of the Sannin. Tsunade narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and replied in a calm tone, Kid, I owe you for this. You helped me conquer my fear. Now fully herself again, Tsunade understood perfectly well what Uchiha Sora was really doing. He simply wanted to help her break free from the shackles of her phobia. Otherwise, with Shizun's abilities, she would never have withstood even a fraction of Sora's strength, and Sora could easily have ended Tsunade's life in the blink of an eye, without a single unnecessary word. Only the naive Shizun was still left in the dark. Hearing the exchange between Lady Tsunade and Sora, she stood there, bewildered by what she overheard. Tsunade, everyone has fears, but the truly strong learn how to overcome them. Now, you are worthy of being called one of the Sannin, Sora said with a gentle smile. Everything he had done just now truly had been to help Tsunade face her greatest fear. Humph, such big talk, brat. Tsunade snorted. Even if you did cure my phobia, you still treated Shizun rather harshly. I won't let you off so easily. The real fight begins now. With that, Tsunade lunged at Uchiha Sora without hesitation. With her chakra seal released, Tsunade's chakra surged, boosting her speed and power. In a flash, she was before Uchiha Sora once more, her fist swinging towards him with the force of all her frustration and Shizun's grievances. But her punch only sliced through empty air. Sora's form vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the long sword Tsunade had just cast aside. He leisurely picked up the sword, fastened it at his waist, and addressed Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, you won't be able to land a hit on me. Is that the flying thunder god technique? There's a mark engraved on that sword. Tsunade's elegant brow furrowed, her thoughts racing. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm shot through Tsunade. She heard the sharp rush of air right beside her. Somehow, Sora had appeared silently behind her, a gleaming kunai pressed to the small of her back. When did he get there? Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. She was certain there were no flying thunder god markers nearby. Suddenly, she remembered that earlier, when she had been wounded by Chidori, Uchiha Sora's palm had touched her back shoulder. Could have been then? That's right, Lady Tsunade. I already marked you right there a long time ago. As if to confirm what Tsunade was thinking, Uchiha Sora raised his hand and tapped her fair shoulder, a faint smile playing on his lips. At that very spot, a faint glow from the flying thunder god seal flickered for a moment. You little brat. Tsunade exploded with rage in an instant. Her body jerked backward, slamming straight into the kunai in Uchiha Sora's hand. The kunai pierced her waist, but Tsunade, with a mighty spring, crashed directly into Sora's arms. A tender fragrance and a soft embrace? No, this was more like a rampaging mother Tyrannosaurus. A massive force slammed into him, and Sora's expression shifted as, caught completely off guard, he was sent sprawling across the floor. He had just managed to start getting up when Tsunade pounced on top of him, pinning him down so he couldn't teleport away. With one hand, she held him firmly in place, and with the other, she balled her fist tightly. You little brat, how dare you leave a seal on me? I ought to beat you to a pulp. Tsunade roared, her fist crashing down towards Sora. That monstrous strength was headed straight for him. If her fist landed, he'd be lucky to escape with his life. You really can't afford to provoke a woman. He had just cured her hemophobia, and now, over a single flying thunder god seal, she'd flown into a fury. No other choice, Sora muttered under his breath. With Tsunade keeping him in a death grip, he couldn't use the flying thunder god to escape. She'd just come along with him. There was no getting away from her like this. Just as Tsunade's fist came crashing down. Suddenly, the tomo in both his eyes twirled into the six-pointed star of the Mangekyo. With a tremendous crash, her fist struck Sora's body, the power behind it so great that the ground beneath him splintered into webs of cracks. Yet, Tsunade's elegant brows suddenly knit together. She realized that her fist hadn't struck flesh at all, but something as hard as steel. Staring into Sora's strange kaleidoscopic eyes, Tsunade felt a sudden, inexplicable shock in her heart. Invincible as I am, how lonely it feels. Potato noodle lover Wu Jian, Jijia and his crowd, Flourishing World, The Dark One, Dugu Wenyu, Wildfire Spreads, Yufei the Martial Tombs Mountain, Bomb Heaven Squad. How lonely it is to be invincible. Virtue wins all. Falling Stars at Heart. User 18423998, Bomb Heaven Squad. Ding Ding Dao Jun, wife of Minato Namikaze. User 27879914, West So, Baisheng who loves the Basan octagonal drum. 1555551 ta. WCMB, Little Wunwin. Child of the Stars, the sniper beast who loves to spit it out. Bomb Heaven Squad. The Ancient Blackhand. A Sang who loves scallion beef rolls. You out yin of the Southern Heavenly Realm. User 826450062. User 197876224. Dongjua, who loves stinky peonies. Bomb Heaven Squad. Golden. Spirit, Rasul Chunin, one of the brothers, or Nanda's overall best. Bomb Heaven Squad. Itachi, who's looking for his little brother. Xiao Zhang, the security who loves netted melons. Exant. Qingya, the classic of mountains and seas. A smile that topples a city. Bomb Heaven Squad. Tsunade glanced down and was astonished to see that her fist stopped several centimeters short of Uchiha Sora's body. The force that blocked her punch was, unexpectedly, a faint golden energy shimmering in the air before her. If one looked closer, they would notice that this pale gold energy was slowly solidifying, gradually forming the shape of rib bones. One after another. What is this? Tsunade gasped and leaped backwards in alarm. Uchiha Sora slowly rose from the ground, his Mangekyo sharingan eyes blazing. The overwhelming force of his gaze surged out from his pupils, almost tangible in its intensity. The pale golden energy rapidly took full form around his entire body, and in the blink of an eye, it materialized into a 10-meter-tall spectral skeleton, restless and intimidating. It was the Golden Susanoo. This colossal manifestation of ocular might was just as oppressive as any tailed beast, wrapping the senses in a suffocating grip. For a heartbeat, everyone present was left speechless, utterly shocked by the spectacle. It was the first time Tsunade had ever seen the Susanoo. Her voice faltered with awe. Is this the legendary power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? It's overwhelming, just like a tailed beast, this almost physical sense of oppression. This was Uchiha Sora's first time unleashing the Susanoo in battle. He hadn't intended to use it so freely, but it was Tsunade who forced his hand and deprived him of the chance to choose. Her punch had been far too close for any ordinary Mangekyo technique to deflect. Left with no other recourse, he wrapped himself in the Susanoo's protection. Otherwise, he'd surely have been injured. Tsunade-senpai, do you still wish to continue this fight? Uchiha Sora, now completely encased in the formidable Susanoo, strode slowly toward her, his voice calm, yet carrying an unmistakable intensity. Against Tsunade, he truly hadn't needed to call upon Susanoo. He had held back all this time, never expecting that she would seize an opening and nearly subdue him. It was only out of necessity, when no other options remained, that he chose to reveal Susanoo. Boy, don't underestimate me. Tsunade, of course, refused to back down. She let out a thunderous shout, leaping high into the air and lunging once again at Uchiha Sora. Her fist lifted overhead, then smashed down with tremendous force. A heavy thud echoed through the air as Uchiha Sora, in the skeletal form of Susanoo, raised his own fist to meet Tsunade's blow head-on. A faint golden energy shimmered, absorbing the impact and stopping Tsunade's fist in its tracks. Waves of immense power rippled outward from where their fists collided, whipping up a fierce gust that swept across the battlefield. Shizune and Karen hastily raised their arms to shield themselves from the roaring wind. Shizune uttered a gasp of amazement. What incredible strength! Even Lady Tsunade's power can't break through that thing. Realizing her monstrous strength couldn't shatter Susanoo's fist, Tsunade's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Using the force of the rebound, she leapt back, her gaze fixed on Uchiha Sora's pale, golden Susanoo. Inwardly, she mused, looks like I'll have to use the strength of 100 technique. Simply releasing the Een Seal wouldn't increase her power by much unless she actually activated the strength of 100 technique. But at that very moment, Uchiha Sora suddenly withdrew Susanoo's power and even deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. With a calm smile, he spoke. Lady Tsunade, I don't think there's any need for us to fight to the death. Don't you agree? So, are you admitting defeat? That last technique must have taken quite a toll on your eyes, right? Tsunade replied coolly. Susanoo does consume a lot of energy, that's true. Uchiha Sora shook his head lightly, but just now I only displayed its most basic form. It was hardly exhausting. I simply don't wish to waste my precious ocular power on this kind of occasion. He continued, Tell me, Lady Tsunade, have you ever seen this ninjutsu? As he spoke, Uchiha Sora raised his palm, and a brilliant blue sphere of chakra rapidly began to form. Rasengan! Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe you've mastered the Rasengan. What's your relationship with Jiraiya? In Tsunade's mind, only the fourth Hokage and Jiraiya could use the Rasengan. With the fourth having been gone for 6 years, there There was no way someone as young as Uchiha Sora could have learned the technique from him 6 years ago. That left Jiraiya as the only possible teacher who could have passed it on. Faced with Tsunade's questioning, Uchiha Sora simply smiled. He calmly held up his palm, continuing to channel chakra into the Rasengan. As he did, the once blue sphere gradually began to pale and emit an ear-piercing whine. Then, energy in the shape of a shuriken began to spiral around the new white Rasengan. It was none other than the wind style, Rasen Shuriken. What? You actually infused the Rasengan with elemental transformation? Tsunade gasped in shock, her face awash with disbelief. Compared to the awe she felt when witnessing Susanoo, the jutsu now swirling in Uchiha Sora's hand was even more terrifying to her. The mere presence of this technique radiated an overwhelming sense of danger. Tsunade-sama, in your opinion, what would happen to someone hit by this jutsu? Uchiha Sora raised the Rasen Shuriken, a faint smile on his lips. Tsunade's expression grew grave. Even though she didn't possess the sharingan and couldn't decipher the jutsu's principle, one thing was clear to her. The Rasengan was already a high-level jutsu, rated at A-rank difficulty, and now, with the addition of elemental chakra, it had undoubtedly reached S-rank. Moreover, the sheer volume of chakra infused in this technique was astonishing. Anyone struck by it would face truly unimaginable consequences. Even with her confidence in the creation-rebirth technique, Tsunade wasn't sure she could withstand such a blow. What made her feel even more helpless was the fact that Uchiha Sora had already marked her with the Flying Thunder God seal. Escaping his attacks was almost impossible. With that in mind, Tsunade slowly retracted the chakra that had surged from her Een seal and spoke up. Kid, you win. State your terms. Seeing Tsunade finally admit defeat, Uchiha Sora let out a subtle sigh of relief and dissipated the chakra from his hand. I want you to teach me every jutsu you know. Yeah, just like Orochimaru. So obsessed with jutsu, aren't you? Tsunade shook her head. As far as I know, most of the Uchiha lack Yan chakra. You may not even meet the basic conditions to learn my techniques. Give me 1 month. All I need is for you to teach me with everything you've got. Uchiha Sora replied calmly. 1 month. Tsunade was briefly stunned, then sneered. Kid, you really underestimate my jutsu, don't you? But Uchiha Sora simply held up a single finger. After a month, regardless of how much I learn, I'll leave, and I'll remove the Flying Thunder God seal from you as well. Fine. It's a deal. The moment Tsunade heard this, she readily agreed. Having the Flying Thunder God seal planted on her was utterly intolerable. As for Uchiha Sora, since he was the one who cast the technique, removing the seal was a simple matter for him. With this extra clause, he was certain Tsunade would weigh her options and wouldn't hold back at her teaching. P.S. Remember that girl I complained about for my blind date before? Turns out, through a mutual friend, she found out what I said about her, so we haven't been in touch these past couple of days. Now, I'm thinking of shifting my attention to another girl I just added on WeChat. But here's the twist. The girl I haven't talked to for 2 days suddenly reached out today and invited me to watch a movie with her tomorrow night. What? I am honestly shocked. So what do you all think I should do? Should I go or not? Dedicated readers like Lon Umo, Eyebrows who loves eating perilla cake, user 38083237, see a deer in the deep forest, eunuch baby with dynamite belt, Xiao the ultimate world's greatest fierce power, Chun who reads Shio, Guangzong who loves elm seed and egg pancakes, the chick is too beautiful, user 997992888 Morong, Agaway, user 40414178, Chun Dan who loves mutton and noodle meatballs, Kahashi Hoshi, user 11110587, user 36323922, Kunli who loves Hoka Black Bean, he, Uchiha of Bomb the Sky Gang. Can't believe I lasted this long. Fight for childhood sweethearts if I could start over, far beyond the ordinary, Teacher Ma, Bomb the Sky Gang, Invincible but Lonely, user 3799524415555551 Ta, Cherry Blossoms Severed by the Sword, and Young Master You who loves chicken wing casserole rice. Thank you all for staying with the story. In the time that followed, Uchiha Sora began studying medical ninjutsu and the Een seal under Tsunade's guidance. Tsunade, true to her word, didn't hold back or keep any secrets, not even considering Sora's status as a rogue ninja. She was also quite fond of Karen, and once she learned of Karen's innate talents, she personally requested to have Karen by her side as a student. Thanks to Karen, things between Uchiha Sora and Tsunade became much more harmonious. The four of them, aside from their daily training, would often enjoy a trip to the casino for some fun. Meanwhile, while Uchiha Sora and Tsunade were hanging out together in the Land of Lightning, the Raikage was in a fit of rage. As soon as Samui returned to the village, she immediately reported that she had been ambushed by members of Danzo's rude organization. This Danzo, so deeply insidious. On one hand, he secretly sends me intelligence on Uchiha Sora, and on the other, he attacks you behind my back. Is he deliberately trying to instigate a war between me and Uchiha Sora? What a cunning plan, the Raikage roared. Raikage-sama, what should we do? Should we retaliate against Konoha? Samui asked. The Raikage fell silent at her words. Everyone in the office looked toward him, awaiting his decision. Just recently, Rashi, the four-tailed Jinchuriki of the Land of Earth, was attacked and has gone missing. The Raikage finally revealed, his voice grave. What? The Jinchuriki of the Land of Earth was ambushed? Who would dare pull off such a stunt? The whole office was thrown into shock. The Raikage spoke slowly. The attackers remain unidentified, and even after a thorough investigation by the Land of Earth, nothing conclusive has been found. A shiver ran through the group. Are they really that formidable? To evade the detection of a Wagakure's investigation. I have a feeling, the Raikage continued, that their target is definitely the tailed beast sealed within the Jinchuriki. We in the Land of Lightning possess the 2 tails and 8 tails. It's only a matter of time before they come for us. Right now, our top priority should be to safeguard our Jinchuriki. He added, as for Danzo, I suspect Uchiha Sora may be more interested in him. Lord Raikage, what are you suggesting? The group hesitated in confusion. I've already extended an invitation to Uchiha Sora to attend the Chunin exams. I'm certain he'll come to Kimogakure in person, and when he does, I plan to discuss Danzo with him directly, the Raikage explained. Brilliant, Lord Raikage. The realization dawned on everyone at once. It became clear, Lord Raikage intended to use one adversary to eliminate another. Since Danzo had tried to stir up trouble through Samui, he hadn't just provoked the Land of Lightning. He'd earned the ire of the Land of Grass too. When Uchiha Sora learned from the Raikage about Danzo's betrayal and selling of information, he would most certainly go after Danzo himself. Who said Lord Raikage was just a brawler? Judging by this maneuver, his political cunning was on par with any of the other Kage. Without a certain degree of political talent, how could he possibly have become the 4th Raikage? Everyone felt genuinely convinced. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Danzo was growing uneasy after his failure to capture Samui. On one hand, he feared retaliation from the Land of Lightning. On the other, he dreaded that, once the 3rd Hokage discovered the truth, he would be held accountable. After all, selling intel on Uchiha Sora to the Raikage and dispatching operatives to capture Samui were things he'd kept hidden from the 3rd Hokage. Now that the plot had unraveled, Konoha might face enormous trouble. The 3rd Hokage was known for adopting a soft stance in external affairs, and it wouldn't be unheard of for him to hand over Danzo for the sake of the village's safety. It seems the only choice is to distract Hiruzen with something else, Danzo muttered to himself, deep within the root headquarters. Bring Uchiha Itachi to me, he commanded. Elsewhere, Uchiha Sora was deep into his studies with Tsunade, which were now proceeding smoothly. As Tsunade tirelessly explained the theories and techniques of medical ninjutsu, instructing him in their practice, he would often hear a string of system notifications ringing through his mind. Ding! After listening to Tsunade's teaching, your mystic palm technique has entered automatic training mode. Ding! After listening to Tsunade's teaching, your chakra scalpel has entered automatic training mode. Ding! After listening to Tsunade's teaching, your Yin seal has entered automatic training mode. Although his natural talent for learning wasn't exceptional, with the help of the system, all Tsunade needed to do was explain a ninjutsu a few times, and Uchiha Sora could let the system set that jutsu to auto-training. Moreover, as Tsunade explained more and more, and with her combination of detailed instruction and hands-on demonstration, the system's automatic cultivation speed became faster and faster. After about half a month had passed, a set of system notifications echoed in Uchiha Sora's mind. Ding! Your mystic palm technique, deeply inspired by Tsunade's personal demonstration, has been mastered through automatic training. Ding! Your chakra scalpel, unwilling to be left behind, has also been mastered through automatic training. Ding! Your Yin seal, envious of the mystic palm technique and chakra scalpel success, strives to catch up, and is mastered through automatic training. One after another, these ninjutsu, under Tsunade's explanations, were left entirely to the system. Uchiha Sora barely had to bother studying them himself. Miraculously, each jutsu seemed to possess a life of its own as it concluded its training automatically. Uchiha Sora's state baffled Tsunade more and more as she taught him. She could see that at first he seemed to have little grasp of what she was teaching. Yet after just a short while, and without much visible practice, he would suddenly know how to do it perfectly. She simply couldn't comprehend how this was possible. Naturally, Uchiha Sora never told Tsunade about his ability to master jutsu automatically. In less than a month, he had learned every ninjutsu that Tsunade had to offer. He had even mastered forbidden techniques like creation rebirth and the strength of 100 seal. None of this was anything Tsunade had anticipated. She had never imagined that it would be possible for Uchiha Sora to master all her jutsu within a month. Therefore, during her explanations, she held nothing back, never expecting anyone to learn her secret arts so easily. What truly stunned her was that, before she knew it, Uchiha Sora had even mastered creation rebirth and the strength of 100 seal. This guy, is he some kind of monster? Tsunade and Shizen privately grumbled about Uchiha Sora. Tsunade-sama, now that he knows your jutsu, what if he turns against Konoha? Shizen asked worriedly. Sigh, who would have thought he could really learn all of my techniques in just a month? Still, I don't get the sense that he's as extreme as other members of the Uchiha clan. Maybe he defected from Konoha for some special reason. I suppose I should make some time to visit the village and ask the old man about it, Tsunade replied. If Uchiha Sora were still a ninja of Konoha, with his abilities, he might even become the next Hokage, Shizen said with a nod. Hokage, huh? Come to think of it, ever since Madara and Grandpa founded the village, the Uchiha clan has never produced a single Hokage. Tsunade suddenly sighed. P.S. The author has a small request. Could everyone do me a favor and send some feedback to the app? Please ask them to bring back the bright yellow "Urge for New Chapters" button at the end of each chapter. Without it, I won't be able to see how many people are urging for updates, and my income from those requests won't be as clear in the future. Old Godfather, Jim Machio, Xiaoyan, Hung Xin Bien, Zhuang Meng who likes cabbage pie pie, by Ma one who loves steamed egg with okra, swaying with the wind, everything's just clouds, user 215468872, sky-shattering crew for Yi Chang'an, Wishui Rimit's son, Lord Xiao Shan the man. With 100,000 harems, casual, Zhang Qing who sweeps the state, sky-shattering crew, slant-mouth war god, Tang Tian who loves stone pot eggplant, XN, Summit who loves mango with milk, reminiscing times gone by. In the morning my hair was jet black, by evening it turns to snow. Dark tribulation, muddy water fishing _mouth high, your sister, my name will also be taken. User 259121107, Xia Chung who loves Zigung fish hot pot, Muir who loves mild marinated chicken. User 33597250, Shao Jia who likes Tong Jili. User 180722079. He COA, Emperor Sky Shatter, Relentless who loves Hiku fermented soybeans. 1 month later, Xianglin stayed with Lady Tsunade, while Uchiha Sora returned to the Grass Ninja Village. Before leaving, he left a special mark on Xianglin, just in case anything happened. Although Xianglin was reluctant to part ways, Tsunade took an immediate liking to her and decided to pass down all her medical ninjutsu techniques to her. With the hope of helping Uchiha Sora in the future, Xianglin gladly accepted the offer. Though Uchiha Sora managed to learn all of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, he did not acquire her vast reservoir of medical knowledge. Medical knowledge provides the theoretical foundation for healing, while medical ninjutsu is the tool employed to treat injuries. Uchiha Sora only mastered the techniques, not the underlying principles. That means he could manage to heal physical wounds, but when it came to dealing with more complicated or mysterious ailments, things would be far less straightforward. On the other hand, Xianglin stayed with Tsunade not only to learn medical ninjutsu, but also to absorb that immense and intricate body of medical knowledge. After returning to the Grass Ninja Village, Uchiha Sora began to tirelessly accumulate chakra, gathering it into the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. However, he did have one regret. The slug spirit refused to let him enter the sacred realm of Shikatsu Forest, claiming that the Uchiha clan possessed no talent for sage jutsu. Yet, Uchiha Sora could feel a certain hostility in the slug's tone. It seemed that this resentment was directed at the Uchiha clan itself. For now, it appeared there would be no chance to study sage jutsu at Shikatsu Forest. He would have to try Dragon Cave or Mount Mayaboka next time. Leader, there's a message from Konoha. Please have a look. At this moment, Yi-tsang appeared before Uchiha Sora, respectfully offering him a letter. Uchiha Sora opened the letter and saw that it was from the third Hokage, inviting him to negotiate at the ancient city of Kikyo on the border of the Hidden Leaf Village. That old fox, the third Hokage, finally can't sit still anymore, can he? After reading the letter, Uchiha Sora shook his head and chuckled, then turned to Yi-tsang and said, "Get ready. We're heading to Kikyo City." For this negotiation, Uchiha Sora was only planning to bring Zabuza, Yi-tsang, and another subordinate from the hidden grass village named Fengshe. The three of them, serving as his guards, would be more than enough to accompany him to Kikyo City. The negotiation was scheduled for the morning 2 days later. The land of grass lay close to the border of the land of fire, not far from the Hidden Leaf village. Instead of using the flying thunder god technique to teleport with his 3 subordinates, Uchiha Sora chose to travel the regular way, taking a day to reach Kikyo City. They spent another day exploring the city, and only then did he don his cloak and head out to meet the 3rd Hokage. Inside the spacious conference room, the 3rd Hokage wore his ceremonial robes and the Hokage's hat, flanked by his 2 chief advisors, the Umbu Captain Kakashi and the strategist Shikakanara. At the entrance of the conference room, the 3rd Hokage's son, Asuma, personally led the Umbu as guards. The security was tight, and the atmosphere serious and imposing. By contrast, Uchiha Sora's small entourage of 3 seemed rather slight and outnumbered. Yet not a single person present dared to take him lightly. Even if he had come alone, not one of them would have underestimated him. In fact, it was the 3rd Hokage who had requested that the negotiation take place in Kikyo City. This precaution was to ensure the Hokage's own safety. Uchiha Sora didn't bother to argue about the location. To him, it made no difference where the negotiation happened. He was confident that he could make his escape from any environment should it come to that. Uchiha Sora strode slowly into the conference room. Every gaze settled on his face, so young, almost unbelievably so. Some of the Umbu who had never seen Uchiha Sora before could hardly contain their curiosity. What kind of person could command such respect from Lord Hokage? Countless thoughts raced through everyone's minds. Asuma. So this is the guy who keeps the old man up at night, the very one giving him all these headaches, Uchiha Sora? He doesn't even look 12, but he radiates this presence, truly impressive. Kakashi, Uchiha Sora, to think you've come this far. Your former captain, wasn't able to bring you back. In the end, there was nothing I could do. Shikakanara, Uchiha Sora, he may be young, but you can't judge him by ordinary standards. Facing him, I must have the determination to confront any of the other Kage. Hamura Mitokado, that damned Uchiha Sora, Koharu Udatain, that infuriating Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora paid no mind to the thoughts swirling in everyone's minds. His gaze remained fixed on the 3rd Hokage. As soon as he entered the meeting room, he shot a glance at Kakashi, then sat himself down squarely across from the 3rd without the slightest hint of politeness. Seeing this, the 3rd Hokage took his seat as well. He glanced past Sora at Yakura, standing behind him, and smiled faintly. Uchiha Sora, meddling with the souls of the dead is hardly appropriate, you know. Uchiha Sora replied coolly, 3rd Hokage, that's not something you need to concern yourself with. Behind him, Yakura gave a sharp, disrespectful snort. Old man, you're overstepping. The 3rd Hokage's expression stiffened ever so slightly. Yet his attention was soon drawn by the diamond-shaped mark on Sora's forehead. His gaze sharpened as he asked, where did you learn the Een seal? Sora gave a derisive laugh. 3rd Hokage, why don't we get to the point? These irrelevant details aren't part of the negotiation. The jutsu records of Konoha, the secret scrolls, even the Book of Seals, you'll find all of those in my hands now. Have you decided what you're willing to pay to get them back? What are your terms? The 3rd asked, taking a slow drag on his pipe, perfectly composed. 1 billion Ryo. In addition, I want to take 2 people from your village, Sora stated bluntly. Which people? The mention of 1 billion provoked little reaction. It wasn't a true burden for Konoha. But when Sora demanded people, tension immediately filled the room. Unable to hold back, Advisor Koharu spoke up. None of you the pharmacist. And Tenzo. Uchiha Sora pronounced each name with crisp clarity. A collective gasp ran through the gathering. The 3rd Hokage's eyes narrowed, and the 2 advisors exchanged a silent glance. These 2 were pillars of Konoha. Nanoyu was the head of intelligence, an expert not only in infiltration, but in gathering information from many nations. For Konoha, she was simply irreplaceable. Even in death, they couldn't allow her to fall into enemy hands. And Tenzo, otherwise known as Yamato, had inherited the 1st Hokage's genes and possessed the wood release. That made him a vital asset for suppressing tailed beasts, giving the village a rare advantage. His importance to Konoha's strength could hardly be overstated. Their significance was second only to leaders like Kakashi or Shikakanara. What did Uchiha Sora want with the 2 of them? P.S. I just got back from a movie with a girl, so this chapter is a bit late. My apologies. Honestly, things with her are so flat. She's still the same as ever, always glued to her phone at meals and not much for conversation. I didn't want to bombard her with questions, so after the movie, I just took her home. There's really no spark at all. It feels like we're both barely curious about each other. Every attempt to get closer just feels forced. It's exhausting. I'm honestly thinking of giving up. Why is it so hard to fall in love these days? What should I do to take the next step? And please, don't give me any bad ideas like getting her drunk. That's not going to work. The condition Uchiha Sora put forward shocked everyone in the room. The third Hokage immediately retorted coolly, Uchiha Sora, your demands are simply too much. You're being unreasonable. Uchiha Sora replied indifferently, I've stated my terms. Whether you agree or not is up to you. If you refuse, then the negotiations just collapse, that's all. Seeing how Uchiha Sora looked so composed and confident, the third Hokage and his people frowned deeply. They were well aware of how valuable the documents that Uchiha Sora had taken from Konoha truly were to the village. The forbidden techniques recorded within the Scroll of Seals, in particular, were all of strategic importance, capable of saving or even turning the tide of battle single-handedly. At this very moment, Konoha was going through a difficult transition. Some of those forbidden jutsu had not even been passed down and preserved among the village's ninja. If the Scroll of Seals didn't return to Konoha, then those vital techniques could be lost forever. It was clear. Right now, it was Konoha that needed Uchiha Sora at the negotiating table, not the other way around. The third Hokage and his advisors understood this well. So, faced with Uchiha Sora's unaffected and almost careless attitude, they decided to call a meeting to discuss their next move. Negotiations were paused and scheduled to continue the following day. Fine, go ahead and talk it over, Uchiha Sora said generously with a wave of his hand when the third Hokage made the request. With that, the third Hokage got up and left the conference room. Yetsong, Zabuza, Fushur, you three are free tonight. I'm going to visit some old friends. Once the others had left, Uchiha Sora spoke to his companions. Within the Uchiha clan, anger and frustration were simmering among its members. During the negotiations between the Hokage and Uchiha Sora, the leadership of Konoha, wary that the Uchiha might use this situation to cause trouble, had placed tight restrictions on them from the outset. The Uchiha had been confined to their clan grounds and forbidden to leave, and every possible measure of surveillance was in place to watch their every move. This only deepened the clan's resentment, and calls for rebellion grew louder with each passing day. Some even began to harbor feelings of resentment towards Uchiha Sora himself. During this period, Uchiha Sora's actions, including the way he defected from Konoha, have brought even more criticism upon the Uchiha clan. Many villagers are now secretly gossiping about the Uchiha, pointing fingers and calling them a clan of rebels just because someone like Uchiha Sora became a rogue ninja. They whisper that it's only a matter of time before the Uchiha bring disaster to Konoha. Things had reached a point where even Fugaku Uchiha found himself in a predicament with no easy way out. As time went on, he realized that the hope for a successful coup was fading further and further away. Lately, Itachi's actions had grown more and more suspicious, making Fugaku deeply question whether his plan to lead the clan in revolt was still something he could truly control. If something were to go wrong with Itachi at the most critical moment of the coup, the Uchiha clan could truly be doomed. One evening, Sasuke, just 6 years old and newly started in school, raced home for dinner. He was almost at his doorstep when, suddenly, he bumped headlong into a figure standing with his back to him. With a thud, Sasuke fell to the ground. Rubbing his aching forehead, he looked up at the figure before him. Who are you? What are you doing at my door? Young Sasuke puffed out his cheeks and called out angrily. The figure turned around, revealing a handsome young face with a gentle smile. Sasuke, you've grown so much already. Is your brother home? Why are you looking for my brother? Sasuke asked sharply, instantly wary. I'm an old friend of your brother's, Uchiha Sora. I just happened to visit Konoha these days and thought I'd drop by to see him. The figure was Uchiha Sora himself. He smiled softly as he looked at Sasuke. Uchiha Sora? Sasuke tilted his head, thinking for a moment. Suddenly, his face lost all color. You're that rogue ninja, Uchiha Sora. In truth, given the relationship between Uchiha Sora and Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke had met him several times as a child. Yet over the past couple of years, with Sora's departure from Konoha and the Itachi family scarcely mentioning him, coupled with a child's fleeting memory, Sasuke's impression of Uchiha Sora had nearly faded away. Now, as the memory came back to him, Sasuke immediately recognized Sora's identity. Wasn't this the notorious traitor everyone in the clan whispered about? Facing a dangerous rogue ninja in person, the 6-year-old Sasuke instantly wilted with fear. Seeing Sasuke's pale, terrified face, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but smile. A mischievous impulse flickered in his heart. He strode forward, lifted Sasuke easily by the back of his shirt, and let out a hint of his presence. Eyeing the boy with a smile, he teased, Little Sasuke, your brother and I are good friends. How can you just call me by name? At the very least, shouldn't you call me Big Brother? What What are you trying to do? Sasuke, dangling helplessly in Uchiha Sora's grasp, felt as if all the strength had left his body. He trembled before Sora's intimidating presence, struggling to get his words out. Uchiha Sora. Just then, a cold, cutting voice echoed from deep within the mansion. At the sound, Sora's lips curled into a faint smile. He set little Sasuke down and ruffled his hair gently before turning to face the chilly silhouette in the doorway. It's been a while, Itachi. It was Uchiha Itachi who stepped out. The moment Sasuke saw his older brother appear, his spirit was instantly restored. He scampered over to Itachi's side, hiding behind him, glaring fiercely at Sora from the safety of his brother's shadow. Brother, he's a rogue ninja from the village. Hurry, catch him. But Itachi paid no heed to his brother's outcry. Instead, his deep gaze remained fixed on Sora. Why are you here? I thought you'd left the Uchiha clan for good. Sora chuckled softly. I used to think the same, figured I'd never have a reason to return. But recently, some new thoughts have come to me. So, I decided to take a look around. Ever since mastering Edo Tensei and the In Seal, Sora's power had increased greatly. Now that he'd established his own foothold in the land of grass, there were things he could attempt that had once been out of reach. Long before this meeting, Sora had already settled on a certain plan, one that inevitably drew his attention back to the Uchiha clan. That was the purpose behind his visit today. Hearing Sora's explanation, a glint of sharp understanding flashed in Itachi's eyes. He nodded slightly. Since you're here, come in and have a seat. Sora dipped his head in agreement and strode confidently into the mansion. Sasuke, still fuming, protested beside his brother. Brother, how can you let this traitor enter our home? Sasuke, easy now. Go on back to your room, Itachi murmured gently, patting his younger brother's head in reassurance. Sasuke would defy anyone, but never his brother. Though he grumbled, he reluctantly did as told and disappeared down the hallway. As Sasuke's small figure retreated, Itachi quietly said to Sora, he's still very innocent. He doesn't understand how complicated things really are. I hope you won't mind his outburst. Sora couldn't help but laugh. You really are the ultimate big brother, aren't you, Itachi? Itachi faltered for a moment, but said nothing more. It seems these days apart have made us strangers, Sora remarked, shrugging his shoulders. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku appeared before them. Sora, what brings you here? Fugaku's surprise at Sora's arrival was unmistakable. I'm here about something important, Sora replied. Let's find somewhere private to talk. What's so urgent? Can't we discuss it here? Itachi interjected with a frown. Fugaku glanced at his son, saying nothing. Well, in that case, I'll be straightforward. Uchiha Coup looked at Itachi and said, You should already know that Danzo will never accept the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage is tacitly allowing this, and the clan has now reached a dead end. He paused, then glanced at Fugaku before continuing. When I left the Leaf Village before, I wasn't sure if I could save the Uchiha, but now, as you've seen for yourselves, Konoha can do nothing to me. The best path for our clan is no longer a coup, nor is it clinging to this great tree of Konoha, whose roots have already begun to rot. The only future for the Uchiha clan is to follow me, to join me. That's why I'm here, to give our clan one last chance. When Uchiha, Fugaku, and Itachi heard this, the two exchanged a glance. Fugaku spoke, Coup, it's not that simple. You must know there are too many in the clan who refuse to leave Konoha. Your idea will not be accepted by everyone. Uchiha Coup shook his head and replied, I don't need everyone's approval. I just need enough people, especially you and Itachi. Hearing this, both of them fell silent. Fugaku's eyes flickered as doubt began to creep into his heart. Had this conversation taken place before Uchiha Coup defected, he would never have wavered. But lately, he has found the clan situation growing more desperate, Itachi's attitude increasingly difficult to discern, and the hope for a coup looking ever more remote. Uchiha Cou's proposal now seemed like a viable way out of their predicament. Most crucial of all, Uchiha Cou's power had ignited a flicker of hope inside him. Seeing the hesitation in his father's eyes, Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly and said, I think this is too important to decide hastily. It's better to consult the other clan members first. At these words, Fugaku nodded. Itachi is right. Even as patriarch, I can't simply override the will of all our kin. Then let's do this. Give me 3 days, and father and I will do our best to persuade the others, Itachi suddenly suggested. Uchiha Coup frowned and fixed Itachi with a deep look before answering. Fine, I'll give you a few more days. With these words, he gave Fugaku a nod and said, Then I'll take my leave. The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Uchiha Coup vanished before their eyes. After Uchiha Coup departed, Fugaku turned to Itachi, saying, Itachi, I'm relieved you're standing with me this time. Let me handle persuading the clan. For now, your most important task is to keep Danzo under control." Uchiha Itachi gave a gentle nod and quietly left. It was the dead of night. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes on the bed and swiftly got up. He dressed himself, equipped his ninja tools, and silently slipped out of the room. He moved quickly, leaving the Uchiha compound, passing through a forest, and finally arriving at the main hall of the Root Organization's headquarters. Inside the hall, Danzo sat in a chair, his right eye wrapped in bandages. When he saw Uchiha Itachi enter, he spoke in a flat tone. "Itachi, do you have anything to report?" Itachi knelt on one knee and reported, "This evening, Uchiha Sora came to the clan and tried to persuade my father and me to lead our people to join him." Danzo, hearing this, let out a cold snort. This Uchiha Sora is truly audacious, negotiating with the third Hokage on one hand, yet scheming in the shadows on the other. Unforgivable. Does he think that taking the Uchiha out of the village will give him a peaceful path to power? What he's doing will only ignite war throughout the shinobi world. Danzo's warnings were not mere alarmism. With the Uchiha under Konoha's shelter, shielded by the might of the village, the other powers of the shinobi world dared not provoke them openly. Yet if they were to leave Konoha for the land of grass, then all those factions would no doubt make their move. At that point, chaos and bloodshed would sweep across the shinobi world, all because of the coveted sharingan. Uchiha Sora himself was powerful. No one dared to make a move against him, but the Uchiha clan as a whole did not possess such overwhelming strength. Still, with the secret of sharingan running through their veins, how could other powers not be tempted? Danzo fell silent for a moment before asking, "And what about your father? How does he feel about this?" "My father agreed to it." "I see. Then there's no time to waste." Danzo replied coldly. "Itachi, I'm putting Root at your command. Tomorrow night, annihilate the Uchiha clan." "Yes." A jolt ran through Itachi. He accepted the order and departed. Watching Itachi's retreating figure, a faint smile curled on Danzo's lips. He touched his right eye, Shurisue's eye, and muttered, "Good thing the cooldown for this I ended a month ago." The Kodo Tsukumi I cast on Itachi to bind him in loyalty to Konoha is proving remarkably effective. It's a pity, Danzo mused, shaking his head in slight regret, that someone as strong as Itachi mustn't be too thoroughly reconditioned, or Fugaku would surely sense something amiss. On the other side, after returning home, Uchiha Sora remained deep in thought about the fate of the Uchiha clan. He had noticed that things seemed almost too simple. The clan was under constant surveillance, and persuading the others, especially with Itachi and Fugaku, would hardly be an easy feat. In the original story, Itachi played the role of a double agent. He would never have so easily abandoned Konoha to defect, not without a struggle. And besides, while the third Hokage was engrossed in negotiations with him, there had been no sign of Danzo. That old schemer was never one to sit quietly in the shadows. With that thought, Uchiha Sora's mind stirred. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly vanished without a trace. The next moment he reappeared, 6 reanimated elite shinobi had gathered beside him. Aside from Yakura, the lineup was now complete, including the recently joined Yamanaka Kaze, 6 in total. Uchiha Sora studied the group of 6 before him and said, "I'm sending all of you into the Uchiha clan complex. From now on, I want you to keep a close watch on everything that happens among the Uchiha." "Yes, sir," the 6 replied in unison, one after another. Without delay, Uchiha Sora cast the Flying Thunder God once more, delivering the group into a hidden blind spot within the Uchiha district surveillance. There, he instructed them to stay concealed. With these 6 elite, reanimated shinobi now standing guard inside the Uchiha compound, it was as if Sora himself had 6 pairs of ever-watchful eyes, able to keep a constant vigil. Should anything suspicious occur, he could see it firsthand through the vision of those reanimated agents. It was even more reliable than shadow clones. Author's note, shoutouts to readers. Meng Tutu, Small Street 1, champion of late nights, still hanging on, Jian Gang. Bakshu, observing in secret, Uncle Wang Yu who loves gold and silver pork knuckles, Jian Gang's second leader, Jian Gang. No killing the nameless, Bahamut, Jian Gang. How lonely to be invincible. User 280999733, Long Yue, Chin who loves English-style scrambled eggs, 378-162-8923, Jian Gang's Grand Protector, Wang Wu. User 108850002, User 107777813, Faisa, who loves beef. Meatball Soup, User 4428436 Lone, Naishioer, Wang Xingye who likes chain beans, User 228217771, Jiayin Gang Security Captain, Flying King Lido of Miria Cultivation Hall, book loving me. Help me up, I can still grind. Outlaw Zhang San, Hellfire, Jujio Arc who loves spicy shredded chicken. User 302108857. User 298677765. Sato who likes hookbill babblers. User 21. The following day, Uchiha Sora resumed negotiations with the third Hokage. After much discussion, the third still refused to hand over Yakushi Nanoyu and Tenzo, though he did raise the cash amount from 1 billion to 5 billion Ryo, and promised to revoke the bounty on Sora's head. 5 billion Ryo, a staggering sum. For context, the bounty Konoha had placed on Uchiha Sora was already 1 billion, and that alone had sent shockwaves through the outside world. Even an elite jonin like Kakashi wouldn't earn that much in an entire lifetime. But money wasn't Sora's goal, so the talks deadlocked again. 20 billion Ryo, and you hand over Nanoyu, that's my final offer. Refuse, and we'll meet on the battlefield. Sora delivered his ultimatum, exerting palpable pressure on the third Hokage. The third and his aides immediately blanched, their faces clouded with unease. They never expected that Uchiha Sora would actually have the courage to declare war on Konoha, although everyone knew this was most likely Uchiha Sora bluffing. After all, despite his strength being on the level of a Hokage, he simply had too few usable subordinates to take on Konoha in a head-on battle. There was no way he could possibly win. Yet the leaders of the village couldn't afford to gamble on it. If Uchiha Sora truly decided to throw caution to the wind and launch an all-out war against Konoha, the village would suffer devastating damage once more. And in that case, other nations would almost certainly seize the moment to start conflicts of their own. Uchiha Sora, as a former Konoha shinobi, must you really go this far? The third Hokage spoke with anguish in his voice. Do you understand what it means to start a war? Uchiha Sora's tone was calm as he replied, Mind your words, third Hokage. I am now the leader of the Grass Ninja Village. I act only in my own interests. The affairs of Konoha have nothing to do with me. Faced with this, the third and his companions had no reply. That's enough. You better think this through. The fact that I'm even here negotiating with you is something you should be grateful for. With a wave of his hand, Uchiha Sora stood up and walked away. He's right, sighed the third Hokage, watching Sora's figure recede from sight. Given his current power, he could summon a squad of elite reincarnated shinobi and attack Konoha directly. He wouldn't even need the strength of Grass Ninja Village. Narashikaku, standing beside him, analyzed grimly. From what we know, he possesses both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Impure World reincarnation. That diamond seal on his forehead should be Lady Tsunade's ink seal. And on top of that, he has the sharingan. The third Hokage's gaze shifted, his expression troubled. We need to discuss this further. Night fell. Within the Uchiha clan, Itachi was meeting with a man wearing a mask. For the massacre that would unfold tonight, Itachi had taken the initiative to seek this masked man out. After the clan is wiped out, if you find yourself with nowhere to go, come join Akatsuki, said the masked man, after the two had finished discussing their plan. Itachi gave a silent nod and vanished into the shadows. The masked man then made his way toward the direction of the Uchiha police force. The massacre struck without warning. The root members mobilized in full force, spreading out in all directions to begin their slaughter. Itachi's blade, stained with the blood of his own kin, flashed through the alleys and streets of the clan grounds as he moved swiftly, one with the silent night. In that moment, his sharingan reflected nothing but a ruthless, icy light. At the same time, the elite reincarnated shinobi lurking in various corners of the Uchiha compound instantly sensed that something was amiss. Something's wrong. There's trouble. From his location within Kirikyo Castle, Uchiha Sora immediately became aware of the situation through the eyes of his elite reincarnated followers. So Itachi has chosen the path of annihilating his clan after all. No, there has to be a reason behind this. Pulling on his ceremonial robe and fastening his ninja tool pouch, Uchiha Sora pondered as he prepared himself for what was to come. In the next instant, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and he appeared within the Uchiha clan's compound. He didn't rush to stop Uchiha Itachi right away. Instead, he first sought out Uchiha Fugaku, relaying what was happening and urging him to gather their forces to mount a counterattack immediately. Uchiha Sora knew well that this massacre was spearheaded by Itachi, with the entire root organization mobilized, plus Uchiha Bido was lending his aid. That combined strength was not to be underestimated, especially on Abido's side. Dealing with him was something Sora had to handle personally. As for the remaining threat, Itachi and the root forces, he would have to trust Fugaku and the resurrected Uchiha elites to face them. The moonlight, cold and pale as snow, fell over the Uchiha compound. In front of the Uchiha police force headquarters, Obito had silently slain over a dozen clansmen already, collecting several pairs of Sharingan eyes. Just as he was about to carve a bloody path through the police squad, a figure suddenly appeared in a blur, blocking his way. A strikingly handsome face, draped in white ceremonial robes. Uchiha Sora stood silently in his path, crimson three-tomoe Sharingan spinning in his eyes. Uchiha Sora, you're quick to respond. Seems you've been keeping a close watch on the Uchiha clan all along. The moment Obito saw Sora, he narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low, cautious voice. If I hadn't taken precautions in advance, tonight you really might have succeeded. Sora replied coldly. Uchiha Obito, do you still want to test whether your Kamui is faster than my flying thunder god? Obito snorted. No need. I'll take my leave. With that, he activated Kamui, vanishing from where he stood without a trace. He had no intention of confronting Sora head-on. If Sora managed to mark him with the flying thunder god seal, it would spell real trouble. After all, Obito's agreement to help Itachi tonight was no solemn vow, just a whim and a convenient chance to collect spare Sharingan eyes. It was certainly unwise to risk a life-or-death struggle with Sora for such a reason. Sora was unsurprised as Obito opted to flee rather than fight. He turned to see a group of Uchiha elites rushing out from the police headquarters, having just noticed something was wrong. Finding Sora at the entrance, surrounded by fallen allies' corpses, they immediately mistook him for the enemy and launched an attack. Sora frowned and snapped. Idiots! The enemy here is already gone. Danzo's route is massacring the clan. You need to gather your strength and head for reinforcements now. His shout startled them, halting their attack for the moment. But Sora had no time to explain further. With those final words, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and disappeared. The others were left exchanging uncertain, uneasy glances. Was that person just now Uchiha Sora? At this moment, someone seemed to recognize Uchiha Sora's face and spoke hesitantly. Uchiha Sora? What is he doing here with our clan? Could what he said be true? Are the Konoha higher-ups really targeting us? Or is this just Uchiha Sora spouting nonsense? Someone questioned, skeptical. Fool! Uchiha Sora likely bears us no ill will. If he did, with his strength, we'd all be dead by now. Finally, someone understood the reality and shouted, We'd better listen to him. Get ready and prepare to support. Heartless and ruthless nine-tailed Crimson Carp. Lunch questions, 12-winged Seraph, Rual Liwei Ro, Black Evil, Yulu Mo, Little Kid craving anime, show off. The crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. User 397985557, Shinbin who loves Chinjo cucumber peels, Bombing Gang, Varuto, want to pick a good name, Bombing Gang, still here, Wen Xiao who loves braised pork trotters with soybeans. Ashura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, good tester, competes for childhood friend upon rebirth, humbly fiery war god, clan head of the Gojo family, Hanli who loves salt-baked turbot, how, blank spaces, user 329811304, carefree, Kong Lin who loves pan-fried old tofu, Zhuang Meng who loves cabbage, Siwan from Fengdu City, this account is at risk, Li Bai, Gout, Jianli, Sophie. After leaving the post of the security force, Uchiha Sora immediately created more than 100 shadow clones, sending them off in different directions to stop the root organization's ninjas. Meanwhile, Fugaku quickly led several clan ninja into open resistance, and soon the situation was brought under control. With Uchiha Obito, the clan's most formidable force, now gone, the Uchiha's elite suffered minimal casualties. The root members weren't necessarily stronger than the Uchiha's best, and with Sora shadow clones lending support, the root ninjas soon realized something was going terribly wrong with their mission. What's going on? How did the Uchiha react so quickly? Wasn't Itachi supposed to take care of the security force elites? Damn it. Our numbers are dropping fast. Where's Itachi? Where is he? Just as the root members were caught in this predicament, Uchiha Itachi himself was also facing fearsome opposition. 3 powerful reanimated ninja blocked his path. One was the explosion release user, Karui, and the other 2 were members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. All 3 had the strength of elite jonin in life. Though their reanimated bodies lessened some of their skills, the advantage of immortality boosted their combat effectiveness. The 3 worked together, pinning down Uchiha Itachi, Mangekyo Sharingan active and all, leaving him unable to break free. Itachi's heart sank into the abyss. The appearance of these reanimated elites meant that Uchiha Sora already knew what was happening on this front. Originally, he had imagined that his greatest enemy tonight would be his own father. Now he had to add Uchiha Sora to that list. Just as anxiety tightened in his chest, a familiar figure surged forward, leading a group of ninja. Father! Itachi's gaze sharpened as he recognized the man. Uchiha, Fugaku. Itachi. So you really have betrayed us. Fugaku's voice was heavy with sorrow. Why? The clan elites, gathering around Fugaku, glared at Itachi, with anger burning in their eyes. For peace. Itachi suddenly lifted his head and spoke with conviction. The moment his words fell, the triangular windmill pattern in his eyes spun rapidly, an invisible force of ocular power flaring forth as he targeted Fugaku with the Mangekyo sharingan, the most powerful attack of the mind. Tsukuyami. Within the world of the mind, Itachi and Fugaku stood facing each other. Father and son, their gazes locked for a long, silent moment. Father, I'm sorry. Itachi raised the blade in his mental world, binding Fugaku tightly before plunging the blade into his father's body. The agony of being pierced could not compare to even a fraction of the pain of father and son turning against one another. Fugaku's face remained expressionless as he said quietly, Itachi, you have to go now. If Uchiha Sora arrives, I can't be sure he'll let you escape. You stand no chance against him. Even with the Mangekyo sharingan, Fugaku stated, his gaze unwavering as he looked at his son. Father, Itachi's expression trembled with emotion. I'll let you defeat me on purpose. Now hurry and get away. Fugaku continued. Itachi fell silent, 1,000 words left unspoken. Back in the real world, less than a second passed before Fugaku suddenly collapsed to his knees with a heavy thud, gasping for breath. Clan leader Fugaku, are you all right, sir? Seeing Fugaku fall to his knees after merely meeting Itachi's gaze, the onlookers were seized with shock and fear. Coldly, Itachi swept his gaze over the crowd, causing the Uchiha to instinctively take a step back, cowed by his sheer presence. Before anyone could react, Itachi threw down a smoke bomb and vanished from their sight without a trace. Fugaku, catching his breath, slowly rose to his feet. He addressed those around him. Control all the attackers immediately. Yes, sir, came the unified reply, and the clan members scattered at once. Not long after, those root agents wreaking havoc throughout the Uchiha compound found themselves steadily overwhelmed and subdued by the clan elites under Fugaku's command. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora's hundreds of shadow clones dispatched many root agents as well. In the end, only a handful of root members managed to escape to deliver the news. The rest were either slain, gravely wounded, or captured alive. The massacre was hastily concluded in this way. Root's organization, with nearly all of its several hundred elite members killed, managed to slay almost 1,000 Uchiha clan members. Most of the victims were civilians. The number of ninja casualties was fewer than 200. All of this was, of course, thanks to Uchiha Sora's timely discovery. He alerted Fugaku and drove away Obito, saving the clan from annihilation. Half an hour later, Uchiha Fugaku led several hundred elite Uchiha ninja to join up with Sora. Once the two sides met, they immediately sent people to begin moving the bodies and tallying the scene. Uchiha Sora and Fugaku stood to the side, watching it all unfold. Fugaku spoke soberly. I let Itachi escape. You won't blame me for that, will you? Sora glanced at him, then shook his head with a faint smile. Don't worry. If I really wanted him dead, he wouldn't have gotten away. Though Sora was quite eager to meet Itachi, his top priority now was to locate Danzo. As for Itachi, there would be plenty of opportunities to address that matter later. Just then, Uchiha elite approached. After a respectful glance at Sora, he reported, Patriarch, Lord Sora, we've discovered that several clan members' sharingan have been gouged out. The count reaches about 20 pairs. 20 pairs? Sora narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. He surmised that part of those 20 pairs must have been taken by Obito. As for the rest, Danzo was most likely responsible. Danzo had deployed nearly every root operative, yet hadn't shown himself, clearly plotting something behind the scenes. Indeed, the remaining sharingan had to have been quietly taken by Danzo. Lost in thought, Sora was approached by Yamashiro Kaze, his reanimated subordinate, who reported, Leader, I've sensed Danzo's presence. As an elite of the Yamanaka clan, Yamashiro Kaze excelled in mind techniques and sensory arts. Having once served under Danzo, he was intimately familiar with Danzo's chakra signature. Where? Sora's eyes lit up with resolve. With Root decimated during this massacre, Danzo was left isolated, a lone commander, with no power to call upon. Now is the perfect chance to hunt him down. 7 o'clock southwest, 5 kilometers away. Yamashiro Kaze reported with careful precision. Even before the last word left his lips, Sora vanished from the scene, racing toward Danzo's location. At that very moment, on the outskirts of the Leaf Village in Kikyo Castle, the third Hokage sat in his room, sleepless and frowning in deep thought. He was weighing the conditions Uchiha Sora had proposed earlier that day. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. It's bad. Lord Third, Something has happened to the Uchiha clan. What? The third Hokage sprang up, fully alert. She loves eating duck, Wooling's Takana now, the pure-hearted Taoist, a certain, salted fish, the invincible and lonely of the bomb squad, the high-powered bomb of the bomb squad, like Snow, Long Ijing who loves the fearsome clawed raptor, Roly Wairu, Ichun, the goofy netizen, user 26472259, Dugu Wenyu, Sima Zai, Halamig, the little one yearning for anime, dreams can only remain dreams, Shihan, the arc who loves spicy. Fried chicken strips, user 26472259, Nien V Chun, invincible, emptiness, the void ring of the fox immortal hall, user 11431138, rice porridge, Long Ijing who loves the fearsome clawed raptor, Wan Yu, Zhuang Meng who loves cabbage, Elaine chasing dreams, duel to the death in shadow, user 13198652, user 20012, currently banned in the Black Room. Outside the Uchiha clan's estate, deep within a nearby forest, a shadow darted rapidly among the trees, rushing toward the ancient city of Kikyo. Half of his body was wrapped tight with bandages, only one eye exposed. It was Danzo. He had dispatched Root and Uchiha Itachi, hoping to wipe out the Uchiha clan before Uchiha Sora could react. But unexpectedly, Sora got wind of the plot and rushed to their rescue. Not only did the massacre fail, but he also lost Root in the process. Danzo's hatred for Uchiha Sora now burned unquenchable. Still, there was some comfort. In exchange for almost the entire Root organization, he managed to fish in troubled waters and acquire several sharingan. As he fled, Danzo raised his right arm, revealing a limb fashioned from the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's cells. Embedded in the arm were eye sockets, each one carefully cultivated in advance. With unceremonious force, Danzo pressed the newly obtained sharingan into the sockets. Thanks to the extraordinary regenerative powers of the first Hokage cells, all 10 eyes were swiftly installed. Strength surging through him, Danzo quickly gained perfect control over the 10 sharingan. "What intoxicating power!" he exclaimed, savoring the strength now coursing through his arm. But alas, this state can't last long. I'll have to find a way to seal them soon. Danzo knew that while Hashirama's cells made it easier to control the sharingan, activating so many at once demanded immense mental energy. He couldn't keep them exposed forever. "Root is gone. I too need to go underground for a while," he muttered to himself. As for the havoc he had unleashed upon the Uchiha clan, that was a problem for the third Hokage to clean up. Suddenly, whoosh, a kunai whistled from behind, burying itself deep into the trunk just ahead of Danzo. Startled, Danzo's face darkened immediately. In a blur, a shadow flickered and instantly materialized beside the kunai. It was none other than Uchiha Sora, catching up from behind. "Danzo, where do you think you're escaping to?" Uchiha Sora asked with a relaxed, almost playful smile as he looked at Danzo. "Uchiha Sora," Danzo growled between clenched teeth. "I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly." Uchiha Sora replied with a light laugh. "Don't forget, not long ago you sent someone named Yamanaka Kaze after me. He's a specialist in sensing chakra. With his skills, finding your aura was all too easy." "So that's how it is." Danzo's heart sank. He quickly realized that the Yamanaka Kaze he dispatched to capture Samui must have already been reanimated by Sora. What a wicked brat. Danzo spat, his anger barely contained. "So you stopped me. What exactly do you want?" Uchiha Sora let out a cold, mocking chuckle. "Isn't it obvious? I'm here to end your miserable life." As soon as the words left his lips, Sora drew his long sword and, in a flash, propelled himself in front of Danzo with the body flicker technique, slashing sideways with his blade. A flash of lightning burst forth. Startled, Danzo hurriedly leapt back, barely dodging the deadly arc of Sora's sword. But when he looked down, he saw that a section of his robe was charred and torn. "So fast." Danzo quickly pulled out a kunai, focusing all his attention on Sora, his expression grave and intense. He knew that today would end with a clear winner and loser between himself and Sora. With none of his Root operatives left to support him, he now had to rely solely on his own strength. "It's been a long time since I've gone all out." Danzo formed a string of hand seals with practiced hands. "Uchiha Sora, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Wind style, vacuum serial waves. With that, Danzo opened his mouth and unleashed blade-like gusts of wind, sweeping towards Sora like an enormous net. Sora swiftly formed his own hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth style, earth flow wall. Immediately, a sturdy earthen wall sprang up before him, shielding him from the oncoming wind. All the vacuum waves struck the earthen barrier, chipping and cracking it in multiple places. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Danzo didn't let up. expelling a highly condensed, powerful wind bullet straight at the wall. The wall that had just withstood the onslaught was obliterated in an instant beneath the force of the wind bullet. Sora leapt aside with fluid agility. At that moment, Danzo, lying in wait, darted forward, thrusting a kunai directly at Sora's vital spot. Still midair, Sora parried with his longsword. Metal clashed on metal. The two weapons met with a ringing crash, fiery sparks scattering. Locked in fierce combat, their blades collided dozens of times mid-air before they finally broke apart. Uchiha Sora, your fundamentals are solid, remarkably so. I never imagined you'd reach this level at just 12 years old. What kind of training did you undergo? Danzo's voice was low and heavy. Sora replied coolly, Danzo, while you still have time, you might want to consider what last words you'd like to leave behind. Oomph. Arrogant Uchiha. Danzo glanced at his right arm, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Gripping his kunai, he charged at Uchiha Sora once again. Though Danzo specialized in wind-style jutsu, and age had long caught up with his body, his speed was far from slow. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Uchiha Sora once more, his kunai thrusting out with deadly intent. Uchiha Sora's longsword slashed down yet again. A sickening sound rent the air. This time, Danzo made no move to dodge, instead taking Sora's sword head-on. The blade tore through half his torso, but at the same moment, Danzo's kunai found its mark on Sora's body. Danzo's eyes glinted with madness. But just as the kunai was mere centimeters away from striking Sora, a faint golden energy shimmered into existence, blocking the blade and halting its advance. In Sora's eyes, the six-pointed Mangekyo pattern spun into being. What's this? Danzo's attack had been stopped, and he staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground in shock. He stared in terror at the golden energy rising from Uchiha Sora, watching as it condensed into a nearly 10-meter-tall, spectral skeleton. Susanoo. I've lost, it seems. Danzo, half his body pierced through, managed a bitter chuckle before collapsing prone, his breath ebbing away. Uchiha Sora watched coldly, a mocking smirk playing about his lips. Quite the performance. If he hadn't been a transmigrator, this old man might have fooled him for real. As expected, in barely a heartbeat, the sound of something slicing through the air came suddenly from behind Sora. You brat. Danzo's enraged cry came rushing toward Uchiha Sora's back. Unbelievably, Danzo had returned from the dead, appearing behind Sora with his kunai, which he stabbed forcefully toward the faint golden Susanoo. A kunai against Susanoo? A curious expression flickered across Uchiha Sora's face. He didn't even bother to turn around, simply letting Danzo's kunai strike his Susanoo guardian. A crisp metallic clang echoed out. Predictably, Danzo's kunai struck the golden aura as though smashing into a slab of superalloy steel, and snapped cleanly in two. The young man, his voice cold, called out the names, Xiao Xiaoxian, Shuriken, user 442843006, Wang Li, who loved fermented cabbage meal, Zhuimo 2030, an early tea lover, Yuchun by Piao Monster, Brother Xiaoyu, God Zuli, the detonation trooper from Bombing Heaven Clan, Zhurue, who craved Zhozhuang's Wanshan Pig's Trotter, the 10th of the 12 sacred beasts of Bombing Heaven Clan, the nameless and withdrawn one, Elder Gu from the ancient, Kunlun Ruins, Tianyu +1, Tower who adored Kalo Laojiao, Chun Cccc, Liang Hong who liked Chio Lan, Lion King 6666, Ying Schwanking with like-minded dreams, Yin Ryu who loved roast chicken feet, Heartbat from Naming Volcano, the unknown master of the Bombing Heaven Clan, user 38083048, the end of Story Clan's Chi, Yida starts up, user 10153012, the lost and returning Gu Bai, and Long Shungdi, a connoisseur of Korean noodles. Just at that moment, as Danzo's face twisted in confusion, Uchiha Sora's Susanoo raised its great hand and slapped down at him. With a heavy thud, Danzo was smashed flat on the spot, his body turned into a mess of flesh. But in the blink of an eye, Danzo's corpse slowly began to fade from sight. The very next second, he reappeared before Uchiha Sora, kunai in hand. Izanagi again. Give it up. You can't kill me. Danzo's voice was now calm, with just a hint of mockery. Your Susanoo is indeed powerful, but how long can you possibly maintain it? In Danzo's calculation, the power of Susanoo couldn't be sustained for long. As long as he dragged things out, Uchiha Sora would eventually slip, revealing a flaw. Danzo, what gives you such confidence? What makes you think I can't kill you? Hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Sora shook his head, his voice tinged with pity. Do you honestly believe I don't know what the sharingan on your arm is for? Danzo's expression shifted slightly, but he simply couldn't believe Uchiha Sora truly knew the secret behind his Izanagi. With a cold snarl, he replied, "Stop trying to bluff, boy. If you've got what it takes, then kill me. Let's see you try." But Uchiha Sora paid Danzo's provocation no heed at all. Instead, he dispelled the faint golden Susanoo shimmering around his body. Courting death. Seeing Sora dismiss his absolute defense, Danzo let out a chilling laugh and charged straight at him. Uchiha Sora's hands flashed through signs. Lightning danced at his fingertips. In one swift motion, he pointed toward the onrushing Danzo. Lightning release, blade of radiance. A streak of lightning, sharp and blinding as a laser beam, burst forth from the tip of Sora's finger. Danzo had seen this jutsu before, yet this time he didn't dodge. He simply charged ahead, unwavering. With a wet, tearing sound, the lightning shot clean through Danzo's heart. Still, riding the force of his own momentum, Danzo hurled himself right up to Uchiha Sora. A stream of wind energy gathered upon his kunai, transforming into a long sword of slicing wind. He swung it down fiercely at Uchiha Sora's head. Uchiha Sora flipped his palm, sending a kunai spinning high into the air. He remained standing where he was, facing the oncoming wind blade, his expression completely unruffled. A sudden whoosh. In the very next instant, just as the wind blade was about to slash across Uchiha Sora's face, his figure vanished without a trace. Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo's sword met only empty air, and his wounded body collapsed, lifeless, to the ground. As the kunai fell back toward the earth, it was caught by a waiting hand before it could touch down. Uchiha Sora reappeared in the center of the field. Danzo's body also materialized once more beside Uchiha Sora. On his arm, two of the Sharingan eyes had permanently closed. Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo's face twisted in frustration. He had launched suicide attacks again and again, yet failed even to graze Uchiha Sora. A growing agitation gnawed at his heart. The swelling confidence he'd felt upon acquiring 10 Sharingan was rapidly cooling. Izanagi could indeed produce surprising effects, but Uchiha Sora's Flying Thunder God technique was simply too fast. Danzo never had the slightest opening to exploit. Facing an opponent who wielded the Flying Thunder God, Danzo's reasoning told him his best chance would be to escape while he still could. Yet he also knew all too well that without outside help, his chances of getting away were slim. In that case, summoning jutsu. Danzo bit his finger and formed the hand seals to cast his technique. There was a loud burst, followed by a billowing cloud of white smoke. As the smoke faded, a massive summoning beast, resembling some primordial mammoth, towered at Danzo's feet. The Baku, the Dream Eater. Hold him off. Danzo barked the command. Without sparing a backward glance, he turned to flee into the distance. Danzo was running away. Uchiha Sora frowned, then gave chase. Seeing this, the Dream Eater let out a thunderous roar and opened its maw, unleashing a fierce suction aimed at Uchiha Sora's retreating figure. An immense force pulled at everything nearby, sending pebbles and debris flying. Just as Uchiha Sora was about to chase after Danzo, he felt his body involuntarily yanked back by the suction. "On my way!" Uchiha Sora snapped coldly. His hands flew through a rapid series of seals, and with a deep breath, he spewed a gigantic fireball straight at the Dream Eater. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The wind only fanned the flames higher. The whirlwind created by the Dream Eater's breath became the perfect fuel, drawing in the fireball and blasting it directly into the beast's gaping mouth. The Dream Eater emitted a tortured shriek before dissolving into a cloud of white smoke with a resonant pop, gone in an instant. With the Dream Eater dealt with, Uchiha Sora saw that Danzo had not managed to get far. His own body surging with the power of lightning release, Uchiha Sora took off in hot pursuit. The two figures darted through the forest, one after the other, leaping swiftly from branch to branch. Uchiha Sora moved with breathtaking speed, and with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he hurled a special kunai straight ahead, then instantly vanished in a flicker, reappearing at its exact location. His pursuit was now so much faster than simply leaping after his quarry. It was impossible to compare. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance with Danzo. Danzo hadn't expected his summoning beast to buy him so little time, nor had he anticipated Uchiha Sora's astonishing speed. "Sora, you can't escape me." The long sword in Uchiha Sora's hand glinted with a cold, piercing light, mirroring the icy expression carved on his face. A line of sweat slipped down Danzo's forehead. Uchiha Sora's gaze shifted to the Sharingan embedded on the arm of Danzo's Hashirama cell implant. He spoke calmly. "Danzo, you can keep using those Sharingan for Izanagi. Maybe there's still a sliver of hope for you. But if you keep running, even your last chance will be gone." Danzo's face finally showed a look of realization. So, you knew about my Izanagi all along. No wonder I couldn't even lay a finger on you. For those unprepared, Izanagi is fatal. When you believe you've felled your enemy and drop your guard, your adversary can suddenly materialize beside you, resurrected for a sneak attack, from which almost no one can escape. But Uchiha Sora clearly understood the workings of Izanagi and had taken precautions. Sneak attacks would no longer catch him off guard. Moreover, the sharingan belonging to Shisui, Danzo's trump card, was still cooling down. And even when its cooldown ended, it was unlikely to work against Uchiha Sora. Danzo's mind raced through every trick he knew, but to his dismay, they were all useless against Uchiha Sora. For the first time in his long life, he felt true despair welling in his heart at the sight of his enemy. No, I cannot give up, he scolded himself. If Hiruzen were here, he wouldn't falter now. In that moment, the memory of his old friend flashed through Danzo's mind, and a surge of unyielding resolve rose in his chest. Uchiha Sora, don't you dare underestimate me, he bellowed, brimming with fighting spirit as he lunged at Sora. That's more like it, Danzo. Uchiha Sora replied with a wry smile, raising his sword to meet the assault. Moonlight reflected on water, banners fluttered, legends of the invincible and the hollow. User 22074270, Mingshun, those who say they don't understand the gods. User 456993331, by Huan. User 285833346, the eunuch's darling strapped with explosives. Victor the Killer from Ghost Mist Island, help me up. I can keep fighting. User 20012, Luzi Jean, as strange as stardust. User 159175051, Sadra of Wuzhou, uncle by the rider, the fairy who doesn't like to wear bars, the soul of holding hands. Xiao, meeting Dream for the first time. Wanzhong, who loves eating solid herbal paste. The sky has disappeared. User 153456009, the martial arts master of the Dali Temple. Li Gang, who loves roasted fatty intestines. Liang Su 125, picking stars to light lamps. Kanai, the Sui Imperial City. I really only have 10 characters in my name. Duga Wenyu, the Ark who loves spicy stir-fried chicken fillet. User 52203812, the Clever's Cub. Chi Zhan, who loves honey-glazed chicken skewers. Who? Life is short. User 383911314, Hani Chen of the ancient city of Tongwen. 10 minutes later, all the sharingan embedded in Danzo's right arm had finally closed. His breaths were ragged and heavy, and his presence was deeply weakened. Every gasp was a desperate drag for air. In contrast, Uchiha Sora, though greatly drained of chakra, was still faring much better compared to Danzo. What's more, the seal on his forehead had yet to be broken. From beginning to end, he relied purely on his flying thunder god to keep Danzo at bay. Danzo, drained of all his sharingan and nearly every ounce of strength, had only Shursui's precious eye left. Inside, he wrestled with himself, torn over whether to use that last and most precious eye to launch Izanagi, hoping to grasp even a sliver of opportunity, the smallest window of time. Still, a shred of luck persisted in his heart. They were already close to the ancient city of Kikyo. If the third Hokage sensed what was happening here, surely he'd rush to Danzo's aid. Yet in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Uchiha Sora gave Danzo not even a breath's respite. Raising his hand, he sent a flurry of flying thunder god kunai whistling through the air. Danzo hurriedly dodged, but Sora's kunai were many, and in Danzo's exhausted condition, evading them all was impossible. With no other choice, he raised his own weapon to parry and deflect them as best he could. It was exactly then that Uchiha Sora activated the flying thunder god technique, appearing before Danzo in a flash, his sword slicing mercilessly toward Danzo's body. Worn out and at his limit, Danzo's reaction speed had already begun to dull. He couldn't dodge in time. A blade pierced deep into the right side of his shoulder. A dull thud, and a deep, guttural grunt of pain escaped Danzo as blood sprayed out. This time, he chose not to trigger Izanagi, gritting his teeth and enduring the wound head-on. Uchiha Sora followed with a solid punch to Danzo's chest, sending him flying backward. Danzo scrambled up from the ground, battered and gasping. He pressed his left hand firmly against his bleeding shoulder in an attempt to staunch the flow. But after such a ferocious wound, and with both chakra and spirit all but depleted, the cells of Hashirama in his right arm began to surge uncontrollably. The powerful Hashirama cells, once unleashed, caused the entire arm to twist and transform, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a lush, towering tree, nearly engulfing Danzo completely. Desperate, Danzo tore off his own arm in a frantic bid for survival, severing it to save his life. Uchiha Sora watched this scene coldly, marveling inwardly at the astonishing vitality of the Hashirama cells. Truly, the Hashirama cells were the most unique existence in this world. Not even Naruto Uzumaki, reincarnation of Asura himself, possessed such formidable life force or mastery of wood release. A sudden chime sounded in Uchiha Sora's mind. Ding! The host has witnessed the explosion of power from Hashirama cells. Your body, envious of such might, has decided to double its efforts and automatically train itself, striving for the Hashirama sage body. Estimated completion time: 5 years. Sora was overjoyed by this unexpected development. He hadn't realized his own body was so proactive. This solved a major problem he'd struggled with for so long. How could an ordinary sage body ever compare with that of Hashirama? After all, Madara Uchiha consumed Hashirama's flesh, grafted it onto himself, and awakened the Rinnegan. Obito Uchiha implanted a half-white Zetsu body crafted from inferior Hashirama cells, allowing him to wield the Mangekyo sharingan without strain. Simply put, the Hashirama sage body was a miraculous existence above all others. If sage bodies were ranked, the Senju and Uzumaki constitutions would be mid-tier, but the Hashirama body stood at the very peak, second only to the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but wonder, had Hashirama Senju experienced some extraordinary encounter in his youth? In the original story, it took Asura and Indra joining forces with countless others to awaken the true Shinsu Senju. Perhaps Hashirama's unique body and wood style were born from something like that. Regardless, once his constitution evolved into the Hashirama sage body 5 years from now, the leap in power would be tremendous. These thoughts flashed through Sora's mind as he turned his attention back to Danzo. After the backlash from the Hashirama cells, Danzo looked even weaker and more haggard. Step by staggering step, he moved toward Uchiha Sora, a look of grim resolve in his eyes. Hiruzen, this is where my road ends, it seems. But before I go, let me make one final contribution to Konoha, Danzo murmured under his breath. With a sudden motion, he tore open his clothes, revealing a series of mysterious, intricate sealing marks etched across his chest and abdomen. Uchiha Sora, even in death, I won't let you have Shursue's eye. With a final, furious roar, he invoked the forbidden four-symbol seal. At the brink of death, Danzo had chosen to take Shursue's eye to the grave with him, sealing them both away. The black sealing marks erupted with light as the jutsu took hold instantly. Just then, a flash of a blade split the air. Danzo's head soared skyward, snatched out of the air by a waiting hand. With a sharp, swift sound, the matter was settled. In the next instant, in a flash, Uchiha Sora reappeared at his original spot. Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo's head dangled from his hand, still faintly conscious. In a daze, Danzo looked toward the headless corpse not far away that had once been his, as the sealing power of the four symbols seal erupted with a thunderous force. The tremendous sealing power swallowed up the dirt beneath, along with the surrounding trees. In the blink of an eye, the earth and trees were consumed by the seal, drawn in and vanishing without a trace. A large pit was left behind, laid bare and exposed to the open air. Danzo's head retained a scrap of awareness. He opened his mouth, as if trying to speak, but his eyelids grew heavy. Darkness swept over him. Danzo, that punch, just now, I left my flying thunder god mark on you. If you thought you could seal away Shursue's eye as you wished, you were only deluding yourself. Uchiha Sora's words echoed in his ears. At last, Danzo closed his eyes for the final time, his consciousness slipping away entirely. Thus fell Danzo, the once feared schemer, a shadowy legend's end. Without hesitation, Uchiha Sora gouged out the eye belonging to Shisui on Danzo's right, sealed it carefully in a scroll, then picked up Danzo's head, ready to leave. Suddenly, several powerful presences approached rapidly. An angry shout rang out. Uchiha Sora, what have you done? Figures arrived in blinding speed. At their head was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in his battle attire. After receiving the news about trouble with the Uchiha clan, he had rushed from the old city at once, tracing Danzo's and Sora's chakra trails here. Beside him were Kakashi, dressed in his ANBU uniform, and over a dozen other ANBU members, arrayed in formation. Among them was a familiar figure, Yugao Yuzuki. At this moment, every gaze fell on the severed head in Sora's hand. Is that Lord Danzo? Murmured one of the ANBU, stunned. You actually killed Danzo, Kakashi said, his voice low and grave. Yugao Yuzuki stared at Uchiha Sora, her eyes conflicted, but she said nothing. The third Hokage's gaze stayed fixed on his old friend Danzo's face, a raw mixture of grief and barely restrained anger clouding his features. Looking at the pained, aged face of the Hokage, Uchiha Sora responded with biting sarcasm. After you lot drove Shisui to his death, you should have known it would come to this. Danzo more than deserved his fate. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Third? Enough, Sora. Kakashi couldn't hold back his cry. This was simply too much. Danzo had been the third Hokage's lifelong friend since childhood. Kakashi. But the third Hokage raised his hand, signaling Kakashi to stop shouting. His aged face regained its calm, and his clouded eyes looked at Uchiha Sora without a trace of emotion. In a low, steady voice, he asked, Uchiha Sora, what will it take for you to hand over Danzo's head? Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. As expected of the Hokage, your composure returns quickly. However, I have other plans for Danzo's head. I won't be leaving it to you. The third Hokage pressed on. What about the Uchiha clan? What do you want? Oh, Uchiha Sora looked slightly surprised. So you've already learned the news. This is the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage replied. Well then, matters concerning the Uchiha clan, we'll discuss them in detail at the negotiating table tomorrow. For now, I'll take my leave. Uchiha Sora shrugged, offering a mild, unhurried smile. With that, he vanished from sight, activating the Flying Thunder God technique before everyone's eyes. After Uchiha Sora departed, an uneasy silence descended upon the scene. Out of nowhere, the third Hokage staggered. Kakashi rushed to his side, steadying him. Hokage-sama. The A and B were alarmed. I'm fine. The third Hokage reassured them with a wave of his hand. He let out a weary sigh. I've grown old. Can't handle this kind of shock. What happened tonight is to be classified as S-rank confidential. Under no circumstances can word of this reach anyone from the other villages. Yes, sir. The EMB responded at once. They understood that Danzo's death was no small matter. If mishandled, the consequences could be dire. Kakashi could only sigh inwardly. Sora, what exactly are you planning to do with the leaf? Yugugo Yuzuki clenched her teeth in silent turmoil, her feelings growing ever more conflicted. Let's go to the Uchiha compound. The third Hokage had regained his composure and gave the order. The group moved quickly, soon arriving at the Uchiha tribe's residence. Hokage-sama, there must have been a major battle here not long ago. After surveying the area, Kakashi observed, there's still plenty of blood on the ground, but no sign of any bodies. It seems Danzo's root forces clashed with the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage explained, aware of the gravity of the situation. The Uchiha have long harbored thoughts of rebellion. Danzo and I have both tried to stop them, though my approach leaned toward peace, while Danzo's methods were always extreme. Tonight, it must have been Danzo who launched an attack on the Uchiha. This was the first time the group had ever heard the third Hokage share such classified truths, and shock rippled through them all. A heavy silence followed. It was clear now, Danzo's plan had ended in failure. More than that, he had lost his life to Uchiha Sora. As for the Uchiha, with Uchiha Sora on their side, perhaps things wouldn't turn out so badly after all. The group spent some time searching the Uchiha grounds, only to find the place utterly deserted. Empty, silent, not a single soul in sight. It seems that all the members of the Uchiha clan have already been relocated by Uchiha Sora. Let's go back. After receiving his subordinate's report, the third Hokage waved his hand and sighed. Grass Ninja Village. Uchiha Sora had used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer the entire Uchiha clan here. There were fewer than 1,000 Uchiha ninja left. After accounting for the casualties from earlier, only about 500 remained. Including their civilian kin, the total number present was just over 5,000. Fortunately, due to the Leaf Village's leadership harboring deep suspicion toward the Uchiha, almost all clan members had stayed within their compound, rarely interacting with outsiders. So, the ones relocated tonight were virtually the entire remaining Uchiha clan. Transporting so many people, on top of the relentless battles before, had drained almost all of Uchiha Sora's chakra. Luckily, he had the Yin seal. After unlocking it to replenish his chakra, he finally regained his strength. Next, he gathered the Uchiha for a meeting and allocated the very heart of the Grass Ninja Village to his clan. Fugaku Uchiha remained the head of the family, while Uchiha Sora became the leader of the Grass Ninja Village. Since the village had yet to establish the Kage title, everyone referred to him simply as the leader. Uchiha Sora preferred being called leader anyway. After all, he planned to establish a new organization capable of standing against the Akatsuki, and he intended to lead that organization himself. For the Grass Ninja Village, the total relocation of the Uchiha clan was nothing less than an earth-shaking event for the entire shinobi world. Even before the next day dawned, this news seemed to fly across nations on invisible wings, reaching distant lands overnight. By the following morning, Intelligence files regarding these developments already lay on the desks of the Reikage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage. Countless watchful eyes noted that the Leaf Village had lost one of its greatest clans. Incredible! Who would have thought something so monumental would happen in the Leaf overnight? Our intelligence unit only found out after it was already over. We really missed a golden opportunity, one strategist sighed in the Reikage's office. Meanwhile, in the Tsuchikage's office, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, lamented, Konoha grows weaker by the day, and now with the Uchiha supporting the Grass Ninja Village, dealing with Uchiha Sora will be even more difficult. In the conference room of the Hidden Sand Village, the Kazekage and his elders were deep in discussion. One elder suggested, should we reconsider our alliance with the Leaf? The Grass Ninja Village now has Uchiha Sora holding the fort, and he's brought the Uchiha clan over from Konoha. If they conquer the neighboring land of rain and land of waterfalls, the ninja world might soon see the rise of a sixth great nation. Yes, Uchiha Sora's ambitions are anything but small. Now that conflict between him and the Hidden Leaf Village is intensifying, the other villages are bound to take advantage of this chance to stir up trouble. Our Sand Village should consider changing our alliance strategy. That makes sense. I propose we sever our alliance with the Leaf and send emissaries to approach the Grass Shinobi Village. If we can persuade Uchiha Sora to ally with us, perhaps we could launch a direct war against the Land of Fire and split the spoils. No, it's not that simple. We can't just rush to stick our necks out like that. I fear many forces in the shinobi world are already eager to ally themselves with Uchiha Sora. Their eyes are all fixed on the Leaf in the Land of Fire, one elder analyzed. If we become the first to make a move, the other factions are sure to pounce on the opportunity. That could spark the fourth great ninja war outright. Exactly. We must not act rashly. No matter what happens, even if the fourth great ninja war is inevitable, it must never start with us. The fourth Kazekage agreed. After all, our Sand Village's Jinchuriki is still unstable. Launching a war this soon would put us at a grave disadvantage. P.S. This refers to the QQ group. If you send any kind of gift, you'll receive a notification with a group number in your message center. Many thanks to ZXN, Xiao Wu 3, Yao Shang, seriously not taking off yet? Drunk on the Wind, 7 Killers Zheyin Gang Love Song, Reminiscence You, Chiong Has Disappeared, Xiaoyan, User 20012, by Piao Monster, X-Man Notation Corner, Li Zheyin Gang Foot Soldier, Fatal Addiction, Arid Summer Who Loves Black Pepper Beef Stew, maybe? Rice Paste Rem's Bride Zheyin Gang, Doomed Azura, Zheyin Gang, Still Siegwan Who Loves Stuffed Tofu Balls, The Gods Apologize, Earth Fried Rice Innocent Wounds, Liu Fengho Who Loves Mushroom Grilled Fish Noodles, MEO Eternal Flight RGHPGT, White Tiger Skin God, Guzi A Stun, User 105166683, Weapon Ha Milkshake Shang Predecessor Cools Off in the Shade, and Tang Sanshao of Guanyin Town Island. Kikyo Castle. The conference room remained just as it was before. For the third time, Uchiha Sora engaged in negotiations with the third Hokage. All that transpired last night, the incident within the Uchiha clan and everything related to Danzo, had kept the third Hokage awake through the night. The hatred he felt for Uchiha Sora swelled to the brim. Yet as the leader of the Leaf, he still had to set aside personal feelings and sit at this table to negotiate calmly. After all, Uchiha Sora had now become an unprecedented headache for the Leaf. Even as Hokage, he had lost all his former authority in front of Sora. Uchiha Sora, I accept the terms you proposed yesterday. 20 billion Ryo, and I'll give you Yakushi no Noyu as well. The third Hokage announced without delay the moment he sat down. After a night of contemplation, the third Hokage understood deeply that the Leaf Village no longer had any bargaining power. For now, he wasn't just facing Uchiha Sora alone. He also had to contend with other factions in the shinobi world, all eager for their own gains. A true hero among shinobi, without a doubt. Uchiha Sora praised him. With a wave of Sora's hand, his 3 bodyguards, Yakura, Zabuza, and Fushir, entered the room, each carrying a box. They set the boxes down in the center of the conference room. Uchiha Sora pointed to the containers and said to the third Hokage, all the materials we took from the Leaf are here, including the Scroll of Seals. You can inspect everything now. The third Hokage nodded. With a glance, he signaled the 2 advisors, who hurried over to open the boxes and begin their inspection. After a good while, the contents were finally accounted for. The 2 advisors nodded in confirmation. Everything appears to be here, no discrepancies. The third Hokage gave another nod, drawing a bond slip from his robe. This is a banknote for 2 billion. Uchiha Sora took a cursory look at the slip before casually slipping it into his pocket. Next, the third Hokage gestured again. A woman in a hooded jacket and round glasses stepped quietly into the meeting room. Her features were gentle and soft. She gave off the aura of a kind, older sister. Hokage-sama. Yakushi Nanoyu bowed before the assembly, her face emotionless as she saluted the third Hokage, then turned her gaze toward Uchiha Sora. Nanoyu, from this day forward you'll serve the Grass Village. This is Uchiha Sora, the leader of the Grass Village. You are no longer a leaf shinobi, and from this moment, you have no ties to the leaf, the third Hokage said calmly. Clearly, Nanoyu had been thoroughly briefed on her fate. She knew she was nothing more than a bargaining chip in this exchange between the village and Uchiha Sora. Hearing this, she merely nodded and, without a word, took her place behind Uchiha Sora. As an intelligence agent, she was long accustomed to changes in allegiance. She wasn't unfamiliar with Uchiha Sora either. Over the past few days, much of the classified information that passed through her hands had involved him. Leaf Village S-Class Rogue Ninja, genius of the Uchiha clan, leader of the Grass Village. Any one of these titles, spoken aloud, would be enough to make others tremble. Well then, the negotiations are over. It's time for me to be on my way. Farewell. With Nanoyu in hand, Uchiha Sora had achieved the main goal of these talks. Besides, after subduing the Uchiha clan and eliminating Danzo the previous night, his mood was remarkably light. A smile appeared on his face as he spoke. With that, Uchiha Sora led his retinue out in high spirits. The third Hokage and his advisors watched Sora's departing figure, their expressions filled with complex emotions. Starting today, I fear the status of the Grass Village will soar to new heights. Midokado Hamura's side. Saratobi, we need to hold a full council meeting soon. Uchiha Sora is no longer the person he once was. I believe it's important for everyone to fully understand what's going on with him, Koryudatane said gravely. The Grass Ninja Village, Uchiha clan compound. After the battle that night, and the great upheaval of relocating the entire clan, the Uchiha finally began to settle down. Yet, deep down, many clan members felt a sense of dismay. Moving from the prestigious land of fire, one of the 5 great nations, to this small, obscure land of grass. Once, the Uchiha clan basked in their greatest glory when their leader, Uchiha Madara, joined the first Hokage in founding the Hidden Leaf Village. Who could have imagined that in just over 50 years, the clan would fall so far from grace? If not for Uchiha Sora, they might have been completely erased from the history of the ninja world by now. Because of this, a powerful hope began to take root in the hearts of the clan. They longed for Uchiha Sora to lead them to greatness once more. Many among them dreamed boldly of the day their clan could return to Konoha, not as exiles, but as triumphant victors. Dad, Mom, did he really betray our clan? In the midst of the clan compound, 6-year-old Uchiha Sasuke sobbed as he questioned his parents. Everything that had happened in recent days had shaken his young heart to its core. The clan had suddenly gone to war with the Leaf for reasons he couldn't understand. His brother Uchiha Itachi had inexplicably turned his back on the family. And then, just as suddenly, they were all relocated to the Grass Ninja Village. To Sasuke, it all felt like a surreal nightmare. Nothing made sense, and the world he knew was slipping from his grasp. Sasuke, none of this is your fault, nor is it your brother's. We don't want you to hate him. Even though he's left the clan, he's still your brother. We truly believe he still loves you. Fugaku and his wife tried to console Sasuke, their words earnest and heartfelt. Betraying the clan, killing his own people. How could that possibly be the brother I looked up to? Sasuke sobbed and shook his head, his grief overwhelming. There are things here that are too complicated for you to understand right now, Fugaku sighed. When you grow older, you'll understand. Seeing his parents so unwilling to explain further, Sasuke lost hope and muttered, Fine, I get it. You just think I'll never measure up to my brother, so you don't want to tell me anything. If you won't tell me, then I'll ask Uchiha Sora directly. I'll demand the truth from him. Sasuke yelled, bursting out the door in frustration. As Sasuke stormed out of the house and ran through the unfamiliar streets, he could feel that everything around him had changed. The streets were different. The familiar Hokage Rock was nowhere to be seen, and compared to Konoha, this place seemed plainly built and lacking in every way. Hey look, isn't that kid from the Uchiha clan? I heard they only just moved here yesterday. I've heard the Uchiha clan is really powerful. Our leader this year is actually from the Uchiha clan. Let's go say hi. A few children from the Grass Ninja Village caught sight of Sasuke and couldn't help but crowd around him. Hey there, leave me alone. Get away from me. Sasuke was in a foul mood, and seeing these unfamiliar kids surround him, he cut them off coldly before they could even finish their greeting. The kids immediately felt awkward, but soon their childish tempers flared up. Instead of backing down, they clustered even closer. What's with the attitude, huh? Looking for a fight? Fans of Tai Limu, Nangong Xing, the Jitenbang Gang, Huang Yeming War God, Cold Lone Star, Old Wong who loves his wife, Cute Little Go-Go, user 644099941, Treasure the Journey, a flower named Little Flower, Shisha, Tea-loving Shurzahanyu, Sky is Gone. Filial Xiao Saizi on a night of full moon and blossoms, Princess Nian of Fire Chilin City, Zhou Baichuan from the Golden Coast, Banjo Ryuga, user 442408881, hilariously dumbfounded crowd, Neema Zhan from Tianshui Gate, user 101564773, Sun and Moon fall into the Star River, Bai Plus, Wu Changkong from Jadeite City, Orange, snack-loving Wang Jian. The Fading Country, Tang Sanshao from Guanyin Township Island, Yinsha Chronicles, Highest Honor, Diga, user 109256558, Accord White Poplar. Sasuke saw the group closing in and, in his bad mood, refused to back down an inch. A fight? You really think I'll be scared just because there's more of you? Oh yeah? You're just an outsider, acting all high and mighty. You're the real outsider. Compared to our Konoha, Grass Ninja Village is nothing but a tiny place. Sasuke shot back, his anger flaring. You really think this is still the Leaf Village? The Uchiha clan is just a bunch of refugees now. You're on someone else's turf. Better learn some manners. The shouting quickly turned into shoving, and it wasn't long before tempers exploded. Sasuke, who'd picked up the basics of fighting from his brother Itachi, could hold his own at first. The Grass Ninja kids, less skilled but greater in number, soon overwhelmed him. Though Sasuke landed a few punches in the beginning, he was quickly pressed to the ground by the crowd and battered with fists and kicks. Once the commotion died down, the Grass Ninja children, having caused their trouble, scattered. Sasuke climbed up from the ground, battered and limping, and started hobbling his way back. His heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. Why? Why did it have to come to this? Suddenly, a grown man stepped into his path. Sasuke looked up and saw a plain, unremarkable face, but the man's eyes, a pair of vertical pupils shining with a mysterious light, drew Sasuke's gaze and refused to let go. Child, do you want to become stronger? Do you crave power? The man's voice was hoarse and deep as it rang out. Who are you? Sasuke froze for a moment, then immediately grew wary. The man let out a low, mirthless laugh. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I can give you the power to change everything. He stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, then continued with a sly smile. Don't you want to show your parents how strong you truly are? Don't you want to find your brother? Don't you yearn to return to the hidden leaf with your head held high, instead of hiding away in this insignificant village? The man's words crashed into Sasuke's mind, stirring something powerful deep within his soul, an urge whispering to him, say yes. Say yes. Muttering, Sasuke asked, can you really make me stronger? The man nodded, his smile unwavering. Come with me. I will lead you down the path to power. That very night, news of Uchiha Sasuke's disappearance reached Uchiha Sora's ears. Fugaku and his wife pleaded with Uchiha Sora to mobilize the clan and launch a full investigation of the entire Grass Ninja village to uncover Sasuke's whereabouts. After a thorough search, they finally found a few faint clues. In the leader's residence, Uchiha Sora stood over the corpse of a faceless man, his mind already piecing the puzzle together. He turned to Fugaku at his side and said, if I'm not mistaken, this is Orochimaru's face-stealing jutsu. Orochimaru. A cold glint flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Since relocating to Grass Ninja Village, Fugaku had known that covetous eyes would forever be fixed on their clan from the outside world, but he hadn't expected danger to come so soon. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, S-class rogue ninja of the Leaf. In terms of sheer menace, even Fugaku, as clan leader, would be forced to yield. Leader, allow me to personally lead the team to track down Orochimaru, Fugaku declared. Uchiha Sora nodded in response. Very well. When you find Orochimaru, give him a message from me. Tell him that Grass Ninja Village welcomes his arrival. Leader, do you mean? Fugaku was taken aback. To invite someone as dangerous as Orochimaru into their village. What audacity was this? Uchiha Sora only smiled, waving his hand dismissively. Go. The matter's in your hands. I'll have Yamanaka Kaze temporarily assigned to assist you. Yes, understood. Fugaku responded at once. The Uchiha clan lacked the skills for tracking and detection, but with Yamanaka Kaze's help, the search for Orochimaru would become much easier. After Fugaku left, Uchiha Sora summoned Zabuza and instructed him, go and bring Yakushi Nanoyu here. Not long after, Zabuza returned with Yakushi Nanoyu in tow. Yakushi Nanoyu, known as the Wandering Shrine Maiden. Do you know why I value you so highly? Uchiha Sora looked at her calmly as he posed the question. Yakushi Nanoyu lifted her head, looking at the boy before her, so much younger than herself, yet emanating the aura of a leader. Even her calm heart could not help but ripple with emotion as she replied, "Information. That's right. I need your intelligence skills to serve me." Uchiha Sora nodded in affirmation. Nanoyu gave a wry smile. "Leader, aren't you afraid that my heart still belongs to Konoha? After all, to me, identity and status mean nothing." Her candid words made Sora chuckle. "The fact that you can remind me of that proves your kindness has not been extinguished." Nanoyu trembled faintly at his words. Then, lowering her head, she smiled bitterly. "Yes, it seems that I may not be a truly qualified intelligence officer after all." Sora shook his head. "Don't worry. Around here, we don't do things the way Root does. All I require from you is loyalty." "Loyalty, you say? Even I don't know if, after changing roles so many times, I can still hold on to my original sense of loyalty." Her voice continued, tinged with that same wryness. Sora's lips curled into a faint smile. "Since I dare to use you, naturally I'm not concerned about that. Come with me to the next room." He stood up and walked into an adjacent room. Nanoyu froze for a brief moment, but did not hesitate to follow him in. Once inside, Sora pushed up his sleeve and said to her, "Close your eyes, relax, and clear your mind." She did as instructed, and to her own surprise, a sense of tension and unease welled up within her. What is the leader going to do to me? Just then, before her closed eyes, the crow tattoo on Sora's arm suddenly came alive. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an inky black crow standing within the room. In its eye sockets sparkled a Mangekyo sharingan with the shape of a four-pointed windmill, the very eye entrusted to him by Shisui before his death. Within this eye was contained Shurisui's ocular power, capable of unleashing the ultimate technique, Kodoamatsukami, an ability to permanently alter another's will. Sora revised the command stored within the eye, setting it to, "Be loyal to Uchiha Sora." He had never been able to bring himself to use it before, but now he decided it would be spent on Yakushi Nanoyu. The establishment of an intelligence organization had always been Sora's top priority. While strength could be raised automatically through his systems training, intelligence work could only be entrusted to someone utterly reliable. Otherwise, it was simply out of the question. To ensure his absolute control over intel, he chose to use the priceless Kodoamatsukami eye ability on Nanoyu. With a mental command, Sora directed the Yoma Crow, channeling the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan and releasing the Kodoamatsukami's force. An invisible wave of ocular power rippled toward Nanoyu. Kodoamatsukami did not require eye contact to activate. As long as the target was within range, the effect would take hold. Unbeknownst to anyone, Shurisui's ocular power had already completely rewritten Yakushi Nanoyu's thoughts. Retracting the summoning Black Crow and sealing it once again onto his arm for restoring, Uchiha Sora spoke. "All right, you can open your eyes now." Just then, a sudden prompt sounded in his mind. "Ding, your Sharingan has been deeply shaken by the Jinjutsu, Kodoamatsukami, just released. In a sudden flash of insight, you have awakened a new ocular Jinjutsu, Tsukuyami." Author's note. The extra chapter has fizzled out. That girl isn't talking to the author anymore, and the author doesn't feel like reaching out. Maybe when a new muse appears, things will change. Looking for a bit of comfort. This unexpected system notification filled Uchiha Sora with enormous delight. The system had been quite helpful lately, but he didn't expect to awaken Tsukuyami, the Jinjutsu ocular power possessed only by Itachi Uchiha. Jinjutsu Tsukuyami is celebrated as the most powerful mental attack, allowing the user to devastate an enemy's spirit within a world entirely of their own making. In the original story, just a single glance from Itachi left Kakashi bedridden in the hospital for a long time before he recovered. Uchiha Sora had previously gained much insight into Jinjutsu from Shisui, and with the system's auto-training assistance, his prowess in Jinjutsu was already impressive. Yet, his Jinjutsu could only be considered the standard Sharingan illusions. In terms of sheer power, they could not compare to Mangekyo Sharingan techniques like Tsukuyami. Even more remarkable, Uchiha Sora discovered that with the system's help, these awakened ocular powers could be used even in the standard three-tomoe Sharingan state. Previously, his Sharingan had manifested immunity to Jinjutsu, and that too had emerged while in the three-tomoe state. As these thoughts drifted through his mind, Yakushi Nanoyu, under the influence of Kodoamatsukami, opened her eyes as instructed and looked at Uchiha Sora. "Leader, do you have any further orders?" Although she sensed that Uchiha Sora had cast some technique on her, because her eyes had been closed, she wasn't aware that she had been subjected to a Jinjutsu implanting the command to be loyal to Uchiha Sora. That is the terror of Kodoamatsukami. For even if you weave an illusion right before someone's eyes, they remain completely unaware of having been ensnared. Unless, of course, you spell it out for them directly. Naturally, Uchiha Sora would never do such a thing. He required Yakushi Nanoyu's absolute loyalty. Uchiha Sora then spoke. I appoint you as head of the intelligence department. From today, begin establishing an intelligence network. I will grant you the highest level of authority. Carry out your task freely. Yes, leader. Yakushi Nanoyu replied, accepting the command. I expect you to create an intelligence network that will meet my satisfaction. Uchiha Sora nodded, then added, if you ever encounter a problem you can't solve, come to me. 3 days later, Yakushi Nanoyu had already screened a group of personnel from the former intelligence department of Kusagakure, beginning even more detailed and specialized training. A week later, she established an orphanage in the Grass Ninja Village, dedicated to sheltering children who had lost their families to the war. From among these orphans, she carefully selected promising youngsters to train from an early age, quietly preparing to send them to other countries in the future, where they would serve as professional spies. 1 month later, with support from Uchiha Sora, the foundation of an intelligence network was completed. Leveraging her own years of experience and connections in espionage, Yakushi Nanoyu expanded the web of intelligence across the 5 great shinobi nations. The 2 billion ryo obtained from the previous negotiations was almost entirely invested in building this intelligence network. During the period in which Uchiha Sora was perfecting the intelligence division, an unexpected calm settled over the shinobi world. Yet Uchiha Sora understood well that this was merely a calm on the surface. Out of sight, hidden currents churned restlessly. Within the Akatsuki organization, ever since Uchiha Sora had exposed his secrets, Uchiha Obito saw him as his greatest obstacle. Yet, wary of Sora's strength and unable to inflict any effective harm, Obito had grown increasingly desperate, like a cornered beast. After capturing the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Obito resolved to travel next to the hidden mist village in the Land of Water. He was accompanied by Chunin, the white tiger of Akatsuki, and their leader, Pain. The trio arrived in the Land of Water, and within a forest, they found Yagura, the Three Tails Jinchuriki, who had resigned in shame and retreated into seclusion. The instant Yagura caught sight of the telltale whirl-shaped mask worn by Uchiha Obito, a shock overtook his face. Flooded by the humiliation of having once been manipulated, Yagura immediately erupted in a tailed beast chakra mode, his aura surging with lethal intent. Let's end this quickly, Uchiha Obito said to Pain, who stood at his side. Pain nodded and strode toward Yagura. Seeing this, Yagura's silhouette flickered, and like a bolt of lightning, he closed the distance to Pain, swinging his palm straight for Pain's cheek. His overwhelming aura whipped up a sharp, biting wind that struck Pain's face, cold as frost. Yet Pain's expression remained as still as the surface of a tranquil pond, as if he didn't even notice the looming attack. Only when Yagura's blow was mere centimeters away did Pain's indifferent voice ring out, Shinra Tensei. A massive, invisible repulsive force burst forth from Pain as the epicenter, sweeping outward in all directions. It was as if Yagura's attack had slammed into an unseen wall of air. In an instant, he was bounced back, his entire body hurled by tremendous momentum, flying even faster than he'd attacked. Crash after crash echoed through the forest as Yagura's body smashed through countless giant trees, carving a furrow hundreds of meters long into the earth before he finally came to a halt. Yagura was struck so hard that his head spun, and he shook it vigorously in an attempt to clear his senses. Dread filled his heart. He realized with growing alarm that the foe standing before him was insurmountable, far beyond anything he had anticipated. Anxiously, he sensed the hopelessness of the situation. He was already the strongest warrior in the hidden mist village, yet his adversary's power eclipsed even his highest expectations. Given the current strength of the village, it was clear no one here could stand against this man. Knowing that he himself was the enemy's true target, Kushimaru Yagura made a solemn decision. Not wishing to bring disaster upon his people, he veered away from the village and fled desperately toward a distant direction. So, this is the resolve of a village's shadow? What a joke, pathetic really. Uchiha Obito sneered coldly. With those words, the trio gave chase, pursuing Kushimaru Yagura relentlessly. Half an hour later, Kushimaru Yagura lay sprawled on the ground, helpless, his entire body pierced and pinned down by black rods so that he could not move an inch. The surroundings had been utterly devastated. Barren rocks, shattered branches, and a landscape riddled with enormous craters all bore silent witness to the fierce battle that had just taken place here. Even Pain's iconic black cloak, embroidered with crimson clouds, was now ripped in several places. He glanced towards Uchiha Obito and spoke. Madara, we'll store this one in your space for now. Uchiha Obito nodded and used Kimui to draw Kushimaru Yagura into the other dimension. The second Jinchuriki had been captured. Without another word, the three departed, vanishing into the distance. Sometime later, Meiterumi arrived at the scene, personally leading a team, with Ao at her side, but they found nothing but emptiness. "Damn it, Lord Yagura is most likely lost to us," Ao muttered, scanning the devastated terrain with his Byakugan. The grave expression on his face betrayed the turmoil within. "Who were they? Can you deduce anything about them from the traces left behind?" Meiterumi asked. Ao shook his head in frustration. At that moment, a subordinate discovered a slab of hardened coral nearby. "This is a mark from Lord Yagura's coral palm technique." Ao seized the coral eagerly and studied it closely. A look of hope flickered across his features. "There's a code inscribed here. Lord Yagura must have left it for us in the midst of battle. This could be an important clue. P.S. Bonus chapters today. 2 more coming later." Grass Village. In the leader's residence, Uchiha Sora was busy dealing with Danzo's severed head and the sharingan he had pried from Danzo's eye socket. Immediately after obtaining Danzo's head, Sora had a Noichi from the Yamanaka clan use their secret mind technique to extract any lingering memories. The trove of secrets Sora uncovered from Danzo's mind proved quite valuable. Then, Uchiha Sora used the impure world reincarnation technique on Danzo's head, summoning him back from the dead. However, upon reviving Danzo, Sora did not awaken his consciousness. Instead, he sealed Danzo in a coffin, intending to bring him out only for future battles. After all, if Danzo ever learned he had not only been killed, but also revived and used in this way, he'd likely be so furious he might commit seppuku again on the spot. Therefore, Uchiha Sora has no plans to activate him for the time being. Moreover, if he wants to make use of Danzo, he must employ special sealing jutsu to reinforce his control. As for Shursui's eye, Uchiha Sora had it embedded in the other socket of his summoned black duck, preserving it together on his own forearm, where he nourished and recharged it with his own chakra. Because Uchiha Sora's body is imbued with sage physique, and he has been striving to evolve toward Hashiroma's legendary sage physique, he achieves rather good results charging Shursui's eye. While it might take an ordinary person more than 10 years just to use the eye once, in Sora's current condition, it shouldn't take even 3 years before its cooldown ends. In other words, both of Shursui's eyes could be ready to unleash Kotoamit's Tsukumi in 3 years' time. Chief, important news from the land of water. At that moment, Aoji, captain of the Kusanin Black Ops, appeared respectfully at the door. Ordinarily, the subordinates at a small shinobi village leader's side serve only as bodyguards and aren't organized into independent units. Ever since Uchiha Sora arrived at Kusagakure, he established his very own Black Ops division and promoted the former guard, Aoji, to be its captain. This was a deliberate arrangement by Sora, devised to reassure the ninja subordinates originally belonging to Kusagakure. He opened the door, took the classified missive from Aoji, and waved him away before sitting down to read it. The report was from Meiterumi, detailing the attack and disappearance of Yagura, the Three Tails host, along with a request for his support. As Sora finished reading, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of intrigue. Once he had established his intelligence division, he'd already learned that Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, had also gone missing. Now, with Yagura, the Three Tails host, targeted as well, it became clear to him that Obito was beginning to act in desperation. That said, Sora believed Obito's plan was nearly impossible to succeed like this. Collecting the tailed beasts required sending people across the lands at breakneck speed, rounding them up in rapid succession. Only by catching the shinobi world's major powers off guard could Akatsuki possibly amass the tailed beasts. Yet the Akatsuki seemed unprepared. Their intelligence on the newly appointed Jinchuriki of each nation wasn't nearly thorough enough. By exposing their hands so early and aggressively hunting the beasts, they were bound to arouse suspicion and trigger countermeasures. The 5 great nations of the ninja world, none of them are pushovers. They might get caught off guard once and lose a single host, but once the threat is clear, they will surely respond, mounting a fierce retaliation. As soon as the major villages realize what's happening, there's every chance they'll form an alliance to stamp out Akatsuki ahead of schedule. In Sora's eyes, Obito's assault on the Jinchuriki only served to prematurely reveal Akatsuki's ambitions and ultimate goal. Unless the Akatsuki could capture all the tailed beasts in very short order, the Eye of the Moon plan would never succeed. Moreover, Uchiha Sora would never just let him run amok. With a thought, he used his sensory abilities to alert his elite Edo Tensei subordinates, instructing them to strengthen the village's defenses. Then, Uchiha Sora activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already on one of the islands of the Land of Water. Naturally, He had already set up a flying thunder god marker here in the land water as well. Before long, under the personal reception of Meitarumi, Uchiha Sora entered Kirigakure. This time, he had come as an ally. The upper echelons of Kirigakure, who already knew he had previously helped Yagura, treated him with marked courtesy. Of course, beneath their hospitality, there was an undercurrent of wariness. After all, Kirigakure had been through too many ordeals. These leaders had become rather suspicious by nature. Uchiha Sora's visit this time was not only to gather detailed information, but also for another important reason. After some polite conversation, the Kirigakure elders took out intelligence decoded from the secret signals left by Yagura. Masked man, repulsion, attraction, paper manipulation. Uchiha Sora, this masked man, should be the one who once controlled Lord Mizukichi. We've seen him before. As for the other keywords, they likely describe his techniques or skills. Meitarumi looked at Uchiha Sora and asked, "Do you have any leads on these abilities?" Upon seeing these hints, Uchiha Sora immediately understood their significance. He glanced over the assembled crowd and replied coolly, "Not only do I know who these people are, but I also know their ultimate goal." Excitement rippled through the room. An elder hurriedly pressed, "Then please, tell us at once, so we can track them down." Uchiha Sora looked at the man, then shook his head with a wry smile. "There's no need to rush this. Even if I told you now, with your current capabilities, it's impossible to rescue the 4th Mizukichi. They're a highly organized group, and their strength surpasses any of the 5 great shinobi villages. Unless the 5 villages unite, no single village alone could possibly match them." His words stunned everyone present. Meitarumi asked, "If we gather all of our best shinobi, and with your help, would that still not be enough?" Uchiha Sora shook his head again. A sense of dread settled in, and the group was both astonished and deeply unsettled. Were their enemies truly that formidable? Since when did the shinobi world harbor such a powerful organization? What could their true objective be? Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora was also lost in quiet contemplation. Among the current members of Akatsuki, Orochimaru had already left. Kisame, Deidara, and Haiden had yet to join. Kisame was still working as a member of Kirigakure's Anbu, and it seemed he'd likely never have a chance to join Akatsuki in his life. As for Deidara, he was still quite young, probably off somewhere in Awagakure, playing with clay. Haiden is still quite young. It's likely he's still with the Jashinists. Of the known members currently in Akatsuki, aside from Obito, Pain, and Konin, there should also be Kakuzu and Sasori, possibly Itachi who may soon join, and Juzobiwa, wielder of the Executioner's Blade. Uchiha Sora is thoroughly familiar with information on these individuals. He also has ways to protect himself, and therefore feels no fear. But for other factions, every one of these people is extremely dangerous. Just Pain's Deva path alone, one powerful attack could wipe out an entire large village, not to mention the others aiding him. So, it's imperative to take action as soon as possible. With this in mind, Uchiha Sora spoke up. "Is your village's 6 Tails, Jinchuriki, still safe?" The 6 Tails, Jinchuriki. Everyone was immediately taken aback. Elder Jinshur asked warily, "Why do you suddenly ask about that, sir?" Uchiha Sora gave a slight, calm smile. "To be honest, their true objective is the tailed beasts. Your hidden mist village has both the 3 Tails and the 6 Tails, Jinchuriki. Judging by your response, it seems you've put strong protection measures in place for the 6 Tails." The group was even more shocked. So, their target really is the tailed beasts? With the power at their disposal, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous for any Jinchuriki on their own? Meitarumi frowned in concern. "I have an idea." Uchiha Sora looked around at the others, speaking up suddenly. "What idea?" "Alliance Uchiha Sora Uteur de Sluri." That, after all, was his purpose for coming here. "En alliance? You mean you want the 5 great ninja villages to unite against them?" Elder Jinshur furrowed his brow deeply. "That's easier said than done. The 5 great nations have been at odds for ages. Since their founding, there have been 3 great ninja wars, not to mention smaller conflicts through the years. For example, the grudge between our hidden mist village and the hidden stone village dates all the way back to the time of the second Hokage. As long as there are people in this world, hatred will never fade. Right now, the situation hasn't escalated to the level where everyone would be willing to unite." The other elders in the hidden mist village nodded in agreement. In their eyes, Uchiha Sora was still too young, far too idealistic. But Meitarumi, also young, couldn't help but counter. "Yet if we never take that first step, if we don't at least try, how will we ever know if an alliance is impossible?" Uchiha Sora looked at her with a hint of surprise, then smiled and turned back to the elders. "I think you misunderstand me. The alliance I'm suggesting isn't about getting every ninja in the 5 great villages to work together. It's an alliance of Jinchuriki. An alliance of Jinchuriki? The word sent a visible shudder through everyone present. Elder Yuanshur immediately recognized Uchiha Sora's intention and, shocked, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the Jinchuriki from the 5 great ninja villages should form a united organization?" That's right. Since the enemy's target is the Jinchuriki, instead of passively defending and retreating, we should take the initiative, form an alliance of Jinchuriki, and together destroy their plans, Uchiha Sora responded calmly. The crowd couldn't help but be stunned by Uchiha Sora's idea. Never in history had anyone considered uniting the Jinchuriki. Every Jinchuriki was a strategic weapon, cherished and fiercely protected by their own village. How could they possibly be allowed to join another group so easily? What's more, every Jinchuriki was known for their peculiar temperament, and the tailed beasts within them each had their own personalities. How could they simply obey orders? Aside from Hashirama Senju in ages past, no one had ever mastered all 9 tailed beasts at once. So, to accomplish this, there must be someone with enough strength to command the respect and submission of the Jinchuriki, a leader powerful enough to unite them. But in the entire shinobi world, who could wield such influence? As far as Kirigakure was concerned, they certainly didn't possess that ability. In their eyes, neither did Uchiha Sora, the one who had proposed it. To unite all the Jinchuriki would be a monumental challenge. But how will we know it's impossible unless we try? Uchiha Sora cast his gaze over the crowd, speaking evenly. If you trust me, let me meet your 6 tails, Jinchuriki. I'll find a way to communicate with both the host and the tailed beast within. Upon hearing this, the gathered leaders exchanged uncertain glances. Madarumi looked steadily at Uchiha Sora, a different light shining in her eyes. To herself, she marveled. Not only is this man powerful, but he also dares to imagine such sweeping reforms. What an extraordinary man. It's just a pity he seems a bit young. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind pursuing him romantically. The elders, on the other hand, were filled with more suspicion and wariness than admiration. Uchiha Sora's request to meet their 6 tails Jinchuriki made them question his true intentions. Lord Uchiha Sora, your proposal is immensely consequential. I request some time for us to discuss it in council. Yuanshur spoke up after pondering for a moment. Of course, Uchiha Sora nodded. In truth, he had long since devised a plan for the organization he wished to create. He would bring together the Jinchuriki of all 9 tailed beasts, and pair each one with a mighty shinobi of Kage rank as a partner to complement their abilities. If 9 Jinchuriki and 9 powerful Kage-level ninjas could join forces, this team would unquestionably become the strongest organization in the shinobi world. In the future, even if they had to face threats from the Akatsuki clan, they would have a fighting chance. Yet, Uchiha Sora also knew that forging such an alliance would be fraught with difficulties, and he expected plenty of obstacles ahead. Fortunately, he had enough confidence in his own future growth, and he had no desire to follow the path of becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. For there was one fatal flaw to being a Jinchuriki. The moment a tailed beast leaves the host's body, the Jinchuriki dies. Becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki would only give Uchiha Sora an additional deadly weakness. What's more, it would make him the prime target of the Akatsuki clan in the future. With the system's automatic cultivation functioning, Uchiha Sora's power would continue to increase without end. Surpassing the Sage of 6 Paths was simply a matter of time. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the senior leaders of Kirigakure were locked in a heated debate. This Uchiha Sora is no small dreamer. Although his proposal brings no obvious harm to us in Kirigakure, I worry that his intentions may not be pure. One elder voiced his doubts first. After all, the matter of the tailed beasts is of utmost importance. We cannot place blind trust in an outsider. Terumi Mei immediately stood up and shot back. He's here because I invited him. Elder, are you questioning my judgment? The elder gave a chuckle. You're still young and inexperienced. When facing someone like Uchiha Sora, I fear you may not have the situation fully in hand. Terumi Mei was so furious she could not find words to respond. Luckily, at that moment, Elder Jinshiro spoke up. All right, I believe that just this once, we can put our trust in Uchiha Sora. Elder Jinshiro, what makes you say that? The other elders were taken aback. I have judged many people over the years, but this young man, Uchiha Sora, gives me a sense of immeasurable depth. For him to make such a bold proposal today, perhaps he truly does have the potential to lead the entire shinobi world into change. What's more, our Kirigakure is already in a dire situation. Uchiha Sora's Kusagakure is rising swiftly. If we wish to maintain our status among the 5 great shinobi villages, we must secure a strong ally on the continent. Elder Jinshiro declared with calm determination. At this, everyone suddenly understood. So that's the reason. Such vision and determination from the elder truly left the others in awe. P.S. So tired, your humble author is off to bed. Hopefully tomorrow, I'll have the energy to keep going with more updates. Outside Kirigakure in the land of water, within a gorge where a waterfall cascaded down, Uchiha Sora, Terumime, Ao, Elder Jinshiro, and other Kirigakure higher-ups arrived at this place. After lengthy discussion, the Kirigakure leaders finally agreed to Uchiha Sora's request and led him to the gorge, the very place where the Six Tails Jinchuriki lived. At that moment, on a large tree atop the cliff beside the waterfall, sat a cold, aloof young man of about 17 or 18. He wore a haori and was leisurely blowing bubbles with a bubble pipe in his hand, utterly at ease. Utakata, come down. Elder Jinshiro is here to see you. Ao called out to the indifferent young man. Hearing Ching's shout, Yugao glanced down at the people below, a flicker of confusion passing over his otherwise indifferent face. He blew a large bubble that enveloped his entire body and, floating within it, descended from the cliff, landing directly in front of the assembled crowd. Grand Elder, is there something you need? As the bubble disappeared, Yugao asked coolly, his tone chilly, clearly someone not fond of interruptions. Yugao, this time it's a matter that concerns the whole village. We need to hear both your opinion and that of the tailed beast within you. The Grand Elder, Master Yuan, spoke with solemn gravity. So please, we must ask for your cooperation. What is it? Yugao frowned, his tone making clear his distance and reluctance to engage. Grand Elder Yuan's expression darkened with displeasure. At that moment, Uchiha Sora smiled and spoke up. Let me explain. Yugao's gaze fell to the Uchiha clan crest on Sora's clothes, suspicion flickering in his eyes. You're from the Uchiha clan? Sora gave a faint smile, then slowly activated his sharingan, three-tomoe, swirling into motion. Yugao, Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, I have something to show you. Something I believe your Six Tails will find very interesting. As he finished, the power in Sora's three-tomoe sharingan suddenly burst forth. Tsukuyami. In an instant, Yugao was caught in the illusion. Inside him, the Six Tails rhinoceros dog sensed something was wrong, its chakra surging uneasily. Within a pitch-black ceiling chamber, Uchiha Sora, Yugao, and the massive cage-bound Six Tails rhinoceros dog all appeared. What is this? Yugao stared in surprise at Sora, who had suddenly appeared in the sealed space. Don't be nervous, Sora smiled at him. I used my Sharingan's illusion to find my way here. I just want you and the Six Tails to see some images. And you can relax. No matter how much time passes in here, only a moment will have gone by in the outside world. Hearing Sora's words, Yugao frowned again, astonished inwardly. So this was the power of the Sharingan? Behind them, the imprisoned Six Tails was already in a rage, unleashing a furious bellow. Yugao, finish that man off now. Those eyes of his are a curse. I can't stand them. Yugao's brow furrowed even deeper. Uchiha Sora looked toward the Six Tails, a faint, amused smile on his lips. So you've already sensed the Sharingan's power over tailed beasts. It seems even tailed beasts can feel fear, can't they? Fear? Human, you think I'd be afraid? The Six Tails screeched back. You wretched humans are nothing but insects, always coveting my power. Why would I fear the likes of you? Still so stubborn, these tailed beasts, Sora said, shaking his head with a sigh. For now, just calm yourself and watch what I'm about to show you. As soon as Uchiha Kuu's words fell, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the boundaries of the sealed space. In the blink of an eye, for the two people and the tailed beast, their pitch-black prison transformed into an entirely different scene. They now stood in the midst of a lush, verdant forest. Within the forest, a man in a blue cloak emerged quietly among the trees. Is that me? Utakata instantly recognized the figure. It was himself. He didn't know what kind of trick Uchiha Kuu was playing, but surely this was some illusion conjured up through Genjutsu? At that moment, 6 figures in black cloaks with red clouds appeared in the scene. Each one bore a pair of rippling Rinnegan eyes. These were the 6 paths of pain. They blocked Utakata's path, and the man at the front looked at him with chilling indifference. Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, for the sake of rebuilding the world, we need the tailed beast within you. That explains it. In the vision, Utakata sensed their hostility and instantly prepared himself for battle. Before he could act, one of Pain's bodies suddenly unleashed a volley of rockets from its arm, which streaked through the air in pursuit of Utakata. He leaped aside, just in time, and the forest shook with the thunderous roar of explosions. A fierce battle erupted right then and there. Utakata transformed, cloaking himself in the chakra mode of the Six Tails, wielding the corrosive power of its boil release. But against the relentless assault of the 6 paths of pain, he was eventually overpowered. Collapsing amid the smoking ruins, barely clinging to life, Uchiha was captured and taken away by the 6 enemies. The vision froze. Outside the illusion, Uchiha frowned and asked Uchiha, "Coup, what's the point of showing me all this? Are you warning me that someone will come after me one day?" Uchiha Coup smiled and nodded. Uchiha snorted coldly. "It's nothing more than a scene you manufactured with Jinjutsu. Do you really think I'm so naive as to fall for that?" Uchiha Coup simply smiled, offering no explanation. Instead, he looked at the 6 tails, still caged nearby, and said, "What about you? Do you believe this to be merely an illusion?" Surprisingly, the 6 tails grew silent. Instead of lashing out, it fixed its gaze on Uchiha Coup and rumbled in a deep voice, "Those people's eyes, are they Rinnegan?" "That's right. Those are Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths himself." Uchiha Coup replied meaningfully. "As tailed beasts, you all should be quite familiar with them, shouldn't you?" The 6 tails couldn't hide its shock. Its whole body trembled. "You humans, how could you possibly know so much?" To the tailed beasts, the Sage of 6 Paths was akin to a father. As one of those beasts, the 6 tails would naturally never forget the Rinnegan. A secret known only to the tailed beasts themselves. How could this human know? And yet, curiosity gnawed at the 6 tails. Who were those wielders of the Rinnegan? With a faint chuckle, Uchiha Coup dropped another revelation. The Rinnegan is just the beginning. I also know the origins and true names of every tailed beast. What did you say? How could you possibly know that? The 6 tails was visibly shaken, unable to hide its shock. Beside them, Uchiha was completely bewildered by 6 tails' reaction. He couldn't help but ask, "6 tails, what are you two talking about? What's with the Rinnegan, the Sage of 6 Paths? And why do you tailed beasts have names?" "Oomph. And why shouldn't we tailed beasts have names?" 6 tails snapped at Uchiha with a furious growl. Uchiha recoiled at the outburst, his expression turning a bit strange. "Listen, human, if you can call out all of our names, then maybe I'll believe those visions you just showed us." Now, 6 tails turned to address Uchiha Sora directly. "Then pay close attention." Uchiha Sora's lips curled into a slight smile. Suddenly, the illusion shifted. A chibi-style blonde boy appeared, humming a song. With each verse, another tailed beast appeared alongside him. The first is Shikaku, the one who outsleeps everyone. The second is Matatabi, burning like fire. The third is Isabu, the master of water. The fourth is Son Goku, blazing like molten lava. The fifth is Kokuo, always ready to charge. The sixth is Saiken, calm and collected. The seventh is Chome, fluttering like a dragonfly. The eighth, of course, is Gyuki, who's taken up rapping. And the ninth, Kurama, unbeaten and proud, the strongest of them all. The vision paused in stillness. Uchiha was speechless. 6 tails, or Saiken, was at a loss for words. After a long silence, 6 tails managed to ask, in a tone that was awkward but striving for politeness, "Who was singing just now? That voice really gets on my nerves." Inside, it was at a complete loss. Since when did he need a human to judge whether he was calm or not? And saying Kurama is the strongest. Well, that's fair, perhaps. But since when has Gyuki been obsessed with rapping? The mighty 8 tails, caught up in such an odd human habit? How humiliating for tailed beasts everywhere. Just then, the illusion transformed again. This time, the scene shifted to a vast, desolate landscape. Upon that land raced a towering figure, its head crowned by a single scarlet eye, its colossal body trailing 10 immense tails sweeping behind it. The ground trembled beneath its charge. Clouds churned in its wake. The 10 tails, Saiken gasped, jolted with alarm, unable to hold back a startled cry. At that, the vision ended, and once more they found themselves in the pitch-black world of the sealed space. From within its cage, 6 tails fixed a deadly stare on Uchiha Sora. "Where did you see the 10 tails? What else do you know?" Now it dared not underestimate the human standing before it, felt compelled, even, to reconsider every image Sora had shown. Uchiha, sensing the change in 6 tails' demeanor, couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is the 10 tails?" But Uchiha Sora offered no further explanation. Instead, he simply replied, his voice calm and distant. "I'm going to share with you a piece of real news. The Jinchuriki of the 3 tails and 4 tails have already been captured. If you don't want to end up like what you saw in that vision, you'd better follow my directions." "What? Both the 3 tails and 4 tails have been caught?" The 6 tails, Saiken, exclaimed in shock. Obito didn't bother with Saiken's surprise and went on, "Their goal is to gather all 9 tailed beasts and revive the 10 tails. My goal is to stop them. That's why I've come to invite you both to join my organization." Han and Saiken exchanged a look. Although Jinchuriki and Tailed Beast rarely see eye to eye, at this moment, they truly understood each other's thoughts. In perfect unison, man and beast replied, "We'll join." "Excellent. Congratulations. You're both the very first members of my organization." A smile appeared on Obito's face. "What's the name of your organization?" Han asked. Obito's lips curled into a faint smile. "This group exists for Jinchuriki and Tailed Beasts like you. Its name is Beast." Meanwhile, outside, Obito released his Jinjutsu. In the real world, barely an instant had passed. Han raised his fist, tightening it with purpose. "Let's fist bump." Amidst the puzzled looks of those watching, Obito bumped fists with Han. A surge of Tailed Beast chakra flowed into Obito. Deep within his mind, the Six Tails voice echoed, "I've left a portion of my chakra within you. Whatever happens from now on, you can reach me through this chakra, and I can contact you the same way." Obito nodded in acknowledgement. He knew Tailed Beasts could sense and communicate through chakra they left behind. In the original story, all 9 Tailed Beasts had left their chakra inside Naruto, making his body a gathering place for them. However, the chakra Saiken had given Obito was very limited, just enough to allow for long-distance communication, but not enough to be used as actual fighting power. Obito pulled out a special kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, handed it to Han, and instructed him, "Keep this with you at all times. If anything happens, I'll be able to aid you instantly." "All right." Han accepted the kunai. With his goal achieved, Obito turned to the others. "All right, let's go back." "That's it? It's over already?" The others wore dumbfounded expressions. From their point of view, all they'd seen was Obito and Han exchange a glance. Han's chilly attitude then transformed completely, and the two even fist-bumped, as if they'd communicated on some level no one else could perceive. Obito offered an explanation. "We just communicated through a Jinjutsu." Only then did the group realize what had happened. Yet their curiosity grew even stronger. What on earth did he say to Han that could change his mind so easily? The elder counselors found it awkward to question Uchiha Sora directly in his presence. So it wasn't until Sora had left Kirigakure that Grand Elder Jinshur personally sought out Utakata for a conversation. But Utakata did not reveal a single word about what Uchiha Sora had communicated to him through Jinjutsu. He simply said, "Joining Sora's organization was a decision made jointly by both myself and Saiken. We believe the other Jinchuriki and Tailed Beasts will agree as well." He understood very clearly. Since he had joined the Beast organization, it was imperative to protect its secrets. Doing so was also protecting himself and the Tailed Beast. After all, the more secrets about the Tailed Beasts were exposed, the more they would attract the covetous eyes of others. Hearing this, Elder Jinshur was visibly startled. A keen light flashed across his aged eyes as he exclaimed in delight. "You and the Six Tails made this decision together? Does this mean you've already?" Utakata nodded. "Yes, I am now a perfect Jinchuriki." Before this, although Utakata could tap into his beast power, even fully transform, he and Saiken the Slug had not reached true understanding. He could borrow power, but genuine cooperation in battle remained out of reach, limiting the strength he could wield. How to help the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails attain the level of a perfect Jinchuriki, like the fourth Mizukage? This had always been a challenge Kirigakure sought to solve. Everyone knew the power of perfect Jinchuriki could unleash far surpassed that of a Tailed Beast acting alone. After all, Tailed Beasts, with their massive frames and limited battle strategy compared to humans, were vulnerable when acting solo and could be subdued with relative ease. A perfect Jinchuriki was different. Not only could they channel the vast chakra reserves of the Tailed Beast, but they brought to bear their own intellect, experience, and mastery of various ninja arts in combat. And now, with just a single meeting, Uchiha Sora had enabled Utakata to become a perfect Jinchuriki. No wonder the elder could not help but marvel Sora dared to propose forming an alliance of Jinchuriki. It turned out he held the secret to nurturing understanding between Jinchuriki and their Tailed Beasts. This, perhaps, was his true strength. With the Beast organization as a new bond, Kirigakure and Kusagakure were effectively entering into an alliance. Uchiha Sora remained in Kirigakure for 3 days, during which he and the village's upper echelon discussed plans for future cooperation. For example, Kirigakure would open up slots for the Chunin exams, welcoming ninja from Kusagakure to participate. There were also plans for regular visits and exchanges, with elite leaders from Kirigakure traveling to Kusagakure as part of strengthening their friendship. Additionally, the two countries would engage in various forms of bilateral trade. Once the broad strokes of collaboration were agreed upon, Sora returned to Kusagakure, delegating the remaining details to his subordinates. At present, his team comprised Yakushi Nanoyu in charge of intelligence, Zabuza Momochi as his personal bodyguard, and Toshi serving as the leader of the AMBU. Apart from that, the elite members of the Uchiha clan were assigned to various departments, enabling them to permeate every corner of the village. As for security, Fugaku was currently leading a team in pursuit of Orochimaru's whereabouts and had not yet returned to the village. For now, the village's defenses were overseen by elite members revived through Edo Tensei. Once Fugaku returned, he would be tasked with rebuilding the security forces and taking charge of the village's safety. At that point, the Edo Tensei elites would be spread among the different departments as well, serving as Uchiha Sora's eyes to maintain control over the larger picture. Among them, Edo Yakura had been acting as Uchiha Sora's secretary, handling daily affairs. Many documents were handed directly to Yakura, who was entrusted with reviewing and correcting them. In the role of someone who delegates much responsibility, Uchiha Sora found he only needed to orchestrate the broader strategy. Inside the leader's residence, with some free time on his hands, Uchiha Sora's thoughts turned to Uchiha Izumi and her daughter, who were still on the small island within the mirror dimension. Though the grass shinobi village had not yet established a firm foothold, their strength was already considerable, so there was little reason to worry about safety. Thus, Sora decided it was time to bring over Izumi and her daughter, as well as Bai and the other members of the Uchiha clan who had been relocated there. The clan members would naturally return to their own families. As for Izumi, her daughter, and Bai, the three took up residence in the leader's residence. During his leisure, Uchiha Sora would accompany Izumi for training and provide guidance to Bai. Time slipped by almost unnoticed. Then, one day, Mangekyo in the Land of Lightning sent a notice. Enrollment for the Chunin exams would begin in 3 days. Previously, Uchiha Sora had promised the Raikage that he would send participants to the exams. So, upon receiving the notification, he immediately ordered candidates to be selected from the academy. Uchiha Ki, you'll lead 2 Jonin squads to participate this time. Sora summoned an elite Jonin from the clan and gave his instructions. Yes, leader. Uchiha Ki responded respectfully. Formerly a young Jonin on the Konoha security force, Uchiha Ki had already awakened the three-tomoe sharingan. Excelling in both fire and lightning release jutsu, his skills ranked him among the top 10 in the Uchiha clan. One more thing. After you arrive in the Land of Lightning, inform the Raikage that I'll be attending the finals in person, so he should make the necessary preparations, Sora added. Yes, Ki replied, accepting the mission and departing. While the Chunin exams in Mangekyo were in full swing, an astonishing piece of news landed on Sora's desk. Uchiha Fugaku and his team have vanished. When Yakushi Nanoyu personally delivered this report, even Uchiha Sora was caught off guard. Fugaku's power had truly reached Kage level, possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. He might even surpass today's Uchiha Itachi. A person of his caliber, leading an elite squad to track down Orochimaru. Even someone as dangerous as Orochimaru would have to tread carefully and avoid their sharp edge. How could they possibly disappear all of a sudden? Where exactly did they go missing? Is there any way to find out? Uchiha Sora asked with a frown. Yakushi Nanoyu pulled out a map and pointed to a patch of desert in the Land of Wind. It was here. This area is within the Land of Wind's borders, but 10 years ago, there used to be an independent kingdom, the ancient kingdom of Rorin. Now it's nothing but ruins. The ancient kingdom of Rorin. Something stirred in Uchiha Sora's heart. In the original story, the kingdom of Rorin appeared in one of the movies, with a vast dragon vein lying dormant beneath it. The power of this dragon vein was so overwhelming it could twist time and space, enabling people to travel to the past or future. Could it be that Fugaku and the others came into contact with the dragon vein's power? Leader, should we send scouts to investigate? While Sora was deep in thought, Yakushi Nanoyu asked. Uchiha Sora pondered for a while before replying. Just have someone watch the vicinity of the ancient kingdom of Rorin. As soon as anything unusual happens, report to me at once. Yes. After Yakushi Nanoyu left, Uchiha Sora found himself lost in contemplation. The power of the dragon vein beneath the kingdom of Rorin is, at its core, an immense force of nature, a marvel of the natural world capable of warping time itself. Then, could he perhaps draw upon this natural force to comprehend and master Sage Mode? Compared with the Sage Modes of the 3 great holy lands, each of which clearly carries the distinct traits of its respective creatures. What if he could develop a Sage Mode, unique to himself? Might it not surpass even the legendary modes of those sacred places? This idea had never occurred to him before. Yet the events surrounding Rorin had now sparked a new inspiration. With the dragon vein's power so readily at hand, perhaps he could attempt to attune himself to it and forge a Sage Mode of his own. drawn from the dragon vein's mighty energies. However, Uchiha Sora knew well that this power was not so easily controlled. A single misstep, and he might be swept up, lost in the turbulent vortex of space and time. He decided it would be best to wait until his own abilities had grown stronger before attempting such a feat. It would be wise, before that, to first train and familiarize himself with the sage mode of the three holy lands. Meanwhile, within the land of Earth, in the stone-clad Tsuchikage Tower of Iwagakure, in the spacious meeting hall, the third Tsuchikage was discussing pressing matters with the village's leading elites. Their topic of debate was none other than the Uchiha clan's departure from Konoha and their subsequent alliance with the Grass Ninja Village. After failing in our last assault on Grass Ninja Village, things have taken a turn. Now, with the Uchiha clan joining their ranks, Grass Village's power grows ever stronger. This poses a serious threat to our interests. What are your views on the matter? The third Tsuchikage hovered in midair, his piercing gaze sweeping over the gathered council. Someone immediately stood up and said, "I believe the growing momentum of the Grass Ninja Village must be suppressed. With their leader Uchiha Sora's strength, he will only become more formidable as time goes on. He might even lead the Uchiha clan back to its former glory. We have to curb his rise early. Otherwise, this ninja world might just see the birth of a sixth great nation." That makes sense. The land of grass shares a direct border with us. If they grow stronger, it will undoubtedly harm our interests. We must put a stop to it. Exactly. Besides, the Uchiha clan sharingan is a treasure coveted by everyone in the ninja world. How can we let this opportunity slip by again? If someone else gets to it first, that would be a huge loss for us. Suddenly, the conference room was abuzz with heated discussion. Inoki looked around the room, clearly satisfied with the crowd's reaction. As the third Tsuchikage, Inoki had always harbored an ambition to make Iwagakure the foremost among the 5 great ninja villages. Iwagakure had long been committed to building up its military might, boasting a greater number of ninja than any other village. He raised a hand to quiet everyone down. All eyes turned to him. Inoki spoke up. "Since everyone agrees that we cannot allow the Grass Ninja Village to grow any stronger, let us, Iwagakure, launch a full-scale war against them." A full-scale war. This was nothing like their last raid. This time, Iwagakure would throw the entirety of its strength into battle. The moment Inoki announced his decision, the room erupted with an excited fervor. "Understood, Lord Third Tsuchikage. Let's begin preparations at once." The high-ranking officials responded in unison. Once the meeting had dispersed, Inoki summoned a member of the Umbu and instructed, "Contact the Akatsuki organization. Tell them it's time for action." "Yes, sir." For years, the third Tsuchikage had maintained a long-standing relationship of employment with Akatsuki. "And also, tell Han to be ready," Inoki added. "Yes, sir." The Umbu member departed swiftly. News of Iwagakure's impending war against Grass Ninja Village had yet to reach the rest of the ninja world. A few days later, Uchiha Sora traveled to Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning to watch the finals of the Chunin exams. He sat together with the 4th Reikage on the viewing platform, observing the competition below. This time, only one genin from Grass Ninja Village had made it into the finals. He was a young man named Guiqing, who possessed an extremely rare Kekkei Genkai. His ability allowed him to create black energy clones. Anyone who touched these clones would instantly fall into a state of weakness. This technique was called Ghost Release, a jutsu that seemed to target a person's spirit through physical attacks. Throughout their history, Grass Ninja Village had always welcomed outsiders, resulting in a diverse mix of bloodlines among its ninja. As a consequence, their jutsu lacked systematization, but when it came to unique talents, the village's potential was truly immense. Through the final round of the Chunin exams, Uchiha Sora had also come to realize that although the ninja from the Grass Village were lacking in current strength, their potential for the future was undeniable. However, the boy named Guiqing ultimately fell to Atsui, the younger brother of Samui. As the finals drew to a close, Uchiha Sora was preparing to discuss matters of the Jinchuriki with the Reikage. Suddenly, news arrived from Yeka, who was far away in the Grass Village. A large number of ninja from the Hidden Waterfall Village have crossed into the borders of the Grass Village and attacked our ninja stationed in the border town. Uchiha Sora's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately sent a message back to Yeka. Dispatch elite members of the Uchiha clan to provide support and closely monitor all battle reports. The Hidden Waterfall Village, nestled in the Land of Waterfalls, sat right on the border with the Land of Grass. Though their strength was considerable, perhaps not quite on par with the current Grass Village, but certainly no pushover. Not to mention, the infamous rogue ninja Kakazu, known for his Earth Grudge Fear technique, originally hailed from Waterfall Village. They even possessed the Hero Water, which could enhance a ninja's chakra dozens of times, and boasted high-level forces like Fu, their seven-tails Jinchuriki. Yet, the waterfall village had always kept to itself, rarely stirring up trouble. Their village was well concealed behind a great waterfall, a defensible location that was notoriously hard to breach. In every great shinobi war, the flames of conflict had never managed to reach their hidden enclave. Who could have expected that this time they would take the initiative and attack the grass village? Clearly, there was more to this than met the eye. With war breaking out back home, Uchiha Sora no longer had the patience for small talk or diplomatic exchanges with the Fourth Raikage, and he set aside any plans to discuss an alliance of Jinchuriki for the time being. With the grass village under attack, he had to return and take command personally. Thus, the Chunin exams came to an abrupt end. Taking Uchiha-ji, Guiching, and the others, Uchiha Sora immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique and swiftly returned to the grass village. Not long after his return, Yakushi-Nanu brought urgent news. The Land of Rain, which also bordered the Land of Grass, had unexpectedly deployed ninja forces as well, invading the grass country from the south. The Land of Rain has joined in too? Uchiha Sora's brow furrowed in concern. Yakushi-Nanu voiced her worries. According to our intelligence, Waterfall Village is attacking us from the north, and the Land of Rain is moving in from the south. While neither poses an overwhelming threat on their own, and our current strength should allow us to defend both fronts at once, the real concern lies with the Earth Country to the west and the Fire Country to the east. Her anxiety was that if those great powers, the Earth Country from the west and the Fire Country from the east, were to launch simultaneous invasions, it would spell disaster for the Grass Village. If that happened, the Grass Village would find itself beset on all sides, surrounded by enemies. A truly dire predicament. Even with the Uchiha clan support, victory would be next to impossible in such a war. Chief. At that moment, Fengshu appeared before Uchiha Sora in a blur, dropping to one knee. News from Konoha. The third Hokage has dispatched a large ninja squad to our village. They claim they're coming for a jutsu exchange. A jutsu exchange? Uchiha Sora curled his lips in a cold sneer. That old fox, the third Hokage. His network really is impressive. What's this supposed to mean? Ostensibly, it's an exchange, but the real message is a threat, isn't it? At a time when his own village was under siege, this squad from Konoha couldn't have made their intentions more obvious. The message was clear: we're not openly attacking you. We're just here to exchange skills and knowledge in a spirit of friendship. If things go well, maybe we'll even forge an alliance and lend a helping hand. But if the talks go sour and conflict breaks out, it'll just be an unfortunate accident. Uchiha Sora had nothing but scorn for this style of political maneuvering by the third Hokage. Yet, in his position as the leader, he had no choice but to acknowledge the old man's cunning. Fengshu continued. The Konoha ninjas are already at the eastern border. Our own men are in talks with them now. Chief, should we let them in? Who's leading the group? How many are there altogether? Uchiha Sora asked. It's the third Hokage's own son, Sarutobi Izumi. They brought around 100 people. Oh, he's sending his own son? That suggests there are some highly capable people in that squad. Uchiha Sora muttered to himself. The third was no fool. He knew exactly the kind of power he was up against. If Sarutobi Izumi had simply led a 100-strong team for mere exchange, he'd have no way to exert real pressure. No, the true leader of that squad wasn't likely Izumi. There had to be someone far more formidable among them. Who gave the third Hokage such confidence? Uchiha Sora knew well. The Hidden Leaf was still reeling from recent troubles, and true powerhouses were few and far between at the moment. Kakashi? My guy. While both were leading figures of the younger generation, and certainly stronger than Izumi, that alone wasn't enough for genuine intimidation. And as for Might Guy's Eight Gates formation, there was no chance it would be deployed for something like this. The heads of the Inoshikacho clans rarely left Konoha, guarding the village's rear. They'd never be sent out lightly. The Hyuga clan leader? Tensions already existed between him and the Hokage. He was concerned only with preserving his own, and would never risk becoming embroiled in an external conflict. That leaves only one possibility, one of the legendary Sannin. Was it Tsunade or Jiraiya? At that very moment, on the western border, the Earth Country's army was advancing in overwhelming numbers. At the head of the forces was still Yellow Earth. A flying Thunder God seal had been carved onto his body. In the thick of war, there was no sense hiding in the rear. Being on the front lines was far more useful. Beside him strode a tall man, face hidden beneath a straw hat, clad in heavy, crimson armor. The sheer size and imposing presence of this man, along with his calm and steady expression, was enough to make anyone feel immense pressure. Huangtu, don't worry. With me here, even if Uchiha Sora himself comes, he won't get anything out of us, the man in the red armor said coolly. On, with you by our side, we're certain to defeat Uchiha Sora this time. and I'll finally be able to redeem myself in front of my father," Huangta said, patting him on the shoulder. This man was none other than Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, the other Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. Let's go," Huangta called, waving his hand. "With the size of our force, we'll reach the gates of Kusagakure in just half a day." Behind him marched an enormous army of shinobi, at least 5 times the number from the last surprise attack. Meanwhile, at the northern border, shinobi from the Hidden Waterfall village were locked in fierce combat with those from the Grass village. To support the battle, 3 elite squads from the Uchiha clan had already been dispatched, each consisting of 4 members. Every squad was led by a jonin. The 3 jonin captains were Uchiha and Uchiha Hao and Uchiha. The rest of their members were all at least elite Chunin. Of the 3 squads, 2 headed directly to the front lines, while the third took a detour into the land of waterfalls, aiming to cut off the enemy supply line from behind, hoping to cripple the waterfall shinobi's offensive. Uchiha Hao, you 2 take your teams to the front. Leave the supply line to me," Uchiha said as they neared the border. "Be careful," and Hao nodded, reminding him. Don't worry. I'm the strongest among us, remember? Just a bunch of waterfall shinobi. There'll be no trouble," Uchiha replied, chuckling heartily. "Don't get cocky," he said in a steady voice. "Even if the enemy is from a small village, we're not Konoha's shinobi anymore. We can't afford to lose. Neither we nor our village can bear that cost. Yes, for the glory of the Uchiha. Even if it costs me my life, I'll see this mission through," Uchiha answered solemnly. With that, the teams parted ways. What none of them realized, however, was that high above, a bird was gliding over their heads. After flying several kilometers away, it vanished in a faint puff of white smoke. At the same time, at the border, another bird appeared by the side of a shinobi. The bird chirped a few quick messages at his ear before flying far into the distance. The shinobi seemed to understand the bird's report. At once, he dashed to the leader of their group. "They've dispatched reinforcements. A 4-person elite squad is circling around to target our supply line from the rear. Judging from their appearance, they must be from the Uchiha clan," he reported urgently. Hearing this, the leader's eyes lit up with sharp excitement. "Just 4 people? And they're from the Uchiha clan, no less. Send out half our men and set up an ambush. Whatever it takes, capture them alive. The rest will fight and fall back, but don't reveal any weaknesses to the enemy." The leader paused to give his orders. This time, Takigakure had dispatched around 200 ninja for the operation. As a smaller village, their ranks of jonin were pitifully thin, only 10 in total including the leader himself, while the rest were mostly Chunin and Genin. Without delay, the Takigakure force quietly split off 5 jonin, along with 100 other ninja, who slipped away toward the rear to set the planned trap. Among the 5 jonin, the one leading the group was named Soin. If Uchiha Sora had been there, he would have recognized this man as a character pulled straight from the original storyline. At this moment, Uchiha was leaping through the forest with his squad at his side. The other 3 in the team were also Uchiha ninja, all about 15 or 16 years old. Yet there was no trace of fear on their faces, even as they marched off to war. Instead, their eyes burned with the fire of determination. From Konoha to Kusagakure, the pride of their Uchiha clan pushed them onward. They braced themselves, refusing to let the former Kusagakure look down on them. They wanted to earn the leader's approval, and in doing so, found boundless courage. The youngest of them was a girl named Uchiha Weiyang. She was unremarkable in looks, save for a few small freckles. It was her first time on the battlefield. Though nerves fluttered inside her, there was not a hint of fear. "When we find the enemy supply camp, Weiyang, you post the explosive tag. The rest of us, Nyoma, Yuya, and I, will create a diversion to grab their attention." On the trail, Uchiha produced 2 special kunai and handed them to Weiyang. "These are flying Thunder God kunai the leader gave me before we set out. If things go wrong, destroy one of them, and the leader will come to our aid immediately." Flying Thunder God kunai? Will destroying it really make the leader appear to help us? Weiyang looked uncertainly at Captain Uchiha. "Just do as I say. That's the leader's power, not something you need to understand." Uchiha waved her off. "All right." Uchiha Weiyang nodded, her doubts quieted. "But unless there's no other choice, don't destroy them. The leader has to command the entire operation. If we can't even handle this, it would be a disgrace to the clan." Uchiha added as a reminder. With that small episode behind them, the 4 quickened their pace. After half a day's hurried travel, they slipped across the border into the land of waterfalls. Following the general location given in their intelligence, they began their search for the enemy supply camp. After a thorough search, Uchiha Nyoma picked up a faint trail. The 4 followed the clue and eventually found a small camp packed with ninja supplies. The camp was tucked behind a massive boulder, with a pair of small squads stationed nearby to guard the cache. There were only 2 squads, 8 people in total. Stick to the plan. Move in. Uchiha swiftly analyzed the enemy's strength and, utterly confident, waved his hand and charged ahead. His sharingan activated, the three-tomoe swirling slowly within his eyes. Silent as shadows, kunai flew from Uchiha's hands with pinpoint accuracy, striking 6 of the enemy. Only the 2 squad leaders managed to dodge the attack. Wounded, the 6 struck ninja clutched their wounds and scattered in panic. Alert! We're under attack. Scatter and run. Shouts erupted from the Takegakure ninja. You think you can escape? Not that easily. Uchiha sneered coldly. Juma and Tsukio leapt out from the flanks. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A barrage of fireballs, large and small, hurtled toward the fleeing enemies. 2 injured to evade. All 6 were engulfed by the flames. Agonized screams filled the air as their bodies were knocked to the ground under the searing blaze. Now, only the 2 squad leaders remained, standing frozen, trembling with fear. Uchiha and Juma and Tsukio stepped out into the clearing. Locking eyes with the terrified Takegakure ninjas, Uchiha spoke with pride. Takegakure shinobi, before the might of the Uchiha, you cannot escape. The words had barely left his mouth when a strange sensation above made Uchiha glance upward, just in time to see a giant spiderweb descending from the sky. A peal of triumphant laughter echoed above. Arrogant Uchiha. The 3 were caught off guard, ensnared completely by the web. Uchiha and his companions frantically tried to cut through the sticky net with their kunai, only to realize the web was crafted from some special material. So strong, even their blades could not slice it. As they struggled, dozens of figures suddenly burst from their hiding places, charging toward the trio. A flurry of blows rained down. With their movements shackled by the web, the 3 were helpless. In just a few heartbeats, they were beaten to the ground, covered in the sticky mesh, unable to rise, thoroughly captured and bound. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mayo, the team's sole remaining member not yet caught, was paralyzed with fear by this sudden ambush. She had just snuck behind a boulder near the supply camp to plant an explosive tag. Peering out, she was shocked to see all her teammates captured. Panic seized her. She had no idea what to do. Clutching a flying thunder god kunai, she wrestled with her thoughts. With her lone abilities, she had no hope of rescuing her comrades. There were at least dozens of enemies lying in ambush. It was clear they had walked into a trap. Yet if she destroyed her flying thunder god kunai now, it would mean total failure for her squad's mission. They had worked so hard in search of merit, only to face a failed ending. Surely their commander would be gravely disappointed. No, I at least need to try something first. Determination flickered in her heart. Well, looks like we've still got a little mouse hiding over here. A mocking voice rang out just then. Uchiha Weiyang, who had been hiding behind the massive boulder, was discovered. She had no choice but to step out, facing the overwhelming numbers of her enemies. There are 4 in total. Looks like everyone's here. One of the Taki ninjas, Mizwa, sneered with a smug grin as he strode towards her. Little girl, are you still planning to resist? Don't come any closer. Uchiha Weiyang raised her flying thunder god kunai and shouted, I have our leader's token with me. If you know what's good for you, back off. He could appear here in an instant and take you all down. Do you want to test him? If you know what's best for you, release my companions now. Uchiha Weiyang exclaimed, but her voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. In her mind, the sheer number of enemies, easily more than 100 ninjas, was intimidating. Even if her leader did arrive, could he really defeat so many on his own? Her words, however, sent waves of raucous laughter rolling through the ranks of the Taki ninjas, dozens upon dozens of them mocking her. Huh, little girl, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? You saying your leader can appear out of nowhere? What, are you a comedian? Or do you think we're idiots? Is your leader supposed to be a god, able to know exactly what's happening here? Looks to me like your brain's gone soft. Your leader's just been stringing you along. Haven't you figured that out? And even if he could show up, you really think he could take on this many ninjas? There are enough of us here to wear him down, even if he's invincible. Uchiha Weiyang faltered as the jeers echoed all around her. Doubt began to creep into her heart. What if even the leader's arrival changed nothing? Weiyang, don't listen to them. Hurry, call the leader. They have no idea how strong he truly is. Uchiha, and wounded and lying on the ground, called out. Uchiha Weiyang was only a Chunin, her experience limited. She could not fully comprehend the extent of the leader's power. And, however, was a Jonin. He understood all too well that if anyone could deal with these foes, it was their leader. All right. Uchiha Weiyang gritted her teeth, pulled out a chakra blade, and began channeling her chakra. With one decisive motion, she slashed down on the flying thunder god kunai in her hand. The blade struck the kunai's inscription, shattering it into pieces and destroying the technique's mark. The Taki ninjas stared at her in confusion, taken aback by her strange action. "Hey, what's with you? What kind of stunt are you pulling? I think you'd better just surrender and—" Before he could finish, a glow burst forth from the inscription on another flying thunder god, kunai, hidden on Uchiha Weiyang. In the blink of an eye, a figure clad in a white ceremonial robe materialized at the center of the group. It was Uchiha Sora. During this war, he had not planned to charge directly into any of the battles himself. Those tasks he left to his subordinates. But with Grass Village's limited strength, defending against enemies from all directions was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a doomed effort. Even with the support of the Uchiha clan, it was far from enough. That's why he had already crafted numerous flying thunder god kunai and distributed them, instructing the key figures on every battlefield to always carry two with them. If one of the kunai was destroyed, Uchiha Sora, who was far away in Kusagaku, would instantly sense the jutsu being broken and know that something had happened there. He could then teleport directly to the scene to provide support. The sudden appearance of Uchiha Sora filled Uchiha Weiyang and the others with delight and surprise. So the leader really could rush to the battlefield in an instant. How dependable. Uchiha Weiyang gazed at Uchiha Sora's figure with admiration written all over her face. Meanwhile, the Takigakure ninja, like Mizukiri, were momentarily stunned by this development. "You're Uchiha Sora, the leader of Kusagaku?" After a brief stretch of silence, Takigakure's Jonin Mizukiri spoke up, his tone wary and uncertain. Most of the ninja world knew Uchiha Sora was Kusagaku's leader, but very few had ever seen a picture of him. Mizukiri himself had never seen him before, and the sight of such a young-looking leader made him immediately underestimate Sora. But Uchiha Sora completely ignored him, casting a quick, sweeping glance around to take in the situation. "Looks like we've walked right into an ambush." His gaze landed on the three injured Uchiha lying on the ground. The trio was surrounded by a sizable group of Takigakure ninja. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Mizukiri, upset by being ignored, shouted in frustration. In answer, a flurry of kunai whistled toward him from Uchiha Sora's hand. "Damn it!" Mizukiri scrambled out of harm's way, cursing. "Everyone attack! Kill him!" He might have looked down on the young leader initially, but he wasn't foolish enough to take the leader of a hidden village lightly. Quickly, he ordered everyone to join the assault. Instantly, more than a dozen ninja lunged toward Uchiha Sora. But at that moment, the kunai Sora had just landed right next to the three Uchihan. Just as the Takigakure ninja closed in on Uchiha Sora, his figure vanished, as if into thin air. A heartbeat later, he was already by Uchiha inside. "What?" The Takigakure ninjas stared in shock, unable to follow Sora's movement at all. Unhurriedly, Uchiha Sora knelt down and untied the ropes binding Uchihan. The moment the startled Takigakure ninja raised their hands to hurl kunai at Sora. In a flash, just as the kunai were about to strike him in the face, Sora vanished again, taking Uchihan with him, cleanly evading the incoming attack. The next instant, he had reappeared beside Uchiha Weiyang. Amazing. He's so fast. Uchiha Weiyang stared, wide-eyed, utterly dazzled by Sora's seamless teleportations. While she was still reeling from shock, Sora disappeared once more, materializing at Uchiha Tsukiyo's side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several instantaneous movements, Uchiha Sora easily rescued Tsukiyo and Juma with almost no effort. By this time, the hidden waterfall village ninja had realized that Uchiha Sora was not someone to be trifled with. They exchanged uneasy glances. For a moment, none of them dared to launch another attack. The hidden waterfall village has always remained neutral in conflicts among the ninja world. Why then are you attacking our grass ninja village? Facing the hesitant enemy, Uchiha Sora didn't rush to strike. Instead, he asked calmly. Any other ninja village attacking wouldn't be surprising, but he, familiar with the storyline, knew that the hidden waterfall village was concealed behind a great waterfall. Its location was easy to defend and hard to attack. Its ninja weren't especially strong. True, they had the Seven Tails, Jinchuriki, Fu, and secret techniques like Earth Grudge, but those assets were barely enough for self-preservation. They hardly had the ability or reason to wage war beyond their borders. Besides, the current Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, was only a 6 or 7-year-old girl. She couldn't possibly wield the full power of a tailed beast. They really had no reason to join a war. Your grass ninja village will be finished soon, and you still have a nerve to interrogate us. Mizukumo sneered. We're just the vanguard. There's much greater power right behind us. You don't stand a chance. Not talking? In that case, don't blame me for what happens next. A cold gleam flashed in Uchiha Sora's eyes. In the next instant, he drew his long sword. The blink of an eye, and he was upon them. His silhouette flickered like a phantom, suddenly appearing in front of Jonin Mizukumo. His blade swung. Lightning crackled along the sword's edge. Mizukumo's face drained of color as he hurriedly raised his kunai to block. Clang! The kunai shattered in his hand. The long sword slashed across Mizukumo's chest. In that desperate moment, Mizukumo managed to leap back, but not before a long gash split open across his chest. Blood sprayed violently. Clutching his bleeding wound, Mizukumo tried in vain to stop the torrent spilling from his chest. So close, just a hair's breadth, and he would have been cut in two. Frantically, he fumbled for a medical bandage and began emergency treatment on the spot. By then, Uchiha Sora had already appeared beside another hidden waterfall ninja in a blink. He lunged with his sword, and this ninja wasn't nearly as lucky. He couldn't react in time before the blade pierced his heart. With disbelief etched on his face, the ninja collapsed, unwillingly, into a spreading pool of blood. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a volley of kunai flew toward Uchiha Sora. With a flicker, his sharingan spun to life, the three-tomoe glinting. Thanks to his intensified perception, he dodged every kunai, body surging straight into the enemy ranks. His sword swept in powerful arcs, and one after another, the hidden waterfall ninja fell before his blade. Compared to the squad from the land of Earth that raided the grass ninja village earlier, this group was far weaker. Among the 100 or so ninjas present, the majority were of Chunin-level strength, while only 2 or 3 could truly claim the abilities of elite Jonin from the great ninja villages. The rest, at best, were on par with Chunin. Against Uchiha Sora's blade, these combatants stood no chance at all. It was only the handful of Jonin who could muster even a brief resistance. 10 minutes later, all 100 or more ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, reduced to a field of corpses. When Uchiha Sora ended Suten's life with a final stroke, the battlefield was once again swallowed by an eerie silence. Throughout the massacre, Uchiha and his 3 companions had been nothing more than spectators, witnessing a grisly feast of slaughter. A gust of wind swept through, sending the white fabric of Uchiha Sora's ceremonial cloak billowing. The White Reaper, a name resurfaced in Uchiha's mind. It was a whispered title in the grass ninja village, a name for their leader. Over 100 foes had been cut down by the leader's sword without a shred of resistance. The image of their leader was death incarnate, reaping life with chilling efficiency. Having witnessed this with their own eyes, the 4 experienced not only a rush of blood-pumping excitement, but also a growing sense of deep reverence and awe. At that moment, Uchiha Sora sheathed his sword and addressed the 4. You should all go back and rest. There's no need to worry about the supply line at the camp anymore. I'll be heading to the hidden waterfall village myself now. Yes, the 4 replied respectfully, immediately turning to return in the direction of the grass ninja village. After they had gone, Uchiha Sora formed hand seals and clapped his palms on the ground. Summoning jutsu, a coffin materialized before him. The lid creaked open, and Yamashina Kaze stepped out from within. Leader, Yamashina Kaze greeted, having been summoned. For those brought back by the reanimation technique, Uchiha Sora could simply use the summoning jutsu to call them from wherever they were. Although Uchiha Sora didn't possess a traditional summoning beast, all the reanimated figures he'd summoned could, in a sense, be seen as his own summoned creatures. After calling forth Yamashina Kaze, Uchiha Sora nodded towards Suten's corpse on the ground. Use your secret arts to search his memories. Find the location of the hidden waterfall village. Yes, Yamashina Kaze responded, forming hand seals before closing his eyes. He placed his hands on Suten's head, and moments later, he reopened his eyes, having successfully gleaned the village's location. Once satisfied with the answer, Uchiha Sora dismissed Yamashina Kaze, sending him directly to support the front lines at the border. Sora himself set off alone for the land of waterfalls. Uchiha Sora moved swiftly. He had, after all, previously placed a Flying Thunder God marker within the land of waterfalls. Activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, he appeared at the coordinate closest to Hidden Waterfall Village, then set off swiftly toward his destination. Within half an hour, Uchiha Sora arrived before a majestic waterfall. Finding the right spot, he leapt forward, plunging into the cascade. A cave appeared before his eyes, and inside the cave were a series of uneven pools of water. Uchiha Sora leapt forward, plunging into one of the pools. Following the current, he swam swiftly and soon spotted an exit ahead. He sprang out and landed on the water surface. What greeted him was a breathtaking valley, with a colossal tree rising majestically at its heart. So, this is Takigakure, Uchiha Sora muttered to himself. It seems the village is protected by a barrier. From the outside, it looked like nothing but a mountain. There was not a hint of a valley. According to the original story, this towering tree at the center of Takigakure produces, once every century, a rare liquid known as the hero water. When a ninja drinks this hero water, their chakra surges to many times its normal strength. But there's a cost. The side effects shorten one's life, and in some cases, even take it entirely. Uchiha Sora found himself curious about this hero water. His reasons for coming to Takigakure were not only to strike at the enemy's stronghold and crush their forces, but also to collect the hero water for himself. After all, the hero water is a product of nature, a unique manifestation of natural energy. Perhaps it could aid him, even if only a little, in his own sage mode training. Meanwhile, within the village, the leader's mansion was awash in carnage. The leader of Takigakure lay dead in a pool of his own blood, and his son, Shiki, knelt by the body, racked with grief and sobbing uncontrollably. Why? Why are you determined to wipe us all out? We've already followed your orders and attacked Kusagakure. Why won't you leave us be? Shiki choked out between tears, his anguished cry directed at the tall man seated at the head of the room. The man at the head of the room was powerfully built, dressed in a black cloak patterned with red clouds. The lower half of his face was hidden behind a black mask, and the distinctive slashed forehead protector of a Takigakure rogue glinted beneath his hood. It was none other than Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. You're too weak. All of you are far too weak. Kakuzu ignored Shiki's weeping, shaking his head in disdain. Since my departure, not a single one of you has mastered the Earth Grudge Fear technique. A village like this is long past its due. Kakuzu, is that why you killed everyone? Shiki's face twisted in pain and anger. Kakuzu cast him a sidelong glance and shook his head. No, you have no value to me. The only use you have now is as my targets. By killing you, I'll be paid a handsome reward. A reward? Shiki was stunned, never having expected such an answer. Could so many lives truly be worth less than a mere sum of money? That's enough. When this war ends, Takigakure will be nothing but a memory, Kakuzu said, rising to his feet and striding towards Shiki, impatience sharpening his tone. Now, tell me where the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails is hiding. Make it quick, and I'll grant you a swifter death. A heavy, murderous intent saturated the air. Barely over 10 years old, Shimu stared at Kakuzu in terror, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him. What a coward, Kakuzu remarked with a sigh, lamenting that Takigakure had truly fallen into decline. This time, Kakuzu had been hired by Inoki with two objectives. First, to coerce Takigakure into launching a war against Kusagakure, and second, to pursue his own organization's agenda, to track down the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. But even after slaughtering everyone here, he hadn't discovered any trace of the Seven Tails host. I will never tell you, Shimu said, trembling. You think if you keep quiet, there's nothing I can do? Kakuzu sneered coldly. With all his years of life, what could possibly be beyond his reach? Interrogation through torture was something he'd mastered long ago. Kakuzu raised his hand and twisted off his own wrist. From the opening, countless black threads snaked out, instantly wrapping themselves around Shimu. The black threads crept slowly toward Shimu's mouth and began to slip inside. Kakuzu's icy voice rang out. If you still refuse to speak, these black threads will burrow deep inside you and pierce every one of your organs, again and again, hundreds of times. Sheer terror filled Shimu's wide eyes. He struggled weakly, hopelessly trying to escape. But how could he possibly break free? Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air. A kunai flashed from out of nowhere, hurtling straight toward Kakuzu. Who's there? Kakuzu recoiled in alarm, leaping backward in haste. The black threads hurriedly retreated from Shimu's mouth, dropping him to the ground. Shimu collapsed, coughing and gasping for air, narrowly escaping death. He lifted his head to see a figure in white ceremonial robes standing before him. It was Uchiha Sora. After entering this valley, Uchiha Sora had come straight toward Takigakure. Drawn by the commotion, he arrived just in time to witness the scene and intervene, saving Shimu in the process. As the son of Takigakure's chief, Shimu likely knew both the whereabouts of the Seven Tails host and the hero water. Uchiha Sora glanced at Kakuzu, taking in the bodies littered around them. He already had a solid guess as to why Takigakure would attack Kusagakure. So this was Akatsuki's doing behind scenes. Had someone hired Akatsuki for this? Or was it Uchiha Obito's own decision? Uchiha Sora looked at Kakuzu with a slight frown. At the same time, Kakuzu got a clear look at Sora's face and recognized him, exclaiming in surprise, "You're Uchiha Sora, the leader of Kusugakure?" Not long ago, Konoha had posted a bounty of 100 million ryo on Uchiha Sora's head. Even though Konoha later rescinded it, a new 200 million bounty had swiftly appeared on the black market. Such an astronomical amount had made him the most wanted man in the entire underworld. Kakuzu, who worshipped money above all else, paid the most attention to information about Uchiha Sora. Nearly every time he visited the underground black market to take on a mission, he would check the bounty on Uchiha Sora. He had always wanted to claim the hefty reward for capturing Uchiha Sora, but the leader of the Akatsuki had sternly warned him never to underestimate Uchiha Sora or even consider going after him. "Oh, from the Akatsuki, are you? You must be Kakuzu." Uchiha Sora said in a calm voice. "I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Not only do you know the Akatsuki, but you even recognize me," Kakuzu replied. Faced with someone who carried a 200 million ryo bounty, even Kakuzu had to set aside some of his pride. Uchiha Sora cut straight to the point. "Was it your Akatsuki who had Takigakure declare war on me? Or was there someone else behind it?" Kakuzu let out a short, mirthless laugh. "Sorry, that's classified." Shaking his head, he drew a kunai, a surge of fighting spirit radiating from him. Uchiha Sora smiled, watching Kakuzu with keen interest. Aside from Uchiha Bido, this was his first time facing an Akatsuki member head-on. Kakuzu, the Akatsuki's treasurer, had survived since the era of the first Hokage. Armed with the forbidden Earth Grudge Fear technique, he possessed extraordinary knowledge and experience, and could even steal others' hearts. His combined strength was nothing to scoff at. To Uchiha Sora, Kakuzu was an excellent candidate for a subordinate, or at the very least, as material for the reanimation jutsu. Feeling Sora's predatory gaze fixed on him, Kakuzu tensed ever so slightly. Then Sora spoke again. "Kakuzu, I'll give you a choice. Swear allegiance to me and join the grass village. I'll let you live." At this, Kakuzu sneered coldly. "Aren't you a bit full of yourself?" Never mind that he was a veteran from the era of the first Hokage. Even for an ordinary ninja, such an offer would never be accepted. What's more, Kakuzu was now a member of Akatsuki, and he dared not betray the organization. The leader's power was like that of a god. It crushed even the thought of rebellion. It was just a whim, nothing more. If you agree, all the better. If not, Sora had anticipated Kakuzu's refusal. He shook his head with a faint smile. "Then I'll just have to kill you." No sooner had the words left Sora's mouth than Kakuzu's eyes narrowed, and he launched his attack without hesitation. Kakuzu hurled his kunai with deadly force straight at Uchiha Sora. With a blur, Sora vanished from its path, cleanly evading the weapon. Kakuzu seized the moment, charging forward. He swung his arm, sending a fierce punch hurtling towards Sora. With a swift, bright arc, Sora counterattacked, not bothering to defend, his long sword cleaving right for Kakuzu's head. Kakuzu brought his arm up to block, intercepting the blade just in time. A loud, metallic clang echoed through the air. The long sword collided with the arm, the impact ringing out sharp and crisp, as if steel were striking against solid metal. He must be using Earth style to harden his arm. Uchiha Sora's lips curled into a subtle smile. In the next instant, lightning crackled violently along the blade of his sword. Kakuzu was taken aback on the spot. Lightning style. Uchiha Sora's sword instantly became infused with lightning style chakra, perfectly countering Kakuzu's Earth style hardened arm. The twin edges of the blade split open the skin of Kakuzu's arm. The moment blood began to seep out, Kakuzu hurriedly withdrew, stepping back just in time to avoid having his arm severed. No wonder he survived since the very first Hokage's era. His combat instincts are truly formidable, Sora thought to himself. Seizing momentum, he surged forward, sword dancing as he pursued Kakuzu relentlessly. Sora's long sword shimmered with razor lightning chakra, and Kakuzu dared not take a direct hit, instead opting to retreat and dodge again and again. Kakuzu was every bit at the Kage level, his taijutsu by no means weak, but up against a weapon, he was at a distinct disadvantage. His technique of reinforcing his body with Earth style was completely countered by Sora's lightning. For the moment, he was pressed onto his back foot, yet his battlefield experience was vast. In the next round of exchanges, Kakuzu deliberately exposed a flaw. Sora seized the opportunity, landing a powerful kick that sent Kakuzu flying. Using the momentum, Kakuzu put distance between them. Just then, the signature Akatsuki cloak on his body tore open, and from every part of his body, a surge of pitch-black threads erupted. On his back and shoulders, 5 eerie masks emerged into view. Earth Grudge Fear activated. Under Kakuzu's command, the black threads wriggled and thrashed, darting toward Uchiha Sora like a swarm of snakes. Sora's sword flashed rapidly, slicing cleanly through every thread that approached. Yet Kakuzu paid this no mind. More and more dark threads closed in from every angle, enveloping Sora in a web. These threads seemed to fill every gap. Against such numbers, even the finest taijutsu would struggle to respond. There were simply too many. If he kept fighting them head-on, it was only a matter of time before the black threads caught him. Sora was well aware of this. Abandoning his close-quarters assault, he gathered lightning chakra into his sword and, with a powerful motion, hurled the blade straight at Kakuzu. Kakuzu tilted his head, narrowly dodging the flying sword. But the next moment, an ominous feeling seized him. Something's wrong. In a flash, Sora appeared right before him, seizing the long sword in his hand. In his other palm, a blue orb of chakra spun violently. A Rasengan, Flying Thunder God, second stage. The dark threads couldn't return in time, and Kakuzu found no way to evade. In a desperate move, he gathered a cluster of black threads before him and hardened his chest with Earth style. The Rasengan drove into the black threads with immense force. The overwhelming energy carried the threads with it, smashing into Kakuzu's hardened chest. Bang! Kakuzu's body was sent hurtling through the air by tremendous force. He spun mid-flight before crashing harshly into the outer wall of the chief's mansion, smashing a gaping hole right through it. Sitting nearby, the chief's son, Shimu, couldn't help but feel a surge of delight at the sight. Compared to Kakuzu, the one who had killed his father, he desperately hoped Uchiha Sora would win this fight. Just then, Uchiha Sora sensed something stirring beneath his feet and quickly leaped backward. Suddenly, dozens of thin black threads shot out from the ground, snaking toward his legs in an attempt to ensnare him. With a slash of his long sword, Sora severed all the black threads at once. Amidst the rubble of the shattered wall, Kakuzu slowly picked himself up. He had taken the brunt of the Rasengan's force head-on, but at the critical moment, he'd shielded himself with black threads, absorbing part of the damage. Having further hardened his body, he had managed to withstand the blow with minimal injury. Yet, having witnessed Sora's uncanny, almost supernatural speed, terror had taken root in Kakuzu's heart. With a grave tone, he said, "The second Hokage's flying thunder god technique. I saw him use it before. Never thought your speed would rival the legendary swiftness of his era. Uchiha Sora, from this moment on, I won't allow you to get close to me again." With that, 4 grotesque masks burst out from Kakuzu's body, transforming into 4 humanoid creatures woven entirely from black threads. Each mask monster represented an element: wind, fire, lightning, and water. The 4 surrounded Uchiha Sora, launching a coordinated assault. First came the fire and wind mask monsters. The 2 unleashed a mighty blast, one of roaring flames, the other a slicing gale. Fire release, head grievance. Wind release, pressure damage. Both were devastating Barank jutsu, carefully selected by Kakuzu as he collected abilities from the hearts he'd stolen over the years. Flames struck the ground, erupting into a blazing sea of fire. A wild wind swept in, stoking the inferno until it raged with even greater fury. Together, wind and fire release amplified the attacks to a level far beyond standard A-rank jutsu. In an instant, the entire chief's mansion was engulfed in a tide of flames. Shimu squeezed his eyes shut in terror. Uchiha Sora frowned, swiftly flickering to stand before Shimu. His hands blurred, forming seals as chakra surged within him. Just as the flames were about to consume them both, he slammed his palms onto the ground. Summoning Rashomon, with a thunderous rumble, the earth split open. A colossal demonic gate of gleaming iron shot up, standing between them and the oncoming blaze. This was a technique he'd uncovered from Konoha's diverse repository, one he'd only recently managed to master at its first stage. For now, he could only summon a single Rashomon gate. Its defensive power far surpassed that of the Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Faced with Kakuzu's combination technique, the Rashomon gate provided the perfect shield. Before the Rashomon's formidable defense, the raging sea of fire was utterly blocked. Uchiha Sora raised his hand and placed it on Shimu's body. Before Shimu could react, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. Flying Thunder God, guided thunder. In an instant, Shimu vanished from where he stood, whisked away to a spot several kilometers away, right near one of the markers Uchiha Sora had placed on his way here. The Flying Thunder God, guided thunder wasn't just good for redirecting an opponent's attacks within a short range. It could also teleport others unharmed, directly and swiftly. With his system-assisted training accelerating ever faster, Uchiha Sora had become increasingly adept with all manner of ninjutsu. When it came to manipulating the Flying Thunder God, He can now pull off numerous variations, his skills no less than the acclaimed abilities of the second and fourth Hokage. Once Shimu was teleported away, the blazing inferno finally subsided, and the Rashomon Gate collapsed with a dull boom. At this moment, however, the two other masked, black-clad monstrosities launched their attack on Uchiha Sora. Water style, water curtain wall. Lightning style, false darkness. Jets of pressurized water exploded forth, electricity crackling across the surging orb. Another composite ninjutsu came streaking his way. Uchiha Sora frowned slightly. A contest of ninjutsu? He did not feel the slightest bit threatened. His sharingan spun to the three-tomoe form, both hands weaving seals with blinding speed, each movement leaving afterimages in the air. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Lightning style, ground surge. Uchiha Sora unleashed two techniques in rapid succession. Water and lightning together, once again. The water dragon, wreathed in crackling electricity, surged forth to meet the high-pressure water cannon roaring his way. But that's not all. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. As the composite jutsu collided, Uchiha Sora instantly unleashed another barrage, this time combining fire and earth. The ground split like a dragon's maw, spitting out earth projectiles. Fireballs merged into the flying earth bullets, roasting them with scalding heat as they shot forward. Sora's ninjutsu was devastating. Ordinary C and B rank techniques, supercharged by Sharingan's damage-enhancing talent, reached B or even A rank power levels. His lightning water combo easily blocked Kakuzu's powerful composite technique. And right on its heels, his fire-earth jutsu barreled forward, overwhelming Kakuzu's ninjutsu in a torrential onslaught. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakuzu's true body immediately wove hand seals and summoned a hefty wall of earth rising from the ground, shielding him from the incoming fire and earth dragons. A barrage of impacts hammered the earth wall, each blow landing with a deep, muffled thud. Cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the earthen barrier. Kakuzu's expression soured. He quickly dodged aside as the wall crumbled with a thunderous crash. Lightning, earth, fire, water. Kakuzu retreated frantically, shock and disbelief twisting his thoughts. This guy, he actually wields at least 4 nature transformations. What is he, a monster? With his mastery of the earth grudge, fear, secret technique, he had only been able to wield 5 distinct chakra natures by stealing the hearts of others. Yet this young Uchiha Sora, at such a tender age, had already mastered at least 4 chakra affinities on his own. This guy, he truly is a terrifying genius. Kakuzu's mind trembled with shock. He found no advantage in taijutsu, gained no edge in ninjutsu, and as for jinjutsu, he didn't even dare to try. He stayed constantly on guard against the Sharingan's illusions, fearing being drawn into their range at close quarters. After all, most jinjutsu required proximity. Only a select few could be cast from afar. As these calculations rushed through his mind, a sudden sense of danger spiked in his chest. A dazzling white blade of light streaked in from the side. Lightning release. Light Fong Sword. The white light lanced through Kakuzu's heart, leaving him staring in disbelief at Uchiha Sora, who stepped calmly out of the shadows. This lightning release was unmistakably the jutsu of Uchiha Sora himself. Yet another Sora was approaching from directly ahead. Bang! The Uchiha Sora who had pierced him with the light Fong Sword suddenly vanished into a puff of white smoke. It was a shadow clone. But when Kakuzu collapsed to the ground in bitter frustration, blood slipping from the corner of his mouth as he muttered. "It was when I kicked you into the air, just earlier," Sora replied, his voice calm and detached as he stood over him. "I see," Kakuzu said with a wry smile, barely clinging to life. "I admit defeat." With those final words, his life slipped away. Suddenly, a torrent of fire came roaring at Sora from the side. A thunderous explosion shook the field as flames engulfed Uchiha Sora. On the ground, Kakuzu's eyes snapped open and he broke into triumphant laughter. "Di Uchiha Sora." At the same moment, 3 grotesque black creatures surged violently back into his body. Springing to his feet, Kakuzu stood resurrected and grinning, his vitality fully restored. "What's so funny?" came Sora's voice, serene and untroubled, from Kakuzu's other side. "What? How?" Kakuzu's laughter cut off abruptly, caught in his throat. He whipped around to see Sora standing unharmed at his flank. Where the fire had blazed moments before, there was only empty ground. "You, don't tell me you saw through my ambush from the start?" Kakuzu shouted, disbelief etched across his face. Typically, When an enemy sees their opponent fall lifeless to the ground, their guard drops. That's the perfect moment for his surprise attack. Even opponents far stronger than himself had fallen prey to this trick time and again. None had ever escaped his cunning ambush. Yet now, Sora had slipped away from it as if it were child's play. Kakuzu couldn't accept it. Unless Uchiha Sora had seen through his ruse from the very beginning. Seeing the calm look on Uchiha Sora's face, a thin bead of cold sweat appeared on Kakuzu's forehead. "Surrender to me or die." At that moment, Uchiha Sora spoke again, his voice slow and steady. "No, I want you dead." Having lived for over 90 years only to be beaten into despair by a boy barely in his teens, Kakuzu's spirit collapsed. He let out a furious roar, and suddenly, 3 masks appeared on his arms. These were precisely the 3 black creatures that had returned to his body earlier. Wind, fire, and lightning. Meanwhile, the water element mask creature appeared on one side of Uchiha Sora from behind. A powerful surge of chakra was gathering at the 3 masks on Kakuzu's arms. After moments build up, with a thunderous eruption, the energy shot straight toward Uchiha Sora. Earth Grudge Fear, Final Barrage. The overwhelming energy beam roared forward with the force of a tailed beast bomb, tearing through the air and blasting directly at Uchiha Sora in the blink of an eye. This was Kakuzu's most devastating attack. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sora's speed was on an entirely different level. No matter how fast Kakuzu's chakra cannon was, it could never compare to the Flying Thunder God technique. What's more, his attack required a clear moment of preparation. With a simple body flicker, Uchiha Sora easily dodged the energy cannon. The blast crashed into the chief's mansion behind them, and with a mighty explosion, the entire building was reduced to rubble. By then, Uchiha Sora had already appeared behind the water element creature. Lightning Release, Chidori. The black creature could never react as quickly as Kakuzu's main body. In the next instant, Uchiha Sora's hand, wrapped in crackling lightning, pierced straight through its chest, stabbing through the mask from behind and skewering the heart inside. The black monster crumbled into a pile of remains on the ground. At this point, Kakuzu had already lost 2 hearts. Though he still had 3 hearts left, a deep sense of foreboding gripped him. Uchiha Sora's strength was simply overwhelming, especially that elusive Flying Thunder God technique. Its impossible speed was his perfect counter, utterly restraining someone like Kakuzu, whose forte was not agility. No, for that matter, any ninja would be overwhelmed by such speed. "Kakuzu, are you still refusing to surrender?" Uchiha Sora asked once more. Kakuzu remained silent, plotting ways to escape in his mind. He no longer entertained any hope of luck. All that mattered now was getting out alive. 3 times. I've asked you thrice, and you still haven't given me a satisfactory answer. It seems the time has come to end this. Uchiha Sora sighed, regret tinging his voice. He formed seals with both hands, and with 2 soft bursts of white smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared beside him. With his original body, there were now 3 Uchiha Soras standing before Kakuzu. One of them extended a single hand, and in his palm, a Rasengan began to form, swirling with intense energy. Chakra continued to pour in. A deep, resonating hum filled the air. The Rasengan quickly turned white, phantom images of Shuriken flickering at its edges. An intense surge of energy radiated outward. This was none other than Wind Style. Rasen Shuriken. Kakuzu stared fixedly at the Wind Style Rasen Shuriken in Uchiha Sora's hand, utterly shocked. He couldn't help but scream inwardly, such dense and overwhelming chakra. If I'm hit by that, I'll die for sure. At that moment, Uchiha Sora, wielding the Rasen Shuriken, dashed straight toward Kakuzu. Seeing Sora charging straight at him, Kakuzu couldn't tell which one was the real body, but he knew one thing for certain. The one coming at him with that deadly ninjutsu absolutely could not be allowed to land a hit. Black tendrils erupted wildly from his body, lashing out at Uchiha Sora in a barrage of attacks. Dodging left and right, weaving up and down, Sora pushed through with the Rasen Shuriken in hand, narrowly evading the onslaught of black threads, and finally closed the gap, drawing within 10 meters of Kaku. Then, leaping high into the air, he plummeted down with the Rasen Shuriken raised, aiming a crushing dive straight at Kakuzu's body. "Uchiha Sora, you underestimate me," Kakuzu shouted, his voice booming. Suddenly, countless black threads burst from the ground before him, forming a barrage of spears that pierced through Sora's airborne figure in an instant. Halfway through the attack, Sora's body was run through completely, an expression of shocked disbelief frozen on his face. Suddenly, there was a soft pop. Suspended in midair, Sora vanished in a puff of white smoke, taking the Rasen Shuriken with him. It was a shadow clone. Kakuzu let out a cold snort. I knew that was a fake. With his wealth of battle experience, he wouldn't be fooled so easily. Yet, as the clone faded into smoke, a volley of kunai rained down toward him. The shadow clone had thrown flying thunder god kunai just before vanishing. The kunai didn't fly directly at Kakuzu. Instead, they fell and scattered around him, encircling his position. Damn! Kakuzu's eyes darted to the handful of kunai at his feet. They formed a perfect ring around him, trapping him within their bounds. He realized at once how dire the situation was. He knew exactly what those kunai meant. Each one had a flying thunder god seal etched onto it. A low, surging hum pulsed in the air. Not far away, among the two remaining Soras, one was already gathering a new wind-style Raisin Shuriken in his hands. In a flash, that Sora reappeared right behind Kakuzu, next to one of the flying thunder god kunai, Raisin Shuriken in hand. The sound of the jutsus energy buzzed close, filling Kakuzu's ears. In a panic, Kakuzu tried to dodge in the opposite direction. But as he lunged away, he inevitably passed by another of the flying thunder god kunai on the ground. In another instant, with a wind release, Raisin Shuriken in hand, Uchiha Sora flickered through the air once more, appearing right in front of Kakuzu in an instant. In the next moment, the powerful Raisin Shuriken drove straight into Kakuzu's body with relentless force. A thunderous explosion tore through the silence. As the surging energy erupted, Uchiha Sora vanished in a puff of white smoke among the wild, rampaging power. This too was just a shadow clone. From a distance, the real Uchiha Sora stood quietly, arms folded across his chest, watching the scene unfold before him. He shook his head and murmured to himself, "To think I managed a direct hit without even using my real body. Looks like I've already outstripped most ordinary Kage-level shinobi by far." It had been barely more than 6 months since he defected from Konoha. Back then, he hadn't even been sure he could take down a single Kage-level foe. Now, he could kill a seasoned veteran like Kakuzu. Of course, a big reason for this was his increasing mastery of the tactical applications of Flying Thunder God. But even more crucial was the leap in his own foundational strength. With his relentless effort and the benefits of automatic training, Sora's body, mind, constitution, and chakra reserves were strengthening ceaselessly, every moment of every day. Once his basic abilities may have lagged behind those of the older Kage, but now his taijutsu, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, every aspect down to chakra, had completely outclassed normal Kage-level shinobi. As things stood, every facet of Uchiha Sora's skills was advancing, surpassing the limits of what the Kage level signified. The potent energy of a Raisin Shuriken raged on for almost half a minute before it finally began to fade away. Kakuzu now lay unmoving on the ground. His entire body had been utterly shredded by countless tiny wind blades from the Raisin Shuriken, leaving not a trace of life behind. Even the 3 hearts within his body were completely ruined. Not even 3 lives could save him now. The Raisin Shuriken's overwhelming might was indeed worthy of an S-rank technique. And just like that, one of Akatsuki's members, Kakuzu, had met his end. Uchiha Sora produced a sealing scroll and sealed Kakuzu's corpse inside to take with him. Another fresh resource for Edo Tensei had fallen into his hands. What a pity. As much as Edo Tensei has its uses, I'd much rather have a living Kakuzu than a revived one. Sora sighed to himself as he tucked away the scroll. After all, Kakuzu was notorious for being nearly impossible to kill in the first place. When alive, he was at full strength, but once revived by Edo Tensei, his power would be a mere shadow of itself. Even that so-called immortality would be next to useless for someone like him. With Kakuzu dealt with, Sora's mood was positively buoyant. Remembering there was still business to attend to, he focused his mind and invoked Flying Thunder God, vanishing instantly from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he materialized at the mark he'd made when he first arrived in this valley. Previously relocated by Sora, Shumu was now sitting on a rock, lost in absent-minded thought. When Sora appeared, Shumu brightened up at once and turned quickly to face him. Just as Shumu opened his mouth to ask, Sora spoke first. "You must be Shumu, the son of the leader of Takigakure, right? Kakuzu has already been taken care of by me. Now, I'd like you to show me your village's hero's water." Upon hearing the news that Kakuzu had been defeated, a gleam of joy lit up Shumu's face, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. But as the words sank in, that joy turned cold and heavy in his chest. It finally hit him. Even though Uchiha Sora had saved him from Kakuzu, and had even killed Kakuzu, avenging his father's death, it didn't change the fact that Sora was the leader of Kuzugakure. Meanwhile, his own village was at war with Kuzugakure. They stood on opposite sides, enemies through and through. When Uchiha Sora demanded the hero's water, Shumu finally understood that Sora was no different from Kaku. To Takigakure, both of them were outsiders, invaders. "Oh Lord Uchiha Sora, I'm sorry. The hero's water can't be given to you." Gathering his resolve, Shumu looked up and spoke to Sora. "Oh." Sora regarded him with a hint of surprise. "You actually have the guts to refuse me?" As he spoke, a chilling aura slowly emanated from him. Shumu was instantly overwhelmed, dropping to his knees as if his legs had given way. Cold sweat broke out across his forehead, his whole body trembling. His mind went blank, filled with a single thought. Terrifying. Having just slain Kakuzu, Sora still radiated a tangible killing intent. How could someone as young as Shumu possibly withstand such pressure? "Even if you don't want to speak, I have my ways to make you tell me," Sora said, drawing back his aura as his scarlet sharingan eyes locked onto Shumu. Sharingan Jinjutsu. Powerful visual energy surged forth. The moment their eyes met, Sora cast his Jinjutsu, dragging Shumu into an illusionary world. A mere child like Shumu had no hope of resisting Sora's Jinjutsu. Even the most basic Sharingan illusion would be enough to make him reveal everything in that phantasmal realm. A special birthday wish to our supporter, Memories of Bygone Days, and to Explosion Clan, 7kill. Want to join our fan group? Send a gift, look for my messages and notifications, and you'll find a reply to join. There are lots of lovely girls here. Inside the world of the illusion, Shumu, completely helpless before Sora's hypnotic power, confessed the whereabouts of the hero's water down to every last detail. The hero's water was hidden underground, somewhere at the roots of a great tree. After leaving Shumu behind, Sora entered the underground river behind the waterfall and swam all the way to a cavern beneath the roots of a massive tree. There, he found the hero's water sealed in a bottle. The hero's water was crystal clear and looked, at first glance, no different from ordinary water. But through the eyes of the Sharingan, Sora could perceive the tremendous energy swirling within the hero's water. As expected, this hero water contains a large amount of natural energy. It must be a liquid formed over many years as the great tree gathers and condenses the energy of nature, thought Uchiha Sora to himself. This is actually quite similar to the principle of the divine tree. The divine tree is an alien species that plunders the Earth's natural energy to produce its fruits. In contrast, native species on Earth have far gentler ways of absorbing natural energy. This enormous tree, which shelters hidden waterfall village under its crown, is itself a rare treasure. Taking all this into account, besides the dragon vein, this also seems to be an excellent place for training in sage techniques. The dragon vein's power is overwhelming and dangerous to approach recklessly. In comparison, the natural energy here is much weaker, but it's gentle and all-pervasive. It's a pity that Uchiha Sora doesn't possess the means to sense natural energy. Otherwise, he could have started meditating and cultivating right then and there. The hero water contains such a wealth of natural energy that anyone unversed in sage arts who drinks it rashly will suffer tremendous side effects. Sora carefully sealed the hero water away, left the base of the great tree, and used Flying Thunder God to return to the surface. Shumu had already awakened from the illusion, and upon seeing Uchiha Sora, his face was stricken with fear. You, what did you do to me?" "Nothing much," Sora replied coolly. "I've already secured the hero water. Next, I need to go to the front lines and have everyone from the waterfall village withdrawn." Shumu fell silent at these words. "What's the matter? You're not willing?" Sora asked, frowning. Shumu lowered his voice and asked, "What do you intend to do with us?" Having witnessed Sora's overwhelming power, Shumu knew clearly that Hidden Waterfall Village no longer stood a chance. What lay ahead was to accept the judgment of Hidden Grass Village as the defeated side. "Looks like you, as the leader's son, have some awareness after all," Sora said with a slight smile. "Don't worry, I'm not Kakuzu. I won't exterminate you all. But from this day on, Waterfall Village falls under the rule of grass, and the land of Waterfall will be merged into the land of grass." "What?" Shumu cried out in shock. "You're actually going to annex us? Why?" "We were forced into this war by circumstances, and now that Kakuzu is dead, we admit our wrongdoing. Can't we just pay compensation?" Sora's voice was calm but firm. "Compensation? Waterfall Village is a good place. So as compensation, just hand the entire village over to me." "You." Shumu was overcome with grief and indignation. Suddenly, Sora's expression turned cold, and his words rang out icy and clear. "Remember, this is war. The weak must be prepared to be devoured, not leaving a single drop. Besides, I'm only annexing your land, not exterminating your people. That is mercy enough." The strength of the Hidden Waterfall Village was far weaker than what Uchiha Sora had imagined. If not for its advantageous geographical position, easy to defend and hard to attack. Nestled right at the crossroads of the great nations, it likely would have already been swallowed up and carved apart by the other villages. Having said this, Uchiha Sora took Shimu and instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at a location closest to the border battlefield. Where's this place? Shimu felt the world blur before his eyes, only to discover he had left the hidden waterfall village and appeared in an unfamiliar spot, leaving him momentarily stunned. This is near the conflict zone between your hidden waterfall village and our forces, Uchiha Sora explained. What? We're at the battlefield already. Shimu's heart was struck with a jolt. To come straight from the village to the border in the blink of an eye. Wasn't this terrifying beyond belief? Now that the hidden waterfall village had provoked such a formidable enemy, was there any chance left for victory? Meanwhile, on the battlefield between the hidden waterfall village and the grass ninja village, fierce combat raged on both sides. Earlier, when the hidden waterfall village had dispatched over 100 ninja to ambush Uchiha Sora's covert team, they had left their own lines weakened. The grass ninja forces swiftly seized the advantage, overrunning their defenses and turning the tables to launch an offensive of their own. Especially after the arrival of the squads led by Uchiha Ko and Uchiha, the momentum shifted even more dramatically. The remaining ninja from the hidden waterfall village simply couldn't stand against the grass ninja. They were pushed back repeatedly. On the battlefield, the 8-man teams of Uchiha Ko and Uchiha cut through enemy lines like a sharp blade. As members of the Uchiha clan, their prowess far outmatched that of the average grass ninja. The hidden waterfall village's ninja were simply no match. Wherever they went, the hidden waterfall forces faltered and retreated with every step. The formidable strength of the Uchiha clan was, at last, laid bare before everyone's eyes. Even those among the former grass ninja who had once harbored resentment toward the Uchiha clan now found themselves secretly filled with admiration. Truly worthy of the Uchiha name, strength that needed no support from Konoha's towering presence, but stood as its own legend. With the support of the Uchiha clan, the ninja of Hidden Waterfall Village collapsed in short order. By the time Uchiha Sora and Shimu arrived at the battlefield, the Hidden Waterfall ninja were suffering heavy casualties, teetering on the verge of ruin. Surveying the grisly scene, familiar faces lying cold and still in pools of blood, Shimu, not yet even 10 years old, trembled from head to toe, his young heart seized by a brutal shock. Unable to withstand another blow, he crumpled to the ground, his knees hitting the earth with a dull thud, tears streaming down his face in utter anguish. Twice in a single day he had been struck down. His strength of spirit had long since reached its limit, and now his last defenses shattered completely. Witnessing Shimu's utter breakdown, Uchiha Sora ordered his troops to temporarily halt their advance. Then, gripping Shimu firmly, he strode to the front lines, fixing his gaze on the enemy ranks of Hidden Waterfall ninja. In a loud, commanding voice he declared, "The son of your leader is here. Why have you not stopped fighting?" On the other side, the ninja of Hidden Waterfall Village, hearing Uchiha Sora's words, looked up with rapt attention. What? How could the leader's son be in his hands? That's impossible. Isn't he supposed to be in Taki Village? Could something have happened there? With that guy there, what could possibly go wrong in Taki Village? But that really does look like the leader's son, Shumu. At last, someone recognized Shumu and spoke up, worry creeping into their voice. Could it be something truly has happened to the village? At this moment, Uchiha Sora continued, his voice echoing over the crowd. This battle is already lost for you. Your leader has been killed by Kakuzu, and every ninja remaining in the leader's mansion is dead as well. His words landed among the crowd like a thunderclap, sending a wave of shock through the assembled ninjas. The faces of the Taki village shinobi turned ashen. That's impossible. Stop trying to scare us. Just because you've taken our leader's son, you think you can spout nonsense like this? I bet that's not really Shumo. Don't think you can fool us. You want us to surrender? Not a chance. As the others stubbornly tried to resist, Shumu finally came to his senses and cried out, "Everyone run. He's telling the truth. If you stay, you'll die here." "Hey, you imposter. Pretending to be our leader's son just to shake our morale? Not going to work," someone yelled back. Enough with this noise, Uchiha Sora muttered with a frown, growing impatient. He raised his hands and formed hand seals, then created a shadow clone. Turning to Uchiha Hao and Uchiha E by his side, his tone was firm. "I'll leave things here to you two. I'll keep Shimu here, so do whatever you can to make the Taki village shinobi surrender. Take prisoners if possible, eliminate them if you must. With my shadow clone keeping watch, they won't be able to stir up any trouble." With that, Uchiha Sora activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already back in Grass Ninja Village. The outcome for Taki village was now sealed. But to the south, the threat from the Rain Country army remained. The ninja of Mangekyo are formidable, nearly on par with those from the 5 great shinobi villages. Moreover, Rain Village is backed by the Akatsuki organization, a force with deep and dangerous roots, not to be underestimated. Uchiha Sora had sent nearly all the resources of the original Grass Ninja Village to hold the line, focusing on defense and minimizing casualties to buy time. But he had barely returned when Kabuto Yakushi approached with urgent news. A massive force from the Land of Earth was attacking from the western border. The Iwagakure troops advanced relentlessly in overwhelming numbers, fiercer than any yet encountered. Leader, the Land of Earth is led by Kuratsuchi and a hulking warrior in red armor. Likely the Five-Tails Jinchuriki from Iwagakure. Their total force is at least 5,000, vastly outnumbering our entire Grass Village ninja force. With this kind of force, our ninja absolutely won't be able to stop them. Yakushi Nanoyu said anxiously. There were fully 5,000 enemy soldiers, and leading them was not only Yellow Earth, but also another fearsome opponent, one who was a Jinchuriki. Such a force wasn't just enough to attack the small Grass Ninja Village. Even if they aimed for a major hidden village like Konoha, it would still be more than sufficient. Who would have expected Iwagakure to take this war so seriously? That old man, Onoki, clearly has his heart set on avenging their previous defeat. Uchiha Sora frowned deeply and said, although the Iwagakure forces are large in number, I have the reanimation jutsu on my side. I'll send our elite reanimated warriors ahead to hold them off for a while. There were a total of 7 elite reanimated fighters, each virtually impossible to kill. Letting them stall the enemy for some time should be achievable. Moreover, Uchiha Sora still held another trump card. Danzo. Danzo, a Kaga-level powerhouse, had been resurrected through reanimation jutsu due to their adversarial relationship. Since then, Sora had sealed him in a coffin, never once putting him to use. This time, if the 7 reanimated elites couldn't withstand the Iwagakure onslaught, Danzo could finally be unleashed. Leader, the Uchiha clan requests permission to fight. At this moment, a man entered the leader's residence and knelt on one knee in the courtyard. Hearing the voice outside, Uchiha Sora stepped out of the house and looked at the young man kneeling before him. You are Uchiha? Uchiha Sora recognized the clansman. This was Uchiha Fugaku's right-hand man. Within the clan, only Fugaku, Itachi, and Sora himself were stronger. Now, with Fugaku missing in the ruins of Lulan, most likely having traveled through time, and Itachi involved with Akatsuki, Sora, as the leader, rarely managed clan affairs. That left only Uchiha to oversee matters within the clan. His request to go into battle surely represented all the Uchiha ninja currently stationed in Grass Ninja Village. This enemy is unlike any you've faced before. With your current strength, you could suffer devastating losses. Uchiha Sora looked at him intently. Since the incident in Konoha, our Uchiha clan ought to rest and recover. Personally, I don't want you all to be sent to the front lines. Leader, now that we have joined Grass Ninja Village, we are part of this village. For the honor of the Uchiha clan, we cannot cower behind others and let them do the fighting for us. Uchiha-Yu's voice rang out, firm and unwavering. Moved by Uchiha-Yu's resolve, Sora deliberated for a moment before nodding. Very well, I grant you permission to go to the front. He gave the order. Uchiha-Yu, receive your command. Here, Uchiha-Yu responded, filled with renewed vigor. Uchiha-Yu, I am now ordering all Uchiha clan shinobi to form a support unit and head to the southern battlefield in the Land of Rain to provide reinforcements. Yes, sir, you replied solemnly. You, if I recall correctly, didn't your parents die in that Konoha incident? Uchiha Sora suddenly asked. Yes, leader, you responded, his tone tinged with sadness. You have a younger sister, don't you? She's still alive? Sora pressed further. He was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. At the mention of his sister, a gentle look softened his face. That's right. It's rare for the leader to remember such things. Sora produced 2 flying Thunder God Kunai and handed them over. Keep these safe. If you ever find yourself in a crisis you can't overcome, destroy the seal on one of them. I'll come to your aid. Leader, Yu was deeply moved, never having expected the leader to care so much about his safety. I don't want to see your little sister left all alone. Sora waved a hand dismissively. Now go. Yes. Yu nodded emphatically, carefully stowing the kunai before turning and heading out. As Uchiha-Yu left, Sora watched him go with a faint sense of anticipation. The Uchiha had suffered under Konoha's oppression for far too long. Perhaps this call to arms was not just a battle, but an opportunity to wipe away their shame and reclaim their lost honor. In the crucible of life and death, Could the Uchiha awaken another pair of Mangekyo? With this decision, there was now scarcely any real fighting power left in the grass shinobi village, which meant the next pressing challenge would come from Konoha to the east. Nanaha, have the villagers evacuate in advance, and then let the people from Konoha enter the grass shinobi village. Take them to the training grounds, Sora instructed. Yes, Nanaha acknowledged, then hurried away. After Nanaha departed, Sora made his way to the Mirror Dimensions Island. There 2 white Zetsu dolls were still sealed away. Retrieving one of the white Zetsu, then taking a piece of flesh from the Kakuzu he had killed earlier, Sora began forming a rapid series of hand seals. With each intricate sign completed, Sora slapped his palm against the ground, summoning jutsu, reanimation, come fort, kakutsu. No sooner had the words fallen than Kakuzu, whose body had only recently perished, was summoned back to the living world. The reanimated body covered the form of the white Zetsu, gradually revealing Kakuzu's familiar features. Kakuzu still bore the 5 masks upon his body, but his garments were no longer those of the Akatsuki, the black cloak with red clouds, but instead the standard ninja attire he wore beneath. Uchiha Sora? As Kakuzu's consciousness returned, he was greeted by a familiar face. Then he lowered his head, looked over his reanimated body, and frowned. So, you revived me? Is this the Edo Tensei that the second Hokage created? It seems even in death, I cannot escape being commanded by you. Kakuzu, if you had submitted to me while you were alive, I would not have killed you, Uchiha Sora said calmly, his eyes meeting Kakuzu's. Kakuzu snorted coldly, clearly irritated and resentful about the situation. There was even a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. All right, Kaku, from now on, you're going to follow my orders in battle, Uchiha Sora said with a wave of his hand. He sealed Kakuzu back into the coffin and returned to Grass Ninja Village. With Kakuzu on his side, the front line against a Wagakure could be held off much longer. This would allow Uchiha Sora to direct his focus toward the troubles coming from Konoha. Inside Grass Ninja Village, 100 men from Konoha's unit advanced straight in without meeting the slightest resistance. Every one of these ninja was at least Chunin level, and leading them was none other than Sarutobi Asuma, a distinguished jonin. When they stepped into the village's training field, they saw only one person, a figure clad in a white ceremonial robe, sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. The moment they saw this figure, the Konoha shinobi tensed instinctively. Uchiha Sora. For many of them, this was the first time they'd seen him in person. Their first impression was only that he was young and strikingly handsome. But not a single one of them dared to underestimate him in the least. For if his reputation as a prodigy in Konoha had been impressive, the name Uchiha Sora now carried even greater weight. He had single-handedly taken over Grass Ninja Village, compelled the entire Uchiha clan to abandon Konoha in exile, and even assassinated members of Konoha's highest council during negotiations, a feat that left everyone reeling. Even the third Hokage had no means to deal with him. At that moment, Uchiha Sora slowly rose to his feet. He cast a calm look at the assembled Konoha shinobi and spoke in an even tone, "State your purpose." The crowd hesitated for a moment, taken aback by Sora's bluntness. At the front, Asuma answered, "Uchiha Sora, you were known as a genius in Konoha. Some said you even surpassed Uchiha Itachi. Our reason for coming today is simply to exchange techniques with you. I hope you'll understand." Exchange techniques? Is it really just a friendly spar? Uchiha Sora shook his head, an amused smile on his lips. I doubt your intentions are that simple. Sora could already guess. They were merely trying to use this as an opportunity to tie him down, hoping to collapse the Grass Ninja frontline. If that happened, all his forces would be routed. And when that day came, Konoha would seize the initiative, pushing Sora's side into utter disadvantage. A slight change flickered across Sarutobi Asuma's expression, but he quickly composed himself. What's the matter, Uchiha Sora? Are you afraid to accept our challenge? There's nothing I fear. Uchiha Sora replied coolly. It's just that I'm not someone who spars over ninjutsu. I only use it to kill on the battlefield. A tangible trace of murderous intent seeped from Uchiha Sora, spreading ominously to all sides. He knew Konoha's real aim was to tie him down under the guise of a friendly match, maybe even to wear down his strength. How could he ever let them have their way? He unleashed his killing intent without restraint, making his position utterly clear. As that suffocatingly cold menace radiated from Uchiha Sora, beads of cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of those from Konoha. Sarutobi Asuma's heart clenched as he spoke. Uchiha Sora, what's the meaning of this? Meaning? Uchiha Sora let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. It's simple. My ninjutsu is only ever unleashed against enemies. If you're looking for a mere exchange of techniques, you can forget it. But if you truly wish to meet your end by my sword, I'm happy to oblige. Sora, we were once comrades of the same village. Asuma pressed, though tension colored his tone. Didn't expect you to be so heartless. Are you actually trying to provoke war between the grass ninja and Konoha? There was no mistaking the threat laced within his words. This was their trump card, to use the threat of war to force Uchiha Sora into compromise. It was the very tactic that Cloud had once used against Konoha itself. But Sora only smiled faintly and turned his back on them, his voice unruffled. I'll stand right here. Anyone who dares to make a move on me, go ahead. But don't blame me if you end up dead. Beneath his calm tone, that lethal aura crackled. Startled by both his composure and the deadly aura at his back, the Konoha ninja found themselves, for a moment, at a complete loss. Asuma's mind raced with worry. This won't do. The old man's orders were clear. I must force Uchiha Sora to compromise for Konoha, and we need to wring some leverage from him. But Sora was utterly unyielding, his steely resolve defying all explanation. Asuma simply couldn't make sense of it. With its current strength, the grass ninja might be able to fend off the hidden waterfall or even the hidden rain, but they had no chance against stone. If Konoha joined in, grass would be utterly destroyed. Uchiha Sora's only fate then would be to run for his life. And all he had painstakingly built in grass would vanish like smoke in the wind. Where did his confidence come from? Asuma could find no answer. He glanced quickly at a white-haired man standing behind him, and just the sight of that figure calmed his swirling nerves. Regardless of Sora's mysterious confidence, he himself had heavyweight support behind him. There was no way he'd let Konoha lose face here. Resolved, Asuma stepped forward, twirling the flying swallow blade in his hand. Allow me to experience your strength firsthand, he declared to Sora. Uchiha Sora turned around, his pair of scarlet sharingan eyes, each marked by three-tomoe, fixing Asuma with a cold, unyielding gaze. You'd better think carefully. If you choose to strike at me, be prepared to face death. Asuma scoffed in return. Uchiha Sora, you're getting a little too full of yourself. With that, Asuma lunged toward Sora. Captain Asuma, go for it. Show him who's boss. Captain Asuma is unstoppable. The Konoha ninja behind Asuma waved their banners, their cheers rising in the air. Yet in that instant, Sora's eyes narrowed, those crimson tomoe swirling almost imperceptibly. His piercing stare locked onto Asuma. In the very next moment, Asuma's body froze abruptly in mid-charge. He found himself abruptly drawn into a strange, otherworldly realm, a world conjured of black and white, where nothing existed but a pair of crimson sharingan eyes radiating an uncanny, sinister red light high above. Jinjutsu. Asuma felt his heart sink. He hastily formed a hand seal, channeling his chakra to dispel the illusion. Roaring with determination, release. But the world around him remained unchanged, still a monochrome void, unwavering and absolute. It was then that Uchiha Sora appeared before him, a long sword in hand. Asuma tried to move, but to his horror, he realized he was drifting helplessly upward, his arms stretched wide, bound tightly against a cross that pinned his body in place. He struggled fiercely, but the restraints were absolute. Escape was impossible. This is just an illusion, that's all. Uchiha Sora, do you really think this alone can defeat me? Asuma shouted defiantly. He knew all too well the power of Jinjutsu. As long as his mind remained firm, illusions could not break him. Yet Sora only smiled faintly. This is no ordinary illusion. This jutsu is known as Tsukuyomi. Savor the experience. With those words, Sora lifted his sword and drove it into Asuma's abdomen. A guttural cry tore from Asuma as agony exploded through him. The pain of being impaled was impossibly sharp, far more intense than anything in the real world. What was this sorcery? How could an illusion inflict pain so convincingly real? There was no time to reflect. Around him, multiple forms of Uchiha Sora materialized, each wielding a sword and striking from every direction, their blades plunging into Asuma's body again and again. Asuma couldn't contain his screams. The pain of so many swords skewering his flesh left him drenched in cold sweat. Is it over? He gasped, lifting his eyes to glare at Sora, clinging to the hope that he'd endured the worst. His willpower was strong. He hadn't fainted despite the intensity of the agony. Don't get ahead of yourself. That was only 1 second, Sora replied calmly. What? Only a second? Asuma gasped in disbelief. The torment of countless swords, the searing pain that felt like a lifetime, and it had all taken place in merely a single second? How much longer will this last? Cold sweat beaded on Asuma's forehead. As if answering the question in Asuma's heart, Uchiha Sora spoke slowly. Now, you will spend the next 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds in here, unable to lose consciousness. Asuma's pupils shrank in shock. Is this some kind of joke? But Sora gave him no time to think further. Once again, countless long swords pierced his body from every direction. Asuma's agonized screams echoed relentlessly throughout the illusionary realm. For a full 72 hours, 3 days and 3 nights, Asuma learned the true meaning of pure, unending torment. Meanwhile, in the real world, the Leaf Shinobi watched as Asuma, who had just charged forward, suddenly froze. In the span of a single second, he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, completely unconscious. Captain Asuma! A chorus of shocked cries rang out from the Leaf Village ninja, every face stricken with disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Captain Asuma was no ordinary shinobi. He was one of Konoha's elite jonin. In fact, he was one of the 12 guardian ninja, a formidable force even in the Hidden Leaf. Who would have thought he'd be brought down instantly by a single glance, entrapped within a genjutsu, and defeated in an instant? How could this possibly be? It was true the sharingan wielded by the Uchiha clan was legendary for genjutsu, but surely the gap in strength couldn't be this vast? To bring down an elite jonin with just a single illusion, what kind of power was this? Everyone was utterly stunned, fear gripping them all. In that moment, Uchiha Sora drew his long sword and drove it straight toward the unconscious Asuma's heart. No, only then did the others come to their senses, remembering Sora's earlier threat. He really meant to kill. The icy blade hurtled toward Asuma, when, suddenly, a hand seized Sora's wrist. The sword's edge halted, mere centimeters from Asuma's body. Uchiha Sora looked up at the figure who had stopped him, a smirk flickering at the corner of his mouth. So you finally decided to intervene, Jiraiya-sama? Towering before him, the newcomer wore a flowing red cloak and wooden clogs, long white hair cascading to his waist, the red markings beneath his eyes unmistakable. It was none other than Jiraiya of the Sannin. Young man, you've gone too far. This is where it ends, Jiraiya said sternly, his gaze fixed on Sora with a warning. What? That's Lord Jiraiya. The Konoha shinobi were stunned at the sight, cries of amazement rippling through their ranks. None of them had known that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was among their number on the mission to the Grass Village. The real reason the third Hokage had dared send a team on this mission was because Jiraiya's presence gave him the confidence to see it through. Only Asuma, the team leader, knew that Jiraiya was hiding among the group. Earlier, Jiraiya had used a simple transformation technique to blend in, all to guarantee the absolute success of this mission. Unexpectedly, Asuma proved less capable than expected, falling so quickly he was almost killed by Sora Uchiha. That forced Jiraiya to break cover and intervene. Sora Uchiha had long suspected that someone important was concealed within the team, and the moment he laid eyes on the group, his sharingan saw through Jiraiya's disguise at once. His sword attack on Asuma had been deliberate, meant to draw Jiraiya out. Of course, if Jiraiya hadn't intervened, Sora Uchiha wouldn't have hesitated to eliminate Asuma, a character from the original story, there and then. Now, after hearing Jiraiya's warning, Sora Uchiha only smiled faintly, forming hand signs with a single hand. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, Sora Uchiha's other palm burst with a dazzling storm of lightning, which he thrust toward Jiraiya. Lightning style, Chidori, and he cast it one-handed, no less. Quickly, Jiraiya let go, ducking low and dodging the attack in a smooth motion, scooping up Asuma and leaping back to safety in one fluid, practiced move, a testament to his reputation as one of the legendary Sannin. Handing the unconscious Asuma to the Konoha ninja, Jiraiya fixed Sora Uchiha with a grave look. I didn't expect you to manage one-handed signs. That technique, it's just like Kakashi's Chidori, isn't it? No wonder the third Hokage always got a headache just talking about you. You truly are something else. Looking at you, I can't help but think of my own student who became the fourth Hokage. If only he were still alive, he would never have let you walk away from Konoha unchecked. Jiraiya, you flatter me, Sora Uchiha replied calmly. Once you reach a certain level, performing signs with just one hand isn't that difficult. But Jiraiya, seeing Sora Uchiha's calm, unreadable face, frowned and pressed on. Sora Uchiha, do you realize what you've done? Your actions have become the spark that ignited war across the shinobi world. Peace is no more. Countless people will be swept up in the flames. You've seized the land of grass, led the Uchiha in rebellion against Konoha, slain village leaders, dabbled with the souls of the dead. Every act has had disastrous consequences. Now you stand beset on all sides. Haven't you ever felt the slightest regret? Jiraiya's words hit like barbed arrows. From the standpoint of peace in the shinobi world, Sora, Uchiha, seemed to be the very cause of all this turmoil, the wellspring of evil. But was that really the truth? Regret. Hearing those words from Jiraiya, Sora, Uchiha couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Jiraiya huffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. I laugh at your naivety. After living through both the second and third Great Ninja Wars, you still cling to those unrealistic ideals. It's utterly foolish, scoffed Uchiha Sora, his voice cutting through the air. There is no true peace in this world. As long as humans exist, conflict will never end. Hearing this, Jiraiya frowned deeply, displeasure etched in his features. You're far too pessimistic, kid. I believe that one day, this world will enter an era of mutual understanding. Oh, and what use is your belief? You can't change the reality before your eyes, nor could you even change your own friend, Orochimaru. Sora replied coolly, his countenance calm. Jiraiya jolted at these words, his pupils tightening in visible shock. You brat, Jiraiya growled, visibly unsettled, for Sora had touched a raw nerve. The bond and the regrets between him and Orochimaru remained one of his deepest wounds. To think Uchiha Sora even knew of such secret heartaches. Breathing out in anger, Jiraiya retorted, there will always be someone who will lead the ninja world toward transformation. That is part of why I came here to meet you, to see if you might be such a person. Now I see. You are not the one who will bring change to this world. Is that so? What a pity. Frankly, I don't care about the fate of the ninja world, nor am I someone meant for revolution, Sora said with indifference. Uchiha Sora, you are a sore disappointment. Jiraiya shook his head, sighing. A genius like you, yet you lack the spirit of the Hokage. You possess Konoha's techniques, but none of the will of fire. What a twisted irony that is. Sora merely waved his hand, exasperation in his eyes. Think of me what you will. I see no point in dragging out this tedious conversation. So, are you planning to fight me now, Jiraiya? Jiraiya's eyes sharpened, and a formidable aura swept forth from his body. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Such powerful chakra seemed to weigh down the very air itself. Yet Sora remained unruffled, his gaze steady, calm as a mountain before a storm. Jiraiya's strength was undeniable, but in his normal state, he was just a strong Kaga-level ninja. He posed little threat to Uchiha Sora. Only Sage Mode warranted Sora's caution. Uchiha Sora, when two powerful shinobi cross paths, a single battle is all it takes to understand each other's conviction. Let me see the strength of your will, Jiraiya declared, his voice resolute. With those words, Jiraiya rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a jutsu. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. Beneath Sora's feet, the ground suddenly collapsed, dissolving into a deep, sucking mire. A clash was inevitable. Already alert to Jiraiya's technique, Sora sprang effortlessly into the air the moment the earth began to soften, easily avoiding the trap Jiraiya had set for him. Jiraiya raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of kunai, and followed it up with a fiery projectile that he spat from his mouth, aiming directly at Uchiha Sora, suspended in midair. Sora swung his long sword, effortlessly deflecting the kunai, but by that time, the fireball had already closed in, leaving almost no room to dodge. Having traveled the ninja world for years, Jiraiya's combat experience surpassed even the other two members of the legendary Sannin. Simple jutsu, when cast from his hands, became inescapable traps. Yet Sora showed not the slightest sign of panic. With a mere flicker of thought, he disappeared beneath the blaze of the fireball. When he reappeared, it was at another spot on the practice field. A careful observer would have noticed that several locations throughout the field had been marked with flying thunder god kunai. The entire practice field had long since become Sora's battleground. This was the advantage of home turf. Sora had invited the Leaf Shinobi here for an exchange of ninjutsu. Naturally, he wouldn't come unprepared. The flying thunder god technique. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened as he looked at Sora, his voice turning grave. So you've trained your flying thunder god to this level. It was well known that the flying thunder god technique was no ordinary skill to master. Since the second Hokage first devised it, only the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had fully mastered the jutsu. Even Jiraiya himself had never unlocked its mysteries. At most, he had managed to scratch the surface, far from being able to weave it seamlessly into battle. Sora's command of the Flying Thunder God had likely reached a level not beneath the second Hokage himself. For Jiraiya, acutely aware of the power of this technique, the pressure was immense. At that moment, Sora charged at Jiraiya, sword in hand. He formed a seal with one hand. With a sudden burst, two shadow clones appeared at his sides. Each clone, blades raised high, leaped into the air, descending with Sora to strike at Jiraiya in unison. Leaf-style, crescent moon dance. 3 dazzling strikes, each from an unpredictable angle, hurtled toward Jiraiya in the blink of an eye. With a poof of white smoke, Jiraiya's body vanished. A shadow clone as well. Ninja art. Wild Lion's main technique. Suddenly, Jiraiya's voice echoed from Sora's flank. From the side, white locks of hair shot forth, whipping towards Sora in a barrage. Sora weaved between them with agile precision, the clarity of his sharingan allowing him to dodge each one. Yet Jiraiya kept the white mane in relentless pursuit. Amid the dodging, Sora caught sight from the corner of his eye. The flying thunder god kunai he had strategically placed throughout the arena were now all being destroyed by Jiraiya's wild hair. So the attack was just a ruse. The real goal was to take out my markers. A sly grin tugged at Sora's lips, just as one would expect from Jiraiya. Now, things were getting interesting. Sora offered no resistance as Jiraiya eradicated his coordinates. It wasn't until nearly all the flying thunder god kunai on the training field had disappeared that Jiraiya finally halted his assault. Only then did Uchiha Sora speak. You've destroyed every marker here. Do you think you've achieved your goal? Jiraiya withdrew his long hair. Since you noticed my intention, why didn't you stop me? Because it suddenly occurred to me that only a direct battle brings me true enjoyment. Uchiha Sora replied, an opponent like you is a rare treat. A battle maniac, are you? Jiraiya snorted, unimpressed. Uchiha Sora simply smiled, offering no explanation. He already understood that besides regular training, only the pressure of real combat would trigger his system's automatic cultivation function. Perhaps, by fighting Jiraiya, he could awaken that very feature. So, on the spur of the moment, he decided to avoid using the flying thunder god for dodging as much as possible during the upcoming clash. You arrogant brat, your overconfidence will be your downfall. Jiraiya sneered, forming hand seals with both hands before exhaling a gigantic fireball. Fire-style, giant flame bomb. That massive fireball, a blend of oil and flame, came crashing down, enveloping Uchiha Sora completely. Summoning Rashomon. As the fireball was about to strike, Uchiha Sora slapped his palms to the ground. A towering demonic gate of metal burst forth, shielding him from the oncoming inferno. With a thunderous boom, the giant flame bomb exploded against the Rashomon gate, the shock vibrating the metal structure with a harsh creak. Waves of hot air billowed outward, sweeping across the area. Konoha's ninja, watching nearby, instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces. The two combatants' clash left the spectators awestruck, and they soon realized there was simply no way for anyone else to intervene in a battle of this level. Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin, an elite with overwhelming power. Everyone had been mentally prepared for that. But Uchiha Sora's display of strength was no less astonishing. He wasn't inferior to Jiraiya in the slightest, which confounded the onlookers to no end. By any calculation, Uchiha Sora was just over 12 years old. Even counting generously, he only looked 13. Still just a kid. Yet he stood toe-to-toe with Jiraiya, holding his own without the slightest disadvantage. As the aftershocks from their jutsu faded, Jiraiya stared at Uchiha Sora's silhouette, his gaze grave and contemplative. By this time, Uchiha Sora had already charged forward, sword in hand, electricity crackling menacingly along the blade. Jiraiya, wary of a direct clash, chose to evade, continuously retreating while searching for an opening to counterattack. The two weaved in and out with furious speed, their battle so intense the spectators could barely follow the exchange. Rasengan. Seizing upon a brief opening, Jiraiya hurled a spinning orb of chakra toward Uchiha Sora's abdomen. Rasengan. I could do it too. Uchiha Sora, with a swift motion, formed a Rasengan in his hand and pressed it directly against Jiraiya's Rasengan. Boom! The two Rasengans, equal in size, collided with a thunderous force, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy that swept out in a violent gale. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Uchiha Sora to know the Rasengan as well. What's more, he quickly realized that Uchiha Sora's Rasengan wasn't ordinary. Its power seemed even greater than his own. This can't be. His Rasengan actually overpowers mine. Jiraiya's mind raced in shock. He hastily poured more chakra into his own Rasengan, struggling to hold his ground against Uchiha Sora's overwhelming force. A deep rumbling echoed throughout the field. At last, the energy clash hurled both of them backwards through the air. They steadied themselves and landed. Jiraiya glanced down at his own trembling hand, troubled and stunned. How could this kid's Rasengan be stronger than mine? That's impossible. They were the same size. How could there be such a difference in power? It simply didn't make sense. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora looked much more composed. As for a contest of Rasengan, he had no worries at all. His innate ability to amplify damage gave him absolute confidence in such direct confrontations. Kid, where did you learn the Rasengan? As the smoke faded, Jiraiya turned to Uchiha Sora, unable to hide his curiosity. The Rasengan was invented by the fourth Hokage. After the fourth's death, Jiraiya was supposed to be the only one who mastered it. Plus, this technique wasn't even recorded in the official scrolls. So where had Uchiha Sora picked it up? Is the Rasengan supposed to be difficult? Uchiha Sora merely smiled, his tone light as he returned the question. Jiraiya frowned. If Uchiha Sora could already handle the Flying Thunder God technique, then it was hardly surprising if he managed to recreate the Rasengan too. So what was there to be shocked about? But something still felt off. The very existence of Uchiha Sora seemed inexplicably out of place. In that case, I won't be holding back anymore. Jiraiya bit his finger, performed a series of seals, and slapped his hands onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a loud pop, a massive cloud of white smoke erupted. Out of it appeared an enormous crimson toad, dressed in a short haori, bandages wrapped around its waist, a giant short blade tucked at its side, and a pipe clamped between its jaws. It was none other than the legendary Gamabunta. Jiraiya, I was in the middle of my tea. What do you want this time? Gamabunta grumbled, exhaling a puff of smoke. With a presence rivaling a tailed beast, Gamabunta's sheer size and intensity sent chills down the spines of everyone from the Leaf Village who watched, their hearts pounding in awe and anxiety. But there was no hiding their envy. So, this is Lord Jiraiya's summoned beast? Incredible. Yeah, the legendary three Sannin. Each can summon such powerful creatures. No wonder they're unstoppable on the battlefield. A powerful summoning beast can grant a ninja tremendous support, especially the beasts summoned by the legendary Sannin. Not only are they colossal, but behind each stands one of the three great sacred lands, bearing their own unique legacies. When Gamabunta appeared, Jiraiya leapt onto his head, pointed down at Uchiha Sora, and explained, I really don't want to bully a junior, but this opponent's strength can't be underestimated. Gamabunta, use your oil. I want the whole training ground covered. Oh, Jiraiya, for you to speak so highly of this guy, he must be a real handful. Gamabunta squinted down at Uchiha Sora below. In his eyes, Sora was just a little runt, but Jiraiya's remark made him take things seriously. A summoning beast, is it? Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow. He had no summoning beast himself. Although he could bring forth those resurrected by Edo Tensei as helpers, it simply wasn't necessary for him. It was at that moment that Gamabunta drew in a mighty breath, gathering a mouthful of toad oil, then blasted it forward in a torrent. At the same time, Jiraiya unleashed a fire release jutsu, flame racing along the stream of oil and erupting in an instant. In a heartbeat, a raging inferno engulfed the training ground, swallowing up the area where Uchiha Sora stood. Toad oil flame bomb. This was a technique as wide-reaching as it was destructive. There was nearly no way for Uchiha Sora to evade it, but he didn't need to dodge. Facing the torrent of burning fire, the three-tomoe in Sora's eyes spun rapidly, transforming in an instant into a six-pointed Mangekyo pattern. The Mangekyo sharingan had been awakened. Confronted with an attack as fearsome as the toad oil flame bomb, if he wasn't going to escape using the Flying Thunder God jutsu, he'd have to withstand it head-on. And at the moment, Sora's strongest shield was undoubtedly the power of his Mangekyo. A formidable force radiated outward from his Mangekyo eyes. Suddenly, in the space before him, a series of invisible, transparent barriers took shape. The barriers formed a square enclosure, sealing him completely within. This was one of his Mangekyo abilities. Heavenly Divine Realm, Severed Sky. The power of Severed Sky could ward off nearly any attack. The tsunami of fire struck the barrier, but it was as if it had encountered an impenetrable wall, utterly unable to shake it in the slightest. The firestorm was split in two, surging past Sora on either side, engulfing the entire field in flames. Yet behind the barrier, Uchiha Sora remained unharmed. The shield was so complete that not even the faintest hint of heat could penetrate to him. At last, the blaze faded, and Sora's figure gradually emerged from the aftermath. When Jiraiya saw Sora standing there, not so much as a hair singed, he was visibly taken aback. This guy, he's completely unharmed? Gamabunta exclaimed in surprise. Unable to hold back, he raised a short blade and slashed at Uchiha Sora lying on the ground. At that moment, the disruption barrier had yet to vanish. The short blade struck hard against the space barrier, but it didn't budge even a little. Waves of spatial ripples spread outwards. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but cry out in shock. That seems to be a time-space barrier type of defense. One impenetrable defense. Gamabunta let out a frustrated sigh, withdrawing his blade and glaring at Uchiha Sora on the ground. In Sora's eyes, the multifaceted Mangekyo flashed with an otherworldly glow as he turned to Jiraiya and Gamabunta and spoke slowly. Is that really all you have? So this is the power of the legendary Sannin? Well, let down. Jiraiya, it sounds like you've just been looked down on, Gamabunta said with a wry grin. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then admitted, without resorting to that mode, there's no way for me to deal with him as I am now. Oh, that means you're finally getting serious, Gamabunta replied. To be honest, I'd rather not use that mode. After all, there's so many people watching. I can't say I'm eager to let everyone see me in that rather unflattering state, Jiraiya said with a note of resignation. Compared to that, wouldn't it be even more humiliating to be defeated by Junior? Gamabunta retorted. Jiraiya weighed his options in silence, and finally declared, no choice. I'll have to prepare for Sage Mode. With that, Jiraiya bit his finger again, and with two sharp bursts of white smoke, two elderly little toads appeared before him. They were none other than Fugaku and Shima, the sage elders of Mount Myaboku. Hey, little Jiraiya, the two toads greeted him cheerfully as they arrived. Then their gazes immediately fell upon Uchiha Sora, clearly a foe. Shima narrowed her eyes and said, is that one from the Uchiha clan? Little Jiraiya, you summoned us. Are you planning to use Sage Mode against that child? Jiraiya gave a rueful smile. That's right, but he is no ordinary child. He's already mastered the flying Raijin like the fourth Hokage, and even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His power runs deep, farther than we can see. I see. That sort of talent is truly astonishing. This child, he might even surpass Orochimaru, Fugaku remarked, marveling aloud. Yes. So for now, I'll have to trouble the two of you, together with Gamabunta, to hold him off for a bit. I'll enter Sage Mode, and then sync up with you both, Jiraiya said. No worries, just focus on gathering natural energy. The Elder Toads assured him. As soon as he finished, the two Elder Toads launched themselves toward Uchiha Sora, joining the fray. Their method of attack was straightforward. They lashed out at Uchiha Sora with their long tongues, whipping them through the air like whips striking at his body. At the same time, Gamabunta swung his short sword without pause, hacking relentlessly at Uchiha Sora. By now, Uchiha Sora had already dissolved the barrier of severed void. Facing the combined assault of the three toads, he remained composed, gracefully evading their attacks, making no move to target Jiraiya. After all, summoned beasts couldn't match a human's agility. Though the three toads coordinated perfectly, none succeeded in landing so much as a single blow on Uchiha Sora. After a while, as their attacks continued to miss, Fugaku began to sense something strange and said, Wife, isn't it odd that he hasn't struck back at little Jiraiya at all? What is he thinking? Huh, now that you mention it, that is odd. Is he deliberately waiting for little Jiraiya to complete Sage Mode? Shima said in surprise. Looks like this kid is entirely too confident, muttered Fugaku, coming to a stop and halting his attacks. Shima and Gamabunta also ceased their movements, facing off against Uchiha Sora in a tense standoff. Noticing his opponents had stopped fighting, Uchiha Sora paused as well. He folded his arms across his chest and stood his ground, quietly waiting for Jiraiya to finish entering Sage Mode. Seeing Uchiha Sora calmly waiting, the three toads finally grasped his intention. Young man, your arrogance will be your undoing. Shima couldn't help but call out in warning. Uchiha Sora only smiled faintly, ignoring her words. His Sharingan was fixed on Jiraiya, carefully watching his body. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the ground, while a great surge of natural energy gathered around him and flowed into his body. Although Uchiha Sora couldn't see the movement of natural energy in the outside world, he could perceive the flow of chakra inside Jiraiya. While his vision wasn't as sharp as the Byakugan, the Mangekyo's insight was formidable. He witnessed clearly as Jiraiya's chakra merged with natural energy and swelled to tremendous levels. So this vast, bottomless power, that's what Sage Chakra looks like. Uchiha Sora thought silently as he sensed the mighty chakra radiating from Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya finally stood. His face bore the distinct markings of a sage. Not only had his eyes transformed into toad's eyes, but warts dotted his nose, and a white beard sprouted over his chin. Sage Mode, at last complete. Fugaku and Shima leapt nimbly onto Jiraiya's shoulders, merging their strength fully with his. So this is Sage Mode's final form. Gamabunta, seeing Jiraiya enter that state, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Victory was as good as theirs. In this state, there was no shinobi who could stand against Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya radiated an overwhelming aura. In sage mode, even his stature seemed to have grown larger and more imposing, and the bizarre appearance, formed by merging with the two great toad sages, inspired a deep sense of awe in anyone who beheld him. The Konoha shinobi watching the battle couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lord Jiraiya has turned into such a form, but he looks incredibly strong. That's right. I've heard legends of the sage arts passed down in the three great sacred lands. So this is ninjutsu, that mystical power. To witness the inheritance of the sacred land's sage techniques with my own eyes, now, I have no regrets in this life. This is the secret legacy of one of the legendary Sannin. His power alone is enough to intimidate anyone. Haha, Lord Jiraiya, you're invincible. Defeat Uchiha Sora for us. Amid the rousing cheers of the crowd, Jiraiya walked slowly toward Uchiha Sora, announcing, "Kid, in this state, my strength is worlds apart from before. You'd better be careful, or you might just get killed by accident." Waves of might surged from Jiraiya, and Uchiha Sora felt the immense pressure of the Senjutsu chakra flowing from him. A look of anticipation crossed his face. "Let me see for myself the true power of your sage mode." "As you wish," Jiraiya murmured in a low, steady voice. With a sudden burst, Jiraiya pushed off the ground, and in the next instant, he appeared right in front of Uchiha Sora, moving with impossible speed. Incredible speed. Uchiha Sora was startled. Even he found it hard to react in time. Sage mode had boosted Jiraiya's taijutsu to a terrifying level. Already a Kage-level fighter, under the amplification of Senjutsu chakra, his movements were as swift and deadly as if he'd unlocked the 8 gates. Even with his Mangekyo sharingan open, eyes capable of perceiving what ordinary sharingan could not, Uchiha Sora struggled to track Jiraiya's sudden acceleration. Fortunately, thanks to his own relentless training and innate strength, Uchiha Sora's body was many times more resilient than that of the average shinobi. Even as Jiraiya's speed exploded, his body could just barely keep pace. Seeing Jiraiya's kick coming, Uchiha Sora hastily raised both arms to block. With a dull, resounding thud, a massive force crashed down on his forearms. It was a blow as powerful as Tsunade's legendary superhuman strength, and Uchiha Sora found his footing slipping. The numbness shot through his arms, and the overwhelming force sent his body skidding backward. He was driven back dozens of meters before he finally managed to lower his tingling hands, eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Jiraiya. Sage mode lives up to its name. That speed could rival the 8 gates. That power, like monstrous strength itself. For as long as Uchiha Sora could remember, he had always relied on his speed to dominate his opponents, finishing them off with his mastery of ninjutsu. But this time, after clashing head-on with Jiraiya in Sage mode, he felt his whole body coursing with passionate energy. Ding! Sensing the rush of fervor in the host, your 8 gates technique has automatically advanced to the 5th gate. Ding! After your first bout against Sage mode, your physique has been greatly stimulated, evolving further toward Hashirama's Sage body. Evolution speed increased. Estimated completion time: 3 years. Ding! Your standard Sage body has detected that as long as you continue to fight opponents in Sage mode, you have a chance to automatically learn Mount Mayaboku's Sage mode. 3 system prompts in quick succession jolted Uchiha Sora's spirit, and joy surged through him. Just as he thought, this kind of intense stimulation was exactly what it took to trigger the system notifications. And to think, 3 notifications came at once. This was far beyond anything Uchiha Sora had expected. The 8 gates, which had seemed to progress so sluggishly, had now automatically refined itself all the way to the 5th gate in a single leap. His transformation into Hashirama's Sage body, which was projected to take 5 years, was now shortened to 3. Not to mention, there was now a chance for his own Sage body to learn the Mount Mayaboku Sage mode. The system, it was nothing short of amazing. Uchiha Sora was elated. His gaze toward Jiraiya burned with fierce, unyielding battle intent. In that case, let's see what the 8 gates are really capable of. He murmured under his breath and began to gather his power. Even though he had never seriously trained his physical abilities, thanks to automatic refining, this body had long since surpassed the ordinary. Compared to most shinobi, his physique was on a completely different level. Even among taijutsu specialists, few could claim a foundation as formidable as Sora's. Following the technique's method in his mind, Uchiha Sora began to open the gates within his body one by one. First gate, gate of opening, open. Second gate, gate of healing, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. At this point, a greenish aura of chakra began to steam off Sora's body, veins prominent on his forehead. This was the last safe threshold of the 8 gates technique. But Uchiha Sora pressed forward, ready to push past his limits. 4th gate, Gate of Pain, open. Now, he had truly entered the realm of the 8 gates. 5th gate, Gate of Limit, open. As he opened the 5th gate, the blood surged through his veins, turning his skin a vivid red, and fierce waves of chakra radiated from his entire body. Such overwhelming power startled the nearby Konoha shinobi, making them stumble back in alarm. Oh my god, he can use the 8 gates? Is he even human? What incredible chakra! He might even surpass Guy in raw power. Unlike Might Guy, however, Uchiha Sora possessed a chakra reserve that far outstripped his, and his base strength was already at the Kage level. In the original work, when Might Due unleashes the 8 gates with his sheer power as a low-ranking ninja, he has the strength to defeat or seriously injure the 7 ninja swordsmen. Might Guy, already an elite jonin, can, by opening the 8 gates, land a single kick that nearly cripples even Madara in his 6 paths form. Uchiha Sora, already at Kage level, if he were to open all 8 gates, the overwhelming energy he would release could easily surpass even that of Might Guy. Even now, with only 5 gates unlocked, both his speed and strength have soared to staggering levels. At this moment, as Uchiha Sora activates the 8 gates formation, a torrent of power surges through him, shaking the entire training grounds. Massive cracks tearing open the earth beneath his feet. Fierce gusts of wind spiral out from his body, sweeping across the area with the force of multiple wind-released jutsu, scattering indiscriminately in every direction. Everyone from the Leaf Village is forced to stumble backward, shielding their faces with their arms, sheer astonishment written across their eyes. Even Jiraiya, in sage mode, finds himself weighed down by seriousness. On his shoulders, the 2 elder toads, Fugaku and Shima, can't help but exclaim, "Jiraiya boy, this lad actually wields such a fearsome, forbidden technique. You need to be on your guard." Jiraiya understands all too well the terrifying might of the 8 gates formation. When all 8 are opened, it's a weapon that could serve as Konoha's ultimate trump card, lethal to any invader. He truly never expected someone like Uchiha Sora, a master of ninjutsu, would also possess this forbidden taijutsu. This kid is even crazier than Orochimaru. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, he's pushed them all to the limit. This is truly terrifying. Jiraiya thought to himself, his mind sharpening in a high alert, eyes riveted on Uchiha Sora. Suddenly, before Jiraiya's very eyes, Uchiha Sora's form vanished in a blur. In the next instant, Sora was standing right in front of him. He moved so quickly that even in sage mode, Jiraiya found himself momentarily dazed. Not good. Jiraiya hastily raised his arms to shield his body. At that very moment, Uchiha Sora's fist crashed forward, sheathed in blazing chakra, smashing into Jiraiya's hands with incredible force. With a dull, resounding impact, it was now Jiraiya's turn to be sent flying by a single blow. He tumbled across the training grounds, skidding tens of meters, his sleeves shredded to ribbons from the blow. Red, bruised skin was revealed beneath the tattered fabric. This speed rivals the flying thunder god, and he doesn't even need a mark. Jiraiya thought grimly, his expression tense. As he pondered how to counterattack, his vision blurred once more. Uchiha Sora had already appeared before him again. "Jiraiya boy." The 2 elder toads cried out a warning. Sage mode granted Jiraiya tremendous reflexes, and he snapped back instantly, thrusting his hand forward and shouting, "Sage art, super giant Rasengan." A massive Rasengan, 2 or 3 meters in diameter, swelled to Jiraiya's palm and surged straight toward Uchiha Sora. This was attack as the best form of defense. A surge of powerful sage art energy crashed down on Uchiha Sora in an instant. Uchiha Sora's assault slowed, and he swiftly retreated with a flicker of movement. The very next second, his figure reappeared behind Jiraiya. Jiraiya had no choice but to retract the sage art, ultra big ball Rasengan, and turn around to defend himself. Fortunately, his sensory abilities under sage mode were exceptionally sharp. Even though Uchiha Sora's movements were blindingly fast, Jiraiya could still manage to keep up. With a heavy thud, Uchiha Sora landed a powerful kick on Jiraiya's hand, sending him hurtling through the air. Before Jiraiya could hit the ground, Sora's silhouette flashed yet again, now appearing at Jiraiya's side to launch another punch. Still airborne, Jiraiya had no chance to counterattack. He could only do his best to fend off Sora's relentless onslaught. To the onlookers from the Leaf Village, it was a scene both shocking and awe-inspiring. Jiraiya, in all his sage mode glory, was being batted around in midair like a punching bag by Uchiha Sora. Each collision between the two sent out shockwaves that whipped through the air, the sheer speed of their movements leaving everyone dizzy and overwhelmed. But Sage Mode gave Jiraiya remarkable endurance. Though he couldn't keep up with Sora's fifth gate of the 8 gates technique in terms of speed, his resilience was extraordinary. After several relentless minutes of being pounded by Sora, Jiraiya finally landed on the ground. Aside from his clothes, now ragged and torn, he appeared relatively unscathed. The amplifying effects of Sage Mode were extensive, and Sora's fifth gate still fell short of delivering a decisive blow. Unless he opened the sixth gate, he wouldn't be able to completely dominate Jiraiya in close combat. Uchiha Sora paused his offense for now, standing still and quietly sensing the state of his 8 gates, lost in thought. Jiraiya, back on solid ground, couldn't help but feel a lingering chill from the brush with danger. Though he'd barely managed to ward off Sora's martial barrage, it had been a one-sided pummeling. He hadn't been this battered since entering Sage Mode. Now, catching his breath at last, Jiraiya finally saw his chance to weave hand signs and unleash a ninjutsu attack. Suddenly, he sprawled to the ground, and the long hair behind him bristled upright like the spines of a porcupine, erupting into an endless barrage of razor-sharp senbon, a dense rain of projectiles lashing out across the arena. Sage Art, Needle Jizo. It was Jiraiya's fastest technique, with the widest area of effect. The volley of Sunbon tore through the air like the endless rattle of machine gun fire, sweeping toward Uchiha Sora in a mad, unceasing barrage. Even Sora, empowered by the 8 gates, found himself hard-pressed to dodge the relentless storm, forced to flit around the arena as the needles pursued him doggedly, offering not a moment's respite. The 8 gates formation only works for taijutsu. In this wild, rampaging chakra state, it's impossible to perform ninjutsu, and even a sharingan can't be maintained. In fact, it drastically limits my ability to respond. Uchiha Sora quickly deduced the disadvantages of the 8 gates formation. Even the flying thunder god technique, which doesn't require hand signs, was restricted under this state. After all, every ninjutsu demands a precise and unique way for chakra to flow. Even for those jutsu without hand signs, there's still a set pattern for chakra manipulation. But once the 8 gates burst open, chakra becomes so turbulent and chaotic that it's impossible to gain control over such raw, explosive power, making the use of ninjutsu or jinjutsu entirely out of the question. Of course, there was a benefit. The sheer rampage of chakra could neutralize jinjutsu, granting near immunity to illusions. But for Uchiha Sora, this benefit seemed trivial, as he already possessed a natural immunity to jinjutsu. With that in mind, he decisively withdrew from the 8 gates formation. As the inner gates closed within him, the wild torrent of chakra instantly settled into calmness, though all that exhilarating speed and strength vanished just as quickly. Confronted with a flurry of 1,000 piercing Senbon needles, Sora chose not to evade with the flying thunder god. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of him, bracing himself, and took the rain of Senbon head-on. In the blink of an eye, Sora was transformed into a human pincushion. A crisp notification rang out in his mind. Asterisk ding. You have endured the power of Sage Art, Sunbon Needle Rain. Your body has taken a step closer to grasping the Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku. Asterisk. Joy sparked within Sora's heart. He landed on the ground, body racked with the sharp sting of 1,000 needles, pain that at this moment felt absolutely worth it. With a powerful shudder, Sora sent all the gleaming Sunbon flying from his body, then looked down at the steady flow of blood seeping from his wounds. A smile spread across his lips. It had been a long time since he'd felt pain like this. Ever since mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he'd scarcely ever shed blood. He'd all but forgotten what his own blood tasted like. He stuck out his tongue, letting it brush across the blood trickling down his arm. On his forehead, the diamond-shaped mark began to glow. In seal, release. With a single hand sign, the intricate seal unfurled from his forehead down to his cheeks. Ningyo art, creation rebirth. Before their eyes, every puncture wound in Sora's skin began to close, mending rapidly at a pace almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In a mere moment, he was entirely healed. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. That's Tsunade's technique. This kid, not only does he command the In seal, but he's also learned Tsunade's healing ninjutsu. Damn it. In truth, the moment he saw the diamond-shaped mark on Uchiha Sora's forehead, he had already guessed as much. Now, witnessing Uchiha Sora using a technique identical to Tsunade's with his own eyes, he was left with conflicting feelings. What's the connection between this guy and Tsunade? Next time, I must find Tsunade and get to the bottom of this. Come on, let's go again. With his injuries healed, Uchiha Sora let out a hearty laugh. He believed that as long as he kept fighting Jiraiya, he would soon master the sage mode of Mount Mayaboku entirely on his own. Little Jiraiya, since this kid has Tsunade's technique, it looks like we're in for a long haul. Fukasaku the sage commented insightfully. That's right. Tsunade's abilities are a tough nut to crack. As long as he doesn't run out of chakra, it'll be nearly impossible to truly defeat him. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Shima the sage added, Jiraiya dear, worried about stamina? Don't forget, you've got us. Your sage mode has no time limitation. We'll keep refining Senjutsu chakra for you as much as you need. Jiraiya gave a firm nod. Though he hadn't fully perfected sage mode, once he was fused with the two great sages, concerns about depleting his strength vanished. With their support, he had an endless fountain of Senjutsu chakra at his disposal. A battle of endurance? He wasn't scared in the slightest. With that, the two opponents plunged headlong into a war of attrition. Now that Uchiha Sora had activated the Yin seal, he no longer feared injury, clashing with Jiraiya in a relentless showdown. Blow after blow landed solidly. Though Uchiha Sora's taijutsu couldn't quite match Jiraiya's in sage mode, he relished every moment of the clash. Swath technique, whirlwind slash. Swath technique, thunderstrike slash. Swath technique, blazing slash. One arc of his blade after another sliced through empty air. Suddenly, Jiraiya's palm crashed down on Uchiha Sora's longsword. With a sharp snap, the blade shattered in two. Just as his sword broke apart, a notification echoed in Uchiha Sora's mind. Ding! Through your fierce battle, your body has finally grasped the power of Sage Mode and has successfully mastered the perfect Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku. The instant he heard the system's announcement, profound truths of nature began flooding into Uchiha Sora's consciousness. In that split second, he fully grasped the essence of Sage Mode. So that's it. This is Sage Mode. With a newfound, profound understanding, a satisfied smile tugged at Uchiha Sora's lips. Bam! After smashing the sword, Jiraiya's palm didn't lose a beat. It pressed onward, swinging with full force toward Uchiha Sora. And at that very moment, Uchiha Sora simply closed his eyes. He stood utterly unflinching before Jiraiya's powerful strike, as if he couldn't even see it coming. What is he thinking? For a split second, a flash of doubt crossed Jiraiya's face as he observed Uchiha Sora's actions. Yet the strength in his palm did not waver in the slightest, and he continued to press his hand relentlessly toward Uchiha Sora's chest. Suddenly, Uchiha Sora's eyes snapped open. A bright streak of orange-red flashed upon his eyelids, forming the distinctive sage markings. Perfect Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku activated. Uchiha Sora raised his palm and, with a crisp smack, caught Jiraiya's powerful strike squarely in his hand. In an instant, Jiraiya and the two great sages perched on his shoulders were utterly astonished. They stared in disbelief at the toad-shaped shadow that shimmered within the three-tomoe sharingan in Uchiha Sora's eyes. All three of them were frozen in shock. Sage Mode? How is that possible? Jiraiya blurted out, his voice tinged with disbelief. How could this be? Echoed the two great sages in utter incredulity. Fukasaku could only stammer in a panic. Impossible. This can't be happening. How did he master Mount Mayaboku's Sage Mode? It's completely illogical. But he's never even set foot on Mount Mayaboku. How could he have mastered our Sage Mode? And he entered Sage Mode instantly. Shima's voice was nearly a shriek, equally flustered. Jiraiya's own mind was ringing as if struck by thunder, the shock overwhelming him. He was no less staggered than the two great sages as he shouted to Uchiha Sora. How did you learn Sage Mode? Uchiha Sora replied with a calm smile. Why, you taught me, of course. What? Since when? Wait, did you actually master my Sage Mode during our battle? Jiraiya's whole body trembled. Uchiha Sora nodded. No, that's impossible. There is no such thing as impossible. Uchiha Sora answered coolly. The Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku is nothing extraordinary. With that, he unleashed a punch in Jiraiya's direction. Jiraiya hastily raised his arms to defend, but a tremendous force crashed into him, causing his entire arm to go numb from the impact. He staggered backward, keeping his gaze locked fiercely on Uchiha Sora. Your Sage Mode, it's even more perfect than mine. Uchiha Sora's Mount Mayaboku Sage Mode was as flawless as Naruto's in the original story. Not quite as enduring as Jiraiya's fusion with both great sages. Yet his Sage Chakra was exceptionally pure and stronger. In terms of control, he surpassed Jiraiya by a significant margin. This dramatic scene left everyone present in complete shock, barely able to react. Far in the distance, the Konoha spectators were already completely dumbfounded. As Uchiha Sora took stock of his current state, he felt the all-encompassing power that Sage Chakra brought. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and even his sharingan's ocular powers were greatly magnified under the influence of sage chakra. Turning to Jiraiya, he said, "Jiraiya-sensei, to thank you for teaching me sage mode, let me show you the new strength I have awakened." As soon as the words left his lips, the three-tomoe sharingan in Uchiha Sora's eyes shifted again, transforming into the intricate six-pointed star of the Mangekyo sharingan. In the very center of this pattern, the shadow of a toad raced right through it. The next instant, a surge of powerful golden energy erupted from Uchiha Sora, surging forth with wild intensity. "What is this?" Jiraiya and the two great sages on his shoulders were once again astounded. Before their eyes, the golden energy condensed into the ghostly shape of a gigantic skeleton. Muscle and flesh grew swiftly around the skeleton, followed by skin, and then legs formed beneath it. In the blink of an eye, the entire figure was clad in gleaming golden armor. Almost instantly, a golden armored warrior, towering over 20 meters tall, appeared before them all. Around the eyes of this golden warrior, the sage markings of Mount Myaboku could also be seen. This was the fifth form of Susanoo. In the original story, this was the form Sasuke took when he awakened the eternal Mangekyo. Its sheer size rivaled that of a tailed beast, and it was second only to the complete body of Susanoo. But Sora's form went even further, blending the overwhelming strength of sage mode within it. Its power was on another level entirely. The golden warrior gripped a sword in his right hand, armor shimmering with might and majesty. Its overwhelming energy rippled outwards, shaking heaven and earth. Even Jiraiya, enveloped in sage mode, began to sweat at the sight of this colossal golden figure. This kid, he's actually amplifying his Mangekyo-esque power with sage mode, even infusing Susanoo with natural energy. Fugaku said, voice trembling with awe. "Jiraiya boy, ready sage art." Fugaku called out anxiously. "Understood." Jiraiya responded promptly, forming a flurry of hand seals before spewing a jet of toad oil forward. Then Fugaku unleashed a howling gust of wind. Sage art. Wind release. Next, Shima launched a stream of burning flames. Sage art. Fire release. Wind, fire, and oil. The three elements fused in an instant, erupting into a sea of roaring flames. Compared to the toad oil flame bomb Jiraiya had once performed with Gamabunta, this inferno was on an entirely different level. The cascading fire swept across the field, forming an endless wall of flames that looked like it could blot out the sky. Even the vast, imposing Susanoo seemed tiny before this apocalyptic firestorm. In the blink of an eye, the entire training ground transformed into a burning purgatory. Even the spectators, Leaf Ninja, gathered to watch, couldn't bear the heat radiating from the flames, scrambling back in alarm. This was it, the legendary sage art, Gomen, the only S-rank fire release technique. Against a calamity of this magnitude, no water release could hope to stand up to it. "Well done," Uchiha Sora shouted from atop Susanoo's head, his eyes ablaze as the titanic wall of fire surged toward him. Susanoo raised its long sword overhead in both hands, energy crackling along its blade. In a single, mighty swing, it brought the blade down hard against the oncoming inferno. The world erupted with a thunderous impact, like a storm unleashed. Flames surged backward, beat down by the sword. With a sweeping cut, the sea of fire split in two, an instant vacuum torn right through the middle. In that instant, the entire training ground trembled with the aftermath. A wild gale swept through the area. The Konoha shinobi, who had thought themselves far enough from the action, were still battered and thrown off balance by the raging winds. Some of the less experienced ninjas were even hurled clear off their feet and sent tumbling through the air. Everyone was left in shock and awe. At the very heart of the sword's energy, Jiraiya was struck head-on. His body shot backward like a cannonball, propelled by the overwhelming force. With a tremendous crash, Jiraiya's body was flung out of the training field entirely, smashing straight through a residential house before finally coming to a halt. P.S. Finally made it to 100 chapters. Throwing flowers in celebration. One sword. Just one sword. Jiraiya, even in his sage mode, was blasted several hundred meters away, unable to withstand the blow. Every single leaf shinobi on sight stared in horror at the towering golden warrior, as massive as a tailed beast. This can't be real. Lord Jiraiya's sage techniques were broken through? How could anyone be this powerful? So this is the power of the Uchiha clan? It's unbelievable. Are we really facing a monster like that as our enemy? It's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. The Konoha ninjas stared up at Uchiha Sora's Susanoo in utter despair, having lost any sense of confidence. As the dust settled amidst the ruins, Jiraiya lay motionless on the ground. His long hair was wild and disheveled, blood running deep across his chest in a gash that went down to the bone. His clothes were shredded into tatters. The two great toad sages who once perched on his shoulders were nowhere to be seen. His sage mode had completely faded away. In this battle, he was utterly defeated. Uchiha Sora dispelled his golden Susanoo, maintaining his own sage mode, and walked over to Jiraiya, looking down at him from above. "My lord Jiraiya." At this, the Konoha shinobi finally snapped back to their senses and hurried to the two figures. "Don't hurt Lord Jiraiya." Several figures jumped in front of Uchiha Sora, trying to shield Jiraiya. But as they faced Uchiha Sora in sage mode, the slight trembling of their bodies betrayed the fear churning in their hearts. Seeing the anxious faces of the Konoha shinobi, Sora simply offered a faint, unconcerned smile. Not once did he regard the 100 or so Konoha ninja as any threat. Ever since mastering Mount Myaboku's sage mode, Uchiha Sora's power had undergone a dramatic transformation. His sage chakra, fused with the Mangekyo's power, made him practically unstoppable. Only a sage mode user like Jiraiya could possibly stand against him, but faced with the might of Susanoo, not even Jiraiya was his match. "Stand aside." Just then, a thunderous voice rang out. Suddenly, Gamabunta leaped onto the scene from out of nowhere, towering above Uchiha Sora, wielding an enormous short sword. Without hesitation, he brought it down in a sweeping slash. Uchiha Sora turned to glance at him, his voice icy cold. "Overestimating yourself." Raising his palm. Ninja art. Super giant Rasengan. A massive Rasengan, over 5 meters in diameter, appeared beneath Uchiha Sora's hand. Just then, Gamabunta, who was charging forward, crashed squarely into the huge Rasengan. With a deafening crash, Gamabunta's enormous body was sent spinning through the air. Even before he landed, he burst into a puff of white smoke and vanished without a trace. Jiraiya stared at the spot where his old partner had just been knocked back to Mount Myaboku, his fate uncertain. Struggling to his feet, Jiraiya managed a wry smile and said, "Uchiha Sora, you've won. Do whatever you must. Kill me, capture me, I won't resist. I only have one request. Spare these Konoha shinobi. They pose no threat to you." Uchiha Sora's eyes glinted at the words, and he asked, "Would you die for their sake? If my life could save hundreds of theirs, then for Konoha, I suppose I'd be a hero. As a ninja, that kind of death wouldn't be meaningless, would it?" Jiraiya replied. "Lord Jiraiya." The Konoha ninja were deeply moved when they heard this. They cried out in alarm. "You mustn't sacrifice yourself for us. Please escape while you can." "Enough." Uchiha Sora interrupted with a wave of his hand. Fixing his gaze on Jiraiya, he continued, "As the losers, you're in no position to negotiate with me, but I'll show some respect on your behalf. I'll let them go, but only if you agree to one condition." "Fine." Jiraiya nodded. "As long as Konoha is unharmed, I'll do whatever you ask." Uchiha Sora smiled. "Very good. In that case, you'll stay here in the hidden grass village for now." As he finished speaking, he tapped Jiraiya's body, leaving a flying thunder god seal behind. Then, turning to the stunned Konoha shinobi, he waved them off. "What are you waiting for? Go." Jiraiya's expression changed slightly. He looked to the Konoha ninja and said, "Hurry, leave now. Tell the third Hokage not to worry about me." Knowing that staying would serve no purpose, they could never hope to defeat Uchiha Sora. The Konoha ninjas gathered the unconscious Asuma and withdrew. Once they had gone, Uchiha Sora led Jiraiya back to his own residence as the leader of the village. He personally used medical ninjutsu to treat Jiraiya's injuries, then said, "I've placed my flying thunder god seal on you. You should know that this seal is permanent. From now on, I won't restrict your freedom, but you must join my organization." "Your organization?" Jiraiya looked at him, puzzled. "It's an organization called Beast," Uchiha Sora explained. "I intend to unite all the Jinchuriki, forming an alliance where they stand as the core members. Moreover, every Jinchuriki will be paired with a partner. And you will serve as the partner to these Jinchuriki." "Beast organization? A Jinchuriki alliance? I can't believe you're aiming for something like this. What exactly do you intend to do?" Jiraiya asked in astonishment. As of now, only the high-level officials from the Land of Water were aware of the Jinchuriki alliance. So far, its sole member was Uchiha, the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Jiraiya had no knowledge of this matter. Hearing Uchiha Sora's plan now left him utterly stunned. "You know about the Akatsuki, don't you?" Uchiha Sora said, his tone calm. "The Akatsuki." Jiraiya's expression grew serious. "So, you've taken note of them as well." Uchiha Sora went on. "The goal of the Akatsuki is to capture the tailed beasts. My aim is to stop them, so naturally, I must unite the Jinchuriki. Capture the tailed beasts, Jiraiya blurted, startled. He had started paying attention to the Akatsuki because of Orochimaru and knew that its members were all dangerous S-class criminals. Even so, he hadn't uncovered their true objective. He never imagined that the Akatsuki's purpose was to hunt down the tailed beasts. At this point, the Akatsuki had yet to openly initiate their pursuit of the tailed beasts. The abductions of the Three Tails and Four Tails Jinchuriki were still secrets. No one yet realized that Uchiha Obito was the mastermind manipulating events from the shadows. Obito himself, still hidden, had never revealed his connection to the Akatsuki. So when Jiraiya heard this, it left him completely thunderstruck. Is your information reliable? Jiraiya asked gravely. If it was true that the Akatsuki were after the tailed beasts, then they represented an immense threat to all 5 great shinobi villages. My information is beyond question, but you have nothing to worry about. As long as I'm here, the Akatsuki's plans will never succeed, Uchiha Sora replied with unwavering confidence. It seems you have great faith in building this Jinchuriki alliance, Jiraiya said, but accomplishing this, surely the obstacles will be enormous. So what if there are countless obstacles? Uchiha Sora responded with a faint smile. To me, it just means expending a bit more effort, that's all. His voice brimmed with supreme confidence. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. So young, yet already prepared to stand against the entire ninja world. He couldn't help but think of Uchiha Madara from years past. For his own ambitions, he abandoned his comrades, left his clan, and betrayed the village. Misunderstood by all, but utterly resolute. Although Jiraiya was unsure whether he ought to trust Uchiha Sora's words, he could not help but see traces of Uchiha Madara in this young man. With this in mind, Jiraiya spoke in a stern tone. Uchiha Sora, I will join your organization, but don't expect me to believe everything you say without question. Uchiha Sora simply smiled undisturbed. Since I'm willing to let you join, it means I'm not afraid of your doubts. Very well. Jiraiya nodded his assent. Uchiha Sora waved his hand. All right, I still have matters to handle on the Western battlefield. You should see yourself out. Hearing this, Jiraiya didn't linger. He left without further delay. There was too much new information to process today. He needed somewhere quiet to clear his mind. After leaving the village hidden in the grass, Jiraiya performed the summoning jutsu, calling forth a toad, and instructed it to send a message to the elders of Mount Mayaboku. He asked them to summon him back with the reverse summoning technique. In no time, Jiraiya found himself transported to the sacred grounds of Mount Mayaboku. Once he arrived, Jiraiya headed straight for the Great Toad Sage. On the way, he first greeted Gamabunta, as well as the 2 sage toads, Fukasaku and Shima. Learning that, though both had been injured, their lives were not in danger, he pressed on and soon stood in front of the Great Toad Sage. And who might this be? The Great Toad Sage, his eyes narrowed with age, peered down at Jiraiya. It's me, Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya, he replied. Oh, little Jiraiya, is it? What brings you here? Inquired the Toad Sage. Great Toad Sage, I came to ask if you have any prophecy regarding Uchiha Sora, Jiraiya asked. The Great Toad Sage closed his eyes in silence, giving no answer. Great Toad Sage, Jiraiya called out. At that, Fukasaku, who stood to the side, his body wrapped in bandages, spoke up. Old Master, little Jiraiya is asking you something. Oh, little Jiraiya. The Great Toad Sage seemed to awaken from his daze, his misty eyes finally settling on Jiraiya. Was there something you wanted? Jiraiya had nothing to say to that, and simply repeated his question. This time, the Great Toad Sage did not doze off. He pondered quietly for a while, then his tone grew faintly grave. Little Jiraiya, just now I had a dream. In that dream, I saw a visitor from beyond the stars descend upon this land, leaving destruction and plundering in their wake. But then, someone defeated this visitor and saved our world. Who was it? Jiraiya pressed, his anxiety growing. I do not know, replied the Great Toad Sage, shaking his head. A visitor from beyond the stars? How could that be? Jiraiya could hardly bring himself to believe it. The Toad Sage replied, this is something that lies far in the future, at the very least, not for another 10 years. Huh, what does that have to do with Uchiha Sora? Was it him who defeated the visitor from beyond? Jiraiya asked. I don't know. The Great Toad Sage continued to shake his head. In my dream, the young man from the Uchiha clan you mentioned never appeared. All right. Jiraiya nodded helplessly, still unwilling to give up as he asked. Great Toad Sage, do you have any other prophecies? No, I don't. Oh, then I'll take my leave for now. With no other choice, Jiraiya turned to go. After Jiraiya had left, Fukasaku and Shima looked at the Great Toad Sage and asked, Elder, the otherworldly visitors you mentioned. Who are they really? Gone was the sage's earlier dazed manner. His eyes shone with a sudden, sharp brilliance, and his voice grew heavy. Those beings are harbingers of disaster for this world. In the times to come, countless people will perish. Far too many to count. Fugaku and Shima gasped in shock. Does that mean even the 3 great sanctuaries won't be spared? The great toad sage fell into a deep, telling silence. Meanwhile, beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village, a team of shinobi raced swiftly along the road, 4 head protectors marked with the symbol of the Hidden Waterfall Village. In the middle of their formation, a young girl with short blue-green hair was surrounded and protected. Her face betrayed deep unease. Fu, we're almost at the Leaf Village up ahead. Once we're there, you'll be safe. You must keep your emotions under control. Do not, under any circumstances, let that monster inside you break free, the team leader soothed her. This group was, in fact, a band of ninja who had escaped from the Hidden Waterfall Village. Hidden among them was Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, the very person the Akatsuki organization had been desperately searching for. When they arrived at the gates of the Leaf Village, they were halted by gate guards. The guards immediately hurried to inform the third Hokage. Learning that the visitors were allied ninjas from the Hidden Waterfall, the third Hokage gave the matter his full attention, promptly allowing them entry and welcoming them personally. Lord Third Hokage, this is Fu, our village's Jinchuriki. Before we set out, our leader instructed us, whatever happens, we must ask you to allow Fu to stay within the Leaf Village, the team leader said with a deep bow. Jinchuriki, is it? It seems things are truly desperate in the Waterfall Village. The third Hokage mused aloud, though he hid a glimmer of satisfaction in his heart. Yes, whether we win or lose this war with the Grass Village, the Hidden Waterfall is doomed to face utter catastrophe. That's why our leader secretly ordered us to bring the Seven Tails Jinchuriki here, so she can live out her days in safety. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment, pondering before asking what exactly has happened in the Hidden Waterfall Village. An S-ranked rogue ninja, Kakuzu, has returned to our village. We were powerless to stop him, forced by his threats. We had no choice but to wage war against the Grass Village. I see. The third Hokage suddenly understood, then, looking troubled, said, I've heard of Kakuzu's strength. Unless I personally make a move, sending anyone else would be pointless. The Takigakure Jonin hastily replied, We wouldn't dare trouble you, Lord Hokage. The safety of Konoha rests on your shoulders. Now that Fu is safe here, whatever happens to Takigakure, we can only leave it to fate. The third Hokage reassured him, Don't worry, Konoha will do everything in our power to protect Fu. She won't suffer so much as a scratch. Thank you very much, Lord Hokage. The Jonin gave his thanks and said, We still need to return a check on our village, so we'll take our leave now. The third Hokage nodded. The Takigakure ninja entrusted the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, into their host's care and quickly departed. Only little Fu, barely 6 or 7 years old, was left behind. She looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, lost and timid. Take this child to rest, the third Hokage ordered, summoning members of the ANBU. He instructed them to escort Fu away from the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, the third Hokage lit his pipe, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. So this is truly a case of 2 tigers fighting over the prey, he mused. On the western battlefield of the Land of Grass, the forces of the Land of Earth were locked in fierce combat with 7 elite Edo Tensei shinobi. These 7 reanimated elites had all been renowned jonin in their lifetimes, each one a name of legend. By strength alone, each of them matched someone like Asuma Saratobi. Though their power in death was not quite what it had been in life, their immortality allowed them to unleash even greater might on the battlefield. All in all, their strength was every bit on par with a top-level jonin. Shinobi of that caliber were rare in even the 5 great villages. Thus, even though the Land of Earth had 5,000 troops, the combined resistance of the 7 Edo Tensei elites managed to hold them back. But the forces of the Land of Earth weren't so easily overcome. Once they realized these adversaries could not be killed, their thoughts immediately turned to using sealing techniques to defeat them. Under the force of the sealing jutsu, the reanimated elites could no longer hold, and one after another, they were finally sealed away. When at last only Yakura remained standing on the battlefield, a cheer broke out among the troops of the Land of Earth. Yellow Soil, alongside Han, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, exchanged triumphant glances, then burst into hearty laughter. It seems the situation in the Land of Grass is truly bleak, Yellow Soil said, exhilarated. Up against our mighty army. All they could send to oppose us were these walking corpses. It's almost laughable. Han replied coolly. They're just a minor village. What real strength could they possibly muster? That's true. Though I hear the Uchiha clan is still in the grass village. Too bad they're not here on this battlefield. Yellow Soil remarked with a regretful shake of the head. Otherwise, we could have snatched a few Sharingan eyes to take back for study. A swift victory. Leave the last reanimated enemy to me, Han declared, shooting a glance at the reanimated Yakura before dashing straight toward her. Yakura tensed, bracing herself for battle. Suddenly, her body shuddered as her consciousness was forcibly stripped away. In that instant, far away in Grass Ninja Village, Uchiha Sora, having just finished a conversation with Jiraiya, seized control of her mind. As Han drew near, Yakura suddenly formed a series of hand seals, then pressed her palm lightly to the ground. Summoning jutsu. With a resounding boom, 2 clouds of white smoke exploded in front of Han, blocking his advance. Han's momentum faltered. He quickly halted and focused, searching through the dissipating mist. As the mist cleared, 2 upright coffins appeared before him. What is this? Han exclaimed in shock, while Yellow Earth and the other troops behind him froze, dumbstruck by the sight. Careful, it's the impure world reincarnation, Yellow Earth shouted. A creaking sound echoed through the air as the coffins creaked open, revealing the bodies inside. One was a tall man wearing the scratched-out forehead protector of the Hidden Waterfall's rogue ninja, the notorious Kakuzu. The other was an elderly man, half his body wrapped in white bandages, with only a single eye exposed, none other than Danzo. Both were infamous figures in the ninja world. Kakuzu needed no introduction. He had spent years active in the underground bounty circuit, later joining the Akatsuki and taking on missions for money. The Tsuchikage, Onoki of the Land of Earth, had employed him several times before. In fact, right before this war with the Grass Ninja Village broke out, someone had hired Kakuzu to attack the Hidden Waterfall, coercing them into conflict. As for Danzo, he was the leader of Konoha's secret route organization. While most ordinary ninja might not recognize him, seasoned veterans like Yellow Earth and Han certainly knew of his existence. With the sudden appearance of these two, the warriors from the Land of Earth were utterly shaken. Yellow Earth exclaimed in disbelief, Kakuzu is dead. Did something catastrophic happen in the Hidden Waterfall village? Since the war had only just barely begun, few knew what had happened. Uchiha Sora had stormed the Hidden Waterfall and killed Kakuzu in a single, thunderous strike, news that hadn't yet reached them. Now, with Kakuzu summoned by forbidden jutsu right before their eyes, everyone could only stare in stunned confusion. And Danzo from Konoha, Uchiha Sora, took him down as well, murmured another, voices tinged with shock and mounting unease. All around, the soldiers buzzed with disbelief. At that moment, Yakura, still under Uchiha Sora's control, spoke in a calm, detached tone. Why not let these two keep you entertained for a while? From within the coffins, Kakuzu and Danzo slowly regained awareness and stepped forward, standing before the assembled crowd. Kakuzu, recalling the brief exchange he'd had with Uchiha Sora upon his revival, simply accepted his summoned fate and remained silent. But Danzo, on regaining consciousness, was far less composed. He looked down at his own reanimated body and shouted in fury, Damn you, Uchiha Sora! How dare you toy with my soul? Uchiha Sora, show yourself to me now! Danzo bellowed, his voice thick with irritation. Yet as he glanced around, he saw only a battlefield lying before him. No sign of Uchiha Sora, just the 2 other reanimated ones, Kakuzu and Gari, standing nearby. At this moment, Gari spoke up, Danzo, after I killed you, you should have been prepared for me to resurrect you via Edo Tensei. Danzo looked at Gari, a flicker of confusion passing over his face, but clarity soon dawned. It was obvious that Uchiha Sora was speaking to him by possessing Gari's body. With renewed rage, he shouted, Uchiha Sora, stop this cowardice and face me yourself. Gari smiled coolly. So noisy? Clearly, I can't expect you to quietly obey my command. With those words, Gari's own consciousness returned to her body. Far away in the Grass Ninja Village, Uchiha Sora seized control of Danzo's furious mind completely, plunging him into utter silence. Kakuzu, standing nearby, gave Danzo a sidelong glance and remarked in his usual flat tone, What a pitiable old man. For someone once at the top of Konoha, to be manipulated at will by a ninja from his own village. Having said this, Kakuzu wasted no time. He unleashed the 4 masked creatures from his body, sending them charging forward to unleash powerful ninjutsu against the Earth Country shinobi. Gari immediately followed, launching herself at the Earth Nin as well. Now entirely stripped of his own will and under Uchiha Sora's control, Danzo silently began unwrapping the bandages that covered him, revealing Shisui's right eye. And, of course, that bizarre arm bristling with multiple Sharingan eyes. Uchiha Sora had revived Danzo exactly as he was at the moment of death, which meant both the Shisui eye and the Sharingan-filled aura were restored by the reanimation. In this state, Danzo's fighting power was truly formidable. What's more, now that he was directly controlled by Uchiha Sora, it was almost as if a champion gamer was piloting a high-ranked account. With both Sharingan abilities and Danzo's own arsenal at his disposal, everything flowed with effortless precision. The moment he entered the fray, he unleashed a ferocious wind-release jutsu. Harnessing the force of the wind-style technique, he lunged straight toward Han. At that instant, his right eye suddenly morphed into a four-pointed shuriken shape. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Just then, a surge of powerful steam erupted from Han, launching him forward like a rocket as he streaked toward Danzo. His fist crashed down. Uchiha Sora, controlling Danzo, couldn't evade in time. Before the Mangekyo Sharingan's power could activate, Han's punch exploded Danzo's head. Seal him quickly. Han halted urgently. Witnessing Han's overwhelming strength, the shinobi from the land of Earth cheered with delight. The seal specialists hurried forward, casting their jutsu to imprison Danzo's ruined body, wrapping it tightly as his headless form was subdued. However, just as the sealing technique was about to take effect, Danzo's body suddenly vanished. In the next instant, Danzo appeared completely unharmed right beside the sealing ninja. It was Izumi. Wind release, vacuum wave. A blade of wind, sharp as a sickle, swept past the sealing ninja. The sealing ninja from the land of Earth was instantly sliced in two by the wind blade. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving everyone in stunned silence. How was this possible? He was about to be sealed. All present were baffled, unable to make sense of what had happened. Under Uchiha Sora's control, Danzo charged straight toward Han once more. Within the Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of Kodo Amatsukami was building, ready to be unleashed. As an Edo Tensei, Danzo had only one chance to use Kodo Amatsukami. Unfortunately, the reanimated Danzo could not match the strength he had in life. Be it speed or power, he lagged far behind Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Before he could even unleash the eye technique, he was already blown apart in the previous clash. Thankfully, the forbidden art Izumi allowed him to escape being sealed. It's too dangerous. Stay away from him. At that moment, Kitsuchi called out in warning. Han dared not act recklessly any longer and hastily retreated. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but feel disappointed. Kodo Amatsukami could only be cast effectively at close range. It had a strict limit to how far it could reach. He had intended to use it to turn Han into an ally in an instant, but Han's speed in taijutsu was simply too fast. The first attempt failed. Then, on the second try, their opponents had become alert. Activating eye techniques a third time would not be easy. With this thought, Uchiha Sora continued to have Danzo unleash one powerful wind-release jutsu after another, engaging the land of Earth's forces head-on in a contest of ninjutsu. But the overwhelming numbers of the land of Earth's troops meant that, despite Danzo's power, he simply could not gain the upper hand. Fortunately, Kakuzu's four masked monsters unleashed a barrage of ferocious attacks. With a variety of composite ninjutsu, the battlefield was locked in a stalemate. As a reanimated soul, Kakuzu commanded an infinite wellspring of chakra, casting jutsu freely and without restraint. His masked monsters could launch their attacks without even forming seals. They were like four walking artillery cannons. Then there was Pakura's scorch-release secret arts. Anyone who was struck was doomed on the spot. For a time, even though the Land of Earth's army enjoyed overwhelming numbers, they simply could not defeat the trio. Meanwhile, under Uchiha Sora's precise control, Danzo kept a vigilant watch on the sealing ninjas, ready to interfere at the first sign of danger. Kitsuchi and Han, wary of the Sharingan implanted in Danzo, dared not approach him carelessly. On top of that, Han had to be constantly on guard against Uchiha Sora, using the Flying Thunder God seal on Kitsuchi in a sudden attack, so he had to keep his attention split, always alert to Kitsuchi's position. Only a master of taijutsu could possibly defend against Uchiha Sora's Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, Danzo's body is covered with so many Sharingan, especially that right eye. The shape of it, that must be a Mangekyo Sharingan. Until we understand what it can do, we absolutely cannot get close. Looking at the mass of Sharingan eyes on Danzo's arm, Huangta couldn't help but exclaim. Han cursed as well. No wonder that old bastard Danzo ended up being killed by Uchiha Sora. He really had it coming. Even though they were enemies, just seeing that armful of Sharingan made it all too easy to guess the dark secrets hidden in the history of the Leaf Village. Luckily, Danzo's consciousness had already been stripped away by Uchiha Sora. Otherwise, if Danzo knew that people were cursing his name even after his death, he'd probably cough up blood in outrage. Meanwhile, back in the hidden grass village, Uchiha Sora was remotely controlling Danzo, making him unleash a barrage of ninjutsu, when suddenly the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Through your continuous control and use of Edo Tensei, the flaws of the impure world reincarnation technique have been automatically improved. The impure world reincarnation is evolving toward perfection. The news brought a spark of joy to Uchiha Sora. Never expected the Edo Tensei technique will become even more refined in his hands. This meant that, from now on, when he summoned the dead with Edo Tensei, their strength could become even closer to what they had in life. This was an unexpected windfall. Back on the battlefield, the fight raged on, reaching its climax. Kakuzu, almost single-handedly, used his ninjutsu to stall the main forces of the Land of Earth. But no matter how fierce his attacks, he was still outmatched by the overwhelming numbers of the opposition, and was gradually being pushed back. Itsong fared no better. Only Danzo, under Uchiha Sora's control, was still managing to hold his own by making use of his Anaji. But defeat was just a matter of time. After all, the three of them were Edo Tensei summons and couldn't unleash their full strength as they had in life. What's more, though Kakuzu couldn't resist Uchiha Sora's commands, he wasn't fighting with everything he had, so naturally his true combat experience couldn't shine through. As the three were being completely suppressed and on the verge of being sealed away, Uchiha Sora, far away in the hidden grass village, formed a hand sign. In an instant, 3 coffins appeared behind them, snapping shut before anyone could react. Bang! 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 The coffin lids clamped shut and vanished in puffs of white smoke. Knowing they stood no chance, Uchiha Sora decided it was best to withdraw his pawns for now. On the battlefield, Huang Tu and the others froze in place, stunned by the sudden disappearance of Danzo and the other two. With no more targets, the ninja forces of the Land of Earth anxiously turned to their captain, Huang Tu. Huang Tu quickly analyzed the situation. It must be Uchiha Sora, orchestrating things from the shadows. Let's head straight for the hidden grass village. He can't run, not unless he abandons the village itself. This time, I'd like to see how he plans to stand against us. Brothers, storm the grass ninja village. Kill Uchiha Sora. Avenge our fallen comrades. The ninjas from the Land of Earth felt their blood surge with passion, shouting in unison. Storm the grass ninja village. Kill Uchiha Sora. Storm the grass ninja village. Kill Uchiha Sora. With these cries echoing like rolling thunder, the forces of the Land of Earth advanced swiftly toward Grass Ninja Village, every man radiating unwavering resolve. The Land of Grass wasn't vast. The distance from its border to Grass Ninja Village was only 100 kilometers or so. For ninjas, covering such a distance was child's play. It would barely cost them any time at all. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora sat cross-legged in the leader's hall of Grass Ninja Village, regulating his state. From the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead, chakra flowed ceaselessly, replenishing what he'd expended during the battle with Jiraiya. After ordering the 3 Edo Tensei warriors to retreat, Uchiha Sora understood that he would need to step onto the battlefield himself. Facing an army of 5,000, he knew his only chance was to be in peak condition. Fortunately, he'd mastered the Yin Seal, and the chakra stored within was immense. Even after his fierce fight with Jiraiya, only a portion had been exhausted. The remaining chakra would more than suffice for the coming storm. As the Land of Earth's army swept toward Grass Ninja Village, the other powers across the ninja world watched closely. In their eyes, the northern front at Takigakure and the southern front at Amagakure hardly mattered in comparison. It was the front against the Land of Earth that truly captured everyone's attention. After all, the Land of Earth was one of the 5 great ninja villages. With 5,000 soldiers pressing in, Grass Ninja Village simply could not muster a matching force to defend itself. Should Grass Ninja Village fall, Uchiha Sora's fate would be of secondary concern. The real issue was the Uchiha clan now settled in the village. It would be too late for them to escape. At that moment, the Uchiha would face the same doom as the Uzumaki clan once did, the specter of annihilation. And the sharingan of the Uchiha would become the most coveted prize in the entire ninja world. Young Lady Yujito, set out for the Land of Grass at once. In the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning, the 4th Raikage gave his order to a young woman with long, chestnut hair. To the Land of Grass? You wanted to support Grass Ninja Village? Yujito asked. The 4th Raikage had only recently displayed goodwill toward Uchiha Sora. She guessed that this mission was aimed at helping Grass Ninja Village resist the forces of the Land of Earth, thereby drawing Uchiha Sora closer to their side. After all, there was old resentment between the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone. By backing Uchiha Sora, they could wound the Land of Earth's strength, a perfect maneuver. But the fourth Raikage shook his head. No, your mission isn't to reinforce Grass Ninja Village. Instead, you are to go undercover near the village and wait for the right moment. After a brief pause, he said, there's no way Uchiha Sora can hold back the main forces from the Land of Earth. Once Kusagakure falls, find an opportunity to capture some members of the Uchiha clan and bring them back. Yujito was momentarily taken aback by his words. The fourth Raikage continued, this is an S-rank mission. Before Kusagakure is breached, you must not make any moves under any circumstances. What if Kusagakure is never taken? Yujito couldn't help but ask. That's impossible. Uchiha Sora's strength is indeed formidable, but given his current condition, he no longer has the strength to protect Kusagakure. According to the latest intelligence, the main fighting force of the Uchiha clan has been drawn off to the southern fronts against Mangekyo. The village's defenses are stretched thin. The fourth Raikage scoffed and shook his head in disbelief. Seeing the Raikage's unwavering confidence, Yujito nodded. Very well. I'll depart immediately then. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, the fourth Kazekage was paying close attention to the unfolding battle as well. He arrived at nearly the same decision as the fourth Raikage, sending an elite ninja squad into the Land of Grass, hoping to fish in troubled waters and scheme for the Uchiha bloodline. Only the Land of Water, distant and removed overseas, reacted differently. As soon as the great elder Jinchii learned of Kusagakure's predicament, he wasted no time dispatching Meitarumi with an elite team into the country, their mission to support Uchiha Sora. As for Konoha, they chose not to act rashly. After returning from Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya immediately sent a message to the third Hokage, informing him of his own defeat at the hands of Uchiha Sora and urging him not to take any further action against Sora. Upon receiving Jiraiya's message and learning that Uchiha Sora had actually mastered the Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku, the third Hokage realized the situation was quickly spiraling out of control. Outside Kusagakure, in the Land of Grass, the entire army from the Land of Earth had assembled there. Yellow Soil and Han led 5,000 Iwagakure shinobi, forming up directly at the village's gates. The enemy is coming, a Kusagakure sentry called out in a trembling voice, peering through his binoculars at the sea of soldiers from the Land of Earth swelling toward them. Beside him, a companion asked, uncertainty coloring his words, can our leader really defend the village? Our fate is in his hands now. Whatever happens, happens. The sentry fired a signal flare, alerting the village behind them of the looming threat. After that, he set down his binoculars, sat where he was, and allowed his gaze to drift skyward, blank with thought. With his limited abilities, he wasn't even qualified to fight on the front lines, let alone stand against the overwhelming army from the Land of Earth. He had done his duty by delivering the message, and now there was nothing left but to wait. Would he live or die? That was no longer his concern. In this fleeting moment, he simply wished to clear his mind and savor a rare, elusive sense of calm. Their companion, seeing this scene, broke into a relieved smile and laughed heartily. Yes, let fate decide. If we make it out alive this time, I'll treat you to drinks every day for a whole month. Then I'll buy you dinner every night for a month straight. The two of them exchanged a smile and burst out laughing, as if they had let go of all their fears. The wind howled, rising into a furious gale. A chilling, ominous tension spread through the air. The main forces from the Land of Earth swept forward with a fearsome momentum, drawing up within 100 meters of the outpost. The leaders, Kitsuchi and Han, surveyed the gates of the hidden grass village ahead, noticing that no ninja stood to oppose them. Their eyes met in silent communication. It seems Uchiha Sora really has reached the end of the road, said Kitsuchi quietly. At this point, not a single grass ninja has tried to stop us. Has he really abandoned this place? Han murmured with a frown. Kitsuchi's expression grew solemn. This guy has the flying thunder god technique. Maybe he's planning an escape, knowing he can't stand against us. After all, he seized this village from someone else in the first place. Oomph. Even if he gets away, the Uchiha clan certainly won't. Han retorted with a cold snort. You're right. Even if we don't kill Uchiha Sora today, at the very least, the Uchiha clan will belong to us, Kitsuchi replied. Enough talk. Let's begin the assault. There are 2 sentries ahead, but ignore them. Just crush everything in our path. Han gave a commanding wave. Watching in despair, the 2 grass ninja at the outpost saw the army from the Land of Earth surge towards hidden grass village, a force of overwhelming power. Suddenly, a kunai whistled down from the sky, landing directly in the path of the advancing troops. In an instant, a figure flashed into view. A white ceremonial robe fluttered through the air. Uchiha Sora had arrived. He turned to address the 2 grass ninja at the outpost, his tone gentle. You've both worked hard. Go on now, find shelter. The two, overwhelmed with relief, were on the verge of tears. Thank goodness. Chief, you finally came. Go, hurry, leave the rest to me. All right. Okay. The pair knew staying would only mean death. They didn't dare delay any longer, fleeing toward the village. Yet, instead of seeking shelter deep in the village, they stopped once they were at a safe distance, glancing back to watch Uchiha Sora's solitary figure from afar. If the chief fails today, what good would it do to run back to the village? One said with a wry smile as they exchanged glances. You're right. We can't abandon our families and just leave this village behind. In that case, we may as well stand here and witness our chief's valor as he faces the enemy alone. At this moment, Uchiha Sora stood in the path of the advancing forces, his expression utterly calm. At the very front of the advancing force, Han and the other Stone Village ninjas were momentarily stunned at the sudden appearance of Uchiha Sora. It's Uchiha Sora. That's him. He actually showed himself, and he's all alone. No way. Does he really think he can block our entire army by himself? Don't make me laugh. What about his men? Are they all dead? Is he the only one left? Some lone commander? What are we afraid of? Charge. Kill him. The combined might of 5,000 stone ninjas filled the ranks with overwhelming confidence. With shouts and rallying cries, they charged ahead, surging toward Uchiha Sora, fueled by an unshakable belief in their own victory. Even the ordinary ninjas, who knew full well how strong Sora was, carried themselves as if they barely considered him a threat. But amid the uproar, Sora calmly formed a seal with his hands. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a series of bursts, suddenly, over 1,000 copies of Uchiha Sora sprang into existence before the massive stone army. What? He actually made that many clones? The stone ninjas gasped in disbelief. Without hesitation, the army of Soras dashed forward to meet the oncoming stone forces. Creating over 1,000 shadow clones was no small feat, even for Sora. Though his chakra reserves had grown steadily through constant training, he still hadn't reached the legendary capacity of Naruto Uzumaki. But with 5,000 enemy ninjas bearing down on him, Sora could only counter with the same overwhelming numbers. Among the 5,000 of the Stone Village, only a handful were truly formidable. Most were ordinary genin or chunin. Even so, each of Sora's shadow clones was stronger than the average enemy ninja. The two sides clashed at once, and a fierce battle erupted. Sora's real body remained rooted on the spot. After producing over 1,000 clones, his chakra was severely depleted, yet he showed not a hint of worry. He still had the reserve stored away in the Yin seal, untouched until now. At any moment, he could draw from it and restore himself to full strength. Moreover, the chakra in his body had only diminished because it was divided among the shadow clones. As the clones were dispelled or defeated, whatever chakra remained would flow back to him. Unless one of the clones exhausted all its chakra and vanished from overuse, most of the time, the leftover chakra would always return. These 1,000-plus clones didn't have enough energy for powerful jutsu, but for standard ninja techniques, taijutsu, and swordplay, they had more than enough. And each clone moved swiftly and struck hard. Ordinary stone genin and chunin who let down their guard could be eliminated in an instant. Only elite chunin and higher-ranking ninja could find an opportunity to break his shadow clones. Kill! 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 The Iwagakure ninjas roared, and the two sides fell into a fierce battle. The number of shadow clones and Iwagakure ninjas dwindled steadily. Watching this unfold, Kuratsuchi frowned. This Uchiha Sora is actually willing to burn through his chakra, splitting off a whole army of shadow clones to hold us back. It looks like he intends to wipe out as much of our fighting force as he can. Kuratsuchi analyzed inwardly. We can't keep throwing our lives away like this. He shot a glance at Han, who caught his meaning instantly and immediately entered a partial-tailed beast transformation, launching ferocious attacks at Uchiha Sora's shadow clones. In that state, Han's speed and strength were vastly amplified. Sora's clones were wiped out in droves in the blink of an eye. Sensing this shift, Sora immediately performed the summoning technique, bringing back Itsang, Kakazu, and Danzo, who he'd previously dismissed. He followed up with a sealing charm to further shackle Danzo's will, tightening his control. As soon as the trio appeared, they zeroed in on Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. But with his will suppressed, Danzo couldn't use Kotoeme Tsukumi or his more complex techniques, limiting his capabilities. However, Kakuzu's four-masked monsters unleashed a savage barrage. Alongside them, Yitsang's scorching release techniques cast a threatening shadow over the field. Together, the three managed to hold Han back, at least for now. With Han occupied, Sora's clones kept chipping away at the ranks of Iwagakure's ninjas. Damn that troublesome Edo Tensei. Kuratsuchi gritted his teeth in frustration. Amid the chaotic melee, the sealing ninjas never even got the chance to seal away the reanimated dead. Any attempt was met by Sora's clones, who would swiftly rush in to intervene. So, it's going to be a battle of attrition? Oof. In that case, I'll see just how much chakra you have to waste. Kuratsuchi steeled his resolve, spending lives to wear down Uchiha Sora's chakra. There was no other choice. This was the cruel reality of war. He kept several elite guards close, wary of a potential flying thunder god sneak attack, while he himself unleashed powerful ninjutsu to wipe out Sora's remaining clones. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones vanished one after another. All the while, Sora was assimilating the memories of every clone's battle, witnessing life after life snuffed out by his own hand. He even saw some Mangekyo ninjas, wild with bloodlust, slap explosive tags onto themselves and charge his clones in suicidal explosions. The battlefield was a vision of brutality and sorrow. Yet at this moment, Sora felt not a trace of pity, because this was war. As time marched on, when at last all of Sora's shadow clones were gone, the battleground was awash in rivers of blood. The stench of it drifted for miles, so potent that even the two Kusagakure observers a kilometer away could smell it clearly. As expected of our chief, he really made those stone ninja suffer heavy casualties. What a brilliant move. The two of them clutched each other's hands, their entire bodies trembling with excitement. A force of 5,000 had been whittled down to just over 2,000 in the blink of an eye. So many from his own village had fallen. Yellow Earth felt as if his heart were bleeding. To trade over 2,000 lives just to dispel every one of Uchiha Kuu's shadow clones. This was nothing short of brutal. At this moment, Yellow Earth's heart was seething with hatred. He shouted at Uchiha Kuu, who still stood calm and unmoving. Uchiha Kuu, after creating so many clones, how much chakra can you possibly have left? Let me tell you, there's no way you can protect your village now. I'll personally destroy everything you've worked for here. Glaring at the furious Yellow Earth, Uchiha Kuu simply smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I have plenty of chakra left. I could easily perform the multi-shadow clone jutsu again. But the clones have already served their purpose. Now it's time to try something a little different." At this point, only 30% of Uchiha Kuu's chakra remained. He hadn't even unleashed the Een seal. He decided it was time to step in personally and join the fight. Reaching into his ninja tools pouch, he took out a small scroll and unrolled it, pressing his hand down. With a thunderous pop, a cloud of white smoke burst forth. A brand new longsword appeared in Uchiha Kuu's hand, along with a massive shuriken nearly as tall as a man. Planting the longsword firmly in the ground, he swung up the giant shuriken with his right hand and hurled it straight at the ranks of stone ninja before him. At the same instant, he formed a one-handed sign with his left. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, dozens, no, hundreds of shadow shuriken fanned out from the giant windmill blade, soaring through the air, raining down upon the Earth Country's ninja forces. Earth-style mud wall. Earth-style stone wall. Layer upon layer of defensive jutsu sprang up from the stone army, blocking the barrage of gigantic shuriken. But in that very moment, Uchiha Kuu was already charging forward into the crowd, his longsword crackling with blinding lightning. Sword Art, Thunderous Wrath. Sword Art, Lightning Strike. Each swing of his blade unleashed arcs of lightning, felling the stone ninja with swift, deadly precision. The true body's speed, power, and reflexes were simply leagues beyond those of his shadow clones. Uchiha Kuu activated his sharingan, the three-tomoe spinning crimson in his eyes, reading every movement of his enemies with terrifying clarity. With every strike, he claimed at least one life. Ordinary stone ninja stood no chance at all before him. The numbers might have been formidable, but not a single one could land a scratch on Uchiha Kuu. Watching this massacre unfold, Yellow Earth couldn't help but recall the last time he had led a 1,000-man raid against Grass Ninja Village. He clenched his jaw, rallying the crowd. Uchiha Sora's chakra is almost exhausted. Don't give up. Victory is within our grasp. The Iwagakure shinobi, who had previously been struck by fear and hesitation from the slaughter, were visibly reinvigorated by his words. Instantly, a renewed surge of confidence swept through them. Their assault became fiercer than ever, charging ahead with a reckless disregard for death. Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and a barrage of other ninja tools hurtled toward Uchiha Sora, but he evaded them all with ease. Earthen jutsu of every kind, mingled with techniques from other elements, came at him in relentless waves, yet not a single one could even graze the edge of Uchiha Sora's cloak. Still, everyone gritted their teeth and pressed the attack, refusing to let up, determined to wear him down and finish him off. A battle of one against many erupted on the battlefield, a titanic clash between Uchiha Sora and the mass forces. Meanwhile, at the edge of the battlefield, a figure had quietly appeared atop a towering tree. It was Yujito Ni, her strikingly beautiful features set in a cool, proud expression and her figure graceful as she observed the solitary figure below. Her eyes sparkled with keen interest, lips curling into a faint smile as she murmured to herself, "This Uchiha Sora is truly something special. What do you think, Matatabi?" "Yujito, be careful. That human is extremely dangerous," came the warning from Matatabi, the two tails sealed within her. Hearing her partner's caution, Yujito responded in a low voice. "Anyone who could take on the 5,000-strong Owagakure army alone is bound to be formidable. This feat rivals even Lord Third Raikage in his prime." "The Third Raikage, huh? Among you humans, some are monsters more frightening than us tailed beasts," Matatabi remarked in awe, as Yujito stood at the edge of the battlefield, marveling at the spectacle before her. On the other side, a select squad from the Land of Wind had arrived as well. The squad was led by Maki, one of Sunegakure's top jonin, renowned for his strength. With him were two other formidable jonin. "Captain Maki, isn't that our village's hero, the Scorch Release user Pakura?" One of the team members, watching the chaos unfold, pointed out the reanimated Pakura in surprise. "Pakura, the Scorch-style ninja." Maki narrowed his gaze, speaking through clenched teeth. "It really is her. Uchiha Sora. How dare he manipulate our village's heroine? This is unforgivable." "Yes, she's our hero," his comrade echoed angrily. "But this mission is our chance. Once Uchiha Sora is defeated, it'll be time for the Uchiha clan to pay their dues." The battle between Uchiha Sora and the Owagakure shinobi raged on across the field. With a single punch, Sora sent an Owagakure ninja flying, then withdrew his nicked longsword, standing rooted in place, exhaustion heavy on his body. His stamina was nearly depleted. His chakra was running low. "Haha, he's exhausted. This is our chance. Everyone, go for it." The surrounding hidden stone shinobi saw Uchiha Sora falter with weakness, their faces breaking out in delighted grins. Every eye burned with jealousy and greed. Whoever could kill Uchiha Sora would surely earn immense rewards upon returning to the village and be hailed as a hero. "Go! Kill Uchiha Sora!" The hidden stone ninja let out a thunderous roar. But in that very instant, Uchiha Sora formed a one-handed seal, and the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead suddenly began to glow. In seal, release. Strange lines spread across his face, the patterns accentuating his already striking features with an otherworldly allure. In a flash, a torrent of chakra surged through his body. Uchiha Sora's chakra was completely replenished in an instant. Niuju, Krishin Rebirth. He clasped his hands again, channeling medical ninjutsu, and all his exhaustion melted away. Now he was restored to his very peak. An overwhelming force erupted once again from Uchiha Sora, filling the air. Sensing the sudden shift in his power, the hidden stone shinobi faltered in their assault. "What's going on? Why do I feel like he's suddenly back to full strength? What are those marks on his face? That has to be some extraordinary secret technique. Damn, don't tell me he has even more tricks up his sleeve." A ripple of unease began to spread among the hidden stone ninja. "But don't lose heart, everyone. He might just be bluffing," the ninja Inoki's son, Kitsuchi, called out. With that, he charged forward, unleashing an earth release technique. His arm transformed into a gigantic fist made of solid stone, hurtling down toward Uchiha Sora with crushing force. Kitsuchi's strike was formidable, an unstoppable force filled with unyielding intent. Yet, as the blow closed in, Uchiha Sora merely smiled faintly, his eyelids lowering in calm composure. In the next heartbeat, his eyes shot open. Within the crimson pupils, the three-tomoe sharingan spun and transformed, becoming a six-pointed star, the Mangekyo sharingan. A pale golden energy erupted from his body with a mighty roar. As Kitsuchi's mighty stone fist was about to smash down, an enormous golden hand appeared out of nowhere, catching the stone fist in its grasp. Instantly, Kitsuchi's momentum was halted. His massive attack froze before Uchiha Sora. "What is this?" Kitsuchi couldn't suppress a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his eyes widening as he stared at the golden hand gripping his own. Through that luminous hand, Kitsuchi saw a towering figure, an armored half-body samurai formed entirely of golden chakra, standing protectively before Uchiha Sora. With the gentlest flick, the golden hand hurled Kitsuchi aside, sending him crashing to the ground with an earth-shaking thud. The surrounding hidden stone shinobi were frozen in shock. Feeling the awesome aura now radiating from Uchiha Sora, their hearts quaked. They could hardly stand as dread overtook them. What kind of jutsu is this? What immense power is this? The crowd looked up at Susanoo, muttering in awestruck disbelief. Uchiha Kong glanced around at the Iwagakure shinobi encircling him, but slowly shook his head. This power is still not enough. As he spoke, the force in his eyes surged once more. With the fierce explosion of his Mangekyo-esque might, the half-bodied Susanoo grew even larger. In the blink of an eye, 2 legs sprang forth from its armored form. Its frame soared to an imposing height of 20 meters, massive as a tailed beast. This was the 5th form of Susanoo, one step short of perfection. Its emergence brought an even greater sense of oppression crashing down on everyone present. Many shivered uncontrollably, their lips trembling, voices lost in fear. Some were on the verge of turning and fleeing in terror. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kong now stood atop Susanoo's head, gazing down upon the battlefield from his lofty vantage point. Seeing the Iwagakure shinobi react with such fear, he couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. With Susanoo unleashed, ordinary ninja could do nothing. Even his defenses were unbreakable for them. The golden samurai's long arms stretched wide, and in his hand a brilliant sword of light took shape. With barely a motion, he swept the blade toward the enemy shinobi. Slicing wind surged. The earth itself trembled. Whirlwinds roared through the air, sending stone and sand flying across the ground. In an instant, all the Iwagakure shinobi surrounding Uchiha Kong were torn to pieces by the devastating sword energy. One stroke. It was terrifying beyond belief. The remaining Iwagakure ninja looked on, nearly collapsing from despair. Too strong. Unimaginably strong. At a distance, 2 grass village sentries witnessing the scene leapt with excitement, waving their arms in wild jubilation. Our leader is incredible. He's absolutely unbeatable. I adore him. The leader is mighty. The leader is invincible. Crying tears of pure joy, the 2 embraced each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yujito Ni from the Cloud Village, along with Maki and others from the Sand Village, were all utterly shaken by Uchiha Kong Susanoo. This guy, he truly is a monster. Even the proud Yujito couldn't help but exclaim, drawing a sharp breath. Maki and the others broke into cold sweat. With power like that, if he ever learned that their mission was to target the Uchiha clan, not even the 4th Kazekage could save them. Their entire village might be dragged into disaster. Back on the battlefield, as the dust finally settled, the survivors stared in horror at the carnage around them, their spirits breaking bit by bit. What kind of monster are we really fighting against? Why are we made to fight something like this? When the world was the 3rd Sachikage thinking? Are we all just being sent to die? Yeah, so many people are already dead. What is the point of this battle anymore? I quit. I want to go home. Many warriors began to feel a sense of exhaustion and aversion to battle, and some even dropped their weapons and fled without looking back. In that instant, the momentum of the Iwagakure forces crumbled completely. Rising unsteadily to his feet, Kitsuchi saw this scene and clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. Suddenly, he bellowed at everyone, "All of you, are you willing to let the sacrifices of our fallen comrades be for nothing? When faced with a powerful enemy, are you really so quick to give up on our will of stone?" Those who had been on the verge of collapse jolted back to attention. The will of stone. Yes, this is the legacy passed down in Iwagakure, the very foundation that has allowed the village to stand unyielding for generations. Once again, everyone felt their spirits rekindled. The fear that had caused their bodies to tremble was banished, and strength surged back into their limbs. "Everyone, unleash your jutsu with me," Kitsuchi called out. "Yes," came a unified shout of the group. Earth Style, Earth, and Stone Dragon. At his command, the ninja simultaneously unleashed Earth release techniques. A massive surge of chakra tore up the ground beneath their feet, conjuring colossal dragons fashioned from mud and rock. Dozens, if not hundreds, of earthen dragons charged forward with the unstoppable force of an avalanche, all bearing down on Uchiha Sora's golden Susanoo. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth Style, Falling Rocks. A multitude of Earth-released jutsu were cast at once, converging in a torrent upon Uchiha Sora. In a matter of moments, Susanoo was completely engulfed by the overwhelming barrage of Earth-based ninjutsu. Witnessing this, Kitsuchi slammed both hands onto the ground and shouted, "Not enough. Let me add my Mountain Earth technique to it." With a massive rumble, An immense tide of chakra burst from Kitsuchi and channeled deep into the earth. Two semicircular mountains erupted from the ground on either side of Uchiha Sora and crashed inward, threatening to crush him between them. The earth shook violently, thick dust billowed through the air, and shards of stone shot in all directions. Uchiha Sora's golden Susanoo vanished beneath the weight of the twin mountains. This sight was so astounding that even the three reanimated warriors and Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, locked in heated battle, stopped fighting and looked over in shock. Watching from the distant edge of the battlefield, Yujito and the others couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. As expected, never underestimate the strength of ordinary shinobi when united. The Wagakyu's sheer numbers are truly terrifying. Maki, the elite jonin from Sunagakure, thought to herself. Due to harsh geography and lack of resources, Sunagakure had always followed the path of elite specialization. Their number of shinobi couldn't compare with a Wagakyu's vast ranks. Now, witnessing the overwhelming force of a Wagakyu's war tactics, Maki and her companions were deeply moved. Did we do it? As the dust began to settle on the battlefield, an Wagakyur ninja spoke out hopefully. Having exhausted almost all his chakra, Kitsuchi stared intently toward the center. To withstand such a dense barrage of jutsu head-on, especially with the full force of his own Mountain Earth technique, Uchiha Sora could hardly have come through unscathed. Could he really hold his ground as he had before? Huang Tu felt a surge of anticipation, eager to witness Uchiha Sora collapse amidst the ruins. But the very next second, Huang Tu seemed to sense something. His expression shifted abruptly. "Everyone, be careful!" he cried out in alarm. The ground began to tremble ever so slightly. From the cracks between those two colossal, dome-shaped mounds of earth, a sudden flash of light erupted. It was the gleam of a sword. An earth-shattering explosion followed. In an instant, a circular arc of sword light burst out from within the mountains of soil, shooting straight up. The two massive earthen mounds were sliced cleanly in half by the sweeping blade, split into top and bottom. The force of the sword swept across the battlefield, stretching out for nearly a kilometer. Those Wagakyur ninja who were too close were obliterated in a heartbeat, reduced to dust by the sword's overwhelming power. Even those farther away were not spared. The sword wind hurled them through the air, their panicked screams echoing as their bodies were flung skyward. Huang Tu himself was also caught in the blast, but fortunately, he managed to perform the earth release, body hardening technique just in time, turning his body to stone to escape death by a hair's breadth. The shockwave continued to roll outward for a kilometer, and onlookers instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves from the roaring wind. What incredible strength! This is like the power of a tailed beast. No, perhaps it even surpasses them. Yujito remarked in astonishment. At the heart of the battlefield, the golden-armored warrior stepped forward, emerging before the eyes of all. Atop the warrior's massive head stood Uchiha Sora, arms crossed, sharingan spinning with the Mangekyo-esque distinctive pattern, and across his lids, a streak of vivid orange, sign of Sage Mode's power. That same sage shadow was mirrored on the face of the Susanoo. It was sage art, Susanoo. The power of this technique far surpassed that of ordinary Susanoo. Although it wasn't yet the complete body Susanoo, the force of this single strike was enough to overwhelm the entire field. Even the tailed beasts would be left wanting in the presence of the sage art, Susanoo. In mere moments, the army of the land of Earth was thrown into chaos. From their original number of less than 2,000, half vanished in an instant from a single swing. All across the battlefield, the only Wagakyur ninja left standing numbered no more than 700 or 800. Those who survived stared at the colossal golden warrior striding toward them like a living mountain. Their eyes were filled with despair. It's over. Everything is over. We've lost, utterly defeated. So many have died. Why? Why has it come to this? He's too strong. Far too strong. He's a monster. An absolute monster. The suffocating air of despair thickened across the battlefield. Even Huang Tu began to doubt everything he knew. He was overwhelmed with guilt. If he hadn't led the assault on the grass ninja village, if he hadn't spurred everyone on even at the final moment, maybe more people could have survived. It was me. I gave my squad the wrong orders. It was me. I brought such heavy losses to my soldiers. With head bowed in shame, Huang Tu dropped to his knees and wept bitterly in agony. From a distance, Yujito and her companions watched the battlefield, their faces filled with disbelief as they gazed upon the golden warrior blazing brilliantly in the midst of combat. What kind of power is this? Yujito whispered, her voice quivering ever so slightly. Matatabi, even if we were both fully transformed in a tailed beast form, I'm afraid we might still stand no chance against that man. Within her, Matatabi paused for a moment, then murmured, "This power might only be matched by the likes of the Nine Tails. Even Eight Tails would probably fall short here." At that moment, Uchiha Sora, enveloped in the radiant form of Susanoo, rampaged through the battlefield like a god descending from the heavens. Not a single hidden stone ninja dared to resist. The resolve that had once seemed as unyielding as rock now shattered and crumbled under the overwhelming force before them. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed across the battlefield. A surge of immense chakra shot into the sky. From amidst of the ruins, a figure slowly rose, 5 red chakra tails swaying behind. It was Han. A surge of hope rekindled in the hearts of those watching. Huang Tu lifted his head, his gaze searching for Han. Ichi's gone berserk after taking that last sword strike. Huang Tu muttered to himself. The power of the 5 tails Jinchuriki had once been a source of lethal strength on the battlefield. Huang Tu had pinned all his hopes on it. Yet now, he couldn't muster much optimism. Against Uchiha Sora's golden Susanoo, even the mighty strength of 5 tails seemed unexpectedly frail. But Han was now beyond control, caught in the throes of a rampage. Within him, the 5 tails Kokoo, now unrestrained, unleashed its power at last, caring little for its host's fate. Gradually, a layer of white bone crept across Han's body, sinew and muscle swiftly enveloping it until, in the blink of an eye, he became an enormous beast as white as snow. Its body was horse-like, its head resembled a dolphin's, bearing massive horns, and 5 enormous white tails billowed behind it in the wind. The 5 tails Kokoo had entered the fray. Towering tall, it now faced Susanoo, its eyes fixed, never leaving its adversary. Oh, is this the full transformation of a Jinchuriki, or simply a rampaging tailed beast? Uchiha Sora gazed at the mighty Kokoo and spoke with curiosity. His answer came in the form of a chilling snort through the beast's nostrils. Though the 5 tails may not possess the greatest chakra reserve among the tailed beasts, its mastery of taijutsu was unmatched. With its unique boil-release technique, it wielded titanic, awe-inspiring strength. At this moment, seeing Uchiha Sora's golden Susanoo, the 5 tails, Muo, let out a heavy snort from its nostrils. It dug its forehooves forcefully into the earth, lowered its head, and charged forward with incredible speed. The 5 sharp horns on its head were its most fearsome weapons. As it ran, it continued to pick up speed, the ground trembling violently beneath its pounding hooves. The Iwagakure shinobi on the battlefield couldn't take their eyes off the scene, instinctively holding their breath in suspense. Meanwhile, far in the distance, the beast within Yujito Ni let out a mocking laugh. That 5 tails fool, charging again and again, it never learns. So annoying. With a resounding crash, the 5 tails Muo collided head-on with the Golden Warrior. The massive shockwave that burst out from the impact forced the Iwagakure shinobi to stumble back again and again, unable to withstand the force. When everyone's vision cleared, they saw that the Golden Warrior's hands had gripped tightly onto 2 of Muo's giant horns. The 5 tails' overwhelming brute force had been completely halted by the strength of the Golden Warrior. Muo pressed down, pushing harder with its powerful legs, steam billowing furiously from its body as it drew upon even greater strength. The ground beneath both of them began to crack and shatter layer by layer, the very earth trembling under the might of their collision. The spectacle of this pure clash of power was so exhilarating that for a moment, all watching forgot they stood on a brutal battlefield. Just then, Uchiha Sora surged with sage chakra and ocular power. Susanoo's enormous hands abruptly tightened their grip and, with a mighty heave, swung Muo clean off the ground. In utter disbelief, all eyes fixed on the scene. Muo howled in pain, its body sent spinning helplessly through the air as Susanoo smashed it over its massive shoulder, slamming the beast down hard onto the earth. It was like an earthquake of the fiercest magnitude. The battlefield shattered, splitting open into a gigantic crater. Dust billowed, and fragments of stone rained through the air. "Everyone fall back," Kitsuchi shouted, urging his comrades to retreat from the area. As the dust settled, Muo shook itself and clambered up out of the crater, dazed. It looked up at the Golden Warrior, a flicker of wariness in its eyes. But as a tailed beast, surrender was never an option. With a sudden move, it opened its jaws wide, forming a black sphere of chakra in an instant. The raw chakra was so intense, even the air itself seemed to grow heavier around them. "That's a tailed beast bomb," Yujito Ni said gravely from a distance. The tailed beast bomb, the ultimate attack of every tailed beast, possessed enough destructive power to obliterate half a village with a single shot. Its might was dreaded by every shinobi village, recognized as one of the deadliest weapons of wartime. On the battlefield, the detonation of just one-tailed beast bomb could wipe out entire squads of shinobi in the blink of an eye. Right now, Muo unleashed a black-tailed beast bomb, large as its own head, aiming it straight at Susanoo. This scene, which had seemed almost hopeless to Huang Tu, now sparked a flicker of hope in his heart. The tailed beast bomb shot forward like an artillery shell, hurtling toward the Golden Warrior. Facing the deadly projectile that sped straight for him, Uchiha Sora made no move to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away. Instead, he manipulated his Susanoo, grasping the energy longsword in both hands, raising it high above his head. Then, meeting the tailed beast bomb head-on, he brought the sword crashing down with all his might. In an instant, the black orb and the Susanoo's sword collided violently. A resounding blast erupted, an earth-shattering roar that seemed to shake the heavens. The tailed beast bomb flared with blinding light, yet the long sword held it back with unwavering force. Sword and bomb blazed with wild, surging energy. Powerful waves of energy rippled outward in every direction. Under the eyes of the utterly stunned onlookers, the Golden Warrior's long sword suddenly swept forward with immense strength, slicing the tailed beast bomb cleanly in two. The two halves of the bomb flew backward, crashing into the distant forest. Explosions ripped through the silence, deafening and immense, shafts of light bursting from the earth as the land itself seemed to cry out in agony. My God, he cut the tailed beast bomb in half. This guy is a monster. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The Iwagakure shinobi who witnessed this scene could only stare in wide-eyed shock, utterly dumbfounded and struck speechless. They had thought the power of the tailed beast could hold its own against the Golden Warrior, only to find that the terrifying beast was no more than a child before him, a mere novice. At that moment, Uchiha Sora's Susanoo vaulted high, landing directly atop the five tails, straddling its massive back. The beast thrashed wildly, but Susanoo's armored legs clamped down tight on its body, and then, without hesitation, raised a massive fist and began pummeling Mu King's head. Thud, thud, thud. Susanoo made no use of its sword now, only its fists, raining blow after blow down on the five-tailed skull. It was like watching a warrior break a wild stallion. The others could only look on, mouths agape in disbelief. The five tails let out pain, guttural howls. Though tailed beasts were beings made of pure energy, their physical manifestations were flesh and blood, and they could certainly feel pain. At that moment, all the five tails could comprehend was a dazed, overwhelming agony in its head. It had never, in all its existence, endured such humiliation. Did I see that right? Is that really a tailed beast? The two grass ninja, watching from afar, stared, dumbstruck at the spectacle before them. Looks like the boss is beating that tailed beast as easily as one would a dog. They thought to themselves, surely, what they'd witnessed today would be something to brag about for a lifetime. Meanwhile, inside Yujito Ni's body, Matatabi shivered, speaking with dread. Never make an enemy of this man. He's too dangerous. Yujito nodded in fervent agreement, though worry creased her brow. But I can't just abandon the fourth mission, can I? Are you really thinking of making a move? Yuli said, listen, I advise you not to do anything foolish. I don't want to end up in trouble because of you. Yumu's brows tightened into a deep frown. After a moment of deliberation, she spoke, let's take this opportunity to slip into the hidden grass village and get a feel for the situation before we make any decisions. Fine. As long as we team up, we should at least be able to protect ourselves. Yuli replied, resignation in her voice. After all, Yumu was a perfect Jinchuriki, and when she and Yuli worked together, their chemistry brought out a power far greater than what the Five Tails could manage alone. The Five Tails was all brute force, but these two were anything but reckless. As for Maki and the others from the Hidden Sand, they were well aware that it was wiser to give up the mission and bring the intel back home. With such vital information, the Kazekage would surely overlook any failure in the mission. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Five Tails was battered and bleeding, pummeled by Susanoo's mighty fists, its mouth filled with anguished cries. Yet, even in its pain, the Five Tails refused to beg for mercy. Its resolve was clear, a fierce, unbending spirit that would never surrender. Such was the pride of the tailed beasts. Even in defeat, never would they plead to humankind. Uchiha Sora's brow furrowed. Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, was a ninja of the Hidden Stone. If released, he would only become an enemy again, and trying to sway him to join the beast organization was all but impossible. After these two wars, the grudge between the Hidden Stone and Sora had grown too deep, beyond any hope of reconciliation. Given that, only one option remained. Susanoo, steered by Sora, raised a giant palm, a spinning, golden Rasengan forming at its center. Susanoo, Rasengan. This was one of Uchiha Sora's unique tactics, manipulating Susanoo to unleash his signature jutsu directly. The golden Rasengan slammed down on the battered form of the Five Tails. Boom! In an instant, a blinding energy erupted skyward, golden rays tearing through the sky. In that terrible roar, the Five Tails was forced back into its Jinchuriki vessel. When the golden light faded, the earth looked as if some colossal spoon had scraped out a gigantic hollow. Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, now lay inside the pit, gasping, barely clinging to life. Uchiha Sora drew back the power of Susanoo and summoned Danzo to his side. While Han remained unconscious, Sora controlled Danzo to unleash Kotoemitsu Tsukimi through his right eye. Illusion, Kotoemitsu Tsukimi. Thanks to his reanimated form, Danzo's Kotoemitsu Tsukimi came off cooldown. Taking advantage of a loophole, Sora had him implant a command in Han's mind. Be loyal to Uchiha Sora. Remain hidden in the hidden stone as a spy, and deliver intelligence to Uchiha Sora. Unaware, Hanzo was quietly transformed as he lay unconscious. But with this use, Danzo's Kotoemitsu Tsukimi fell into an extended period of cooldown once again. Moreover, Uchiha Sora quickly noticed that because of the effects of the impure world reincarnation, the power of Kotoemitsu Tsukimi in Danzo's body was clearly inferior to that of Shursue's real eye. If it were truly Shursue's eye, it could permanently alter a person's will. But Danzo, now resurrected with impure world reincarnation, could only use Kotoemitsu Tsukimi to change someone's will temporarily. Its duration was no more than 3 years. In other words, after 3 years, Han's original will would return. By then, another use of Kotoemitsu Tsukimi would be needed to control him again. However, Uchiha Sora didn't find this discouraging. As long as nothing unexpected happened, his physical constitution would evolve into Hashirama's sage body in 3 years' time. At that point, the pair of genuine Shursui eyes sealed within him would be fully restored and ready to use. Once that happened, casting a permanent Kotoemitsu Tsukimi on Han would thoroughly rewrite his will. All these thoughts raced through his mind in a single instant. After using Danzo to cast Kotoemitsu Tsukimi, Uchiha Sora quickly placed a Flying Thunder God seal on Han. With this, Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, was now completely under his control. Having done all this, he finally leaped out of the deep pit and turned to face the group of Awagakure shinobi. Watching the fearful eyes of the ninja before him, Uchiha Sora's lips curled into a cold smile. Are you all ready to meet your end? After a fierce battle, even though much of his ocular power and sage chakra had been spent, his aura remained as intimidating as ever. Hearing these chilling words from Uchiha Sora, every Awagakure ninja present felt a shiver run down their spine. Kitsuchi called out in alarm. Uchiha Sora, what have you done to Han? I'd say he's not far from death. What is it? Do you think you have the strength to save him? Uchiha Sora replied with a mocking smile. Upon hearing this, Kitsuchi fell silent. Their operation had already ended in utter defeat. Saving Han was out of the question. At this point, it was uncertain whether anyone could even survive Uchiha Sora's onslaught. Besides, he himself had been marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. On the battlefield, a wave of despair spread like fog. All the Awagakure shinobi were overwhelmed by a deep sense of powerlessness. Uchiha Sora gripped his long sword and began walking slowly toward Kitsuchi and the others. Just as he was about to deal with these last remnants of Awaga, a small figure suddenly flew in from the distant sky. A powerful chakra surged closer and closer. Particle-style, atomic dismantling jutsu, an ancient voice rang out. From high above Uchiha Sora, a white beam of light dropped from the heavens, descending in an instant right before him. What? It's the third Tsuchikage. The surviving Awagakure ninjas erupted in cheers. Kitsuchi, his face alight with excitement, gazed at the figure in the sky. It's that. The power of dust release is a force that surpasses even Kekkei Genkai. Before it, anything, no matter what it is, will be reduced to its most basic atoms. No living body could possibly withstand an attack from dust release. And Uchiha Sora's body was no exception. Anoki. At this moment, as the technique of Primal Realm stripping bore down on him, Uchiha Sora's Mangekyo, sharingan spun with its mesmerizing power. Heavenly Divine Realm. Severing Void. A formless spatial barrier appeared in front of Uchiha Sora. The next instant, the pillar of dust release light descended from the sky, crashing against the barrier like a tidal wave meeting a sheet of tempered glass. It couldn't advance even an inch. Gradually, the light faded away. Hovering high above, Inoki's eyes grew grave as he looked down at Uchiha Sora below. This kid actually blocked my dust release. Is it the power of his Mangekyo? What a troublesome ability, Inoki muttered under his breath. Uchiha Sora raised his head, calmly meeting Inoki's gaze in the sky. I didn't expect the third Tsuchikage to show up here as well. So what's your plan? Are you thinking of coming down to give yourself a warm-up? Arms folded, Inoki looked down from on high and spoke. Young Uchiha, I admit I miscalculated this time. If I hadn't sensed something amiss and rushed here myself, I might have lost my son, and Iwagakure would have lost its Jinchuriki as well. Still, the damage you've caused Iwagakure is something I'll remember, always. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Oh, so you want to personally avenge your fallen subordinates? Careful, old man, or you might leave your own bones here as well. Inoki simply snorted at this, not bothering with more words. He flew straight toward Han, the five-tails Jinchuriki, who lay at the bottom of the pit. As he flew, he called out, Uchiha Sora, this old man has no patience for pointless argument. This war is our defeat. Let's end it here. Call a ceasefire. Uchiha Sora only smiled quietly, offering no reply, simply watching as Inoki swooped down into the pit and hauled Han into the sky. Then Inoki turned to Kitsuchi and the others below, issuing his order. All of you, withdraw for now. Leave the rear guard to me. Hearing this, many of the Iwagakure ninjas breathed a sigh of relief and quickly began their retreat. A handful of elite ninjas appeared at Kitsuchi's side to serve as his escort, personally seeing him to safety. Uchiha Sora gazed at the scene before him, making no move to intervene. Inoki's desire for a ceasefire suited him perfectly. After all, his chakra reserves were running dangerously low, and even the chakra stored in his Yin seal was insufficient to fully replenish himself. Most pressing of all, he could feel his vision starting to blur. The repeated use of his Mangekyo powers in recent days had pushed his eyes to the threshold of darkness. If you counted it up, today alone, Uchiha Sora had already endured multiple fierce battles. The clash with Kakazu in the Hidden Falls village, the confrontation with Jiraiya upon returning to his own village, and now this all-out war against the armies of the Land of Earth. For an average shinobi, emerging from 3 life-or-death struggles like these would mean absolute exhaustion. Although Uchiha Sora had found brief moments of rest here and there, it was far from enough to restore him to peak condition. Fortunately, the chakra he'd stored in his Yin seal had kept him going this long. But now, his eyes were showing signs of strain beyond their limit. One more intense duel with Inoki, and the outcome would truly become uncertain. When it came to Inoki's particle style, only the Flying Thunder God technique could provide reliable evasion. The only other option for direct defense would be the spatial barrier of the Mangekyo itself. Moreover, were Inoki to ignore everything and rampage through the grass shinobi village, it would spell untold trouble. So, the instant Inoki appeared, Uchiha Sora understood that the war had reached its end. Inoki knew he couldn't guarantee a victory over Uchiha Sora, who possessed the Flying Thunder God. He was also wary of any trump cards Uchiha Sora might still have concealed. If both sides fought to the bitter end, it would only benefit the lurking ambitions of the other ninja villages. The two stared at each other across the ruined battlefield. Inoki spoke. Uchiha Sora, the loss and humiliation you've heaped upon Iwagakure. Iwagakure will remember it always. Someday, you will pay the price. Uchiha Sora shot back. You'd best worry about whether you'll live to see that day. Inoki snorted, turned, and led his people into a swift retreat. Watching Inoki's departure, Uchiha Sora let out a silent sigh of relief. Surveying the devastated field, he first absorbed Danzo and Kaksu, then instructed the reanimated Yitsong to clean up the battlefield. Once that was settled, he activated the Flying Thunder God and returned immediately to the leader's residence. The moment he was back, Uchiha Sora hurried to deactivate his sharingan. Yet to his dismay, his vision remained blurry, as if he were peering through a heavy haze of nearsightedness. For one as powerful as he, blurred vision would do little to hamper his combat ability, but the sensation remained deeply irksome. The ordinary Mangekyo, what a terrible trap. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just then, a crisp digital chime echoed in his mind. System notification incoming. Sensing the host's feelings of disappointment, your Sharingan has also expressed its reluctance to lose sight. It has decided to begin a period of seclusion and intense cultivation in pursuit of the path of eternity. The duration of the retreat will be 3 years, and during this time, no one may disturb it. The message from the system caught Sora Uchiha off guard for a moment. His Sharingan wants to go into seclusion to train, all for the sake of attaining eternity? Does this mean that after 3 years of seclusion, his Mangekyo Sharingan will break through to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? That's fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Yet Sora Uchiha found himself uncertain whether to feel more joy or worry in his heart. The good news was that, after 3 years, his Mangekyo Sharingan would stand a strong chance of evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. At that point, his visual prowess would reach new heights, and he'd no longer need to worry about going blind. The troubling part was that for the next 3 years, he feared he wouldn't be able to use his Sharingan at all, not even unlocking the three-tomoe form. Otherwise, he'd disrupt the Sharingan's cultivation, delaying its progress. Unable to rely on the Sharingan, Sora would be left without one of his most formidable defensive assets. Even Susanoo would be unavailable, which would certainly impact his combat strength. With the Sharingan in retreat for 3 whole years, there was no way Sora dared risk using it again. He had no choice but to resolve. Until the passage of those 3 years, he must not invoke the power of the Sharingan. Still, even though this would affect his fighting ability, the consequences weren't as dire as one might expect. After all, Sora Uchiha was a true all-rounder among ninja. Whether ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, or even medical techniques, he excelled in every field. Even without the Sharingan, his foundational abilities continued to improve, and his strength kept rising. Not to mention, he possessed Sage Mode and the Yin Seal. With the power of Sage Mode, his combat prowess still stood at the top, while the Yin Seal granted him incredible endurance. And there were techniques like Creation Rebirth and the strength of 100 as well. In truth, thus far Sora had only displayed the combination of his Sharingan and Sage techniques. He hadn't even revealed the power of the strength of 100. He had no shortage of trump cards, so even without the Sharingan, Sora Uchiha remained among the elite in the shinobi world. Moreover, his recent feat of driving back the 5,000-strong ninja army of the Land of Earth would certainly cause all factions in the ninja world to rethink their evaluation of him. Single-handedly, he virtually annihilated an army of 5,000 ninjas, and even subdued the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Just imagining such an achievement was electrifying, enough to set one's blood racing. Before any of the factions in the world dared provoke him again, they would now have to seriously weigh their own strength and consider whether they could truly stand against 5,000 shinobi and one-tailed beast. That night, Inoki led the battered remnants of his forces out of the Land of Grass and returned to the Land of Earth. With such devastating losses and nothing gained from the war, as the third Tsuchikage, Inoki had little choice but to answer to the families of those fallen shinobi and to the daimyo of the Land of Earth who had placed their trust in him. Moreover, now Inoki had to be on high alert for the ambitions of the other great shinobi villages nearby. Previously, the Hidden Stone's substantial ninja force made them overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that every neighboring nation feared a possible invasion from their hand. But now, with the Wagakure reeling from devastating losses, it was their turn to worry about attacks from others. The Sand Village of the Land of Wind, the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning, and the Leaf Village of the Land of Fire. All 3 major powers bore grudges against the Wagakure. In the meeting chamber of the Sand Village, the 4th Kazekage had summoned the elders for an emergency council late into the night. Maki had returned with crucial intelligence. Uchiha Sora had single-handedly routed an army of 5,000 on the front lines and even defeated the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. The elders sat in the meeting, struck dumb with shock. Unbelievable! We were all convinced that the Grass Village was doomed this time. Yet Uchiha Sora turned the tide with overwhelming strength. It's terrifying, one elder murmured, still shaken. Luckily, they had not agreed to attack the Grass Village before. Had they done so, it would have been their side suffering such a catastrophic loss. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, frowned and said, Uchiha Sora's abilities surpass even our worst predictions. He isn't even 13 yet. His potential for growth in the future is immense. Silence fell among those present. Yes, it was his future potential that was truly frightening. In a few years, could they be facing the rise of another Uchiha Madara? We will now list Uchiha Sora as an S-class threat, the Kazekage declared suddenly. Should any of our village's ninja encounter him during a mission, they may abandon the task with no penalty. A shudder went through the room. The next morning, at dawn, Uchiha Sora, after a brief rest, sat in the chief's residence. A map of the shinobi world spread out before him in the sitting room. On the map, he had crossed out the western, northern, and eastern borders of the Land of Grass, circling only the southern boundary, where it met the Land of Rain. This meant that, save for pressure from Rain Country ninjas to the south, the Grass Country borders were no longer threatened. The northern front, where they bordered the Land of Waterfalls, had ended with a sweeping victory for Grass Country. The Grass Ninja had brought back, not just overnight captives, but plenty of war spoils from the Hidden Waterfall Village. Even the son of the Waterfall Village's chief was now a prisoner. Effectively, the Hidden Waterfall Village was no more. With the northern campaign complete, Most of the shinobi stationed there could now be sent south as reinforcements. Ninjas from a southern rain country were formidable. Though the Uchiha clan had volunteered to fight on that front, everyone knew the Akatsuki operated behind the scenes there. It was a force not to be underestimated. Uchiha Sora resolved to focus all his attention on the south. Yet, according to reports from the front lines, the conflict in the southern theater had not broken in a full-scale war. The conflict mainly consisted of a series of small skirmishes. The Land of Rain never launched a major battle. Instead, it kept sending teams of shinobi on various surprise raids. Though there were no grand spectacles or earth-shaking clashes, the secret duels proved to be the deadliest of all. Both the rain and grass shinobi suffered casualties, and it soon became clear that a stalemate had set in. However, with the Uchiha clan joining the fight, the balance in this shadowy war gradually began to tilt in favor of the grass country. Once Uchiha Sora sent reinforcements to bolster their side, the forces of the Land of Rain quickly found themselves outmatched and on the defensive. Uchiha G, has the casualty count among our clansmen been compiled? Inside a tent near the border, serving as the temporary command center, Uchiha U turned to inquire of Uchiha G, who stood before him. Uchiha G replied, "This time, our entire clan has mobilized, and our advantage is obvious. Though the enemy is strong, we're stronger. So far, our losses have been relatively light, 38, according to the latest figures." 38, is it? Uchiha U nodded and said solemnly, "Although that number isn't large, every one of them was a hero of the Uchiha clan. We must bring their bodies back to the village for a proper burial." Upon hearing this, Uchiha G hesitated slightly. So far, only 13 bodies have been recovered. The other 25 are missing. Oh, missing. Uchiha U frowned deeply. How could that be? Haven't we been clearing the battlefields promptly? It's not that, Commander. We have always swept the battlefield immediately after a fight. But the disappearance of those 25 is truly odd. I suspect someone did this deliberately. There's never been a shortage of people coveting our clan's sharingan. Back in the days when we were still in Konoha, things like this were no threat. But here, without the protection Konoha offered, our clan has to be doubly vigilant. Uchiha U's tone hardened. Do everything you can to track down the whereabouts of our fallen. If you discover any clue, report to me at once. Yes. Uchiha G responded and turned to go. But Uchiha U called after him. One more thing. This is a rare chance for the Uchiha clan to display its strength. When we come across enemies with ulterior motives, we must wipe them out to the last man. As for those ranged shinobi bold enough to cross our borders, even if they flee back to the Land of Rain, hunt them down and destroy them. This time, we must show our power. Let the whole world witness the glory of the Uchiha clan. The Hidden Rain Village, Land of Rain. Here, a perpetual downpour blankets the world, while the ground below is crisscrossed with rivers and pools of standing water. Beneath the brooding, overcast sky, tall spires stand sentinel over the lands. Atop the tallest of these towers stood 3 figures, 2 men and a woman. They wore cloaks of black, emblazoned with crimson clouds. They were none other than Pain, the masked man, and Conan. At this moment, Tendo Pain spoke up. According to the information from White Zetsu, Kakuzu met his end at the hands of Uchiha Sora. I never expected that even with Rock Hidden, Waterfall Hidden, and our own Rain Hidden working together, we still couldn't capture Grass Ninja Village or defeat Uchiha Sora. Madara, what's your plan now? Pain looked towards the masked man. The masked man, Uchiha Bito, slowly replied. Kakuzu died taking on a mission from the land of Earth. You were the one who sent him. I have no comment about that. As for this war, since the other factions have already failed, there's no reason for our Rain country's forces to wear themselves out for nothing. Let's withdraw as soon as possible. Uchiha Sora has resolved this crisis, so for now, we'll just wait for the next opportunity. Uchiha Sora is a real obstacle to our plan to collect the tailed beasts. Do you want me to go to Grass Ninja Village myself and take him out? Asked Tendo Pain. Take out Uchiha Sora? Pain, I'm absolutely against that. Uchiha Obito replied coldly the moment he heard this. 3 forces attacked at once, and still couldn't bring down Grass Ninja Village. Do you really think you could kill Uchiha Sora alone? Pain was formidable, but Uchiha Sora had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, making him nearly impossible to kill. Things could go disastrously wrong, and Pain might even end up killed by Uchiha Sora, which would cause even bigger problems for them. Considering all this, Obito would never allow Pain to go after Uchiha Sora. Madara, since you're both members of the Uchiha clan, how well do you understand Uchiha Sora? Conan suddenly interjected. I assume you know a bit more about his background than we do. Obito turned his gaze on her, his Sharingan eyes gleaming scarlet. He answered in a low voice. Uchiha Sora is extremely ambitious. He's the biggest obstacle to our dream of peace for the ninja world. His talent rivals my own back in the day, and he's far stronger than Uchiha Itachi. If we want to deal with him, we'll need every possible strategy prepared. But Uchiha Sora has already caused us a huge setback. Kakuzu's death is a significant loss for us. Are you really going to just stand by and do nothing? Conan replied with an icy tone. They had brought Kakuzu into Akatsuki mainly for his unique abilities and, aside from that, his love for money. He could generate a huge financial stream for the organization. After all, Kakuzu had been moving around the ninja world for years, developing countless ways to make money and trading missions with all sorts of factions and countries. He'd also provided Akatsuki with many channels for accepting missions. But now, with Kakuzu's death, many of those connections were instantly lost. Economic survival had suddenly become a pressing problem for the organization. There's no need to rush. All we need to do is quietly seek opportunities to gather the tailed beasts. Right now, going head-to-head with Uchiha Sora would be unwise. Obito cast a glance at Conan and continued. Besides, once this war is over, he'll soon become the center of attention in the ninja world. His presence has already disrupted the balance among the great powers. It won't be long before another great war erupts, and when that happens, our chance will come. Madara, let's hope things unfold as you say, and that we'll get the chance we're waiting for, Conan replied coldly. Just as Mangekyo was preparing to withdraw its troops, reinforcements from Kirigakure, the hidden mist village of the Land of Water, finally arrived at Kusagakure. Leading the group was Meitarumi, accompanied by Ao and another tall, burly ninja carrying an enormous weapon on his back. None other than Kushimaru Kurire, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Their arrival took Uchiha Sora by surprise. After all, for Kirigakure to send support at such a moment showed a clear stance of backing him. Kusagakure was not without its allies in the ninja world. By contrast, Kimogakure, the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning, which had recently invited Kusagakure to join the Chunin exams, remained curiously silent. Still, Meitarumi and her companions hadn't expected that, upon arrival, the decisive battle was already over. Iwagakure had suffered a crushing defeat, and Kusagakure no longer seemed in need of help. Sora, I never imagined you'd be so swift. The battle ended before I could even arrive. Your tactics are truly lightning fast. I heard you defeated Iwagakure's forces all on your own, tailed beast and all. Looks like you've grown even stronger. Our support might have been unnecessary this time. In the chief's residence, Uchiha Sora entertained Meitarumi and her party in the living room as Mei raised her glass in a toast, smiling. Accepting the compliment with a faint smile, Sora lifted his cup and finished his drink. It's an honor to have your support. Though we didn't need direct help this time, I won't forget your goodwill. Hearing this, Meitarumi's beautiful eyes locked on Sora's as she covered a laugh with her hand. In that case, you won't mind if we stay here for a few more days? Of course, that's no problem, Sora replied with a nod. I believe it won't be long before you'll even get to join us for a victory celebration. Then we'll look forward to it. Meitarumi left. And just like that, the 3 of them settled down as temporary guests in Kusagakure. In the following days, on the southern front, the Hidden Rain's forces suffered defeat after defeat. 3 days later, Yakushi no Niu brought new reports from the battlefield to Uchiha Sora. Chief, the Rain Ninja are gradually withdrawing from the borders of the Land of Grass. We've essentially secured a comprehensive victory in this war. Should we pursue them? What are our casualties? Sora, in the chief's residence, looked at Nanoyu with calm focus. Yakuza Nanoyu reported, we've suffered over 100 casualties, but we've taken down 300 enemies. Judging from these losses, the tide of battle favored the Grass Ninja Village. As a result, the Uchiha clansmen stationed at the front lines were in high spirits, full of fighting enthusiasm and eager to seize the moment to launch a counteroffensive deep into the Land of Rain. Yet, after some deliberation, Uchiha Sora shook his head and said, send word. Once the Rain Ninja are repelled, everyone is to return to the village immediately. Nanoyu nodded in understanding, then quickly slipped away to carry out the order. The Land of Rain, after all, was the headquarters of the Akatsuki, and leading the Uchiha clan into a counterattack, there was not much different from sending them to their doom. After all, the Rain Hidden Village had long since been transformed by Conan and Nagato into an impregnable fortress. It was as perilous as a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Uchiha Sora, of course, would not let his clansmen risk themselves needlessly. Once the order was given, Uchiha Yu at the front lines was full of confusion. Nevertheless, bound by Uchiha Sora's command, he had no choice but to order the clan to retreat. In the days that followed, Uchiha Sora devoted himself to handling the aftermath of the battle, instructing others to tally up the final casualties and arranging a memorial ceremony. According to the statistics, over 300 ninja from Grass Ninja Village lost their lives in this battle. Some of these deaths had occurred right at the start on the Takigakure front. Others had fallen in the south, sacrificing themselves in secret skirmishes against the Rain Ninja. All things considered, the Grass Ninja Village suffered relatively light losses in this war. Still, the village never possessed many shinobi to begin with. If you counted the Uchiha clan's numbers, the total just barely approached 2,000. After losing 300, their forces had dwindled to around 1,500, still paling in comparison to the great villages. Luckily, the Land of Earth's strongest fighting force had been shattered in one fell swoop by Uchiha Sora alone. The overwhelming display of power Uchiha Sora showed in that direct confrontation became the talk of the entire Grass Ninja Village. Whether they were civilians or ninja, all recounted the story with awe and admiration. The legendary battle, spread by the two Grass Ninja who'd witnessed it firsthand, elevated Uchiha Sora's reputation to near-mythical status. They said he single-handedly decimated 5,000 enemy troops and brought even a tailed beast to its knees. Such a stunning victory transformed Uchiha Sora into a living legend overnight. Now, beyond his title of the White Shinigami, he had earned another moniker, the Golden God of War. The Golden God of War naturally referred to the dazzling figure he cut when unleashing his Susanoo. Following the memorial for the fallen, a great celebration was held in Grass Ninja Village. The victory banquet would last for 3 days, and, as honored guests, Mei Terumi and her companions wholeheartedly attended. During the festivities, the Uchiha clan indulged freely, drinking themselves into a blissful stupor. Because of their outstanding combat abilities displayed during this war, the power of the sharingan shone brighter than ever, earning the respect of other ninjas and allowing them to blend more seamlessly into the village. Of course, what made the Uchiha clan happiest was that at last, one of their own had risen, a powerful leader capable of guiding them toward true strength and glory. This filled the clan with renewed confidence about the future. The village hidden in the grass was bedecked in festive lights and decorations, filled with an atmosphere of pure joy. After the celebration feast, Mei Terumi and her companions departed, returning to the Land of Water. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora began organizing matters in the aftermath of war. He dispatched people to retrieve the elite Edo Tensei warriors who had previously been sealed away on the battlefield, unsealing them and allowing them to return to the world of the living. Then, he formally presented a letter of challenge to Inoki of the Land of Earth, clearly stating his intention to launch a military campaign against them. Upon receiving Sora's letter, Inoki immediately convened a council to discuss the matter, but in the end, his only recourse was to request peace negotiations with Uchiha Sora. Inoki's request for peace was fully within Sora's expectations. After all, this was exactly why Sora had issued the letter of challenge in the first place. As long as Inoki retained a shred of reason, he would never press for an unwinnable fight. Negotiation was the only way forward. The peace talks were to be held in the neutral Land of Iron. Sora demanded comprehensive war reparations from Inoki. After rounds of bargaining, he emerged with considerable profits. Among these were vast sums of money, as well as the transfer of some territories along the border between the country of grass and the country of earth. After peace was brokered, Inoki returned to his village so enraged that he fell ill for 3 days, nearly passing on to the next world. News of the Land of Earth's request for peace with the Land of Grass quickly spread, becoming a sensation in the ninja world. To witness a great nation bowing to a small one and asking for peace, this was truly unprecedented. For this reason, Uchiha Sora's reputation soared, reaching an almost legendary level across the ninja world. People from all corners flocked to the village hidden in the grass, some to seek an audience with Sora, others hoping to join the village, and even more wealthy individuals bringing in lucrative mission contracts. In the eyes of many, this once unknown village had become the hottest place in the ninja world. For the grass village to grow, fresh blood was essential. Given its modest original scale, there was no way for the village to expand except by welcoming ninja from other lands. After this brief war, the avalanche of new missions and the swelling morale of Grass Village ninjas left even Sora himself pleasantly surprised. It felt as though the village's development had shifted into high gear. Where once the country of grass was just a sliver of land squeezed between great nations, now it had annexed the entire land of waterfalls, more than doubling its original territory. As the leader, Uchiha Sora found himself with more and more affairs to handle. Still, he had always been one to delegate power, preferring to let others manage the details while he stayed above the fray. After piling all his paperwork into the hands of his secretary, Yakura, he turned his focus back to his own training. Since a sharingan would be sealed away for 3 years of closed-door cultivation, the tactics he could rely on became noticeably fewer. With this in mind, Uchiha Sora resolved to develop several new jutsu. Perhaps he could introduce new elemental changes to the Rasengan, or push the versatility of Chidori to a new level. He also sought deeper understanding of Sage Mode. Of course, amidst his training, he didn't forget to mentor Uchiha Izumi and Haku. On this particular day, Yujito, who had been lingering in Kusagakure for over half a month, finally locked onto a Uchiha target. Her target was a very young girl, no more than 10 years old. Yet this child displayed remarkable talent. Through casual shadowing, Yujito discovered that even though she hadn't officially become a ninja, the girl had already awakened the three-tomoe sharingan. A child with talent like this. If Yujito could bring her back to the hidden cloud village, perhaps they could finally unravel some of the secrets of the sharingan. And, at the very least, they'd gain a pair of rare, high-quality sharingan eyes. With a transformation technique, Yujito disguised herself as a passerby and trailed the girl all the way to a flat, open training ground. There, a young Uchiha man was already waiting. "Yo, I'm here. Come train with me," the little girl called, racing toward him. The young man was none other than Uchiha Yu, and the girl, his younger sister, Uchiha Hanamabu. "You little rascal. I rarely get a day off. Can't you just let me rest for once?" Uchiha Yu teased, ruffling her hair affectionately. "No way. I want to train. I want to get stronger. One day I'll go to battle with you and fight our enemies side by side." Hanamabu pleaded, tugging at her brother's sleeve. He shook his head, resigned. "You're still too young. As long as I'm around, you can leave the worries of war to me. I won't let you face that danger." "But my idol, Uchiha Sora, he's only 3 years older than me, and he's already so powerful, and I'm still so weak. Wasn't I always your idol? Since when did our clan leader take my place?" You quipped, feigning indignation. "Pfft, as if you can compare with Sora. Right now, he's everyone's idol, you know? You'll just have to move aside," Hanamabu retorted, rolling her eyes at him. All right. You really don't spare your brother's pride, do you? Fine then. Maybe it's time I show you what I can do." The brother and sister quickly launched into a bout, and as a pillar of the Uchiha clan, Yu deftly parried his younger sister's attacks with little effort. Back and forth they went, their clash intense and unrestrained. Suddenly, as Yu kept up his defense against his sister, an immense sense of danger welled up inside him. In an instant, the shadow of a claw flashed before his eyes. A moment later, Yu was struck hard, his body sent flying through the air before slamming heavily to the ground. Right after, Yujito appeared on the scene, having used transformation jutsu to disguise herself as an ordinary blonde woman. Sharp feline claws extended from her fingers. Fresh blood dripped from her claws. Yu slowly picked himself up from the ground. A deep, bloody gash had been torn across his chest, blood streaming down from the wound. "You, who are you?" he called out in shock. He had been sparring with his sister with only a fraction of his attention, but for this woman to ambush and injure him so easily spoke volumes of her skill. After dealing Yu a heavy blow, Yujito chose not to press the attack. Instead, she spun around and fixed her gaze on Hanama, who stood nearby utterly stunned. Raising her hand, she reached out to grab the girl. The little girl who, just moments before, had been clamoring to grow stronger and rush to the battlefield, now stood rooted to the spot, trembling as she stared at Yujito in terror. Confronted with the killing intent radiating from Yujito, the child, who had never experienced the horrors of battle, was petrified with fear. "Don't you touch my sister," Yu roared, forcing his wounded body forward in a desperate charge. "You overestimate yourself," Yujito sneered, then unleashed a blue fire rat sphere straight at Yu. Yu's face paled with alarm, and he darted to one side in a bid to evade the attack. But in the next instant, the blue sphere split apart, transforming into several smaller, homing fireballs, all streaking straight for Yu. Yu instantly activated his sharingan, the tomo spinning as he weaved and dodged. But with his injuries impairing his movements, his agility was greatly reduced. He managed to avoid a few, but soon there was nowhere left to run. Seeing the terror etched on his sister's face, Yu grew frantic with worry. At that critical moment, a faint glow emanated from a flying Raijin kunai stashed in Yu's ninja pouch. Meanwhile, inside the clan leader's residence, Sora Uchiha felt a subtle shift, his brow furrowing. In the blink of an eye, Sora's figure appeared on the training ground, stepping in front of Yu as a shield. "Chief!" Yu exclaimed in delighted surprise. Sora wasted no time. He lifted his hand and slapped away one of the incoming blue fireballs. With a crisp strike, the little fireball was instantly dispersed by Sora's palm, dissipating harmlessly into the air. Immediately after, Uchiha Sora pulled Uchiha Yu with him, dodging several more blue fireballs in quick succession. He came to stand in front of Yujito ni, his expression turning grave as he faced her. "It's you, Uchiha Sora." Yujito's face shifted, and she cried out in shock. "Yujito of the Hidden Cloud? Did you use a transformation jutsu?" Sora glanced at the cat-like claws on her hands, his voice icy. "Too bad, I'm already well aware of your abilities. You can't hide your identity from me. Who would have thought you'd sneak into our village, plotting to harm my clansmen? You're truly fearless." At this moment, vivid orange markings, the sage's eyeshadow, traced beneath Sora's eyes. He had been cultivating sage mode earlier in the leader's chambers. It was precisely thanks to the heightened perception of sage mode that he instantly sensed something was wrong, locked onto the Hiratian Kunai marker on you, and teleported there without a pause. Infused with sage energy, Sora's chakra surged powerfully. When he'd struck down Yujito's blue fireballs just now, his palm only reddened a little, no sign of burning at all. "Chief, your arrival couldn't have been more timely." Seeing Sora appear, you finally let out a sigh of relief. "She's after my little sister. Please, don't let her hurt her." A flicker of panic crossed Yujito's face as she gazed at Sora. His reputation now echoed far and wide. Even the power of a tailed beast paled before him. Yujito's original plan had been to quietly snatch away a member of the Uchiha and slip back to her own village. She never expected Sora to catch her red-handed the moment she made her move. Now, she was caught between a rock and a hard place, completely on the defensive. But Sora gave her no time to think. Lifting his hand, he hurled a kunai straight at her. Yujito dodged away in haste. The kunai landed right beside Hanama Uchiha. In a flash, the flying thunder god was activated. Sora appeared instantly at Hanama's side. Realizing this, Yujito drew a deep breath, then spat a massive fireball straight at Sora. Sora formed a hand seal with one hand and slapped his palm to the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A hefty wall of earth sprang up from the ground, blocking the fireball's path. Boom! The fireball slammed into the earth wall, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Yet the wall, summoned under the boost of Sage Mode, was far too resilient. Yujito's fireball couldn't scratch its defenses. Taking advantage of that, Yujito spun on her heel and sprinted for the village outskirts in an attempt to escape. Sora merely smiled faintly at the sight and darted after her without hesitation. Watching as Sora chased after the enemy, you turned to his sister and said, "Now that the chief has stepped in, there's nothing left for us to do here. We should head home." He understood that with the chief's strength, there was nothing he could contribute, even if he gave chase. Yujito Ni was frantically fleeing from the hidden grass village, moving at a speed few in the shinobi world could match. But Uchiha Sora was even faster. He had activated Sage Mode, and with his immense sensory abilities, he could effortlessly cover the entirety of the land of grass. Moreover, he had already left numerous space-time markers throughout the country, making it almost impossible for Yujito to escape its borders. She had barely covered 10 kilometers outside the grass village when, to her shock, she found Uchiha Sora standing ahead of her, calmly waiting. "Uchiha Sora, you are really fast." Yujito stopped in her tracks, her eyes coldly fixed on Sora as she spoke. She understood fully that there would be no escaping her pursuer now. Staring intently at Sora, Yujito bristled like a cornered cat. Her long hair, rising as an ominous blue chakra pattern with feline markings, began surging from her body. She was directly invoking the chakra of the two tails, Matatabi. In a flash, with the power of the two tails flowing through her, Yujito's speed soared, and before the eye could follow, she seemed to teleport before Uchiha Sora. Raising both hands, her 10 fingers gleamed with razor-sharp claws ready to strike ferociously at him. Uchiha Sora calmly stepped back, effortlessly dodging. In a swift motion, he gripped the sword at his waist, drawing it in a sudden swing and countering with a backward slash toward Yujito. She met the gleaming blade with her claws, the two weapons clashing in a deadly contest. Steel screeched against claw as sparks burst with each fierce contact. With a powerful shove, Sora drove Yujito back, and in the same movement, his other hand swiftly formed a series of seals. Water-style, water dragon bullet technique. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a dragon-shaped torrent, much larger and more ferocious than any ordinary water dragon, roaring straight at Yujito. She was caught off guard, battered by the raging water dragon, and sent hurtling backward. Her body crashed through tree after tree until she finally tumbled to a halt. Just as she tried to struggle up, she spotted Sora forming seals again, single-handedly. Lightning style, ground surge. A surge of powerful lightning snaked instantly along the streams of water on the ground, racing toward where Yujito lay. The current struck her in an instant. Her body writhed violently, spasming in agony as the fierce bolt coursed through her. When the lightning faded, Yujito crumpled to the ground. Though a kuno-ichi of Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds of the land of lightning, her own nature was chakra of fire. She was not particularly resistant to lightning, let alone to jutsu unleashed through Sora's sage mode chakra, where even serene techniques rivaled an A-rank's might. There was no way she could withstand that. Even so, Sora didn't approach. He simply watched her silently, making no move. Then the blue-clad, feline chakra around Yujito surged again, this time growing even more intense. Suddenly, a monstrous wave of chakra erupted skyward. A deafening roar shattered the air. In the next instant, an enormous, cat-shaped tailed beast, its body surging with blue chakra flames, appeared before Uchiha Sora. So, the power of the two tails has finally shown itself. Uchiha Sora raised his head, looking calmly at the massive entity known as Matatabi, the two tails, his expression tranquil in sage mode. Towering over him, the formidable Matatabi gazed down at Uchiha Sora from above. With a roar, Matatabi opened its mouth, unleashing a blazing sphere of red fire that hurtled toward Uchiha Sora. Water style, great waterfall technique. Sora responded, spewing a tidal surge of water that transformed into a sweeping cascade, charging straight for the fireball sent forth by the two tails. Empowered by vast reserves of sage chakra, the scale of his great waterfall technique was truly staggering. The flood, roaring forth like a deluge, easily overwhelmed the fireball before it even had a chance to explode, snuffing it out with a furious surge. The swirling waters, vast as a mighty river, swept over the two tails' entire body, spreading out to create a broad new lake in the vicinity. Matatabi leapt from the water in haste, blue chakra flames still flickering wildly across its body. As a fire element-tailed beast, its strength lay in flame, but it was water that it most dreaded. Uchiha Sora's prowess with water style was so formidable that even the two tails found itself shaken with unease. Standing calmly atop the water surface, Sora gazed at Matatabi and said coolly, "Is that all you've got? Show me everything you've got." Irritated by Uchiha Sora's taunt, the two tails gathered an orb of pitch-black tailed beast chakra, a tailed beast ball, in its maw and launched it straight at him. The destructive potential of a tailed beast ball was not to be underestimated. Yet in Uchiha Sora's presence, even this dreadful attack posed no real threat. He spread his hands. Suddenly, the space before him warped, forming a net-like distortion that caught the tailed beast ball in its grasp. It was the formidable flying thunder god, guiding thunder. The spatial net ensnared the deadly orb, slowly dragging it into the rift between dimensions. On a remote, deserted island somewhere on the origin continent, a special flying thunder god Kanai had been placed. Without warning, the pitch-black tailed beast ball appeared above the Kanai, hurtling downward and slamming into the island with tremendous force. A deafening explosion rocked the land, light bursting forth as though a nuclear blast had detonated. Blinding brilliance surged skyward, enveloping the entire island in its radiance. The shockwave was so immense it churned the surrounding seas into monstrous waves, rolling outward in all directions before the world finally settled into uneasy calm. Back on Sora's battlefield, after deflecting the tailed beast ball, he raised his hand, and in the blink of an eye, chakra gathered, coalescing into a dazzling white raisin shuriken. Wind-style, raisin shuriken. With a low shout, Uchiha Sora flung the wind-style raisin shuriken toward Matatabi. Empowered by Sage Mode, Uchiha Sora could hurl his raisin shuriken with deadly precision and power. The moment the spiraling shuriken was thrown, it struck the two tails directly in the chest with incredible speed. A deafening explosion followed. The attack hit head-on. The wind-style, raisin shuriken transformed into a white tempest, detonating across the two tails' body. The tremendous force sent the beast hurtling through the air. But that was far from enough. Uchiha Sora thrust both palms forward and, chasing after the flung two tails, dashed ahead with unwavering intent. From his hand, a massive blue sphere of chakra suddenly came into existence. This chakra sphere was easily 10 meters across. It was enormous, almost half the size of a tailed beast. Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan. The colossal ball of chakra smashed viciously into the two tails. A piercing scream tore from the beast's throat. Right after the devastation of the Raisin Shuriken, it had to withstand yet another crushing blow. The immense power of the Sage technique sent the two tails flying once more, even harder than before. This time, the injuries ran deep, so deep it would not be able to recover for a while. A thunderous sound burst forth. The enormous body of the two tails vanished in a billowing cloud of white smoke. In its place lay Yujito Ni, sprawled among the ruins, her clothes in tatters. Her once lustrous hair hung in wild disarray as she stared blankly up at the sky above. Moments ago, she and the two tails inside her had fought with everything they had, but it still wasn't enough to defeat Uchiha Sora. At last, she had experienced his overwhelming power firsthand. If Jinchuriki were considered monsters, then Uchiha Sora was truly a monster among monsters. You've lost. Uchiha Sora strode into the rubble, looking down at Yujito from above. Yujito's gaze fell on Sora's striking, yet icy face. With a bitter smile, she said, "Yes, I have. So, what are you going to do with me?" Uchiha Sora narrowed his eyes just slightly. "Rest assured, you'll be dealt with appropriately," Yujito replied. As expected of Uchiha Sora, "I was acting under direct orders this time. Aren't you concerned that the fourth Raikage will come seeking retribution?" After a pause, she continued, "You've just finished a hard-fought battle with the Land of Earth. Are you sure you're ready for war with the Hidden Cloud Village as well? Are you trying to threaten me?" Sora's voice turned cold. "No, I'm simply stating a fact," Yujito answered. A sudden laugh escaped Sora. "Sounds like you're scared." "Scared? At worst, it'll cost me my life. Ever since I became a ninja, I've been prepared for that possibility," Yujito responded calmly. "Don't worry, I won't let you die," Sora replied with a faint smile. In a flash, he appeared at Yujito's side. He pressed a hand against her, leaving a mysterious mark. Alarm flickered across Yujito's face. "What did you do to me?" "It's nothing. You should know by now. It's just a mark, a coordinate left on you," Sora said coolly. "You bastard." Yujito erupted with sudden fury. Once someone is marked with the coordinate seal, it means their life and death are entirely in Uchiha Sora's hands. After all, Uchiha Sora can launch a sudden attack with Flying Thunder God at any moment. There's simply no way to guard against it. After leaving his mark on Yujito Ni, Uchiha Sora carried her, exhausted, back to the village hidden in the grass. He locked her away in a room covered with sealing talismans, using their power to suppress the tailed beast chakra within her, ensuring she had no chance to break free from her restraints. After finishing all this, Uchiha Sora returned to the leader's residence and summoned Yakushi Nanoyu. He wrote a confidential letter and handed it to her, saying, "Deliver this urgent message to the village hidden in the clouds. Put it directly on the desk of the fourth Raikage." Having issued his instructions to Nanoyu, Uchiha Sora allowed himself a faint smile. Now that Yujito Ni had fallen into his hands, it was the perfect opportunity to extort the Hidden Cloud Village. If the fourth Raikage wanted to ransom Yujito Ni, there was no way he'd get off lightly. Hidden Cloud would have to pay a heavy price. As for the plan to have Yujito Ni join the Beast organization, Uchiha Sora was in no rush. He already had a much easier solution. Once 3 years had passed, and his physical body had evolved into a sage body like Hashirama's, he could simply use Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami to rewrite the will of the Jinchuriki. There'd be no more need to persuade them one by one. The very next day, Uchiha Sora's confidential letter arrived in the Hidden Cloud Village and was placed on the desk of the fourth Raikage. After reading its contents, the fourth Raikage erupted in fury. "Uchiha Sora, you dare kidnap our village's Jinchuriki and threaten me? Outrageous," he shouted, slamming his fist onto his desk, splintering the wood as chakra surged violently around him, the very picture of rage. "Lord Raikage, what's happened?" Mabui, his secretary, rushed in, startled by the noise. The Raikage replied, "Yujito Ni's mission has failed. She's been captured by Uchiha Sora." "What? Lady Yujito has been captured?" Mabui's eyes widened in shock. Yujito, after all, was the village's top kunoichi, second only to the Raikage himself and Killer Bee, the eight-tails Jinchuriki. For her to be taken, this was a catastrophe. The Raikage continued, "Not only that, Uchiha Sora is demanding a ransom. He wants the secret of our lightning release body training technique and my own lightning armor jutsu." "What? Lord Raikage, are you going to agree to that?" Mabui asked, almost unable to believe it. "Nonsense. How could I possibly give in? I'll find a way to rescue Yujito, and if that's impossible, then we'll go to war with the Grass Village," the fourth Raikage thundered. "Lord Raikage, please calm yourself. Right now, Uchiha Sora is riding high. His strength can't be underestimated. If you act rashly, we could bring even greater trouble upon ourselves." Mabui pleaded urgently, her expression grave. Upon hearing these words, the fourth Raikage suddenly calmed down and nodded. "What you said makes sense. Go inform all the elite members in the village and gather them in the conference room." The capture of Yujito had already posed a fundamental threat to the Hidden Cloud Village, leaving them no choice but to handle the situation with utmost caution. While the fourth Raikage began assembling the elites for an urgent meeting, Uchiha Sora left a shadow clone behind in the chief's residence and made his way to the hidden waterfall village. After the land of waterfalls was annexed by the land of grass, the captured ninja from the former land of waterfalls were all released. However, their autonomy had been stripped away. The former leader's son, Shurmu, was kept as a hostage and could only reside in the grass ninja village, while the hidden waterfall village was temporarily managed by Zabuza. Compared to other places, Uchiha Sora much preferred the living environment of the hidden waterfall village. Nestled among mountains and rivers and well hidden from the outside world, there stood a towering ancient tree here, where natural energy was unusually abundant. Upon his arrival, Uchiha Sora built a small wooden cabin beneath the massive tree. Inside the cabin, he hung a flying thunder god kunai. After making these preparations, he sat cross-legged inside the cabin, focusing his senses on the natural energy around him, meditating on the mysteries of nature's power. Almost immediately, Sora realized that the natural energy flowing through this place was several times, perhaps even dozens of times, richer than anywhere else he had been. It truly was an ideal place to cultivate and train in natural energy. Time slipped away quietly as he meditated, attuning himself to the flow of nature. Affairs in the Grass Ninja Village were almost entirely handed over to his subordinates. Thanks to his performance during the recent war, more and more people from all over the shinobi world had begun to join the Grass Ninja Village. The village's influence was expanding rapidly, and it was quickly gaining a reputation as the sixth great ninja village. Chief, we've received a message from the Land of Lightning. They've requested negotiations with you. One day, while Uchiha Sora was meditating under the great tree in the waterfall village, a subordinate came to report. Uchiha Sora opened his eyes, dispelling the sage markings from his face. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. It seemed the fourth Raikage hadn't lost control in the heat of the moment. For someone with his temperament to refrain from launching straight into war, that was already a display of remarkable restraint. But if the one captured had been Killer Bee instead, Sora suspected things would have gone very differently. 3 days later, the negotiations formally began, taking place in the hidden cloud village within the Land of Lightning. Uchiha Sora attended the talks, accompanied by a few subordinates. This was his second visit to the hidden cloud village. The last time he'd come here was just to watch the Chunin exams. He hadn't expected the relationship between their two villages would change so drastically, from friendly collaboration to palpable tension. Nevertheless, a calm, steady smile remained on Uchiha Sora's face as he faced the stern-looking fourth Raikage with unruffled composure. The two sides finally met in the conference room. The fourth Raikage, upon seeing him, couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, "Uchiha Sora, release Yujito Ni at once." He radiated an overwhelming, surging aura, his formidable chakra bursting forth, a display of sheer intimidation. Sora raised an eyebrow at the sight and replied coolly, "Oh, fourth Raikage, are you trying to give me a show of force?" Standing by Sora's side were his guards, Uchiha Yu and Uchiha, and seeing the confrontation, both hurried forward, stepping in front to shield him. But Sora signaled with a wave of his hand for them to step back, then took a step forward himself, locking eyes with the fourth Raikage. He spoke slowly, "Fourth Raikage, you should know, it was Yujito from your village who attacked my clansman first. I caught her in the act. Now you want me to let her go, yet you expect there'll be no price for that. Oomph. Whether Yujito attacked the Uchiha or not, that's all your word against hers. I won't acknowledge this attempt to slander her, just so you can get what you want," the Raikage retorted. "Oh, slander, is it?" Sora's eyes narrowed, his tone icy. "It seems, Raikage, you're not here to negotiate in good faith." The people of Hidden Cloud Village, seeing the tension rise, quickly urged the Raikage to keep calm. The Raikage took the opportunity to steady his breath, then sat down at the conference table and said, "Uchiha Sora, let's stop with these fruitless accusations. Let's get to the point and discuss terms." Sora gave a faint smile and took his seat as well. "You should already know my condition. Hand over your lightning release body training secret technique, and I'll return Yujito to you." While Uchiha Sora and the fourth Raikage were locked in negotiations in the mountains behind Hidden Cloud Village, within the canyon called Cloud and Thunder Gorge, echoes of singing and rapping bounced between the cliffs. "Yo, Hachibi, I'm so bored. Stupid bro won't let me leave. Yo, Hachibi, I'm so bored. Why not think about sneaking away?" Along a mountain path, a dark-skinned man in sunglasses wandered by, singing and dancing to his own beat. This was none other than Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Suddenly, two figures dropped from the sky, landing right in front of Killer Bee. The two wore long cloaks adorned with red clouds on black, one with striking orange hair and a cold, severe face. The other wore a swirling pattern mask. They were the leaders of the Akatsuki, Pain and Toby. Killer Bee froze for a moment, taken aback by their sudden appearance. Then, slipping right back into his unique style, he burst out in his quirky rap. Yo, two mysterious guys, what brings you here, am I right? Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. We need the power of the beast sealed inside you. Pain, unmoved by Bee's antics, spoke in an emotionless, chilling voice. Killer Bee's guard shot up instantly. You want Hachibi's power? Well, you'd better try asking me, the mighty Killer Bee, if I'm okay with that. With those words, Killer Bee gripped his sword and charged straight at Pain. Pain dodged swiftly, avoiding attack after attack. Killer Bee's blade moved with a speed like a relentless rainstorm, slashing toward Pain without pause. Pain, don't underestimate the strength of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. You'd better be careful, the masked man warned from the sidelines. Almighty push. Responding instantly, Pain raised his hand and unleashed a powerful wave of repulsive force. Caught completely off guard, Killer Bee was hit hard, his body hurled through the air with staggering force. He crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, shock written across his face. Bee looked closely at his eyes. The voice of the Eight Tails echoed within Killer Bee, urging him to pay attention. His eyes? Is there something special about them? Having spent most of his life in the Cloud Thunder Ravine, Killer Bee didn't recognize Pain's Rinnegan. That's the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The Eight Tails replied gravely, its tone becoming unusually solemn at the mention of the Sage. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, huh? Hachibi, looks like we'll have to give it everything we've got. Reinvigorated, Killer Bee sprang to his feet. He anchored himself firmly on all fours, and 8 blazing red chakra tails burst forth behind him. A mighty surge of chakra whirled around him, whipping up a fierce wind in every direction. In an instant, borrowing the Eight Tails' power, Killer Bee's speed reached new heights. His figure blurred, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Pain, arm swinging for Pain's throat. Lariat! His overwhelming speed and power made it seem as if Pain's head would be torn off in that very moment. But Pain's reflexes didn't falter. He remained perfectly still, his Rinnegan flashing with a surge of visual force. Once again, a powerful repulsive force erupted from him, spreading outward in all directions. A deep, resonant hum echoed through the field. Almighty push. Killer Bee's attack missed Pain's throat by mere inches. The repelling force sent his body hurtling back before he could land the blow. He had approached Pain at staggering speed, but now he was flung away even faster. Like a fired cannonball, Killer Bee soared through the air, his trajectory arcing long and high before he crashed into a small hill. The hill was no match for the impact. It collapsed in a booming shower of earth and stone. With just this one blow, Killer Bee had taken massive damage. He was nearly knocked unconscious. Bee, hang in there. The Eight Tails quickly called out from within, snapping him back to awareness. Killer Bee shook his dazed head, blood trickling down his forehead and pattering onto the ground. Thanks, Hachibi, Killer Bee muttered, climbing to his feet amid the wreckage as his wounds began to heal swiftly with the tailed beast's power. The next moment, an even greater power surged from deep within him. In an instant, his form transformed into a gigantic beast, the massive octopus-like demon. The Eight Tails, Gyuki, had fully emerged. Uchiha Sora and the Fourth Raikage were in the midst of an intense negotiation. Under Uchiha Sora's persistent arguments, the Fourth Raikage was forced to agree to his original conditions. Specifically, the secret techniques of lightning release body enhancement and the lightning release armor would be exchanged for Yujito ni. Both sides were preparing to reach an agreement and shake hands in peace. All of a sudden, there was a thunderous crash. The ground trembled, and in the distance, a pillar of dazzling light shot into the sky. What? That's in the direction of the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. The Raikage immediately spotted the source of that immense light outside the window. It was the very place where Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and his own younger brother lived and trained. Shock instantly darkened the Raikage's face. At the same time, a ninja from the Cloud's intelligence division rushed in with a report. Lord Raikage, bad news. We've detected intruders in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. They're attacking Lord Killer Bee. Damn it. The Fourth Raikage exploded with rage in an instant. No longer caring about the negotiations with Uchiha Sora, he leapt forward, crashing through the window as he rushed out. The surrounding Cloud ninja hurried after him. This abrupt turn of events caused Uchiha Sora to frown deeply. Boss, looks like something's happened in the Cloud Village. Should we go take a look? One of Sora's subordinates said quietly. Uchiha Sora shook his head. This is the Cloud Village. We'll stay right here. No need to get involved. Besides, The people of the cloud may not let us anywhere near the commotion. Though his words were calm, a vague sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Something happening at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning at such a crucial moment in the negotiations could very well affect the outcome of their talks. He couldn't tell if the Cloud Village was orchestrating some sort of ruse, or if some real trouble had struck. Uchiha Sora sat quietly in the meeting room, waiting for word from the Raikage. Time ticked slowly by. It was less than 2 hours before the fourth Raikage returned to the conference hall. At this point, he radiated a fierce and murderous aura. The moment he entered, his gaze locked sharply onto Uchiha Sora as he roared. "So, Uchiha Sora? It turns out this whole negotiation was just a cover. You're really after my brother Killer Bee." A host of Cloud Village elites stormed in with the Raikage. They quickly surrounded Uchiha Sora, their eyes full of hostility, not letting him out of their sight for an instant. "Lord Fourth Raikage, are you slandering our leader?" Uchiha Yu, standing at Sora's side, immediately spoke out in protest. Uchiha Sora raised a hand, motioning for silence. Then, in a measured tone, he replied, "Fourth Raikage, it seems something truly extraordinary has happened in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. Why do you claim that I attacked your brother?" Uchiha Sora, don't play dumb here." With a sweep of his large hand, the fourth Raikage shouted in anger, "I have proof." Immediately afterward, several ninjas carried in 3 corpses and threw them before Uchiha Sora. Upon closer look, all 3 had headbands from the village hidden in the grass. They were all Grass Village ninjas. Seeing these 3 people, Uchiha Sora frowned. He instantly recognized them. They were indeed members of his own village, and as their leader, he had definitely seen their faces before. It was clear someone was trying to frame him. Uchiha Sora quickly grasped the key to the situation, but his expression remained perfectly calm. He replied evenly, "Fourth Raikage, are you really basing your conclusion on just a few corpses? If that's all it takes, then I see no reason to explain myself any further." These men were found at the Yunlei Gorge. When I arrived, they were attacking my brother. Alongside them were 2 members of the Akatsuki. "Are you saying you didn't hire the Akatsuki to attack our Jinchuriki?" the fourth Raikage roared. "I saw everything with my own eyes. Even if you wanted to explain, it's far too late. Those 2 Akatsuki took my brother, and now you will pay the price." Hearing the Raikage's words, Uchiha Sora could more or less piece together what had happened. So, the Akatsuki attacked Killer Bee, then deliberately involved several Grass Village ninjas in the assault, framing Uchiha Sora in the process. In the eyes of the fourth Raikage, Sora must be the mastermind behind it all. Akatsuki's ploy to sow discord was perfectly executed. It was undoubtedly the counterstrike by Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. At this point, the Raikage could no longer contain his fury. Blinded by rage, he charged straight at Uchiha Sora right after his outburst. Lightning-style chakra sparked furiously around him, his speed rivaling a thunderbolt, so fast it defied belief. In the blink of an eye, he was already face-to-face with Uchiha Sora. Sora raised his hand and drew a flying Thunder God Kunai, letting it slip from his grasp, allowing it to fall freely. At that very moment, his figure vanished from where he stood. The fourth Raikage's punch hit nothing but thin air. A second later, Sora reappeared at his original spot, just as the Raikage's momentum carried him forward, exposing his back directly to Sora. The Raikage's pupils contracted sharply. The Flying Thunder God technique. This scene was hauntingly familiar. In a brief skirmish years ago, he had faced the speed of the fourth Hokage himself. And now, Sora's movements were every bit the same as the fourth Hokage's back then. To think his speed was now no less than the fourth Hokage's. The fourth Raikage felt a chill run through his heart. In a flash, he returned to his original position, his gaze locked tightly on Uchiha Sora. All the surrounding Cloud Ninja, witnessing this scene, were visibly shocked. Uchiha Sora's speed is even faster than the fourth Raikage. That's incredible. Yes, having such speed isn't the surprising part. What's truly astonishing is that he hasn't even activated his sharingan. His reflexes alone are able to keep up with the Raikage's moves. It's unbelievable. In everyone's eyes, Uchiha Sora was undoubtedly strong, but that strength was always believed to come from the power of his sharingan. In normal conditions, his abilities shouldn't be anywhere close to the Raikage's. Yet Sora's performance shattered all their preconceptions. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly. "Uchiha Sora, it seems you really do have reason to be so arrogant, but you've gone too far this time. You actually dared to hire the Akatsuki to attack my brother. I will make sure your Grass Village pays for this. Consider this a declaration of war. From today on, the Hidden Cloud views you as enemies. We'll settle this on the battlefield." His words made the guards at Sora's side turn pale. Sora responded with calm indifference. Declaring war already? Fourth Raikage, I suggest you get your facts straight before you say something like that. Oomph. Of course, I'll get to the bottom of it. But until I find my brother, you, and everyone from the Grass Village will be enemies of the Leaf, the Raikage said, his anger flaring. Are you sure you want to make an enemy out of me, Raikage? Sora asked coolly. And if I do? The Raikage's voice thundered. Very well. In that case, I hope you're prepared. With a sweeping gesture, Sora turned and strode out of the meeting chamber. Stop right there, the Raikage shouted. Sora turned, his gaze icy. What is it? Are you planning to hold me here? The Raikage demanded. Why did you abduct me? Were you after? Sora shook his head with a wry chuckle. I'll say it again. I had nothing to do with Killer Bee's disappearance. You'd better get your facts in order before you question me. With that, Sora led his group away with calm confidence. The Raikage and his men made no move to stop him. They knew that, with Sora's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, detaining him was impossible. Watching Sora's group departing, the Raikage slammed his fist onto the table. Damn it, B, I swear I'll bring you back. A cloud advisor spoke up softly at his side. Raikage, what do we do now? Should we declare war on the land of grass? The Raikage frowned deeply. Let's start by sending out a team to gather more intelligence. If Uchiha Sora really did hire Akatsuki, then we should get more information from Akatsuki first. Yes, sir, responded those around him. First, we must find out B's whereabouts. Locate our target before launching a rescue mission, said the fourth Raikage. Though he was known for his recklessness and hot temper, he was by no means a fool. He understood perfectly well what needed to be done next. If they plunged blindly into war without discovering any clues about B's disappearance, it would only lead to needless exhaustion of their forces. As soon as Uchiha Sora left with his subordinates, he entered Sage mode, heightening his senses to survey the area, hoping to sense any hints of Akatsuki's presence. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Uchiha Yu, accompanying him, remarked, Chief, someone must be framing us this time, trying to sow discord between us and the Hidden Cloud Village. Why didn't you try to explain things clearly to the Raikage? Sora replied coolly, There's no need for explanations. We have no evidence to prove our innocence. Even if this isn't our doing, as long as the real culprit behind Killer Bee's abduction doesn't reveal themselves, we'll always be the prime suspects in the eyes of the Hidden Cloud. Uchiha Yu fell silent, struck by the weight of the situation. Truly, what a troubled time. They had just emerged from a war with the land of Earth. Was it possible they were about to be hurled into another conflict, this time with the land of lightning? The pressure was almost unbearable. Perhaps noticing Uchiha Yu's worry, Sora reassured him, Don't worry. While the Raikage is prone to anger, he's not the type to act without thinking. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki isn't in our custody. As long as he hasn't found any evidence linking us to the abduction, he won't plunge us into an all-out war without careful investigation. At the very least, the Hidden Cloud will launch their own investigation before they take action. You always see right through things, Chief, Uchiha Yu said, nodding in agreement. After returning to the Grass Ninja Village, Sora instructed Yakushi Nanoyu to focus their intelligence network on tracking down the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. He knew that, given the Jinchuriki's strength, even the leader of Akatsuki might struggle to capture him for good. Killer Bee was well known for his uncanny ability to escape from impossible situations. In the original story, Bee had survived more than once by shedding his own tail to escape. Maybe, just like in the original, Bee was merely faking his capture, having slipped away to amuse himself somewhere. Meanwhile, back in the Hidden Cloud, immediately after Sora's departure, they began a large-scale search. Deploying every shred of intelligence at their disposal, they sent spies to the Grass Ninja Village to ferret out any trace of Killer Bee. At the same time, they tried to contact Akatsuki in hopes of gleaning some information. But on the Grass Ninja Village front, their spies came up empty-handed. As for Akatsuki, they simply refused to respond. This left the Raikage ill at ease and on edge. As long as there was no news about Killer Bee, there could be no peace in the Hidden Cloud Village. Meanwhile, the Raikage harbored intentions of launching a war against the Grass Ninja Village, but was met with opposition from other high-ranking officials of the Hidden Cloud Village. There were two main reasons for their objection. The first was that it remained uncertain whether Killer Bee was truly being held in the Grass Ninja Village. A calm analysis of their setbacks with the Akatsuki suggested that Killer Bee's disappearance might have been orchestrated by the Akatsuki themselves, with no direct involvement from Uchiha Sora. The second concern was the overwhelming strength of Uchiha Sora, which left the Hidden Cloud's leaders with lingering unease. They knew well that once war was declared, there would be no turning back. Having lost two of their own Jinchuriki, the Cloud's power was greatly diminished, And with only the Raikage himself as their strongest remaining fighter, it was uncertain whether they could actually topple the grass village, now defended by Uchiha Sora. Should they find themselves routed, as the Stone Country once was, the consequences would be disastrous for the future of the entire Hidden Cloud. Such a defeat would only serve to benefit the Sand and Leaf villages. Day after day passed. In the end, upon the unwavering insistence of the Fourth Raikage, the Cloud Village approved the agenda to launch a war against the Land of Grass. The stated purpose of this war was to rescue their lost Jinchuriki. Although it was still uncertain whether the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was truly in the Grass Village, the presence of the Two Tails Jinchuriki was beyond doubt. Thus, the objective of this campaign was very clear. However, the Cloud strategy was not to directly send large ninja squads into an all-out assault on the Grass Village. Instead, they chose to weave complex alliances and rivalries. Their first move was to approach the Stone Country's Inoki, seeking to form an alliance for a joint attack on the Land of Grass. Yet Inoki's attitude was ambiguous, and he gave no definite reply. So the Cloud turned instead to the Sand Village of the Land of Wind, offering them plentiful resources and rewards in hopes of gaining their support. But the moment the Fourth Kazekage received this news, he passed it on to Uchiha Sora the very next day. Lord Sora, the Raikage of the Land of Lightning intends to strike at your village, the Fourth Kazekage's trusted aide reported to Uchiha Sora. And it's likely that the Stone Country will join in as well. The Raikage also approached our Kazekage, but our leader has little love for the Stone Country. Your defeat of their forces delighted him greatly. Therefore, this time, he has decided to stand with you. If the Stone Country moves against you, the Land of Wind will help bear that pressure on your behalf. To defend me against the Stone Country? And what does the Fourth Kazekage desire in return? Uchiha Sora asked with a hint of curiosity. My lord hopes that, should the Land of Fire ever turn its aggression toward the Land of Wind in future wars, you will help deter the Leaf's advance, replied the envoy. How interesting. Uchiha Sora chuckled upon hearing this. The Land of Lightning sought to convince the Stone and Wind countries to aid them in their assault. Yet in the end, the Land of Wind chose to side with the Grass Village instead. There was no reason for Uchiha Sora to refuse the Fourth Kazekage's proposal. As soon as the Kazekage's trusted aides left, Uchiha Sora immediately set his plans into motion. First, he dispatched additional ninja to the border along the Land of Earth to strengthen their defenses. Since the Land of Lightning and the Land of Grass do not share a direct border, the enemy ninja had 3 possible routes to launch their attack on the Land of Grass. The first route was through the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass, which would require cooperation with the Land of Fire and the village of Konoha. Given the discord between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud village from a few years prior, there was simply no way they would agree to such a request. The second option was to pass through the neutral Land of Iron, entering the former Land of Waterfall's territory, and then marching on to Kuzugaku. But this route also needed the approval of the samurai from the Land of Iron. Clearly, the neutral samurai would not grant the Land of Lightning any such permission. The third possibility was to attack via the joint border of the Land of Earth, the Land of Grass, and the former Land of Waterfall. This, however, would require the Land of Earth support. The Land of Earth had only recently suffered defeat at Uchiha Sora's hands. They would undoubtedly relish the sight of the Land of Lightning and Uchiha Sora clashing. Thus, it was almost certain that the Land of Lightning would attack from the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth. Reinforcing the defense at that border was, therefore, the only sensible course for Uchiha Sora. And yet, Uchiha Sora never saw an attack from the Hidden Cloud forces, because, just as the Cloud Ninja crossed into the Land of Earth, the long-missing Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, suddenly returned to the Hidden Cloud village. This shocking turn of events left the Fourth Raikage, who was all ready to unleash his wrath on Kuzugaku, utterly dumbfounded. When he demanded an explanation, the truth emerged. After being attacked that day, Killer Bee had escaped with his own abilities. He spent a wild period wandering outside, and only when he heard that Cloud was about to declare war on Kuzugaku did he finally hurry home. Killer Bee's return so infuriated the Raikage that he gave him a severe beating right on the spot. What a tangled mess. Now the Raikage found himself cornered, unsure of what to do. That very day, the Hidden Cloud village convened a secret high-level meeting behind closed doors. The decision: they would proceed with the invasion of Kuzugaku. But there was yet another secret mission being prepared in the shadows. The following night, the Cloud Village sent a large number of ninja into the Land of Earth. They moved to the border with the Land of Grass and began their assault. Uchiha Sora received the report at once and dispatched his troops to meet the enemy. Along the border, both sides' ninja clashed fiercely. The Uchiha clan stepped forth once again, volunteering to repel the invaders. Thanks to the incredible might of the Uchiha, the enemy forces from the Hidden Cloud were held at bay, even without Uchiha Sora himself needing to take the field. Simply sending his elite, reanimated fighters into battle was enough to bring the conflict to a stalemate. Within the command headquarters, Uchiha Sora received a constant stream of intelligence from the front lines, unable to avoid a sense of growing puzzlement. It seemed that this time, the Hidden Cloud village didn't display the strength expected of one of the great shinobi nations. 3 days later, however, a piece of news shook the entire shinobi world. Ninja from the land of Earth suddenly ambushed the Hidden Cloud shinobi who had crossed into the borderlands of the land of Lightning from behind. What's going on here? In the village hidden in the sand, within the land of Wind. The fourth Kazekage pored over various reports, and upon learning that ninja from Iwagakure and Kumogakure had come to blows, he couldn't help but be stunned. The land of Earth and the land of Lightning shared a common enemy, Uchiha Sora. This time, the land of Lightning had even taken the route through the land of Earth's borders to join the war. With stakes like these, even if the two sides didn't become allies, they certainly shouldn't have been fighting each other. Uchiha Sora was no less surprised when he received the news. He had expected that the land of Lightning and the land of Earth would join forces to attack him. He never imagined that they would turn on each other instead, locked in a vicious internecine struggle. It wasn't until Kabuto brought in a new intelligence report that everything became clear to him. It turned out that, under the guise of attacking Sora's border with the land of grass, the Hidden Cloud village had been harboring ulterior motives all along. While openly advancing, they were secretly amassing strength, planning to strike the weakened land of Earth when the time was right and launch a surprise attack. But they underestimated Inoki of the land of Earth. He wasn't one to be fooled. He saw through the Hidden Cloud's plan. Inoki immediately took the initiative and launched a fierce assault on the Cloud Ninja massed along his border. The land of Earth and the land of Lightning had a long history of grudges. The former Third Reikage had fallen to the hands of 10,000 Iwagakure ninja, and disputes over the ownership of the sea between the two countries had long festered. Confident in their strength, the land of Lightning saw this as the perfect opportunity to cripple the land of Earth, hoping to reap the greatest rewards amidst the chaos. This was why Uchiha Sora had sensed that the Cloud Shinobi's offensive was weaker than expected. The truth was, all of Hidden Cloud's elite forces were waiting to ambush the land of Earth. This shocking reversal left the rest of the shinobi world utterly dumbfounded. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Sora immediately ordered his forces to pull back, choosing to let the cloud and stone clash head-on while he simply watched from the sidelines. Soon after, the fourth Kazekage decided to seize the opportunity to strike at an enemy in distress. He sent an elite squad on a covert mission deep into the land of Earth, launching a direct attack on Iwagakure itself. The damage dealt to Iwagakure was devastating. In the end, Inoki was forced to beg the land of Wind for peace, offering up vast sums of wealth and resources as compensation. Only then did the fourth Kazekage halt his assault. There was no denying the cunning in the Kazekage's tactics. The land of Earth, already gravely weakened by Uchiha Sora's campaign, found themselves ruthlessly exploited in their hour of need, left utterly unable to resist. Meanwhile, with their coffers filled with newfound treasure, the land of Wind wasted no time. They dispatched their forces across the border into the land of Fire. The Hidden Leaf had only just begun to recover from their own wounds, believing they could safely watch the battles unfold from a distance, never realizing they'd been marked as the next plump target all along. After the movements of the Hidden Sand Village became known to the Hidden Leaf Village, the Leaf sent out its own ninja to fight them. Only after paying a steep price did they manage to fend off the sand assault. By this point, fierce battles had erupted among the four great shinobi villages. Lightning clashing with Earth, Wind colliding with Earth, Wind battling Fire. War raged across every corner. Only the land of Water, distant and isolated across the sea, maintained its watchful distance, carefully observing from afar. As the chaos of war spread on all sides, the fourth great ninja war gradually unfolded its ominous curtain. Uchiha Sora, meanwhile, paid little attention to the battles between the great villages. His focus remained locked on the movements of the Akatsuki and Uchiha Bido. No matter how fiercely the rest of the shinobi world fought, it was beneath Sora's notice, so long as Abido's schemes were not allowed to succeed. Knowing that war would surely offer Abido the perfect cover to pursue his own ends, Sora resolved to take the initiative. He would, above all, need to find an opportunity to make contact with the Jinchuriki. At present, among the Jinchuriki he had yet to approach, aside from the missing 3 tails and 4 tails, only the hosts of the 1 tail, 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails remained. The 8 tails host, Killer Bee, was formidable, a challenge for another time. For now, Sora set his sights on the One Tail, Seven Tails, and Nine Tails. According to Shimoku, the Seven Tails host had sought refuge in the leaf. Now, the village had two Jinchuriki within its gates. It seemed the time had come to make a trip to the leaf. Having reached this decision, Sora set out at once. The Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Sora strolled leisurely through the bustling, lively avenues. Returning to Konoha once more filled him with a wave of nostalgia. He made his way toward the entrance of the Ninja Academy, pausing at the gate as memories of his own days as a student there washed over him. Both of his current targets, the Seven Tails host, Fu, and the Nine Tails host, Uzumaki Naruto, were now students at the academy. In a subtle flicker, Sora slipped silently past the academy gates. Crossing the schoolyard, he caught glimpses through the classroom windows of Chunin instructors leading their lessons. Suddenly, the bell rang out, a crisp, clear signal marking the end of class. Overjoyed, the students burst from their classrooms and swarmed onto the playground, their laughter and shouts filling the air. One of the ninja teachers, noticing the unfamiliar face in Sora, stepped forward and asked, "Who are you? Are you here looking for someone?" Since Sora wore only simple white clothing without the distinctive Uchiha clan crest, the Chunin instructor did not recognize him. Sora offered a gentle smile. "I'm here to see Hikaru Hirai." "Hikaru Hirai? Oh, you mean Teacher Hikaru. He's in his office. Room 301 on the second floor." The teacher replied with a relieved smile, reassured by Sora's familiarity with their colleague. "Thank you," Sora said politely. Hirai Mitsuru was one of the teammates Uchiha Sora was grouped with, together with Yuzuki Yugao, when he graduated early. Before leaving the Hidden Leaf, the two of them had always gotten along very well. This time, returning to the village, besides coming to see the Jinchuriki, Uchiha Sora was also hoping to catch up with old friends. After finding out where Hirai Mitsuru's office was, Sora set off to find him. Along the way, he noticed that almost all the children were playing together on the playground, except for a lone blonde-haired boy, sitting by himself on a swing. That boy was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Seeing this, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but walk over to him. Naruto sensed someone approaching and looked up to find Sora watching him. A hint of confusion appeared on his face. "Big brother, why are you staring at me?" he asked. Sora smiled. "Why aren't you playing with the others?" At these words, Naruto's face clouded over, and he muttered softly, "They never want to play with me. If they won't play with you, how about I be your playmate?" Sora replied with a gentle smile. "Huh, you want to play with me?" Naruto blurted out, suddenly suspicious. "You're not a bad guy, are you?" Sora shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle. "You're having trouble with the clone jutsu, right? I can teach you if you'd like." The moment Naruto heard Sora offer to teach him ninjutsu, his eyes immediately lit up, full of excitement. "Really? Really? Big brother, you'll teach me ninjutsu?" Sora nodded with a warm smile. He stepped up to Naruto, planted a kunai into the ground, then gently placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. "It isn't convenient to teach you here. Let's go somewhere else." Naruto blinked in confusion, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing under a towering, ancient tree. At the base of the tree stood a wooden cabin, and the two of them were now on the open ground in front of it. Where is this place?" Naruto exclaimed, stunned. He simply couldn't fathom how he'd suddenly been brought to such an unfamiliar, but beautiful spot. Just then Sora spoke. "Naruto, how about I teach you a ninjutsu even more powerful than the ordinary clone jutsu?" "Wow, wait. Big brother, how do you know my name?" Naruto asked in astonishment. Sora only gave him a knowing smile, saying nothing. He quietly formed the hand signs for Shadow Clone Jutsu and summoned 3 shadow clones. 3 identical copies of Sora appeared nearby, instantly grabbing Naruto's attention. Naruto exclaimed, "Isn't this just the ordinary clone jutsu? It doesn't seem that special." "This is the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Each clone is real," Sora explained, and had each clone form a Rasengan and drive into the ground. In an instant, the earth exploded with several craters. Naruto stared in shock, his mouth agape. It took him a long moment to recover, and when he finally did, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Uchiha Sora. "Wow, that was amazing. What was that blue ball that exploded on the ground just now? I want to learn that jutsu." Uchiha Sora shook his head at the eager request. "That technique is beyond your abilities at this stage. Let's wait until you master the Shadow Clone Jutsu first." "Okay, I'll learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu first. But once I do, you have to teach me that move." Naruto's enthusiasm soared. "Of course. Focus on mastering the Shadow Clone first," Sora replied with an encouraging nod. With that, Uchiha Sora began to teach Naruto the hand signs for the Shadow Clone Jutsu, then left him to practice on his own. However, The nine tails sealed inside Naruto continued to mess with his chakra, making it nearly impossible for him to properly learn any technique. Observing this, Uchiha Sora frowned slightly and cast a Jinjutsu on Naruto. Sora's skill in illusions was legendary. Even without relying on a sharingan, his mastery allowed him to easily peer into the depths of another's mind using only standard Jinjutsu. Through the Jinjutsu, Sora quickly found his way into the secret realm deep within Naruto's heart, the sealed space of the Nine Tails. Before a massive cage, Sora and Naruto now stood side by side on a floor slick with shallow water. It was Naruto's first time in this strange place. He looked around, eyes wide with confusion and a touch of fear on his face. "Big brother, where are we now? Why is it so dark here? Did night fall already?" Naruto asked, still assuming Sora had taken him to some new, unfamiliar location. "Naruto." Just then, a deep, rumbling voice echoed from the darkness ahead. "Who's there?" Naruto jumped, startled by the haunting sound. He squinted into the shadows. Suddenly, a huge iron cage materialized out of the gloom. Behind the bars, a pair of enormous crimson eyes glared out, radiating a wicked menace. In the next heartbeat, Naruto caught sight of the beast those eyes belonged to, a colossal fox, towering and fearsome. Its entire being emanated a frigid, overwhelming power as it cast a cold, unblinking gaze on both Naruto and Uchiha Sora. Naruto dropped to the ground in shock, utterly bewildered. At this moment, Sora finally spoke, turning his attention to the Nine Tails. "Kurama, would you mind if I said a few words?" The Nine Tails instantly fixed its lethal stare on Sora, voice low and dangerous. "And who might you be? You've managed to find your way here. Are you not afraid I could kill you?" Sora gave a faint, untroubled smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Sora, and sorry to disappoint, but your threats don't work on me." "Uchiha Sora? Are you from the Uchiha clan?" The moment the Nine Tails heard this name, its voice turned cold and heavy. Memories, no doubt unpleasant ones, seemed to flicker in its mind, and its eyes instantly filled with blood-red veins. Fixing Uchiha Sora with a furious glare, the beast roared, "Wicked Uchiha, get out of here this instant." Its immense aura pressed forward like a tidal wave, making Naruto, who stood nearby, tremble uncontrollably with fear. But Uchiha Sora remained unperturbed, his face calm as he spoke slowly. "Nine Tails, I'm only here to tell you this. If you don't want to be controlled by others again, you'd better support Naruto and stop interfering with his chakra. That kind of trouble brings you no benefit whatsoever." "What exactly do you mean by that, Uchiha Sora?" The Nine Tails' eyes narrowed, its tone turning wary. "It's nothing, really, just a bit of advice out of goodwill. There are people in this world trying to collect all the tailed beasts. If you want to survive, it's in your best interest to behave yourself. That's all I have to say. Think it over carefully." With these words, Uchiha Sora finished speaking. "Naruto, let's go." He gently took Naruto by the arm and led him out of the sealed space. Back in the real world, Naruto remained dazed for a long while, unable to shake off what had just happened. The scene he'd just witnessed had left an indelible mark in his memory. After some time, Naruto finally spoke, his voice trembling. "Big brother, what was that place just now? And that giant fox, what is it really?" Uchiha Sora smiled softly and explained, "That's the very monster the whole village fears, the Nine Tails, the tailed beast. And believe it or not, it's sealed inside you." "The Nine Tails? It's really sealed inside me." Naruto was stunned. "Does that mean I really am a monster?" He couldn't help but recall the day when the village was attacked by the Nine Tails, the heavy casualties, and how even the fourth Hokage lost his life in that catastrophe. So all of this was actually connected to him? Uchiha Sora reached over and patted Naruto's head kindly. "The Nine Tails may be sealed inside you, but you're no monster. The people who call you that are just ignorant and foolish. Don't ever believe them." "Do you really mean it?" For the first time, someone was comforting Naruto so sincerely, and the tears that had long been held back at last spilled from his eyes. "Big brother, you don't think I'm a monster?" "Of course not. In fact, there are others in the world who, like you, have tailed beasts sealed inside them. You're called Jinchuriki, and every village's Jinchuriki is among their strongest ninja. Each one wields enormous power. Some are even as powerful as the Hokage." Really, for Naruto, whose whole life had been burdened by the label of monster, this sounded almost too good to be true. His face lit up with longing at the mention of Jinchuriki rivaling the Hokage. "Absolutely. But if you want to become as powerful as the Hokage, you have to go through tough training. Also, you need to learn to communicate with the tailed beast inside you. Win it over, and you'll be able to harness its power perfectly. In the future, surpassing the Hokage might not be impossible for you," Uchiha Sora continued. Naruto was so stunned by what he heard, he could hardly respond. Sora knew it would take Naruto some time to digest all this information. So once he finished speaking, he didn't push any further, and instead went back to guiding Naruto in the art of the shadow clone jutsu. This time, Naruto quickly mastered the technique, creating over a dozen shadow clones with ease. Watching this scene, Uchiha Sora couldn't help but admire Naruto's talent for ninjutsu. Not surprising, given that he inherited the genes of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Though Naruto's foundational knowledge was lacking, his natural aptitude for martial training was extraordinary. With just a bit of hands-on instruction, he could effortlessly pick up a new technique. Of course, it also helped that the Nine-Tails inside him was no longer interfering with his training. It seemed that their recent meeting with the Nine-Tails had indeed made a real difference. Yes, I did it. I finally learned it. Naruto leaped into the air, bursting with excitement. Thank you, big brother. You're really a good person, he said, his face full of heartfelt gratitude. Uchiha Sora raised his hand and patted Naruto's shoulder, quietly leaving a flying thunder god mark on him. Let's go. I'll take you back. Remember, don't tell anyone you met me. Okay, I promise. Naruto nodded eagerly. In a flash, Sora whisked Naruto away, and they reappeared beneath the swings on the academy playground. By now, the sun was setting. Most of the students had left the ninja school for the day. Sora picked up the kunai from the ground and gave Naruto's head a gentle pat. Head on home. This is where we part for now. If you ever need me, I'll come find you. The sudden farewell left Naruto looking reluctant and a little lost. Although they had only spent half a day together, in that short time Uchiha Sora not only taught Naruto the powerful shadow clone jutsu, but also revealed the truth about the monster inside him, ending his confusion and loneliness. Naruto walked away, still glancing back, unwilling to say goodbye. Sora closed his eyes and stood quietly on the playground, extending his senses to everything around him. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked ahead. A young man, wearing glasses, was approaching from a short distance away. The young man stopped before Sora, gazing at him with eyes full of excitement and complicated emotions. It really is you. Sora, what are you doing here in Konoha? Hikari Hirai looked at Sora, excitement in his voice mingled with a hint of reverence. What's the matter? Aren't you happy to see an old friend? Sora answered with a gentle smile. Hikaru Hirai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, the last trace of awe in his heart vanishing instantly. You're more than welcome. Of course you are. But honestly, your reputation these days precedes you. Aren't you worried that if our dear Hokage catches wind of your presence, he'll send the ANBU after you before you know it? Hirai joked, giving Uchiha Sora a friendly punch on the chest. You better watch your back. In that light-hearted moment, their camaraderie seemed to transport them back to those times when they carried out missions side by side. A little while later, the two of them found themselves sitting in a tavern, sharing drinks and conversation. Hirai recounted an amusing episode from his new life as a Chunin instructor. As for Sora's recent exploits, Hirai deliberately refrained from probing any further, respecting his friend's silence. Their conversation drifted along until, suddenly, Hirai looked over and asked, By the way, Sora, does Yugao know you've come back to Konoha? Hearing that, Sora couldn't help but think of the graceful figure with flowing violet hair. He remembered the moment they parted outside the gates of Grass Ninja Village, a gentle kiss that lingered vividly in his memory. I've only just returned. I haven't seen her yet, Sora answered, shaking his head. Oh, I figured you'd already gone to her, Hirai mused. Then, glancing at Sora, he added, but Yugao actually left the ANBU not long ago. She's on extended break now. Word is, she's planning to give up the life of a ninja altogether. Night had fallen over the training grounds of the Hidden Leaf Village. A graceful silhouette was practicing with her sword, her purple hair billowing in the breeze, every movement smooth and seamless. It was Yugao Yuzuki. She wore a long black robe, elegant and striking, an image straight out of the legends, a warrior maiden from days long past. Uchiha Sora arrived quietly and stood at a distance, watching her devotedly continue her training. Suddenly, as if sensing his presence, Yugao froze mid-movement. Raising her sword, she turned briskly and launched herself in Sora's direction. Sora smiled quietly, shifting his stance and drawing his own sword in an answering motion. Steel met steel with a sharp, ringing clash as their blades sparked in the moonlight. Yugao's face blossomed into a warm smile as she withdrew her sword. Sora, what brings you back to Konoha? Sora sheathed his blade and replied with a laugh. It's been far too long. I had to return and visit old friends. So you came back just to see me? Yugao asked, her voice sparkling with surprise. Seeing her delighted smile, Sora simply nodded with a gentle grin, never mentioning his real mission for the Jinchuriki. Yugao practically beamed, tossing her sword aside and dragging Sora down to sit with her on the soft grass nearby. By now, night had deepened. Beneath the starlit sky, the two began sharing stories and laughter, swapping light-hearted memories. As their conversation went on, Yugao's cheeks flushed the faintest pink. She edged closer to Sora, eventually resting her head gently on his shoulder, her eyes falling closed in quiet contentment. At that moment, the air seemed to grow incredibly still, a strange tension rising between them. A delicate, subtle fragrance drifted into Uchiha Sora's nose, the scent belonging to Yugao. Yugao, I heard you left the Umbu. Uchiha Sora spoke up, trying to ease the curious atmosphere. Yugao paused briefly at his words, then nodded, replying, yes. I've grown weary of life in the Umbu. I don't want to be an Umbu anymore. Why? Sora couldn't help but ask. She glanced at him, then sighed softly. Thanks to you, the shinobi world has changed too quickly lately. The land of wind, the land of lightning, and the land of earth are already at war with each other. I doubt the land of fire can stand alone for long. And now Lady Tsunade has returned to the village, and Jiraiya-sama appears often as well. There are even rumors that Konoha will be drawn into this great shinobi war. If that happens, I'll be a Konoha ninja, and you'll stand for the land of grass. Sooner or later, we might find ourselves on opposing sides. I don't want that, so I'd rather step away now. Hearing this, Sora felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He nodded. That's probably for the best. Life in the Umbu is too dangerous anyway. Leaving is a good thing. So what will you do now? As for now, I plan to take a long break. After I've rested enough, I'll come find you in the land of grass, Yugao replied with a smile. I'd love that. If you come to the Grass Ninja Village, I'll welcome you with open arms. And Macham, a radiant smile blossomed across her face. Resting gently against Sora's shoulder, she murmured, the night is so beautiful here. Why don't we just sit here together until dawn? Sit until dawn? Sora turned to look at Yugao's stunning profile and nodded. But their peace was soon disturbed. Suddenly, behind them, there was a flurry of swift footsteps, and 3 masked Umbu appeared. Uchiha Sora, our Hokage requests your presence, one of them announced with wary caution. Yugao had to lift her head from Sora's shoulder, giving him a helpless look. It seems the Hokage has discovered your presence. Sora could only rise reluctantly, glancing coldly at the 3 Umbu. Can't you see I'm busy? If the 3rd Hokage wants to see me, he can come here himself. The 3 Umbu exchanged uneasy glances. Sora's tone was so brazen, he showed no respect for the very person they revered, the Hokage. Yet they dared not challenge him. Aware of Sora's formidable power, they found themselves paralyzed, uncertain how to proceed. At that moment, an aged voice rang out, resonant and commanding. Uchiha Sora, you are Konoha's most watched visitor right now. Since your arrival, I as Hokage have found little peace. The 3 Hokage walked out from behind the trio of ANBU agents. Accompanying the 3rd Hokage were 2 of his advisors, as well as another figure, a stunning blonde woman whose presence was impossible to ignore. That woman was none other than Tsunade. Coup, it's been a while. Tsunade called out, waving in greeting. So it's Senior Tsunade. Uchiha Coup raised his hand in greeting as well. As much as the hypocrisy of the 3rd Hokage disgusted him, Coup felt it necessary to give Tsunade her due respect. Uchiha Coup, could you join me in the conference room? The 3rd Hokage spoke up again. A sharp glint flashed in Cou's eyes. Standing at his side, Tsunade added, there are some matters regarding the ongoing Shinobi World War. As a leader of the Grass Ninja Village, it's essential we sit down and have a proper discussion. Very well, Coup nodded. He instructed Yugao to return first while he followed the 3rd Hokage, Tsunade, and their entourage to the meeting room. Despite being deep within the territory of Konoha, Coup felt no concern that the 3rd Hokage would attempt to ensnare him. After they entered the conference room, both sides took their seats. Let's get straight to the point, Coup said. The 3rd Hokage exchanged a glance with his 2 advisors before he began. Uchiha Coup, the war has taken an unexpected turn. Just a couple of days ago, an elite squad from Sunagakure, the Land of Wind, entered the Land of Fire and clashed with our ninja. Sunagakure's intent to provoke a war with Konoha is now unmistakable. Therefore, I hope Konoha and Grass Ninja Village can form an alliance. En alliance. Coup frowned at the suggestion. Do you really think I would agree to work with you? The 3rd Hokage shook his head. I know you wouldn't agree with me, but I hope you'll give Tsunade your answer. Coup turned to Tsunade, a hint of doubt in his expression. Senior Tsunade, have you come as a persuader? Tsunade shook her head. At that moment, the 3rd Hokage continued. I have decided to step down as Hokage and pass the title of 5th Hokage to Tsunade. From now on, all matters of Konoha will be under Tsunade's authority. So that's his plan. The 3rd Hokage was actually relinquishing his position, appointing Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Given Kuu's relationship with Tsunade, perhaps this would indeed open the door for an alliance between Konoha and the Grass Ninja Village. One had to admit, the 3rd Hokage's maneuver was deeply calculating and shrewd. Unfortunately, he had still underestimated the depth of Uchiha Kuu's animosity toward him. Ku looked to Tsunade and shook his head. I'm sorry. Though you and I have a teacher-disciple bond, and Karen has long benefited from your care, there are things that can't be settled by mere personal favors. I'll make myself clear. I will not collaborate with Konoha, Ku said coolly, looking at the 3rd Hokage. Unless you pay for your sins with your life. Pay with your life. Only death can atone. In the past, who would have dared to speak such words in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage? But now, the words of Uchiha Sora left everyone present in heavy silence. After all, Uchiha Sora was now the leader of the Grass Ninja Village, the one who had defeated the forces of the Land of Earth, a formidable figure to be reckoned with. Enough, Sora. If that's how it is, let's just forget about the cooperation we discussed. Tsunade spoke up at this moment. There was no way she could simply stand by and watch her teacher die. That was something she could never allow. Uchiha Sora simply waved his hand at her words. In that case, there's nothing left for me here. I'll be on my way. With that, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from their midst. Everyone stood where they were, staring as Sora departed, exchanging uncertain glances with each other. For a long moment, Sarutobi could do nothing but let out a deep sigh. Regret weighed heavily on his heart. He regretted being so lenient with Danzo back then, and even more, he regretted allowing Danzo to make a move against Shisui. If only he hadn't, Konoha wouldn't have ended up as it was today. When Uchiha Sora appeared again, he was already by Yugao's side as she walked home. Sora, how did it go with Lord Hokage? Yugao couldn't help but ask when she saw him. Sora shook his head with a gentle smile. Yugao softly took his hand in hers, her voice tender. Sora, whatever you decide, I'll always be by your side. The two of them strolled together under the night sky, walking side by side until they reached the steps below Yugao's apartment. Yugao looked at Sora, her cheeks blushing faintly. My parents aren't home tonight, she murmured. Why don't you stay at my place? Sora froze in surprise, feeling his expression turn just a bit awkward. Certain thoughts flashed through his mind, and the way he looked at Yugao changed a little, an odd glint in his eyes. Noticing Sora's gaze, Yugao's cheeks turned even redder. Flustered and a bit annoyed, she stamped her foot and turned away. Forget it then. You are the flying thunder god. It's easy for you to go home anyway. I will make you stay. With that, she hurried inside, shutting the door with a firm clack, leaving Sora outside. Inside, she leaned against the door, her heart hammering in her chest, cheeks flushed with embarrassment and excitement. Outside, Sora chuckled quietly, then activated his flying thunder god technique and disappeared in an instant. Naturally, he returned to Grass Ninja Village to sleep. The next day, Sora came back to Konoha, and at the Ninja Academy, he sought out another Jinchuriki. The last one, Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Unlike Naruto, Fu had only recently moved to Konoha. Her true identity was kept a closely guarded secret. Almost no one except the village leadership knew she carried the Seven Tails. As a result, Fu enjoyed a peaceful time at the academy and had managed to make a few friends. After Uchiha Sora found her, he didn't engage in much conversation. Silently, he placed a flying thunder god seal on her and then slipped away. With this, both the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the Seven Tails now carried flying thunder god coordinates. Should anything happen to them, he could instantly rush to their aid. This was a most effective safeguard against Uchiha Obito targeting the Jinchuriki. After that, Sora made a trip to Sunagakure, quietly affixing another flying thunder god seal onto Gaara. At this point, among the 9 major Jinchuriki, only the host of the 8 Tails remained without a seal, aside from the 3 Tails and 4 Tails, who had already been captured. Almost all the other Jinchuriki were now under Uchiha Sora's watchful control. For Uchiha Obito, the prospect of collecting all the tailed beasts had become nearly impossible. In the days that followed, Uchiha Sora settled beneath the towering giant tree in what was once Takigakure, cultivating his connection to natural energy. He took little part in the ongoing conflicts of the shinobi world. Although Kumogakure made several attempts to rescue Yujito Ni, every mission ended in failure. After repeated setbacks, the Hidden Cloud had no choice but to put its plans to free the host of the 2 Tails on hold. After being battered in war, The land of Earth shrank back defensively. Meanwhile, the land of Lightning, having extracted major concessions from them, soon turned its aggression toward the land of Fire. On the other front, the land of Wind kept sending elite squads to provoke trouble in the land of Fire. The atmosphere in Konohagakure suddenly grew tense. It was at this critical time that the village held the succession ceremony for the 5th Hokage. After Tsunade assumed the mantle, she broke from the 3rd Hokage's conciliatory approach, issuing direct and decisive orders to counter both the land of Lightning and the land of Wind. The land of Fire shifted from passive defense to taking the fight to its enemies. Though Konoha hadn't yet recovered its full strength, this display of resolve made the 4th Reikage and the 4th Kazekage wary, shaking some of their confidence and forcing them to hold back. With 4 nations at war, the shinobi world was engulfed in chaos. The Akatsuki, seizing the opportunity, accepted mercenary missions left and right, gathering intelligence and plotting against the Jinchuriki all the while. In comparison, Uchiha Sora seemed almost apart from it all, immersed daily in sensing natural energy or quietly training with Izumi and Haku. His grasp of sage techniques deepened with each passing day, and his strength continued to grow. One day, as Sora once again sat under the giant tree, attuning himself to natural energy, a sudden inspiration struck him: the idea of creating his own jutsu. Through his constant meditations with nature, he came to realize that, at its core, natural energy was no different from the chakra of the tailed beasts. The only distinction was that tailed beasts were born from yin-yang release, as beings of nature's energy endowed with their own will and life. This meant that he could regard natural energy in the same way as a tailed beast, sealing it within his own body. If he managed to seal natural energy inside himself, and then transform and harness it, perhaps he could become a unique kind of Jinchuriki. With this thought, Uchiha Sora could not help but start experimenting. He tried to draw natural energy into his body, refraining from combining it with his physical and spiritual energy to create sage chakra, but instead keeping it in his body on its own. At the same time, he attempted to use the in-seal technique to lock away this portion of natural energy. However, after several attempts, Uchiha Sora still wound up failing each time. The point of failure was that an ordinary in-seal was almost completely ineffective at containing natural energy. The wild, rampant energy simply refused to be held in check. It seems the in-seal just can't store natural energy. I'll have to look for another way. After failing once again, Uchiha Sora furrowed his brow and sank into thought. Suddenly, he recalled the curse seal researched by Orochimaru. The curse seal technique was developed from studies on Yugo's unique physiology. Yugo being someone who could fuse natural energy into his body, undergoing sage transformation under its influence. Sage transformation, too, was a form of sage mode, though could not be consciously controlled or sustained just by one's will. Still, to Uchiha Sora, this seemed like something worth delving into further. It looked like it was time to seek out Orochimaru. Lost in thought, Uchiha Sora began planning his next move. With a series of wars that had unfolded recently, the Grass Village had collected a trove of elite ninja corpses and associated records, all stowed away in their archives. He thought that on this visit to Orochimaru, in addition to seeking information on the Cursed Seal, he should also ask whether Orochimaru could get his hands on more of White Zetsu's bodies. The bodies of White Zetsu were the finest sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation technique, and almost all of the 10 that Sora had previously acquired from Orochimaru were already used up. He would definitely need new supplies. On top of that, ever since Sasuke had been taken away by Orochimaru, Sora had no idea how he was faring. In the original story, Sasuke was constantly showing off only to take a beating. But now, since Sasuke was a member of the Uchiha clan, Sora would not simply wash his hands of the boy. With these thoughts, Sora quietly left his training ground and set off alone for the village hidden in sound, in the land of rice fields. Orochimaru had now left the Akatsuki organization, founding the Sound Village in Rice Country to serve as its secretive leader and quietly build his own ninja force. Information on Orochimaru's whereabouts was extremely difficult to obtain, and even Inoue had little intelligence on him, so Sora resolved to visit the Sound Village in person. Not long after, he arrived at the gates of the village. Although the Sound Village was one of the smaller ninja villages, with Orochimaru presiding over it, its strength was not to be underestimated. What's more, Orochimaru has always had a penchant for gathering individuals with special abilities from all across the ninja world, which made the ranks of the Sound Village brim with talent and untapped potential. Uchiha Sora arrived dressed in white, a sword hanging at his waist, the very image of a swordsman shrouded in pale robes. His appearance immediately caught the attention of the Sound Village guards. "Who goes there?" barked one of the guards, stepping in front of Uchiha Sora to block his path. Uchiha Sora replied calmly, "I am the leader of the Grass Village, here to pay my respects to Orochimaru." The leader of the Grass Village, the guard echoed, momentarily stunned by the revelation. But in the next instant, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. His expression changed drastically, and he stammered, You're the White Death, Uchiha Sora?" The title made Uchiha Sora smile faintly. "So, even here in the Sound Village, my reputation has spread," he mused. "Yes, sir, Uchiha Sora. Are you here to see Lord Orochimaru?" The guard was almost tripping over his own words. Lord Orochimaru's whereabouts are never certain. He probably isn't in the village right now. Oh, and yet, I'm sure you must have some way of reaching him, don't you? Uchiha Sora frowned slightly. After all, I've come a long way. There's no way I'll leave without meeting Orochimaru. Why, yes, of course. I'll find a way to contact Lord Orochimaru right away, the guard replied frantically. After all, the nickname White Death hadn't been earned lightly. The number of ninja who had perished at Uchiha Sora's hands had easily crossed 1,000. If they managed to offend him, and he started rampaging here, the consequences would be catastrophic. With utmost caution, the guards invited Uchiha Sora into the village, offering him drinks while they arranged for his comfort. Meanwhile, someone hurried off to inform the village leaders of the visitor's arrival. The Sound Village administrator blanched upon hearing that Uchiha Sora himself had come. Flustered, he quickly employed a secret technique to get in touch with Orochimaru, relaying the situation to him in his hidden laboratory far from the village. "So Uchiha Sora has finally come looking for me," Orochimaru murmured with a husky laugh, setting aside his lab equipment. Turning to the bespectacled youth assisting him, he said, "Kabuto, keep an eye on things here. I need to head back. An interesting visitor has arrived." "Orochimaru, you certainly keep yourself busy, don't you?" In the Sound Village leader's chamber, Uchiha Sora had waited for quite some time. When Orochimaru finally appeared, Sora opened the conversation with a teasing smile. "Hey, Uchiha Sora, you never show up at my door without a reason. Tell me, what brings you to my lair this time?" Orochimaru replied, his words laced with a sly, almost nervous undertone. "Orochimaru, rest assured, I'm not here to cause you trouble. Even though I still remember you secretly took Sasuke away, that's not why I've come today, and I'm not here to take Sasuke back from you," Uchiha Sora said calmly. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes narrowed. "So, I couldn't keep it from you after all. Then tell me, what exactly brings you here? I want you to hand over all your research on curse seals. I'm very interested in your work," Uchiha Sora stated directly. "Curse seals?" Orochimaru was once again taken aback. "That's right. I've recently been studying Sage Mode, and I need your materials on cursed seals as inspiration," Uchiha Sora continued, his eyes narrowing briefly before snapping open. In the next instant, a powerful aura radiated from him. Around his eyelids, a vivid orange-red shadow appeared. It was the perfect Sage Mode from Mount Mayaboku. Orochimaru trembled at the sight, unable to suppress a cry of shock. "Sage Mode? That's Mount Mayaboku's Sage Mode. Where did you learn that? Was it for Jiraiya?" Suspicion plagued his mind. As far as he knew, with Jiraiya's position, it shouldn't have been possible for Uchiha Sora to learn Sage Mode from him. Moreover, his own research had shown that only those with a special physique could master Sage Mode, and the Uchiha clan's bodies seemed ill-suited for handling such power. How then had Uchiha Sora managed to attain Sage Mode? Orochimaru couldn't help but feel envious. It was precisely because his own body was incompatible with the practice of Sage Jutsu that he'd failed to master Sage Mode. Forced to take another path, he devoted himself to research on cursed seals. He had even attempted reincarnation, hoping to adapt to the power of Sage Mode, but to this day, he had yet to succeed. "Orochimaru, this is the Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku. But even so, this Sage Mode is not my final goal. What I pursue is the true essence of power. Your curse seal is itself a type of Sage Mode, which is why I hope you'll lend me your support," Uchiha Sora said evenly. Orochimaru's spirit trembled, and he muttered under his breath, seeking the true essence of power. Such a perfect pursuit. "Well, Orochimaru, will you help me?" Orochimaru let out a low, drawn-out laugh. "Sora-kun, if I refuse, I doubt you'll just walk away peacefully, will you?" Uchiha Sora smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. "So it seems I have no way to refuse, then," Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Besides, in my current state, I don't think I even have the power to say no." "Very well, come with me." With that, he turned and walked off. Uchiha Sora followed with a mild smile. Orochimaru led him out of the grass village and headed toward the Land of Fire. The two of them traveled together for half a day before finally arriving at the entrance to an underground facility. "We're here, coup Uchiha," Welcome to my experimental base, Orochimaru said as he opened the entrance and invited Coup inside. Coup gave a slight smile, entirely untroubled by the prospect of any traps, and stepped confidently inside. In the dim underground passage, Coup followed Orochimaru as they continued forward. Orochimaru, I never thought you'd bring me here, to your laboratory. Aren't you concerned I'll discover the secrets behind your experiments? Coup said with a laugh. Orochimaru replied with a faint chuckle. Ah, Coup, you and I are cut from the same cloth. In this ninja world, people as single-minded as us should appreciate one another. Well, I didn't expect to hear something like that from you. I must say it's quite a surprise, Coup replied, a little amused. Consider this a gesture of rare honesty on my part, Orochimaru said smoothly. Cou's lips curled into a gentle smile. The two of them proceeded down the long corridor, passing lab after lab, with the occasional glimpse of experimental subjects kept behind closed doors. At last, Orochimaru led Coup into a library. After searching along bookshelves packed with all manner of materials, Orochimaru picked out a scroll and turned to hand it to Coup. Here you are. This contains everything about the cursed seal. However, there's one critical requirement. It depends on the genetic material of a certain child who isn't here right now. Is it Yugo? Coup asked. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, genuinely surprised. I had no idea you were so well informed about my endeavors. Cou's tone remained calm. I'll take this information, then. As for Yugo, I have no need of him at present. His main reason for seeking the curse seal technique was to study sage transformation, not to fully replicate the workings of the curse seal itself. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru, do you have any means of procuring more white zetsu? I require a large quantity, really as many as possible, Coup asked as he accepted the scroll. I've already left the Akatsuki. Getting my hands on more white zetsu won't be easy. However, I happen to know the general area where they're hiding. With your abilities, I doubt you'll have much trouble hunting them down yourself, Orochimaru replied. With that, Orochimaru divulged the location of the white zetsu hideout to Coup. Thank you, Coup said, grateful for both the curse seal data and the intelligence on white zetsu. Orochimaru gave a faint, knowing smile. Coup made ready to leave. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the passage outside. Lord Orochimaru, there's been an intruder in the base. A bespectacled young boy came running in, calling out at the top of his voice. Orochimaru was caught off guard for a moment. Orochimaru frowned and asked, Kabuto, who attacked this place? Kabuto glanced at Uchiha Sora, who stood beside Orochimaru. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly replied, It's likely your old partner, Shisui of the Red Sand. Shisui, huh? The Akatsuki are relentless, aren't they? Orochimaru gave a shadowy, sinister smile, then continued, And where's Sasuke? Sasuke is still over in the training room. All right, then let's find Sasuke first and pay that Sasori fellow a visit afterward. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. I'm rather interested in the Akatsuki myself. Since things have come to this, I'll join you and have a look. That would be perfect, Orochimaru replied. The three of them headed to the training room, where they found Sasuke engaged in basic taijutsu drills. Noticing Orochimaru's arrival, Sasuke frowned and spoke bluntly. Orochimaru, what is it? Sasuke, the base has been infiltrated. Your training will have to pause for now. Come with me. We need to move to another location, Orochimaru explained. TCH, what a pain. Sasuke muttered, irritation clear in his voice. At that moment, he caught sight of Uchiha Sora, standing just behind Orochimaru, and he froze in surprise. Hey Sasuke, it's been a while. Uchiha Sora greeted him with a raised hand. Uchiha Sora, Sasuke exclaimed in a low voice. What are you doing here? Of course, I came to check in on how my clansman is doing, Uchiha Sora replied with an easy smile. So, any thoughts on coming back to the village with me? Orochimaru interjected urgently. Sora, Sasuke can learn far more from me here than he could anywhere else. As the leader of the grass village, you simply don't have the time to train him yourself, do you? I'm doing fine here. Please give my regards to my parents, and tell them I'll return once I'm strong enough, Sasuke added firmly. With a light laugh, Uchiha Sora glanced at Orochimaru. Don't worry. If Sasuke wishes to stay here, I certainly won't stop him. Then he turned to Sasuke. I'll be sure to pass along your message. He kept quiet about the news that Fugaku had gone missing at the ruined ruins. As they spoke, a sudden explosion echoed from outside. Kabuto's face darkened. The enemy has broken into the experimental sector. Any further, and all the research data here will be lost. Let's go. We'd better take a look, Uchiha Sora said, waving his hand. The four of them hurried out. Down a corridor leading to the outside, a swarm of puppets, brandishing gleaming blades, rampaged through the passageway. At the back of the group was a hunched figure shrouded in mystery. The stranger wore a black cloak adorned with red clouds. It was none other than Shisui of the Red Sand, of the Akatsuki. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Orochimaru was the first to attack. He raised his arm, and in an instant, several massive serpents, as thick as his arms, shot out from beneath his sleeve, coiling around a cluster of puppets. With a sudden, violent sweep, he smashed them to pieces. Orochimaru, so you really are here. A raspy voice emanated from the hunched figure in the shadows. Shisui of the Red Sand, did the organization send you? Or did you come here of your own accord? Orochimaru replied with a cold, serpentine smile. Both, perhaps. After all, I find your research quite fascinating. If I can kill you and acquire everything you know, I imagine it would do wonders for my eternal art. Shisui answered icily, his words laced with murderous intent. Such arrogance, Orochimaru mused, shaking his head almost in amusement. A powerful aura radiated from both men, saturating the air with tension. Off to the side, Sasuke was rooted in place, overwhelmed by the clashing energies swirling around them. Damn it, is this the true power of Orochimaru? Incredible. But who is that other guy? He can actually go toe-to-toe with Orochimaru. Sasuke thought to himself, stunned. So that child is Itachi's little brother? At that moment, Sasuke's gaze fell on Sasuke. His rasping voice sounded again. Compared to his brother Itachi, this one is sorely lacking. Itachi. The moment Sasuke heard the name Uchiha Itachi, he turned on Shisui, demanding, Did you say Itachi? Where is he? Shisui let out a low, sinister chuckle. He and I are part of the same organization. Do you want to see him? After I kill Orochimaru, I'll turn you into one of my puppets. Maybe then, I'll take you to him. Sasuke was taken aback by Sasuke's menacing words. He opened his mouth, struggling to speak, as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Shisui turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I'm taking this one as my puppet. I trust you have no objections. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Shisui, if you want to lay a hand on Sasuke, you shouldn't be asking me. Perhaps you should try asking the one standing beside me first. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and he fixed his gaze on the young man at Orochimaru's side, Uchiha Sora. Shisui regarded Uchiha Sora carefully, a sense of vague familiarity tugging at him. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Shisui stiffened and exclaimed, You're Uchiha Sora? Hee. Seems you're not as slow as you look. Orochimaru chuckled before Sora could respond. In the past, Shisui would never have recognized Uchiha Sora. But recently, Uchiha Sora's actions had shaken the entire shinobi world, his name spreading like wildfire. Moreover, titles like the White Reaper and the Golden War God had made him a legend in the ninja world. Uchiha Sora's information was now the focus of attention for every major organization in power. Naturally, Shisui had his own files and intelligence on Uchiha Sora, and among them, photographs. Thus, although Shisui of the Red Sand had never seen Uchiha Sora in person, he recognized him at once, having studied his photograph beforehand. The moment Shisui realized it was Uchiha Sora, a wave of tension gripped his heart. At that instant, Uchiha Sora spoke in a calm, almost indifferent tone. Shisui of the Red Sand, I have to say, you're quite unlucky to have run into me today. Lord Uchiha Sora, Shisui replied coldly, the feud between me and Orochimaru. Do you intend to meddle in it as well? Orochimaru is our organization's target. Do you dare to stand in our way? Oh, is that supposed to be a threat? Uchiha Sora responded with a faint smile. No, I'm merely stating a fact. Even someone like you, Uchiha Sora, cannot afford to cross our leader, Shisui said. Sorry to disappoint you, but your organization holds no fear for me, replied Uchiha Sora, unfazed. Very well. In that case, I'll let Orochimaru go this time. Farewell, Shisui said curtly. With those words, he made to leave, without the slightest hesitation. Shisui, since you're here, you might as well stay a while. Orochimaru raised his hand and unleashed his shadow serpent hands technique once more, striking towards Shisui. A sharp blast, the sound of an explosion. Suddenly, a thick cloud of black poison smoke erupted between the two sides, spreading rapidly. Orochimaru's expression changed abruptly. He grabbed Sasuke and sprang back with haste. Uchiha Sora and Kabuto also retreated with swift precision. He actually ran away, blocked by the toxic haze. Sasuke stared in disbelief. Though still young, Sasuke's sharp mind had already discerned that it was Uchiha Sora who had driven Shisui off. Never would he have imagined that a formidable member of the same organization as Itachi, a warrior who dared proclaim he would kill Orochimaru, would turn and flee at the mere mention of Uchiha Sora's name. What did it all mean? Didn't this prove that Uchiha Sora's power far surpassed anything Sasuke had imagined. Was Uchiha Sora truly that strong? Even though he hadn't witnessed Uchiha Sora fight, Sasuke felt an overwhelming sense of awe settle in his heart. By comparison, the once omnipotent and powerful Orochimaru now seemed to pale into insignificance. When the poison mist finally cleared, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sora with a sly grin. "Sora-kun, are you just going to let Sasori escape so easily?" "Don't worry, he won't get far," replied Uchiha Sora, his voice even. As he spoke, he had already activated Sage Mode. With its heightened perception, he had long since locked onto Sasori's fleeing presence. The vast range of Sage Mode's sensory powers meant that even if Sasori ran a little farther, it would make no difference. In the next instant, Uchiha Sora vanished in a blur, dashing out of the corridor in pursuit. "Let's follow and see for ourselves," Orochimaru said to Kabuto and Sasuke at his side. "Yeah." Both Sasuke and Kabuto nodded quickly. Sasuke was eager to witness Uchiha Sora in action and had no intention of missing this opportunity. Outside the experimental base, the endless forest stretched on without end. When Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Sasuke finally caught up with Uchiha Sora, they found he had already managed to halt Sasori of the Red Sand. At that moment, Sasori's path was blocked. Knowing that a battle was inevitable, he spoke in a cold voice. "Uchiha Sora, you're going too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the mouth of Hiriko, Sasori's puppet body, snapped open, launching a flurry of fine, poisonous needles in Sora's direction. But Uchiha Sora, his Sage Mode fully activated, was far beyond their reach. With a swift, effortless movement, he dodged the needles entirely. Not only did he not back away, he surged forward, charging straight to the front of Hiriko. He raised his fist and struck with a single blow. With a thunderous crash, Hiriko had no time to evade and was shattered into pieces on the spot. This scene unfolded just as Orochimaru and the others arrived, catching the spectacle. All three of them were taken aback. So this is the power of Sage Mode? He broke through Sasori's puppet shell with a single strike. Remarkable. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with excitement, and he let out a peculiar laugh. Sage Mode. So this is the realm even Lord Orochimaru himself couldn't attain. Kabuto observed silently, marveling at what he saw. Sasuke, utterly awed by Uchiha Sora's overwhelming display, could hardly contain his envy. He murmured to himself, "If I had this kind of power, I could definitely defeat Itachi." Catching Sasuke's muttered words, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. "Sasuke-kun, this isn't even Sora's true strength. His real power lies in the Sharingan." "The Sharingan?" Sasuke was taken aback. After Uchiha Itachi betrayed the clan, Sasuke had awakened his single-tomoe Sharingan, and under Orochimaru's recent tutelage, he had advanced it to the two-tomoe state. Still, to him, while the Sharingan was useful and convenient, it hardly seemed overwhelmingly powerful. Orochimaru's words left him puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "Orochimaru, what do you mean by the power of the Sharingan? Do you really know it so well?" "Heh, Sasuke-kun, while I may not be an Uchiha myself, I've done my share of research on your clan's Kekkei Genkai," Orochimaru replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. In its natural state, the Sharingan evolves up to the three-tomoe form. But above that, there exists another level, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke was again startled. Suddenly, he recalled the strange and intricate pattern he'd once glimpsed in his brother's eyes. It said that only when one suffers the heartbreaking loss of someone important do they stand a chance to awaken these eyes, Orochimaru said. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan far surpasses that of the three-tomoe Sharingan. It was by relying on his Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Sora earned the title of the Golden War God, a name renowned throughout the shinobi world. Even I am no match for him. So that's how it is. This guy, is he really that strong? For the first time, Sasuke was hearing about these things, and couldn't help but feel a deep shock stirring inside him. The fact that Uchiha Sora was so powerful, even Orochimaru admitted inferiority, suddenly made it much clearer why the Scorpion had chosen to flee. And Itachi possessed those very same eyes. If Sasuke wanted to defeat his brother, would he also have to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? At that instant, the pressure Sasuke felt weighing on him grew heavier still. His fists subconsciously tightened. Right now, he realized he truly knew nothing about real power. At this moment, the Scorpion's true body was finally revealed. Not a fearsome man, but a figure appearing no more than a teenage boy. He stared coldly at Uchiha Sora, retrieving a scroll from behind his back and unfurling it. With a dull thud, a human-shaped puppet appeared in front of Uchiha Sora. The puppet was dressed in a gray cloak and looked uncannily lifelike. There it is, the third Kazekage, Orochimaru cackled with twisted amusement. This is Scorpion's lethal ace, his favorite puppet. The third Kazekage? Sasuke blurted out in surprise. What do you mean? Kabuto, standing nearby, explained, among the many puppet arts controlled by Sasori of the Red Sand, there's a certain forbidden technique, one that allows a living person to be turned into a puppet. Puppets made by this method retain all the abilities they had in life, including their Kekkei Genkai. These are called human puppets. Human puppets? The blood drained from Sasuke's face, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. How terrifying could this possibly be? Turn living people into soulless puppets. This was even more disturbing than Orochimaru's grotesque experiments. Don't tell me. This puppet was made from the third Kazekage himself. Sasuke asked in disbelief. That's right. You must understand, Sasori of the Red Sand is no weakling. With your current strength, even 100, no, 1,000, of you couldn't defeat him, Orochimaru said as he glanced at Sasuke, a mischievous tone in his voice. Sasuke nodded silently, taking it all in. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sasori already had his third Kazekage puppet charging towards Uchiha Sora. Suddenly, a giant blade slid out from the puppet's sleeve, its edge catching the light with a deadly glint. This blade was clearly made from some special material, its resilience obvious, but what made it even more dangerous was the deadly poison surely lacing its surface. Uchiha Sora drew his sword, and in an instant, lightning sparked and crackled along the blade. Sword art, thunder-cleaving slash. A piercing sizzle rent the air. A dazzling arc of lightning traced its path along Uchiha Sora's longsword, shooting forward and striking the third Kazekage puppet squarely. But the third Kazekage swiftly raised his blade, holding it horizontally before him to block the attack. However, this strike had been unleashed by Uchiha Sora while in Sage mode, its power nearly boundless. Though the third Kazekage's blade was forged from special material, it still couldn't withstand the force of Sora's lightning sever. With a resounding crack, the blade shattered under the blow, fragments clattering to the ground. Seeing this, Sasori of the Red Sand hurriedly gestured, swiftly pulling the third Kazekage puppet back to safety. As expected of Uchiha Sora, Sasori said coldly, "In that case, let's see how you handle the abilities of the third Kazekage." With that, the third Kazekage spread his arms wide, and all at once, a dense cloud of black sand rose around him. The black sand swirled into a thick, enveloping mist, shrouding the surroundings. Suddenly, the black sand in the air condensed into countless slender black needles, which shot toward Uchiha Sora with ruthless precision. The barrage of needles, fine as rain and sweeping across a vast expanse, engulfed Uchiha Sora in the blink of an eye. This was the third Kazekage's Kekkei Genkai, his unique magnet release, Iron Sand Drizzle. In the face of this assault, Uchiha Sora merely smiled lightly. Forming a single-handed sign, he slapped his palm onto the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. An incredibly thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, instantly rising to shield him from harm. The countless black needles struck the barrier, every single one stopped in its tracks. At that moment, the third Kazekage unfurled wings of iron sand from his back, soaring over the earthen wall and circling behind Uchiha Sora. The iron sand reformed, gathering into a volley of razor-sharp spears that launched towards Sora from behind. Magnet release. Iron sand spear barrage. The third Kazekage's manipulation of iron sand was unpredictable and ever-changing. In a heartbeat, the spears closed in on Uchiha Sora's back. Without even looking back, Sora continued channeling chakra. Another earthen wall surged up behind him, blocking the incoming spears in an instant. Thwarted again, the third Kazekage's iron sand whirled and changed shape once more, becoming an enormous, three-sided iron pyramid poised to crush down from above. But at that moment, Uchiha Sora leapt high into the air, his sword slashing directly at the puppet's body as he rose. The third Kazekage puppet desperately attempted to fly upward, but Sora's blade sliced off one of its arms before it could escape. Sasori gasped in alarm, hastily maneuvering the puppet to widen the distance between the third Kazekage and Uchiha Sora. Uchiha Sora was far too dangerous. One slip, and his prized puppet could be utterly destroyed. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasori drew out another scroll and unleashed hundreds of puppet bodies from within. This was his secret technique. Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. As more than 100 puppets surged out of the scroll and filled the sky, Sasuke, watching the battle from afar, was left completely stunned. He released that many puppets at once. How can anyone control them all? Although he didn't know the intricacies of puppet technique, he was still familiar with some basic facts about it. Most puppet masters could only control a single puppet at a time. Only the truly skilled ones could handle 2 or 3 simultaneously. Even Shisui of the Red Sand, a master among puppet users, couldn't possibly control such a vast number all at once. Could he? After all, puppet masters manipulate their puppets by releasing chakra threads from their 10 fingers. Faced with 100 puppets and only 10 fingers to command them, however you do the math, it simply doesn't add up. Sasuke was at a complete loss, unable to make sense of it. Just then, Sasori gave a cold, chilling laugh and abruptly pulled off the cloud-marked, black cloak of the Akatsuki. Beneath the robe, his body was revealed, a creation that looked almost mechanized. His chest, limbs, neck, all bore joints identical to those of a puppet. What? He's a puppet too? How could that be? Sasuke, activating his three-tomoe sharingan, stared hard at Sasori's body, utterly stunned. Orochimaru, standing nearby, gave a low, amused chuckle. Sasori has actually turned himself into a human puppet. Truly a madman. Kabuto nodded in total agreement. In a way, Sasori is someone who relentlessly pursues perfection. Very much like you, Lord Orochimaru. Exactly. That's why I once partnered with him in the organization. Orochimaru reflected with a touch of nostalgia. A human puppet? He really turned himself into a human puppet. Sasuke's mind reeled, trying to imagine what kind of conviction, what kind of skill it would take to go to such extremes. It was nothing short of madness. Just then, from the sole patch of flesh at Sasori's chest, hundreds of fine chakra strings suddenly shot out. These delicate threads danced into the air and connected to each and every one of the hundreds of puppets around them. Instantly, the entire array of puppets seemed to come alive, each one launching itself toward Uchiha Sora under Sasori's control. Each puppet had been crafted with meticulous care, their bodies hiding all kinds of mysteries, and every weapon they wielded coated with deadly poison. If so much as a brush from their blades landed, the victim would be poisoned without fail. Hundreds of puppets surged forward with overwhelming force, crashing toward Uchiha Sora like an unstoppable wave. From each puppet flashed the cold gleam of sharp, deadly blades. The spectacle, a sky filled with whirling, tightly packed puppets, struck a primal fear into all who witnessed it. How can Sora possibly defend against such a relentless assault? Sasuke anxiously watched, his hands growing clammy with tension for Uchiha Sora. The one you should be worried about is Sasori. Orochimaru shook his head at Sasuke's anxious expression. Today, you're fortunate to witness Sora's power firsthand. I dare say, it will be enlightening for your own growth. Sasuke was jolted, his gaze turning to Uchiha Sora with renewed focus. At that same moment, as the wave of puppets bore down upon him, Uchiha Sora calmly extended his palm. A powerful surge of chakra began to gather in his hand. A blue sphere of energy appeared in an instant. Then, as the sphere rapidly turned white, it began to emit a deep, resonant hum. Oh, is that the fourth Hokage's Rasengan? No, that's more than just a Rasengan. It seems there's even elemental transformation mixed in. Orochimaru murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on the energy sphere swirling in the palm of Uchiha Sora's hand. At that moment, as the sphere spun wildly, a ghostly outline of a white shuriken flickered into existence around it. The humming grew louder, echoing through the entire forest. Uchiha Sora raised his hand high above his head. In the next instant, the energy sphere swelled to an even greater size. A low, vibrating thrum filled the air. It had grown so immense, it now towered over Sora himself. Raw energy radiated outward, whipping up a ferocious wind that tore through the area. Even those observing from afar, Orochimaru and the others, could clearly feel the overwhelming force surging through the air. Sasuke unconsciously held his breath, locked in place by the crushing pressure. He found it nearly impossible to move even a single finger. His mind reeled in disbelief. What kind of jutsu is this? The sheer scale of chakra seemed to shatter everything Sasuke thought possible. This was a power far beyond what any ninja should be able to wield. He couldn't imagine just how strong Uchiha Sora must be to wield such a jutsu with such apparent ease. Even when Sasuke pushed his Sharingan's perception to the limit, he found himself utterly incapable of following the technique's inner workings. It was simply too profound. This jutsu had surely surpassed anything classified as S rank. Truly remarkable, Sora-kun. Orochimaru found himself whispering, shaken. He's developed the fourth Hokage's silent Rasengan to such an astonishing degree. He truly is a genius. Beside him, Kabuto stared at Uchiha Sora, eyes wide with shock. So this is the power said to belong to the Golden War God. It truly defies imagination. Even the onlookers were awestruck, but none more so than Shisui of the Red Sand, who now faced Uchiha Sora from the front, his heart gripped by a cold sense of dread. Acting on instinct, he manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, conjuring a wall of dark iron sand in front of his puppet with the Iron Sand World method. Uchiha Sora, seeing this, allowed himself the faintest of smiles. This move was the most powerful jutsu he could currently unleash in Sage mode. Sage Art. Wine Style, Ultra Great Ball Raisin Shuriken. Its size was 10 times greater than the typical Wind Style Raisin Shuriken. With that, he brandished the colossal Sage Art. Wine Style, Ultra Great Ball Raisin Shuriken and hurled it forward. The massive Raisin Shuriken shot forth, streaking through the air like a comet slamming into the earth, slamming hard into the iron sand barrier. A deep, vibrating pulse resonated. In the next second, a dazzling flash of light burst from within the sand iron wall. A tidal wave of energy erupted outward, instantly shattering the sand iron barrier as if it were no more than delicate paper. The swarm of puppets rushing forward had no time to retreat. They were swallowed up by the devastating, expanding energy. A thunderous explosion filled the air. In the forest, a wild storm raged. Energy surged chaotically, tearing the world asunder. The towering trees nearby were wrenched from the earth, hurled into the air, and shredded into fragments. Directly beneath the eruption of energy, the ground itself buckled. Earth flew, stones scattered in every direction. Even from a distance, Orochimaru and his two companions, watching the battle, were nearly swept away by the howling winds. They raised their arms to shield themselves, their faces stricken with awe, unable to utter a single word in their shock. It was a long while before the forest finally settled and peace returned. What appeared before their eyes now was an empty expanse, the forest all but erased. Where the blast had erupted, an immense pit more than 50 meters wide gaped in the earth. Fresh soil lay exposed, and scattered throughout were countless shattered remnants of puppet parts, broken to dust. That jutsu was thrown high into the air, yet its force was still enough to transform the very ground. If it had exploded at ground level, the flying debris would have reached all the way to us. Kabuto exclaimed, his face pale with terror. He could hardly imagine the outcome if such power struck him. He wouldn't survive, no matter how many lives he had to spare. If a jutsu like this were unleashed upon a hidden village, even a single blast might rival the devastation of the Nine-Tails attack. It was as if they faced a tailed beast in human form. Is this the power of Uchiha Sora? It's absolutely terrifying. Orochimaru nodded solemnly at Kabuto's words. A jutsu on this level is already on par with the tailed beast bomb. The catch is, it requires a tremendous amount of chakra. I'd wager that without Sage mode, even Sora-kun would struggle to unleash such a destructive attack. That's right. This is the power of Sage mode. Absolutely incredible. Kabuto replied, unable to hide his envy. Hey, Orochimaru, this Sage mode you're talking about, what exactly is it? Sasuke, standing nearby and listening to their exchange, couldn't help but ask. Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle. Hee, Sasuke-kun, you've actually experienced Sage mode's power yourself. That mark on your neck, that's one form of Sage mode. The cursed seal? So that's what Sage mode is. Sasuke murmured, his fingers subconsciously tracing the seal Orochimaru had branded onto his neck. He found himself growing more and more obsessed with this power. Exactly as Orochimaru had planned. Had this been earlier, Sasuke might have harbored some wariness toward the power of the curse mark. But after witnessing the full might of Uchiha Sora's Sage mode, he was far more likely to accept it now. If Sasuke would accept this power, everything else would fall into place easily. Orochimaru thought to himself in secret. Meanwhile, out on the field, Uchiha Sora was keenly attuned to every nuance around him. Suddenly, his eyes caught a heap of puppet fragments among the broken stones. And in that instant, a dark shadow shot out from the debris. It was the third Kazekage puppet. Meanwhile, Shisui of the Red Sand was hiding far away inside the belly of another salamander puppet, completely unscathed. He had already kept his distance, so it was hardly surprising that the force of the Raisin Shuriken didn't reach him. What really caught him off guard was that even the third Kazekage puppet remained intact. Upon seeing the heap of scattered puppet fragments, Uchiha Sora quickly understood what had happened. It seemed that at the moment of the Raisin Shuriken's detonation, Shisui had positioned numerous puppets in front of the third Kazekage, shielding it from the brunt of the explosive energy. After all, the third Kazekage was Sasori's proudest creation, the crown jewel of his collection. He would never let it be destroyed so easily. All those summoned with the Red Secret technique, performance of 100 puppets, paled in comparison to the third Kazekage puppet. During the burst of that immense power, almost every one of those other puppets was annihilated. Now, As Sasori gazed at the shards of 100 ruined puppets, his heart bled with every lost piece. Each puppet had taken him long hours of painstaking effort to construct. Any one of them would be a prized possession sought after by ordinary puppet masters. Yet now, before Uchiha Sora's overwhelming jutsu, they had all been utterly destroyed, beyond hope of repair. It was infuriating. Still, Sasori didn't have the luxury to stomp in rage. Right now, he was facing the unfathomable might of Uchiha Sora. There was simply no room for distraction. So, pushing rage aside, he could only continue battling, now with just a handful of remaining puppets. And of course the third Kazekage, pressing the attack towards Sora. Poison, iron sand, trapping mechanisms, hidden projectiles. The furious clash continued. Sasori sparred with all his cunning and mechanical genius. Yet try as he might, he could not even scratch Uchiha Sora. His assaults were effortlessly deflected, not a hair disturbed. After several more minutes, Uchiha Sora shook his head, mild disappointment in his eyes. He realized that, while in sage mode, fighting Sasori was no challenge at all. There was simply no pressure. None of Sasori's traps or puppets could so much as wound him. And that was without even activating his sharingan. If he were to unleash the Mangekyo, summoning the Susanoo, Sasori could attack him without end and still never break through his defense. Amidst the onslaught, a flying thunder god, Kunai, suddenly landed beside Sasori. He was busy commanding the third Kazekage, sending waves of iron sand at Sora. Not bothering with the Kunai, he simply leaned aside and let it pass. But in the instant that followed, Uchiha Sora's silhouette appeared beside the Kunai. His longsword surged with crackling lightning. He brought it down in a single, blinding arc. Flying Thunder God Slash. The blade sliced straight through the living core in Sasori's chest, emerging from his back. Blood spattered. Sasori's puppet body froze in place, head dropping in disbelief as he stared at the wound in his chest. With effort, the puppet turned its head to gaze at Sora, standing calmly behind him. So, you could have killed me all along. Sasori's voice was a deep, hollow whisper. Uchiha Sora smiled faintly. Sasori of the red sand collapsed to the ground dead. Where his gaze fell, there were two humanoid puppets. The very father and mother puppets he had painstakingly crafted. These two puppets had also managed to survive, preserved under the onslaught of the Ultra Raisin Shuriken a moment earlier. Akatsuki's red sand Sasori dead. The puppet of the third Kazekage, once under Sasori's control, now tumbled from midair to the ground, ownerless at last. Uchiha Sora sheathed his longsword, produced a scroll, and sealed away the third Kazekage puppet within it. Then, from Sasori's body, he carefully preserved that portion of Sasori's flesh and blood as well. As for the rest of the puppets, they held little interest for him. Having finished all this, Uchiha Sora returned to Orochimaru and the others. As expected from you, Sora-kun, you've dealt with a rather troublesome adversary on my behalf, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips. Uchiha Sora waved his hand dismissively. What needed to be done here is finished. It's time for me to leave. He paused, then glanced at Sasuke. He reached out, gave Sasuke's shoulder a reassuring pat, secretly branding him with a flying Thunder God seal, and smiled encouragingly. Train hard, and don't grow over-reliant on either the cursed seal or the power of your Sharingan. Why? Sasuke asked, a look of confusion on his face. What truly sets the strong apart is the tempering of their own will. Without a resolute will, you'll never be able to rule over these two powers, said Uchiha Sora. That's my advice to you. Sasuke nodded, half understanding, half doubtful. Well then, until we meet again. Uchiha Sora ruffled Sasuke's hair, shot Orochimaru a meaningful look, and in the next heartbeat, activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing instantly. This visit to Orochimaru had proved extremely fruitful for Uchiha Sora. Not only did he obtain the secret of the Cursed Seal with little effort, but he also learned the whereabouts of White Zetsu, and even stumbled upon Sasori of the Red Sand, defeating him and acquiring both the third Kazekage puppet and a portion of Sasori's flesh. Both would become essential ingredients in the creation of the reanimation jutsu. The third Kazekage puppet, being a human puppet, was sure to contain traces of the Kazekage's own DNA, and a chunk of Sasori's flesh was likewise a part of his original body. For now, however, with White Zetsu in short supply, Uchiha Sora could not immediately perform both reanimations. So the most pressing task at hand was still to find White Zetsu. Following the address Orochimaru had provided, it didn't take long for Uchiha Sora to locate an underground cavern. This particular cave lay right within the borders of his own grass country, near the frontier where it met the Land of Rain. White Zetsu, after all, was a product of the demonic statue of the Outer Path. He was born thousands of years ago from the remains of those whose very chakra had been drained dry by the god tree. Indeed, there were countless white Zetsu clones, hiding beneath the earth for years on end. Having found the cave, Uchiha Sora ventured inside alone, beginning his search. The underground cave was unimaginably deep. After descending for more than an hour, he finally arrived at a vast natural chamber deep below the earth. Here, clusters of white Zetsu clones were gathered, settling together in groups. A rough glance revealed at least several dozen white Zetsus present. According to Orochimaru, white Zetsu clones typically remain hidden across the subterranean networks of the ninja world, collecting intelligence from various regions. At this moment, these white Zetsus were busy handling intelligence scrolls and information recently gathered from above ground. The instant they detected Uchiha Sora's intrusion, panic spread through their ranks. An intruder! Take him out! They clamored, shouting as they rushed forward in a frantic surge. Uchiha Sora responded immediately, forming a hand seal with one hand and pressing his palm against the ground. Lightning-style earth current. In a heartbeat, a surge of powerful electricity pulsed from his palm into the earth, racing swiftly across the floor in all directions. The electric current struck the white Zetsus at their feet, paralyzing them on the spot and sending their bodies collapsing limply to the ground. With practiced efficiency, Uchiha Sora rounded them up one after another. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, he transported the entire group straight into the mirror dimension. Having secured the white Zetsus, Uchiha Sora stooped to pick up the intelligence scrolls left scattered unfinished across the floor. A quick scan revealed that much of the information pertained to his own grass ninja village, as well as reports from the Hidden Leaf village. Many of these reports contained extremely classified material, secrets accessible only to the highest ranks. Yet white Zetsu had obtained them with shocking ease. Such a capacity for intelligence gathering surpassed even the most elite spy networks. This didn't surprise Uchiha Sora. After all, white Zetsu possessed the most formidable transformation technique in the ninja world, and with so many clones at its disposal, espionage became almost effortless. With his haul of white Zetsus, he now had more than enough sacrifices for his plans. His objective complete, he didn't hesitate. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and returned directly to the Grass Ninja Village's leader's residence. Without delay, he drew out the secret scroll on curse mark techniques he'd acquired from Orochimaru and began to study it intently. Curse marks were a form of sage mode that fused the body with natural energy, initiating a transformation that massively increased one's abilities. Compared to the sage mode of Mount Myaboku, however, this curse mark-induced transformation was far harder to control, often warping the mind, driving its user to frenzy and stripping away self-control. But what truly interested Uchiha Sora was the core principle of the curse mark's operation, its unique way of absorbing natural energy. If he could use this research to develop a technique that directly absorbed natural energy, he knew it would lead to a dramatic leap in his power. Meanwhile, the wars of the ninja world still raged on. The lands of wind, lightning, fire, and earth were locked in persistent conflict, with skirmishes erupting constantly. Even minor factions had become embroiled in the battle. After suffering heavy losses, the Land of Earth adopted a defensive strategy, focusing on recuperation and holding their ground. Meanwhile, the lands of lightning and wind had fixed their sights on the Flame Country and the village of Konoha. Recently, their actions against Konoha had become increasingly frequent, giving Tsunade, the newly appointed 5th Hokage, quite a headache. By contrast, Kuzugaku, the village hidden in the grass, where Uchiha Sora resided, remained much more peaceful. With Uchiha Sora holding the fort, what was once a minor shinobi village had now become a safe haven for many. More and more wandering ninja were flocking to Kuzugaku, seeking sanctuary. As a result, the village's strength continued to grow, and its standing in the ninja world rose steadily. Uchiha Sora was not surprised by this. He remained deeply engrossed in his study of cursed seals. Although his talent had been lacking at first, his ever-growing power and expanding knowledge of secret jutsu made researching ninjutsu much easier than before. Cursed seals were indeed a profound art, but to the present-day Uchiha Sora, they were no longer beyond reach. During his research, he discovered that the cursed seal was composed of two main elements. The first was the innate ability derived from Yugo's genes. The second was Orochimaru's method of infusing his own will into the seal. What Uchiha Sora was exploring now was precisely this technique of preserving one's will inside a cursed seal. For someone like Uchiha Sora, whose natural talent was simply average, improving a secret technique proved quite a daunting task. However, about half a month later, while immersed in seclusion, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Uchiha Sora's mind. Ding! Through your persistent effort, you have successfully refined the Cursed Seal technique, which has automatically evolved into the Sage Art Seal. In an instant, a flood of knowledge streamed into his mind. Uchiha Sora immediately grasped the principles and applications of the Sage Art Seal. This Sage Art Seal, an upgraded secret technique created by his system, was essentially no longer a cursed seal, but a sealing jutsu. Moreover, the Sage Art Seal happened to fulfill Uchiha Sora's need to seal natural energy. Upon casting the Sage Art Seal, he could draw in all the surrounding natural energy, not entering Sage mode directly, but instead storing it within his body, making it gentle and easily assimilated. Whenever he wished to harness it, he could simply unleash the sealed natural energy and merge it directly with his body, completing his transformation into a sage. This differed significantly from standard Sage mode. In Sage mode, one fused their own chakra with natural energy, focusing more on the blending of chakra. In contrast, Sage transformation emphasized the integration of natural energy with the physical body itself. I should test the power of this Sage Art Seal first. Eager to try it out, Uchiha Sora swiftly retrieved the Hero's Water he had acquired earlier. Hero's Water was born from the colossal tree in Takigakure village. Its true essence was natural energy. He had long kept it safely sealed, and now it served as the perfect medium for deploying the Sage Art Seal. Uchiha Sora placed the Hero Water in front of him, then sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a series of intricate hand seals with both hands. These were precisely the sealing hand signs for Sage Art. As he finished the seals, a beam of light appeared in the center of his right palm. At that moment, an enormous pulling force emanated from his palm. Instantly, the natural energy around him, along with the Hero Water in the bottle, began to swirl and surge wildly toward his palm. In a flash, the Hero Water churned as it transformed into a powerful surge of natural energy, all of which was drawn into Sora's hand. This natural energy coursed along the meridians of his arm, ultimately gathering at his dantian, deep in his abdomen. Soon, on Sora's abdomen, a sealing formula in the shape of a yin-yang symbol appeared. This was the Sage Art Seal. The principle was to use the power of yin and yang to seal natural energy within the body. Thus, as the energies of yin and yang shifted and changed, the natural energy would gradually be tamed and moderated. When the Sage Art Seal was formed, Sora immediately sensed an incredibly potent new force within him. It was the very same natural energy he'd just absorbed. Through the Sage Art Seal, he could feel this natural energy being disciplined at incredible speed. More than that, Sora discovered he could now freely draw on the sealed natural energy whenever he wished. With a mere thought, gentle natural energy flowed from the seal, gradually nourishing and strengthening his internal organs. And at the same time, visible changes began to emerge on Sora's body. His originally well-proportioned frame suddenly expanded, with every muscle standing out in full relief. His face underwent a dramatic transformation as well. His pupils faded to a pale gold, a pair of golden horns appeared on his forehead, his eyebrows vanished, and his once black hair turned to brilliant gold. This was Uchiha Sora's Sage transformation. And this transformation, refined by the system's improvements to the Cursed Seal, was a completely controlled Sage transformation. Compared to the Cursed Seal, his new power was in a league of its own. An overwhelming sense of strength, unlike anything he'd experienced before, coursed through him. So this is the state of perfect harmony with natural energy? Sora marveled, stunned by his own power and his transformation. He strode up to a mirror and peered at his reflection. Golden horns, golden hair, golden eyes, no eyebrows. If his hair were a little longer, if he got rid of the golden horns, and if his eyes were blue instead, wouldn't he look a bit like that Super Saiyan 3 form from certain anime? Well, this definitely isn't the real Super Saiyan 3, and I'm no Saiyan, Sora muttered to himself. This form is rooted in natural energy. It's an upgraded Sage mode. I might as well call it Super Sage mode. Or for short, Super Sage. He discovered that, in his Ultra Sage mode, the boost to his reflexes and perception was many times greater than in the ordinary Sage mode. He couldn't even begin to estimate how much stronger he'd become. And his physical strength had soared to an even more astonishing level. Let's test this power out first. Uchiha Sora muttered to himself as he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly teleporting to an uninhabited forest somewhere in the Land of Fire. Standing amid the dense, verdant woods, Uchiha Sora clenched his fist and, gathering all his strength, threw a punch straight ahead. With a resounding blast, the air detonated with a thunderous roar. A visible shockwave burst from Sora's fist and rocketed forward, streaking through the forest for hundreds of meters. Everything in the air cannon's path, grass, tree trunks, was pulverized into dust. Uchiha Sora stared at his fist in utter disbelief, his heart pounding with awe. Although he already knew his strength had increased beyond belief, witnessing it firsthand still left him shaken. He just unleashed an air cannon with a single punch at full strength? Did this mean he now possessed the might of Guy's seventh gate, daytime tiger, from the original story? He might even be nearing the overwhelming power of the eighth gate, evening elephant. If Might Guy himself were here, his jaw would have hit the floor. And this was only a display of raw strength. Testing his speed next, Uchiha Sora kicked off the ground, and his figure flickered as though he'd teleported, appearing 100 meters away in an instant. All that remained at his starting point was a fading afterimage. At such speed, not even a Mangekyo sharingan could keep up with him. In fact, Sora felt that if he pushed himself just a bit further, he might be able to run on air itself. Next, Sora extended his palm, and in an instant, a golden Rasengan gathered in his hand. Now the Rasengan had turned gold. Although the golden Rasengan was about the same size as an ordinary one, a fearsome aura radiated from its spinning form, a sense of overwhelming danger. In Ultra Sage mode, Sora's Senjutsu chakra was vastly more powerful than in normal Sage mode, and even its color had changed. The chakra, once blue, now glowed golden. This golden chakra was more condensed, more pure than ordinary chakra. Uchiha Sora hurled the golden Rasengan at a massive boulder. The golden Rasengan exploded with a thunderous impact. The next instant, the boulder, 10 meters high, was instantly reduced to powder by a golden Rasengan no bigger than a human palm. Even the ground underneath was affected, leaving a crater over a dozen meters wide. Its destructive force was more than 10 times greater than that of his regular Rasengan. Afterward, he tested his defensive abilities. Drawing his long sword across the back of his hand, he found it left only a red mark. The blade couldn't even pierce his skin. It seems that only attacks enhanced with chakra attributes can actually harm him now. Ordinary weapon strikes, I'm afraid, are no longer effective. Now, I finally have the power to go toe-to-toe with a 6 paths level powerhouse. After a round of testing, Uchiha Sora mused inwardly. This Ultra Sage mode made his chakra more concentrated, denser, and purer, granting him an undeniable leap in power. However, after exerting himself for a while, Uchiha Sora soon noticed that once the natural energy stored in the Sage Art Seal was depleted, he would be forced out of Ultra Sage mode. To transform again, he needed to absorb natural energy from the environment outside the seal all over again. But the process of replenishing natural energy from outside was time-consuming. Unlike Mount Myaboku's Sage mode, which could be entered in an instant, the Sage Art Seal required a gradual absorption and sealing of natural energy. It was much like the cultivation practices of immortal sages, taking in and refining the energy of heaven and earth, a long process of absorption and transformation. Before this, he had Hero's Water, which allowed him to absorb massive amounts of natural energy in a short time. But without such treasures rich in natural energy as Hero's Water, Uchiha Sora could only slowly draw in what he could from the surrounding air. Just extracting the quantity of natural energy found in one bottle of Hero's Water from the ambient air would easily take him half a day. Clearly, Ultra Sage mode could only be used as a trump card, and he would need to stockpile a large enough reserve of natural energy in his body at all times. Thinking of natural energy, a different possibility sprang to Uchiha Sora's mind. The dragon vein beneath the ruins of the ancient city of Rorin, hidden deep in the deserts of the Land of Wind. Dragon vein energy is, after all, a form of natural energy, and an immense one, powerful enough to warp time and space itself. Uchiha Sora had long considered journeying there to comprehend the secrets of natural energy. Now, having mastered perfect Mount Myaboku Sage Arts and developed his own Sage Art Seal, it seemed the right moment to set out and absorb and refine the Dragon Vein's power. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. The fifth Hokage, Lady Tsunade, was attending to a stack of paperwork. Her assistant, Shizun, entered holding a report, worry etched on her face. Lady Tsunade, we've received intelligence from the front lines. Our shinobi unit was ambushed by enemy traps while pursuing them into the Land of Wind. The losses are severe. There are many wounded awaiting treatment, and the medical teams at the front can barely cope. What? What happened? Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as she shot to her feet, her ample chest heaving with agitation. The Land of Wind has laid numerous toxins within their traps. Most of our ninja have been poisoned and have now retreated to a temporary base on the border. However, The medical ninja stationed there can only keep the poison from spreading. They haven't found a cure for the toxin from the Land of Wind. I'm afraid we can only rely on you to deal with this personally. Shizen replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunade threw on her long green cloak and said, Shizen, you stay here. I'll head straight to the front line base myself. Yes, ma'am. Shizen responded immediately. Tsunade swiftly summoned several Umbu, then hurried westward toward the border without delay. Their journey was a blur, rushing along at breakneck speed. Tsunade, together with her subordinates, soon arrived at the temporary base. Inside, the sickbeds were lined with poisoned ninja, each one writhing in agony and crying out in pain. Tsunade dared not waste a second. She set to work immediately, analyzing the poison and preparing the antidote. In no time at all, she concocted the antidote and distributed it to the afflicted ninja. One after another, relief washed over their faces as they began to recover. There's no doubt about it. She really is the 5th Hokage. She cured us all, the rescued ninja exclaimed, their voices filled with gratitude and awe as they gazed at Tsunade. The male ninja, in particular, couldn't hide their admiration. Even though Lady Tsunade was no longer young, she still bore herself with grace and beauty, coupled with undeniable strength and status. A true goddess, admired and revered by all. Satisfied that the poison had been cured, Tsunade began to ask for details about the recent battle. After listening to their accounts, she discovered that there must be a formidable figure hiding among the forces of the Land of Wind, someone with formidable skill in poisons, which reminded her of a rival from the past. Chiyo of the Sand. With this thought, Tsunade decided to confirm her suspicion for herself. She quickly picked out a number of elite ninja, forming a specialized squad several dozen strong, and led them straight into the territory of the Land of Wind. Soon after they entered the Land of Wind, they found themselves crossing a desert. Lady Tsunade were almost at the location where the Land of Wind's forces are camped. A Konoha ninja reported to her. Tsunade nodded, her expertise giving her confidence as she pressed forward without pause, heading straight for the destination. At that moment, the world seemed to shift. The clear sky darkened abruptly as thick clouds rolled in and fierce winds picked up, whipping sand into the air. What's going on? Tsunade and her team were startled. Look, over there, someone cried, pointing ahead. Following the direction, they saw a pillar of light suddenly shoot up from the desert, piercing the sky. That pillar seemed to gather an intense energy, and it was this very force that was roiling the heavens and earth, unleashing this astonishing upheaval. What a tremendous surge of energy! Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the pillar of light. After a moment's hesitation, she gave a decisive order. Let's head over and take a look. With that, the group changed direction and moved toward the place where the beam of light converged. When they arrived near the light, they discovered the area was a desolate ruin rising from the sands of the desert. Tsunade-sama, this place must be the ancient city of Rorin, an experienced ninja quickly reported. Yes, I know. There shouldn't be anyone left here. All of you, stay put and don't act rashly. I'll go and check it out, Tsunade instructed, waving her hand to signal her subordinates to remain where they were, while she quietly approached the site alone. Though her team worried about her safety, none dared to defy Tsunade's command, so they stayed behind. As Tsunade drew nearer to the pillar of light, she finally saw that at its base, someone sat cross-legged, a lone human figure with his back to her. There's actually someone there. Tsunade was startled. Instinctively, she crept closer for a better look, and, as the figure seated within the pillar became clearer, a sense of familiarity struck her. Unconsciously, she circled around to get a look from the front. A familiar face appeared before her eyes. Tsunade froze, then softly exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, Sora." It was none other than Uchiha Sora, sitting in meditation at the base of the luminous column. Not long ago, he had made the decision to absorb the power of the dragon vein, coming directly to these ruins of Rorin to sense and draw in its energy. Yet he hadn't expected the dragon vein's force to be so immense. Though his sage art seal could absorb and contain this natural energy, his body was unable to withstand it all, taking in too much risk, making his body explode from within. At this moment, he was nearly saturated, unable to absorb any more dragon vein energy. But now that he had awakened the energy beneath the earth, his entire body had become imprisoned within the pillar of light spawned by the dragon vein. The pillar's power grew ever greater, warping the very space around him. Even if Sora wished to use the flying thunder god technique to escape, he found it impossible. Chaos reigned as the fabric of space and time twisted about him, holding him in place. On top of that, his sage art seal continued to draw in a massive flow of natural energy. If he attempted to teleport using Flying Thunder God, his body would likely be torn to pieces in an instant by this overwhelming surge. Now, his only hope was to channel the energy into the void itself, opening a time-space wormhole and following the torrent into its depths. Looks like I'm destined for the same fate as Fugaku, Uchiha Sora thought, inwardly resigned. With the power of the dragon vein, he tore open a rift, a wormhole through space and time. Suddenly, an immense force swept through the surroundings, pulling everything into its grasp. At that very moment, he saw Tsunade approaching. "Tsunade-senpai, get out of here now!" Uchiha Coup silently cursed. This was not looking good, as he frantically called out for her to leave. But by the time Tsunade realized something was wrong, spurred by Uchiha Cou's urgent warning, it was already too late for her to retreat. A pitch-black wormhole, swirling with the darkness of time and space, appeared in front of Uchiha Coup. In an instant, a powerful force swept everything within several dozen meters into its hungry depths. Tsunade's body, too, was seized by that irresistible pull and dragged helplessly toward the wormhole. Just as her form was about to be swallowed by the surging darkness, Uchiha Coup thrust his arm forward, catching her firmly around the waist. The two of them were swept together into the time-space rift. Everything went black before Uchiha Cou's eyes. Clutching Tsunade tightly, the world spun and twisted in dizzying turmoil, until all of a sudden they found themselves tumbling into a lush, verdant forest. Author's note: let's have the main character enjoy a little adventure in the Warring States era, a chance to pad the word count. Please be kind to your humble scribe, dear readers. Ooh. As Uchiha Coup gradually recovered his senses, he realized he was still clinging tightly to Tsunade, his face pressed against the impressive softness of her chest, nestled in her magnificent peaks. An exquisitely soft sensation met him, only to be interrupted by Tsunade's frosty voice. "Hey brat, how much longer do you plan on holding on to me?" Startled into awareness, Uchiha Coup hurriedly pulled himself from her embrace and released her from his arms. "Sorry, Tsunade-senpai. If I hadn't held on to you just now, we might have each ended up lost and alone somewhere in the depths of time and space," he quickly explained, hoping to ease the awkwardness. Tsunade's expression softened ever so slightly at that, though she couldn't help but ask, "What exactly were you doing just now? What could have triggered that overwhelming surge of energy?" Uchiha Coup didn't answer right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused intently, sensing carefully. When he opened them again, his face was grave. "It's complicated. That tremendous burst of energy we just encountered, whatever triggered it, tore open a wormhole through space and time and brought us to an entirely unknown world. I'm afraid we're no longer in our own shinobi universe." "What? That's impossible," Tsunade gasped, unable to keep the disbelief from her voice. "You can't be serious." "My senses are never wrong," Uchiha Coup replied. "If we were still in our original world, I'd be able to feel the numerous flying thunder god markers I've set up all across the land. No matter where I was, as long as I remained in the same world, I'd sense at least one of them. But right now, nothing, there's just no connection." At his words, a chill crept into Tsunade's heart. She had only just become Hokage, not long enough to accomplish much for the village, not even enough time to turn the tide of the war that threatened Konoha. And yet, in a blink, she had ended up cast adrift in another world altogether. Seeing the deep worry etched across Tsunade's face, Uchiha Sora offered some reassurance. "You don't have to worry too much," he said gently. "Just now, I sense the natural energy of this world. It's almost identical to what we encountered in the previous one. I'd say there's a strong resemblance, if not a direct connection. At the very least, there's some link between the two. But how are we supposed to get back?" Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. Though she was the esteemed Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, blessed with great strength, her knowledge about the secrets of space and time was severely limited. She had absolutely no way of returning on her own. Now, all hope rested on Uchiha Sora. With that thought, she looked to him and asked, "Back at the ruins of Rorin, what exactly were you doing? That enormous rush of energy, was it your doing?" Since she was asking, Sora could only nod in acknowledgement. "Yes, that was me. The energy you felt was the dragon vein, hidden beneath the ruins, a vast reservoir of natural power. I was conducting research for a new technique that required me to absorb this energy. But the sheer magnitude of it was overwhelming. Something went wrong during the process, but that's irrelevant now. Let me try to see if I can reopen a portal through space-time and get us home." With that, he crossed his legs and sat down, closing his eyes in concentration. Seeing him like this, Tsunade held back her questions and simply stood by, observing him with curiosity. With his eyes closed, Uchiha Sora began to meticulously sense the immense dragon vein energy sealed within the Sage Jutsu seal. The dragon vein's energy was immense. At this moment, the power inside the Sage seal was essentially at full capacity. If released, it would rival or even surpass the chakra of a full nine tails. Previously, he had traveled here by utilizing the dragon vein's energy and opening a portal through space and time. Perhaps now, he could harness the sealed energy to trigger another rift home. With this thought, Uchiha Sora immediately began releasing the natural energy from the seal. In an instant, Sora's muscles began to bulge, and his black hair turned to shimmering gold. A mighty aura surged around him, radiating outward. His eyes shot open, golden irises shining with intense light. With his eyebrows vanished, his features took on a wild, almost mischievous charm. He had entered Super Sage mode. The ground started to tremble, splitting open with deep cracks. Around them, towering trees bent and groaned under the fury of the swirling wind. Tsunade looked on in astonishment at Sora's transformation, her lips parted slightly. Sora, this power, it's still not enough. Sora shook his head as he continued to release more natural energy from the Sage Seal. A golden, flaming chakra erupted from his body. A radiant golden aura encircled him, expanding outward. An overwhelming pressure swept across the landscape like a tidal wave. Under the weight of this immense pressure, Tsunade herself felt her body tense up, a tremor running through her heart. Too powerful. This force had far surpassed even that of the tailed beasts. At that moment, Uchiha Sora released a surge of golden chakra, which surged fiercely into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a pillar of golden light shot upward, piercing a gaping hole through the clouds above. The very space beside Sora shimmered and distorted under the onslaught of energy, rippling as though reality itself were bending around him. The overwhelming power unfurled without restraint, sending every creature in the forest cowering to the ground, trembling in fear. After about half a minute, the golden pillar of light gradually faded away. Uchiha Sora withdrew his power, releasing his Super Sage mode. He let out a sigh, glancing at Tsunade, who was still stunned beside him. No, it's not enough. This power is still insufficient to open a space-time wormhole to return. At most, it's only enough to distort space-time a little. Opening a stable wormhole and returning to our original world is still a long way off. Hearing Sora's words brought Tsunade back to her senses. Her gaze was complicated as she looked at him. Sora, I hadn't expected you to possess such enormous strength now. I really don't know how you trained. If you were still in our old world with the power you just showed, I fear you could bring peace to the shinobi world just like my grandfather, Hashirama Senju, once did. Uchiha Sora simply smiled in response, neither confirming nor denying her words. Just then, footsteps sounded suddenly from within the forest, cutting their conversation short. Sora exchanged a glance with Tsunade, signaling her to hide and observe for now. Catching his meaning, Tsunade quickly slipped into a nearby thicket with him. Peeling back the leaves, the two of them looked out to see more than a dozen figures appear hurriedly where they had just been standing. Each wore an old-fashioned outfit, some with bits of samurai armor, looking very much like warriors, yet not entirely so. From their auras, it was clear these people weren't particularly powerful, but chakra clearly flowed within them. Upon noticing this, Sora felt a bit of relief settle over him. It showed that this world was closely related to the one they had left behind. After all, people here also possess chakra. At that moment, Tsunade whispered, Sora, look at the emblem on their clothing. That must be a family crest. I remember seeing it on the battlefield in the Land of Wind before. These should be people of the Black Sand clan. But that clan was supposed to have vanished after the Second Great Ninja War. For Black Sand to exist here, it proves this world is intimately connected to ours. Come on, let's go ask them, Tsunade said excitedly. And with that, she stood up and stepped right out of the bushes. Uchiha Sora had no choice but to reveal himself and step forward as well. Who are you? The sudden appearance of Tsunade and Uchiha Sora startled the dozen or so members of the Black Sand clan, leaving them wide-eyed in alarm. Everyone, don't misunderstand us. We're just villagers from the area who came to hunt in the mountains. Tsunade gestured toward Uchiha Sora at her side and explained, This is my younger brother. We got lost in the woods. Even so, suspicion remained in their eyes. The leader of the group scrutinized Tsunade from head to toe, then broke into a leering grin. Villagers out hunting? You don't have any hunting gear with you. And you, he sneered at Tsunade, you don't look like someone from Hunter's family at all. With looks like yours, you'd be far better off coming along with us, so we can teach you a few things. At those words, Tsunade's expression froze for a fraction of a second. Then, A dangerous smile curled her lips. Teach me? No one's dared say anything like that to me in a long, long time. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Balling her fists, she strode forward toward the Black Sand clan members. What are you trying to do? The men immediately sensed the menace radiating from her. Uchiha Sora couldn't help but rub his forehead and mutter under his breath. Who'd have thought anyone would have the nerve to flirt with Lady Tsunade? May the gods have mercy on them. And then Tsunade slammed her fist down onto the ground. With a thunderous crash, the mountains seemed to shake apart. The sheer force of the blow caved in the earth, sending deep cracks racing outward in all directions. The shockwave launched the Black Sand clan members into the air like ragdolls. Tsunade leapt high, striking each airborne figure with pinpoint accuracy and sending them crashing back down one by one. Within seconds, all the Black Sand members were moaning and sprawled out helplessly on the ground. Dusting off her hands, Tsunade approached their leader, planted her foot firmly on his chest, and barked, "Do you still want to teach me now?" "And no, I wouldn't dare. Please, my lady, have mercy." The leader trembled uncontrollably, begging for his life. He'd never seen such a terrifying woman in his whole life. Even among all the famous clans in the shinobi world, he'd never heard of anyone as overwhelmingly strong as her. "From now on, I'll ask, and you'll answer," Tsunade commanded, exuding absolute authority. "Yes, ma'am. Who are you people?" "We're ninja from the Black Sand clan. Right now, we're stationed in the Land of Wind, carrying out missions for its lords." The man replied swiftly. "Who is your clan leader?" "Our clan leader is Black Sand Tiger. Please, for his sake, show us some mercy," he pleaded pitifully. Black Sand Tiger? Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Sora. They'd never even heard of this name. That sparked something in Uchiha Sora's mind, and he asked, "Have you ever heard of the Uchiha clan?" "Uchiha clan, you say?" The man seemed to recall something, and a look of awe appeared on his face as he said, "Of course we've heard of the Uchiha clan's renown. They are one of the two strongest clans of our time. Anyone who dares cross them rarely meets a good end." Uchiha Sora pressed on. "And who leads them now?" "Their clan head is Uchiha Madara. He's said to be incredibly powerful and ruthless. It's rumored that almost everyone who has stood against him has perished. Only the leader of the Senju clan today is considered his equal." As the man spoke, his voice trembled involuntarily. "Uchiha Madara and the Senju clan." On hearing this, Uchiha Sora felt a jolt of excitement run through him. Even Tsunade's face showed a look of startled confusion. She couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Sora. "That settles it. We really must have landed in the Warring States period," Uchiha Sora whispered softly to her. The Warring States period. As a traveler from another world, Uchiha Sora was deeply familiar with the history of the Naruto world. Even though the information gleaned from the Black Sand clan members was sparse, it was clear enough. This was indeed the Warring States period of the Naruto world. In other words, this was the era before Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama founded the Hidden Leaf Village. Realizing this, Uchiha Sora let out a discreet sigh of relief. Thankfully, this was still the old ninja world, and it was still connected to the world he knew. Had they ended up in a completely alien world or another dimension, things would have been far trickier. Afterward, Uchiha Sora and Tsunade continued to question the members of the Black Sand clan, gradually piecing together the current state of this world. Once they had learned enough, the two of them released the Black Sand clan members. When the Black Sand shinobi had left, Uchiha Sora turned to Tsunade and said, "Lady Tsunade, it seems we traveled back to the Warring States period 70 or so years ago, thanks to the time-reversing power of the Rimayaku. But based on the grandfather paradox, this is more likely a parallel world." "The grandfather paradox?" Tsunade blinked, momentarily confused. Uchiha Sora smiled and explained, "The grandfather paradox is a theory about time travel. If time travel is possible, you can only travel to the future, not the past. In short, the paradox goes like this. If I were to travel to the past and kill my own grandfather, then I would never have been born. But if I was never born, I couldn't possibly go back in time to kill my grandfather. That's the grandfather paradox." Tsunade was speechless. "It's not that hard to understand, is it?" Uchiha Sora couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head as he saw Tsunade roll her eyes. "Is this what they call a genius? You certainly know a lot for someone so young." Tsunade actually felt a bit dizzy by all the information, and her cheeks turned red as she shot him a playful glare. Then, she quickly changed the subject. "So, where are we heading next?" "Anywhere is fine. We can't go back right now anyway." Uchiha Sora shrugged nonchalantly. "Then let's go visit the Senju clan," Tsunade suggested. Uchiha Sora was momentarily surprised. "You want to meet Hashirama Senju, don't you?" Tsunade nodded, her eyes bright. "Of course. Now that we're here, we have to pay a visit." "All right, let's go to the Senju clan then." I'd like to meet the legendary god of shinobi myself. So, the two of them set off in the direction of the Land of Fire. From their recent questioning of the Kurosuna clan, they had learned that this world was still in the era of warring states, where ninja clans operated like independent tribes. These clans essentially functioned as mercenary groups, surviving only by being hired by wealthy nobles and warlords. As for the Uchiha and Senju clans, their formidable strength and unmatched reputation had made them the favored mercenaries of the prosperous lords of the Land of Fire, and both clans had settled their villages within that territory. Because of this, the two clans had become direct rivals, locked in a near-constant struggle for fame and fortune, so fierce that every encounter between them almost inevitably led to conflict. After learning of the location of the Senju clan's village, Sora and Tsunade set off immediately. However, just as they emerged from the forest, they suddenly came face to face with a caravan of more than 100 people. The group was made up mostly of samurai, with a dozen or so ninja among them. At that moment, the caravan was under attack from another force, suffering heavy casualties. That's the convoy from the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. Tsunade instantly recognized the embattled group as the retinue of the Land of Fire's feudal lord. The attackers were a large contingent of unknown ninja, their numbers formidable. What's more, these ninja were clearly superior fighters compared to the daimyo's escort. The samurai guards fell one after another, leaving only a handful of ninja desperately trying to hold their ground. They clustered protectively around a carriage, gritting their teeth as they fought to defend it. But before long, the situation grew dire. They couldn't hold out much longer. Seeing this, a female ninja quickly seized a girl of about 15 or 16 from inside the carriage and made a run for it, attempting to escape with her. "Don't let them get away. Bring that girl back alive," one of the attackers bellowed, his voice booming over the chaos. The female ninja dashed away with all her might, heading straight towards Sora and Tsunade. The pursuers were hot on her heels, releasing a flurry of throwing weapons that sliced through the air toward the fleeing pair. A storm of weapons arced through the sky, sweeping both Uchiha Sora and Tsunade into the crossfire. Uchiha Kong, just a bystander, had no intention of getting involved. But when he saw these attackers were about to target even him, treating his life with utter disregard, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal with one hand. Earth-style earth wall. A sturdy wall of earth surged up from the ground, standing between them and the attackers, effortlessly blocking a barrage of flying weapons. The attackers were taken aback. The kunoichi who had been leading the young girl in flight also froze in surprise, her footsteps halting. "Sir, thank you for saving us," she called out in haste, then pushed the trembling girl forward. "This is the princess of the Land of Fire. Since you've already intervened, please see her safely back to the daimyo's residence. The daimyo will richly reward you." The princess of the Land of Fire? Uchiha Kong glanced at the frightened girl and shook his head. "Sorry, I'm just a passerby. I have no wish to meddle in this affair. But you're already entangled. They won't let you go," the kunoichi said urgently. "I'll hold them off. Take the princess and run." Trying to escape? At that moment, the attackers leapt over the earth wall, weapons flashing, swiftly encircling Uchiha Kong and his companions. The leader's expression turned vicious as he stared at Uchiha Kong and snarled, "Boy, how dare you interfere with the Shimura clan's mission? Are you tired of living?" "Oh, so you're from a Shimura clan," Uchiha Kong remarked in surprise. "You attacked me first. How is it that I'm interfering with your mission? Enough talk. Hand over the girl if you know what's good for you." Otherwise, the leader wasn't interested in more conversation, his threat icy and direct. But before he could finish, Uchiha Kong vanished like a phantom, reappearing right in front of him. He reached out and, with a single swift motion, clamped his hand around the Shimura leader's throat, catching him completely off guard. With chilling calm, Uchiha Kong's voice rang out. "You think you can threaten me?" Terror flooded through the Shimura clansman. With Uchiha Kong's fingers tightening around his neck, all strength drained from his body as overwhelming suffocation closed in. But more than that, he sensed an aura from Uchiha Kong that was every bit as imposing as his clan leaders. Who are you?" he managed to rasp, barely getting the words out. Uchiha Kong had no patience for further discussion. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the man aside as if he were nothing more than garbage. At the same time, he formed another hand seal, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the man's body in an instant. A piercing scream tore from the Shimura leader's lips. His body crashed to the ground, where he lay unconscious. Uchiha Sora's swift and decisive actions left the remaining members of the Shimura clan utterly shaken. Who are you, really? Do you dare to reveal your name?" After quite some time, the crowd snapped out of their daze, and one of the Shimura clan members couldn't help but shout. In this era, it was uncommon for ordinary ninjas to mention their surnames while out and about. Only the famed great clans would declare their family name boldly, using it to intimidate their enemies. The Shimura clan was a prestigious family in the world of shinobi. Their influence in the Land of Fire was substantial. Apart from the Senju and Uchiha, they were one of the top clans. Thus, even though they were deeply shaken by Uchiha Sora's displays of power, the Shimura clan members mustered what courage they had to question him, unwilling to have their family's name tarnished. Uchiha Sora couldn't be bothered to reply. Turning to Tsunade, he said, "Let's go." These opponents weren't even worth his time. Acting further would have been nothing more than bullying the weak, which held no appeal to him. Tsunade nodded with a faint, amused smile. The two of them strolled away at a relaxed pace. The female ninja quickly exchanged a knowing glance with the princess of the Land of Fire, and the two hurried after the departing pair. The Shimura clan's ninjas could only stand and watch as Uchiha Sora and his companions walked away, too terrified to try and stop them again. Only when Uchiha Sora's figure had fully disappeared from view did the group breathe a collective sigh of relief. It was then they noticed that cold sweat had soaked their backs. Who on earth was that man? Why did he radiate such a terrifying aura? That's right, he's too strong. Our captain is at least among the top 10 fighters in our clan, but that man defeated him as if it were nothing. The members of the Shimura clan looked at one another, still shaken and filled with lingering fear. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sora and Tsunade continued along the path at an unhurried pace, with the princess of the Land of Fire and the female ninja following behind. After some distance, the princess stepped forward, moved around to face Uchiha Sora, and bowed deeply. "Sir, thank you for coming to my aid. I'm truly grateful. My name is Xiaoya." The female ninja promptly added, "This is Princess Xiaoya, daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Today was supposed to be a simple outing, but we were ambushed by ninjas. If not for your intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Princess Xiaoya's it. Uchiha Sora glanced at the young woman, gave a gentle smile, and waved dismissively. "It was nothing, really. It may have been nothing to you, but to me, it felt like being blessed by the goddess of fortune." Xiaoya's cheeks blushed as she gazed at Uchiha Sora's striking features, her eyes bright with a shy sense of admiration. She stammered slightly, asking, May I ask your name?" "Uchiha Sora." "Uchiha." The female ninja gasped in surprise. "So you're from the Uchiha clan. No wonder you're so powerful." "The Uchiha, huh? I've heard of them as well. People say the Uchiha clan always completes their missions with great success. Even my father speaks highly of them. If only we'd managed to hire Uchiha ninjas for protection this time, perhaps no one would have had to lose their lives." Princess Yaya sighed softly, her words tinged with melancholy. The reputation of the Uchiha clan was at its peak in the Land of Fire. If there was an Uchiha clan member in a team, oftentimes, just revealing their family name was enough to make enemies think twice and hold back from reckless aggression. After some conversation between the two sides, Princess Yaya made a request. She wished for Sora Uchiha and his companion to escort her safely back to the daimyo's residence. Sora Uchiha gave it some thought and agreed. The reason was simple. After checking, he realized that neither he nor Tsunade had any money on them. Princess Xiaoya, on the other hand, promised a generous reward if they could guarantee her safe return. Thus, the group of four changed course and set off toward the daimyo's estate. Along the way, chatting idly with Princess Xiaoya and the ninja named Keiko, Sora Uchiha gradually gained a deeper understanding of the balance of power in this war-torn era. The distribution of nations, he discovered, was much like that of his previous world. There were 5 great countries: the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Water. Aside from these, there were a handful of smaller countries and the territories of other wealthy lords. Other than the practice of ninja families taking on missions together, the overall divisions of power seemed a little different from those of his former world. However, this era still lacked the colossal presence of ninja villages. There were no jinchuriki, no living weapons that could serve as the ultimate deterrent. As a result, battles between ninjas were fought with reckless abandon, fierce and unrestrained. Moreover, with no one nation, one village system in place, the only way for ninjas to survive was by taking commissions from the powerful lords. Mission assignments were the lifeblood of the clans. In order to survive, ninjas were constantly fighting, battling to secure missions and eliminate competitors. For every clan, war had become routine. Ninjas trusted almost no one outside their own clans and allied families, always harboring deep suspicion toward others. There was even an unspoken rule against revealing one's surname while traveling, afraid that exposing their family ties might cost them their lives at the hands of a rival clan. Of course, having a stronger clan could serve as a powerful deterrent during dangerous encounters. As seen earlier, when a ninja of the Shimura clan boldly stated their lineage, it was meant to intimidate and discourage aggression. Within the Land of Fire, the most prominent families were the Uchiha and the Senju, regarded as the unrivaled elite. Next in standing came the Hyuga, Sarutobi, Shimura, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. They say the Uchiha clan is gifted with incredibly powerful ninja abilities, and their leader, Madara Uchiha, is so strong it's almost frightening. Along the way, Princess Xiaoyu spoke with visible longing. If only I had such power, it would be wonderful. Your Highness, although ninja powers are formidable, one can only attain them through the most grueling training. As someone of royal blood, you really shouldn't have to endure that sort of hardship. The female ninja beside her, Keiko, smiled as she replied. Besides, even with relentless practice, very few could ever reach the heights of Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju. Princess Xiaoyu nodded, then suddenly turned her gaze to Uchiha Sora. With curiosity alight in her eyes, she asked, Sir Sora, you seem amazing yourself. Where would you rank within your clan? Uchiha Sora hesitated for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I'm still just a nobody among the Uchiha. I haven't really compared myself to others, so it's hard to say. He was, after all, from another world, and in this one, he truly was an unknown. But if it came down to pure strength, he would not shy away from a match with either Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. Of course, these were things he kept to himself. Boasting would seem arrogant, and even if he said it out loud, no one here except Tsunade would believe him. Princess Xiaoyu was endlessly curious about Uchiha Sora's abilities. As they grew more familiar, she became persistent, pestering him to demonstrate the lightning-style ninjutsu he had used before. Naturally, Uchiha Sora refused her unreasonable request. After losing their carriage, traveling on foot became unbearably taxing for Princess Xiaoyu, who was unaccustomed to hardship. Their progress was slow and tiring. Just then, they spotted a small town ahead. The four of them went in, planning to spend the night. They found an inn, booked 4 rooms, and settled in to rest. That night, as Uchiha Sora was about to fall asleep, there came a sharp knock at the door. Sensing the presence outside, he walked over and opened it. Standing in the doorway was Tsunade, gazing at him. Tsunade, what brings you here so late? Uchiha Sora asked, puzzled. Tsunade spoke quietly. I can't sleep. I thought I'd come and talk with you. Uchiha Sora paused, then asked, Are you worried about getting back? With a slight nod, Tsunade's voice grew soft and uncertain. What if we can't return? What do you think we should do then? Uchiha Sora smiled. Don't worry, we'll definitely find a way home. You make it sound so easy, but if we're honest, you're not all that certain about how we'll get back, are you? Tsunade gave him a knowing look. Don't try to comfort me. I'm not someone who can't handle the truth. After a brief silence, Tsunade grabbed his arm and led him outside, calling back as they walked, Since we're both awake, come have a drink with me. A drink? Yes, and while we're at it, we should have a proper talk about what comes next, Tsunade said. All right, Uchiha Sora replied, left with no other choice. The two of them slipped out under the cover of night and found a small tavern, where they settled down together. Inside, Sora and Tsunade drank cup after cup. Drinking was nothing new to Sora. In that other world, he'd had drinks with Tsunade as well, though back then Karen was by his side while Shizen accompanied Tsunade. But now, with just the two of them sharing drinks, there was a rare and special atmosphere. Sora could sense that Tsunade was lost, struggling with the anxiety of how they might find their way home. So he simply kept her company, drinking and talking as the night wore on. They spoke at length about many things until the conversation turned to the topic of going home. Sora assured her that as long as their strength kept growing, they would eventually find a way back. Then they talked about what would happen if they never made it home. Tsunade said she'd return to the Senju clan and live there, following her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. When they came to the subject of Hashirama, Tsunade told many stories from her childhood, like how her grandfather used to take her gambling, and how she had always lost ever since she herself got hooked on the game, and on and on. As the night went on, Tsunade became drunk, slumping over the table, lost to the world, murmuring a stream of rambling words. Sometimes she spoke of her younger brother, sometimes she spoke of Dan, and in the midst of her ramblings, she even started to weep. Sora tried to rouse her, nudging her gently, but as she awoke in her drunken haze, Tsunade suddenly flung herself into his arms, clinging to him tightly. Even while holding him, she continued to mumble dreamlike words under her breath. Sora tried several times to gently push her away, but Tsunade's grip was far too strong. Despite his attempts, she wouldn't let go. In the end, he had no choice but to simply let her hold him. And so the two of them sat in the dim tavern, held in each other's arms, the scent of Tsunade enveloping him. Sora couldn't quite put words to the tangled feelings in his heart. He couldn't help but think of Izumi and Yugugo, both still waiting for him in that other world. If he truly never made it back, how worried would they be? Before he realized it, from the moment he had first crossed over, he had already left so many bonds and attachments in that shinobi world. Becoming stronger was always his goal, but along the way, all those glimpses of scenery, all those chance encounters, they had slipped quietly into his life and taken root as a part of him, something so precious he could never let go. In this moment, Sora felt the ache of longing too. Cup after cup faded away, and Sora finally felt the effects of the alcohol. Glancing down at Tsunade, still wrapped around him, he could only shake his head helplessly. With a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting the both of them to the room where he'd long ago set a spatial marker. Yet, even then, Tsunade still refused to let go. Already drowsy from drink, Sora simply settled down with her, lying on the bed as they drifted off to sleep together. It was the first time in his life he'd fallen asleep with a woman in his arms. In the depths of that sleep, it seemed to Sora that he was lost in a long and beautiful dream. In his dream, he and the woman in his arms shared an intimacy so deep and entangling that it left lingering traces in the darkness. When Uchiha Sora slowly awoke, he realized, to his astonishment, that someone else was now lying in his embrace. With his senses returning, a surge of murderous intent slammed into him, sharp and overwhelming. He looked down and found himself locked in the gaze of a pair of eyes burning with humiliation and fury. The owner of those eyes was none other than Tsunade, her hair tousled and wild. But this Tsunade, cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes flashing with frost, was like nothing he had ever seen. More crucially, at this very moment the two were pressed tightly together, inseparable, every inch of them tangled in an intimacy that left no space between. "Tsunade-senpai," Uchiha Sora blurted out in shock. "Uchiha Sora." Tsunade's voice was frigid, quivering with boundless shame and fury. "What did you do to me?" Uchiha Sora scrambled, throwing off the blanket and leaping away in panic. "You damn brat, just die already." Tsunade finally erupted. Her roar thundered through the room, shaking the very walls. In a flash, she summoned the power of the 100 healings, releasing the Yin seal on her forehead. Mysterious markings instantly crept across her entire body. Since she was still unclothed, Uchiha Sora saw those markings flow over every inch of her, even the most secret places. Without pause, Tsunade raised her fist and drove it down at Uchiha Sora with terrifying force. This punch, backed by the might of the 100 healings, was enough to shatter even the invincible Susanoo. And now, delivered with all her strength, it landed squarely on Uchiha Sora's chest. He didn't dodge. The blow struck him head-on. His chest caved in with a sickening crack, and blood gushed from his mouth. A moment later, his body shot out like a cannonball, smashing through the inn's thick wall and hurtling straight across the street, crashing into another building down the road. The force of impact brought the entire structure tumbling down, burying his shattered form beneath the rubble. This sudden spectacle sent shrieks rippling through the town. The guests in the inn, startled by the commotion, rushed outside in a panic. After sending Uchiha Sora flying with that monstrous punch, Tsunade hurriedly dressed and stood in place, lost in thought. Her mind replayed the events of the previous night. She knew she couldn't entirely blame Uchiha Sora. Although she'd been drunk, she vaguely remembered grabbing hold of him, refusing to let him leave. As for what followed when they returned to the room, her memory was little more than a blur, like wandering through a dream. She hadn't understood any of it was truly happening. It was only with the dawn, fully awake, that she recognized the unspeakable truth that the dreamlike events of last night had actually taken place between her and Uchiha Sora. And with a rush of mortified realization, Tsunade recalled how, in that dream, she had acted not just willingly, but with unexpected eagerness and abandon. Because it was a dream, she had let herself go completely, without the slightest restraint, giving in to every desire within her. But now, fully awake, Tsunade wished more than anything she could find a crack in the earth to crawl into and hide. After all these years of being single, she had given her first time to a boy so much younger than herself. Tsunade's mind was a tangled mess. She had no idea how to face herself, much less Uchiha Sora. At that moment, Princess Yaya and the kunoichi Keiko, having heard the commotion, rushed over from the next room. In a flash, Tsunade yanked up the quilt to cover any traces left on the bed, then glanced at the two of them and said coolly, "What is it?" Lady Tsunade, what happened here? And where's Lord Uchiha Sora?" Keiko asked, glancing nervously at the gaping hole in the wall as beads of sweat formed on her brow. Princess Yaya, meanwhile, hurried over to the hole and peered through to the street outside, where the ruins of a house, demolished by Uchiha Sora, now lay in rubble. A faint cough carried out from the ruins. From the debris, Uchiha Sora, bare-chested and unsteady, hauled himself up, looking as battered as anyone could imagine. Most of his ribs seemed broken, fresh blood streaming from his mouth. Even breathing looked like a Herculean effort. His appearance was nothing short of pitiable. This was by far the worst injury he'd suffered since crossing over into this world. If it had been any ordinary ninja, he would have breathed his last by now. Feeling the weight of all those stares from around him, Uchiha Sora lifted his head toward the inn, hurriedly triggered the Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly returned to the room. The moment he reappeared inside, two startled gasps sounded in the air. It was Xiaoya and Keiko. The sight of Uchiha Sora, unclothed and suddenly before them, turned both girls' faces crimson. With embarrassed cries, they spun around to avert their eyes. "Get dressed." Without looking at him, Tsunade tossed a garment towards Sora, letting it fall over his shoulders. Sora grabbed it quickly, but his injuries were so severe that even the smallest movement sent him collapsing back to the floor, his body unable to hold him up. Silently keeping watch, Princess Xiao rushed to Uchiha Sora's side at once, her voice tight with worry. "Lord Sora, what happened to you? Who did this?" "It was me." Tsunade's voice was cold and remote. "What? Lady Tsunade, why would you do such a thing?" Princess Xiaoya asked angrily, unable to understand. "It's nothing, just our usual training, that's all." Before Tsunade could explain, Uchiha Sora waved his hand feebly, coming to her defense. "Usual training?" Xiaoya and Keiko exchanged uncertain glances. This had clearly gone a little, or a lot, beyond regular training, hadn't it? Sora's chest was horribly sunken. His face was as pale as ghostly paper. Even a layperson could see just how grave his injuries really were. These were wounds that could easily be fatal. Do ninja really call this daily training? Seeing Uchiha Sora so gravely wounded, barely hanging on, every breath of battle, the two women couldn't help but worry for him.